Chapter 1, First Day of School, the School Beauty Sends Milk Tea. In September, the heat swept across Kyoto. Waves of heat hit us in the face, and the ground was emitting a warm breath. The entire Kyoto University campus is crowded with people. This is the annual freshman registration site at Kyoto University. There are a lot of people majoring in finance in Duanjia's class, and most of them are boys. The boys were very angry and had very irritable expressions on their faces. Students, please line up and submit your admission documents one by one. Take out all the materials in advance. Everyone was sweating profusely. Isn't this weather too hot? Alas, when will it end? I'm so thirsty. Who knows? Judging from the situation, we might have to wait another hour, right? Wouldn't it be great if I could have a bottle of Farmer's 3 Punches right now? Duanjia listened to the complaints of the people around him and silently prayed in his heart that it would end soon. As he was thinking, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. A little baby, hey. Did you miss me? Duanjia laughed and quickly typed, I thought about it, baby. A little girl named Naru has been the person Duanjia has been dating for a year. Unlike others, the two fell in love online. They met in the game, exchanged WeChat accounts, and chatted every day. It didn't take long for them to get together. Not long ago, a little girl asked Duanjia's real name, and asked about the school and major that Duanjia was attending. According to a little girl, she also went to college in Kyoto, but when Duanjia asked her which university she was attending in Kyoto and asked for her photo, the little girl refused. Duanjia didn't force anything because girls are always very cautious. Just as he was thinking about it, a little baby sent another message. Where are you now? After seeing this sentence, Duanjia immediately turned on the camera and switched it to selfie mode. With a click, Duanjia took a look at the photo. Only then did I realize that the senior student behind me was also looking at the camera, and even smiled and made a yeah gesture. Duanjia sent it without thinking much. But after waiting for a long time, there was no news from the other party. Did he fall asleep again? Just when everyone was feeling dejected, a commotion began to break out among the crowd in the distance. Everyone looked in one direction. Oh my god, she's the school belle. What is she doing on the playground? That's unbelievable. Campus beauties would never participate in such activities. Duanjia followed their gaze and saw a sign in the distance that said New Student Registration Area. There was a girl wearing a white dress, her skin was as white and translucent as mutton fat jade. Her thick seaweed-like hair was scattered casually, and her eyes, like the seawater, emitted a nonchalant light. The white skirt tightens the waist, showing off the slender waistline perfectly, and the well-proportioned and tight legs can kill all international supermodels in seconds. A graceful figure and a flawless face. Everything around her pales in comparison to her. Isn't this what people on the internet call a pure desire ceiling? Jin Shuru, the top-ranked student in the dance department of Kyoto University, has won numerous awards in numerous competitions. She represented the school in various domestic and international competitions. She was proficient in all kinds of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She was also proficient in various dance styles. She was the president of the dance club and was a star-studded figure at Kyoto University. And the most important thing is that she has a face that can be both salty and sweet. Her body proportions are comparable to those of an international top model. She is truly a goddess-level figure at Kyoto University. There is no other girl in Kyoto University who combines such beauty and talent. And this side. Jin Shura slowly approached the crowd, her brows furrowed as she looked around, as if she was looking for something. Someone noticed that the school beauty was holding a cup of milk tea. The scorching temperature collided with the cold milk tea, and the water droplets flowed down and dripped onto the school beauty's scallion-like jade hands, which surprisingly had a unique taste. Is it my eyes? The school beauty is holding a cup of milk tea. Is the school beauty here to deliver milk tea? How is that possible? Is the school beauty the kind of person who would casually give milk tea to others? Everyone suddenly realized. That's absolutely impossible. How could someone as cool and aloof as the school beauty be here in the middle of the day just to give someone a cup of milk tea? This doesn't fit her personality. This is an international joke. Even Daniel Wu can't do this. Campus belle, why are you here? Are you tired, school beauty? Quickly get a chair for the school beauty. School belle, do you want to go to a cool place to rest? Is there something wrong, campus beauty? Just tell me if you have anything to say. The senior, who had a look of despair on the playground, immediately put on a smiling face, and when he saw the school beauty, he immediately put down his work and went over to her. This is Kyoto University's top goddess. Usually, seeing her from a distance is a luxury, let alone being so close to her like now. Everyone wants to take this opportunity to show off in front of the school beauty. Thank you, no need to bother. I'm here to look for someone. Jin Shuro politely refused. Hearing the school beauty say this, everyone sighed, as if they had long been accustomed to the school beauty's aloofness. In the entire school, Jin Shuro is like an iceberg. She just stood there quietly, exuding a holy aura. No one who sees it dares to blaspheme it. Jin Shuro leaned forward slightly and looked into the distance, biting her red lips lightly, with an embarrassed expression on her face. Everyone was stunned by the scene. It turns out fairies also have troubles? Who can bear such a joke? No one was calm anymore. Who is the campus beauty looking for? Maybe I know her? I can show the way to the school beauty. I can do it, too. Jin Shuro stopped to look and asked, do you know where the School of Finance is? Chapter 2 Life Winners System Binding Successfully. I know. I'm from the School of Finance. The School of Finance is over there, I'll take the school beauty there. A boy immediately raised his hand and pointed at the School of Finance not far away, as if he was afraid that the school beauty couldn't see it. When Jin Shuro heard this, her eyes lit up immediately. She turned to look in the direction of his finger with a hint of a smile on her face. Really? Thank you, classmate. Although it was just a slight smile, the male student was still not calm. Holy shit! The school beauty smiled at me. Life is so worth it. It turns out that the school beauty looks so beautiful when she smiles. At the same time, the boys around Duanjia also started talking, and each of them seemed extremely excited. The school beauty is looking in our direction. Is there anyone in our college who knows the school beauty? We are all freshmen, is this a gift for a senior? The entire finance school cohort began to grow restless. Wherever Jin Shuro went, the originally crowded crowds would automatically make way for her. Hurry up, don't crowd the school beauty. Look at me, school beauty. Ozzel, the school beauty's profile is so exquisite. For a moment, everyone's eyes followed Jin Shuro's footsteps. There was no way out, the raging fire of gossip burned in their hearts. Everyone wants to see who the school beauty is giving the cup of milk tea to? If it was a girl, it would be fine, but if it was a boy. No, how is that possible? How could a school beauty give milk tea to a boy? Duanjia was influenced by the emotions around him, and he began to wonder who was so lucky to bother the school beauty to bring him milk tea. As the school beauty got closer and closer to the School of Finance, these rough guys began to lose their control. Damn, the school beauty is even prettier than in the photo. Isn't this much more useful than the admissions brochure? School beauty is not going to give it to me, right? Go to hell, why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? Long before entering school, freshmen have seen the student ID photos of the school beauties on the forums, and there are always many people praising the school beauties for being such fairies under the photos. It is a height that mortals cannot reach in several lifetimes. There is even a saying circulating in Kyoto University that almost all the boys in their school are. I came here for the school beauty. Now it seems that it is not an exaggeration at all, because the fact is that the school beauty is more than 10 times more beautiful in person than in the photo. However, Duanjia had only heard of it and had never seen it himself. After all, he has a little nipple, which is enough. Under everyone's gaze. At that time, Jin Shuro had already joined the team of the School of Finance. Her eyes scanned everyone's face. Everyone was scrambling to show their faces, if for no other reason than to let the school beauty take a look at them. Duanjia's heart was beating wildly, and he didn't know if it was his illusion or something else. When he looked into the eyes of the school beauty, he actually saw that her eyes paused. He immediately lowered his head. Damn, why was he feeling this inexplicable tension? Could it be that the school beauty is going to send herself milk tea? Just when Duanjia was feeling very nervous. Then I saw a pair of gray high-heeled leather shoes stopped in front of me. Junior, here's the milk tea for you. Jin Shuro had a smile on her face. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone present gasped. What's going on? The school beauty gave milk tea to a boy? Duanjia was also a little confused at this time. He scratched his ears, wondering if he had heard it right. Am I hallucinating? Is the school beauty talking to me? He looked up quickly and saw the school beauty staring at him with a smile on her face, and there seemed to be a hint of teasing in her eyes. I hope I am not seeing things. How could the school beauty look at me in a joking manner? I don't even know her. My hands are sore. Seeing that the boy in front of her was standing there in a daze and was reluctant to take the call, Jin Shura shook the milk tea in her hand. Everyone was watching this magical scene, frozen in place, not knowing how to react. Because they felt a severe impact. What was that coquettish tone of the school beauty just now? The usually aloof goddess actually has this side to her? Duanjia also began to feel dazed. Could it be that he actually knows the school beauty? Senior, I don't think we know each other, he asked hesitantly. Jin Shura stared at him for a few seconds, raised her eyebrows, and said, It seems that I don't know him. Duanjia immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But this cup of milk tea is indeed for you. Duanjia was speechless. Could this school beauty please explain herself clearly? Everyone heard the conversation between the two clearly. The school beauty gives water to a boy she doesn't know? Or a freshman? Wow, this will be on the front page of Kyoto University Entertainment News tomorrow. I've never seen a school beauty give milk tea to any boy. Don't talk about you. The school beauty and I are in the same major, and I've never seen her talk to any boy except in work settings. So who is this kid? Could it be that the school beauty has taken a fancy to him? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone quit. The school beauty likes him? Are you kidding me? Can such a rumor be spread so casually? Drag him out and behead him. In an instant, because of the school belle's behavior, Duanjia became the object of speculation among all the boys in the school, and their eyes looking at Duanjia revealed strong jealousy. They have been in school for so long and haven't been able to say a word to the school belle, but this freshman can receive milk tea personally delivered by the school belle on the first day of school? Who the hell can tolerate this? At this moment, Duanjia was in great pain. Who can tell him what the school beauty's operation is? Why do I feel like I'm dreaming now? Jin Shura curled her lips, looked at the motionless boy, and urged, Hey, do you want to drink or not? Why did Senior bring me water? After hearing this, Jin Shura tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. After a few seconds of pausing, she said, I lost the game of truth or dare before, so I have to find someone to give me milk tea. After hearing what the campus beauty Jane said, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Look, it's just a lost bet. Just giving a cup of milk tea as a gift, what does that mean? This shows that the school beauty is a person who is willing to accept defeat. This freshman has nothing to do with the school belle. The campus beauty Jane is still their goddess who is high and mighty, pure and innocent, and no one can touch her heartstrings. Looking at the cup of milk tea in front of him, Duanjia hesitated. Lost a game of truth or dare? There are so many new students registering, why choose a boy to send them off? Besides, there is this cup of milk tea in front of me. He accepted it, but all the boys present might prevent him from seeing the rising sun in Kyoto tomorrow. If he doesn't answer, wouldn't that be a slap in the face of the campus beauty Jane? Wouldn't he become the public enemy of the whole school? Whether he accepts it or not, there will be no good consequences. Just as he was hesitating, a voice suddenly came from his mind. Ding dong, the winner in life system has been successfully bound. Please make your choice immediately. Chapter 3 World-Class Painting Skills. What? System? Before he could react, he heard the familiar voice again. Option 1, accept the school beauty's milk tea and gain world-class painting skills. Option 2, refuse the school beauty's milk tea and earn the hostility of all freshmen and a beating. Damn, no way? This kind of plot that only happens in novels actually happened to me? Could it be that I am hallucinating? He shook his head vigorously. Countdown is 3 seconds. Host, please make your choice as soon as possible. 3, 2, 1. At the same time, Duanjia finally took a step forward and reached out to take the milk tea from the school beauty. Thank you, Senior. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang again. Congratulations, host. Hearing the system's voice, Duanjia was a little confused. This kind of pie-in-the-sky thing actually happened to me? Duanjia's heart was beating wildly at this moment, and his face was flushed because he was too excited. But this reaction appears like this to others. Fuck, this kid is even blushing. Nonsense, who wouldn't blush when talking to the school beauty? Besides, this is milk tea given to her personally by the school beauty. Stop talking, let me repeat another year. When will such a good thing happen to me? Jian Shura stood there, staring at Duan Jia with those eyes that could charm thousands of boys. Duan Jia was suddenly speechless. Why aren't you leaving now that you've delivered the milk tea? Is it time to go? Are you feeling comfortable on the first day of school? I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Remember to drink the milk tea. I wonder if my junior can handle full sugar. Of course, but I usually prefer half sugar. Duan Jia answered honestly. Jian Shuru nodded and said lightly, I remember it. Remember what? Remember my habit of drinking milk tea? Duan Jia is almost driven crazy by this school beauty. Please don't say such misleading words. Sure enough, every word Jian Shura said could cause an uproar. Are they really not related? Why does the school beauty have to remember the freshman's habit of drinking milk tea? Maybe it's out of concern for the new students. Why does that school beauty smile so sweetly? The school beauty wants to change to the sweet girl route? Duan Jia was ashamed. If the school beauty didn't leave, the two of them would probably never be able to wash themselves clean even if they jumped into the Yellow River. Then I'm leaving. Take care, senior. My name is Jian Shuru. Duan Jia. Looking at the school beauty's back as she walked away, Duan Jia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, we finally got rid of this living ancestor. As soon as the school beauty left, the registration of new students returned to normal order. By the time Duan Jia submitted all the materials, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Everyone was tired and hungry, so they went straight to the school dormitory. Duan Jia's dormitory is on the second floor. As soon as he opened the door, he saw that the other 3 roommates had already made their beds and everything. Before he could even say hello, one of his roommates pointed at him and said loudly, Aren't you the boy that the campus beauty gave milk tea to this afternoon? The other 2 people immediately turned their heads, and the 3 of them surrounded Duan Jia. Fuck, it's really you, kid. So we're in the same dormitory. Duan Jia smiled bitterly. Well, thanks to the school bell, he has become a celebrity in the school. Brothers, can you let me put down my luggage first and then talk to you? I'm exhausted. Oh, come in. The 3 of them immediately made way. Duan Jia put down his luggage and sat on the bed. Brother, how is it? The milk tea given by the school beauty must be very sweet, right? Said a slightly fat boy with a look of delight on his face. Duan Jia sighed, sweet, too sweet. When the other 3 heard this, they immediately showed envious expressions. Sure enough, the milk tea given by the school belle must be the sweetest in the world. Who doesn't want to drink milk tea given by the school beauty? When Duan Jia saw their expressions, he felt like life had lost all hope. What kind of school have I come to? Are there any normal people in this school? If you want to drink, there's a little one on the left after you leave the school. Remember to ask for full sugar. It will definitely sweeten your heart. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment, then reacted and immediately burst into laughter. A few people briefly introduced themselves and then got back to work. It was already evening when the 4 of them finished packing up the dormitory. Tired from a day's work, everyone collapsed on their beds, too lazy to move. Duan Jia took out his cell phone and saw a message that Xiao Nero had sent him half an hour ago. What are you doing? I just finished cleaning the dorm. I'm exhausted. Little Nero seemed to be waiting for his reply and replied to Duan Jia's message almost immediately. Huh, are you tired after receiving milk tea from the school beauty? Duan Jia was puzzled when he saw this sentence. How did Xiao Nero know that he received milk tea from the school beauty today? He immediately typed, How did you know I received milk tea today? There was a sudden silence on the other end. Duan Jia and others were almost falling asleep when their cell phone vibrated again. Why is that so hard to know? She's the campus belle of Kyoto University, very famous both inside and outside the school. Duan Jia was ashamed after seeing this sentence. It's over. This matter spread so quickly. The school beauty has really hurt herself. Good for you, it's only the first day of school and you've already hooked up with the campus beauty. And I heard you blushed. Humph, all men are really pigs. Seeing that Duan Jia didn't say anything, Xiao Nero sent several text messages in a row. It's unfair, auntie. She said she gave it to me because she lost in truth or dare. Duan Jia hurriedly explained. As for blushing, that's not because of her at all. Why is that? I can't tell you that yet. Well, what do you think of her appearance? You are beautiful, but in my heart, you are the most beautiful. Smooth talk. Duanjia and a little girl didn't chat for long before they said goodnight to each other. Too many things happened today, and he was inexplicably tied to a system. Until now, he still couldn't believe that such a wonderful thing would happen to him. What if it was a dream? I must try it out tomorrow to see if it's real. On the other side of the school is the girls' dormitory. Jian Shuru was gulping down water. After seeing this, Zhang Fong immediately went over and pulled Jian Shuru's arm. My aunt, drink slowly, be careful not to choke. Jian Shuru seemed not to hear her words. After drinking the water, she was still mumbling, I was so scared, I almost got discovered. Seeing her roommate acting strangely, Zhang Fong's heart was filled with alarm. She immediately asked, Shu Ro, what's wrong with you? Are those rich second generations bothering you again? It's no wonder she is sensitive. Their school beauty roommate is harassed by all kinds of boys every day. In order to pursue the goddess, this group of boys will do anything. Things like breaking rocks on the chest, Sichuan opera face changing, eating raw orange peels. There is no such thing as the weirdest, only weirder. Chapter 4, The School Beauty is in Love? Jian Shura looked at her roommate helplessly and said with a smile, Fong, no one is bothering me. After she finished speaking, she glanced at her phone again, and the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously, looking like a little girl who was already in love. The more Jiang Fong looked, the more she felt something was wrong, so she immediately called her other two roommates over. Come down quickly, come down. The cabbages at home are about to be taken away. What? Several people quickly got out of bed and surrounded Jian Shuru. Jian Shura looked at her roommates who surrounded her, feeling both amused and helpless. Sisters, what are you doing? Tell me the truth, have you had any problems recently? What nonsense are you talking about? Jian Shura looked away, sat on the bed and started playing with her mobile phone. The three of them stared at her intently, with an attitude that said, we will never give up until you tell us. Who are you chatting with lately? When I went to the bathroom late at night, I saw the light on in your bed. Confess the truth. Jian Shura was amazed at her roommate's observation skills. It seemed that if she didn't say something today, they would definitely not let her go, so she said, he's just someone I can talk to. Male or female? Why haven't I heard you say that before? Is it from our school? Which major? The three people asked more and more detailed questions. Jian Shura felt a headache watching the girls chattering in front of her. Hey, why are you guys so gossipy? I'm going to sleep now, good night. After she said that, she immediately crawled into the quilt, covered her head, turned her back, and made it clear that no matter how hard they pressed her, she would not say another word. Only three people were left looking at each other. They both saw shock in each other's eyes. Isn't this an indirect admission that the person you're chatting with is a boy? Maybe they are from the same school? What's wrong with this world? The icy goddess actually showed signs of falling in love. If this gets out, won't the hearts of all the boys in Kyoto University be broken? The three of them prepared to take a long-term view. After all, a woman like Jian Shura who had never been in love was most easily deceived by sweet words. Normally, freshmen should start military training when they enter school. However, Kyoto University is relatively humane. In order to make students feel less stressed, it decided to give them 2 days off so that they can move around freely. Duanjia decided to take this opportunity to try out whether the world-class painter skills rewarded by the system were real. System, how do I use this painter skill? The mechanical sound of the system came immediately. World-class painter skills, as the name suggests, the host will gain world-class painting skills. All the host needs to prepare is the tools needed for painting, such as drawing paper, paint, etc. This skill will bring rich benefits to the host. In other words, a painting you draw has monetary value. Duanjia suddenly had an epiphany and immediately left the school to go to the store to buy some goods. After buying these things, he immediately went to Daming Lake, a very popular place in the school. This place is a holy place for Kyoto University students to go on walking dates. Many students also come here to take photos and sketch. Duanjia set up the drawing board he had bought and sat down. In front of him was a lake as bright as a mirror, with a few swans on the water. Duanjia only had one word in his mind, the years are quiet and good. Wow, it really lives up to its reputation, Duanjia couldn't help but sigh in his heart. To be honest, Duanjia is a little nervous now. As a finance major, he knows nothing about painting. Now he picks up a paintbrush to paint the scenery, which is something he has never thought of before. He took a deep breath and looked at the blank paper in front of him. Suddenly, his mind became clear and inspiration came like a spring. Damn, is this the world painter skill that the system mentioned? He no longer hesitated and started painting. The outline of the lake and the layout of the entire painting immediately appeared in my mind. 1 stroke. 2 strokes. 3 strokes. In the blink of an eye, the structure of a beautiful painting has appeared on the paper. If there were any big names in the painting world here at this moment, they would surely be amazed at the ingenuity of Duanjia's composition. With just a few strokes, the entire structure of Daming Lake of Kyoto University was outlined, and the people in groups of 3 or 2 seemed to jump out of the paper. At this time, Duanjia gradually immersed himself in his painting, and the brush in his hand kept jumping, as if he wanted to carve the entire Daming Lake on the rice paper in his hand. After a while, he raised his head to stretch his neck, but heard the sound of many people talking not far behind him. Look, there's a person sitting in Daming Lake. Really? What is he doing over there? It seems like he is painting. You have to come out to draw? You're not trying to show off, are you? I've seen a lot of people like this. They're pretending to be artistic here, trying to attract the campus beauty, right? TSK, the school beauty won't buy that. That's right. There are so many beautiful girls in our school who can draw, but I've never even looked at them. Duanjia naturally listened to these words and sighed helplessly in his heart. He now understands. It seems like everything I do now is to attract the attention of the school beauty. A group of people were commenting on Duanjia's paintings, but some people also held opposing opinions. Why do I think his paintings are quite beautiful? Don't mention it, this kid seems to have something. I studied fine arts, and this painting is quite professional. Both the composition and the colors are used just right. Yes, this painting can compete with the best in our major. For a moment, everyone was discussing Duanjia's paintings. Some people even took out their mobile phones to take pictures of Duanjia's paintings and quickly posted them on the school forum. Duanjia ignored the discussions of this group of people. What he has to do now is to finish the painting as soon as possible. When Duanjia finished his painting, the sun had already set. He looked at his painting with satisfaction. This top painter's skills are truly amazing. Even though I am an art idiot, I can still sit for several hours and finish a painting. And there was no pause in thinking throughout the whole process. What I have to do next is to hang this painting online and earn my first pot of gold. By the time he returned to the dormitory, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. When he opened the door, he found that the other roommates were not in the dormitory. Duanjia put down what he was holding and changed into his pajamas. He fell onto the bed as if all his strength had been drained away. I fell asleep before I knew it. What he didn't know was that after he fell asleep, a bloody storm broke out in the entire Kyoto University Forum. Chapter 5, The God-Level Painter Appears. In the Kyoto University Forum. A title called, A God-Level Painter Appeared at Kyoto University. There are constant replies below, but at a glance, they are all negative voices. What kind of garbage is this? You call this a God-level painter? I'm afraid the author of this post is kidding. Ha, my 3-year-old nephew can draw it too. I hate this kind of artistic youth the most. What else can they do besides pretending to be cool? I'm afraid it's to attract the campus beauty. It's really interesting. Last semester, didn't the rich second-generation kid in our school imitate the literary youth and write a poem by the lake to express his love for the school beauty? In the end, he only brought shame upon himself. Let's go. I can draw this kind of picture with my feet. There were thousands of comments, almost all of which were negative. Occasionally, a few voices of praise popped up, but they were also rejected. Just because they have seen this kind of thing a lot. What kind of people haven't seen anyone trying to get the attention of the school beauty? Some people jumped into the river on purpose. There were also poetry recitations in front of the whole school. There are even acrobats. Students at Kyoto University are no longer surprised by such tricks. Because the post was so popular, it remained hot the next day. Did you guys see yesterday's post? Of course, I didn't go to bed until 3 yesterday. Hey Duanjia, did you read that post? Duanjia was already confused by what he heard. He was too tired yesterday and went to bed early. He had no idea what the post his roommate was talking about was. What post? He asked. Fuck, you don't even know this. The person standing next to Duan Jia immediately handed the phone to Duan Jia. Take a look. Duan Jia took the phone and saw this title. A legendary painter suddenly appeared at Kyoto University. Why does he have a bad feeling about this? When Duan Jia clicked on it and took a look, he was surprised. Isn't this him? I only took a picture of the back and not the front face. Thank God, my face was not photographed, otherwise I would have been exposed online. There is no other reason. It was because Duan Jia found that all the comments under this post were cursing him. No, it's insulting words to him. Duan Jia couldn't help but wonder, it seemed like he didn't have any deep hatred with them. He shook his head helplessly and returned the phone to his roommate. Duan Jia, what do you think of this painting? Duan Jia was ashamed. What could he do? He can't say that his paintings are rubbish, right? I don't really understand this. He laughed. Just when Duan Jia thought that this group of people were finally going to calm down. So brother, what is your relationship with the school beauty? Honestly, isn't the school beauty pursuing you? How quick was that to change the subject? Why are we talking about this again? He really admired these people's ability to gossip. Didn't the school beauty say that she lost the game? He said. Why don't I look like that? The school beauty becomes a different person when she sees you. Duan Jia wanted to roll his eyes when he heard this. It turns out that the campus beauty of Kyoto University can change her face? Brothers, I have a girlfriend. He said earnestly. When the people around heard this, they immediately came over again, their tone becoming even more excited. No way? Why didn't you say so earlier? That is, do you treat us single guys as human beings? Tell me how you two met. Don't ask. Duan Jia said helplessly. Where are you from? Are you from our school? Are there any photos? A series of questions came to Duan Jia. Duan Jia smiled bitterly, thinking that he didn't know this either. If he knew that I would still be smiling foolishly at my phone every day. I can only tell you that she is from Kyoto. He didn't know anything else. Duan Jia responded silently in his heart. Sure thing, Duan Jia. I didn't expect you to be the first person in our dormitory to have a partner. Hey Duan Jia, let me ask you a question. Explain. If the school beauty is also pursuing you, would you choose the school beauty or your current girlfriend? Everyone looked at him with gossipy expressions. Duan Jia rolled his eyes. You are the elected concubine? Even if a fairy stood in front of me, I wouldn't even look at her. TSK, sure, you're the best candidate to be the leader of the male ethics squad. Duan Jia shook his head. This was really not a man's virtue. Isn't it the right thing to do to be loyal to someone? He has always thought so. Duan Jia was lying on the bed, and he opened Xiao Nairo's chat box. Baby, what are you doing? Little Nero replied quickly, I'm thinking of you. Duan Jia couldn't help but smile, and suddenly felt that all the fatigue of the day had disappeared. He finally understood why everyone wanted to find a girlfriend. It turns out that falling in love really makes people's life sweeter. He was just about to send an emoticon package saying, I miss you too, when Xiao Nairu sent another message. Have you read your school's forum? Damn, Duan Jia immediately understood what Xiao Nairu was talking about when he saw it. For the first time, he hated the speed of the internet. See, baby. Duan Jia said truthfully. Do you know the person in the photo? Duan Jia smiled bitterly. Of course he knew him, because that was him. But he still said to Xiao Nairu, I don't know him, maybe he is from another department. Oh, you really don't know him? Now it was Duan Jia's turn to be confused. Women's minds were so hard to guess. Should he know him or not? Maybe Duan Jia hadn't replied to the message, so Xiao Nairu sent another message. Forget it, I'm going to sleep, good night. Okay, good night, baby. Inside the Kyoto University girls' dormitory. Jian Shuro looked at the phone screen with a distressed look. He sighed from time to time, and his originally delicate facial features were now covered with a layer of sadness, as if he was worried about something. What happened to Jane, the campus beauty, today? Who knows, when will Shu Ro have something else on her mind? Zhang Fong was a little worried, so she immediately walked forward and asked, Shu Ro, what's wrong with you? Fine. Jian Shuro still stared at her phone and refused to say what happened to her. Zhang Fong asked again worriedly, "Is there anything you want to tell us?" It was the first time they saw the campus beauty Jane so distressed. In the past, school beauties always looked calm and composed. They were like goddesses who were high above everyone else and never took anything or anyone seriously. Who on earth makes the school beauty so distressed? If she knew, he would never forgive him. If they saw the page on Jian Shuru's phone, they would be shocked. On Jian Shuru's mobile phone screen was the Kyoto University forum. That's right, Jian Shuru was browsing the forum, and it was the post that was pushed to the top of the hot list. As if she had made up her mind, she boarded her own tuba. That night, everyone at Kyoto University was excited. Because they actually saw an ID on the forum that they had never thought of. Chapter 6 School Beauty appears on the forum. Damn, am I dazzled? Help! Am I hallucinating from staying up late lately? Don't school beauties never go on our school forum? After 3 years of college, I finally realized the campus beauty had a forum ID. It can't be the school beauty, someone must be pretending to be her. After these words were spoken, the forum fell silent. After a few seconds, the entire forum exploded. This is fucking school talk. Guaranteed genuine. First of all, this ID is simple and rough, simple and gentle. I would like to ask, who in the entire university dares to use the name of the campus beauty Jane? Isn't that clearly a way to go against the school? Secondly, there are only a few people following each other on the entire homepage. And they are all top professors in the Department of Dance at Kyoto University. Who has the face to follow professors at school? That can only be their campus beauty Jane. Finally, this profile picture is a personal photo. Who can have a photo of the school beauty? It can only be the school beauty herself. Everyone's heart was pounding, and they were all sighing at this exciting moment. School beauties have never appeared in this forum, so everyone thinks that school beauties don't use forums. Considering that such a high and mighty school beauty, who is like a holy goddess, it is understandable that she does not hang out on forums. But now it seems that the school beauty not only hangs out on the forum, but also speaks up. I saw that the post ranked first on the hot list surpassed the second place by tens of thousands of views. The reason is that the school beauty commented below, "I think the painting is good." Just 7 simple words. Everyone was stunned into silence. Who dares to contradict the school beauty? Wouldn't that be crazy? But why would the school beauty speak up for this person? What is the relationship between the two people? The originally quiet forum sparked another wave of discussion. Ahem, I suddenly think this painting looks pretty good. I've told you this guy draws well. Just because I have the same ideas as the school beauty, does that mean I have the same aesthetic taste as her? You guys are such hindsight people. I'm different. I've always said this painting is definitely a masterpiece from Kyoto University. For a moment, the entire forum instantly reversed the direction of public opinion because of a word from the school beauty. Shu Ro. Your account has been stolen. In the girls' dormitory, a scream was immediately heard from room 204, where the lights had already been turned off. Jian Shuru rubbed her eyes and looked at the anxious faces of her roommates in confusion. Sisters, why don't you go to bed at midnight? What are you sleeping for? You didn't even know your forum account was hacked. Hurry up and think of a way to get it back. I don't know who is so bold as to steal your account and post on the forum. Jian Shuro had just woken up, so her voice was a little nasal. What do you mean by stolen? I don't understand what you are talking about. Zhang Fong gritted her teeth and said fiercely, "Look, this is it. If I find out who did this, I'll skin him alive." Jian Shuro got up from the bed and took the phone while yawning. Her expression changed, and the sleepiness she had felt before disappeared. Seeing the school beauty's expression change, Zhang Fong immediately comforted her. Okay, I'll take care of this matter, you don't have to worry. The other 2 roommates also said quickly. It shouldn't have much of an impact, don't worry, Shuru. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Jian Shuru immediately smile brightly. It was as if he had seen something happy. It's over. Could this child have gone crazy from being stimulated? +1, otherwise how could you smile so happily? Shu Ro, do you want us to tell the school tomorrow? If Jian Shuru reports this to the school will definitely take care of this matter. There is no other way, after all, this is the treasure of our Kyoto University. Why report it? This is what I sent. What? At this time, three faces were shocked. Are you kidding me? No, this is my account. Jian Shura looked at her roommate with an innocent face. No, do you know this boy? No. I don't know him. She said a little guiltily. Confess the truth. When the three people heard Jane Shura say this, they immediately became excited and surrounded her. The campus beauty has been acting more and more abnormally lately. She sent milk tea to freshmen and made a speech on the forum for the first time. Other people in the school don't know, but as the school belle's roommates, they know it clearly. There has never been any truth or dare. This is just a cover. Even they didn't know why the campus beauty Jane University would give milk tea to a freshman in the finance department. Facing the questioning of her roommates, Jin Shura bit her lip and stared at them with her big eyes. What are you guys thinking? I saw this post today when I was browsing the school forum. Everyone is scolding this boy, you know this, right? The three nodded. I feel that I am partly responsible for this incident, so of course I can't just sit back and do nothing. The three people were thoughtful. It does have something to do with Jin Shuru. Why are students at Kyoto University so sensitive now? It's because there are always some people who do these weird things to please the school beauties. Besides, take a closer look, I think the painting is very good. After a while, the painting seems to be really good. That's right, I didn't expect there are such talents in our school. Artistic youths are so cool. Jin Shura looked at the reactions of the three people with satisfaction, and said with a hint of pride, how is it, not bad, right? The three nodded. That's good. So, the school beauty really doesn't have a boyfriend? Are they too sensitive? That's right, I spent 2 years at Kyoto University, but I never heard that the campus beauty fell in love with anyone. Jin Shura looked at the expressions of the three people and immediately felt relieved. Thanks to the help of the school beauty, the entire post is no longer filled with negative comments like before. But as you can imagine, the popularity of school beauties is really too high. This post finally went viral. Duan Jia's paintings spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. It first spread to the dance department, then to the art department, and then to the entire school. It even alarmed the professor of the art department. This old gentleman is over 50 years old. He not only has extensive experience, but also has a very high reputation throughout Kyoto. He often posts some of his own artworks and appreciations on the forum. Of course, many art students also post their own works on the forum in the hope of getting comments from this old gentleman. Even if it's just one word, it's worth it. But no one has ever been able to get his review. What is shocking is that he actually commented on this post. The colors complement each other beautifully, and the composition is so ingenious, it's almost immersive. Just one sentence, but it caused a huge wave. Compared to school beauties, this is a truly professional review. Who dares to say it's not good? Who dares to challenge authority? No. Everyone in the forum was shocked once again. Now that the two big guys have come forward, who would dare to be presumptuous? Everyone was very curious, who was this person? Could it be another rich second generation? Is your family powerful? Chapter 7, The School Beauty Sends Milk Tea Again? The protagonist of the whole incident was lying in the dormitory and snoring. On the first day of military training, the dormitory building was full of freshmen wearing camouflage uniforms. Everyone looked listless. But everyone was lamenting what happened yesterday. Fuck, I didn't sleep all night yesterday. I didn't expect the school beauty to show up. Who isn't? I really want to know who painted that picture. Is that painting really that good? Even the professor in the art department praised it. Oh, come on, don't talk about it. Others can already create masterpieces at a young age, while we can only endure the miserable military training. God, please give me a beautiful senior sister. Duan Jia put on his military training uniform and walked out of the dormitory building slowly. He heard people around him still discussing his paintings. What's going on? Has something happened that I'm not aware of? It seems like I missed something again. He was about to open his phone to see what was going on. He saw a familiar face. Jian Shura said to Duan Jia in a clear voice, "Junior, your milk tea." Duan Jia paused, wondering if he was getting up the wrong way. How come I saw the school beauty bringing me milk tea so early in the morning? At this time, all around were freshmen preparing for military training. Jane, the school beauty. Isn't this the person who left a message on the post yesterday? Why are you here again so early in the morning? Moreover, on the first day of registration for freshmen, the story of this campus beauty personally delivering milk tea to her junior had spread throughout the school. Now the school beauty is here again. It's hard to believe that the two of them have no relationship. Why is it this kid again? Creating trouble on the first day of military training? Don't talk nonsense. What could the school beauty have to do with him? Then how do you explain why the school beauty brought him milk tea today? Maybe he's a relative. We're both freshmen, why is there such a huge gap between us? Duanjia walked forward and looked at the milk tea that was exactly the same as that day, frowning slightly. Senior sister, what is this? Jin Shuro smiled slightly. For you. Of course he knew it was for him. Duanjia now just wanted to know what this school beauty was thinking. Obviously, I don't know her. But she brought herself milk tea again. He doesn't care what others think, but he cares about Xiaonaru. The school is now full of rumors about the two of them. But she seemed not to care and continued to do her own thing. Isn't it said that school beauties keep men at a distance? Isn't it said that school beauties are fairies among the mortals? Does the school beauty have two faces? Senior, I don't like drinking. Before he could finish his words, he saw Jian Shura take a step forward, revealing a pair of dimples when she smiled. I bought half sugar this time. Didn't my junior say he likes half sugar? Her light words immediately exploded the entire crowd. Before, everyone was wondering what the relationship was between the school beauty and this junior, but everyone had doubts in their hearts and no one dared to speculate. This is Jian Shuru. She is not only the campus beauty of Kyoto University who is the focus of everyone's attention. He is also very much loved by all the teachers in Kyoto University. He has won many national honors for Kyoto University. Which school would not like such a person? Such a person is undoubtedly a treasure-level existence in the school. If anyone dares to spread rumors about the goddess, I'm afraid the school will not forgive that person. Hey, did I hear wrongly? You heard right, the school beauty bought it especially for him. Same person, different fate. What's so special about this guy? He's just a little bit worse than me. Do you think the school beauty is in love? Go to hell, what nonsense are you talking about? We have to believe in the goddess. Not only the freshmen who were undergoing military training, but even the teachers who were walking on the playground began to whisper about it. Do you know this new student? I don't know them, but I see rumors about them all over the school forums right now. How can that be possible? The national dance competition is about to begin, and Jin Shuru can't be distracted. Are the two of them in love? Go check which department this boy is from. If he has bad character, Shu Ro must stay away from him. Duan Jia took in all the discussions around him. He took a deep breath. How could this be possible? Now even the teachers are starting to pay attention to this matter. If I don't come forward to explain, and what happened today gets spread, Xiaonaru will know about it. Wouldn't that make me a complete scumbag? There was no way he would let that happen. Senior, I have a girlfriend. He confessed frankly. Duanjia thought, now the school beauty should know to avoid suspicion, right? Unexpectedly, after hearing these words, a barely perceptible light flashed in Jin Shiru's eyes. You have a girlfriend? Why did he feel that the school beauty seemed a little excited? Is this a normal reaction? Are all campus beauties' trains of thought so bizarre? Duanjia nodded. How long have you been with your girlfriend? She asked again. Duanjia answered honestly, 1 year. Then he quickly added, we have a good relationship. Jin Shuro nodded, seeming to be very satisfied with the answer, and the smile on her face was even more intense than before. Duanjia was the only one who was confused at this moment. Looking at the school beauty's reaction, could it be that he had guessed wrong? So, this cup of milk tea is a reward for you. Jin Shuro tilted her head and blinked playfully. Duanjia looked at the cup of milk tea and sighed silently in his heart. If something like this were to happen and I accepted it, I'm afraid the rumors about the two of them would become more and more outrageous. Just as he hesitated, the familiar electronic sound came from his mind again. Ding dong. Now please make a choice. Choice 1, accept the school beauty's milk tea offer and receive an exclusive unlimited drawing inspiration card. Choice 2, reject the school beauty's milk tea and be beaten up by all the boys in the school for a week. What? What is the exclusive painting inspiration unlimited card? In other words, when the host encounters a bottleneck in painting, this card will bring you unlimited inspiration. Damn, there is such a good thing? Since he said so, there was no reason for Duanjia to refuse. He reached out and took it. Thank you, senior. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an exclusive unlimited painting inspiration card. Jin Shuro stared at Duanjia's face and said meaningfully, I didn't expect that my junior is so loyal. I don't know why the school beauty talks so much today. Duanjia just wanted to see this big Buddha off. Fortunately, at this moment, the coach's whistle was heard in the distance. Everyone, assemble. As soon as the words fell, everyone ran over immediately. The military training management at Kyoto University is very strict. Even if the campus beauty is here, they have to gather quickly. Otherwise, you will undergo a series of devilish training. Chapter 8 I'm not a scumbag. See you next time, then, junior. After saying this, Jin Shuro blinked and ran away briskly. There will be a next time? Aunt, please forgive me. Duanjia was looking at the graceful back of the school beauty and said silently in his heart. Now I am the center of attention in the whole school. If this school beauty sends me milk tea again, that would be disastrous. I am not going to be able to stay in this school anymore. A day of military training suppressed the enthusiasm of all the freshmen. Everyone's face looked like they had been trampled upon by life, and Duanjia was no exception. So when he returned to the dormitory and lay on the bed, he immediately picked up his phone and sent a text message to Xiao Naru. Baby, are you there? The reply came back almost instantly, yes. Duanjia could feel Xiao Naru's cheerful tone through the screen, and he unconsciously curled up the corners of his mouth. I miss you so much. I miss you more. No, I miss you more. The two of them argued back and forth like elementary school students, trying to figure out who missed whom more. Ah, the sour smell of love. When will the school assign me a girlfriend? Listening to the sour tones of his roommates, Duanjia smiled silently. Although I am so tired now, I can chat with Xiao Naru every day, and I think I am indeed much happier than others. Duanjia, how come you are so lucky? You have a girlfriend to chat with you every day, and a school beauty to send you milk tea. Duanjia was a little speechless and said, why do you make me sound like a scumbag? Then he added, do you want this blessing? Yes. Everyone shouted to Duanjia in unison. What kind of people is he living with? The phone vibrated again. He looked up and saw that their dormitory group was having a heated discussion. Open this link quickly. Fuck, shocked my whole family. So this is how you can attract the attention of the school beauty? The point is that others are talented, okay? Duanjia clicked on the link. Isn't this the same post from yesterday? But when he clicked on it and took a look, he immediately sat up in bed. Damn! The post that originally had only a few thousand comments now has tens of thousands of comments. And the atmosphere in the comments section has changed from yesterday. Didn't I just not look at my phone for a day? What exactly happened? He quickly scrolled down and saw that all the bad reviews had disappeared. The comment with the most likes was from an old professor in the art department. The second is the comments from the school beauty. Duanjia was deeply shocked. He never thought that this post would become so popular. It can also attract top professors and campus beauties. In his opinion, this is just a post for Kyoto University students to complain. After a few days, once the novelty wears off, the post will be forgotten. But now it seems that this is completely popular. Probably because of the art professor's comment, a group of art students all rushed to comment on the post. So this is the painting our teacher talked about in class? Don't mention it, no wonder it can become a teaching model. Is this from our department? If you weren't a professional art student, you wouldn't be able to draw like this, right? When can I meet this big boss? We're all studying art, but how can there be such a huge difference between us? I don't know who said he could draw with his feet before. Duanjia looked at these comments and couldn't help but sigh. It's really like the tide of change. Before, there was a lot of criticism, but now the situation has been reversed because of the comments of these two big guys. Now, not only the students of the art department are paying attention to Duanjia, but even some teachers are asking each other who this talented student is, and are rushing to recruit this student under their command. It's a work that even Mr. Chen praised. Now that I see it, seeing it is truly believing. I want this student. You must be joking. You don't even know who he is. Besides, even if you knew, he would definitely be my student. Don't compete with me for anything. This student and I are destined to be together. Looking at the comments from these teachers, Duanjia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When did he become so popular? Just because of a painting, the whole school is looking for him. But then he noticed the name that was pinned to the top. Jane Inshuru. Another school beauty. But why would the school beauty comment on herself? According to all the students of Kyoto University, their school beauty is so cold and aloof. He simply doesn't bother to care about these things, but since the start of school, he first sent himself milk tea twice, and now he went to the forum to help him out. What's even weirder is that the school beauty couldn't he possibly know that the person being talked about on the forum was actually her. So why did he do that? He thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure out why. He shook his head and thought, forget it, he didn't want to think about it anymore. What he cared about most now was Sha Naru, he didn't care about any other girls. Just when he was about to quit his account, he suddenly found a strange ID appearing under the post. Why do I say unfamiliar? Because most of the people commenting on this post are above level 10. But now the level of this account is 0. What is the concept? In other words, this account was just registered within an hour. So Duanjia was sure that this account was definitely a new one. If it's a very ordinary number, it's fine. But just now, this account has been outputting 2 comments per second. Maybe due to the constant screen swiping, this account has now become the one with the highest number of likes besides professors and campus beauties. This. Damn, what the hell is this? Wow, this painting is incredible. I told you long ago that this painting will absolutely blow everyone away. Stop talking. I've been conquered by this painting. I will follow the author of the painting until my death. The entire page was filled with her comments, and many people responded to her. Do you know this man? I don't know him. Could it be that you are his fan? That's also a brainless fan. Hee, I'm not. Duanjia read along and found that this account named Ruking Sishui refuted every reply that questioned her comments. She even refuted all the comments that had previously insulted Duanjia. It takes a lot of perseverance to do something like this. Could it be that someone I know is protecting me? Duanjia stuck his head out and looked at his 3 roommates who were surfing the internet. Fuck, fatty, you got the gem. You're a noob. I won't help you gain points next time. Well, these guys are still teaming up to play together. And my roommate had no idea that he was the author of the painting. Duanjia felt tired, so he gave up and decided not to think about it anymore. Chapter 9. Another painting. On the other side of the girls' dormitory, Jin Shura was wearing pajamas, lying on her pink bed, staring at her cell phone very intently. He was mumbling something. His hands seemed to be constantly typing, and the expression on his face was unpredictable. Sometimes he is happy, sometimes he is angry, and sometimes he even smiles like a pervert. The roommates were no longer surprised. The school beauty's behavior was becoming more and more abnormal, but trying to pry a word out of her mouth was harder than climbing to the sky. Shuro, my saliva is about to flow down. My roommate Shentingding said this from the side with a malicious smile on her face. Jin Shura thought she was really drooling, so she immediately put down her phone and wiped her mouth randomly. Haha, it turns out that the campus beauty Jane also has such a confused side. Realizing that her roommate was playing a trick on her, Jin Shuro immediately said angrily, Ting, don't bother me, I'm doing something important. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone began to wonder what could have made the school beauty so devoted. Seeing that several people had started gossiping again, Jin Shuro realized that she had let something slip and immediately changed the subject. Don't ask. You'll know later. How could she tell others such an embarrassing thing? Thinking about what she had just done, her face couldn't help but feel hot. But for that person, it's worth it. After 2 hours of fermentation, when Duanjia once again logged onto the forum, although the post was still very popular, it was no longer as exaggerated as before. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there are not many speculations about his identity, and most people are still amazed at the value of this painting. Duanjia was also thinking, since he now possessed world-class painting skills, why not make the most of this skill? Moreover, just today, the system gave Duanjia an exclusive unlimited painting inspiration card. But Duanjia still didn't understand how to use this skill. Perhaps the system heard Duanjia's thoughts. Unlimited exclusive painting inspiration cards are different from the world's top painting skills. The host will be able to create works of his own unique style based on his superb skills. Duanjia slapped his thigh when he heard this. Doesn't it mean that he has both very powerful hardware and software? When Duanjia thought of this, he immediately put on his school bag and went out. It is now 9 o'clock in the evening, and the entire Kyoto University is very quiet. Apart from a few couples hanging out on the playground, no one else disturbs me while I am painting. Duanjia ran all the way towards the school's botanical garden. It is one of the places with the best scenery in the school besides Daming Lake, especially on summer nights, when you can vaguely see a few fireflies flying in the sky. Duanjia found a suitable angle to sit down, took out the painting tools with ease, and looked at the scenery in front of him. Duanjia's originally blank mind was instantly filled with inspiration. The basic framework of the entire painting has been fully presented in my mind. Damn, isn't this just like using a cheat? Duanjia was so excited that he didn't dare to hesitate at all, and he picked up the pen and started drawing on the paper. Black, green, yellow. Different pigments are applied alternately on the paper, and the basic color layout has been initially formed. The next thing to do is to process the entire painting a second time. Duanjia looked at the work in front of him with satisfaction. Just as he was about to continue painting, he found that the paint was almost used up. Duanjia raised his wrist to check the time. It's only 9:30, and there is still an hour and a half before the school gate closes. Duanjia packed up his things without hesitation and immediately headed to the nearest calligraphy and painting shop to the school. Hello, what can I do for you? As Duanjia Gong walked into the store, a girl in work clothes came towards him, which made his eyes light up. The girl probably tied her hair into a bun to make it easier for work, exposing her entire oval face. Ordinary work clothes can look different when worn by her. When she saw Duanjia coming in, a faint smile immediately appeared on her face, and the two dimples at the corners of her mouth looked very playful and cute. Duanjia glanced past the girl and looked around at the store's furnishings. This shop should be the most formal calligraphy and painting shop near Kyoto University. Because it not only sells various materials for calligraphy and painting, but also has 7 or 8 tables on the right side of the entire store. In order to facilitate some calligraphy and painting enthusiasts to exchange their experiences, drink tea, and appreciate calligraphy and paintings, it has become a place for many people to take a break from their busy schedule. Duanjia chose a seat closest to the inside, then put down the drawing board he had been carrying. Xia Xingying had been following the boy's eyes since he walked in. She has been working in this calligraphy and painting shop for almost half a year and has never seen any students come to their shop. Even students from art academies don't come here often. The reason is simple: compared to other calligraphy and painting shops, her shop has a more mature style. In other words, young people don't come here. They'd rather go to a shop farther away. But this is also the reason why she chose to come to this store: it is quiet. There won't be so many boys coming to disturb her. So when someone like Duanjia, who looked like a student, came here, she was naturally very curious. Hello, how can I help you? Duanjia shook his head and politely declined. I'll take a look myself, thank you. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the shelf. Seeing that the visitor was so polite, Xia Xingying didn't say much. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, her peripheral vision caught sight of the drawing board on the boy's desk. She only took one look and was immediately attracted. When she slowly walked forward and took a closer look, she felt a huge shock. This painting was a style she had never seen before. Previous paintings, whether realistic, romantic, abstract, or works created at the author's will more or less have the shadow of others. But this is normal, because painting itself starts with copying. But the picture before her truly gave her a completely new visual experience. She couldn't even guess how the author would complete the painting next. She stood there in a daze, so much so that she didn't even notice Duanjia approaching her. Hello, what can I do for you? Duanjia asked doubtfully, holding the paint he had just picked out in his hand. Seeing that the girl was still in a daze, Duanjia walked closer. Classmate, are you okay? Xia Xingying finally came to her senses and turned to look at the young man, her tone revealing surprise. Did you draw this? Duanjia looked down at the painting on the table and nodded. I drew it. Unexpectedly, the girl's reaction after hearing what he said was even greater than before. Chapter 10: Young people should not brag. Are you from the Academy of Fine Arts? How come I've never seen you before? Classmate, when did you start studying art? A series of questions came to Duanjia. He looked at the extremely excited girl in front of him and was afraid that if he didn't speak up, everyone in the calligraphy and painting shop would look at him. I'm not from the Academy of Fine Arts. I've been learning to paint since I was a kid. Duan Jia said this without blushing or beating his heart. There's no way, he can't tell others that he just started painting the day before yesterday, right? It would be strange if you didn't think he was crazy. After answering the girl's questions, Duan Jia sat down with the materials in his arms. He did not forget the important business of today. He happened to think that the environment of this calligraphy and painting shop was quite good, so he decided that it would not be too late to go back after finishing his painting. When Xia Xingying saw Duan Jia sitting down, she immediately followed him, making it clear that she wanted to watch Duan Jia's painting. Duan Jia didn't care. Having another person around him didn't affect his painting. He picked up the paintbrush very naturally. Although the decoration of this store is very traditional and does not attract college students, some middle-aged people who are interested in calligraphy and painting like to come here very much. Their purpose is to share their latest works, let colleagues give suggestions, or share some tips. Therefore, those who can stay here are naturally people who know a little about calligraphy and painting. As early as Duan Jia sat here, someone expressed his disdain. Young people nowadays are so impetuous that they think they can be called experts just because they draw a few weird things. If you ask me, when you're young, you should learn more from the works of your predecessors. We've been painting for years and still haven't become famous, and a young boy wants to surpass us. What a dream! You don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Duan Jia naturally heard these ridicules, but he shook his head indifferently. Whenever Duan Jia was doing something, he would be very focused. Before he knew it, the painting was almost done. Everything in the painting is vividly displayed, but this display is very different from the way others paint. Whether it is the night sky, the dense woods, or a few scattered fireflies, they are all displayed vividly. Even though this painting is still a semi-finished product, in Xia Xingying's eyes, she can already imagine how shocking it will be when it is completed. Classmate, where did you learn to paint? This painting technique is comparable to that of domestic masters. With just a few strokes, the meaning of the entire painting is outlined. I have to say it's talent. We're both college students, but why is there such a big difference? I'm from the Academy of Fine Arts. I dare say even our school's top professors would be impressed by your work. Classmate, why don't you draw anymore? Duan Jia was speechless for a while. He was just about to stop and relax, but who would have thought that this girl could be so talkative? What made Duan Jia even more headache was that because Xia Xingying was too excited, her voice tone unconsciously rose a lot, causing many people in the store to look in their direction. These people who originally had some ambiguities towards Duan Jia seemed to have immediately grabbed Duan Jia's pigtails. One by one they began to mock again. Why are young people so conceited these days? They're so different from us back then. My paintings are just so-so. Could this girl be a hired help? That's really interesting. You're paying for a shill just to show off? Isn't it obvious that they treat us as fools? What a value. Bragging about yourself is so boring, this is exactly the effect I want, ha 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 ha. This group of people didn't care whether others could hear them when they spoke, and even laughed loudly on purpose. Childish. Duan Jia thought to himself, are middle-aged people so boring nowadays? He thought so, but Xia Xingying beside him couldn't stand others saying that. She has studied art for more than 10 years and has seen almost all the famous paintings in the country. In terms of professionalism, she is much better than this group of people. The painting in front of us is comparable to domestic masters in almost every aspect. It can be said to be the best among the best. Student, don't pay attention to them. They are just amateurs who don't understand art at all. She deliberately raised her voice when she spoke. The group of people heard this and naturally became angry. They surrounded Duan Jia and Xia Xingying. Little girl, you've already learned to brag at such a young age? That's right. After all, we are your seniors. Aren't you being a little disrespectful? Didn't you say he's a professional? Fine, then let him finish the painting right on the spot. Okay. Xia Xingying agreed immediately. Duan Jia, who seemed to be out of the matter, looked confused. How come it works? How can this girl be so fierce? With so many pairs of eyes staring at him, Duan Jia felt helpless. Okay, just draw it, he's not really afraid. Duan Jia endured countless scorching gazes and continued painting. Xia Xingying was very perceptive and didn't say a word. At the beginning, there were occasional laughs from the crowd. That's it? Isn't this the rest of our routine? Young people can't do that. Many mocking words reached Duanjia's ears, but Duanjia seemed not to hear them, as steady as a rock, concentrating his attention on the drawing board in front of him. Xia Xingying looked at the boy in front of her with admiration. It is said that serious men are the most handsome, and now it seems that it is true. As time goes by, I saw the boy's strong hands moving back and forth on the paper. As if possessing some kind of magic, it gradually reveals what it wants to express to everyone in front of it. TSK, it seems quite interesting. The basic skills are quite solid. Don't worry, isn't this just basic operation? As long as you have hands. As time passed, the crowd, which had originally made a few sarcastic remarks, gradually began to immerse themselves in Duanjia's paintings. Everyone forgot to speak and held their breath. Is this the legendary genius painter? Impossible, so powerful? Shoo! Don't talk. Damn! This is the first time I've seen this kind of painting. The entire calligraphy and painting shop was extremely silent, and everyone was staring at Duanjia's hands intently. Their eyes followed Duanjia's hand. Finally, the moment Duanjia put down his paintbrush, everyone gasped. Duanjia's painting shocked everyone present. The people who were mocking each other just now looked at each other, and saw incredible expressions in each other's eyes. Is this a dream? Chapter 11 Great God, this is. They have been in the art circle for such a long time, and although they have not achieved any definite achievements, they have indeed seen the works of many big names. In their eyes, works are above everything else. The young man in front of them really made them look at him with new eyes. Even though they didn't want to admit it, they had to admit it when the painting was in front of them. This painting seems quite interesting. Yeah, there's a feeling I can't describe. Little brother, what style of painting is this? Fuck. I got a slap in the face. It's so embarrassing. I'm not even as good as a little kid. Duanjia rubbed his eyes, which were sore from prolonged use, and the painting was finally completed. Looking at the painting that took him more than an hour to draw, Duanjia nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Oh my god. Xia Xingying was so surprised that her mouth was wide open, with an incredible expression on her face, as if she had seen some rare treasure. She couldn't describe how she felt at the moment. Before Duanjia finished this painting, she could already imagine how amazing it would be after it was completed. But when she saw the finished painting with her own eyes, she was still shocked and speechless. Just because this painting is simply an ultimate visual feast. As a student at the Academy of Fine Arts, she has also met some very outstanding people among her peers. But like the boy in front of them, he is someone they cannot surpass, both in terms of skills and understanding of the work. What kind of god is this? Everyone present was so shocked that they were speechless, and some even took out their phones to record Duanjia's painting. Such a work should be recorded with a mobile phone. Little brother, which old gentleman did you learn this from? That's right, tell us if we recognize him. We've been in the painting circle for so long, but this is the first time I've seen someone with a style like yours. Duanjia's ears were filled with all kinds of sounds. He rubbed his temples, put away the paintbrush in his hand, stood up and looked at everyone apologetically. Excuse me, I have to go back to school. Where to go back? Back to school? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes changed from shock to fear. When Duanjia just came in, they also guessed that Duanjia should be a college student, but when they saw the paintings Duanjia drew, they couldn't help but deny it in their hearts. How could a college student draw such a work? But what they never expected was that this person was actually a college student. What a weirdo this is. No, this is simply not a human being. The youngest among this group of people is only 27 or 28 years old. Although genius is not determined by age, they are all ordinary people and the chance of becoming a genius is almost zero. Only when your basic skills are solid enough can you gain recognition from others. What are the basic skills tested for? That all depends on time accumulation. The young man in front of me not only has solid basic skills, but also has an understanding of art that far exceeds that of ordinary people. It's like throwing these people away by a huge distance. What else can I say? Worship. Why not leave a contact number? Our group is still short of one person, how about we add you in? Little brother, please come to our store often. Seeing that everyone's attitude was completely different from before, Duanjia couldn't help but sigh that the speed at which these people changed their faces could be included in the Guinness World Records. Duanjia declined with a smile, nodded politely to everyone, and walked out of the store with his drawing board on his back. At this moment, everyone watched Duanjia leave with eyes as if he were an idol. TSK, is this the unique temperament of gods? When Xia Xingying saw the boy leaving, she immediately chased after him. Classmate, wait a moment. Duanjia turned around, what's wrong? Xia Xingying suppressed her excitement and asked, which school are you from? Could it be from Kyoto University? Duanjia remained silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell, but this society was simply too dangerous. Boys should also learn to protect themselves when they are outside, okay? Seeing that the boy didn't seem to want to answer, Xia Xingying asked again, why don't we add each other on WeChat? I can ask you some questions about painting. Sorry, I'm not a professional. Unexpectedly, the girl exclaimed when she heard Duanjia say this, how is that possible? If you're not a professional, then there must be no professional in the world, right? Xia Xingying thought that the boy must be being modest. Okay, I knew you didn't believe it. Duanjia was thinking about how to get rid of this girl. After thinking for a while, he said, to tell you the truth, this is a unique skill passed down from our ancestors. It is forbidden to teach it to strangers. Without waiting for the girl's response, he slipped away. Xia Xingying stood there in a daze for a few seconds. Unique skills? Can't tell strangers yet? Who would believe that? Do you think she is a fool? Humph, sooner or later I will meet you again. Xia Xingying was thinking about it and was about to go back. She glanced down and saw something familiar. She went over immediately. Whose student ID? She flipped through it and her eyes lit up immediately. Kyoto University, Department of Finance, Duanjia. There is an ID photo on it, isn't that the great guy just now? It was really effortless. Unexpectedly, the guy's student ID card fell into his hands. Now we have a chance. Xia Xingying swept away the previous gloom and immediately became happy. After returning to the dormitory, the first thing Duanjia did was to put the painting he had just drawn in his cabinet. This is also to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. If my roommates saw the painting I drew, there would probably be another uproar. After putting down the things in his hands, Duanjia took out his mobile phone and sent a message to his girlfriend. Little fairy, I'm back. A little girl said, huh, what are you doing so late? Draw. Painting? I never thought my boyfriend was so hardworking that he even paints at night. Of course, otherwise how can I make money to support you? I don't believe it. Are you going on a date with that school beauty? Duanjia looked at the text message sent by the other party and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do women like to imagine all kinds of things at night? Oh my aunt, God knows, you are the only one in my heart. A man's mouth is a lie. Really, you are my wife. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm going to sleep, good night. Hey, good night, baby. Girls' Dormitory 204. The three roommates looked at the blushing face of the campus beauty Jane and the uncontrollable smile on her face. Lost in thought. Are you in love? Maybe the house was demolished? Or maybe I won the lottery. Then I'd rather believe in the last two possibilities. Chapter 12, The School Beauty Comes to Deliver Milk Tea Again? And for the Academy of Fine Arts next door, tonight is destined to be an extraordinary night. Just now, the video of Duanjia painting in the calligraphy and painting shop was uploaded to the forum of the Academy of Fine Arts. The originally silent forum suddenly exploded. The number of views of Duanjia's painting video instantly exceeded 10,000, and everyone in the Academy of Fine Arts was speaking passionately. Is this from our college? I can't see his face clearly, who knows? Did he draw this picture? If it wasn't drawn by him, then was it drawn by you? Upstairs, even if it wasn't painted by me, I don't believe he painted it himself. I don't believe it either. This painting is already at award-winning level. I don't think even the professors in our academy could draw it, right? So our school has produced another talented person? What an amazing person. He can paint such a simple scene so beautifully. Maybe he posted this video himself just to gain attention. That's right, I've seen a lot of people like this. Don't be jealous, this is the difference between geniuses and you guys. I have nothing to say except this, boss, accept my respect. Among the many posts, Duanjia's painting video has simply made it to the top of the hot list. In other words, almost everyone in the Academy of Fine Arts had seen the video of Duanjia painting in the calligraphy and painting shop. Some people recognized that this was the place where the video was filmed, a calligraphy and painting shop near their school. This person might be a regular customer of the calligraphy and painting shop. When are we going to go and squat? Upstairs, you are so disgusting, remember to take me with you. Reviews from the underground were mixed. Some even said that Duanjia hired a ghostwriter and posted the video to attract attention. Of course, some people forwarded this video to their moments, which accelerated the spread of the video. This short video of just a few minutes was first forwarded crazily by students of the Academy of Fine Arts. Because the video was so popular, it was soon forwarded to the group of teachers of the Academy of Fine Arts. Watch this video. Do you know this student? You can't even see his face with your head down. This painting, is it really painted by him? Everyone was skeptical the first time they saw the video, because if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they really wouldn't believe that the painting was created by a young man. The videos are all here, so it shouldn't be fake. What a genius! I've taught so many students in our academy, and this one is the most intelligent one. It should be our profession, right? Teacher Chen, you're really good at talking nonsense. What are you, an oil painter, doing here? Oh, you don't think this student is studying sketching, do you? Stop talking, maybe he's not from our Academy of Fine Arts? That's impossible. Even students who have studied art professionally can't reach this level, let alone those who haven't studied it? Just wait, I'm sure I can find this student. Then let's see who is faster. Let's compete. The Academy of Fine Arts here has been abuzz with discussion about Duanjia's video. At Kyoto University, all freshmen have to undergo military training as scheduled. After Duanjia left the dormitory, he looked at the sky helplessly. Please God, please give us some rain. The kids can't hold on any longer. A morning of hard military training passed. Everyone, rest here for 20 minutes. Following the instructor's command, everyone on the playground fell to the ground as if all their strength had been drained. Some people took this opportunity to take off their hats, and beads of sweat immediately fell from their foreheads. Duanjia also sat down immediately and took off his hat. There was nothing he could do, the weather was simply too hot. After resting for a few minutes, everyone started chatting with each other. This weather is so hot it's killing me. Look at the Academy of Fine Arts next door. They've already started their classes leisurely. I heard that the Academy of Fine Arts has more beautiful girls than our school. Come on, you haven't even said a word to our school's most beautiful girl, Jane. Fuck, that hurts. Do you think the school beauty will send milk tea to that boy today? Duanjia, who was originally dozing off, immediately became alert after hearing these words. You really hit the nail on the head. He almost forgot about this. Not to mention, he is now really curious whether the school beauty will send him milk tea again. After all, it can happen once or twice, but not 3 times, right? The first 2 times were still acceptable, but if it happens again, not to mention what others will say, I won't be able to explain it to Xiao Naru. Why would the school beauty send him something again? They don't have any relationship. There's a rumor going around that the two of them have known each other for a long time, and the boy only applied to this school because of the school beauty. Duanjia rolled his eyes. These people really have wild imaginations. I dare to spread rumors like this even though I am right next to them. He obviously applied to this school because Xiao Naru was in this city. Don't talk nonsense, they are just relatives, okay? How do you know? Don't worry about it. This is my exclusive information. I won't tell anyone else. So, maybe the school beauty will also send me milk tea? What are you thinking about? If you're going to give something to someone, give it to me, okay? A bunch of people started arguing again about whether the school beauty would send them milk tea. Duanjia felt a headache after hearing this. He could no longer count on them. He could only pray silently in his heart that the school beauty would never appear on the playground again. Otherwise, I might not be able to explain myself even if I had a mouth. Time passes by every second. Everyone was tired of chatting and prepared to close their eyes and rest for a while, but at this moment, there was a commotion in the crowd. The people who were originally dejected immediately cheered up. Shit, am I dazzled? Why is the school beauty here again? When Duanjia heard this, he felt like he was facing a great enemy and alarm bells rang in his heart. What you fear will come true. Everyone stretched their necks to look in the direction of the school beauty. Look, she's really the school belle. The school beauty has become more beautiful again. Jin Shura was wearing a white floral dress today, with her hair gently tied up and a few strands of hair scattered on both sides of her cheeks. Today I'm going the route of a gentle senior. Not only the freshmen, but also the other people on the playground and even the teachers had never seen such a Jin Shura before. The originally aloof school beauty is now starting to change her style. What does this mean? Something is wrong. There must be a problem. And some sharp-eyed students noticed that the school beauty was holding another cup of milk tea in her hand. Are you here to deliver milk tea again? Everyone on the playground was excited, even the instructor was very curious at this moment. To whom will the school beauty's third cup of milk tea be given? Chapter 13, Can't Drink Anymore. After all, no one can figure out why the school beauty has been acting out of character since the start of school. As he watched the school beauty's face getting closer and closer, Duan Jia's heart began to beat faster. Damn, what's going on with this panicky feeling? Duan Jia was panicking, as everyone was eagerly waiting to see if the school beauty's milk tea would fall into their hands. Only Duan Jia lowered his head, wishing he could bury it in the ground. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Don't come here. Hello, Junior. A bright voice came. Duan Jia roared inwardly when he saw the pair of slender and tight calves appearing before him. Depend on. He was so familiar with this voice. Before he could react, the voice of the campus beauty Jane reached his ears again. Junior, we meet again. Jin Shura looked at the man's reaction in front of her with amusement and said in a teasing voice. How could Duan Jia not hear the smile in the school beauty's voice? He really couldn't understand why God made him endure all this when he was just a freshman. If the enemy comes, we will fight him. If the water comes, we will block it with earth. Since the school beauty is not afraid, he should not be afraid either. So he raised his head with a faint smile on his face. Hello, senior sister. Here, this is your milk tea. Jin Shura handed the milk tea to Duan Jia. Sure enough, this cup of milk tea from the campus beauty Jane was given as a gift. And I gave it to the boy I had met before. Everyone on the playground was in a mess. Aren't they just relatives? Can relatives send milk tea every day? Can relatives smile so happily? Were all the cool and aloof school beauties before fake? As the saying goes, it's okay once or twice, but not 3 times. This is really unacceptable. Even the teacher started a new round of discussion. How was the investigation of this boy last time I asked you to do? He's from the finance department. I haven't heard of any misconduct by him so far. Even so, you should remind Shuro from time to time, don't be stupid, boys nowadays are very smart. It's better not to alert the enemy. Duan Jia could naturally feel the tense and stagnant atmosphere on the playground. He must not accept this milk tea. I have a girlfriend, but if I accept milk tea from other girls every day, wouldn't Shaunera think I am a scumbag? Oh, senior sister, I really can't accept this milk tea. Duan Jia said apologetically. Everyone present took another breath. Did you hear that right? This guy refused the school beauty's milk tea? Although they didn't want the school beauty to send him milk tea again, refusing was another matter. She is the campus belle of Kyoto University, who can refuse the milk tea she personally gives to him. This is a great blessing. Although they cannot accept the school beauty giving milk tea to other boys on her own initiative, they cannot accept anyone refusing the school beauty's milk tea even more. This person is really ungrateful. This is simply a slap in their face. Jen Shura was stunned when she heard him say that. She didn't expect Duan Jia to refuse the milk tea she gave him. Why, she asked immediately. Forehead. He really couldn't think of any reason to refuse. Duan Jia's brain was working rapidly. Figured it out. There is a history of hereditary diabetes in our family. I have not been able to eat anything too sweet since I was a child. If I eat too much, I will immediately faint. He said it as exaggeratedly as possible. Having said so himself, he didn't believe that the school beauty would still force the milk tea on him. Jin Shuru immediately showed a worried look and asked anxiously, Junior, are you okay? This reaction sparked another round of discussion among the crowd. This kid is even starting to play the victim to gain the sympathy of the school beauty. When has the school beauty ever looked like this? Campus beauty. I have a family history of heart disease. Since you can't drink milk tea, let me do it for you. Duanjia cleared his throat unnaturally. It's okay now, but if senior sister sends me there again, I'm afraid there will be trouble. He shouldn't be too obvious in what he said. Jane, the campus beauty who was such a great academic, should be able to understand, right? Jin Shuru immediately put away the milk tea and looked at Duanjia apologetically. I'm so sorry, I won't send you milk tea in the future. After? And later? Did what I just said cause this school beauty to misunderstand? Duanjia was shocked at this moment, but he remained calm. Senior sister is really persistent, he said with a wry smile. Jin Shuro smiled brightly, her eyes curved like a bridge. A breeze blew, and Jane Shuru's hair fluttered freely. She just stood there, like a painting. Who wouldn't he be moved by such a beautiful view? But such a school beauty is facing an extremely ordinary boy. The school beauty just waved her hand and said, "Take care of the junior." This is what a senior should do. After saying this, he walked away holding the milk tea that he had not given away, with the smile on his face lingering for a long time. I'm numb, someone can come and save me. Why is the school beauty so beautiful? Now who says that it's useless for two people to have no relationship? Do you think I'm blind? But why do I feel like this boy doesn't know the school beauty? Humph, a little trick of playing hard to get. I think he's quite happy about it. Duanjia sighed and thought, okay, it seems like he has become the thorn in the eyes of all the boys in the school again. He didn't care about these things. What he cared about was what Xiao Nara thought. He prayed that what happened today would not be posted on the school forum. But the incident was still posted on the forum. The title of the post is quite exaggerated. Shocking. The milk tea man publicly rejected the school beauty's milk tea. Is this a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? Duanjia looked at the post link that Xiao Nara sent to him and opened it resignedly. As expected, there was a lot of ridicule from the audience. I think he's gotten carried away. He even dared to refuse the school beauty's milk tea. I don't know what's so special about this kid. He just has an ordinary face. They're just pretending to be pitiful. It's not like they have a family history of diabetes. Don't say that upstairs. What if the person is really sick? After seeing this comment, Duanjia couldn't help but sigh that there is true love in the world. A little girl said, "My boyfriend is really amazing. He actually dared to reject the school beauty's milk tea in public. Of course I have to. Who made me have a girlfriend as beautiful as you? You haven't even seen me. I can imagine. So what's going on with familial diabetes? That's just an excuse I made up. Your boyfriend is perfectly healthy." Duanjia continued, "But I really don't like milk tea. It would be nice if I could have pork rib soup." A little girl said, "Understood." Little did they know that this was in the girls' dormitory of Kyoto University. Jin Shuru pounded the piggy doll on the bed frantically, muttering, "Damn man, how dare you lie to me? I'm going to blow your head off." Chapter 14 The Campus Beauty of the Academy of Fine Arts? The expression on her face was angry, like a girl who was mad at her boyfriend. Jin Shura changed her mind and thought about the man actually wanting to drink pork rib soup. Humph, the requirements are really that high. I have never made pork rib soup for anyone before, so that stinky man got away with it. But she suddenly remembered that she didn't seem to know how to make pork rib soup, so she had no choice but to turn her attention to her roommate. Fong Fong. I want to ask you something. She ran to Zhang Fong's bed holding the doll and looked at her roommate with a flattering look. What's the matter? Is there anything that the campus beauty Jane can't handle? Zhang Fong glanced at her. Jin Shuro smiled awkwardly and said, I just want to ask how to make pork rib soup. Zhang Fong frowned. Pork rib soup? Why did you start studying these things for no reason? Didn't you say you hated cooking? Jin Shuro bit her lip and said with a lack of confidence, I'm just bored, so just teach me. Zhang Fong looked at Jin Shuro questioningly. Why did she feel that something was wrong with the school beauty? He said helplessly, go back first, I'll send you the recipe on my phone later. Jin Shuru's eyes lit up, and she immediately hugged Zhang Fong. Fong Fong, you are worthy of being my good sister. After saying that, he jumped back to his bed. Zhang Fong shook her head and thought to herself that the cold and aloof school beauties were all just personas. Military training days are always extremely boring, but now it's different. Due to the repeated visits of the school beauties, military training became a place for gossip in the eyes of these freshmen. Whenever he took a break, Duanjia could always hear discussions around him. Even the playground, which was originally only for military training students, started to have senior students wandering around there since some time ago. What's even more outrageous is that there were even seniors who were asking around about which team they were in, with a look of disdain on their faces, and then they gave him the middle finger from a distance. Duanjia himself is now in a state of distress, thinking that as an outstanding socialist youth, he has never been watched by so many people. He was really afraid that one day someone would suddenly throw eggs at him on his way back to the dormitory. Well. He sighed silently. Duanjia, someone's looking for you outside the school gate. Just then a voice came from a distance. Is someone looking for me? Duanjia was a little confused. He had just arrived at this school and hadn't even recognized his classmates yet, so how could he know someone from outside the school? With this in mind, he decided to take advantage of the break to find out what was going on. As we got closer to the school gate, we could vaguely see a girl in a red skirt outside the gate. He couldn't see her face clearly, he could only vaguely see the girl's superior figure and skin as white as snow, which made everyone look back frequently. When the girl saw Duanjia coming over, she raised her hand and greeted him from a distance. Hi. The voice sounds familiar. Duanjia slowly approached and finally saw the girl's appearance clearly. What? You don't remember me? Xia Xingying stuck out her tongue mischievously, looking at him with a smile in her almond-shaped eyes. I seem to have some impression. Duanjia really couldn't remember who he had met in the past few days. At this time, he heard that the people passing by were looking at the two of them and discussing something carefully. Isn't this the school beauty from the Academy of Fine Arts? Why is she here at the gate of our school? The school belle is indeed the school belle. No wonder the people in the Academy of Fine Arts are even crazier than us. Why does the person opposite her look so familiar? Isn't this the milk tea man? Damn, it's true. How come he's hooking up with the beauty from the Academy of Fine Arts again? Well, this is not clear anymore. Duanjia couldn't figure it out either. How come I am always involved with the school belle? Could it be that he was cursed? Unexpectedly, Xia Xingying didn't get angry when she heard this, and continued, I was the girl who worked part-time at the calligraphy and painting shop that day. When she said this, Duanjia's memories immediately flooded into his mind. Well, there was indeed a naughty girl who kept looking at me drawing that day. How do you know I'm here? And you know my name? Duanjia frowned. No way, girls are really scary animals, just like Sherlock Holmes. Hey, what are you thinking about? Xia Xingying rolled her eyes. She could see through what the boy was thinking at a glance. Duanjia scratched his head awkwardly. Here, this is your student ID. The girl took out a familiar object from her bag. Duanjia was stunned when he saw it. Isn't this his student ID? How did it end up in her hands? I picked it up on my way back after you left that day, Xia Xingying explained. Duanjia quickly took it. Thank you. Damn, it turns out I misunderstood others. Duanjia suddenly felt a little ashamed. Why don't I treat you to a meal? Just consider it a thank you gift. He said again. I have just started school, and it would be very troublesome to apply for a new student ID if I lose it. Fortunately, this girl picked it up. Xia Xingying's eyes lit up. You want to thank me? Duanjia nodded. Looking at the smiling face of the girl in front of him, he had a bad feeling. If you really want to thank me, why don't we add each other on WeChat? She opened her eyes wide and shook her phone. Yes, as long as I am not asked to sell myself. Hearing her say that, he breathed a sigh of relief. There's no way. I've been experiencing nervous breakdown recently because of the school beauty. I have to be on guard. Xia Xingying laughed out loud at his amusement. I am so smart that I added the painting master's WeChat without any effort. Master, can I ask you anything I don't understand in the future? She asked tentatively. Master? How did I become a master? What master? You. The video of you painting in the calligraphy and painting shop that day has been widely shared in our school. Now everyone is looking for you, even our teachers are looking for you. Depend on. No way? So scary? Duanjia doesn't want to become famous again in this way. He immediately said, you have to keep it a secret for me. Of course. Masters always like to keep a low profile, I understand. Xia Xingying patted her chest and said with confidence, Duanjia nodded half believingly. Why did he feel like he had trusted the wrong person? Just like that, the two exchanged WeChat and left. Duanjia sneaked into the team, but Xiao Xingying's words just now kept echoing in his mind. Are my paintings really so popular? Can it amaze all the teachers? He thought that perhaps he couldn't just waste the skills given by the system on this. As he was thinking this, he heard people talking around him. Do you know that sketch blogger who's been really popular on TikTok lately? Of course I know. His works are being circulated all over the internet right now. It's a pity that as a finance major, I'm destined not to have the artistic talent that others have. Chapter 15 Illustrator? Work published successfully. When Duanjia heard them say this, he returned to the dormitory at noon and immediately turned on his mobile phone and opened the homepage of the very popular sketching master they were talking about today. Just one video has received hundreds of thousands of hits, and all the comments below are praising it. But at the same time, he discovered a problem. As the number of videos increased, the works of sketchmasters became less and less good than before. Although his videos are still very popular compared to others, many netizens have commented that the sketchmaster's works are beginning to decline. No matter how talented a painter is, he will eventually run out of ideas. But Duanjia didn't need to worry about this problem. The system gave him an infinite inspiration card when the school beauty sent him milk tea for the second time. This is something he doesn't have to worry about at all. He will have unlimited creative inspiration. Nowadays, short video platforms are very popular among people. Some people can become famous overnight and gain huge popularity with just one video. And this is exactly the effect he wants. Thinking of this, Duanjia immediately registered an account and decided to draw some illustrations on this platform. This is to gain the first wave of popularity. As for the name, why not just call me an illustrator? Well, simple and crude. He did it right away. After filling in a series of information, Duanjia immediately took out the painting tools he had bought earlier. He needs to finish his first illustration as soon as possible while his roommate is still here. Sitting at the desk, Duanjia closed his eyes. Perhaps it was because of the inspiration card, a picture suddenly appeared in Duanjia's mind. He did not dare to hesitate and immediately picked up the pen. The sound of the pen tip rustling on the paper sounded quickly and continuously. Before long, a complete outline appeared on the paper. What followed was the exchange of brushes of various colors, which instantly made the originally dull drawing paper come alive. And it took less than an hour to complete this painting. Even Duanjia himself was surprised by the speed. You know, it takes an ordinary person at least a whole morning to paint a picture. This also includes the conception of inspiration, drafting, and continuous revisions after the draft, and finally the whole painting can be colored. But even with so much effort, the final work may not be that good. And I can create a painting that will amaze everyone in the shortest time. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh, this system is really awesome. Looking at his own painting, Duanjia nodded with satisfaction. Duanjia is of course very confident in his paintings. He turned on his camera, selected photos from different angles, added a few detailed pictures, added music that matched the mood, took a picture of the painting he had just finished and uploaded it to the platform. 20%, 50%, 80%, 100%. Congratulations on the successful release. The work had been published on the platform, so Duanjia logged out of the account. He knows very well that if these short video platforms want their videos to gain traffic, they have to pay. It is impossible for newbies like them to gain popularity overnight. So what he has to do now is to wait patiently. After all, this kind of thing cannot be rushed. As he was thinking, his cell phone vibrated. A little girl said, "What are you doing? You seem so busy that you don't even come to talk to me." A sad expression of a little rabbit was added at the end. Duanjia laughed, "I've done something big recently." "What? Tell me now. Hurry up, hurry up." Looking at his girlfriend's anxious look, Duanjia thought it was very cute. "Kiss me and I'll tell you." "Oh, you're annoying." Although she said this, Shaonera still sent a kissing expression. TSK, it's so cool to have a girlfriend. Duanjia thought to himself that he now felt that he was the happiest man in the world. "I opened an account on TikTok," he typed. "Account? What account? I'm going to update some illustrations on this." Duanjia spoke frankly, he had no intention of hiding this from Xiaonairo. After all, she was his girlfriend and she had the right to know. Wow, illustrations. I didn't expect my boyfriend to be so awesome. Duan Jia was very pleased with Xiao Neru's praise. How can it not be amazing? I used a cheat. My name is Illustrator, and you will be my first fan, baby. I'll pay attention now. In the girls' dormitory. Jian Shuru immediately logged out of her Douyin account and registered a new account using her other mobile phone number. The name is A Little Milk. Find the illustrator, quickly follow him and comment on Duan Jia's first work. She happily held her phone and read the work over and over again at least 10 times. Shu Ro, I'm really curious about what kind of work can make you keep watching it and laughing non-stop. Roommate Jiang Fong said helplessly as she listened to the music that kept repeating in her ears. Humph, you don't understand. Jiang Fong rolled her eyes. She really didn't understand. Then she said, by the way, I've already sent you the steps for stewing pork rib soup. Okay. The military training was still going on, and everyone looked listless. There was no way, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening and everyone was starving. Stop talking. I'm so hungry I could eat a whole cow. Why do you have to train at this time? All I want now is to eat. I want meat. The ones in the cafeteria don't even put minced meat in them. I'm so greedy. Even though the food in the school cafeteria is hard to describe, I'm not going to refuse anything now. Duan Jiatai glanced at his watch. It was exactly 8:30 Beijing time. There is no food in the cafeteria anymore. Like everyone else, Duan Jia just wanted to get back to the dormitory and make a bucket of delicious instant noodles. As for meat and other things, I don't even dare to ask for it. Then he lay on the bed and chatted with his girlfriend. Thinking of this, Duan Jia felt that life was simply too wonderful. But the reality is that the playground is now full of students who have been devastated by military training. Even the voices talking about gossip have become much less. But occasionally a few words would reach Duan Jia's ears. Why hasn't the school beauty come yet? It's so late, the school beauty will definitely not come. I thought the school beauty had something to do with him, but it seems that's all. Nonsense, the campus beauty is the goddess of our Kyoto University. How could she treat someone like this all the time? Is it possible that the school beauty is not coming today? Duan Jia actually felt a little relieved. It seems that the school beauty finally realized how bad the impact of her actions would be. He breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that the school beauty would come to bring him milk tea again today, but it seemed that he was worrying too much. Duan Jia thought that his university life had finally returned to normal. This was what he had dreamed of for many days and nights. Chapter 16, Power Outage in the Girls' Dormitory. The reason why Jian Shuru didn't go to the playground was not what everyone thought. In the girls' dormitory on this side, everyone looked at each other in the darkness. Who can tell them what's going on? Wasn't it fine just now? I was so scared. I was taking a shower and the lights went out. Go and ask the dorm manager to fix it. I'll go and call. There were constant conversations in the corridor, and the entire second floor of the girls' dormitory was turned into pitch black. But the culprit was in dormitory 204. Shu Ro, tell me the truth, what were you doing just now? I just saw you carrying a small pot on your back. What are you going to cook? Facing her roommate's repeated questioning, Jian Shuru said with a guilty conscience, I just wanted to make some instant noodles. Really? But why do I smell the aroma of pork ribs? Jiang Fong questioned. Hearing her roommate say this, Jian Shuru simply didn't hide it and took out the pot she had just placed in the corner. Here, I want to stew some pork ribs. She stretched it out in front of her roommates. Even though the dormitory was now completely dark, they could still see shock in each other's eyes. The cool goddess can stew pork ribs? How come they don't know? You have to know that Jian Shuru's family is very well off. They even discussed whether they should cook after marriage. Campus beauty Jane said very firmly that she would never step into the kitchen. But now they are going to stew pork ribs. Are they hallucinating? Shu Ro, did something happen in your family? Yes, just tell us, we will definitely help if we can. The two roommates asked anxiously. After thinking about it, they could only think of this as the reason. Jian Shuru was confused. Wasn't she just stewing some pork ribs? How can it be related to the incident in my own family? Before she could explain, Jiang Fong, who was standing beside her, spoke up. Are you too stupid? Our school beauty Jane must have cooked this for the boys. She said it in a see-through tone. Fong Fong, stop joking. That's right, is Shu-ro that kind of person? Unexpectedly, the other two roommates didn't believe what Jiang Fong said at all. There is no way. In the eyes of all students at Kyoto University, Jin Shuru will always be that noble and holy goddess. How could I stew pork ribs for a boy? This reason is totally untenable. You don't believe it, right? Shuru, tell me. Seeing that the two of them still looked confused, Jiang Fong turned to look at Jin Shuru. Jin Shuru avoided looking at him and stammered, Fong Fong, don't talk nonsense. I'm not kidding. You've been acting so strangely these past few days. I'm guessing you're in love, right? Unexpectedly, Jin Shuru immediately retorted loudly after hearing this, don't slander me. Jin Shuru's reaction was too big, it was completely obvious that she was trying to cover up the truth. It will only make Jiang Fong more suspicious. But Jin Shuru didn't want to reveal too much, so Jiang Fong decided not to ask about it for the time being, as it would be exposed sooner or later anyway. It's strange. I just wanted to stew some pork ribs, but the power went out in our dormitory just a short while after I plugged it in. Jin Shuru said aggrievely. My dear aunt, this is a high-power appliance. We can't use it in our dormitory. When Jin Shuru heard this, she immediately said anxiously, what should I do? I have already bought the ribs. The dormitory manager was stunned when she came up. I have been doing this for so many years, but I have never seen such a big accident. The whole building is out of power. How fierce is this? Jin Shuru sighed. Now was not the time to talk about this. She had to go and apologize to the dormitory manager first. After this incident, everyone in the girls' dormitory knew that the school beauty had sex in the dormitory. I believe that tomorrow, this matter will spread throughout the school. In the blink of an eye, it was already late at night. Duan Jia returned to the dormitory and opened Xiao Naru's chat box. Only then did he realize that Xiao Nara hadn't sent him any messages all afternoon. He frowned. Could something have happened? Just as he was thinking, his roommate suddenly ran over with an excited look on his face. Duan Jia smelled a hint of gossip again. You know what I just heard? Hurry up and tell me, don't keep me in suspense. It's about the school beauty. Duan Jia, who was not very interested at first, suddenly perked up. The word school belle had been deeply engraved in Duan Jia's bones like a conditioned reflex. He is now afraid that the school beauty will do something earth-shattering again. Fatty, tell me. The campus beauty is stewing pork ribs in the dormitory. Is this true? The school beauty can actually stew pork ribs? Wow, our goddess is so amazing. Duan Jia was speechless. What did he think it was? Why can't the school beauty stew pork ribs? The filter for this group of people is too heavy. Oh, I'm not finished yet. Tisk, you're halfway through your fart, hurry up and say it. The school beauty's pork rib stew caused a power outage in the entire girls' dormitory. This is really weird, Duan Jia thought. He had never seen anyone stewing pork ribs in the dormitory and causing the power to cut off in the entire building. Well, I didn't expect that their school beauty is also a talent. But now is not the time for him to care about the school belle. His girlfriend Xiao Nara hasn't sent any messages all afternoon. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Did something really happen? He wanted to contact her, but he just realized that they hadn't even exchanged phone numbers, and their only contact was through the chat app. Just when he was anxious, Duan Jia's phone vibrated. He opened it immediately and it was a message from Xiao Naru. Honey, what are you doing? Baby, why didn't you send me a message all afternoon? A little girl said, I was stewing pork ribs in the dormitory today, but the power went out in the whole dormitory. Stewed spare ribs? There is a power outage? Why does this plot look so familiar? Why are you like our school beauty? She stewed pork ribs today and the power went out in the whole dormitory. There was silence for a few seconds. How do you know so much about your school beauty? Have you always cared about her? Duan Jia didn't expect that women could be so sensitive. When did he ever show any concern for the school beauty? It's so unfair. Auntie, I didn't. I heard it from my roommates. Duan Jia explained hurriedly. Really? What men say is 3/10 true and 7/10 false. I don't believe it. After saying that, he sent a tsundere expression. My dear wife, please spare me. Even if you give me 10 guts, I wouldn't dare to care about the school beauty. Okay, I'll trust you this time. Duanjia immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This roller coaster-like feeling is so thrilling. Fortunately, he often reads some guides on how to please his girlfriend on a certain website. Well, it seems I need to collect more posts like this. You never know when it might come in handy. Chapter 17. The School Beauty's pork rib soup is so delicious. Without the arrival of the school beauty, Duanjia finally felt what it meant to be more relaxed than ever before. Not only him, everyone now thinks that the school belle will never come again. All the students at Kyoto University breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the school belle is still the fairy that no one can reach. No one is qualified to win the heart of the goddess. Because the campus beauty Jane is so cold and aloof, no one can get into her heart. The military training instructor was still shouting slogans in front. Everyone, including the instructors, stopped being distracted and devoted their full attention to the training. Everyone, start sit-ups. Everyone was waiting for the instructor's complete instructions. But before the instructor could finish his words, he was seen looking outside the playground with a surprised expression. Everyone looked in the direction he was looking. Then he showed the same expression. Some people even exclaimed. Then, all the students, instructors, and teachers in the playground looked in the same direction in unison. Duanjia felt uneasy. He seemed to already know what was going to happen next. There is only one person in the entire Kyoto University who can attract everyone's attention at any time. That is Jin Shuru. His eyes unconsciously looked in the same direction. Damn, what is going on? The school beauty is here again. This time the school beauty changed her clothes again. She changed her previous style and wore a pair of tight jeans this time, showing off her perfect legs to everyone. All I saw was a pair of beautiful legs moving back and forth, blinding everyone on the playground. It's over, I'm doomed. Fuck, brother, your nose is bleeding. Who can bear this? The school beauties seemed to smile at me. Oh my god, I'm going to faint. Duanjia was already accustomed to the reactions of this group of people. He was only concerned about whether the school beauty was holding milk tea in her hand. This is the crux of the problem. He began to scan the school beauty coming from afar with a seriousness he had not seen in the past 18 years to see if she was holding the thing that frightened him so much. It seems not. He patted his chest and said, that's good, that's good. But at the moment when he looked into the eyes of the school beauty, he actually saw the brilliance in her eyes, and the smile on her lips deepened a lot. Depend on. He panicked. Is he here to find me again? Stay calm, Duanjia comforted himself in his heart. How could it be possible? It's absolutely impossible. On this side, Jin Shuru naturally took in Duanjia's entire expression. Classmates, please make way. She had a polite yet distant smile on her face. All the boys present were stunned and immediately made way for Jin Shuru to pass. Hurry up, make way for the school beauty. I haven't seen the school beauty for a long time. Why do I feel she's beautiful again? You're stupid, we just met the day before yesterday. So why is the school beauty here again? A word can wake a person up from his dream. Everyone's thoughts shifted from the school beauty's face to the question of why the school beauty was here again. The discussion started again. Look, the school beauty seems to be holding an insulated box in her hand. It seems to be true. Jin Shura slowly walked towards the familiar figure and saw that the boy had his head lowered as if he didn't dare to look at her. She laughed and patted the boy's shoulder. Junior, I'm here again. Duanjia raised his head with a look of despair, and when he saw Jin Shuru's face, he felt as if he had been sentenced to death. Senior, are you here to deliver milk tea again? He decided not to struggle anymore. He had tried every possible excuse, but he just couldn't stop the school beauty from sending him gifts. After hearing what he said, Jin Shuru blinked playfully and said mysteriously, I guessed wrong, that's not it. No? What else could it be if not milk tea? Senior sister, please stop keeping us in suspense. Duanjia said helplessly. Jin Shuru hummed softly, opened the lunchbox in her hand, and said happily, look. As the lunchbox was opened, a strong fragrance began to spread throughout the playground. What a nice smell, where does it come from? Damn, my stomach is growling. Isn't this pork rib soup so delicious? It seems to be coming from the school beauty. Go and have a look. Duanjia was completely shocked by what he saw. A box of pork rib soup with a rich broth made him completely stunned. There was only a layer of chopped green onions and wolfberries floating on top. It smells so damn good. This is like a dream for the military trainees who have been tortured for many days. He couldn't even think about it. Senior, what is this? Duan Jialian started to stutter when he spoke. There was nothing he could do. The shock from this person was just too great. Pork rib soup, said Jin Shuru. Of course he knew that this was pork rib soup. Now he just wanted to know why the campus beauty Jane sent him pork rib soup. I mean, why did Senior give me pork rib soup? Jin Shuru blurted out, didn't you say you like pork rib soup? When did he tell the school beauty that he liked to drink pork rib soup? Could it be that I have lost my memory? Seeing Duan Jia's expression, Jin Shuru realized what she had said and immediately said, don't all the students in military training want to drink this? I've been through it, so of course I know. Yeah. Duan Jia looked at the school beauty in front of him with half belief and half doubt. This reason seems a bit far-fetched. But he really couldn't find any other reason. Maybe it is true? After all, he is a top student, so I can understand. The conversation between the two was naturally heard by other people on the playground. It turns out that people can really be shocked to the point of being speechless. Everyone has the same expression, and their faces all say, is this world crazy or am I crazy? I felt like I might be in another world. Maybe me too? Damn, I want to drink the pork rib soup made by the school beauty too. Finally, one person came to his senses, and then there was a barrage of discussion. This time no one could remain calm. The first 3 times they were given milk tea, they could still deceive themselves. But now, the school beauty actually personally stewed pork rib soup for this freshman. Made by myself. This contains the school beauty's personal feelings. Who the hell can tolerate this? Who doesn't know that their school beauty Jane is the beloved princess of the family? Who doesn't know that the campus beauty Jane never looked at anyone straight in the eye during her 3 years in college? But right now, all of this has been broken by this freshman from the finance department. The relationship between the two is definitely not simple. So the school beauty made pork rib soup for him yesterday? This is truly shocking to my entire family. Secretary, please immediately find out who this boy is. No way, there's no one who still thinks that the two of them are just ordinary relatives, right? Chapter 18. Could the school beauty be my relative? Faced with the fragrant pork rib soup, Duan Jia hesitated. There's nothing I can do, it smells so damn good. In the eyes of the military trainees who have not eaten meat for several days, this is like a priceless treasure. Besides, this was cooked by the school beauty herself. If I refuse, I will probably be hunted down by the whole school, right? Even he himself couldn't bear it, after all, it was the school belle's love. Duan Jia looked around and found that everyone on the playground was staring at him eagerly. That look seemed to want to eat him alive. Hey, he trembled unconsciously. Well, this bowl of pork rib soup will completely ruin Duan Jia's peaceful 4 years of university life. Whether he accepts it now or not, this group of people will not let him go. Duan Jiasen hardened his heart, reached out to take the lunchbox from Jin Shuru, and said, thank you, senior sister. As for why the school beauty was so nice to him, he had been guessing for a long time. Senior, have we known each other before? After hearing this, Jin Shuru immediately said in surprise, you know? No way, I'm not ready yet. She lowered her head shyly. Although it was a little faster than she expected, it didn't matter. She was always ready. Are you a distant relative of ours? I'll call home tonight. Maybe I really do have a distant relative in Kyoto. Thank you for taking care of me for so long. But for the sake of both of us, senior sister, please don't come here in the future. Duan Jia said a lot in one breath, and he felt that his guess was very correct. Otherwise, why would the school beauty come to see me again and again? Maybe she really is his distant cousin, but his mother just didn't tell him. Thinking of this, Duan Jia nodded confidently. Jian Shuru blinked, somewhat unresponsive. What distant relatives? What care? She was really pissed off by this straight guy. He actually thought that my kindness to him these days was just like a distant relative taking care of him. Who would take such good care of a distant relative? She really wanted to knock open this man's head to see what was inside. How stupid. Jian Shura said this and turned and ran away. Hey! Why are you angry about this? Did I say something wrong? What did this kid say? He actually pissed off the school beauty and ran away. Could it be that the school beauty confessed her love to him? Are you crazy? You're saying something without any basis. On the way back to the dormitory, Duanjia clearly felt that he had become the person that all the teachers and students in the school were paying attention to. It's okay for students. Now even the teachers at Kyoto University are paying attention to Duanjia. It's him again. He must have caused the power outage in the girls' dormitory yesterday. Looks like I need to have a good talk with Shuro. This guy is quite cunning. Keep a close eye on this boy and don't let him disturb Shuro again. Duanjia heard every word the teachers said. Well, it seems that in the eyes of the teacher, I have become a bad male college student who has led the school beauty astray. But he is in no hurry to explain now. School has just started and everything is still not settled. He has the ability to make the teacher change his bad impression of him in the future. I walked back to the dormitory unknowingly. Duanjia opened the audio app on his phone. A day had passed since he last uploaded his own interjection, although he knew that it was normal for him to have no traffic since he had just registered an account. But he still couldn't help but look forward to it. What if? He logged into his account. And the moment Duanjia landed, various news came one after another. He was stunned. What was going on? He quickly clicked on the interactive messages and saw that there were tens of thousands of likes and thousands of comments. There were even hundreds of reposts. He was shocked. What is this concept? For newly registered users like Duanjia, the initial traffic will definitely be pitifully small, which is a fact recognized by everyone. But looking at it now, although this data is not worth mentioning for a big V. But at this stage, it is already very impressive data. He originally thought that this would be a very long process, but now it seems that he underestimated the speed of internet communication. This is simply breathtaking. He didn't dare to hesitate and immediately clicked into the comments section. He had already anticipated that the comments below would be mixed, with both praise and criticism. Whose painting is this? I'm a newbie in painting and need your advice. He's just average. He doesn't deserve the title of great god. The painting technique is very unique. It is impossible to draw this picture without 10 years of practice. The author is from Kyoto University. Does our school have such talent? I'm also a student at Kyoto University. It turns out that Okami and I are in the same school. Don't be jealous. I've been studying art professionally for over 10 years. No one here, including me, can draw at this level. Duanji had been mentally prepared for these comments. After all, painting is something that is in the eye of the beholder, and there are praises and criticisms. His tolerance is very high. The most important thing now is to accumulate popularity. Duanjia took a look and found that this work has gained thousands of fans since it was released. This is such a pleasant surprise. Duanjia went into the backstage to check the distribution of all his fans and found that most of them were college students, most of whom were from Kyoto University. This might be because of the automatic positioning when he posted the video. Just as he was about to take this opportunity to paint another picture, he heard the sound of his roommate returning to the dormitory at Duanjia's door. Duanjia, is the pork rib soup delicious? Fuck, I really envy you. Tell me the truth, is the school beauty your relative? Duanjia was helpless. He said tentatively, who knows? Maybe the school beauty is interested in me. As soon as he finished speaking, Fatty Chen immediately closed the door and ran to Duanjia, looking at him in horror. Brother, you are really brave. You dare to say such words. You are not afraid that those boys will chase you with knives. Duanjia smiled indifferently and said, what's wrong? Why do you think the school beauty sent me milk tea and pork rib soup? The other two roommates also came forward. No way, Duanjia, do you really think that the school beauty loves you because she gave you pork rib soup? Don't even think about it. How could the school beauty possibly like someone like us? That's right, brother, don't get too deep. Listening to them say these words, Duanjia smiled with satisfaction. Sure enough, the image of Jian Shuru as a cold goddess had been deeply engraved in everyone's mind. How could the goddess be moved? Even if the campus beauty Jane delivers milk tea to others every day. Even if she personally stewed pork rib soup for people. These people will envy, be jealous, and speculate, but they will never believe that the school beauty will fall in love with someone else. A fairy could never fall in love with a mortal. This is a fact recognized by everyone. In that case, Duanjia felt relieved. It seems that these people have not completely lost their minds, so my life is temporarily safe. Now he felt relieved. Chapter 19: Encountering the School Beauty in the Library. In the evening, Duanjia talked about this matter with Xiao Neru. Really, Duanjia? I didn't expect my boyfriend to be so amazing. But these are far from enough for me. If I want to get more traffic, I need to release more and better works. Traffic? Don't worry. I'll take care of it. Duanjia laughed and didn't take Xiao Neru's words to heart. I'm not a gigolo, so how can I leave this kind of thing to my girlfriend? This is not a manly thing. After the two finished their chat, a forwarded video suddenly appeared in Jian Shuru's circle of friends. In just 1 minute, there were already dozens of comments below. The goddess has also started to pay attention to artworks? It turns out that I have the same interests and hobbies as the school beauty. I think I draw better than him. I wonder when the school beauty will have time. I can draw for her on the spot. Jian Shuru did not respond to any of these comments. I just said one thing under the circle of friends: this author is very good, you can go and take a look when you have time. The school beauty had spoken, and these boys finally had the chance to talk to her, and immediately replied to her comment. Since the school beauty said so, I will definitely go and see it. Already liked the comment. This guy's painting is really good. The summer rain came so hard that it caught everyone off guard. The heavy rain poured down, and the whole playground became wet. All the freshmen became excited the moment they saw the rain. It rains during military training, this is exactly what everyone dreams of. It means that they can finally stop being exposed to the sun and endure the torture from their instructors. Everyone chooses to sleep in the dormitory at this time, so cool. And Duanjia cannot waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He packed his drawing materials into his school bag and headed straight to the school library. Kyoto University is one of the top universities in the country. The students who are able to get in here are naturally very excellent, and they will not give up any time to study. No matter what time it is, the library here is always crowded and almost all seats are occupied. Duanjia searched for a long time and finally found a secluded corner to sit down. With the attention he gets at school now, it would be easy for someone to take a picture of him. If that were to be posted on the school forum, wouldn't that be more trouble than it's worth? Thanks to the blessing of the infinite inspiration card, Duanjia can now immediately think of what he is going to draw next when facing a blank piece of drawing paper. At this moment, Duanjia felt infinite inspiration. He stopped hesitating and began moving back and forth on the paper. Different lines keep jumping on the drawing paper, forming an exquisite painting. Duanjia looked focused and was not disturbed by the outside world at all. A pair of hands moved continuously across the paper, hurried yet precise. At this moment, Duanjia seemed to be surrounded by light, and everyone in the library looked extremely dim. He seemed not to notice that an hour later, what he wanted to express on the drawing paper had been fully displayed. Even a professional art teacher would praise such a painting. In this painting, Duanjia did not adopt the simple and easy-to-understand painting method as before. Before he started painting, he decided to use abstract lines to express what he wanted to express. Now it seems that this idea is very correct, even exceeding his expectations. I have to sigh once again that this system is really awesome. What I have to do now is to upload this painting to the website in the same way. I believe it will become more popular again. And just then, he heard a familiar voice. Classmate Chin Mu, what can I do for you? The voice of the school beauty? Damn, what bad luck has happened to me? How come I can always run into school beauties everywhere? The two were not far apart, and because of the arrival of the school beauty, the attention of everyone in the library was focused on the two of them. Duanjia, who was just about to leave, now decided to wait and see. He couldn't guarantee whether Zhao Huan would say hello to him when he saw him. There are so many people in the library. If they see me again, won't I become their target? The boy standing in front of the school beauty was wearing a suit of famous brands. She also wore a large gold chain around her neck and her hair was dyed red. Where the hell did this non-mainstream rich second generation come from? Duanjia silently despised in his heart. The man smiled flatteringly and said attentively, Goddess, I heard that you like studying artworks recently. Jian Shuro had a calm expression and spoke like an emotionless machine, yes. Treasure words as if they were gold. This is what a cool and aloof school beauty should look like, and Duanja finally got to see it today. However, he never expected that the school beauty also liked painting. The boy didn't seem to care at all about the school beauty's cold attitude towards him, and the smile on his face didn't diminish at all. I drew this specially yesterday, I'm giving it to you. Duanja glanced at the painting out of the corner of his eye and almost laughed out loud. Is this an elementary school student's art homework? There were only a few crooked fish painted on it. Maybe they ran out of paint at the end, so the sea, which should have been filled with blue, actually had some green in it. Looking at the school beauty again, she remained calm when she saw the painting, and there was still no expression on her face. Wow, Duanja really admires him. I'm sorry, classmate Chin, I can't accept your painting. Jin Shuru politely refused. More and more people came to the library, and Duanja could hear them whispering. Why is it this boy again? He is the rich second generation of data real estate, and he pursues the campus beauty in various ways every day. The school beauty reposted a video of an art piece on her WeChat moments yesterday, and he immediately rushed to draw a picture to please her. His drawing is not as good as my 3-year-old nephew's. This is indeed true, Duanja said silently in his heart. The rich second generation immediately became anxious when he heard this. I spent 100,000 yuan to hire a tutor to teach me how to draw. Goddess, please accept it. Damn, 100,000. Duanja was secretly shocked. Are the rich second generation so easy to be cheated nowadays? Spend 100,000 yuan for a children's painting? This is too much money. Unexpectedly, Jian Shura didn't seem surprised at all when she heard this. Duanja could even see a hint of impatience on her face. Classmate, this has nothing to do with me. Look, how cruel. How cruel. Don't leave any delusion for the man in front of you. Chapter 20, The School Beauty Confessed Her Love in the Library. Logically speaking, since the school beauty said so, any normal person should stop at the right time, but it is obvious that this rich second-generation boy named Qin Mu is not a normal person. He knelt on one knee, held up the painting, and said to Jian Shuru in a self-proclaimed, affectionate tone, Shuru, please accept my confession. I know this all came too suddenly, but you've already conquered my heart. This 100,000 yuan not only represents my feelings for you, but I will treat you the same way every day in the future. No matter how much it costs. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, I am willing to spend money on you. My body and heart belong only to you. Qin Mu's affectionate words immediately infected many people. Although Qin Mu's painting skills were indeed intriguing, this affectionate confession still made many people sigh from the bottom of their hearts. This confession is amazing. Yeah, Qin Mu is actually willing to spend money on the school beauty? It doesn't matter whether the money is spent or not. What matters is the thought. Just because the school beauty said it, Qin Mu actually went to learn painting. This kind of thought is incomparable to anything else. So what? How can ordinary people like us get involved with the school belle? Let me tell you, even if Qin Mu tries his best, he can't catch up with the school belle. Following Qin Mu's affectionate confession, the originally quiet library unconsciously became noisy. Although many people were moved by Qin Mu's affectionate confession, Jian Shuro still had a cold expression on her face. I told you, this has nothing to do with me. Also, you and I are not that close, so please don't call me by my first name from now on. After saying that, Jian Shura turned around and prepared to leave. Seeing Jian Shuru's usual indifference, Qin Mu could no longer sit still and quickly stood up. Everything I said is true. Classmate Jian Shuru, I really fell in love with you. Please don't reject me, even give me a chance. Qin Mu made up his mind. He had come this far and he would not give up until he got Jian Shuru. That's right. What Qin Mu just said was half true and half false. It's good that he spent 100,000 to hire a tutor, and it's also good that he really likes Jian Shuru. But what he liked was only Jian Shuru's body and the energy behind her. After all, Jian Shuru's family background is not simple. If he could get it for 100,000 yuan, he would probably laugh so hard that his nose would turn up to the sky. He had thought that Jian Shuru would reject him, but he didn't expect that Jian Shuru would reject him so decisively. He was even deprived of the right to call her name. This was a little hard for Qin Mu to accept, and for a moment he even wanted to grab Jian Shura directly. However, just as he was about to make a move, Jian Shura dodged to the side, her beautiful brows furrowed. Classmate. Please respect yourself. Qin Mu suddenly felt ashamed, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, but he still forced a smile. Classmate Jianshuru, please give me a chance. At this time, Mu had no other choice but to pretend to be sincere and beg Jianshuru. In his heart, he was gradually becoming dissatisfied with Jianshuru. This woman. Once he gets her, let us see how he deals with her. However, Jianshuru did not respond at all. She turned around and left, as if she did not want to stay for a moment. When the onlookers saw this scene, they immediately smiled in understanding. Look, what did I say? It's impossible for anyone to touch the heart of the school beauty. The way the school beauty rejects people is so beautiful. It turns out that the school beauty is not someone we can have any thoughts about. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. With all due respect, no one here deserves this honor. TSK. What honor? I've seen the school beauty smile. Even though she wasn't smiling at me, that smile alone is enough for me to brag about for the rest of my life. Laugh? You must be dreaming. How could the school beauty smile at mortals like us? However, before the onlookers finished their words, Jianshuru, who had just turned around to leave, stopped and looked towards a corner of the library. Jianshuru's face showed a smile that was completely different from the one just now. That smile was like a spring breeze blowing across the lake, making people feel refreshed. Gentle yet reserved. Bold yet subtle. Who has ever seen such a school beauty? No. For a moment, everyone was stunned. What's going on? The school beauty is actually smiling? And she's smiling so happily? I'm not dreaming. Pinch me. Ah. Damn it, where the hell are you pinching me? It hurts so much. I wasn't dreaming? The school beauty really smiled? After being sure that they were not dreaming, everyone turned their attention to the corner of the library. At this time, some sharp-eyed people had recognized Duan Jia. Holy crap, it's this guy. I remember his name was Duan something. Duan Jia? Yes, that's the guy. Damn, this guy is really lucky. He was chosen by the school beauty twice in a row and given milk tea. Later, it seems that he was also given pork rib soup. What? Just give it to me. It's like the school beauty lost in a game. That's right, but why do I feel like the school beauty is smiling at him? That's impossible. You must be dazzled. Let's raise some money and take you to see an eye doctor. Duan Jia was ashamed. These people really were. However, Jianshuru walked over with a smile and took Duan Jia's arm. Duan Jia, didn't you say you would return my milk tea? Why are you here in the library? Why not return a cup now? The moment Jianshuru came up to him, Duan Jia's body stiffened. This was the first time he was so close to the school beauty. The school beauty exudes a faint fragrance that is not pungent. He could even feel the warmth of the school beauty's skin. Damn, he's a gentleman. You must never do anything to let Xiao narrow down. But Jianshura had no intention of letting go, and she took his arm and walked out of the library. As soon as they left the library, Jianshura let go of Duan Jia's arm. Thank you so much, junior brother, for helping me solve a big problem. Jianshura said with sparkling eyes. The moment Jianshuru loosened his hand, feeling the gazes around him that seemed to cut him into pieces, Duan Jia deeply understood what it felt like to have fate strangle him. This is what I should do as a junior student. Senior, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Hey! Seeing Duan Jia running away frantically as if he was escaping for his life, Jianshura was really angry and amused. How can there be such a lovely man? Even the campus beauty Jane herself felt that she was falling. Perhaps this is the legendary saying that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. On this side, Duan Jia used all his strength to run back to the dormitory. He put his backpack away and tiptoed back to the bed. He posted the paintings he had drawn in the library on the website, and this time the target was still Kyoto University. Just when he was about to log out of his account, he found that many strange people had appeared under his first style work. But the number of likes and comments has increased a lot compared to before. Even the number of fans increased by hundreds. And this group of people seems to be organized. Could it be that someone is promoting themselves? Check in on WeChat Moments. +1 for checking in on Moments. Is this the work that the school beauty likes? It turns out that the school beauty has different tastes. Let's be honest, the school beauty must know this guy and come here specifically to promote him. To round it off, I have the same aesthetic taste as the school beauty. What the hell is a school belle? Does it have anything to do with your own work? Even just a few seconds ago, someone said that it was no wonder that the school beauty rejected the painting of the rich second generation, because the part-time jobs of these two people were worlds apart. Duan Jia was confused. Forget about the comments above. Why does the story of this library and the rich second generation seem so familiar? Isn't this what I just saw in the library? Could there be such a coincidence in the world? Could it be that the person the school beauty was talking about was me? Depend on. How did the school beauty know that she was the owner of this account? No. Duan Jia thought for a moment that it was impossible for the school beauty to know that the illustrator was him. I only told Xiao Nero about the account I registered. There is no way others would know. It seems that everything is just a coincidence. Duan Jia was relieved now. He didn't want to reveal his true identity yet, as it would not bring him much benefit. Chapter 21, Popular at the Academy of Fine Arts. Thinking of this, Duan Jia picked up his phone and sent a message to Xiao Nero. What's your girlfriend doing? She kept saying, I'm looking at my boyfriend's latest work. Duan Jia shouted out, how does the saying go? Love can make people feel happy. This is how Duan Jia feels now. Before meeting Xiao Nero, Duan Jia's life was boring, but when Xiao Nero came to him, Duan Jia experienced unprecedented happiness. Speaking of which, there's a strange thing. The school beauty actually saw my work and even posted it on her WeChat moments. Really? It seems like the school beauty of your school cares about you very much. Duan Jia looked at the screen of his mobile phone and felt a strong sense of jealousy. The school beauty doesn't know that's me, he said. Maybe she's paying attention to you because of you. After seeing this sentence, Duan Jia's doubts grew deeper and deeper, but then he dismissed the idea. It's absolutely impossible. The school beauty couldn't possibly know that I registered an account. I must be overthinking it. Jian Shura looked at the phone screen meaningfully. I have hinted at it so clearly time and time again, how come this stupid guy can't think of it? Could it be that I am using the wrong method? Sisters, I have forwarded another video on my WeChat moments. Please help forward it. Jian Shura said to her roommates. Why is it this person again, Shuru? I remember that you usually hate this kind of literary youth the most, right? Jian Shura was very excited after hearing this and immediately retorted, how can he be the same as others? The three of them were confused after hearing this. Why was it different? They had not forgotten that the school hunk from the Academy of Fine Arts had put a lot of effort into pursuing the school belle Jian, and had made a half-hour collection of works, which he happily sent to Jian Shuru. However, the school belle Jian said that she had sworn since she was 3 years old that she would never be with an artist because she thought they were too pretentious. The most handsome boy at the Academy of Fine Arts was devastated when he heard this. I heard that he didn't go out to class for a week. The one from the Academy of Fine Arts. Zhang Fong said. Jian Shuru immediately interrupted, it's different, okay? How can a master like this be compared with an unprofessional like that? Is the school beauty joking? Who could be more professional than someone majoring in fine arts? It turns out that school beauties are so brainless when it comes to chasing stars. Everyone sighed and said, okay, since the beautiful Jane has spoken, there is no reason for them not to forward it. The leisurely day passed very quickly, and the military training day for the students is about to begin again. Duan Jia frowned. Military training was too time-consuming. He didn't know how many paintings like this he could draw. It seems he has to think of a way. Duan Jiazhen was thinking about it when he heard what the people around him were discussing. Have you heard? Someone from the class next door broke his leg. The school doctor gave him a certificate saying he doesn't need to attend military training from today on. Fuck, this feels so good. Many people used illness as an excuse to not go to military training. TSK, how can you say that? My leg is broken. Then I would rather fall down from the building right now. There's no need to be so hard on yourself, brother. But this is indeed a good idea. Of course, he can't hurt his body just to avoid military training. He has already figured out what to do. Duan Jia took advantage of the time to rest and secretly ran back to the dormitory to take out his cell phone. He has been in poor health since childhood, his physical condition is much worse than that of ordinary people, and he always faints at the slightest provocation. His parents took him to the hospital for a checkup and discovered that he had hypoglycemia. Although it is not as serious as before, if I play the victim myself and get a certificate from the hospital, I am afraid there will be no problem. After a while, Duan Jia received a photo of the hospital certificate sent by his parents. He rushed to the school hospital without stopping. 10 minutes later, he came out. Duan Jia didn't expect it to be so smooth. It was easy to get the exemption from military training. Now I am no longer restricted by military training and I can enter and leave the school at any time to buy the equipment I need for painting. Without any hesitation, Duan Jia changed out of his military training uniform and left the school. Welcome. A sweet voice sounded. Xia Xingying looked up and saw Duan Jia standing at the door. The smile on his face immediately turned into surprise. Master! Why are you here? She immediately went to meet him. Why are you still here? Duan Jia asked. It should be class time now, but Duan Jia discovered that this girl had none of the worries of modern college students and stayed in the calligraphy and painting shop every day. Xia Xingying explained, there aren't many classes at the Academy of Fine Arts, so I work part-time here almost 5 days a week. Duan Jia originally wondered if she was in dire need of money, but then he thought it would be too rude to ask. He added, I'll pick out the paint, you go and do your thing. That won't do. The master is our VIP guest and should be entertained personally. She would follow Duan Jia no matter what. Ever since she added Duan Jia on WeChat, she would often ask this boy questions about painting. And the boy in front of him, who seemed to be younger than himself, could answer all of them. It's so awesome. She had never admired a boy so much. Duan Jia nodded indifferently. He wouldn't stay here for too long anyway. Duan Jia picked and chose, carefully choosing the brush that suited him, while Xia Xingying behind him kept chattering. Master, how can you find time to paint when you study so boringly every day? Master, have you shown extraordinary talent since childhood? Master, have you seen an account called Illustrator these days? It's from your school. Do you know this person? Duan Jia paused what he was doing, turned around and asked, Illustrator? Yes, our classmates have been watching his videos frequently recently, and they are very popular. Xia Xingying introduced enthusiastically. Have your videos been uploaded to the Academy of Fine Arts? Seeing Duan Jia remain silent, Xia Xingying added, but I think the master's painting is definitely 10,000 times better than his. Duan Jia's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. Does this girl know what she is talking about? Xia Xingying thought Duan Jia was angry, and immediately added, if you create an account, you'll become an overnight sensation. I swear. It's not known whether this girl is really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. Duan Jia can't wait to see how she will react after she knows that the illustrator is him. Really? Then I'll give you some good wishes. Duan Jia said lightly and left. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Duan Jia opened his account as usual after finishing his meal. Chapter 22. The illustrator was impersonated. As he expected, the video he posted yesterday had a higher click rate than the previous one. When Duan Jia checked the background data, he still found that students from Kyoto University accounted for the highest proportion, followed by the Academy of Fine Arts next door. The boss has updated again. From the school beauty circle of friends. Is this a student from our school's art department? And right under this comment, many people replied. Professor, we don't know either. It turns out the professor is also paying attention to this person. Looking at the replies under this comment, Duan Jia understood. This person is most likely a professor at the Faculty of Fine Arts, Kyoto University. Duan Jia expected that he could attract professors from the Academy of Fine Arts. His painting skills were already world-class, and he was sure that he would attract more domestic masters in the future. So he is very calm now. As Duan Jia continued to flip through the pages, he saw comments from students at the Academy of Fine Arts. Please tell me. Who is this great man from Kyoto University? Take my knees. This is too embarrassing. I've studied art for over 10 years, and my drawing isn't as good as an amateur's. Everyone, I must find this person. This technique can't be drawn on the first page of our college's major. All of them were voices of praise. But among these comments, we can still see many questioning voices. What impressed Duan Jia the most was the person with the ID called Kyoto Rich Second Generation. I don't know what deep hatred he has for me, but he is frantically flooding the comment section with comments. Isn't it just a few crappy paintings? Do you think you can attract the school beauty with that? This painting skill is incredible. It's not even as good as one of my fingers. Why does the school beauty keep forwarding your videos on WeChat moments? One day I will surpass you. Duanjia decided to ignore these comments. After all, who would waste time arguing with a doomed loser? Not worth it at all. Just as he was about to put down his phone and take a break, he heard a burst of noise from downstairs in the dormitory building. Who is the campus beauty looking for? It's probably that milk tea guy again. Oh, I actually guessed it a long time ago. Compared to the shock they felt before, the students of Kyoto University have now developed a strong mind. What's wrong with sending milk tea? What's wrong with sending pork rib soup? Apart from the meetings these days, the two people have no private interactions at all. This is the conclusion drawn by many people through special investigations. As long as the school beauty is not in a relationship, they still have hope. The school beauty is not in a relationship at all. As for how to explain the school beauty's abnormal behavior these days, they believe that the school beauty must have her own difficulties. Duanjia opened the window and looked downstairs, and unexpectedly saw the school beauty downstairs with a bowl of pork rib soup in her hand. Here it comes again, this was the first sentence that came to Duanjia's mind. One has to sigh at how terrible habit is. He can now remain calm even when the school beauty comes to give him gifts every day. Jian Shura seemed to have sensed something. She looked upstairs and made eye contact with Duanjia. Duanjia, come down quickly. Under the dim moonlight, the school beauty's smile is so deceptive. If it were an ordinary man, his soul would probably be taken away by him. But Duanjia was able to be immune to them one by one. But he has a girlfriend, so maintaining good male ethics is the key. Duanjia just put on a shirt and hurried downstairs. Thank you, school beauty. He took the bowl from the school beauty's hand very consciously. I'll watch you drink it. Jian Shura said with a smile. Ah. What is this requirement? You finish your drink now and I can take the bowl back to wash it. Why do I feel that this scene is a little sweet? Everyone saw shock in each other's eyes. Even though I have prepared myself mentally. They still couldn't accept that the school beauty would treat a boy like this. Has the school beauty started to become a good wife and mother? No, they couldn't accept what they saw. Duanjia understood. Okay, he no longer hesitated, tilted his head back and drank it in big gulps. I heard you don't have to do military training anymore. Yes. Duanjia replied. Humph, it took me a long time to find it. Jian Shura said in a slightly coquettish tone. But the man in front of her was a straight man. He just said, I think it's too much trouble. Senior sister, you don't have to come. After he finished speaking, he returned the bowl to Jian Shura and turned around and ran back to the dormitory building without hesitation. You! Jian Shura stomped her feet in anger, and her angry look made all the boys present agitated. No one can let the school beauty suffer any injustice. If that person shows up, he's going against all of them. Little did he know that Duanjia, who had already angered everyone, had fallen asleep early. Duanjia, who was sitting in front of the table, frowned as he looked at the link sent to him by Xiao Nairo. Are you saying this person is impersonating me? Duanjia typed. Yes. I'm so pissed. Duanjia clicked on the link and a homepage popped up. There is also a person called Illustrator. Even the avatar is the same. This is the bad thing about the TikTok platform. There are many users with the same name, which is also a major reason for the emergence of many fake accounts. Moreover, on the homepage of this fake illustrator, only 2 videos of Duanjia were copied. Perhaps to increase credibility, he released another work just an hour ago. He also stated that the 3 works on the homepage are his original creations, and hoped that everyone would not be deceived by fake accounts. Instead, he learned to turn the tables. Many people also raised questions. Which of the 2 accounts is the real one? What evidence does the blogger have to prove that you are the one being impersonated? Exactly. I think this guy's latest work isn't as amazing as the first 2. It's pretty ordinary. Don't let him be used as a tool. Unexpectedly, this fake illustrator made a harsh statement in the comment section. If you have the ability, then do some live drawing, otherwise you are impersonating me. Duanjia sneered, what kind of fool is this? How could he be sure that he couldn't draw? Xiao Nairo is still talking. We must teach this man a lesson. We can't let him go like this. Duanjia quickly comforted her, it's okay, baby. We won't argue with him. No, think about it. If this person continues to throw dirty water on you, won't you die unjustly? He might even do something bad in your name, and then it will be terrible. This does make sense, so why not just do a live broadcast myself? Who is afraid of whom? Duanjia immediately found the coffee shop closest to the school. Bring the baseball cap you prepared in advance. Chapter 23 Live Drawing. He wasn't ready to reveal his identity yet. Duanjia came to a private room in the coffee shop and spread out the painting supplies he had just brought. Then he picked up the stand he had just prepared and placed the phone on the table. He spent a long time adjusting the camera to ensure that the painting on the table could be captured, while he lowered his head. After making sure that his face could not be seen, Duanjia felt relieved. The live broadcast on the Douyin platform is not only visible to his own fans, but anyone can watch Duanjia's live broadcast. Before the live broadcast started, Duanjia took out his cell phone to tell Xiao Neru, "Baby, I'm going to go live soon." "Okay." Xiao Neru replied immediately. Duanjia took a deep breath and turned on the live broadcast. He lowered his head, said nothing, silently spread out the drawing paper, and then picked up the drawing paper next to the table. To be honest, he was a little nervous about this live broadcast, but he was still very confident in his painting skills, so he didn't care about the provocation of the fake illustrator at all. Duanjia becomes very serious once he gets into the state. He lowered his head and thought. When it comes to painting, everyone believes that as long as the painting looks like the real thing, it's fine. But in fact, it is not the case. A true work of art cannot be defined by these things alone. What he needs to do now is to create a work that can be understood by the public without lowering the quality of the entire work. And for his current skills, such works are actually very easy to create. Suddenly, an idea came to him and he picked up his pen and started painting. What he didn't know was that during the time he was thinking with his head down, the number of people in the live broadcast room had reached several thousand. All the credit for this comes from a forwarding by the school beauty. A few minutes ago, Jian Shuro suddenly forwarded a live broadcast link on her moments. As the school Belle's die-hard fans, they naturally wouldn't miss this great opportunity and left comments below. Does the school beauty also like to watch live broadcasts? Why is it this person again? It seems that the school beauty really likes the paintings drawn by this person. School Belle, I'm in. Don't you think the school beauty has been acting a little abnormal these days? And something even more unusual happened. The usually arrogant school beauty actually said something in the comments section that surprised everyone. Classmates, this is a live broadcast by an author I really like. Please go and support me. I would be very grateful. The lethality of this sentence is simply too great. Do they dare not complete the task that the school beauty asks them to do? With just one word from the school beauty, they can go through fire and water. It's worth doing anything for the school beauty. Therefore, after Jian Shuru posted that circle of friends, the number of people watching Duanjia's live broadcast soared rapidly. Almost all the students of Kyoto University came to watch the live broadcast of this man called Illustrator. Why doesn't this person show his face? I have to keep it secret. Can you understand what he's drawing? I don't quite understand. Didn't someone say it was from our school? Duanjia didn't know that everyone in the live broadcast comments was discussing him. I saw him sitting upright, writing with his brush. Wherever the brush goes, there is grace, and the whitened joints revealed his concentration at the moment. Various colors of paint are interspersed on the originally pure white paper, and endless meaning is hidden in each line. Duanjia occasionally stopped writing, and the entire live broadcast room was silent, echoing with the sound of pen rubbing against paper. Just when everyone was constantly refreshing their screens, an uninvited guest appeared. I saw a person named Illustrator directly provoking in the barrage. You're the fake one again. I don't know why the school beauty likes someone like you. Come and PK if you dare. Why aren't you talking? Are you scared? Because the name of this person's account was very eye-catching and kept appearing on the screen, it immediately attracted the attention of other people watching the live broadcast. Who is this person? Oh, I saw him before. He said in his video that this current streamer is impersonating him. No way, this person is also from our school? Another follower of the school beauty. If the anchor is really talented, what's the harm in competing with him? At that time, Duanjia had already finished a quarter of the painting. He stretched his neck, adjusted the angle of the camera, and took a look at the live broadcast. I saw that the fake illustrator had been shouting in his live broadcast room for a long time. He sneered. He had never taken this person seriously from the beginning. Moreover, judging from what he just said, Duan Jia guessed that this person was most likely the rich second generation who gave the painting to the school beauty in the library that day. There is a PK rule on the Douyin platform. You only need to initiate a PK application to the other party. If the other party agrees, then both parties can conduct interactive PK on the same screen. Duan Jia immediately sent a PK request to the other party. The call was picked up immediately. Two images appeared on the screen at the same time, and neither party showed their faces. TSK, the guy opposite is not stupid. After the two were connected, the opponent started to attack crazily. Looks like he's still a man. But don't even think about defeating me. Why aren't you talking? Are you scared? Duan Jia was speechless. This rich second generation was slightly better at talking. He was afraid that if he didn't say something, he would keep talking. Let's get started. He typed 3 words. Humph, why are you pretending to be so cool? Do you think you can attract the attention of the school beauty like this? Duan Jia finally couldn't help rolling his eyes. He ignored what the man said, pointed his phone camera at the table, and after making sure that everyone could see him, he picked up the pen without hesitation. He quickly got into the state, and his aura was as calm as a master. On the other hand, the person on the opposite side was in a panic before he adjusted the camera. Some people have already complained in the live broadcast room. Fuck, is this even possible? They've already started painting and you're not ready yet. Is there still a need for a PK? I think the winner is already decided. Can anyone who is admired by a goddess be wrong? He is overestimating his own abilities. Of course, there are also some people who hold a neutral view, and these people are basically people majoring in fine arts at Kyoto University. As the popularity of Duan Jia's live broadcast continues to soar, there were also many people who came in after seeing it on the homepage, especially those majoring in fine arts. Isn't this the blogger I've been following? Why are you suddenly live streaming? Why aren't you showing your face? Friends, come and learn from this blogger. His professional skills are incredible. Stop bragging. I want to see if it's really as amazing as you say. Exactly. He doesn't even dare to show his face. Maybe he's just an amateur. The live broadcast room and the outside world formed 2 different worlds. It was noisy on one side and very quiet on the other. If one observes carefully, one will find that Duan Jia has not moved since he started painting. Except for a pair of hands. Chapter 24. This illustrator looks familiar. And just when everyone was discussing who would win, a very eye-catching comment appeared. Come on. I believe in you. These 6 short words caused the entire live broadcast room's comments to freeze for a few seconds. The reason is simple. This person with the 3 big words Jin Shuro on his head suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. In an instant, the entire live broadcast room was silent, and even the man who claimed to be a real illustrator stopped writing. Only Duan Jia still seemed isolated from the world, still holding the pen in his hand and refusing to stop for a second. It's the school bell, guys. What are you so excited about upstairs? It's the campus beauty's promotion. It's only natural for her to see it. I'm not lying to you, campus belle. I'm really watching. TSK, who isn't? Originally, everyone was watching the live broadcast of the PK between the two, but now it has turned into everyone rushing to prove to the school beauty that they have seen it. The real illustrator on this side immediately lost his composure after seeing the words sent by the school beauty. He began typing frantically in the live broadcast room. Is the school beauty here to watch my live broadcast? When I finish this painting, I will give it to the school beauty personally. In the girls' dormitory, Jin Shuro frowned as she read these 2 sentences. It's incomprehensible why she would accept the painting from this person. I don't even know him. She decided to ignore this person and stared intently at the man painting in the live broadcast room. It turns out that a person's hands can be so beautiful. Oh my god, what should she do? She has completely fallen in love with this man. So, the campus beauty Jane, who had turned into a fangirl, immediately logged out of this account and logged into another account of her own. She sent up several big rockets without hesitation. The majestic rockets soared into the sky in Duan Jia's live broadcast room. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Isn't this a new account? Even if this illustrator is very talented, it is just a new account that has only been opened for a few days. Although the number of fans is growing rapidly, it stands to reason that there shouldn't be any die-hard fans. The people in the live broadcast room were all poor college students and had never seen such a scene before. While everyone was silent, the big rocket continued to occupy the entire screen at the rate of 1 per second. Damn, this is so inhumane. Have you counted the rockets? No, there are at least a dozen of them, right? I'm so envious. How can I get rewarded just for drawing on paper? Is this what you call casual painting? The appearance of this mysterious boss directly dominated the #1 spot in the live broadcast room. And some people discovered that this big boss seemed to be a girl. A girl named Zayanara. This aroused everyone's curiosity. Anyone who can have so much money must be from a very good family. It would be fine if it was a man, but the key is that this person is a girl. Everyone then remembered that the illustrator was also at Kyoto University. Could it be my girlfriend? That must be my girlfriend. Everyone shed tears of envy. Look at him, he is also a student of Kyoto University, he has created an account at such a young age, he is so talented, and he has such a rich girlfriend. This must be because I saved the galaxy in my previous life. Let's not compete with the guy over there, his girlfriend is here to support him. Ha 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 ha, that's right, let's retreat quickly. Don't say that. Please respect others, okay? But his painting doesn't seem to be that good. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's attention was drawn to what this person said. There were only a few crooked lines hidden in the entire drawing paper, and the pattern formed by the lines was filled with red. No one could understand what he was painting. Family members, can you understand what this painting is about? Excuse my ignorance, but is this a new style? Don't be ridiculous, I think it's Syrian style. Ha 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 ha, let's publish a book upstairs. Faced with the ridicule from everyone on the barrage, the so-called illustrator couldn't hold back anymore. How could he bear such humiliation? You guys don't understand, this is art. If you don't like it, just go away. I'm just talking to a cow. As long as the school beauty can understand it. He said this with great confidence. Classmate, I don't understand it either. Immediately afterwards, under his comment, Gen Shuro spoke again. These 11 simple words express the irony. Ha ha. Finally, I see the school beauty arguing with someone again. I love you, school beauty. The reason why the campus beauty of Jin University is so popular is not only because of her angelic beauty, but also because of her sometimes cold and sometimes playful personality. This kind of personality that is different from the usual one that is revealed inadvertently is simply a straight man killer. Who wouldn't want to have such a perfect girlfriend? I don't want to be a man. The man obviously didn't expect that the school beauty would be so disrespectful to him. Although he couldn't see her face, he could still feel the shame and anger overflowing from the screen. As the live broadcast time increased, Duanji's PK immediately spread to a wide area. Xia Xingying was lying on the bed, watching TikTok videos. As a student at an art academy, her account feeds were mostly filled with art videos. Just as she was about to log out, a message suddenly popped up on the platform. The title is very eye-catching. A showdown between real and fake illustrators. The boss sends 10 rockets, and the school beauty lends her support. Who will finally take home the title? TSK, that's really interesting. The titles of certain audio programs have always been so eye-catching. Xia Xingying couldn't resist her curiosity and immediately clicked on the live broadcast link. Isn't this the account of that illustrator who's so popular at their school? Why is he live streaming? When she entered, a man wearing a hat was sitting there quietly, and the screen was filled with the paintings he had drawn. She studied fine arts, so she naturally knew whether this person's painting was professional or not. She was immediately attracted by the painting in front of her. After watching for a while, something even more shocking happened. This hand, why does it look so familiar? It's not that she is sensitive, but because of her profession, she is very sensitive and able to grasp everything. With just a few glances, she can remember all the details of what she sees, of course, provided she wants to remember. And the hand of the man in the live broadcast room. It really looks like that master. If she remembered correctly, the master had a very obvious black mole in the middle of the back of his right hand. Exactly the same position as the man in the live broadcast room. And look at the various paints and papers used here, they are all sold by the calligraphy and painting shop where she works. Chapter 25. Are you alone? Could it be that this illustrator and the master are actually the same person? She remembered, no wonder she looked so joking when she mentioned illustrator that day. It turned out that he was the illustrator. Xia Xingying became inexplicably excited. She thought that the painting she had done that day in the calligraphy and painting shop was the limit of this great era, but she didn't expect that the popular illustrator in recent days was actually him. How talented must he be to have the entire internet paying attention to him? And as a student, the master has already reached such a high level. Xia Xingying suddenly felt inferior. But why would the master broadcast live? In her opinion, the master should not let others know his identity. She observed carefully and noticed that there was another person in this live broadcast room. And I am also painting. Combined with the comments in the live broadcast room, it is easy to guess that the two are competing. It turns out that this person said that the master was impersonating him, but in fact he was the illustrator. Depend on. Xia Xingying couldn't help but swear, master is not that kind of person at all, okay? Moreover, with his level, even the students of the fine arts department of her overseas university would respectfully call him master. Seeing Duan Jia being bullied like this, Xia Xingying couldn't sit still anymore. She had to think of something. Then, a live broadcast link suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the forum of the Academy of Fine Arts. A name that shocked everyone appeared in the forum. A famous illustrator on TikTok is live streaming. Students, go check it out. After typing this sentence, Xia Xingying immediately returned to the live broadcast page. He couldn't miss the master's live teaching. The group of people left on the Academy of Fine Arts forum were in an uproar. Brothers, that was the school beauty just now, right? Why did school beauty Xia suddenly appear on the forum? Doesn't she never play on it? Who cares? Didn't the school beauty say this was a live broadcast by an illustration master? Let's go, we can still learn something. That's right, don't waste time, just go in. Thanks to the help of another school beauty, the number of viewers in Duan Jia's live broadcast room has reached tens of thousands. Everyone was wondering who could have made the campus beauty of Kyoto Anaha Academy of Fine Arts so interested in him. Looking at it this way, it really lives up to its reputation. With so many people coming in, the fake illustrator thought it was his own painting skills that attracted so many people, so he immediately put down his pen and started typing. Thank you so much for coming. Don't worry, I will definitely defeat this imposter. Everyone can follow the anchor and send gifts. This person was still talking self-righteously, but he didn't know that these words would instantly label him as shameless in the eyes of the people watching the live broadcast. Nowadays, there are people who actively ask for global rewards. How confident do they have to be? You must know that you must be cautious when speaking on the internet. Otherwise you won't know why you were criticized. Who is this? Why is he so shameless? Damn, I was so scared. If he hadn't spoken, I wouldn't have even remembered this person. Isn't this a PK? Are these two people on the same level? This makes a lot of sense. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this person who claims to be a real illustrator has very poor drawing skills. An hour into the live broadcast, the illustrator hadn't even finished half of his work. Not only that, the painting can be described as a hodgepodge. It was so dazzling that it blinded everyone in the live broadcast room. From this perspective, the gap between the two sides is not a small one. It's like one is in heaven and the other is in hell. No, there is no way to compare the two people. Due to the continuous influx of students from the Academy of Fine Arts, this live broadcast, which was originally intended to be entertaining, immediately turned into a large-scale professional exchange meeting. Many people admired this man who only spoke one sentence in an hour. For a whole hour, he sat here quietly. The brush in my hand never stops. And the master's painting is about to come to an end. Everyone in the live broadcast room was waiting for this moment. Not only that, some people have been recording the screen with their mobile phones after entering the live broadcast room, so that they can learn the master's painting skills after the live broadcast ends. At this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room has exceeded 50,000. Among these 50,000 people, there were not only students from Kyoto University and the Academy of Fine Arts, but also anyone who happened to see this live broadcast was impressed by Duan Jia's superb painting skills. I got it by chance. Are young people nowadays so amazing? Decisive attention. Compared to this other person is a bit too miserable. The ignored fake illustrator has long been disturbed by the comments and has no time to paint anymore. But even so, he was still very confident in his paintings, and he said it shamelessly. Don't be fooled by this person. Please believe me. I am the real illustrator. But unexpectedly, Jin Shuru, who had been silent the whole time, retorted back. My dear classmate, we are not without eyes. We can tell who draws well at a glance. Immediately following, Xia Xingying immediately followed suit. I advise you not to overestimate your own abilities. The public has a keen eye. With two school beauties present, the already one-sided crowd felt even more sympathetic towards Duanjia's situation. Look, what a poor classmate. He is so talented yet still gets smeared by others. As a result, the crowd was excited. Some people started calling for him to get out of the live broadcast room because he refused to cooperate with the master PK. Seeing that everyone was helping each other, the fake illustrator had no room to interrupt. This means he can leave with his work in disgrace. After Duanjia finished painting, he found that he was the only one left in the entire live broadcast room. No, I was the only one still painting. The guy who clamored to fight me to the end is no longer here. He was surprised to find that his live broadcast had topped the local hot list. The number of viewers is among the top 10 in the country. What happened? Duanjia couldn't imagine that he had only been painting for more than an hour. Before the broadcast started, he never thought that this live broadcast would be so popular. Duanjia only regarded it as a very normal PK. Now that the PK is over, no matter how much popularity this live broadcast brings him, now is not the time to show his face. Master has finished painting. Is this a new painting style? As expected of a school beauty, she has such good taste. Isn't she the modern-day Van Gogh? That's not an exaggeration at all. He's from our school, so I'm a little proud to tell others about it. Looking at these comments, Duanjia instantly caught the word school beauty. Chapter 26. No matter how difficult it is, I will still be favored. School belle? Could it be that the campus beauty Jane is also watching his live broadcast? But I didn't tell anyone except Xiao Naru that I would be doing a live broadcast today. Did you get it by chance? Come to think of it, it can only be because of this reason, otherwise the school belle can't predict the future, right? The purpose of today's live broadcast is just to prove that I am the real illustrator. Now that the goal has been achieved, I can turn off the live broadcast now. Duanjia turned the camera of his mobile phone away, then stood up and turned off the live broadcast. In an instant, Duanjia felt that the world became much quieter. Although this painting was not difficult for him, it was the first time for him to paint under the gaze of tens of thousands of people. However, he really likes this feeling. As usual, Duanjia took a picture of the painting he had just finished and uploaded it to his account. He just took a casual look at it and found that this live broadcast really brought him huge traffic. Now he has 100,000 followers. Duanjia took a deep breath. 100,000. Less than a week after I registered this account, it already had 100,000 followers, and I did this without any investment. This was something he could not have anticipated at all. It seems that the internet is simply a great place to accumulate popularity. Originally, Duanjia just wanted to test the waters, but now it seems that he can continue to gain traffic and accumulate popularity in this way. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening when Duanjia returned to the dormitory. Duanjia, where have you been? As soon as Duanjia entered the room, his roommate rushed over and asked him. For a moment, Duanjia felt a little guilty. After all, he had been out for so long, it would be strange if his roommate didn't become suspicious. Nothing. I was just too free, so I went out for a walk. He made up an excuse. Hearing him say this, the three of them spoke with great envy. Damn, you're really attracting hatred. Your life is too comfortable, isn't it? Yeah, first the school beauties brought you milk tea and pork rib soup, and now you're even exempted from military training. From now on, you will live a fairy-like life. Duanjia looked at his three roommates with a mixture of laughter and tears. Although they said so, Duanjia knew that they would not do anything to hurt him. You guys are exaggerating, aren't you? Hey, Duanjia, you have no idea how shocking something happened today. What? Duanjia asked anxiously. He was lying on the bed, turning on his cell phone, ready to send a message to Xiao Naru. The school beauty forwarded a live broadcast link on her WeChat moments today, and almost everyone in our school watched it. Duanjia immediately looked up after hearing this and asked, did the school beauty forward this? No way, Duanjia, you didn't miss it, did you? Facing his roommate's questioning gaze, Duanjia rubbed his nose and said unconfidently, "Of course I saw it." "Didn't you say that almost everyone in the school saw it?" "Yes. This live broadcast link has directly become popular in everyone's circle of friends." Duanjia smiled awkwardly. "Really?" Listening to others talking about their own affairs, Duanjia felt a strange feeling in his heart. My roommate here was still talking non-stop. No wonder the school beauty kept recommending it to me. That illustrator is awesome. I heard she's from our school. Duanjia, you have to be careful. Fatty Chen looked at Duanjia with a wicked smile. Duanjia was puzzled. What should I be careful about? The campus beauty might fall in love with someone else, and your position will be in jeopardy. After all, she is so talented. Go away and stop talking nonsense. Duanjia threw a pillow over. Ouch, you're so cruel. Go! 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 Duanjia waved his hand and drove Fatty Chen away. What do you mean by falling in love with someone else? That's just him. It's just that the school beauty doesn't know it. Duanjia once again lamented how fate always played tricks on him. He didn't want to have any contact with the school beauty anymore. What would happen if Xiao Nara knew about this? When he thought of Xiao Naru, Duanjia immediately took out his cell phone and sent a message to her. "Baby, the live broadcast is over. I'm back to the dormitory. I watched the live broadcast, it was absolutely amazing, my boyfriend absolutely blew that guy away." Looking at Xiao Naru's cheerful tone, Duanjia suddenly felt that everything he had done was worth it. Besides proving that I am a real illustrator, wasn't it also for the sake of making little Nairo happy that I spent so much time? Now you have the best of both worlds, it's simply too wonderful. As long as you're happy, baby. He couldn't help but smile. Xiao Naru immediately replied, "I heard that your school beauty also watched your live broadcast?" After seeing these words, the smile on Duanjia's face stopped abruptly. He felt hopeless. Just now, he had been praying that the news of the campus beauty watching his live broadcast would not spread out, but now it seemed that everything about the campus beauty of Jian University always spread so quickly. Duanjia once again hated this damn internet. Even though he thought so, Duanjia immediately went to explain to Xiao Nairo, "My dear wife, I swear, I really don't know why she came to watch my live broadcast. Have you ever thought that the school beauty actually knew it was you and that's why she went to see you?" Seeing this, Duanjia fell into deep thought. He had also guessed what Xiao Nara said in his mind, but the conclusion he came to was that the probability of such a thing happening was almost zero. How is that possible? How could the school beauty know that she was the illustrator? Even if a sow can climb a tree one day, it is completely impossible. "Stop kidding," he sent. "I'm not kidding, think about it carefully. I know you're jealous, baby. Don't worry, you're the only one in my heart." Looking at these 6 points, Duanjia was silent. What does this mean? Did I say something wrong again? Before he could explain, Xiao Naru sent another message. "I'm going to sleep, good night." Duanjia read out the unusual meaning in these 5 simple words. When a girl says good night without any warning, this is definitely more than just the literal meaning. As a model of contemporary male virtue, how could Duanjia not see it? "You have to coax me. Baby, I was wrong. I know you're angry. That school beauty isn't even as pretty as you. In my heart, she's not even as good looking as you." Duanjia was still talking frantically, but he didn't realize that the more he talked, the more mistakes he made. In the girls' dormitory on the other side, Jian Shura stared at her phone and gritted her teeth. This straight man, does he know what he is doing? It's hard for me to keep guiding him. I'm such a fool. She was furious. But on second thought, I have to spoil the man I chose no matter how difficult it is. Chapter 27: The identity of the illustrator must be kept secret. Tonight is destined to be an extraordinary night for everyone. Because this grand live broadcast has already caused a huge wave in various universities. Not only students, but even teachers are looking for the identity of this Kyoto University student who has disappeared without a trace. What is your major? Why do you have such great artistic skills? Why don't you want to show your face? This series of questions lingers in everyone's mind. Some teachers have even made a bold statement that they will find this genius even if they have to dig deep into the ground. Maybe this person is right next to us. Professor, do you think it's possible that this isn't a student from our art department? No matter what major the student is in, I'm determined to get this person. Then we have to find the person first, right? This makes a lot of sense. Even if these teachers want to find this person, they only know that he is a student of Kyoto University and nothing else. It is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Not only the teachers from Kyoto University were looking for Duan Jia, but even people from the neighboring Academy of Fine Arts began to pay attention to this matter. Why are there so many talented people at Kyoto University? Exactly. I remember the last forum incident. Weren't they also students from Kyoto University? Humph, no matter what, we are a fine arts school, we can't let them outdo us. This illustrator is a rare talent. It would be great if we could recruit him to our school. The person involved, Duan Jia, was still sleeping soundly in the dormitory. When he opened his eyes, it was already dawn. When Duan Jia woke up, all his roommates had gone out for military training. He sat at the table and looked at his cell phone. The illustrator's homepage was clearly visible on the phone screen. After yesterday's live broadcast, the illustrator's fans soared to 100,000. And that's not all. Duan Jia's live broadcast yesterday was recorded by someone and uploaded to the internet. This guy is so quiet, and he looks pretty handsome when he's seriously drawing. +1, even though I can't see his face clearly, his aura is definitely different. Compared to this, the people competing against him are just trash, right? There aren't many young people who are so calm these days. Looking at these comments, I secretly decided to continue this live broadcast method. There is no way around it. Since self-media is so popular nowadays, if you want to be famous, you must have your own ideas. And having ideas also requires talent. What I have to do now is to continue to accumulate popularity. Only with popularity can I become more and more famous. Each of Duan Jia's current works is in the top 3 of the hot list, which means that the number of fans of this account will continue to increase within a certain period of time. Not only that, more and more people want to find Duan Jia through private messages. Some people's questions are also very strange. You are so powerful, could it be that you traveled through time? Stop being mysterious and tell me who you are. Brother, you are not my roommate, right? Duan Jia laughed. How big were these people's imaginations? They actually thought they were right next to them. But it's true, maybe you've actually seen it when fighting for food in the cafeteria. But none of this matters, Duan Jia simply ignores these comments. At this moment, he understood very well that temporary fame did not mean anything. In today's era, if one did not have his own characteristics, he would soon be forgotten by people. What's more, art requires people with their own ideas. There are many people with ideas, and the ability to maintain stable updates is also an important factor for success. Thinking of this, Duan Jia immediately put on his school bag, picked up his painting tools, and headed straight to the calligraphy and painting shop outside the school. Now everyone is staring at me with eager eyes. If I reveal any flaws at this time, my reputation may be in jeopardy, so the calligraphy and painting shop outside the school is the best choice. There are few people and it is quiet there, so he wants to make it his long-term painting base. As soon as he entered the door, Duan Jia felt a white shadow blowing past him. Master! You're here! A bright female voice spread in Duan Jia's ears. Duan Jia was stunned for a few seconds. Looking at the girl in front of him with a bright smile, he was a little stunned. Damn, it was a good thing that he didn't have a heart disease, otherwise he would be lying on a stretcher now. How come this girl appears and disappears so mysteriously? Duan Jia smiled at her politely and walked straight to the quietest corner of the store. There are few people here now, so he has to finish it quickly, otherwise there will be too many people later and it will be troublesome. Xia Xingying didn't care when she saw Duan Jia was cold towards her. Master! That's totally understandable. She ran to Duan Jia and said excitedly, Master, I watched your live broadcast yesterday. It was absolutely amazing. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, Duan Jia immediately raised his head. His face was filled with disbelief. What live broadcast? Damn, that's impossible. I didn't show up yesterday. It's the live broadcast of your PK yesterday. Duan Jia almost gasped. How could this happen? He had been so careful. He immediately looked around and whispered, how can you tell it's mine? This is totally unscientific. Duan Jia still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. You have a mole on the back of your right hand. I noticed it in the calligraphy and painting shop that day. Xia Xingying also whispered. Duan Jia immediately lowered his head. There really was a mole. If Xia Xingying could find out, what about others? Will you find out too? Will my roommate find out? This series of questions hit Duan Jia's mind directly. What a negligence! Have you told anyone? He asked immediately. Xia Xingying immediately shook her head and held up 3 fingers. I swear, I haven't told anyone. Duan Jia immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Seeing Duan Jia's expression recover, Xia Xingying immediately took credit. Master, I know you don't want others to know. Don't worry, I will definitely not tell anyone. She said it very confidently. Can you believe what she said? Duan Jia hesitated in his heart, then said, Tell me, what do you want to ask me? Xia Xingying didn't expect that the boy in front of her could see through her thoughts at a glance. She scratched her head embarrassedly and said, Master, I've kept it a secret for you. Can you teach me? She clasped her hands together and looked pitiful. I have to say that the public has a sharp eye. Whether it is Jian Shuru from Kyoto University or Xia Xingying from the Academy of Fine Arts, their looks are top-notch. They are impeccable beauties, no wonder both seniors and juniors are crazy about them. Okay. Duan Jia sighed silently. He never expected that one day someone would have something against him. Xia Xingying's eyes immediately lit up, and even her tone was tinged with joy. Really? Chapter 28. Did the illustrator plagiarize? Of course, I keep my word. Duan Jia lowered his head and fiddled with his painting materials. Thank you, master. Xia Xingying was so moved that she seemed to be crying. Duan Jia was afraid that if she stayed by his side any longer, she would attract a large crowd of people again. So I had to say, student, I'm going to start painting. When Xia Xingying heard this, she immediately stood up and said solemnly, Okay, master, I promise not to disturb you. After saying that, he slipped away without waiting for Duan Jia's reaction. Is this really the school beauty from the art academy next door? He felt that with the other person's IQ, it was impossible for him to imagine that she was one of the top 3 beauties in her major. Duan Jia shook his head and thought, forget it, don't think about it anymore. A lot of time has passed since he came to the calligraphy and painting shop, he needs to hurry up. Duan Jia found that he was becoming more and more proficient in the use of painting techniques, and even professional structures had begun to appear in his mind. It feels like I have really studied art systematically. What is the reality? He had never received a single day of art education since he was a child. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh that this system was really awesome. It can turn an art idiot into what others call a genius or master. As time went by, Duan Jia spent less and less time painting, but the quality of his works did not decrease. Instead, it tended to gradually improve. Pa! As the paintbrush fell, Duan Jia moved his neck and stretched. Finally done. This was his 4th work, and all he needed to do was repeat the previous uploading method. Duan Jia looked up at his watch and saw that 3 hours had passed since he left school. It's time to go back. Duan Jia stood up and prepared to pack up and go back to school. He had just packed his things into his backpack when he saw another figure flash before his eyes. He held his forehead and said helplessly, I said you are performing a Chinese ghost story. Xia Xingying naturally heard that Duan Jia was teasing her, so she said, I'm just afraid that you'll slip away when I'm not paying attention. Is he so obscene? You think too much. I will slip away openly. Oh, let's not talk about this, master. We have already agreed on this. You can't go back on your word. I, Duan Jia, have never broken my word. Okay. It's a deal then. How about you come here every Saturday to give me extra lessons? She added, Don't worry. I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage of small things. I will pay you. There's no need for money. After Duan Jia finished speaking, he left without looking back. Hey! Xia Xingying looked at the boy's back as he walked away and couldn't help but sigh, how could there be such a perfect man in the world? As soon as Duan Jia stepped into the school gate, he found that everyone in the entire campus seemed to be whispering about something. Hey, did you guys look? I didn't find him to be that kind of person. Yeah, no wonder you don't dare show your face. Can you believe this? I ask you, it seems a little fake. Who knows? We, as spectators, should just enjoy the melon. The more Duan Jia listened, the more he felt something was wrong. How come the school is here after I'd only been gone for a few hours? What happened? Duan Jia's intuition told him that he might be involved in this matter. So he found the school's milk tea shop and deliberately sat next to a group of female college students. I never thought he would have so much negative information. That's right. I was just imagining him as a handsome and talented young man yesterday. Is he worthy of being called an illustrator? Illustrator? Duan Jia immediately perked up. Sure enough, they were discussing him. He immediately took out his cell phone and logged into his account. As soon as he logged in, information came flooding in, and Duan Jia's private messages doubled. And many comments are added under the comments of each video. But these comments, basically all of them are bad reviews. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. That's right, get out of the painting circle. I'm afraid this person isn't from Kyoto University? There's no way we have someone like you in our school. These comments were incomprehensible and Duan Jia was confused. What on earth had happened? He was very calm at the moment. Duan Jia knew very well how terrible online violence was. What he had to do now was to quickly catch the mastermind behind it. So who is it? Just as he was thinking, he received a text message from Xiao Neru. Duan Jia, look at this. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Neru sent a message of understanding. Duan Jia clicked in without hesitation. The headline is very eye-catching. Illustrator with 100,000 followers, is he a genius from heaven or a famous ghost? This title is very clear and simple. At first glance, you might think this person is asking the public to judge for themselves, but he's actually implying that the illustrator has plagiarized someone else's work. Duan Jia suppressed his anger and clicked on it. The article was about 1,000 words long. He first explained that he was just an ordinary person who loved painting very much, and then said that he was attracted by the illustrator's talent in the beginning. But then he changed his tone and said that he knew people in the calligraphy and painting circles and had enough evidence to prove that the illustrator had actually plagiarized other people's paintings. And posted the picture below. On the left is the work of the illustrator, and on the right is the work of the so-called plagiarized person. This is a very targeted article. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that all the evidence and words point directly at the illustrator being a plagiarist. He himself has no artistic talent at all. When this article was published, everyone was shocked. Many people chose to believe this article and launched wanton attacks on Duan Jia's work. So you're just a plagiarist. If you don't have that much talent, don't try to show off. It's really embarrassing for Kyoto University. Ha, I told you there's definitely something wrong with this guy. How could someone be so talented? Of course, there are also a small number of people who still remain rational and choose to remain neutral. Don't you think this article is extremely timely? Don't take sides, just eat melons rationally. This article is full of loopholes. Is the author the one who plagiarized it? Come out if you can. Yeah, but don't use us as guns. Looking at these endless comments, Duan Jia felt tired. Who would go to so much trouble to hire so many internet trolls to discredit him? He really couldn't understand it. Duan Jia, what should we do now? These people are such fence-sitters. They don't have a single stand of their own. Duan Jia immediately comforted him. It's okay, baby. Since it has already happened, I have a way to solve it. Don't worry. Don't worry. I will never let anyone bully you. Duan Jia was stunned after seeing this sentence. This feeling of being protected is really intoxicating. Chapter 29. Find the person who framed me. But as a man, if he still needs a woman's protection, what kind of man is he? But as a freshman, who on earth has such a deep hatred towards me? Duan Jiasi thought about it and there was only one person. That was the person who had impersonated him. Duan Jia had guessed before that this person might be the rich second generation who harassed the school beauty in the library that day, but he had no evidence after all, so it was impossible for him to rashly question others. Similarly, he also needed to produce evidence. Before he knew it, Duan Jia had returned to the dormitory. Duan Jia, you missed another piece of gossip. Duan Jia felt very tired today. Listening to these gossips about himself every day, he had an indescribable feeling in his heart. I know, the illustrator's reputation has collapsed. Duan Jia said self-deprecatingly. Hey, how come you're so well informed all of a sudden? Is it difficult? Everyone in the school is talking about it now. His roommate didn't notice Duan Jia's unusual mood and pulled him aside, saying, I heard that all his paintings were plagiarized. TSK, that's true. There aren't that many geniuses in the world. Hey fatty, don't talk nonsense. What if someone is behind this? That's right, for things like this we just have to watch and have fun. Hearing his roommate say this, Duanja really wanted to give him a big hug on the spot. I'm so fucking touched. It seems that there is true love in the world. But perhaps because the person who framed Duanja was so cruel, he posted another article on the platform that night. The article explains that the illustrator not only plagiarized other people's paintings, but was not actually from Kyoto University. It is discrediting the people of Kyoto University. As soon as this article was published, the first people to get angry were the students of Kyoto University. Who would want someone to discredit their school? Anyone who sees it would be angry, and the framers took advantage of this point. First, stir up the emotions of all the students at Kyoto University, and then slowly exaggerate the incident. Now the entire Kyoto University forum is filled with posts cursing the illustrator. These hot-blooded college students can say anything. If we allow this matter to develop, it will be difficult to control. I'm so angry. These people are putting accusations on you without any reason. Shao Naru said angrily. Don't let me catch this guy, or I'll teach him a lesson. Don't be afraid, I have a way. Looking at the message sent by his girlfriend, Duanja would be lying if he said he wasn't touched. Even after such a big thing happened to him, little Naru was still willing to believe him. Baby, I can handle this, you don't have to worry about me. After Duanja said this, he lay on the bed and reviewed everything that had happened in the past few days. It is actually very easy to find loopholes in this matter. He decided to post a clarification video tomorrow. He had to express his position first so that he could temporarily calm these people's emotions. It was 12 o'clock noon, the sun was at its hottest. With the instructor's dismissal order, all the freshmen prepared to leave. If you go too late, there will be no food in the cafeteria. But today was different. After the instructor finished speaking, the freshmen did not run away like wild horses as they did before, but looked in one direction. Jin Shura was holding a steaming hot pork rib soup. Her beautiful face was different from her usual calm and elegant look. Now she was a little anxious. If you looked closely, you could see worry between her eyebrows. What happened to the school beauty? Everyone in the room was puzzled. They had never seen the beautiful schoolgirl like this before. In their impression, no matter what the school belle does, she always exudes a touch of elegance, 2 parts of confidence, and 3 parts of composure. They have never seen a school belle show such an expression. Did something happen? Which freshman is the campus beauty delivering pork rib soup to again? No way, aren't the freshmen unable to come to military training due to health reasons? Who is the pork rib soup in the school beauty's hand for? Maybe it's for me. Brother, can we stop daydreaming? Jin Shura looked at the crowd surrounding her, her lips curved into a suitable arc, and she said distantly but politely, Classmates, can you please make way? Hurry, hurry, make way for the school beauty. Stay away, don't crowd the school beauty. Everyone made way for the school beauty. Jin Shura walked forward under everyone's gaze, her eyes searching everywhere. The already sad face looked even more pitiful here. How could the boys see their goddess with such an expression? Everyone's heart almost melted. Someone couldn't help but ask. Campus belle, who are you looking for? Why don't you go take a rest under the shade of the tree and we'll help you find it? Yes, hurry up and get the school beauty a glass of water and move a stool. For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar, and everyone was observing the expression of the school belle. They couldn't believe that the school belle of Kyoto University could endure such grievance. The boys who usually can't wait to fly to the cafeteria as soon as the class is dismissed are now reluctant to leave the school beauty's side. They wanted to see who was so brave. How dare they make the school beauty worry? Where's Junior Duan? Didn't he come to military training today? There was a hint of loss in Jin Shuru's tone. In the high temperature of over 30 degrees, a thin layer of sweat began to appear on her face, like a sickly beauty who couldn't wait for her husband to come home. Not to mention the boys present, even the girls felt uncomfortable after seeing this. Junior Duan? Who is Junior Duan? Ahem, it's the milk tea guy. Someone reminded in a low voice. Damn, it's him again. So the school beauty was worried because she didn't see him? The hearts of all the boys present were broken. Why? Are we unworthy? What's so special about that milk tea boy that the school beauty does so much for him? School beauty, don't you know? Duan Jia has already applied to be exempted from military training. Duan Jiaton's classmates stood up and said, "No military training?" Jian Shuru even raised her voice a few notches. "Yeah, didn't he tell you?" The classmate asked cautiously. "What happened? That boy didn't even tell the school beauty?" "That's too much. The school beauty made such a wasted trip in such hot weather. What good fortune did this kid have in his previous life?" After hearing that Duan Jia did not go to military training, Jian Shuro silently held a grudge in her heart. This man is so good, he didn't even tell me that he didn't go to military training. Even if you don't tell yourself, you should tell Xiao Naru. I was worried that he would be sad because of the rumors. Humph, it really makes a man feel bad for his whole life. Then do you know why he didn't come to military training? She couldn't help asking again. I don't know about that. Okay, thank you, classmate. Chapter 30 Classmate, I don't like you. Damn, I'm heartbroken. The school beauty seems really lost? Which dormitory does that boy live in? How dare he treat my goddess like this? Jian Shuru prepared to go back with the pork rib soup that she had not delivered. Everyone on the playground looked at the school beauty's slim back silently and sighed in their hearts. Oh my god. When can I have such a perfect goddess? Just as everyone was about to disperse, a sudden voice appeared. Shu Ro. Shu Ro, don't go. Wait for me. It's a boy's voice. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a red-headed boy running towards the campus beauty Jane. Who is this? You don't know? This is the famous rich second generation in our school. Rich second generation? Want to pursue the school beauty? Looking at this, it seems that his IQ is not very high. Someone made a mocking sound. It's no wonder they think this way. The rich second generation runs like a penguin, swaying from side to side. Not only that, the red hair on his head made him look more like a rooster. Not the very smart kind. He was holding a painting, waving at Jian Shuru with a confident smile and a brisk pace. Jian Shuru was originally planning to hurry back to the dormitory, but unexpectedly she was called down by this person. She looked unhappy. She no longer looks like the good senior student she used to be. This is the campus beauty of our Kyoto University. Sure enough, the cold and unattainable school belle is still so charming, and they still like such a school belle. Although school beauties are charming no matter what. But who doesn't want to see the school belle rejecting everyone? Even if mortals like them can't get her, then no one can be worthy of the school belle. There was a gleam in everyone's eyes. They should cherish this moment. Shu Ro, why are you ignoring me? I just called you for a long time. The rich second generation stared at the school beauty's face and said. Jian Shuru frowned slightly the second he spoke. Classmate Qin Mu, please don't call me like that. The smile on Qin Mu's face froze, but only for a second. Then he smiled again. Okay, you should feel embarrassed with so many classmates looking at you. What? Everyone looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. My friends, this rich second generation is not kidding, right? Which eye of his could tell that the school beauty was embarrassed? Jian Shuru pursed her lips. Nothing else, I'll leave first. She turned and left. Who knew that she would feel a warm touch on her arm, which made her feel uncomfortable? Thinking of this, she immediately shook off Qin Mu's hand. What are you doing? Depend on. It's dirty. Jane Shura was so upset that she was touched by this man that she felt like crying but had no tears. Everyone present was also shocked. Everyone knew that the campus beauty Jane was a germaphobe. How could this man dare to touch her? Did he want to die? Qin Mu didn't realize that his actions had angered everyone. He excitedly raised the painting in his hand. It was covered with a layer of black cloth. Why is it so creepy? What's this red-haired guy up to again? Shuro, oh no, school beauty, guess what this is? Jian Shuru didn't buy it at all. She didn't even look at it and said, I don't know. Now she just wanted to quickly ask Duan Jia why he didn't come to military training. Look. Qin Mu confidently pulled the cloth aside, and what came into view was a painting. How's it going? Ever since I got back that day, I've been working on it diligently and finally finished it. At this moment, his face was full of praise. Everyone on the playground was stunned. What's this? Since it was already past lunchtime, students who had finished their meal in the cafeteria came out one after another. When they saw the school beauty, they naturally couldn't walk. And when they saw another person confessing his love to the school beauty, some people even raised their phones to the ceiling. But they didn't dare to take pictures of Jianshuru, they only dared to take pictures of the man sitting opposite the school beauty. That's right, anyone who dares to secretly take photos of the campus beauties in the entire Kyoto University will be in trouble with the school and the teachers. Classmate, your painting is very good, but I have something to do first, so I'll leave first. I don't know if I will be punished by God for speaking against my conscience like this, Jianshuru thought silently in her heart. When the school beauty was about to leave, Jinmu immediately stopped her and said excitedly, "So the school beauty agrees to be with me." Ah! Jianshuru was stunned. When did she say that? Did you just say that? Is this student hallucinating? Fuck, this guy is so shameless. When did the school beauty say she was with him? That's right, does he deserve it? Ha, the school beauty doesn't even look down on him. Look at his paintings, they're like ghostly graffiti. Even I, a clumsy guy, can draw better than him. The school beauty is kind and didn't have the heart to expose him, but he still took advantage of her. In an instant, everyone began to whisper. Jinmu didn't notice the looks people were giving him. He continued to talk, "Shuro, from now on you are my girlfriend." As soon as these words were spoken, all the boys present lost their composure. Where did this man come from? Didn't you see that the school beauty didn't even look at him? Jianshuru was also confused. She said jokingly, "Classmate, I don't think this kind of joke is funny." Jinmu heard the school beauty say this and said anxiously, "What's wrong? Didn't you say I draw well? In that case, stay with me. I will treat you well. I love you." He spoke in a series. After hearing this, Jianshuru reluctantly refused, "Sorry, classmate, I don't like you." Why? Jinmu shouted loudly. What's wrong with me? I'm rich, tall, and handsome, how can I not be worthy of you? Poochie, ha 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 ha, help, where did this Pushin man come from? Which of these three does he have? It's true that he's rich, but the last two are really not worth mentioning. The voices of their discussion grew louder and louder, and naturally Jinmu heard what was said. He immediately felt ashamed. I worked so hard to prepare, why is it useless? He is such an outstanding person, why can't the school beauty see him? How am I inferior to that illustrator? Besides, he's a plagiarist. He blurted out. Jianshuru, who had originally had a calm expression, was immediately filled with anger after hearing these words. Her eyes were wide open and her chest was heaving. She was obviously really angry. What did you say? I said that all the pictures drawn by that illustrator were plagiarized. This matter has spread all over the internet. The school beauty must know about it, right? He felt that the current campus beauty Jane must have been bewitched by that illustrator, and he thought that saying this would wake Jianshuru up. Chapter 31 The school beauty speaks for the illustrator. But what she didn't expect was that after she said this, Jianshuru's face immediately turned dark. What evidence do you have that he plagiarized? He was about to bring out the article but was interrupted by Jianshuru. Student, I advise you to be careful. If you spread rumors again, I will report it to the school immediately. Also, your paintings aren't that great. If you don't have talent, I suggest you stop painting. After Jianshuru said these words, Jinmu's face had turned purple with anger. He had never been insulted so badly in his life. How am I inferior to an illustrator? He simply couldn't believe that this was how he looked in the eyes of the school beauty. Sooner or later, the school beauty will understand how good her paintings are. One day, sooner or later, you will regret it. Jinmu said with gritted teeth. Jianshuru stared at Jinmu's face and said seriously, I can't. She said this without paying any attention to how bad Jinmu's face looked. She turned to the crowd that had been watching the show. The anger on her face was gone, but she still said seriously, classmates, as students of Kyoto University, we shouldn't believe rumors, we shouldn't verbally attack innocent people, and we shouldn't be like fence-sitters. I believe that everyone has a very correct outlook on life, but please don't be like Jinmu. After she finished speaking, she turned to Jinmu and said, but I believe Jinmu can correct his mistakes, right? At this moment, Jianshuru had a faint smile on her face, but her whole body was radiating light. Everyone present was stunned. They were all shocked by what the school beauty said. Did you hear, what did the school beauty just say? I recorded it. If you dare record this, be careful that the principal will come after you. You don't want to hear it again? Send it to me in the evening. Everyone was so immersed in what the school beauty had just said that they didn't react. The reason is simple: the school beauty looked so cool when she was confronting people just now. In the past, school beauties were so cool and charming that almost every day there were boys pursuing them in various ways and confessing their love to them under the dormitory. Some confessions will not be pursued again after being rejected once. But there are also those very confident men who are persistent in pursuing school beauties. But the school belle never shows mercy. No, she is soft-spoken. She would make these men speechless, and as a result, these men would eventually leave in disappointment. It is said that some people transferred schools because they could not bear the blow. So after that, no one dared to pester the school beauty anymore. Even if they liked her very much, they would not bother her. Over time, everyone began to silently protect the goddess, knowing that no one could make the school beauty tempted. Of course, no one will humiliate themselves again. But today, they finally saw this historic scene again. The school beauty finally got angry again. And this person is a famous rich second generation in the school. The male protagonist of this scene, Shin Mu, had already fled because he could not bear the insult. With this little mental endurance, you still want to chase the school beauty? I think what the school beauty said is right. We can't just believe other people's one-sided words. That's right. I didn't take sides before, but now that the school beauty has said so, I think this matter will definitely turn around in the end. Well, let's just wait and see. Jian Shura took a deep breath, looked at everyone's reactions, and understood clearly. It seems that what I just said was not in vain. Boys' dormitory. Duan Jia was staring at the screen of his mobile phone in a daze. He is planning to issue a statement on the platform today, which can be regarded as a disguised form of public relations. But he needs to think carefully about how to write it, because today's netizens are not easy to fool. Duan Jia. You missed something very important. My roommate pushed the door open and shouted. Not interested. He didn't even look up. Nothing could attract his attention now. No, this matter has something to do with you. With me? Duan Jia looked up. No way, what happened again? Why am I so unlucky lately? To be precise, the first thing is related to you. Tell me what's going on. Duan Jia kicked his roommate who was deliberately keeping him in suspense. The school beauty went to look for you today, but you weren't there. So? Duan Jia asked. It's gone. Duan Jia rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, Is this what you told me? Yes. Fatty Chen nodded and said, The school beauty is really disappointed. Duan Jia nodded indifferently. He thought it was a good thing. Maybe he could use this opportunity to make the school beauty give up giving him something else. Is this your reaction? Asked Fatty Chen. Or else? I should be very anxious? Yeah. She's the school beauty. I have a girlfriend. Duan Jia said seriously. Okay, I know you're a good man. Well, I guess you're not interested in hearing the second thing either. Fatty Chen said to himself. Duan Jia didn't interrupt him. The school beauty was flirted with by a rich second-generation guy, but after being rejected, the rich second-generation guy became angry and accused the illustrator of plagiarism. Then, Fatty Chen was about to continue speaking when he saw Duan Jiajing looking at him with an indescribable expression. Damn, buddy, are you in love with me? Fatty Chen's face was full of fear. Go on. Duan Jia was actually a little nervous at this moment. Then the school beauty confronted him and spoke up for the illustrator. Oh, and someone even recorded it. It might be on the school forum now. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Jia immediately opened the school forum. His anxious look scared Fatty Chen. He had never seen his roommate act like this before. He jokingly said, Someone is really duplicity. Just now he said he was not interested in the school beauty, but now he is so anxious when he hears that the school beauty has been confessed to. Duan Jia ignored him. He doesn't care who confesses to the school beauty, what he cares about is what the school beauty says for him. No, it was said for the illustrator. Duan Jia logged onto the website, and the first thing on the homepage was an audio clip of a school beauty angrily criticizing a rich second-generation man and speaking out for the illustrator. Duan Jia put on his headphones, and the school beauty's familiar voice reached his ears. He could only hear the school beauty expressing her opinions to everyone in a very serious tone. It's a wonderful feeling. Listening to the school beauty defending herself, she didn't even know that she was the illustrator. Duan Jia looked through the comments below. The school belle is worthy of being the school belle, her values are correct. I think what the school beauty said makes sense. Let's not make a conclusion so quickly. Yes, I support the school beauty. The students, who were originally very angry, immediately calmed down because of the audio of the school beauty. Chapter 32, Could the school beauty be the third party? The school belle is indeed the school belle. With just a few words, she can make a serious matter less difficult. To be honest, Duan Jia is now very grateful for Xia Hui's action. Although the school beauty didn't know which illustrator she slept with, as the real beneficiary, it would be much easier for Duan Jia to resolve the matter. Now he just needs to present evidence that he did not plagiarize, and all problems will be solved. Duan Jia exited the school forum and logged into the illustrator's account. Just now, he had already figured out how to fight back against the rumor monger. Since that person said that he plagiarized, then whose work did he plagiarize? Who knows if he releases his work like that it is not fake. Maybe there is no such person at all, and all this is done deliberately just to frame him. Duan Jia expressed his thoughts in a very tactful tone, and then chose a good time to send out his clarification article. After doing all this, Duan Jia breathed a sigh of relief. Now it depends on the response to his article. As for this rumor monger, Duan Jia already had an answer in his mind, but the most important thing now was to stabilize the emotions of netizens first. As he was thinking this, Duan Jia's phone suddenly vibrated. He opened it and saw a message from Xiao Naru. I saw the article you posted. Duan Jia quickly replied, yes, something surprised me today. What is it? The school beauty actually spoke for the illustrator in front of everyone. There was a brief silence over there. Really? That's great, then the problem is solved, right? That's right, but it will take some effort to find the person who spread the rumor. Duan Jia said. Xiao Naru then asked, you haven't been to military training recently? Duan Jia was puzzled as to why this matter was brought up out of the blue. Besides, how would Xiao Naru know about this? I didn't tell her. But he still didn't dare to neglect it and told the truth. Yes, I applied to the school for exemption from military training. Why? Are you sick? Looking at the words sent by Xiao Naru, Duan Jia felt warm in his heart. He could even imagine Xiao Naru's anxious tone. Duan Jia immediately comforted him, it's not a serious illness, it's just that I've had low blood sugar since I was a child. Duan Jia didn't lie. Although he relied on this to avoid military training, he really couldn't stay in the sun for long. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Xiao Naru said anxiously. Isn't this because I'm afraid you'll worry? Besides, if I tell you, can you come here to take care of me? Duan Jia then sent a smirking emoticon. On the other side, Jian Shuru, who was in the dormitory, looked at the words sent by the man opposite and cursed silently. She naturally saw the teasing in these words. Humph, who cares about you? After sending this message, Jian Shuru opened Baidu. Type in the search bar, what should I drink for low blood sugar? A large number of things that people with low blood sugar should drink suddenly appeared below, and Jian Shuru carefully selected them one by one. That's it. She put on her clothes immediately and didn't even wait to tie her hair up. Hey, Shuru, where are you going? Do you want me to go with you? Seeing Jian Shuru so anxious, Zhang Fong thought something had happened and asked hurriedly. Unexpectedly, Jian Shuru said something shocking. Fong, do you know where to buy honey nearby? Honey? Zhang Fong frowned. What does the school beauty want honey for? She thought about it and asked, what do you want honey for? For beauty? Do school beauties still need beauty treatments? She is stunning even without makeup. Jian Shura shook her head, of course not, I want to boil honey water. Then what? This will be kept secret for now. Jian Shura said mysteriously. The more Jiang Fong looked, the more she felt something was wrong. Are you dating a guy from the finance department? Faced with her roommate's questioning, Jian Shuru immediately became alert, but still a little nervous. Don't talk nonsense, I don't know her well. Depend on. It turns out that the campus beauty Jane knew that the two of them were not familiar with each other. So what's the point of you doing this? First they served milk tea, then they stewed pork rib soup, and now they have to boil honey water. Suddenly, an incredible guess popped up in her mind. She opened her eyes wide in fear. Shu Ro, are you chasing him? Zhang Fong could only think of this. Otherwise, why would such a proud and aloof school belle give so much to a schoolmate she didn't even know over and over again? I am so stupid. Should have noticed it long ago. When Jianshuru heard her ask this, a blush gradually appeared on both sides of her cheeks. Seeing the school beauty so shy, Zhang Fang became more certain of her thoughts. The school beauty is indeed pursuing someone else. Still chasing after her. If this was heard by the boys at Kyoto University, Zhang Fang could imagine the scene where this incident would cause a sensation in the entire school. Besides, she heard that the junior student seemed to have a girlfriend. Shu Ro, doesn't that junior have a girlfriend? This is something that everyone in the school knows, right? After all, that junior has become a celebrity in the school because of the school belle. Doesn't Jianshuru know? But what she didn't expect was that Jianshuru seemed to have known it for a long time. She nodded indifferently and said, I know. You know? Zhang Fang almost jumped up. Did she hear it right? The school beauty said she knew that her junior had a girlfriend. Shu Ro, we can't do this kind of thing. Her voice was trembling. There was no other way. This was more explosive than any other news. Jianshuru looked at her roommate in confusion. Fang, what's wrong with you? Seeing Jianshuru's confused look, Zhang Fang gritted her teeth and said directly, Shuru, you don't want to be the third party, do you? Her anxious look made Jianshuru stunned. Third party? When did I say I was the third party? Thinking back to what she had just said, Jianshuru immediately understood. She couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha, Fang, what are you thinking about? Zhang Fang was so anxious that she was sweating all over her face, but who knew that the person involved was still laughing? What are you laughing at? Shu Ro, listen to me, all the men in the world. Okay, how could I be the third party? Jianshuru held Zhang Fang's hand and interrupted her. But I believe that one day he will like me. No, he will recognize me. Jianshuru added silently in her heart. It's over, the school beauty has completely fallen. Zhang Fang was dazed for a moment. Love is indeed a devil. Even a sober and independent girl like the school belle has begun to lose herself. No. As Jianshuru's good roommate and best friend. She must pull the school beauty out of the quagmire. Chapter 33 Public opinion begins to shift. Shu Ro, don't worry, I will keep this matter confidential. Zhang Fang said righteously. Jianshuru was confused. What to keep secret? Do I have any secrets? She had no idea that in Zhang Fang's eyes, she was just a fallen girl who was blinded by love. She patted Zhang Fang's shoulder and said with great relief, although I don't know what you are talking about, I am running out of time now. Otherwise, the supermarket outside the school will be closed. After saying that, she picked up her bag and slipped away without waiting for Zhang Fang's reaction. This is the boys' dormitory. Duanjia saw that Xiao Nairo didn't reply to the message again. Could it be that she went to class? He guessed in his mind. An hour had passed since he posted the clarification video. Duanjia opened his account to see the response. As expected, as soon as he logged into his Illustrator account, he was immediately bombarded with messages and his phone kept vibrating. He opened the video he had posted. However, in just a few hours, the video has been played tens of millions of times. The number of comments has reached nearly 100,000. Duanjia didn't expect that so many people were paying attention to this matter. In other words, this matter is not only of concern to students at Kyoto University, but also to people from all walks of life. It was as if they had been waiting for clarification from the illustrator. As soon as the video was released, everyone picked up their keyboards and expressed their opinions. The internet world is like this. You may become popular because of a word you say, or you may suffer cyber violence because of a word and disappear from people's sight. Duanjia deeply understood the pros and cons of this matter, so he considered it for a long time before releasing the clarification video. But the result did not disappoint him after all, and the comments under the video became much friendlier than before. Of course, the school beauty has a lot to contribute to this. Support the blogger. I believe the blogger I like cannot be this kind of person. Even the school beauty is optimistic about this blogger. This time I will follow the school beauty's footsteps. Did the blogger write this clarification video himself? The logic is clear, so it couldn't have been written by his PR team. Impossible, how can there be a team with such a small number of fans? Of course, these comments are just the tip of the iceberg. Duanjia kept scrolling down and saw many questioning voices. If you say you didn't plagiarize, then show us the evidence. Duan Jia replied, do you have evidence to accuse me of plagiarism? Ha, am I the only one who thinks the blogger is confusing the public? Even if he doesn't have talent, he wouldn't plagiarize, right? The blogger shouldn't be a student at Kyoto University, right? Duan Jia replied to this one, can I show you my student ID? Yeah, otherwise why didn't you dare show your face during the last live broadcast? When he saw this comment, he immediately typed, I'm ugly, I'm afraid it will scare you. Duan Jia's replies were instantly pushed to the top of all comments, and the number of likes was several times that of other comments. A large number of netizens also followed Duan Jia's comments. That's a good point. I just can't stand this kind of argumentative person. Could this be some kind of troll army hired by someone who's slandering the blogger? Blogger, don't bother with them. They're just sour. Seeing so many people attacking them, those people wanted to attack back, but they were outnumbered and their comments were pushed down in a short while. Duan Jia breathed a sigh of relief. He had been troubled by this matter for the past 2 days, but fortunately, public opinion was now on his side. But he was still worried because he couldn't catch the person who planned all this behind the scenes, and he had a premonition that this person would use another trick, so he had to prepare himself quickly. But the only thing he can do now is to continue publishing his works on the platform. Although this incident caused him to lose some fans, he regained a small number of fans after releasing his clarification video. This is enough to illustrate a problem, that is, Duan Jia's current fanbase is very unstable. You know, a stable fanbase is very important to bloggers like them. It determines whether someone will stand up to speak for them after something happens. So I have to take it seriously. All he can do now is to maintain a stable update, not to stop updating, and certainly not to lower the quality of his work because of this incident. Just as Duan Jia was about to go out, a message came from his cell phone. Duan Jia took a look and found that he had not left any notes for this person. Who is it? Duan Jia opened the message she sent. Master. Who is spreading rumors about you? I'm so angry. Don't let me catch this guy, or don't blame me for being rude. Duan Jia laughed. Well, isn't this the campus beauty from some secretarial college? The two haven't spoken since they got together. This was the first time Xia Xingying spoke to him. Duan Jia replied, I don't know who it is. I've seen the master paint with my own eyes. How could the master be the one who copied it? I have never seen anyone more powerful than the master. Looking at the other party's rainbow fart, Duan Jia typed helplessly, are you free this Saturday? Are you going to teach me how to draw? Yes, that's right. Duan Jia said. Once something is said, it should be done. This is Duan Jia's principle in dealing with people. After hearing this, Duan Jia immediately packed up his things and headed to a calligraphy and painting shop outside the school. Obviously, when Duan Jia stepped into the calligraphy and painting shop again, Xia Xingying no longer made a fuss as before, but became very attentive. Master is here, hurry up, I've reserved the quietest seat for you. Xia Xingying said as if taking credit. Duan Jia nodded, and following Xia Xingying's gaze, he indeed saw a very secluded seat. Thank you. Duan Jia said. This is what I should do. Xia Xingying said with a smile in her eyes. Duan Jia found the seat and sat down. Xia Xingying was very tactful and didn't disturb him anymore. There was very soothing music playing in the calligraphy and painting shop, and Duan Jia's originally restless heart immediately calmed down. According to his previous painting habits, Duan Jia skillfully prepared the drawing paper and various paints. Just pick up the pen and start drawing. And when I paint this picture, I forget about time. He looked up and saw that the clock in the store had pointed to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Most of the customers in the store had left long ago, and only Xia Xingying was left cleaning up the garbage left on the table. Are you done? Xia Xingying ran over and asked when she saw Duan Jia stop writing. Duan Jia looked at his finished work and nodded. Xia Xingying also looked down. The master is indeed a master, and each of his works always gives people a different feeling. Xia Xingying was fascinated by the scene, but then she thought of the accusations that the illustrator had plagiarized, and she said indignantly, these people are just sour grapes. Chapter 34 I am the school beauty's brother. Duan Jia looked up at her. Xia Xingying continued, Master, don't worry. I will never tell anyone that you are the illustrator. She said it with extreme seriousness. Duan Jia laughed. He was not talking about this anymore. He just felt that this beauty from the Academy of Fine Arts seemed to be very loyal. Anyway, thank you for keeping my secret. See you on Saturday. Duan Jia picked up his bag and prepared to leave. But at this moment, there was a commotion at the door. The two of them moved over first, only to see a group of boys blocking the door. Duan Jia frowned and whispered, "Why are there so many people here all of a sudden? Isn't it said that there are almost no students coming to this place?" Xia Xingying was stunned just now. Damn, how did they know I worked here? I haven't told anyone. Campus beauty. You really are working part-time here. Is the school beauty off work now? Do you want me to take you home? This is the flower I gave to the school belle. See if she likes it. A group of boys gathered at the door of the calligraphy and painting shop, looking at Xia Xingying inside with anticipation. Duan Jia was bewildered. Wow, this scene is comparable to a large-scale star-chasing event. Are all the school beauties in the world treated like this? Xia Xingying looked at this group of people with a headache. She never expected that this group of people would actually find her part-time job. What you fear will come true. He looked at Duan Jia as if asking for help, but Duan Jia ignored him. Isn't having Jian Shiru enough? Now there's another beauty from the Academy of Fine Arts. If he continues to meddle in other people's business, there might be no place for him in the whole of Kyoto. So, taking advantage of this moment, Duan Jia prepared to escape quickly. Master, you can't abandon me. Xia Xingying asked for help. There are so many boys and I'm just a girl. How can you bear to leave me here? Xia Xingying said pitifully. TSK, Duan Jia has had a problem since he was a child. That's being soft-hearted. He was a little worried about letting Xia Xingying stay here alone. If something goes wrong, I will have to take responsibility. The boys in the Academy of Fine Arts had not noticed that this boy was standing next to their school beauty. When they saw the two people whispering to each other, everyone immediately became alert. Who is this person? The school beauty seems to be very familiar with him. It must be another boy who wants to pursue the campus beauty. What the school beauty hates most is being persistent. Does this boy know the rules? They spoke quite loudly, and since there was no one in the calligraphy and painting shop at the moment, these words naturally fell into Duan Jia's ears. He didn't show it on his face, but in his heart he had already despised each of these people one by one. Who on earth admitted these people to the Academy of Fine Arts? Duan Jia felt sad for the principal. Is it that there is nothing else in their minds except the school belle? Are all men who get close to the school belle pursuing her? He felt that he was more wrong than Doi. Xia Xingying glanced at Duan Jia with a hint of embarrassment, then said to the group of people standing at the door, "Classmates, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." What's up, school beauty? Maybe I can help you. I can help the school belle too. As long as the school beauty asks, we can do anything for her. Faced with such enthusiastic followers, Xia Xingying was obviously used to it and looked not surprised. This is the self-cultivation of the school beauty. Duan Jia had already witnessed the madness that the boys in their school treated Jian Shiru with, so he didn't care about such a small scene at all. The most important thing now is how to get out. Duan Jia's mind raced as he heard Xia Xingying say to everyone, "I'm so sorry, I have to go back with my brother." Elder brother? Duan Jia didn't react for a moment. Oh my god, he suddenly had a younger sister for no reason. Xia Xingying secretly tugged at Duan Jia's sleeve, signaling him to speak quickly. Duan Jia immediately said, yes, it will be too late if we don't go home now." When the boys present heard this, their expressions, which were originally looking at Duan Jia with hostility, changed instantly. So he's the school beauty's brother. How come I've never heard of him before? I'm so sorry for what happened just now, brother, do you want some water? Hurry up and get some water for our brother. Depend on. This group of people really took shamelessness to the extreme, changing their expressions faster than turning the pages of a book. Brother, let's go quickly. Xia Xingying urged with a smile on her face. Oh, okay. So, the two of them walked out of the calligraphy and painting shop under everyone's gaze. Duan Jia will never forget this feeling. He was afraid that this group of people would suddenly bow to him, and his little heart really couldn't bear it. Ha! Thank you so much today, master. Xia Xingying clasped her hands together and looked at Duan Jia with gratitude. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the image of the boy in front of her suddenly became taller. What a charming man! Duanjia waved his hand. No, from now on I just hope to stay as far away from this kind of thing as possible. Xia Xingying curled her lips. Is she so shameful? I am the school belle. Many boys came one after another hoping to talk to her, but the boy in front of her didn't care at all. But then she thought, this is a painting genius, of course he is different from others. That's right, the master is indeed a master, he is so different. Who knew they would come here? I investigated for a long time before I took this part-time job. Alas, it seems I can't stay here anymore. Xia Xingying said dejectedly. Are you afraid of them? Xia Xingying shook her head. I just think they're too annoying. They just hang around me every day. Even though I'm very pretty, I also have my moments of annoyance. Duanjia's eyes twitched. Is this the legendary Versailles? He really wanted to ask, Sister, do you have any friends? If other girls heard what she said, she would probably be isolated, right? He sighed. Okay, then I'll go back first. Okay, see you on Saturday. Xia Xingying said happily. Duanjia nodded. Duanjia walked slowly on the way back to the dormitory. Looking at the young couples coming and going, Duanji thought of his online love partner. When would he be able to walk side by side on the playground like them? He could laugh out loud just by thinking of a scene. It took Duanjia more than 10 minutes to walk to the boys' dormitory. I saw a group of people gathered under the boys' dormitory building. What happened again? Duanjia now has a fear of crowds. Because the only person who could make the students of Kyoto University like this was Jian Shuru. Duanjia had long since faced the reality. This is the age of appearance. He moved forward slowly. Not a school beauty. Not a school beauty. She must not be the school belle. Chapter 35, Powerful Singer Card. He prayed silently in his heart. But the moment he looked up, his eyes met the school beauty's. This damn tacit understanding. Duanjia was very sure that the school beauty had definitely seen him just now. He also saw a look of surprise in the school beauty's eyes. He now has reason to suspect that the school beauty has installed a locator on herself. Otherwise, how come I can always run into school beauties wherever I go? As he was thinking this, he saw the school beauty break through the crowd and rush towards him. Duanjia felt a little nervous, and even his palms were sweating. No way, no way. Is he here to bring me pork rib soup again? If he really came to give him pork rib soup, should he accept it or not? Logically speaking, the school beauty has helped me so much. If I refuse the pork rib soup she gave me now, wouldn't I be a scumbag? But if I accept the pork rib soup from the school belle again and pass it on to Shaonero, I still won't be able to explain myself. Depend on. Is this what it means to be neither human nor human? As Duanjia was thinking this, Jian Shuro had already walked up to him. She said with a smile, Junior, I went to look for you at noon today, but you weren't there. For some reason, Duanjia felt a little guilty. Ahem, I'm so sorry, senior sister, I won't be participating in the military training. Duanjia explained. I know. Jian Shuru's voice was bright, and she didn't seem to care at all that she had made a wasted trip at noon. Duanjia felt even more embarrassed when he saw the smile on the school beauty's face. TSK, what's with this feeling of guilt? No, I absolutely cannot do anything to let Shaonera down. What else is there, campus belle? The subtext is, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. The school beauty is so smart, she should understand what I mean, right? The crowd watching below the dormitory building almost moved a small stool to sit down and watch the two people talking. Do you think this brother will like the campus beauty? Haven't you heard? He has a girlfriend and they're in a good relationship. That's not necessarily true. Who can resist such gifts from a school beauty? Yes, if it were me, I would have been unable to hold back a long time ago. Everyone was talking about it. Compared to the initial resistance, everyone now seemed to have accepted the school beauty's behavior. The school beauty has been sent away for so many days, but the two of them have no more interactions except this little bit. Moreover, this junior student seemed to be very distressed about the arrival of the school beauty. Well, there are really not many men like this who can remain calm in the face of danger. Instead of the school beauty giving gifts to other men with bad intentions, it's better to give gifts to this seemingly very honest junior. So, just give it away. Thanks to this junior, they can often see the campus beauties, which is a treatment they have never had before. This is a good thing that has the best of both worlds, so people 1T take it too seriously. As long as the school beauty doesn't T have a boyfriend, everything is fine. Jian Shura handed the thermos cup in her hand to Duanjia. Nua, this is for you. Duanjia looked at the thermos cup in front of him with a troubled look. Senior, I don't like pork rib soup anymore. So don't send it to me anymore. I know, said Jian Shuru. No? How did the school beauty know this again? What do you mean? Duanjia asked. Just open it and you'll know. Jian Shuru said. Duanjia was confused. Could it be that this time it wasn't pork rib soup? Duanjia took it and opened the thermos, and a sweet smell hit him. It's honey water. Duanjia was a little confused. Why would the school beauty give him honey water? Senior, are you sure this honey water is for me? Do you need beauty care? Is the school beauty calling herself ugly in disguise? Damn, I can't stand it. You must not accept this honey water. Of course it's for you. Jian Shura said with certainty. I don't think I need this. Duanjia asked tentatively. How can a grown man like me drink something so unmanly like honey water? Aren't you hypoglycemic? I looked it up online, and this is the best drink for low blood sugar. Jian Shura was talking to herself, not noticing the increasingly solemn expression on Duanjia's face. Wait. He interrupted the school beauty. How did you know I have hypoglycemia? I have never told anyone that I have hypoglycemia, so how did the school beauty know? Is it a coincidence? But the last time I wanted to drink pork rib soup, it was the same. Could it be that I really have a telepathic connection with the school beauty? Damn, ba. How could such a scumbag's words appear in his mouth? The more Duanjia thought about it, the more guilty he felt. He was so sorry for Xiao Naru. Jian Shura realized that she had let something slip and immediately said, I heard it from your roommate. Unexpectedly, Duanjia's frown deepened. I have never told my roommates that I have hypoglycemia. The implication is that you, school beauty, are lying. Jian Shura was panicked for a moment. Her brain worked rapidly, and she said quickly, everyone has already guessed that you can't do military training because of low blood sugar. Who made you so conspicuous now? Duanjia sneered, so you also know that I am very conspicuous now. ISNT, this all thanks to you, the campus beauty Jane. Forget it, it makes sense when you think about it. Maybe my roommate saw it when I was filling out the application form. In short, he still had to admire the school beauty's hands-on ability. A few days ago it was pork rib soup, but today it has become honey water. What will be next time? Duanjia didn't even dare to think about it. Is the campus beauty planning to send him gifts every day for 4 years of college? Duanjia's scalp tingled when he thought of this scene. This honey water, Duanjia hadn't finished speaking yet. A mechanical voice suddenly popped up in my mind. Ding dong. Host, please make the following choice. Choice 1, accept the school beauty's honey water and get the powerful singer card. Choice 2, reject the school beauty's honey water and get the voice enhancement card. Again? Duanjia found that this system always appeared when he was very troubled. Is this still artificial intelligence? Host, please make your choice immediately. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Just as the system counted to 1, Duanjia took a deep breath, tilted his head back and drank the honey water in his hand. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a powerful singer card permanent use. Hearing what the system said, Duanjia smiled. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the child. Thank you, senior. Duanjia thanked him politely. Jian Shura looked at the empty thermos cup and smiled brightly. Don't worry, junior brother, I will bring you a glass of honey water every day. What else could he say? Chapter 36 The School Beauty cried. Is it not necessary every day? Duanjia asked tentatively. This is for the good of my junior fellow student. Jian Shuro said very seriously. Duanjia was frightened. School beauty, is it really okay for you to say such misleading words in public? Duanjia looked around and found that everyone seemed to have forgotten their previous resentment. Could it be that this group of people have become accustomed to the school beauty coming to see him every day? Damn, Jia was a little uncomfortable for a while, or rather, getting used to something is such a terrible thing, after being fed by the school beauty for the past few days. Not to mention which of these people in the school are used to it, even Duanjia is afraid that it will become a habit for him. Wouldn't it be too unfair to Xiao Nero to attack like this? No, we must not let this happen. So, Duanjia once again said to the school beauty very seriously, "Senior sister, you should stop sending me gifts in the future." When Jian Shuro heard him say this, she didn't get angry. Instead, she asked with interest, "What's wrong, junior brother? Don't you like it?" Duanjia sighed. Who wouldn't like someone giving them gifts every day? But as a man with a girlfriend, I have to keep my distance from other girls. I'm afraid my girlfriend will be jealous. Duanjia said. Jian Shura showed a bit of surprise on her face, and her tone was full of expectation. Are you so afraid of your girlfriend? Duanjia nodded calmly. Of course, I care about her very much, so I'm afraid she will be sad after knowing it. Jian Shura then asked, you care so much about your girlfriend, why have I never seen you two together? Duanjia hesitated. It's not that he doesn't want to. It's just that there's really no other way. The two of them were originally in an online relationship, and Duanjia didn't even know his girlfriend's name. But of course, such words cannot be said to outsiders. He also wants to save face, okay? We are from different places, so we seldom see each other. Duanjia immediately added, but I love her very much. In my eyes, she is the most beautiful girl in the world. But you haven't seen it. Jin Shuru blurted out. Duanjia was stunned. Why would you say that? Jian Shuru regretted it the moment she finished speaking. I was too excited just now and didn't think before I said anything. Then he added, I mean, you two don't see each other that often. I'm afraid you've forgotten what she looks like. Duanjia shook his head. How could that be? I like everything about this person. Even if one day I really can't remember what she looks like, I can still find her in a crowd and hold her hand. Duanjia spoke very seriously, but did not notice the expression on Jian Shuru's face. After waiting for a long time for the school beauty's reply, Duanjia looked up at the girl. Senior, what's wrong with you? No way? What did he see? The school beauty actually cried? Didn't I say anything just now? Why is the school beauty crying? Junior, I didn't expect you to say such a thing. Jian Shuru's already beautiful eyes were now filled with tears, making her look pitiful. At first glance, it looked like someone had bullied her. So the spectators who were originally very calm started to get anxious. The school beauty is crying? Damn, what did this kid say to the school beauty that made her cry? He really doesn't know what's good for him. The school beauty sends him gifts every day, and now he's made her cry. That's right, I no longer have any good feelings towards him. After hearing these words, Duanjia was almost in tears. Is there anyone in the world more miserable than him? He didn't know why the school beauty was crying. At the same time, Jian Shuru was still sobbing softly, she really couldn't control it. Unexpectedly, Duanjia would say such touching words. I couldn't hold back my tears and burst into tears in front of him. Junior, it's none of your business. It's my own problem. Jian Shuru explained to Duanjia while sobbing. Duanjia was now sweating with anxiety. What's the point of explaining to him? You should talk to the people who are just watching. Now these people are looking at me as if they want to skin me alive. Help! Will he be able to show up alive on the Kyoto University campus tomorrow? You, don't cry. Duanjia really didn't know how to comfort her. He is the one who needs comfort, okay? Jian Shuro calmed down, her eyes red like a little rabbit, and she just looked at Duanjia. To be honest, the school beauty's current state made Duanjia wonder if he had really said something wrong just now. Junior, thank you. Jian Shura held back her tears. Thank me? What are you thanking me for? He was about to ask when Jian Shura ran away after saying this. Hey! Duanjia looked at Jian Shura's back and felt deeply powerless. He couldn't ignore the hungry eyes of the people around him. After the school beauty left, he could still hear the voices of people around him talking about him. He made the school beauty cry, but he didn't even bother to comfort her. He just let her run back on her own. When has the goddess ever suffered such injustice? This is the first time I've seen a school beauty cry. A girl as strong as her actually cried because of a man. All of which makes you more and more excited the more you talk. This is the Kyoto school bell that they hold in their hands. I have never seen her so distraught, but today, it was this man who made the school beauty so sad. This is intolerable. They must teach this kid a lesson. Duanjia naturally noticed everyone's eagerness to make a move. If I don't run now, I really won't live beyond tomorrow. He took advantage of everyone's inattention and ran away with his legs in his arms. He ran as fast as he could in high school, 50 meters in one breath, and ran back to the dormitory, closing the door with a snap. He was gasping for breath. I'm really old. It seems that he needs to practice more in the future. Duanjia's intuition tells him that there will probably be many more opportunities like this to escape in the future. Duanjia, what's wrong with you? When his roommate saw Duanjia panting like this, he hurried over to ask. Duanjia covered his chest and gasped as he said, "Someone is chasing me." "Who is it?" asked the roommate curiously. Duanjia pointed to the window, the group of people downstairs. His roommate looked downstairs in the direction of his finger and saw a group of people standing at the bottom of the dormitory building. He immediately understood what was going on. The school beauty is looking for you again? Duanjia nodded and lay down on the bed. Ha! He let out a breath. Today was another thrilling day. However, he had long been accustomed to this kind of life. So much has happened since school started. Just today, he got another powerful singer card. Good. Chapter 37 is over. The school beauty is trapped. Thinking about what happened today, Duanjia, as a qualified boyfriend, should report it to his girlfriend. He turned on his phone and sent a message to Xia Nairo. What are you doing, baby? I'm so tired today. The other party did not reply immediately as usual, so Duanjia switched to other pages, checked his moments, and browsed Weibo. Before I knew it, half an hour had passed and Xia Nairo still hadn't replied. Baby? Duanjia sent another message. There was still no reply from the other side, and Duanjia gradually became anxious. Could something have happened? Fell asleep? But it's only 9 o'clock in the evening, and they usually go to bed at 10 or 11 o'clock. Besides, no matter how late I send her a message, Xia Nairo will reply immediately. Duanjia even thought at one point that Xia Nairo had given him special care. But today, half an hour has passed and there is still no news from Xia Nairo. In the female dormitory 204 of Kyoto University. As soon as Jin Shuro came back, she covered her face and sobbed in her quilt. Where had Jin Shuro's roommates ever seen such a school beauty? Everyone was panicked and ran over to ask what had happened. Everyone was very nervous. As a popular school beauty, Jin Shuro has never shown her vulnerability in front of others. So much so that everyone thinks that school beauties are invincible. But now it seems that when the school belle encounters something, she will also collapse. The school belle must have encountered something big. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to hide in the quilt and cry like this. Shuro, what happened? Yeah, tell me, maybe we can help you. It's not good for you to keep it to yourself. You'll feel better if you speak it out. The three of them waited with concern for Jin Shuro to speak out what was on her mind. Jin Shuro slowly moved the quilt away, revealing her flushed face, and looked at the three people surrounding her with her big eyes. The hearts of the three melted. There is a reason why Jin Shuro was ranked first on the school beauty ranking list. The temperament she possesses is something no one can match. She can make all the boys in the school crazy about her, but at the same time, she can also make all the girls in the school envy her without being jealous. On the contrary, some girls like her very much. She is simply popular with both men and women. And when such a peerless beauty stares at you with her moist eyes, no one can say no to her. Shuro, tell us, we will definitely help you. Yes, did someone bully you? Jin Shuro slowly sat up from the bed and said in a very soft voice, what do you think love is? Like? After hearing this, the three of them looked at each other in surprise. Why was it opened differently from what they had imagined? Is the school beauty hurt by love? Well, I've been single for 20 years, so I don't know. I have misogyny, and I didn't even know it. My lifelong wish is that men would stay away from me. Jin Shuro turned her last hope to Jiang Fong. Fong, what do you think? Jiang Fong is in a very difficult situation now. The other two roommates didn't know, but she knew. The campus beauty Jane must have been hurt by that junior who has a girlfriend. Maybe you'll be the one who gets rejected. But now that the task of rescuing the school belle has fallen on me, I must not let Jin Shuro get hurt a second time. So what I am going to say next must serve as a warning to the school beauties. Facing the gazes of the three people, Zhang Fong cleared her throat and said, "Ahem, I think love is a very magical thing." "And then what?" Jian Shuro continued to ask with bright eyes. "If you love someone, you should protect him and stay away from him. This will be good for both of you. Is this obvious enough? It means don't get close to him anymore. This is the best outcome for both of you." But who would have thought that after hearing this, Jian Shuro shook her head and said to Zhang Fong, "Fong, you've never been in love, have you? Loving someone wouldn't be like this." The corner of Zhang Fong's eyes twitched. "Damn, why are you starting to make personal attacks?" "Although I have never been in a relationship, I have a wealth of theoretical knowledge," said Zhang Fong. "Pfft, ask me to tell you what love is. Love means not wanting the other person to suffer even the slightest injustice, deliberately keeping a distance from other girls, and being very concerned about the other person's feelings." Zhang Fong was speechless. Is this what the campus beauty Jin has realized about love? Jian Shura said this with a happy smile on her face. "Shuro, are you in love?" asked one of the roommates. There was a note of disbelief in his tone, as if he had discovered a new world. When Jian Shuro heard her ask this, she did not deny it immediately, but lowered her head shyly. "Isn't this the default? No way, who is the other party? Shuro, why didn't you tell us about this?" The other two roommates kept asking questions. Zhang Fong immediately interrupted. "What are you two guessing about? How can Shuro be in love? Didn't Shuro admit it herself?" Zhang Fong got angry when she saw Jian Shuro still immersed in her own world and had no idea what they were discussing. She said, "Did Shuro admit it?" My roommate shook his head. "That's right, you don't have to think about it. This is Jane, the campus beauty. How could she be in a relationship? Are those men worthy of the school belle?" Even a roommate thought Zhang Fong's words made sense. Of course not. Is there any man in the world who is worthy of the campus beauty Jane? Unless it's Tony Leung. Other men are not even worthy of possessing a single hair on the school beauty's forehead. That's right. Zhang Fong breathed a sigh of relief. I am really worried about Jian Shuru's reputation. After driving the two roommates away, Zhang Fong asked Jian Shuru very seriously, "Shuru, tell me, are you in love?" I didn't." Jian Shuru turned her face away. Zhang Fong asked anxiously, "Could it be that junior student?" The expression on Jian Shuru's face gradually softened, and her tone carried the happiness of a girl in love, but what she said made Zhang Fong very suspicious. "I didn't." Jian Shuru denied. How could Zhang Fong believe Jian Shuru's words so easily? She just stared at Jian Shuru motionlessly. Jian Shuru got goosebumps when she was looked at, and said, Fong, you'll know later." "I can't tell you now." After saying that, he pushed Zhang Fong away, picked up his phone and lay on the bed alone. It's over. Just as she expected, the campus beauty Jane was really hooked this time. Chapter 38. The school beauty is dressed up beautifully. If it was a normal relationship, why would Jian Shuro hide it and not say anything? The more Zhang Fong thought about it, the more she felt that she was right. No. I absolutely cannot let my good sister go on like this. He has to think of a way. Duan Jia checked his phone almost every few seconds, for fear of missing any news from Xiao Neru. Just when he was about to fall asleep, his cell phone vibrated several times. Duan Jia immediately woke up and picked up his phone to look at it. It was a message sent by Xiao Neru to herself. "I didn't see the news just now. Have you slept?" Duan Jia immediately replied, "Not asleep." A little girl said, "You have been waiting for me." "Of course, I can't sleep without talking to you." Duan Jia swept away his previous worries and irritability, and a happy smile appeared on his face. "Humph, I heard that the campus beauty went to give you something again today," and she ran back to the dormitory crying. Duan Jia immediately explained, "That's true, but she also spoke up for me during the rumor-mongering incident. It wouldn't be nice if I refused, right? So what did you two talk about? Why did she cry?" Xiao Neru asked again. This really stumped Duan Jia. Because he didn't know why the school beauty was crying for no reason. "I clearly didn't say anything. Baby, I really don't know that." Duan Jia told the truth. Suddenly thinking of something, Duan Jia said, "So we have to meet as soon as possible, so that the school beauty will stop pestering me soon." Duan Jia was very nervous when he said this, because he was afraid that Xiao Neru would think he was too anxious. Although he really wanted to see Xiaonaru, it would be counterproductive if he made her angry because of this matter. Duanjiao waited patiently for news from the other party. Good. Did she agree? Duanjia's mind was like fireworks exploding at this moment. He originally didn't hold out any hope, but he didn't expect Xiaonaru to agree so readily. Immediately afterwards, the other party sent another message. But I won't let you see me so easily. Duanjia immediately replied, then what do you think we should do, baby? The other party seemed to be thinking about what to do, and kept showing input in progress. Duanjia waited patiently. I dare not leave the chat page between the two of us. The phone vibrated and Xiaonaru sent me a photo. Duanjia opened it immediately. This is the first time that Xiaonaru sent me her photo. It's a full-body photo of Xiaonaru. But this is not the point. The point is that the other party covered his face with mosaics. Duanjia watched carefully. But even if her face is blocked, it is not difficult to see that Xiaonaru is tall, and she is the most eye-catching one even among an ordinary crowd. Did you see that? You can find me with this photo. Okay. I can definitely find you. Duanjia said very confidently. His girlfriend is so outstanding that he will definitely be able to find Xiaonaru easily. Don't be so confident. You might not be able to find me then. In response to Xiaonaru's provocation, Duanjia immediately said, believe me, baby, I will definitely find you. Okay, then let's meet at the milk tea shop in your school tomorrow. Good. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for Duanjia. He was excited just thinking about meeting Xiaonaru tomorrow. Is this considered an online romance? Of course. Duanjia fell asleep while thinking. The next morning, Duanjia woke up early. He took a shower first, and then began to choose clothes to wear for today's meeting. He made quite a lot of noise and woke up his roommate who was still sleeping soundly. Duanjia, how come you got up earlier than us during military training? That's right, you don't know how to appreciate what you have. If I were you, I would sleep a little longer. Duanjia looked at his roommates who had been woken up by him with an apologetic look and said, I'm sorry, brothers. I really have something to do. No, I should say I really couldn't sleep. After I fell asleep yesterday, my dreams were all about meeting Xiaonaru. Look, he woke up almost before dawn. Brothers, which piece of clothing do you think looks better on me? Duanjia held a set of clothes in each hand and asked his roommates for their opinions. No, Duanjia, where are you going? You're not going on a blind date, are you? You're dressed so formally. Duanjia put away the clothes in his hands. He was not going to tell his roommate that he was going to meet his girlfriend. In the end, Duanjia chose a set of clothes for herself and then tidied her hair. Just like that, I walked out the door. Inside 204. The three roommates surrounded Jin Shuru in surprise, with incredible looks on their faces. Could it be that they haven't woken up yet? How come I see the school beauty dressing herself up in front of the mirror so early in the morning? Shuro, what are you going to do? Are you going to participate in a competition? But I haven't heard of any competitions at school recently. Only Jiang Fong seemed to see through everything and asked silently, are you going to meet someone? Jen Shura looked surprised and raised her head to look at Jiang Fong. Fong, you are so smart. Jiang Fong was speechless for a while. She really wished she wasn't that smart. The campus belle of Kyoto University was putting on makeup in front of the mirror at 6 o'clock in the morning. This is totally inconsistent with the image of a campus belle. Sisters, what do you think of my makeup? Jin Shuro looked up and asked. I saw that Jin Shuro didn't apply foundation on her face. Because her skin was originally fair, even if you looked closely, you could hardly see her pores. She curled her eyelashes, applied a layer of mascara, and put on a light layer of lipstick. She looks even more stunning than before she put on makeup. This is probably the casual drawing series. Sometimes no matter how hard you try, you can never match someone else's talent. Alas, the roommates who had been hit hard early in the morning sighed silently in their hearts. Fortunately, there is only one beauty like this among thousands of people. Otherwise, wouldn't the competitive pressure on them be too great? Shu Ro, you are so beautiful. Yeah, I really envy your skin. How did you manage to have skin that's as smooth as a peel egg? Jian Shura frowned, seeming to be really stumped by this question. I don't know. I don't usually use skin care products. This is true. Jian Shuru doesn't care about her face at all. Alas, maybe this is the difference between people. These people apply 5 or 6 layers of skincare products on their faces every day, but their skin is not as good as others who don't use anything. Could it be that Nuwa Goddess was not so partial when she created humans? Okay sisters, I have to go. After saying this, Jian Shuru hummed a song and walked out, feeling very happy. Chapter 39 Meeting with Netizens. Duan Jia walked into the milk tea shop with a nervous mood. It is already 8 o'clock in the morning, and almost all students in class will buy a cup of milk tea at this time, so there are a lot of people here today. At a glance, all I saw were students buying milk tea. Duan Jia took out his cell phone and sent a message to Xiao Neru. Baby, I'm here, how about you? The other party immediately replied, I'm here too. Duan Jia's eyes lit up and he immediately looked up and scanned the entire room. Men and women were queuing up, and there were also many couples sitting down to chat and sip milk tea. Duan Jia was filled with envy. He could already imagine what he would look like after meeting Xiao Neru. It will definitely be sweeter than these people. Thinking this in his mind, Duan Jia opened the photos from the album and compared them to see if there was anyone with the same figure as the one in the photo. He knew he must look extremely disgusting now. But as long as I can find Xiao Neru, it will all be worth it. Duan Jia searched slowly, while Xiao Neru kept urging him. I've seen you. It seems you really can't find me. It's so sad. Duan Jia frowned. Xiao Neru said that she had seen him, but he didn't see her. He stared at the photo over and over again last night, afraid of missing any details, but there was no Xiao Neru in the milk tea shop. Hey! Junior! Duan Jia was thinking when a familiar voice came. No need to think, it must be the campus belle Jane again. Hello, senior sister. Duan Jia greeted her hurriedly, then turned and left. The most important thing now is to find Xiao Neru. And if Xiao Neru was really there, wouldn't it be even worse if she saw me talking to the school beauty? Hey, Junior, are you coming for milk tea too? Maybe we can drink together and chat. Junior, why don't you speak? Jian Shuru followed Duan Jia, and Duan Jia couldn't get rid of her. Duan Jia sighed helplessly, Senior sister, I will definitely treat you to milk tea in a few days. You can drink as much as you want then. Jian Shuru's eyes lit up when she heard this, really? But not today. I have something very important to do. What's the matter? Jian Shuru leaned in and asked. Duan Jia found that the school beauty seemed a little different today, as if she was more beautiful than before. Jian Shuru stood up straight and looked at Duan Jia. Junior, what do you think of the clothes I'm wearing today? Duan Jia took a casual look and said, very good. He was not interested in whether the clothes the school beauty was wearing looked good or not, but why he could not find Xiao Neru. Jian Shuru ran to Duan Jia again and turned around. Don't you have anything to say to me, junior brother? Have. Jian Shuru immediately stepped forward and asked, what? I have to meet my girlfriend today, so senior, I really don't have time to talk to you. Duan Jia said in a serious tone. Really? Then have you found your girlfriend? Jian Shuru asked. Speaking of this, Duan Jia couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Neru said she was in the milk tea shop, but after looking around, she couldn't find anyone who looked like the photo. He just sent a message to Xiao Neru, but Xiao Neru didn't reply. Could it be that she left because she was angry that I didn't find her? Duan Jia suddenly panicked. It seems that my junior fellow student was not found. Jian Shuru said. Duan Jia ignored Jian Shuru and simply found a seat to sit down. He didn't have any military training anyway, so he might as well wait here. He didn't believe that he would not be able to wait for little Neru. Jian Shuru looked at Duan Jia's somewhat lost back, picked up her cell phone, and started typing. Ding dong. Duan Jia immediately picked up his phone. It's news about Xiao Neru. It seems you didn't find me. I'm leaving first. The moment he saw the news, Duan Jia was mentally prepared. It's all my fault. How could I not have done such a simple thing? I missed the chance to see Xiao Neru. He quickly replied, sorry baby, I will definitely find it next time. Junior, please buy me some milk tea. Jian Shuru walked up to Duan Jia and said to him. Duan Jia sighed silently, walked to the front desk resignedly and ordered a cup of taro bubble milk tea. Please drink, senior sister. Duan Jia handed it to her. Jian Shuru took it and sat down in front of Duanjia, drinking milk tea and saying, "Junior looks very lost." Duanjia now has no desire to live. He wished he could do it all over again. He would definitely be able to find Xiao Naru. "Why don't you just meet in person? She sent me a photo and asked me to find her based on the photo, but I didn't find her," Duanjia explained. "Maybe you can show it to me," Jian Shuru said. Now that the person is gone, it would be pointless to look at him again. But since the school beauty wants to see it, it doesn't matter if I let her see it. Duanjia handed the photo in the album to Jian Shuru. "This is her. She has a nice figure," said Duanjia. Jian Shuru couldn't suppress her smile and said, "It's not bad, but it's still a little worse than mine." Duanjia remained non-committal. "In my heart, she is the most beautiful." "But Junior, don't you think our figures are similar?" Jian Shuru asked tentatively. "Don't joke around, Senior. I'm serious." Duanjia began to look at Jian Shuru seriously. It turned out that his girlfriend and the school beauty had similar figures. They are all very tall and elegant types. Duanjia nodded. Seeing his reaction, Jian Shuru immediately asked, "How is it? Is it the same?" "They're almost the same, but I think her figure is better," Duanjia said very boldly, not afraid at all that Jian Shuru would get angry. However, Jian Shuru was not angry at all after hearing this, and seemed to be even happier than before. "I only heard her say, Junior brother has good taste, maybe her figure is really better than mine. Then I'll be leaving first. Goodbye, Junior." "Bye." Duanjia waved. It was already noon when Duanjia returned to the dormitory. He took out his cell phone and asked Xiao Naru if she had returned. "I'm back." After saying that, he also sent a photo of himself in the dormitory. Only the floor was exposed. Duanjia clicked on the picture and felt it looked familiar, but he didn't think much about it and quickly typed, "I'm so sorry for today, baby." "Huh, it seems I overestimated you. I thought you could find me right away." The more Duanjia thought about it, the more guilty he felt. Why am I so disappointing? Such a good opportunity was missed. So he immediately said, "Give me another chance? I promise to complete the task." "You wish?" "Of course it depends on your performance," said a little baby girl. Duanjia, okay, I'll do as you say." Chapter 40, Powerful Singer Card, really awesome. The two chatted for a while and then said goodnight. Duanjia was lying on the bed when he suddenly thought of the powerful singing card that the system gave him yesterday. He woke up immediately. How do you use this powerful singer card? I really don't understand how to use the skill given by the system. Then, "System, can you explain to me how to use this skill?" The system's voice immediately came to my mind. Strong singer card, which means the host will become a very talented singing talent. This will include significant improvements in the host's voice, singing skills, and other aspects. Duanjia asked again, "I'm talking about the system, can we be more specific?" "Host, you only need to try it and you will know." After the system finished speaking, there was no sound. Duanjia pondered over it. He naturally believed what the system said about the powerful singing card. After all, he had already witnessed how powerful the world's top painting card was. Thinking of this, Duanjia decided to give it a try tomorrow when his roommate is not around. The illustrator's account now has nearly 200,000 followers, although the rumor incident has been calmed down a lot because of the statement issued by Jian Shuru herself. However, Duanjia found that there were still many unfriendly comments under his works. Did that matter just pass like that? It turns out that people who plagiarize can still get away with it. Sure enough, the internet has no memory. Duanjia frowned at these comments. When Duanjia clicked on their homepage, he found that it had been set as a private account. Wow, private accounts are awesome. Duanjia sneered. It seemed like this person would never let him go. He actually hires internet trolls every day to throw mud at his own works. Duanjia couldn't just ignore these comments. It would be fine if they were short-lived, but if they continued for a long time, he was afraid that even those passers-by who had some good feelings towards him would be led astray by these people. He absolutely cannot allow this to happen. If he wanted to develop in the long term, what he had to do now was to find this person. Duanjia believed that since he had failed in the last incident, the rumormonger would surely not be able to hold back and would strike again. All he had to do now was wait quietly. After his roommate left, Duanjia locked the dormitory door. He is now ready to try out whether the powerful singer card that the system mentioned yesterday is really that awesome. You know, he has not been able to sing all 5 tones since he was a child, and his teacher even didn't let him join the chorus when he was a child. Could this system really turn me into a talented singer? He can't wait to try it now. Duan Jia took out the recording on his mobile phone. What song should I sing? The songs he listens to most often are those by Eason Chan. Duan Jia searched again and again in the playlist on his phone and finally decided to sing Eason Chan's Long Time No See. Not only is this song known to everyone, but it is actually very difficult to sing it well. The requirements for the singer's singing skills are very high. Of course, staying in tune is the most basic thing. On top of that, it also requires stable breathing, clear pronunciation, and abundant emotions. Duan Jia had never thought that he could sing such a song before. He turned on the recording mode of his phone and found the accompaniment he hadn't seen for a long time. A familiar rhythm sounded. It is very difficult to sing this song well without the original singer. While waiting for the prelude, Duan Jia felt a little nervous. This is different from painting. When painting, Duan Jia's brain can imagine freely, and painting is a very free thing, you can express yourself freely. But singing is different. It itself carries the emotional color of the original singer. You must sing according to the techniques of the original song, otherwise it would be a great insult to the original singer. Even your fans won't let you go. Before I knew it, the first 10 seconds of accompaniment were about to pass. Duan Jia took a deep breath. Open your mouth slowly. I came to your city. Walk down the street you came from. Imagine the days without me. Along with the lyrical music, Duan Jia's gentle and pure voice slowly emanated from his throat. Duan Jia imagined the scene in his mind, and he heard how magnetic his voice was. This was totally unlike his normal speaking voice. Duan Jia was shocked. But he didn't dare to stop at all, and his voice became more and more emotional as the music progressed. It was as if he were in the shoes of the protagonist of the song. For the first time, the melody of the music made him feel so relaxed. The emotions slowly calmed down from the climax, and Duan Jia had completely mastered the rhythm of the song, a feeling he had never experienced before. In fact, it was an experience he had never had in his 20-plus years of life. For a tone-deaf person, this is something I would never have imagined. Duan Jia was even more excited than winning millions in lottery. The song ends. Duan Jia only sang half of the song, but he knew how well he sang without even listening. Of course, this is all thanks to the powerful singer Ka. He himself never expected that this skill would be so useful. Duan Jia saved the recording and clicked the play button. The familiar song just now flooded into my mind again. And listening to your own voice is truly an amazing experience. The sound on the phone was even better than he had imagined. It's not just 1,000 times better than the sound of my usual speaking voice. And with the accompaniment of this song, the song becomes very storytelling. After listening to it, people will feel a sense of sadness, as if they are listening to a love story in person. Duan Jia was so excited at this moment that he wanted to run to the playground and shout a few times. I am so happy that I can have such a good voice in my lifetime. This is just like a dream. He didn't dare to hesitate and wanted to upload his first song to the internet. But he was conflicted again. Where should it be transmitted? Duan Jia thought about it and realized that there were many people who loved singing who liked to publish their works on a certain karaoke software. But everyone is more interested in entertainment. Few people can become famous there. If they can, it takes several years to gain fans. Duan Jia immediately rejected this method because in his opinion, if he wanted to quickly gain a group of fans, live streaming would also be the best way. But it is also not advisable to broadcast live immediately. Who would watch a nobody with no fans singing live? Therefore, Duan Jia finally set his sights on the school forum. The only way is to get a group of fans from your own school first. This is the simplest and fastest method Duan Jia can think of at the moment. Just do it. Duan Jia immediately registered another small account. He clicked to publish the work, and then exported the recording file on his mobile phone. 20%. 50%. 80%. Upload successful. It was morning now, and students at Kyoto University probably had no time to visit the forum yet, so Duan Jia had no choice but to wait. After he logged out of his account, he logged into a certain audio account again. Chapter 41, If you don't accept the advertisement, you will curse me? As soon as he logged into the account, Duan Jia saw a very unfamiliar person in his private message. Although Duan Jia is now just a painting blogger with a relatively small number of fans and does not have as large a number of fans as those big bloggers, he also has many true fans. Every day I stay under Duan Jia's works and urge him to update quickly. There are also fans who send private messages to Duan Jia every day to express how much they love painting, and since seeing Duan Jia's works, they have a better understanding of the meaning of painting. Duan Jia remembers these people's IDs very clearly. This was the first time Duan Jia had seen the person who sent him a private message. And the name is very official. It is called Mingxian Art Shop. The content of the private message also made Duan Jia very uncomfortable. Blogger, I really like your work after seeing it. We think you're a good match for our shop. We've recently released several new paints and drawing papers that are all very good. Could you give me your contact information? This is very obvious. They simply saw that Duan Jia had fans, and wanted Duan Jia to promote their store and advertise for it. Although advertising is a very normal thing nowadays, most bloggers who only have tens of thousands of fans will agree if someone asks them to take an advertisement. After all, who can resist money? There are very few bloggers like Duan Jia who have 200,000 followers but have never advertised or used the shared bikes. But in Duan Jia's opinion, such behavior is actually a disguised way of limiting oneself. Duan Jia has observed that those bloggers who started selling products early on not only failed to produce a stable and high-quality output, but most of their works were shot for advertising purposes. Fans won't buy into videos like this at all. Because in this era of traffic, high-quality bloggers emerge endlessly, and if you are not careful, they will be abandoned by everyone. By that time, it will be too late to regret. Duan Jia is very clear about this. His goal is far more than just being a small blogger with 200,000 followers. Therefore, he rejected this type of advertising invitation without even thinking about it. I'm sorry, I don't have any plans to accept any advertisements right now. Duan Jia was about to log off after replying, but he didn't expect the other party to reply immediately. Dear, our brand is very famous in the industry. Duan Jia frowned. Seeing that the other party was not going to give up, I had to say, I'm so sorry, why don't you ask another blogger? My refusal is obvious enough. Duan Jia thought that the other party would not say anything more this time, but who knew that the other party actually started to attack him personally? You are just a young person starting out. Do you know how much influence our brand has on the industry? Many bloggers begged us to take advertising positions, but we refused. I think highly of you now, so don't be ungrateful. Just one word from us and you'll forget about staying in the art world. The other party kept sending a series of words like cannonballs. Duan Jia was a little confused. What is going on? Has it become like this now? Can bloggers no longer choose whether to accept advertisements? It's so funny. He doesn't tolerate these people's bad habits. If I compromise now, these people will endlessly test my bottom line. Duan Jia had no intention of replying. Conversations like this are a complete waste of each other's time. And if I reply, the other party will definitely say something extremely disrespectful to me like what I just said. Duan Jia shook his head helplessly at his phone. The online world is full of strange things. He simply ignored it. He had already arranged his afternoon activities, which was to continue painting in the calligraphy and painting shop outside the school. Just as he was about to go, a sound suddenly came from outside. Duan Jia. Duan Jia, are you there? Duan Jia opened the door immediately. It was a classmate from their class. What's wrong? The teacher is looking for you. Duan Jia frowned and asked, Teacher? I am still a freshman. Although I met the teachers a few times when I reported to school, we had no contact at all at other times. He was a little puzzled, but still said, Where is the teacher? The classmate said, It's on the 3rd floor of Building 10. Go quickly and don't keep the teacher waiting anxiously. Duan Jia nodded quickly, Okay, I understand. So he changed his clothes as quickly as possible. Although he didn't know what the teacher wanted to talk to him about at this time, Duan Jiaban still changed into more appropriate clothes out of courtesy for his teachers. The dormitory building was relatively close to building number 10, and Duan Jia found the door in just a few minutes. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door softly. Enter. It was a male voice. If Duan Jia remembered correctly, wasn't their counselor a middle-aged woman? Damn, that's a bit weird. Even though he thought so, Duan Jia didn't dare to delay for a moment and immediately pushed the door open and went in. The moment he opened the door, Duan Jia was shocked. Sitting on a sofa opposite him was a nearly bald man. Duan Jia had seen this man on the school's admissions website. He is the vice president of Kyoto University. On the left was his counselor, and the other person Duan Jia didn't know. But he guessed that he should also be a counselor. This posture. Duan Jia, who had been calm at first, became a little flustered. Student Duan Jia, please take a seat. The vice principal pointed to the stool in front of him. Duan Jia sat down with heavy steps. He swallowed unconsciously. At this moment, his mind flashed quickly through what he had done in the past few days. Is it because I haven't attended military training these days? That shouldn't be the case. I have already applied to the school. Shit, what the hell is going on? Duan Jia was brainstorming, while the three people in the room looked at each other. How come this student isn't panicking at all? He is worthy of being the school belle's favorite. It seems that this ideological work is a bit difficult to do. Ahem, classmate Duan Jia, do you know why we called you here? The vice principal looked at the young man opposite him with dignity. Duan Jia shook his head. He had just thought about it for a long time, but he really didn't know. The vice president winked at the middle-aged woman on his right, who immediately understood and said to Duan Jia, Student Duan Jia, I'm Jin Shuru's counselor at the dance academy. Duan Jia nodded. The expression says, and then what? Jin Shuru's counselor secretly glanced at the vice principal, wondering how she could not have the aura of a young boy. It was as if he was the one being interrogated. She wants to establish her own authority. Her expression became more serious than before, and she said, I heard that Jin Shuru has been meeting you every day recently. Duan Jia thought for a few seconds and nodded, almost. The three of them looked at each other and saw some shock in each other's eyes. But he still asked calmly, have you and Jin Shuru known each other before? Duan Jia wondered how he could know the campus beauty of Jin University since he wasn't even from Kyoto, so he answered very honestly, no, I've never seen her. The vice principal was a little anxious and immediately continued, since you said you didn't know him, then why did Jin Shuru first bring you milk tea, stewed pork rib soup for you, and even brought you honey water? Chapter 42 Being Called by the Teacher. Duan Jia wondered how this principal knew everything. Principal, how do you know? Duan Jia asked tentatively. The principal suddenly became excited, I saw it on the forum. Duan Jia was a little amused at the principal's gossipy expression, so the principal is also a level 10 internet surfer. The young principal waved his hands with a look of enjoyment, and said modestly, what I like to watch most is you guys. Ahem. The dance academy instructor coughed into her hand, winked at the principal, and whispered, Principal, don't forget our important event today. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Duan Jia who was sitting opposite her, and thought that this student was really difficult to deal with. Just now, the principal was almost led into trouble by him. It seems that Jin Shuru must have been deceived by this boy's sweet words. The principal realized that he had almost lost his composure. He immediately picked up the teacup in his hand, took a sip with feigned composure, and then said, That's right, Duan Jia, don't change the subject. Duan Jia was embarrassed. When did he change the subject? Tell me, what is your relationship with classmate Jin Shuru? Senior and I are really not familiar with each other. Duan Jia thought he was very honest because he and Jin Shuru were indeed not familiar with each other. But when he finished speaking, the faces of the three people opposite him suddenly darkened. This is obviously a lie. They had done their homework before Duan Jia came. The school beauty and this student named Duan Jia met almost every day. How could the two not be familiar with each other? And I heard that Jin Shuru caused a power outage in the entire girls' dormitory because she was making pork rib soup for him. When has the school beauty ever done this for anyone else? At first, they thought the two must be relatives, but after looking through the boy's file, they found out that he was not a native of Kyoto at all. The two had no contact at all before school started. Student Duan Jia, I hope you don't lie. Your counselor is still here. The teacher from the dance academy said unhappily. Duan Jia looked at his counselor. Duan Jia, just tell me the truth. Are you in a relationship with Jin Shuru? I saw that my counselor didn't look angry at all. Instead, he looked a little excited, and it was almost written on his face that my student was really promising. However, it seemed that because there were other teachers around, his expression at the moment was a little weird. Duan Jia was helpless. When did he start dating the school beauty? If we really talk about it, will I still be able to sit here safely? He had already been torn into pieces by the school beauty's crazy fans, okay? Teacher, I really am not in a relationship with the school beauty, and we are not familiar with each other. His crazy explanation. Impossible, is Shuro just wishful thinking and sending it to you every day, the dance academy teacher said excitedly. After he finished speaking, the whole room fell into silence. Unbelievable speculation gradually emerged in my mind. No way. Could it be that the campus beauty Jane has been pursuing this boy? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jin Shuro is the apple of Kyoto University's eye. How could she possibly pursue a boy? But looking at the boy's appearance, it seems that he is really not familiar with Jin Shuro. Looking at the three people's ever-changing expressions, Duanja finally understood why this group of people came to talk to him. It turned out that it was because Jin Shuro sent him things every day. This group of teachers actually suspected that I was in love with the school beauty. Duanja, tell the truth to your teacher. Duanjia's teacher winked at Duanja. She really didn't expect that a student in her class actually knew the school belle. How embarrassing it would be if she told others about this. Duanja sighed. He knew that one day the teachers would be alarmed. Jin Shuro was the darling of Kyoto University, so these teachers naturally did not dare to call her over easily. Then you can only take the blame yourself. But he won take the blame for this. Teachers, can I leave now? Duanja asked. The vice president sighed. This was the Waterloo moment in his career. Nothing was asked. He waved his hands helplessly and said tiredly, let's go. In the principal's office after Duanja left. Teacher Lee, please take care of the students in your class. Our Shuro is going to be out in the world in the future and can't be held back by others. As Duanjia's counselor, Li Qinshan couldn't hold back any longer. Although Jin Shuro could be said to be the darling of the entire school, Duanja was his student after all, so there was no reason not to protect him. Teacher Chen, didn't you hear what Duanja just said? Even if they are in a relationship, this is a private matter between Jin Shuro and Duanja. What era is this now? Is there something wrong with free love? You. Okay. Be quiet, the vice principal interrupted impatiently. Since there's no evidence, don't talk nonsense. Maybe Shuro is just simply trying to show care for the new students. This trick of self-deception is really awesome. But since the principal had spoken, the two teachers didn't dare to say anything. Duanja certainly didn't expect that he would cause a big war between the two academies. The whole day was wasted, and it was already 6 o'clock in the evening when I returned to the dormitory. Duanji's original plan to go to the calligraphy and painting shop in the afternoon was also ruined. But Duanja has never been someone who would easily interrupt his plans. Even if he was called over for a talk by the teachers at school today, he couldn't let his mentality collapse. The online world changes very quickly, which Duanja has long realized, so if he is not absolutely sure beforehand, he would not dare to stop updating. You should know that if you don't update as required, you will lose fans very quickly. He didn't want this to happen to him. So Duanja decided to paint a picture while his roommate was away. This is to prevent any incidents from disrupting the order of release of the entire work. Half an hour later, Duanja put down the pen in his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, works created under high-pressure environments will be better, because people's attention will be highly concentrated and their efficiency will be greatly improved. Duanja took photos of his works as per usual practice and preserved them. After doing all this, he locked the painting tools back in the cabinet and then laid down on the bed. He took out his cell phone and saw the text message Shao Nara sent him. What are you doing today? The time displayed was 20 minutes ago. Duanja was afraid that Shao Nairo would be anxious waiting, so he immediately replied, "What's wrong, honey?" "I was just drawing." Shao Nara was probably playing with her phone, and Duanja received a reply immediately. "I miss you." Duanja smiled knowingly, but then he thought about what happened today and sighed silently. It seemed that his position in school was becoming more and more precarious. Chapter 43 We are just ordinary friends. When Duanja thought of this, he immediately took out his cell phone and wanted to complain to Shao Naru. I have never encountered such a speechless thing in my life. "Baby, are you still there?" Duanja typed. "Yes." Shao Naru's cheerful tone immediately made Duanjia's originally heavy mood much better. "Do you know what happened today?" After Duan Jia sent this message, he added an aggrieved expression. What's wrong? I was called over by the principal today. Why? What happened? They thought the school beauty was in love with me. Duan Jia typed this helplessly. Just when he thought that Xiaonara would reply to him immediately like before, after he sent this message, Xiaonara disappeared again. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Half an hour. Duan Jia anxiously waited for news from the other party, but he never got any. Shit, is he angry? Duan Jia slapped his face in annoyance. How could he be so stupid? Girls are so sensitive. If I said that to Xiaonara, she would definitely think that something really happened between me and the school belle, which is why she was called away by the school teacher. Thinking of this, he immediately became anxious. No way, no way. Seeing that there was still no reply on the phone, Duan Jia thought more and more. But apart from this only contact method of Xiaonara, he has no other way to contact Xiaonara. Just when Duan Jia was in great distress, suddenly, a familiar voice came from downstairs of the dormitory building. Classmate, could you please call Duan Jia from the finance department for me? I have something urgent to discuss with him. Please. The classmate had never seen the aloof goddess look so anxious, so he nodded immediately and shouted loudly towards the dormitory building from the bottom of the building, Duan Jia. Duan Jia. Come down quickly. Seeing no response from upstairs, he raised his voice a little more, Duan Jia. Come down quickly. The school beauty is looking for you. The school beauty wants to see you urgently. Duan Jia looked out the window and saw more and more people gathering under the dormitory building, cursing in his heart. Shit, is this guy serious about being so loud? But it's understandable. Any boy in this university will lose his mind after seeing the campus beauty. Duan Jia quickly opened the dormitory door and ran downstairs. The teachers at school have now started paying attention to this matter. If he doesn't hurry up, he is really afraid that something else will happen. So when he ran to the bottom of the dormitory building, Duan Jia was still gasping for breath. Senior sister, you're here to bring me honey water again. Duan Jia walked towards Jin Shuru, panting. Jin Shuru walked quickly to Duan Jia with concern. Junior, are you okay? Duan Jia was confused. What could happen to me? He scratched his head. I'm fine. Senior sister, are you okay? Duan Jia asked. After all, he remembered that the school beauty ran back crying after giving him honey water yesterday. Of course I'm fine. I heard that my junior was called in for a talk by the principal because of me. Jin Shuru leaned close to Duan Jia's ear and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Duan Jia turned his head suddenly, his eyes full of surprise. How did you know? He just came back from the principal's office, and the school beauty already knew about it? What kind of speed is this? Maybe other people in the school know about this too. Jin Shuru noticed Duan Jia's thoughts and said, Don't worry, I'm the only one who knows about this matter. After hearing this, Duan Jia was very confused. He immediately asked, How did you know that? Jin Shuru's face suddenly showed a hint of unnaturalness, and she said, Who am I? I must be the first to know this kind of inside information. Duan Jia thought so too. This was Jin Shuru, the focus of all the teachers in the school. There was nothing she didn't know. Junior, I'm really sorry for causing you any harm. Jin Shuru said apologetically. Duan Jia immediately shook his head. No, I'm not wronged. Duan Jia was feeling a bit depressed at first, but now he was only concerned about what happened to little Nai Ro. Are you really angry with yourself? Or was he suddenly called away for something? All the speculations made Duan Jia feel a little uneasy. He caught a glimpse of the honey water in Jin Shuru's hand. This time, he did not hesitate at all and simply took the thermos cup from the school beauty's hand, in front of everyone's surprised eyes. He gulped it down into his mouth. He is now risking his life. Anyway, the whole school now believes that he has an affair with the school belle, so there is no way he can argue. Duan Jia finished the honey water in a few seconds, then said to the school beauty, Senior sister, I'm done. Jin Shuru stared at the empty cup in her hand in a daze, as if she didn't expect Duan Jia to do this. She heard the boy say, Can I go now? It was really urgent. He was afraid that if he delayed any longer he would lose his girlfriend. Jin Shuru looked at Duan Jia's face seriously, watching the thin layers of sweat appearing on his forehead. As if he had finally made up his mind, he said to the students who were watching and were stunned, Classmates, my junior and I are just ordinary friends. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. This is the first time that the school beauty has responded positively to her relationship with the milk tea boy. Not only were the students present stunned, even Duan Jawan was a little confused. The school beauty finally got it? Maybe some mechanism was opened? Why are you suddenly clarifying the relationship between two people? After saying this, Jin Shu turned her head and looked at Duan Jia. Don't worry, junior brother, I won't let you suffer any injustice. Duan Jia was speechless at this moment, because he had no idea if this was just another sudden whim from the school beauty. Then I'm leaving. After saying this, Jin Shuro left gracefully. Duan Jia and the other onlookers looked at each other in bewilderment. Really? The school beauty said she and him are just friends. Could what the school beauty said be false? But the milk tea guy's reaction seems like he's completely clueless. I already knew that the two of them were just ordinary friends. You know this now? Why didn't you tell me before? Duan Jia also felt a little strange listening to the whispers of people around him. But he could vaguely guess why the school beauty did this. He must have heard that he was called in for a talk by the teacher at school and was afraid of the negative impact on him, so he said that. And the relationship between him and the school beauty is just ordinary friends, and it will spread throughout the school tomorrow. No, there is no need to wait until tomorrow. He just saw several classmates editing text in the school forum. Ha! Duan Jia breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know how long the effect of the school beauty's words would last, at least it would prevent him from having to go through the same thing as before. The most important thing is that I must tell Xiao Naru about this as soon as possible. Don't let her have any more wild thoughts. He immediately returned to the dormitory, picked up his phone and saw that Xiao Naru had replied to his message. I just had something very important to do. I forgot to reply to you. After saying that, he also sent a kiss emoticon. It turned out that something happened, and Duan Jia felt relieved. As long as Xiao Naru doesn't misunderstand, then it's worth it for me to bear any amount. Chapter 44. The Master is finally here. Duan Jia was busy taking care of little Naru's emotions. After he finished everything, it was already 12 o'clock in the morning when he lay down on the bed. Duan Jia was so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyes, but he still logged into the school forum with his second account. I don't know what the response is to the song he posted on the forum today. Duan Jia actually didn't have much emotional ups and downs about uploading the song this time. After the previous painting incident, he knew that since he released the song on the public platform, there would definitely be mixed reviews. But something happened that he didn't expect. The moment he logged into his account, his phone felt countless vibrations. Duan Jia immediately turned his phone to silent mode. He saw thousands of unread messages appearing in his originally empty message bar. This is even more amazing than the first time he uploaded illustrations on a certain audio platform. He opened the message tremblingly. I saw that the number of views of his works has exceeded 100,000. Just a second ago, Duan Jia could still see someone commenting on his work. Wow, are there any boys with such nice voices in Kyoto University? What kind of divine voice is this? Fuck, they're both boys. Why is there such a big difference? Can you girls stop being crazy? Of course, there were also some malicious comments, and Duan Jia was already accustomed to them. But he admired his brother's courage very much, and this sentence not only reflected himself. He also implied this to all the girls. In the online society, girls naturally play more games. When he said this, he put himself at the center of public opinion. Wow, his comment directly surpassed the first most popular comment and remained at the top of the list. He was hit hard by all the girls. This guy is the ceiling of Pushing Man. Would you like to sing one? How can you be so malicious towards girls? Sisters, this boy is afraid to speak. Duan Jia shook his head helplessly. If it were him, he wouldn't dare to say anything. However, he never expected that his cover song would receive so many hits. This was even more popular than he had imagined. There are even many girls who come to me to send private messages, and the content of the private messages is naturally self-explanatory. Handsome guy, can you add me on WeChat? Brother, your singing is so beautiful. Are you dating? With such a nice voice, he must be very handsome too. Here's my contact information, VX18839. This. Girls are so bold now? He felt a little bit of fear. It seems that what Mom said is right. Boys must also learn to protect themselves when they are outside. So, Duanjia decisively turned off the private message function, which saved him a lot of trouble. Compared to painting, singing is indeed much easier. Duanjia pondered the reason. Maybe it's because singing is more down to earth than painting. After all, not everyone can paint a good picture. But singing is different. Nowadays, many grassroots people can sort of fame just by having a good voice. Among them are many people who have not received professional singing training. Moreover, even if one has the best singing skills, it is difficult to change what God has given him. This is a truth that Duanjia had realized a long time ago. It can be said that the singing market is too saturated. Anyone can sing well, but outside the internet, there are very few people who are truly talented. Therefore, if Duanjia wants to become famous, he must have stable strength. Thinking of this, Duanjia put down his phone and fell asleep. Saturday morning. Duanjia packed up his things and quickly slipped out of the dormitory while his roommate was still sleeping. Then he went straight to the calligraphy and painting shop outside the school. Duanjia saw a tall and slim girl standing in the distance from a distance. Xia Xingying is wearing a pair of casual jeans and a simple short-sleeved shirt today, but even with the simplest outfit, it can show off the school beauty's figure to the fullest. Wear it in a different way from others. It is 7 o'clock in the morning. There are not many students on the road, only a few. If it were the peak period of classes, they would probably surround Xia Xingying. When Xia Xingying saw Duanjia, she immediately waved her hand. "Master! I'm here." Xia Xingying's excitement was a little funny. If you didn't know her, you would think she was really a national master. "Sorry, have you been waiting for a long time?" Duanjia said apologetically. Xia Xingying shook her head and said nonchalantly, "I'm early." Then he took out a loaf of bread from his bag and handed it to Duanjia. "Master, I guess you haven't had breakfast." Duanjia took it without hesitation, "Thank you." Xia Xingying has a very frank personality, so Duanjia didn't hesitate. After all, he didn't accept it for nothing. Let's go in and get started. He planned to teach Xia Xingying within 2 hours and draw the content of the next video he would release. The two found a private room and sat down. "Master, what are you going to teach me?" Xia Xingying asked expectantly. As a student at an art academy, Xia Xingying cherishes this opportunity very much. This is a master. The whole network is guessing the identity of the master. Only you know. Xia Xingying suddenly felt a sense of pride and mission in her heart. Looking at the girl's dreamy expression, Duanjia stopped talking. "What are you thinking about?" Xia Xingying came back to her senses immediately. "Ah, master, what did you just say?" Xia Xingying asked. Duanjia asked helplessly, "What do you want to learn?" Xia Xingying's eyes lit up. She held her face in her hands and looked at him admiringly. "Master, can you teach me anything I want to learn?" Duanjia remained silent. Xia Xingying immediately took out the notes she didn't understand in class and placed them in front of Duanjia. "Master, these are things I don't know," Xia Xingying said. Looking at the dense handwriting on the notebook, there must be at least a few thousand words. "You don't know how to do these things?" He was unwilling to face the fact. Xia Xingying nodded a little embarrassedly and said, "The teacher spoke too fast, but I took notes. I just don't quite understand." Although she was among the top 3 students in her major at the Academy of Fine Arts, she actually worked 3 times harder than anyone else in private. For many things she didn't understand, she could only look up various books in the library by herself, but practice always trumps theory. So after seeing that Duanjia had such amazing painting skills, she was both envious and admired him. Looking at the knowledge-hungry eyes of the girl in front of him, Duanjia softened his heart. Okay, another top student. Duanjia resigned himself to his fate, took out a pen, and carefully looked through Xia Xingying's notebook. The two began a long teaching course. On the other side is the Kyoto University girls' dormitory. Jin Shura woke up early and started watching TikTok. Just when she felt bored and was about to leave, she accidentally saw a very familiar avatar. She suddenly sat up from the bed. "How could this happen?" she murmured. Chapter 45 I choose to believe in him unconditionally. Jin Shura stared at the phone screen intently, disbelief written all over her face. "Shu Ro, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Fong hurried over and asked. Jin Shura sent the video link to their dormitory group, and then sent it to her only pinned contact on WeChat. "Is this true?" Zhang Fong asked loudly, holding up her cell phone. There was a video on her phone screen. The account belongs to a video store called Mingxian Art Shop. There was a woman in the video, and she posted screenshots of herself and a blogger. And this blogger is an illustrator. The woman righteously explained how much she admired the illustrator and repeatedly begged him to work with her, but he not only refused but also verbally abused her. Not only that, in order to make everyone believe what he said, this person even posted a screenshot. In the screenshot, the illustrator did speak disrespectfully about the Mingxian art shop, even claiming that he was already a big shot and disdained to cooperate with such a small shop. As soon as the video was released, the comments below are almost one-sided. No wonder they get carried away after becoming famous. These young people can't keep their composure at all these days. Didn't they say he plagiarized before? How can such a blogger with such a bad record still survive on the internet? I don't know what's going on, but all my favorite bloggers have fallen apart recently. Are all Kyoto University students like this? As soon as this comment was posted, everyone below started cursing at it. Is it really okay to generalize? We don't have students like him at Kyoto University. That's right, maybe he's not from Kyoto University at all. I agree with the above. I have long suspected whether he is a student of Kyoto University. Of course, among all these comments, there are still a very small number of people speaking for the illustrator. I don't believe that's what the illustrator said. Could it be that this blogger is deliberately trying to gain popularity? Everyone, be rational and don't let yourself be used as a gun. But there are very few people who say such things, and those who do are quickly suppressed. I never thought he was this kind of person. Zhang Fong said unconsciously. I didn't expect her to say that. Jian Shuru's reaction was very strong. She immediately stood up and retorted, impossible. He is not that kind of person. Zhang Fong was startled and said, Shuro, I know you like him very much, but now the evidence is conclusive. Jian Shuro said angrily, he is definitely not that kind of person. I believe him. Even if everyone in the world doesn't believe in him, I still believe in him. Zhang Fong was frightened. Could it be that the campus beauty Jane has gone crazy? Why does he look like he's been bewitched? Shuro, be rational, you don't even know this person. Looking at Jian Shuru's expression, Zhang Fong was very worried. It turns out that school beauties can be so crazy when chasing stars. She was really afraid that Jian Shuru would get lost. Although Jian Shuru has a very smart face, only she knows that she is actually very simple at heart. Whenever she sees a beggar on the street, she will take out all the cash she has. I reminded her again and again that this man was a liar, but Jian Shuru was convinced that she was right. But this is not difficult to guess. Jian Shuru grew up in a wealthy family and lived in a happy family. She has never experienced any setbacks since she was a child, so she developed such a simple personality. But it was precisely because of this that she was so worried. If I hadn't been careful, I would have been kidnapped long ago. Who said I don't know him? Jian Shuro said angrily. Zhang Fong was stunned. You know him? Jian Shuro realized that she had let the cat out of the bag and immediately tried to stop him, saying, I don't know him, but I just believe him. Zhang Fong rolled her eyes. You see, she knew that the campus beauty Jane was naive and easy to deceive, otherwise how could she choose to trust a stranger so shamelessly? Just as she was about to persuade her, she saw Jian Shuro had already crawled onto the bed, fiddling with her cell phone, not knowing what she was doing. She shook her head. Alas, she should be allowed to experience the dangers of society. Forget it, with the school beauty Jane's persistent personality, it's useless for me to say anything. And in the calligraphy and painting shop on the other side. Duan Jiazheng felt his mouth dry and he looked at Xia Xingying opposite him, who was still studying very seriously with a hopeless look on his face. Are all top students like this? It's crazy. During these 2 hours, Duan Jia deeply experienced what torture was. Xia Xingying was like someone who had never learned anything before. She kept asking Duan Jia questions, and then immediately let go and put them into practice after asking the questions. It must be said that although Xia Xingying studied very hard, Duan Jia still felt a little proud as it was his first time as a teacher. After all, which teacher wouldn't like a diligent and studious student like Xia Xingying? Finish. Xia Xingying put down the brush in her hand, then looked at Duan Jia and showed him her newly finished work with an expectant look in her eyes. How is it, master? Duan Jia looked at her and she looked like a student waiting for praise. Duan Jia took the painting. Xia Xingying's talent is actually average, but her strength lies in her ability to express various things on the drawing paper with her own thoughts. This is a skill that others don't have. That's why Xia Xingying was able to stand out among so many people in the Academy of Fine Arts. Duan Jia said very honestly, very good. Xia Xingying almost jumped up when she heard this. This is a master. My work was actually praised by the master. It shows that my efforts were not in vain. Xia Xingying excitedly grabbed Duan Jia's hand and said, Master, I don't know what good deeds I did in my past life to deserve to meet you. Duan Jia never expected that this girl would be so bold. Men and women should not touch each other. If someone saw this, wouldn't my innocence be ruined? Just talk, why are you using violence? Duan Jia used all his strength to pull his hand out of Xia Xingying's hand. Damn, I didn't expect this little girl to be so strong. Master, I thank you so much. Duan Jia waved his hand, it's what I should do. With you, I can surpass that person. And get more scholarships. Xia Xingying said with great confidence. Scholarship? Duan Jia began to look at the beautiful girl in front of him again. Come to think of it, who would give up their beautiful weekend to do a part-time job? It turns out that this beauty from the Academy of Fine Arts is also a very hard-working person. Duan Jia immediately looked at her with admiration. Believe me, I will definitely make you surpass him. I guess he must be the boy who has always been the top student in his major at the Academy of Fine Arts. Xia Xingying now wanted to rush over and give the master a big hug. But she still restrained herself. Thank you, master. Chapter 46, One wave has not yet subsided, another wave rises. Duan Jia nodded, raised his hand to check the time, it was almost 10 o'clock. It takes a bit too long for me to be out here. He said to Xia Xingying, I need to paint now. Xia Xingying stood up, revealing an expression of instant understanding, got it. Master, please take your time painting. I'm going to go out and work. Then he walked away with a smile on his face. He even closed the door before leaving. Duan Jia immediately took out the painting tools with familiarity, and then began to immerse himself in painting. He now has a very good grasp of the knowledge in the field of illustration. If it weren't for the last plagiarism incident, he believed he would have gained more fans. But Duan Jia is not the type of person who gets hesitant. He believes that everything should be done step by step. But if someone really slanders him, he will not sit idly by. Duan Jia took half an hour to finish this painting. The use of color in the entire painting is more mature than before, and he clearly feels that his understanding of composition is becoming more and more thorough. Just as he was about to pack up and leave, he heard a commotion outside. Duan Jia went out immediately. Then he saw Xia Xingying being surrounded by a group of boys, looking at a loss and with impatience written all over her face. When Xia Xingying saw Duan Jia coming out, she immediately waved to him as if she had seen his savior. His eyes were full of requests for help. Duan Jia couldn't leave now, so he walked forward resignedly. The group of boys surrounding Xia Xingying saw the usually calm school beauty waving at another boy, and their eyes were filled with hostility. One of the boys was the most conspicuous. His clothes were obviously different from the other boys, and the words "I'm rich" were written all over his body. Duan Jia walked among them under tremendous pressure. Xia Xingying immediately walked over and took Duan Jia's arm. Haven't you met before? This is my brother. Xia Xingying decided to use the same reason as last time. I know him. We met last time. One of the boys who looked very cute waved at Duan Jia. Duan Jia smiled stiffly. The boy looked about 18 years old. He unconsciously turned his head to look at Xia Xingying. He didn't expect that this school beauty was so popular with the younger boy. Elder brother? The well-dressed boy looked Duan Jia up and down with suspicion. Duan Jia was not afraid at all. As the saying goes, if you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door. Although I am not Xia Xingying's brother, I have done a good thing, right? Seeing that Duan Jia didn't seem to be feeling guilty at all, the boy asked again, when did the school beauty get a boyfriend? How come this is different from the information he investigated before? Could it be that my father's secretary made a mistake? The information clearly states that Xia Xingying is an only child and has no older brother at all. Boss Zhang, this boy was there the last time we met the school beauty. The school beauty said this is her brother. School beauties shouldn't lie, right? The group of people began to discuss in whispers, but Duan Jia had no intention of listening to their idle chat. He turned slightly sideways and said to Xia Xingying in a voice that only the two of them could hear, hurry up and find a reason to send them away. Xia Xingying immediately said, "You're affecting my work. Go back first." But after saying this, the group of boys showed no intention of leaving. "Campus Belle, how can you work part-time in a place like this? Yes, if you have any difficulties, we can all help you. Campus Belle, be my girlfriend. I will support you forever." Listening to the greasy remarks of these boys, Xia Xingying just felt a headache. She didn't want to fall in love at all now. Making money is the serious matter. The second-generation rich man was even more arrogant. He said to Xia Xingying directly, "Xingying, don't worry. Be my girlfriend and I will give you 10% of our family's shares." Duanjia almost lost his balance after hearing this. Damn, is this the world of the rich? The kind that fluctuates by millions every minute? Can 10% of the shares be given to an outsider casually? He really is becoming less and less able to understand the world of the rich. Xia Xingying smiled awkwardly after hearing this. "Classmate Zheng Haiho, I don't need your family's shares." Zheng Haiho. Poochie. Duanjia accidentally laughed out loud. Isn't the name of this rich second generation too casual? Duanjia's smile instantly attracted everyone's attention. Especially the hostility in the eyes of the rich second generation is getting deeper and deeper. He naturally thought that Duanjia's smile just now was directed at him. Because he was ridiculed since he was a child for the casual name his parents gave him. If I didn't have money, that group of people would probably laugh at my name in front of me. And he is not as stupid as the people around him. He was sure that Xia Xingying definitely didn't have any brother, and this person must be an imposter. What if the school beauty is deceived by this boy's sweet words? That would be disastrous. The school beauty is so beautiful and so innocent. I can't let a boy like this continue to stay with the school beauty. Xia Xingying said the situation was becoming increasingly tense, so she simply said, "I'm going home after get off work." After saying that, he ignored everyone's expressions and pulled Duanjia away. "Brother, let's go." The two broke through the crowd and walked out of the calligraphy and painting shop. After they walked a little further away, Xia Xingying said to Duanjia apologetically, "Master, it's all my fault. I'm sorry to bother you again. It turns out that being a school belle is not that easy." He was filled with emotion. Whether it was Jian Shuru or Xia Xingying, both of them lived under the public's watch and had no freedom at all. "I guess you have a lot of worries." So he comforted her, "Don't overthink it, it's just a piece of cake." After they finished talking, they said goodbye. Duanjia took out his cell phone while walking back to school. "I found out that Xiao Nero had sent me a message 2 hours ago. Look. Do you know this person?" Then he sent this video link to Duanjia. Duanjia was puzzled. What was the matter that made him so anxious? Thinking this, he still clicked on the video link sent by Xiao Nero. After just a few seconds of looking, Duanjia froze in place. He didn't know the woman in the video, but he knew the account that posted it. "It's the store that asked me yesterday whether to accept the advertisement." He was so angry that his whole face turned red. "I didn't expect that just because I didn't accept the promotion, this store would do such a thing to distort the truth." The screenshots in the video are not complete at all, and there are even words that Duanjia did not say. This store must have hired a professional to process and edit the original pictures. Moreover, this woman completely distanced herself from the matter in her words, without mentioning at all that she had forced the sale. This is what makes Duanjia most angry. He absolutely could not accept such slander. And this incident seemed to have a greater impact on him than the previous one. It's really one crisis after another. Chapter 47 Songs that straight men also listen to. While he was thinking, Xiao Nero sent another message. "Where have you been? Reply quickly." Duanjia. Realizing that Xiao Nero was very anxious, Duanjia immediately exited the video link and replied to Xiao Nero. "I'm looking at the baby. This person is lying. Don't believe what she says." The screenshots in the video have also been photoshopped. Duanjia quickly explained that what he feared most now was that his girlfriend would believe these words. Compared to others, he was more afraid of how Xiao Nero would react when she saw this video. After all, the person in this video speaks very convincingly. If you only listen to his one-sided words, you will really think of the illustrator like this. So he was now staring at his phone, anxiously waiting for Xiao Nero to reply to him. "I know. You're not that kind of person. The most important thing now is how to clarify this matter. Don't worry, I will always stand behind you." Duanjia suddenly felt tears welling up in his eyes. I will always stand behind you. Duanjia felt mixed emotions as he and Xiaonero had met online. If one day Xiaonero blocked and deleted his contact information, then he would never be able to find her. The two people will never have any intersection from now on. But after these incidents, Xiaonero was able to stand firmly behind herself. Always support him. Duanjia was very touched. Don't worry, baby, I will definitely take care of this matter. After Duanjia sent this message, his expression became serious. He should immediately return to the dormitory and think about how to solve this problem. If this matter is not solved well, netizens will dig up the previous plagiarism incident as well. So he must defeat the enemy in one move. Not only that, I also have to find the culprit of the plagiarism immediately. With something on his mind, Duanjia walked on the campus of Kyoto University. But even if you walked to the campus of Kyoto University, Duanjia still felt a strong sense of gossip. Hey, have you heard? Something has been leaked about that illustrator from our school again. Is there someone targeting him? As the saying goes, flies don't bite seamless eggs. If he really didn't have these bad things, how could he be criticized twice in a row? Didn't the person involved in the last plagiarism incident clarify the matter? Forget it. Just based on the few words he said, it's not credible at all. Maybe he's still planning something big. As Duanjia walked along, almost everyone around him was talking about the illustrator's incident. One reason is that everyone assumes that the illustrator is a student of Kyoto University. The second reason is that this is the person the school belle likes. Because of the school belle, this illustrator also gained a lot of popularity. Duanjia sighed silently. It is true that bad news spreads far and wide, and even the smallest thing done by public figures will be magnified by the public. Sometimes if you make a wrong move, you lose the whole game. Duanjia had returned to the dormitory without realizing it. Several of my roommates were discussing something face to face. Duanjia didn't need to think, they must be discussing the illustrator. Hey Duanjia, you go out early and come back late every day. How come you are busier than us students who have to go through military training? That's right, we can't keep in touch with each other anymore. Duanjia pulled the corners of his mouth and forced a smile. Brothers, what gossip are you talking about again? You won't be able to imagine this time. Duanjia thought, how could I not think of my own affairs? I guess the whole school is talking about me now. No, it's an illustrator. But he said, I know, it's the illustrator's business. My roommate shook his head and said mysteriously, no. Although the illustrator's matter is a hot topic right now, this is not what we want to talk about. Now Duanjia became curious. What's that? Duanjia asked. His roommates waved at him, and Duanjia moved closer to them, only to see that they were staring at the forum. Duanjia wanted to ask what they were doing. I was caught off guard when earphones were stuffed into my ears. Duanjia was stunned. Isn't this the song I sang yesterday, Isan Shaunis long time no see? Familiar melodies and familiar voices. Duanjia immediately became nervous. Won't my roommates find out that I'm the one singing? What should I say if I am discovered? Duanjia, how is it? The singing stopped abruptly, and Duanjia asked tentatively, what do you think? Unexpectedly, the three grown men were extremely excited and clapped their hands on their thighs, saying, of course it sounds good. It's simply the sound of nature. When did you start liking to listen to boys singing? What happened while you were away? How come my three straight as steel roommates suddenly became obsessed with the songs I sang? Flirting with girls. Duanjia was puzzled. Hey, Xiao Jia, the three of us are not like you. You already have a girlfriend. That's right, we don't want to be single for 4 years in college. What does this have to do with listening to me? Ugh, listening to other boys sing? Duanjia asked. Fatty Chin said with a tone of dismay, you don't understand this, do you? Boys with nice voices are so popular these days. Did you know that this boy's song already has over 10,000 comments, and almost all of them are from girls? He became more and more excited as he spoke. I have never seen so many girls in my life. Duanjia nodded, motioning him to continue. So we decided to learn how to speak and sing like this boy. Duanjia rolled his eyes after hearing this. You must be crazy about women. Then he added, be yourself. TSK. You're just jealous. Why don't you imitate her voice? It's so sexy. Even a guy like me can hardly control himself. Duanjia looked at his roommate in horror, goosebumps all over his body. If he told them that the boy was himself, he wondered how his roommates would react. However, after being healed by this group of idiots, his originally depressed mood improved a lot. His mind was extremely clear at this moment, and it was time to solve the problem. Duanjia pulled the curtain on the bed, crawled into the quilt, and began to watch the video released by Mingxian Art Shop over and over again. After a while, he found the loophole. Because he found that the words he said in the video screenshots had been processed and the font was different from the original. This should be the trace left by not paying attention when using PS. Naturally, the onlookers would not observe carefully, so this detail was not discovered at all. Since he was discovered by himself, it seemed like God was helping him. And of course there is no other way. Duanjia decided to release the chat history between himself and Mingxian Art Shop in the form of a screen recording. This further increases your credibility. This will also allow netizens to see clearly that Mingxian Art Shop is taking things out of context. But this is far from enough. Since Mingxian Art Shop is so arrogant, I have no obligation to protect its interests anymore. Chapter 48. Please apologize immediately. After Duanjia made up his mind, he immediately recorded the chat history between him and Mingxian Art Shop and posted it directly to his own TikTok account. As soon as the video was released, Duanjia immediately received various messages and comments. However, these comments were within Duanjia's expectations. Some people did not believe the video released by Duanjia and directly raised questions under the video. What can a screen recording of a chat tell us? With technology so advanced now, screen recordings can be faked, right? Can you please release some substantial evidence and stop treating us like fools? That's right, now anyone can be a blogger. The saying "when the wall falls, everyone pushes it down, no one cares" is exactly what Duanjia is experiencing now. He didn't expect that this day would come so soon that even he felt sad. However, many netizens saw the video posted by Duanjia and made more rational comments below. I support the blogger. If Mingxian Art Shop can, please release the recording of the chat. I agree with the above. What's the point of just taking screenshots? Technology is now advanced enough to even produce Photoshop. I've been following this blogger since he only had a few followers. Now that he's in trouble, I support him unconditionally. This must be a true fan, Duanjia thought. However, because Duanjia is very popular now, many passers-by can often see things about Duanjia. This incident not only attracted the attention of Duanjia's fans, but even many onlookers began to pay attention to it. After all, it's fun to watch the fun. Isn't it netizens' daily fun to eat melons? I'm just a passerby, not taking sides, just watching this matter develop quietly. Judging from the current situation, Mingxian Art Shop still has the upper hand. Looking forward to a reversal. Eat melons rationally. I don't believe there are any melons I can't eat. Secretary Lee, go check what's going on. Various bystanders began to tag their friends and leave messages in the comments section of Duanjia's video. Duanjia watched the development of things silently. This was just the first step. What he had to do next was to continue hammering. Duanjia found a master who was proficient in PS on the internet. After paying the money, he sent the screenshots released by Mingxian Art Shop to him. After a while, Duanjia received a detailed explanation of where the flaws in those screenshots were. At the same time, the people in Mingxian Art Shop were not nervous at all when they saw Duanjia release the chat recording, and they even became more rampant. They directly turned the tables and slandered the illustrator as the one who took the screenshots during the holiday. And then came a scene that shocked everyone. Just below the live broadcast of Mingxian Art Shop, there was a very conspicuous comment. This ID has been posting comments below, and it looks very familiar. Jane Shuru. The three big words were so bright that they blinded the eyes of all the onlookers. Because the people who are paying attention to this incident are basically students of Kyoto University. And who at Kyoto University doesn't know Jane Shuru? I saw this account constantly spamming the screen below. Your evidence is not enough to prove that the illustrator is wrong. Do you think all of us Kyoto University students are fools? Defamation is legally punishable. Even the host of Mingxian Art Shop couldn't react to the speed of the screen refreshing, let alone the students of Kyoto University. Is this person really the school belle? Could it be an imposter? Someone raised questions below. But someone recognized it at a glance as Jian Shuru's real ID. This is the school beauty's account. I saw this ID in the illustrator's live broadcast room. The school beauty is a longtime fan of the illustrator, no wonder she is speaking out for him now. Even the school beauty can trust the illustrator, why should we listen to an outsider? The anchor of Mingxian Art Shop looked confused. Who on earth is this Jian Shuru? How come he led the public opinion in the wrong direction that I had just guided? How could this person have such great power? Because of Jian Shuru's reappearance, many students of Kyoto University chose to stand on the side of the school beauty and support the illustrator. But there are also many students who insist on their skepticism. Although the school beauty also supports the illustrator, we can't take both sides, right? Yes, everything still depends on the results. I trust my own judgment. That illustrator is definitely not a good person. Duan Jia was still unaware of this. He was uploading these photos and clearly marked the part that was photoshopped by Mingxian Art Shop at the back of the photos. After uploading all of this, Duan Jia breathed a sigh of relief. He believed that this was enough to shut up the trolls. Sure enough, after these were released, Duan Jia's move completely reversed the entire situation. Under the video released by Duan Jiasen, everyone rushed to comment like a torrent. Holy crap! As expected, I knew this would turn out this way. This evidence will beat the other party to death. I'm on the wrong side again. I didn't expect the other side to be so treacherous. Why don't these unscrupulous businesses close down quickly? I owe the blogger an apology. I swear, from now on, I will follow the blogger's footsteps until my death. Can you guys wait a little longer? Maybe there will be some twists and turns later. This person's comment was pushed to the top, and many people commented below. Tell me, are you the water army hired by the other side? The bloggers have already slapped the evidence in your face. What's there to reverse? Go away, don't talk to such a brainless person. For a time, public opinion on the entire incident began to stand on Duan Jia's side. When Mingxian Art Shop saw the illustrator do this, they immediately panicked. They were so flustered that they had no idea that their photoshopped photos would be discovered. In fact, they just want to take advantage of this public opinion trend to gain some fans. They had no idea that things would get so serious. Originally, they planned to use this incident to start a live broadcast. This is the only way to make a steady profit. But now that it has turned out like this, they are simply shooting themselves in the foot, which will cause them huge losses. Just when the entire Mingxian Art Shop was busy and overwhelmed and didn't know how to deal with it, he suddenly received a private message from the illustrator. Please make a public apology immediately, and I will not pursue this matter further. The person in charge responded immediately, completely different from his previous attitude, and even his tone of voice became much more humble. Okay, don't worry, we will publicly apologize now. They really didn't expect that this young boy could have such great abilities. Now he immediately started a live broadcast and publicly apologized to the illustrator. Chapter 49, School Belle, the favorite of the whole school. The people at Mingxian Art Shop spoke very sincerely and admitted that they were just possessed at the time. They thought the illustrator had just become popular, so they wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to ride on the popularity, but they didn't expect to shoot themselves in the foot. They are publicly apologizing here. But netizens are not so easy to fool. Duan Jia saw many people mocking him from below. After all, netizens nowadays are not willing to let them go so easily. Get lost. I've known for a long time that you unscrupulous merchants have no good intentions. Family, I've used their drawing paper before, and it's of poor quality. Exactly. I've used it before. A store like this still wants illustrators to take over promotion. Just dream on. It's time to let this store also experience what it's like to be cyberbullied. As a result, all netizens were outraged and were denouncing this unscrupulous store on behalf of the illustrator. Some netizens who had bought things from this store before even posted their chat records with customer service. The chat records showed that Mingxian Art Shop's customer service attitude was very poor, and they even insulted buyers. Duan Jia silently watched this matter slowly ferment on the internet, and quickly sent a message to Xiao Neru. Baby, the problem is solved. Duan Jia said. Xiao Neru said, I saw it, you were so amazing. Duan Jia immediately replied, this is all thanks to the help of the school beauty. Duan Jia had noticed that many netizens were discussing the school beauty before he uploaded the screenshots online. Duan Jia took a closer look and found that it was Jian Shura who spoke up for him in the previous live broadcast of Mingxian Art Shop. Duanjia had experienced how great Jian Shuru's appeal was. As long as the campus beauty of Kyoto University appears, at least more than half of the students in the entire Kyoto University will stand on Jian Shuru's side. There is no way, in this age where appearance is justice, it is so important to have a beautiful face. I'm afraid the owner of Mingxian Art Shop doesn't know who will win now. If Jian Shuro hadn't helped him turn the situation around, Duanjia wouldn't have been able to destroy Mingxian Art Shop so quickly. So even though Duanjia knew that Jian Shuro didn't know that he was the illustrator, he was still very grateful to Jian Shuro in his heart. As Duanjia was thinking about this, a little girl sent him another message. Really? Then you must thank her very much. Duanjia looked at this and said, but she doesn't know I'm the illustrator. Isn't it a bit strange to thank her so suddenly? Why not? You can treat her to a meal. Have a meal? Or go to the movies. See a movie? Duanjia replied uncertainly, my girlfriend is so generous that she actually lets her boyfriend take other girls to the movies. Behind every successful man, there is always a generous and considerate woman. I am very sensible. Xiao Nero made a proud expression. Duanjia was amused by what Jian Shuru said. I wondered how I could have such a lovely girlfriend. With a smile on his face and a heart full of honey, he said, I'll listen to my wife. After the two finished chatting, Duanjia remembered that he didn't have Jian Shuru's contact information at all. What should I do? Duanjia suddenly realized that apart from the fact that the school beauty was a student of the dance academy, he seemed to know nothing else about himself. So how do I find the campus beauty? At the same time, in the Kyoto University dance classroom, all the students were watching the teacher's explanation carefully, only Jian Shuru was secretly playing with her mobile phone in the corner. And his expression was very charming. Other girls saw this and complained to the teacher in a low voice. Why can she just leisurely play with her phone while we have to work hard in class? How can we compare with her? Some people can enjoy all the privileges just by relying on their looks. These sour words actually happen every day. Although Jian Shuru is a killer of men, women, young and old, no matter how perfect a person is, there will always be people who don't like her. Jian Shuru is no exception. At Kyoto University, most people like Jian Shuru very much. But there are always a few people who are jealous of Jian Shuru's beauty and say bad things about the school belle behind her back every day. When the teacher heard them say this, he retorted angrily, if you can win national awards every year, you can do whatever you want. I won't care. Then he glanced at the girls who had just been talking behind his back and snorted coldly. Humph, I'm afraid some people don't work hard and are jealous of others. If they have that kind of energy, they might as well improve their own ranking. That way, they won't be at the bottom of the grade every time the results come out. The person who spoke was a notoriously sharp-tongued teacher at the dance academy. Anyone who dares to mess with him, that's just asking for trouble. The girl who was so arrogant just now is now speechless after being confronted. He also lowered his head obediently and let the teacher scold him. There was no way Jian Shuru was the teacher's favorite student. She could do whatever she wanted and didn't have to ask for leave from the teacher. In the professor's words, Jian Shuru was a talented contestant. Her conditions and learning ability are the best in the entire Kyoto University, and she is even one of the best in the whole country. All the teachers were vying for a student like him who was both talented and hardworking. Someone from the National Dance Association had even come to invite Jian Shuru to join, but Jian Shuru had rejected them all. So no matter what, at least in this school, even if some people are not happy with all the teachers doting on Jian Shuru, they can only keep it in their hearts. Anyone who dares to speak out will be in trouble with everyone. After the professor's criticism, no one dared to talk about Jian Shuru behind her back anymore. The heroine of this incident was holding her cell phone in the corner, and the expression on her face never changed from beginning to end. His face looked as if he had won the lottery, and the corners of his mouth never relaxed. Many male students secretly glance at the school beauties while in class. Seeing the smile on the school beauty's face, everyone lost their composure. What could have made the school beauty smile like that? There is a bit of happiness, a bit of shyness, and even a bit of sweetness in this smile. Some brave male students even secretly ran to the school beauties. Campus Belle, did you win another award in the competition? Yes, the professor was praising you to us just now. It took a lot of courage for them to take the initiative to talk to the school belle, and they didn't even expect her to look up at them. Because the school belle is so cool. Even though the school beauty had been sending milk tea and pork rib soup to a guy recently, she also said that the two of them were just friends. Although I feel emotional, it turns out that being a school belle is so happy. When will they be able to become friends with the school belle? This is something I dare not even think about. What no one expected was that the school beauty actually looked up. Looking at the school beauty South beautiful face so close to Maine. The expression on the boy's face froze instantly. Oh my God. He immediately covered his nose. He was really afraid that his nose would bleed. If it splashed onto the school beauty, he would be dead. Chapter 50. Why does the school beauty smile so sweetly? Classmate, what did you just say? Jen Shuro still had a smile on her face, and the classmates around her were stunned. Although they were in the same classroom as the school belle had always been cold and aloof, with an aura around her that kept strangers away. They have the will but not the courage to talk to the school belle at all. But today's school beauties are different from before. I don't know if it's their illusion or something else. This feeling is like an iceberg slowly melting, dividing into streams of warm currents that flow into the hearts of all the boys. So what exactly happened? The goddess who made all the boys in Kyoto University afraid to approach her has undergone a drastic change. The student who was asked seemed to be really fascinated by the beauty of the school belle. He just stared at Jin Shuru's face blankly, as if he didn't hear Jin Shuru asking him questions. The classmates around her couldn't bear it anymore and rushed to answer Jin Shuru's question. School beauty, he wants to ask if you won another award in the competition. Jin Shuru looked puzzled and tilted her head to ask, why do you think so? The classmate immediately said, why else would you be so happy? Everyone was waiting for Jin Shuru's answer. Because they really couldn't think of anything else that could affect the school beauty's mood besides winning prizes in competitions. When Jin Shuru heard this, she immediately lowered her head, as if she was trying to hold back her laughter, and her shoulders were twitching. The people present were shocked by this scene. It turns out that the school belle has such a cute side. But the more the school beauty acted like this, the more it aroused everyone's curiosity, although they were already eager to know what was going on. But no one dared to urge the school beauty. They have plenty of patience. Jin Shura raised her head, the smile in her eyes seemed to be overflowing, and said, no. After saying that, he took his phone and left. No? What else could make the school belle so happy? Everyone was waiting for the school beauty's next words. Some classmates couldn't wait to ask, why is the school beauty so hot? Who knew that Jin Shura looked mysterious and blinked her eyes? This is a secret. Depend on. Everyone who was intrigued by the school beauty couldn't help but curse her father in their hearts. But who can blame her for being such a popular school beauty? They were reluctant to act so stingy. You know, there is a mysterious organization in this school, that is the Jin Shura fan club. Although they cannot get in touch with the school beauties, they can get all kinds of gossip information through this fan club. For example, today the rich second generation pursued the school beauty but was rejected and even wanted to jump off the second floor. There are some boys who don't know their place and want to stalk the school belle. Of course, people like this have been dragged out and beaten to death by fans in the fan club. So, it doesn't matter if the school beauty doesn't say it. They have plenty of ways to find out. Although they care about the life of the campus belle very much, these people will never disturb the normal life of the campus belle. This is the principle of being a rational fan. After this matter was resolved, Duan Jia's Illustrator account gained fans thanks to this incident. Now his fans have reached 400,000. Many of them got to know him through this incident. Everyone was amazed at how such a perfect man could exist. He is able to remain calm when encountering danger, and even present the truth of the entire incident to netizens in a clear and logical manner. Because everyone knows that if you want to survive well on the internet, it is very important to have a public relations team. Just like celebrities in the entertainment industry, having a good public relations team means you can grasp the changes in the overall celebrity traffic. When encountering trouble, how to get out of it quickly depends entirely on the ability of the public relations team. Many celebrities originally had a good hand, but because they did not receive professional protection, they ended up with nothing. This way of seeing the small from the big picture also applies to bloggers. But everyone knows that the illustrator is just a college student. How can someone who doesn't even take advertisements have the money to hire a public relations person? Through this incident, everyone can see that this illustrator is definitely not an ordinary person. At least he is not someone who can be bullied. Many netizens left messages under Duan Jia's work. Keep it up. There aren't many bloggers as honest as you. I knew I was following the right person and I will always follow the blogger's steps. With talent and character, How can we not love such an illustrator? From now on I'm the illustrator's die-hard fan, no one cares about me. Duan Jia looked at these comments with a mixture of laughter and tears. It turns out that this generation of fans is so easy to lead. After Duan Jia withdrew, he sent out the work he had saved for a long time. Now that the Illustrator account has become stable, Duan Jia wants to enrich his account. If you only update some illustrations on a regular basis, it will inevitably be a bit monotonous. And if you can draw more novel works, the types of your fans will be expanded. But that's all for later. Now he has decided to gradually develop his own singing account. Thinking of this, Duan Jia immediately opened the school forum and checked his singing data. The number of comments is gradually increasing, and the number of reposts is also constantly rising. Duan Jia is very satisfied with this situation. But this is far from enough. If you want to attract more people to watch the live broadcast, then he would need to get the big piece of fat meat of Kyoto University first. When Duan Jia thought of this, he immediately locked the dormitory door and ran to the toilet. With the previous experience, Duan Jia knew that the bathroom was the best environment for recording songs. So he didn't dare to hesitate and opened the playlist in his hand. What should I sing this time? Duan Jia didn't want to follow the trend and sing some viral songs on TikTok, because he knew that once he was labeled as someone who could only sing some internet celebrity songs, it would be of no benefit to his future development. Therefore, Duan Jia is very cautious when choosing songs. One wrong step leads to all wrong steps. Duan Jia knew this truth very well. Only those classic singers or songs can be accepted by people all the time. Duan Jia was selecting from his music list. Finally decided to sing a Cantonese song. Although he was tone deaf before, he liked to sing a few words when he had nothing to do. In addition, he listened to a lot of Cantonese songs, so gradually he could speak a few words in Cantonese. And because he has a strong ability to imitate, he learns it very similarly. Duan Jia finally chose a Cantonese song sung by a female singer. It was Miriam Young's First Kiss. This song should be quite classic. Even people who don't listen to Cantonese songs can hum a few lines. Duan Jia downloaded the accompaniment of the song in the same way as before, then put on headphones and started listening to the original singer's singing style. Although he now has the blessing of a powerful singer card, he still dare not slack off. He wants to perform at his best. Thinking of this, Duan Jia was slowly drawn into the rhythm of the music. Chapter 51. Brother, do you have the contact information of the school beauty? A few minutes later, Duan Jia slowly opened his eyes. Yes, he is ready. Duan Jia turned on the recording mode of his mobile phone, and the accompaniment of kisses everywhere came out from the headphones. The originally quiet environment was immediately replaced by a very melodious singing voice. Duan Jia held his breath. Although this was his second time recording a song, he was still a little nervous. People always become particularly cautious about things that they are not professional in. Duan Jia listened to the prelude silently. If it were in the past, he would definitely not have any feelings. But as the music gradually leads, Duan Jia felt as if he had integrated the emotions of the entire song into his body. The prelude was about to end, and Duan Jia held his breath. He muttered to himself. 3, 2, 1. He opened his mouth slowly. You love kisses but never love. I enjoy practicing but I'm afraid of people I know. You love to pass by and ask for information. Strangers have a special fondness for me. As the song played, Duan Jia felt as if he was there. He could hear that his voice was much better than before, with a steady breath, more emotions, and a sublimated Cantonese. This song allowed Duan Jia to perform with a different feeling. Since the original song was performed by a female voice, Duan Jia sang this song as a male voice. It adds a bit of a different feeling. If the original song is gentle and sad, then the feeling sung by Duan Jia is a different kind of relief. Singing now seems to have become something easy for Duan Jia, as he can combine the emotions in the original song with his own emotions. This has become Duan Jia's unique way of expression. Before I knew it, the song reached its climax. One kiss can turn everyone upside down. A kiss saves a life. Give you the warmth of salvation. It will always go to someone. At this point, Duan Jia has completely immersed himself in it, and his whole body is expressing his devotion. Not only that, Duan Jia felt both familiar and unfamiliar when listening to his own voice. Did you really sing this yourself? I didn't know I could sing so beautifully. Duanjia had never had such an exciting moment before, because he gradually accomplished something he had never dared to hope for before. As the accompaniment falls, Duanjia's voice also stopped abruptly. He slowly opened his eyes, and unconsciously, he even felt the moisture in his eyes. This is exciting. Duanjia never thought that devoting himself to a song could be so tiring. He now felt his throat burning with anger. Duanjia saved the recording he had just made and then walked out of the bathroom. He drank a lot of water suddenly. His mood gradually calmed down, but his heart was still beating very fast. In the past, when he saw singers on TV crying while singing, he thought they were reminding him of their own sad stories. But now it seems not necessarily the case. Duanjia finally understands that the process of completing a task very seriously is so enjoyable that the singer can shed tears of excitement. This is devotion to music. Duanjia put on his headphones again and replayed the song he had just sung. The original melody and my own voice formed a strong impact, giving the whole song a different feeling. Duanjia believed that the response to his cover would not be worse than the previous one, and might even be better. Thinking of this, Duanjia immediately transferred out the audio he had just recorded and uploaded it quickly. 20%. 50%. 80%. Upload successful. Duanjia felt relieved. He was now in charge of 2 accounts. Whether it was the illustrator's account or the singing account, he had to be very careful. When this forum account has accumulated a certain amount of popularity, that is when Duanjia will open a live broadcast account. Don't be in a hurry, take your time, Duanjia said to himself. The days of military training are finally over. The freshmen of Kyoto University are like wild horses that have broken free from their reins. They just hope to be liberated as soon as possible and then sleep in the dormitory for 3 days and 3 nights. I'm so tired. The military training for half a month was like the devil's hell. It didn't rain often in Kyoto, which made life very difficult for them. On the last day, all students must attend, including students like Duanjia who have previously obtained a certificate stating that they do not need military training. The school leader was speaking on the stage, and the students below could no longer contain their excitement and were whispering to each other. Duanjia is surrounded by the most gossipy students in his class. They can discuss everything from how many children the cafeteria and has to how many times a certain teacher has been divorced. Duanjia listened and sighed. My goodness, it would be a loss for the FBI not to invite them. Where did they get this gossip from? Why don't you know it? Duanjia was complaining silently in his heart, when suddenly he was hit on the arm. He looked up and saw someone looking at him with gossipy eyes. Duanjia looked at him and asked what was the matter. The male classmate looked around and whispered to Duanjia, Hey Duanjia, I heard that you and the school beauty are good friends? Duanjia immediately remembered that day when the school beauty came to see him and he announced to everyone that he and she were just friends. It turns out these people really believed it. Yeah. Since the school beauty said that, if I say that I am not familiar with her, wouldn't that be a slap in the face to her? After all, the school belle is his savior. Well, he is still very grateful. When that person saw Duanjia nod, his eyes immediately lit up. It was like finding a savior. Then he asked, Then you must have the contact information of the school beauty, right? Duanjia was a little embarrassed. Damn, you're being too pretentious. He really doesn't have the school beauty's contact information. If there was, he would have asked the school beauty out for dinner long ago. Duanjia Gong opened his mouth, actually. Before he could finish his words, the classmate interrupted him. Duanjia, I know you don't want to give it. Didn't he say he didn't want to give it? If he had it, he might actually give it to him. As long as you give me the school beauty's contact information, I will be your slave. Duanjia was stunned. This guy had completely thrown away his moral integrity just to get the school beauty's contact information. He asked tentatively, why do you want the school beauty's contact information? The classmate looked at Duanjia as if he were an idiot. What else can I do? Chasing the campus beauty, of course. Duanjia was shocked. Wow, this guy has such a big appetite that he even dares to pursue someone like Jin Shuru. I admire you. Duanjia smiled and said, You are really brave. There are so many rich second generations in the school, and none of the handsome guys can touch a hair of Jin Shuru, and the man in front of him actually wants to pursue the school belle. I'm afraid that others will gnaw on it until there's nothing left. Brother, life is short, and there are plenty of women with 2 legs. Duanjia wanted to take the opportunity to dissuade the boy from having such an idea. After all, he really didn't have Jian Shuru's contact information. "I just like the campus beauty," the classmate said very affectionately. "You must be attracted by the school beauty's face," Duanjia thought to himself. Chapter 52. I'm here to treat the school beauty to a meal. Seeing that Duanjia ignored him, the classmate said, "So Duanjia, can you give me the contact information of the school beauty? If I catch the campus beauty, I promise to treat you to a meal." Duanjia had a headache. It was not that he was unwilling to give it. He really didn't. "It's embarrassing to say that I have been receiving milk tea, pork rib soup, and honey water from the school beauty for so many days, but I don't even have her contact information," he said somewhat awkwardly. School beauty doesn't like adding strangers. The classmate felt a little disappointed when he heard Duanjia say this. "Oh, forget it, I'd better think of another way." After saying this, he sat on the bench with his head down, feeling sad. Duanjia actually felt inexplicably sad. Damn, the school belle really did a lot of harm to people. It turns out that people can really use their beauty to commit crimes. Duanjia shook his head helplessly and said, "Brother, I want to help you, but I am really alone and powerless." And Xiao Nero asked herself to personally thank the school beauty for her help twice. Eating is okay. Forget about watching a movie, he has never even watched a movie with Xiao Nero. Duanjia has already vowed to have sex with Xiao Nero for the first time. Besides, he and the school belle were alone watching a movie. If others saw them, the school belle could keep herself out of it, but he had been talked to by the school leaders before, so he had to be careful about his words and actions. But, how do I ask the campus beauty out? Since there is no contact information, why not talk to him in person? But Duanjia was in trouble again. He didn't even know which dormitory the campus beauty was in. By the time the military training commendation meeting was over, Duanjia had already figured out how to contact Jian Shuru. He remembered that Jian Shuru had a fan club that contained all kinds of information about the school beauties. TSK, I'm so smart. Duanjia was walking while browsing the Kyoto University forum. Really? The homepage of this fan club has information about the dormitory building where Jian Shuru lives. Duanjia couldn't help but sigh at the benefits of the internet. Isn't this easy to find? Duanjia arrived at the bottom of Jian Shuru's dormitory building in a short while. According to the display on the fan club, Jian Shuru was on the second floor. But the school stipulates that boys cannot enter the girls' dormitory at will. But he couldn't just shout Jian Shuru's name downstairs, could he? He was really afraid that he would be on the front page of Kyoto University again tomorrow. Even Yi Jia had thought of a name for himself. The milk tea man suddenly appeared at the bottom of the girls' dormitory, shouting the name of the school beauty. Is this a distortion of human nature or a decline of morality? Duanjia never wants to see such an exaggerated title again. So, this method definitely won't work. Then there is only one way. Hey classmate. Duanjia saw a girl about to enter the girls' dormitory and immediately stepped forward to stop her. Zhang Fong was about to go back to the dormitory when she was stopped by a boy. She asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Do you know Jian Shuru?" Duanjia asked. Zhang Fong frowned. Who in the entire Kyoto University doesn't know him? Zhang Fong naturally regarded Duanjia as Jian Shuru's suitor. After all, there were too many boys waiting to see the school beauty at the bottom of this dormitory building every day. A scene like this happens almost every day. Duanjia immediately felt that the question he had just asked was extremely stupid. That's right. Who in the entire Kyoto University doesn't know Jian Shuru? If you don't know me, you don't deserve to be called a student of Kyoto University. Duanjia simply said, "Could you please call her for me, classmate? I need to talk to her about something." After hearing this, Zhang Fong crossed her arms and looked up and down at the boy in front of her. As for her looks, she's not bad, pretty. The height is also okay, estimated to be over 180 centimeters. Overall, he looks like an honest guy. But so what? There are so many people pursuing Jian Shuru who are handsome, rich, and have good character. But I have never seen Jian Shuru look at anyone directly. Those boys spent both time and money. But what in the end? All the campus beauties of Jian University were returned to them one by one. Therefore, Zhang Fong naturally thought that the little boy in front of her could not be Jian Shuru's type. "Classmate, I advise you not to waste your time," said Zhang Fong. Duanjia's smile froze. What did that mean? What a waste of time. Seeing his bewildered look, Zhang Fong shook her head and said, "The school beauty won't accept you. It's better to save your energy." Duan Jia was even more confused. The school beauty accepts herself? Accept what? Seeing that the boy was still stubborn, Zhang Fong said directly, "Don't you just want to pursue the school beauty?" Duan Jia suddenly realized, damn, it turns out that she thought of him as Jian Shuru's suitor. It's so fucking unfair. He immediately explained, No, I just want to treat the school beauty to a meal." After hearing this, Zhang Fong laughed disdainfully. He said he was not pursuing Jian Shuru, but he even invited the school beauty to dinner. She shook her head. Young people nowadays are becoming more and more ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. She won't go with you. Zhang Fong answered decisively. Duan Jia frowned, "She will go." What great confidence! It was the first time that Zhang Fong saw such a confident suitor, as if he was certain that Jian Shuru would agree to him. "So please call for me, senior." Duan Jia's expression was serious. He understood clearly that the girl in front of him must know Jian Shuru, and they must have a very good relationship. Otherwise, why would I ask myself so many questions? But this could not stop him from finding Jian Shuru for dinner. Are you kidding me? How can I not complete the task assigned to me by Xiao Nai Rou? Zhang Fong was a little stunned by the other party's sudden aura. Logically speaking, he was just a junior boy and there was no need for her to be afraid, but just at that moment, she felt something different about this boy and other boys. She couldn't say specifically. "Okay, I'll give her a call." Zhang Fong dialed the number, and the other end picked up immediately. "Shu Rou, there's a boy downstairs in the dormitory looking for you." "Who is it?" "I don't know him. Please help me push it, I'm busy." "That's right, he wants to treat you to a meal, I'll do it for you." Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Jian Shuru. "Have a meal?" "Yeah." Zhang Fong responded. "I'm going down now." Zhang Fong immediately moved the receiver away from herself. Jian Shuru's voice seemed a little sharp because of excitement. It nearly deafened her ears. "Depend on. Why are you so excited when you hear about eating? Since when could a meal be enough to make the campus beauty Jane come out?" After Zhang Fong hung up the phone, she said to Duan Jia, "Ahem, she'll be down in a while." Duan Jia immediately acted very well behaved. "Thank you, senior." Zhang Fong frowned. Damn, how come this guy has two faces? The two of them stood there, and for the first time, Zhang Fong felt uncomfortable all over. Why didn't Jian Shuru get down? Didn't she remember that their dormitory was on the second floor? It wouldn't take even a minute to come down. She was suffering here, but Duan Jia seemed much calmer. Chapter 53. The school beauty is dressed up today. It seems that he is really confident that he can ask the school beauty out. After a while, the two of them heard the sound of footsteps coming from the stairs of the dormitory. As if in a hurry, Zhang Fong couldn't help but look behind her. It's better not to watch this. I was almost scared when I saw it. Fortunately, she has a strong ability to withstand it. If it were someone else, who knows how they would react. I saw that Jian Shuru had changed into a very formal dress today. This is her favorite skirt. How did Zhang Fong know? It was because one time she attended an event and wanted to borrow a skirt from Jian Shuru, but she happened to see this one. However, Jian Shuru was unwilling to lend it to her. Any dress in her closet will do except this one. Zhang Fong asked him why, and she said that she wore this skirt when she was going to meet someone very important. Zhang Fong didn't care at the time, but what is going on now? Jian Shuru actually put on this skirt just to have a meal with this person? He simply couldn't believe that there was nothing fishy going on between these two people. Jian Shuru didn't notice Zhang Fong's inquiring gaze at all, but walked straight towards Duan Jia. For the first time ever, she put a layer of makeup cream on her face, which made her already fair skin look glowing. Not only that, Jian Shuru also had a light layer of lipstick on her lips. As a result, her overall condition improved significantly. Make the already dazzling face even more eye-catching. Jian Shuru looked at Duan Jia, her eyes overflowing with laughter. She couldn't suppress the smile on her lips and asked, "Junior brother, why are you here?" Duan Jia felt that the current situation was a bit awkward. Because he found that the senior student he had just met was looking at him with a very unfriendly look. If what happened just now was simply unfriendly. Now Duan Jia was sure that this senior schoolmate's suspicion of him had deepened. Because Jian Shuru's reaction was very obvious, it was clear that he knew her. Besides, he didn't want more people to know that he invited Jian Shuru to dinner. If this gets out, I won't be able to explain myself clearly. He glanced at Zhang Fong. I don't know how to answer Jian Shuru's question. Jian Shuru followed Duan Jia's gaze and noticed Zhang Fong standing behind them. Fong, why haven't you left yet? Zhang Fong rolled her eyes silently in her heart. Damn, I'd become a light bulb? Shuro, what's going on? Zhang Fong glanced at Duan Jia and asked Jian Shuru. Only then did Jian Shuru remember to introduce Duan Jia. This is my junior from the School of Finance. Jian Shuru said. Zhang Fong frowned. Wait, why does this sound so familiar? School of Finance. Junior? In an instant, Zhang Fong suddenly realized that this was the boy who Jian Shuru had sent milk tea to, stewed pork rib soup for, and even went outside the school to pick the best honey? Wow, seeing is believing. This made her even more excited than meeting Jack Ma. In an instant, the look Zhang Fong cast on Duan Jia became even more different. This is the person that Jian Shuru from Kyoto University cares about with all her heart. She originally thought that this boy must have a face like Tony Leung Chiu. But now I see, it's just so-so. Just as she had thought just now, at most he was much more handsome than the average boy. For a school beauty who has been pursued by countless handsome guys, she is the kind that would go unnoticed even in a crowd of people. What is the reason why the school beauty treats him so well? And just to have dinner with him, she actually wore such an expensive dress. The relationship between the two is definitely not ordinary. Duan Jia, this is my roommate and best friend, Zhang Fong. Jian Shuru turned her head and spoke softly to Duan Jia. It was obvious that she was in a very good mood. Duan Jia looked at Zhang Fong, and the two of them stared into each other's eyes. Hello, senior sister. Duan Jia said politely. Zhang Fong's originally stern face immediately turned into a smile, and the speed of her expression change caught Duan Jia off guard. Hello, Junior, it seems that you have a very good relationship with our Shuru. I'm so sorry just now, I thought you were here to harass Shuru again. Duan Jia was amazed at how quickly this senior student's expression changed, but on the surface he remained very calm. Seeing that the two knew each other, Jian Shuru said to Zhang Fong, Fong, you go back first. Duan Jia and I have something to talk about. Zhang Fong was speechless. She now has every reason to suspect that this seemingly smart campus beauty and college bully is actually a 100% love-brained person. And she remembered that this junior student had just said that he wanted to treat Jian Shuru to a meal, so how come now the two of them had something to talk about? Could it be that the two of them are going on a secret date? She gave Duan Jia an awkward but polite smile, then dragged Jian Shuru away. Hey, what are you doing? Jian Shuru was pulled away unexpectedly and said loudly. Zhang Fong asked in a low voice, now you have to tell the truth, what is your relationship with that junior student? Are you in love? She asked again. Jian Shuru shook her head shyly. Zhang Fong almost couldn't stand. Doesn't this junior have a girlfriend? Did they break up? If you broke up, that's easy. Unexpectedly, Jian Shuru immediately said seriously after hearing this, how is it possible? The two of them have a good relationship. Zhang Fong opened her eyes wide after hearing this and said, Auntie, you know all this. The amount of information was too much and she felt she could not handle it. Since you two have a very good relationship, why do you still go out to eat with him? Zhang Fong asked. Jian Shuru increasingly couldn't understand what her bestie was saying. She was afraid that Duan Jia would get anxious, so she took Zhang Fong's hand and said soothingly, Okay, I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, Duan Jia is a good person. Zhang Fong vomited blood after hearing this. He's about to have his foot in both boats, and this idiot still calls himself a good person? You've been sold out and are still counting money for others. After Jian Shuru finished speaking, she immediately ran to Duan Jia and waved to Zhang Fong, signaling her to go back quickly. Zhang Fong shook her head helplessly. I don't know what kind of magic potion this boy gave to Jian Shuru, which made the usually alert and clever school beauty become like this. She was helpless, but could only watch the two people's backs getting farther and farther away from her. And this side. Duan Jia looked at the very excited Jian Shuru and said very seriously, Senior sister, I want to treat you to dinner today. Jian Shuru pretended to be surprised. Why do you suddenly want to treat me to a meal? Duan Jia knew Jian Shuru would ask this, so he said, Senior sister has done so many things for me before, so I want to thank you. Jian Shuru listened carefully, wondering why this man always found such bad excuses. But he continued along with Duanjia's words, so that's how it is. Aren't we friends? There's no need to be so polite between friends. Duanjia's eyes twitched slightly when he heard this. Has anyone ever seen friends who don't even have each other's contact information? Besides, aren't friends just a front for the outside world? Although he didn't know why the school beauty was so nice to him, after treating her to dinner, the two of them were even. Chapter 54: A Spicy Hot Pot Restaurant. Even if we are friends, we should treat the senior sister to a meal. Duanjia said. After thinking for a long time, Duanjia could only say this. He couldn't tell Jin Shuru that he was actually the illustrator. He asked Jin Shuru to come here just to thank him for helping him twice, right? Jin Shuru stared at Duanjia's face and nodded slightly, okay. So the two of them walked out of the school gate. Duanjia didn't know what the school beauty liked to eat, he only knew that girls probably liked some internet celebrity restaurants. So, Duanjia naturally brought Jin Shuru to a popular restaurant not far from Kyoto University. At first glance, the decoration inside is all in colors that girls like. Duanjia glanced at Jin Shuru and saw that the school beauty didn't seem that happy. He immediately asked, "What's wrong, senior sister?" After all, he was the one who invited Jin Shuru to dinner, so Duanjia still had to ask for other people's opinions. Jin Shuru took a look at the furnishings inside and pulled Duanjia out without hesitation. These internet-famous restaurants are simply there to attract traffic, but they rarely have repeat customers, and the food is expensive and tastes terrible. Duanjia couldn't help but feel surprised when he saw the goddess who used to be out of touch with the world chattering about the disadvantages of this restaurant to him one by one. Logically speaking, Jin Shuru's family background should be very good, and she must have been the kind of girl who was very well protected by her parents since childhood. Duanjia thought that girls like this would like restaurants like this the most, but now it seems that this school beauty is indeed different from other girls. Wow, she really looks like a good wife and mother. Whoever marries her will probably be secretly happy every night. Jin Shuru's analysis was very logical. Seeing Duanjia staring at her absent-mindedly, she punched him and said, "Did you listen to me?" There was a hint of unconscious coquettishness in his voice, but Duanjia naturally didn't notice. He said, "I think what you said makes sense. So, do you have any good suggestions?" Jin Shuru tilted her head and thought very seriously. "Come with me." After saying that, he pulled Duanjia and walked in the opposite direction. Hey! Duanjia followed Jin Shuru, and his doubts grew deeper and deeper. The alley that Jin Shuru walked on was an alley in Kyoto University that had long been abandoned. Although there are still many small shops around, business is not good due to the lack of people, so many shop owners have transferred their original shops. But it can be seen that even so, there are almost no people who want to take over, leading many people to believe that this place has been abandoned for a long time. The more Duanjia looked, the more he felt something was wrong. Could it be that the school beauty had taken the wrong path? "Senior sister, there is nothing ahead," Duanjia reminded. Jin Shuru shook her head mysteriously, "You'll know in a moment." Duanjia resigned himself to his fate and continued walking with Jin Shuru. The two continued walking for about 10 minutes and stopped at a spicy hot pot restaurant. This store seems to have been open for a long time, and the words on the plaque are almost gone. Duanjia wanted to ask the school beauty what she was doing here. Jin Shuru walked inside and said, "Mother-in-law, I'm here." The people inside heard the voice and immediately responded, "Hey, it's Shuru." He thought it was the voice of an old lady, and when he heard Jin Shuru's voice, he immediately came out of the room with a kind face. "It's been a long time since we last met. Shuru has become more beautiful again." Jin Shuru looked embarrassed, but her words were very intimate, "I miss you so much." Duanjia watched from the side, wondering what the relationship between the school beauty and the old lady was. "Duanjia!" Jin Shuru shouted at Duanjia. Duanjia immediately stepped forward and politely greeted the elderly woman in her 50s, "Hello, Grandma." When he got closer, Duanjia found that although the mother-in-law was old, she had clear eyes and was in very good health. While Duanjia was observing her, he also felt that his mother-in-law was observing him. "Shuru, who is this?" Jin Shuru immediately introduced, "Mother-in-law, this is my friend, Duanjia." The mother-in-law looked at Duanjia carefully and nodded with satisfaction. "Come sit down, it will be ready in a moment." After saying that, he went into the kitchen and continued to work. Only Duanjia and Jin Shuru were left, and you looked at me and I looked at you. Duanjia had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that the school beauty is going to have dinner here? Duan Jia looked around again. Although the store looked very shabby from the outside, it was very clean inside. It was obvious that it was cleaned frequently. But no matter how clean it is, it's just a Malatang restaurant. How could he possibly invite the school beauty to dinner here? Who would choose a Malatang restaurant when treating someone to a meal? If this gets out, my reputation will be ruined. As expected, Duan Jia saw Jian Shuro sitting down very naturally and said to Duan Jia, come and sit down. Duan Jia immediately whispered after hearing this, could it be that senior sister wants to eat here? Jian Shuro nodded affirmatively. Then he asked Duan Jia, what's wrong, are you disgusted? Duan Jia immediately shook his head. How could he dislike it? He could never do such a thing. After all, I invited her to dinner to thank Jane Shuro, so I had to show my sincerity and make Jane Shuro very satisfied. What makes Duan Jia even more headache is that the money spent on this bowl of spicy hot pot is not as much as what Jian Shuro spent on buying pork ribs. How can I have any reason to draw a line between myself and her? Jian Shuro naturally knew what Duan Jia was thinking. She comforted him, don't feel guilty. Even though you're the one treating me to dinner, I should be the one to choose the place, right? Duan Jia nodded, it made sense. Seeing this, Jian Shuro continued, the gift may be small, but the sentiment is great. We are friends, why are you still fussing about this? The school beauty's words defeated Duan Jia. All right. Since Jian Shuro said so, Duan Jia would seem a bit stingy if he continued to refuse. He sat down resignedly. When Jian Shuro saw that Duan Jia accepted her words, the smile on her face deepened. She said to Duan Jia, this store has been open for more than 20 years. This store has been open for many years since I was a kid. Duan Jia asked, when you were a child? Jian Shuro smiled and nodded, yes, there used to be residential buildings here, and I have lived here since I was a child. Grandma Wang was still very young at that time. Granny Wang? Duan Jia understood, it was probably the old woman from before. Jian Shuro continued, when I was little, my parents were busy, so I often ate at Grandma Wang's house, so she was like a family member to me. Later, our family moved away, the residential buildings here were demolished, and many shops closed down. Only Grandma Wang's spicy hot pot remained open. When Duan Jia arrived, he discovered that this seemed to be the only spicy hot pot restaurant still open in this alley. This place is not only a spicy hot pot restaurant, it is also Grandma Wang's home. I often come here to visit her. Jian Shuro seemed to be recalling her childhood. There was a little moisture in his eyes. It was hard for Duan Jia not to see it. He was suddenly panicked. Damn it! This was the second time the school beauty cried in front of him. What should he do? He didn't know how to comfort anyone. Chapter 55 What if she is ugly? Seeing Duan Jia's helpless look, Jian Shuro burst out laughing. Duan Jia was originally at a loss as to what to do with the school beauty's sudden sadness, but when he saw her burst into laughter, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. My goodness, this woman's expression changed so quickly that he was really unable to cope with it. Duan Jia quickly took out a few pieces of paper and handed them to Jian Shuro. I have to say, the school belle is indeed the school belle. Even when she cries, she looks so beautiful. Alas, it turns out that when Nuwa created humans, she didn't think about the feelings of ordinary people like them at all. Jian Shuro looked very pitiful with tears in her eyes, her nose, cheeks, and ears were all red. Duan Jia pinched his thigh secretly, damn. I am a family man. Don't be fooled. After Jian Shuro calmed down, she suddenly began to feel a little embarrassed. She had just lost her composure in front of Duan Jia again. Will it leave a bad impression on him? Do you feel that you are being too pretentious? For a moment, the two people had different thoughts and no one spoke. Malatang is here. At this time, the spicy hot pot came up and the fragrance instantly filled the entire nose. Duan Jia swallowed unconsciously. Although he usually likes to eat spicy hot pot, Duan Jia found that the spicy hot pot made by Grandma Wang is very different. Not only does it use sesame paste as the soup base, but it is also topped with crushed peanuts. He can't wait to try it. Eat quickly. After Grandma Wang finished speaking, she gave Duan Jia a meaningful look, then glanced at Jian Shuro, and the two exchanged glances for a few seconds. Duan Jia looked at the two people as if they were playing a guessing game, and didn't think much about it. Perhaps this was the tacit understanding between the two. It took the two of them half an hour to finish the bowl of hot spicy hot pot, and neither of them spoke during the time. Perhaps because of her good family education, Jianshuru developed the habit of not talking while eating or sleeping. And Duanjia simply didn't know what to say to the school beauty. After all, the two of them were not very familiar with each other. Even if the school beauty had not unilaterally sent gifts, they would not have had any interaction during the 4 years of college. Boys eat faster than girls. After Duanjia finished eating, he picked up his phone to report to Xiaonaru. "Baby, I'm having dinner with the campus beauty." He finished editing and clicked send. The next second after he sent the message, Duanjia heard the ringing of Jianshuru's phone. Ding dong. What a coincidence. He had just sent a text message to Xiaonaru when the school beauty's phone rang. If someone didn't know, they would have thought that he had sent the text message to the school beauty. After finishing her meal, Jianshuru picked up her phone and looked at it. The smile on her face froze and she glanced at Duanjia, who was sitting opposite her. The two of them looked at each other. Jianshuru felt inexplicably flustered and blurted out, "It's just a spam message." Duanjia nodded indifferently. Jianshuru breathed a sigh of relief silently where Duanjia couldn't see. After Duanjia paid the money, the two of them walked slowly on the road. The atmosphere was a little awkward because Duanjia had no idea what to talk about with the school beauty. "If you are not careful, you will be labeled as a scumbag." "Duanjia, you said before that you have a girlfriend?" Jianshuru suddenly asked. Duanjia nodded, "Yes." "Then, how did you two know each other?" Jianshuru was very curious again. Duanjia was hesitating whether to tell Jianshuru how he and Xiaonaru knew each other. After all, the relationship between the two has not reached this level yet. Jianshuru said again, "Hey, are we still friends? I've already taken you to see Granny Wang." This statement is very ambiguous. Why does it sound so much like meeting the mother-in-law? But Duanjia knew that Jianshuru didn't mean that. He simply thought that the school beauty really regarded him as a good friend, so she brought him here. Thinking of this, Duanjia couldn't help but feel ashamed. The campus beauty treats him as a good friend, but he is still hiding things from her. He is not a man at all. Thinking of this, Duanjia immediately said, "I met her online." Jianshuru had originally prepared some impassioned speeches in her mind, but she didn't expect Duanjia to say it out loud. Online? Even she herself was a little confused. "Just say that?" Duanjia nodded. Seeing Jianshuru's reaction, he was not surprised. After all, with the internet so developed nowadays, online romances are everywhere, but many people engage in them with an irresponsible attitude. When most people hear about online dating, the first thing they think of is that it is unreliable. But Duanjia didn't want to hide the fact that he and Xiaonaru liked each other, and he believed that Xiaonaru was absolutely sincere to him. People often have prejudices against online dating, but they don't realize that it is always people who are unreliable, not online dating. "Yes, although I haven't met her yet, we will meet one day." When talking about Xiaonaru, Duanjia is always very serious. Jianshuru couldn't help but curl her lips secretly, but still asked tentatively, "What if she is really ugly?" She was looking forward to the boy's answer. Duanjia looked at Jianshuru and said, "Even if she is ugly, I don't care. Besides, I'm afraid she will look down on me." Love always makes people feel inferior. Jianshuru could no longer suppress her smile at this moment, and even laughed uncontrollably. Duanjia was stunned. Looking at the school beauty who couldn't stop laughing, he almost thought he had just told a joke. "Duanjia, I believe that you two will definitely meet and will be very happy," Jianshuru suddenly said to Duanjia seriously. This was the first time Duanjia received someone's blessing, and he nodded. It seems that making this friend was not in vain. The two of them walked like this, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the school gate. It's already 5 o'clock in the evening. Many students came out to find food after class, and some students saw two people standing at the school gate from a distance. The girl looked very much like the school beauty. As expected, she was the school belle. This was the first time they saw the school belle outside of school. In their impression, the school belle was a top student, so naturally the top student did not stay in school every day, or stayed in the classroom. At least no one has ever seen the school beauty go out with anyone. Still a boy. Most of the students are already very familiar with Duanjia's face. He is a celebrity in the school. Why is the school beauty walking with him again? The two of them were still talking and laughing. I've never seen a school beauty smile at a boy like that. Can you guys stop imagining things? Didn't the campus beauty say that day that the two of them are just friends? Hey, my friend, based on the romance novels I've read for 10 years, the relationship between two people is definitely more than just friends. Don't you see that the school beauty exudes the aura of a good wife and mother? Pa, the school beauty is a fairy. Is the term good wife and good mother appropriate to describe a fairy? Ever since Duan Jia approached the gate of Kyoto University, he felt the gazes coming from all directions. Well, he knew that he would definitely meet these people today. Chapter 56, Inexplicable Apology. Looking at the school beauty standing next to him, she seemed to have not noticed these people at all. She was calm and composed, and even wanted to talk to Duan Jia. I have to say that being a school belle is not something you can do just by being pretty. First of all, you have to have a strong mentality. Duan Jia sighed and thought, forget it, the innocent will be cleared, he and the school beauty are just friends. Duan Jia sent Jin Shuru to the bottom of the dormitory building and then went home. As soon as I entered the dormitory, I was bumped into by my roommate again. Damn, you don't know how much you weigh. Duan Jia pushed Fatty Chen away and rubbed his waist. This hug almost broke my waist. Fatty Chen smiled innocently and pulled Duan Jia to sit on the bench in the middle of the dormitory. Duan Jia glanced at the three roommates surrounding him, and he knew what they wanted to ask without asking. The news spread really fast. He looked at them helplessly. What do you want to ask? Ask quickly. Ahem, I want to interview classmate Duan Jia. Explain. How was it like going on a date with the campus beauty for the first time? Very. Before he could even utter the word good, Duan Jia immediately realized that he had almost fallen into the trap set by these people. What date? How did I end up dating the school beauty? You still want to hide it from us? Fine. Even if you don't tell us, we can find out. I have another question. Duan Jiaxing had nothing to be proud of. It was such a shame that the entertainment gossip reporters didn't look for them. Ask. Are you and the school beauty together? Duan Jia just wanted to hold the loudspeaker and shout towards the playground, I am not in a relationship with the school beauty. But reason stopped him. I'll say it again, the school beauty and I are just friends. Please don't tarnish our pure friendship. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard his three roommates laughing. Ha, Duan Jia, you're not kidding, are you? That's right, Duan Jia, what era is this? Duan Jia was a little confused by their laughter. What's wrong? He was very confused. Fatty Chen walked over and patted Duan Jia on the shoulder. In the 21st century, there are still people who believe in pure friendship between men and women. That's right, this probability is simply impossible to happen. Duan Jia denied, you are too superficial. Think about it from another perspective. If your girlfriend knew that you had just started school and you were already friends with the most beautiful girl on campus, and that you two had even gone out to dinner alone, what would she think? These words made Duan Jia fall into deep thought. I've already informed my girlfriend about today's meal. She explained. Really? That's just your girlfriend pretending to be sensible. Who knows how upset she must be. Duan Jia, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you really don't understand women. Women are hypocritical. The more they care about something, the more they pretend not to care. Duan Jia was skeptical, but it sounded very reasonable. It was also his first time to fall in love, and he had no idea about the twists and turns involved. Is it really like what they said, that Xiao Nero was pretending not to care for her own sake? Thinking of this, he immediately picked up his phone and prepared to send a message to Xiao Nero. But when he saw that she had not replied to the message he sent her 2 hours ago, Duan Jia was now very sure that Xiao Nero was really angry. Duan Jia looked at Fatty Chen with gratitude. Thank you, brother, you saved my relationship from being in jeopardy. Fortunately, as long as I find out early, my relationship with Xiao Nero can still be saved. It's really not that Duan Jia is making a big deal out of nothing. But he understood very well that he and Xiao Nero were different from other couples. Others could probably just hug each other and everything would be fine after a fight. But he and little Nero couldn't hug her. The failure of love often starts from these details. Duan Jia quickly sent a message to Xiao Nero, baby, I know you must be angry. I apologize to you. This is all the result of my inconsiderateness. Finally, I hope you can forgive me. Duan Jia wrote a 500-word essay and sent it to Xiao Nero. This is even more brain-racking than math class in high school. Duan Jia collapsed on the bed, waiting for Xiao Nero to reply to his message. Jin Shura was still humming a tune when she returned to the dormitory, but as soon as she got back, she saw her best friend Zhang Fong sitting in front of the table waiting for her, as if she had calculated the time for her to come back. While changing her clothes, Jin Shura asked with a smile, "Fong Fong, what are you doing?" She didn't notice Zhang Fong's expression at all and just hummed a song to herself. "Ahem, Shuru, let me ask you something." Zhang Fong cleared her throat. Jin Shura looked at Zhang Fong, asked. But she couldn't say anything. Zhang Fong looked at Jin Shura's bright and sunny face and didn't say it directly. She just asked politely, "Do you like that, Junior?" Jin Shura shook her head. She felt that this level of liking was no longer enough to express her feelings for Duan Jia. When Zhang Fong saw her shaking her head, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said excitedly, "That's good, that's good. This is the Jin Shura I know." Zhang Fong felt relieved. She couldn't just watch her best sister go astray. Little did they know that what the two people said were completely different things. Jin Shura looked at Zhang Fong with amusement. "You are so weird today." Zhang Fong rolled her eyes and said, "It's because I was scared by you, my old lady." After changing her clothes, Jin Shura lay on the bed and picked up her cell phone to look at it. "Oh my god!" she screamed. Zhang Fong immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Jin Shura covered her phone. It's okay, go and do your thing." After Zhang Fong left, Jin Shura looked at the message on her phone with a complicated expression and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Damn it, she forgot to reply the message. She knocked her head in frustration, wondering why she was so stupid. Looking at this message of nearly 500 words, Jin Shura couldn't describe her feelings at the moment. This idiot actually thought she was angry. He even threatened to buy himself a gift as an apology. How could she be angry? Today is simply the happiest and most fulfilling day she has ever had. Jin Shura immediately typed, "I'm not angry." She originally thought that after such a long time, the other party would not be able to reply to the message in time, but she did not expect to receive a reply immediately. "I know I ignored your feelings. Don't worry, I've realized my mistake." As if thinking that Jin Shura was speaking in a sarcastic way, the other party sent another message. "I understand." He understood, but Jin Shura was completely confused at the moment. She didn't know what happened that made this straight man understand so well. Forget it, since he already thought so, she was too lazy to explain. "I appreciate your apology, but forget about the gift." "That won't do. This is what I should do." Jin Shura was at a loss whether to laugh or cry at this moment. She felt that she liked him more and more. It seems that everything she does is very cute. This is probably what is meant by beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Chapter 57. Your relationship with the school beauty is definitely not simple. The students of Kyoto University have basically started their classes as normal, and Duan Jia arrived at the classroom early. Generally speaking, the first class basically requires self-introduction, which is a tradition. After a while, the students came to the classroom one after another. Everyone was in a happy mood and started chatting with each other. Some male students even took the initiative to talk to female students. After all, how could such a rare opportunity be wasted? Duan Jia was sitting in the middle of the classroom, browsing the forum with his secondary account. He was brushing his screen very seriously, totally unaware that the focus of everyone's conversation had already shifted to him. "That's the milk tea guy. I disliked him during military training, and I heard he went out on a date with the campus beauty yesterday. I'm wondering why you're so out of touch with the news. The school beauty has already clarified that the two of them are just friends, and they're pretty close at that. That kind of talk is just to fool people like you. Two people have only known each other for a few days and you're already friends? Maybe they knew each other before." Everyone was looking in the direction of Duan Jia. In fact, they also wanted to believe what the school belle said, but the school belle had been in Kyoto University for 3 years, and they had never heard that he had any particularly good friends of the opposite sex. Suddenly, a freshman from the School of Finance showed up, and the school belle asked about his well-being every day. It would take more than 10 years of friendship for her to do such a thing, right? And the most important thing is that Duan Jia is not a native of Kyoto at all. He has never settled in Kyoto before. How could he become friends with the school belle? This is totally unreasonable. A brave and curious male classmate came up to Duan Jia. "You are Duan Jia, right?" Duan Jia, who was watching attentively, was startled when he saw a head suddenly pop up, and he hid back out of habit. Only then did he realize that it seemed as if the entire class was looking at him. I am. Duan Jia replied. Are you dating the campus beauty? The classmate asked without any hesitation. Duan Jia sighed. If he had known that his inviting the school beauty out for dinner yesterday would cause so many chain reactions, he would never have invited the school beauty out for dinner again. Besides, the two of them only ate a bowl of spicy hot pot. How could they go on a date to eat spicy hot pot? Duan Jia was speechless. Things that had originally been settled have now caused so many problems again, and he just feels a headache. I'm not familiar with the school belle. Duan Jia simply denied any connection with the school belle. He would not give in even if he was beaten to death. He didn't believe that this group of people could say anything else. The classmate had a look of disbelief on his face, obviously thinking that Duan Jia was lying. Duan Jia shook his head and said, believe it or not. After a while, the teacher came. Duan Jia took out the notebook he had bought earlier and began to listen to the class carefully, but he didn't know if it was his illusion or what. He always felt that someone was staring at him from behind. But when he looked back, everyone was listening to the class attentively, and no one was paying attention to him. Am I overthinking it? The morning passed very quickly. After class, Duan Jia quickly put away his books and rushed to the cafeteria. Man is iron and rice is steel, nothing can stop us from eating. What did you say? Zhang Fong looked at Jin Shuru in disbelief. Jin Shuru didn't understand why Zhang Fong reacted so strongly, and repeated, I said, let's go to the cafeteria to eat today. Zhang Fong felt that the world was becoming more and more magical. The school beauty who has always been a germaphobe actually asked to eat in the cafeteria after 3 years of college. This is not Jin Shuru's usual style at all. Don't you always feel that there are too many people in the cafeteria and the food is not clean? Zhang Fong asked. Jin Shuru smiled and said very considerately, I think it's lively to eat with everyone in the cafeteria, don't you think? Zhang Fong still didn't understand. It was like a fairy who had never tasted the worldly fireworks suddenly told her sisters one day that she wanted to come down to earth, give up the delicacies from mountains and seas, and try the simple meals that others ate. Seeing that Zhang Fong was about to continue asking, Jin Shuru pretended to be angry and said, Are you still my good sister? Zhang Fong nodded helplessly. She and Jin Shuru grew up together and have a very good relationship. But since the beginning of this semester, Jin Shuru has always behaved in some very abnormal ways, which makes her very confused. It seemed that her sister was not telling her something, which made her very uncomfortable. But in her opinion, Jin Shuru's sudden decision to go to the cafeteria to eat this time must be because of a boy. What is the relationship between the two people? Since Jin Shuru doesn't like him, why does she still show so much concern and care? As Zhang Fong was thinking this, the two of them had unknowingly arrived at the cafeteria door. Jin Shuru changed her previous resistance and went in, taking Zhang Fong's arm. Kyoto University is one of the best universities in China. The environment of the cafeteria is actually quite good, and there are many kinds of dishes, so most students like to eat in the cafeteria, which results in a lot of people at mealtimes. Those students whose families are slightly better off, like Jin Shuru, will not come to the cafeteria to eat. Jin Shuru's appearance shocked everyone. Damn, am I starving myself? Why do I seem to see the campus beauty? I saw it too, it seems she is really the school beauty. All the people who were working hard were no longer calm. Why is the school beauty coming to the cafeteria? This is just like the ancient emperor's secret visits. How could someone of the school beauty's level come to the cafeteria? Are you looking for someone? At least it was definitely not for eating. In all these years, they had never seen the school beauty come to the cafeteria to eat. At first they were very confused, but later after seeing the school beauty getting into a sports car after school, everyone understood. How could a girl like the school belle, who comes from a very wealthy family and is very beautiful, come to the cafeteria every day to eat like ordinary people? That's absolutely impossible. And just today, they actually saw the school beauty appear in the cafeteria. The students who were originally scrambling for food seemed to be paused after seeing the school beauty. They seemed to be getting food, but in fact their eyes were already on Jin Shuru. Duan Jia was originally queuing when he found that the people around him suddenly became quiet. Those who were originally pushing fiercely now stopped pushing, and everyone seemed to be becoming absent-minded. What the hell? This group of people seemed to be possessed. Duan Jia swallowed his saliva and patted the brother in front of him who had been standing still. Hey brother, if you don't want to get the food, I will do it first. He asked, tentatively. Under normal circumstances, Duan Jia would never dare to say this, as he would be dragged out and beheaded by everyone. But what was unprecedented was that the student in front immediately nodded and gave up his seat to Duan Jia. Is he crazy or am I crazy? He actually left. This is after waiting in line for half an hour. Chapter 58. This is probably love. Duan Jia immediately stopped the classmate and said, "Hey, I was just kidding." Who knew that he was thrown away as soon as he finished speaking? I saw that the student was looking at the same place as the people around him. Duan Jia wondered what was wrong with this group of people. He wanted to look out, but there were so many people gathered in front of him that he could not see anything. Between getting food and reading gossip, Duan Jia decisively chose to get food. Are you kidding me? I finally made it to the front of the line. If I give up just because of other things, I'd be a fool, right? Well, except for Duan Jia, the other fools were excitedly surrounding Jian Shuru, and had long forgotten about eating. Can getting food be more important than looking at the school beauty? You won't lose a single piece of weight by eating less. But if you miss the chance to see the campus beauty, that would be a big loss. Although school beauties appear in the public eye much more frequently than before these days, who can get tired of looking at beautiful women? So this has led to the current situation. The cafeteria seemed to have become a small meeting place of sorts. Jian Shuru was surrounded by this group of people and felt a little at a loss. Classmates, good afternoon. Jian Shuru greeted politely. Hello, school beauty. Is the school beauty here in the cafeteria looking for someone? I'm going to get food for the school beauty. What does the school beauty want to eat? You're too polite. I can get the food myself. Jian Shuru politely refused. Zhang Fong watched from the side and looked around but didn't see the boy she met that day. Could it be that Jian Shuru really came here just to have a meal? But the next second, she knew she was wrong. Jian Shuru, who was standing next to him, had a look of loss on her face, but her eyes suddenly lit up when she saw something. It's like a beam of light suddenly shining in the darkness. Duan Jia. Jian Shuru's eyes were elsewhere, even though there were so many people around. Duan Jia here just finished his meal. Today, due to special circumstances, Duan Jia bought his favorite sweet and sour pork, and the haze in his heart was swept away. As expected, delicious mengniu can cure all unhappiness. But there are unexpected changes in the weather. Just as he was looking for a seat, he heard a familiar voice. No way. How did he hear the voice of the school beauty? Even calling my own name? Impossible. Impossible. Why would Jian Shuru come to the cafeteria to eat? I must be hallucinating. But the facts dealt him a cruel blow. Duan Jia. I'm here. Jian Shuru thought Duan Jia didn't hear her calling him, so she called him again and even ran through the crowd to Duan Jia. Now the real person was standing in front of him. Duan Jia couldn't escape even if he wanted to. He told his classmates today that he was not familiar with the school beauty, but now he has been completely slapped in the face. After Jian Shuru called out, the entire cafeteria's attention focus shifted to him again. Duan Jia even felt that even the auntie serving food in the cafeteria was looking at him. Senior, why are you eating in the cafeteria? You shouldn't have come. Jian Shu said frankly, I heard that the food in the cafeteria is delicious, so I came here to try it. This sentence. The cafeteria lady smiled happily when she heard this. The students of Kyoto University shed silent tears after hearing this. Duan Jia thought to himself, I don't believe you at all. Okay, school beauty, go get some food. I'll eat first. Duan Jia said, wanting to take the opportunity to slip away. Hey! Jian Shuru pulled Duan Jia's arm and said with a smile, since I'm here, Duan Jia should at least entertain me. Duan Jia's pupils suddenly dilated. What does he entertain? He talks as if he owns the cafeteria. But Duan Jia couldn't refuse Jian Shuru at all. With so many people watching, if he left the school beauty alone, the crime would be much more serious than it is now. He sighed slightly and nodded. And everyone seemed to be used to it, and did not react at all to the two people's actions, with everyone's face showing a calm expression. Duan Jia was almost dying of anxiety. Please give me some reaction. You don't really think he's in a relationship with the school beauty, do you? The fact is, it is true. Now, Duan Jia has been labeled in most people's minds, the school belle's first boyfriend. Yes, isn't it obvious? In order to meet the milk tea boy, the school beauty is willing to come to the cafeteria to eat. If this isn't great love, what is? But not everyone accepted this fact. Although most people acted very calm, they just wanted to leave a good impression in front of the school belle. So don't behave too rudely. But in fact, he had already beaten Duanja 100 times in his heart. Why? How can this boy be with the school beauty? He is so ordinary. There were so many high-quality boys pursuing the school belle before, but the school belle didn't tea like any of them. But this boy actually got the school belle. This must not be fair. And what about Duanja? He accompanied Jian Shuru to visit all the windows. The reason was that the aunt who served food in the cafeteria couldn't stop smiling when she saw Jian Shuru. They have never seen such a beautiful girl. Everyone thought Jian Shuru was too thin and they were scrambling to put food on her plate. In the end, the dishes on the plates were piled up as high as a mountain. Duanjiao looked at the few pieces of meat on his plate again and complained silently in his heart that they were all a bunch of snobs. The two of them found a corner and sat down. Although Zhang Fong didn't want the two of them to have too close contact, she still couldn't say anything. She always respected Jian Shuru, so she sat alone in the distance. But Duanjia felt that the murderous look in Zhang Fong's eyes could pierce him. Duanjia, I can't finish all these dishes. I'll give you some. Without waiting for Duanjia's consent, Jian Shuru poured the food on the plate to Duanjia. Duanjia had no time to stop her and could only let Jian Shuru do it. He must make it clear today this cannot go on any longer. Ahem. He cleared his throat. What's wrong? Is your throat uncomfortable? Jian Shuru asked anxiously. Duanjia waved his hands quickly. Senior sister, let's not meet each other in the future. Duanjia said very bluntly. Jian Shuru was stunned. Why? Are you afraid of what others will say? Duanjia shook his head. Although he sometimes felt helpless about these people's discussions, he had never been afraid. It's just that Xiao Nero was angry yesterday. If I continue to associate with the school belle, Xiao Nero will definitely be even more angry. He doesn't want to make Xiao Nero angry. My girlfriend will be jealous. Duanjia said. Jian Shuru blinked her eyes. She never expected this to be the reason. Puchi, ha 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 ha. Jian Shuru laughed loudly, her eyes curved. Duanjia thought Jian Shuru didn't take it seriously. I'm serious. How come I didn't know she was jealous? Jian Shuru blurted out. What? I mean, how do you know she's jealous? Duanjia recounted what happened yesterday. Jian Shuru supported her head and looked at Duanjia, feeling helpless and amused. This fool really thinks he is angry. I don't think she is jealous or angry, said Jian Shuru. Duanjia shook his head decisively. You don't understand her. Chapter 59. I'll help you choose a gift. Jian Shuru just wanted to roll her eyes at Duanjia. Comfort yourself silently in your heart. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. The man you choose, you must spoil him to the end even if you have to kneel down. So what? Jian Shuru asked. Could it be that this idiot really wants to cut off ties with me? So for the sake of her misunderstanding, let's not meet again. Duanjia said. I don't know why, but I felt a little guilty. Logically, the school belle should be innocent. She treated me as a friend, but I did this to her. But on second thought, it's worth it to do this just to avoid making Xiao Niro angry. Jian Shuru understood what Duanjia was thinking at a glance. Humph, it's not that easy to get rid of him. Okay then. She pretended to be very regretful and then said to Duanjia, aren't you going to buy a gift for your girlfriend? Duanjia nodded. He was planning to buy a gift for Xiao Nero to apologize, but how did the school beauty know about it? Jian Shuru realized that she had let something slip again and immediately said, you just said that. Really? Duanjia didn't remember saying that. Jian Shuru nodded. Oh, you said so, I can help you choose. Duanjia frowned. This was not a good idea. He had just said that he would no longer have any contact with Jian Shuru. Just think of it as one last favor from a friend. Since the school beauty said so, Duanjia felt that if he refused again, he would be a terrible person. What's more, he was really worried about what gift to give to little Neru. This is the first time I give a gift to a girl. If Xiao Neru doesn't like the gift, it will be a waste of time. Duanjia finally nodded. So, the two of them didn't even bother to eat and started picking out gifts for Xiaonaru. Duanjia looked at these dazzling pages and immediately felt he had difficulty making a decision. Jian Shuru actually had a plan in mind. She pointed to a couple's necklace and said, "I think this is good." Duanjia immediately shifted his attention to the necklace. Couple necklace? Jian Shuru nodded happily. But we're not in the same place, so the other person won't be able to see it if we put it on. After hearing this, Jian Shuru really wanted to see what was going on in this man's mind. Such a romantic thing actually focuses on this. Listen to me, she will definitely like it very much after you give it to her. Seeing Jian Shuru's confident look, Duanjia decided to trust her for once and prepared to place an order immediately. But he hesitated when he clicked the payment page. There is a very serious problem that has not been solved. Jian Shuru saw Duanjia stop and asked him what was wrong. "I don't know where to send it." The scene was very awkward for a while. Jian Shuru seemed to have never thought about this question, and the expression on her face froze immediately. "I forgot to tell you," she murmured unconsciously. Duanjia didn't hear this sentence clearly because he had already opened Xiaonaru's chat box. Jian Shuru watched helplessly as the person in front of her sent her a message. I think I'm full. I'll be leaving now." Duanjia was busy sending messages to Xiaonaru and nodded without much concern. Jian Shuru immediately picked up her bag and ran out of the cafeteria. When Duanjia finished sending the text message and looked up, he realized that Jian Shuru had left. After Jian Shuru went out, Zhang Fong followed her out immediately. Seeing Jian Shuru so anxious, she thought that Duanjia was bullying her good sister. "What's wrong, Shuru? I see you haven't eaten much," Zhang Fong asked. Jian Shuru acted as if she didn't hear anything and kept typing frantically with her head down. "Done." Jian Shuru breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she reacted quickly. "It's just a pity about the food in the cafeteria." Zhang Fong patted Jian Shuru's head gently. "I'm asking you a question." Jian Shuru looked at Zhang Fong mysteriously. "I won't tell you." Zhang Fong had long been accustomed to Jian Shuru's behavior. "Just wait, one day she will know." After returning to the dormitory, Duanjia took out his cell phone and found that Xiaonaru had sent him the address. The address is actually Kyoto University? What is this operation? Could it be that Xiaonaru is also a student of Kyoto University? No, it's impossible. If she was a student of Kyoto University, why would Xiaonaru not see me? Duanjia immediately asked, "Why is the address Kyoto University?" Jian Shuru was wearing a facial mask in the dormitory, but she took it off immediately after seeing the news. She quickly flipped through the chat history. She was so anxious that she copied and pasted the top address and sent it to the other party. TSK, what a pig brain. Jian Shuru's palms were sweating from nervousness. Wouldn't he find out? How should I explain? Got it. After typing, Jian Shuru pressed the send button. Half an hour had passed since Duanjia received Xiaonaru's message, and he quickly picked it up to read it. "I'll come see you by the way." Duanjia sat up excitedly. "Can we meet again? Didn't you ask me to give you another chance last time?" Duanjia immediately replied, "Don't worry, my dear wife, I will definitely find you this time. It depends on your performance." After hearing Xiaonaru's words, Duanjia immediately placed an order for the necklace. He had already started imagining in his mind what it would be like when the two of them met. Maybe then both of them can take photos wearing necklaces. The more Duanjia thought about it, the more excited he became. The corners of his mouth were raised even in his sleep. The task on the first day of class was very easy. After Duanjia came back in the evening, he immediately logged into his own singing forum. As he expected, the data this time was double than before. Both the number of comments and the number of likes are still increasing. Of course, most of them are girls. This little brother's voice is so nice. Oh my god, my ears are pregnant. What a divine voice. Sisters, pay attention. This is a student from our school, hurry up. That guy upstairs turned off the private messaging function. Maybe he has a girlfriend. When Duanjia saw this comment, he immediately gave it a thumbs up. In addition to girls, Duanjia unexpectedly discovered that there were also boys. Although there were not many, Duanjia still felt a little relieved. Brothers, why do I, a boy, like to listen to this so much? If I had a voice like this, would there be any girl in the world that I couldn't seduce? I'm so ashamed. They have a divine voice, but mine is underdeveloped. Duanjia looked at their comments and couldn't help laughing out loud. These netizens are so interesting. Duanjia is very satisfied with this work. If I continue like this, I will be able to accumulate my first batch of fans, and then when I start live singing, it will definitely be more effective. As Duanjia was thinking this, he saw his roommate Fatty Chen lying alone on the bed, not saying a word. Duanjia put down his phone and went over to ask, "Fatty, what's wrong with you?" Fatty Chen remained silent, but another roommate said, "He's been pursuing a girl lately, but after all that time, she just treated him as a backup. In the end, she ended up with a rich second-generation guy from our school." Chapter 60, Sign up for the basketball game. As soon as he finished speaking, Fatty Chen burst into tears. His face was covered with tear marks. It seems that this blow is quite big for him. Duanjia said. That's right. This is the goddess that Fatty Chen has been pursuing for a month. How can he not be sad? Duanjia patted Fatty Chen on the shoulder to comfort him. Sometimes men don't need too many words. Talking too much will make you sound pretentious. Duanjia thought about himself again. He felt that he had to work hard to make money so that he could give Xiao Nero a better life. But the most important thing now is to accumulate popularity. When you become popular enough, you can get a very high salary. Of course, the premise of all this is that Duanjia can make the account better and better. Only in this way will he be qualified to make conditions to others. Thinking of this, Duanjia returned to the singing account he had just used. I found that the comment I just liked has become the one with the most likes. Very conspicuous. The poster of this comment also specifically said under this comment that it was liked by the author. For a moment, everyone sighed. Damn, it turns out he actually has a girlfriend. Oh my god. What kind of a good man is this? Isn't this the same as secretly announcing that he's not single? Another day of envying other people's love. This OP is really bold and isn't afraid of losing followers. Duanjia smiled silently. Of course he is not afraid of losing fans. If people don't like him just because he has a girlfriend, then he doesn't need such fans. But now it seems that the number of his fans is increasing instead of decreasing. It turns out that everyone likes the good man character now. Duanjia thought to himself. Nowadays, no matter whether it is a celebrity or an internet celebrity, no one wants to disclose that they are not single. One reason is that there are many girlfriend fans, and such an approach will lead to a large number of fans leaving. The second reason is that many people with bad conduct, such as Mr. Lee, have a few fans of their own, and they start to deceive their fans and arrange meetings with them. The purpose is self-evident. Although Duanjia was not angry at the moment, he personally scoffed at such behavior. So it's better to express your attitude now and save yourself a lot of trouble. Duanjia was lying on the bed when suddenly a message came from the class group. Notice, a basketball game will be held in 3 days. Students from all classes are welcome to sign up. If you would like to participate, please reply 1 in the group. As soon as this notification was sent out, someone immediately replied 1 below. Duanjia loved playing basketball when he was in high school and even joined the school team. This is his first time playing basketball in college, and he is considering whether to join. I have to manage 2 accounts, which already makes me very busy. If I participate in the basketball game, I am afraid I will have even less free time. One more thing to add, all students who participated in the basketball game will receive extra credits regardless of whether they won or lost. Credit. Duanjia decisively called 1 in the group. In college, credits are very important. Some schools even say that if you don't complete enough credits, you will not be given a diploma. So how could Duanjia give up such a good way to earn credits? Just be busy, but just tell Xiao Nero. Baby, I might be busy lately. Why? Just sign up for the basketball game. I didn't expect my boyfriend could play basketball, that's amazing. Duanjia found that he would never get tired of hearing Xiao Nero praising him. As long as she praised him, he would immediately become motivated. It seems that this is the power of love. The next morning, Duanjia arrived at the calligraphy and painting shop on time. Duanjia looked at the schedule and found that she had no classes in the morning, so she could spend the time painting. Recently he came up with a new idea, and if it were drawn, the effect would surely be great. As soon as he stepped into the calligraphy and painting shop, he saw Xia Xingying sitting in a daze in the shop alone. Abnormal. These were the 3 words that immediately popped up in Duanjia's mind after he saw Xia Xingying. Normally, when he came in, Xia Xingying would definitely welcome him with a smile, and maybe even pull him in to chat for a few minutes. But today, Xia Xingying seemed to have not heard him come in, and her face was full of worry, as if she had encountered something. Duan Jia walked up to her and waved his hand in front of her. Still no response. It's over, this kid must be stupid. Duan Jia then sat in front of her and called out, Xia Xingying, is this how you entertain guests? Xia Xingying seemed to have not noticed Duan Jia before. When Duan Jia called out, she immediately came to her senses. After seeing that it was Duan Jia sitting in front of her, she shouted in surprise, Master! Shoo! Duan Ji was speechless. It seemed that nothing was wrong. His voice was still as loud as before. Xia Xingying's face was filled with joy. Master, why are you here? Duan Jia looked at his bag. What do you think? Come and paint. Alas, I haven't seen you for several days. I thought you were not coming. Xia Xingying said. Duan Jia explained, I've been busy these past few days, so I haven't had time to come out. If his own manuscripts were not insufficient, Duan Jia would not have bothered to make this trip again. His roommates were all in the dormitory, and he had no choice but to come out. What happened to you just now? Duan Jia asked. Xia Xingying immediately looked disappointed and murmured, I may not be able to work part-time here anymore. What happened? Duan Jia asked. All the boys in school now know that I work here. People come here every day and see me. The owner of the calligraphy and painting shop feels that it has affected business and told me that he will pay me after this month's work. Duan Jia understood immediately. Logically speaking, where the school beauty is, the store business should be very good. But this is a calligraphy and painting shop, and the people who usually come here are people who discuss calligraphy and painting. These people drink tea and chat here. But for college students, this is just boring as hell. They prefer to check in at those internet celebrity stores. This cannot be blamed on the boss, after all, such a quiet and elegant place has become a meeting place for school beauties. Duan Jia comforted him, it's okay. There are many shops near Kyoto University and the Academy of Fine Arts. You can look for it slowly and you will find it eventually. Xia Xingying became even more dejected upon hearing this. She smiled bitterly, I've already tried those shops. I've been working part-time since my freshman year, but no shop is willing to accept a situation like that for long. Duan Jia frowned. He really didn't expect that being good-looking would bring so many troubles, and even his work would be disturbed. But he realized another problem, how could there be so many girls like Jian Shura who are beautiful and have good family backgrounds? On the contrary, most of them are ordinary people. For those good-looking girls, if they don't have a good family, their beautiful appearance can sometimes be a problem. Why do you keep working part-time? Duan Jia asked. He wasn't sure whether Xia Xingying would tell him, but he had wanted to ask this question for a long time. Xia Xingying sighed silently, I'm short of money. Chapter 61 Another Dinner. Duan Jia understood. After all, if one was not short of money, who would be willing to keep looking for part-time jobs? But Duan Jia really didn't have any better suggestions, because in his opinion, everyone's predicament was different. He thought that something must have happened in Xia Xingying's family, which would make this girl in her early 20s work so hard to make money. In fact, you can make full use of these connections, said Duan Jia. Xia Xingying raised her head and looked at Duan Jia seriously, connections? Duan Jia nodded, yes, it's connections. In today's society, as long as there are people willing to pay attention to you, you can make use of this attention. This is a very cruel society. If you want to make money without any financial support, attracting attention is also a very good way. Now is the age of traffic. This is true online, but also in real life. You can use this attention to sign an agreement with your next part-time boss. As long as the interests of both parties are protected, I believe this is a good approach. Duan Jia finished the sentence in one breath. Although he and Xia Xingying had just known each other for a short time, compared with other people, at least in his opinion, the two of them were very destined to be together. Duan Jiawen is willing to help his friends when they are in trouble. Although my current abilities are limited, it is still okay to offer constructive personal opinions. When Xia Xingying heard what he said, her eyes lit up. Her originally dim eyes seemed to be illuminated by something and instantly became bright. Master! You are truly my savior. Why didn't she think of it? The repeated failures before were simply because I was too careless and did not think things through carefully. Now, after hearing what the man in front of her said, she suddenly felt enlightened. The look he gave Duan Jia was immediately filled with admiration. If I had originally just admired the talent of the boy in front of me, after all, being able to be so talented at such a young age is not something that ordinary people can do. But now when she looked at Duan Jia again, she suddenly felt that not all talented people would succeed, and it would at least take a certain amount of time. But the young boy sitting in front of him not only has natural talent, but also has his own independent thoughts. This is simply a treasure boy. Duan Jia gradually realized that Xia Xingying's eyes were becoming more and more strange, and he suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. Hiss, what are you looking at me for? Duan Jia couldn't help but ask. Xia Xingying still didn't look away and said, TSK, a boy like you must have a lot of boys chasing after you in school, right? Duan Jia was speechless. What is going on in the little girl's mind now? You think too much. Duan Jia shook his head. Xia Xingying immediately asked anxiously, how could that be? You're so talented. Duan Jia picked up his bag and stood up. If you have the time to think about these trivial things, you should think about how to make money. After saying that, he turned and walked to the corner of the calligraphy and painting shop. Looking at the boy's tall and straight back, Xia Xingying felt that she was extremely lucky to have met such an outstanding boy. It's worth living this life. Duan Jia sat in his seat, looking at the blank paper, inspirations coming to his mind one by one. It was not that he was being too Versailles, but sometimes when there were too many inspirations, they became a burden. He thought for a moment. After making the decision, I immediately started painting. Xia Xingying knew that Duan Jia didn't like to be disturbed when he was painting, so she kept watching him from a distance and even took several photos of Duan Jia with his head down painting seriously and saved them on her mobile phone. Otherwise, there is a saying on the internet that serious men are the most handsome. Xia Xingying deeply agreed with this at this moment. She thought carefully about the advice Duan Jia had just given her and felt that it was very pertinent. After all, she was still willing to believe Duan Jia. He was the first real friend she made after coming to Kyoto, at least for her. So she is very grateful to Duan Jia now. I always want to do something for this boy. But she doesn't have much money now, so she can't buy expensive gifts. Besides, wouldn't giving gifts be a bit too ambiguous? She shook her head and said that wouldn't work. Why not treat him to a meal? Yes. Just treat her to a meal so she can ask him questions if she has any. I don't know why. Duan Jia is only a freshman, but I'm already a junior. When faced with problems, I'm not as calm as a junior. After a while, after Duan Jia finished painting, she immediately stopped Duan Jia. Master! Wait before you go. Duan Jia walked fast, and when Xia Xingying looked for him, she found that he had already left the house, so she hurriedly chased after him. Wait for me, wait for me. Xia Xingying gasped. Duan Jia stopped and asked, what's wrong? Master, how about I treat you to dinner this Saturday? Xia Xingying expressed her thoughts. Duan Jia frowned. Eat? What's up? Ever since the incident with the school beauty, Duan Jia has developed a conditioned reflex to the word eating and will subconsciously refuse. Xia Xingying smiled and said, you've helped me so much. I'd like to treat you to a meal to thank you. Damn. For the same reason, Duan Jia will never jump into the fire pit again. Although Xia Xingying is the campus beauty of the neighboring Academy of Fine Arts and may not be known to people at Kyoto University, she has another identity. That's the school belle. He was really scared. Campus beauties want to blacklist both of these girls. Forget about the meal. I appreciate your kindness. Duan Jia politely refused and turned around to leave. When Xia Xingying saw the boy about to leave, she immediately grabbed his arm. No, I must treat you to a meal. Her hands were extremely strong, and Duan Jia didn't know how a girl could be so powerful. It was difficult to pull his arm out. You are short of money, why don't you save the money you used to treat me to dinner? Duan Jia made up another excuse. Xia Xingying seemed to have known he would say that and immediately retorted, don't worry, I won't treat you to a meal at an expensive restaurant. Duan Jia sighed and said firmly, that's not necessary. Seeing that Duan Jia refused to budge, Xia Xingying started to act like a spoiled brat. I don't care. I'm buying the meal. The two people are now deadlocked in the middle of the road, neither of them willing to give in. At this time, some students passing by began to notice them and kept looking back. Xia Xingying had a face that could not be ignored, and Duan Jia was very troubled. Okay, I promise you. Duan Jia agreed reluctantly. Xia Xingying immediately let go of his hand, her face filled with uncontrollable joy. Master, thank you so much, so we'll see you this Saturday. After saying that, he skipped back to the calligraphy and painting shop. Duan Jia shook his head and said, forget it, at worst he could just wear sunglasses himself when the time comes. He doesn't believe that others can recognize it? Thinking of this, Duan Jia felt relieved. Chapter 62, Almost Discovered by Roommates. After returning to the dormitory, Duan Jia found that his roommates were not there. He thought about it and realized that it was time for lunch, so he understood. Duan Jia decided to strike while the iron was hot. Since the response to his song yesterday was so good, he might as well upload another one today while his roommate was away. Thinking of this, Duan Jia immediately opened his playlist and selected songs. The songs he sings now are basically songs that he is very familiar with. For him, although he now has a strong singing card, it does not mean that he can challenge songs that he has never heard before. He is still very self-aware. After thinking about this, Duan Jia still followed the old rules and took out his singing equipment. It is called a device, but it is actually just a mobile phone and a headset. It's far worse than those professionals. After Duan Jia closed the toilet door, he immediately put on his headphones and chose a very classic old song. Zhang Xinjia's Love is Like the Tide. Almost everyone has heard this song, regardless of gender, age, or status. So Duan Jia doesn't have to worry about someone saying something in the comments section about this song just because they haven't heard it. Everything went right. Duan Jia skillfully turned on the tape recorder, and when the prelude sounded, Duan Jia immediately got into the mood. After a few days of recording, Duan Jia has mastered how to sing with more emotion. Of course, all this is due to the strength of the singing card. Duan Jia just uses this skill more skillfully. After the prelude ended, Duan Jia spoke immediately. I don't ask why you are crying. I don't care who else is in your heart. Please let me comfort you, no matter whether the ending is happy or sad. My love is like the tide, and love pushes me toward you like the tide. The lyrics of this song are simple and easy to understand, and they express the author's feelings directly, unlike other songs that are obscure and difficult to understand. So it was very easy for Duan Jia to figure it out, but the most important part was the climax of the song, which required someone with very stable singing skills to perform well. If those who have poor foundation in singing, they may find it very difficult to sing to this point. But after Duan Jia sang the whole piece, there was no flaw at all. Even added a few of its own features. Before he knew it, Duan Jia had sung the entire song. This was the first time he sang a complete song. He felt very healed throughout the whole process and his heart was full of a sense of accomplishment. Just as Duan Jia finished singing the last word, there was a knock on the toilet door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Why do I hear someone singing in the bathroom? I heard that, too. Hey, Duan Jia. Are you in there? Depend on. Duan Jia immediately saved the recording he had just made. It was all because I was too engrossed in singing just now that I didn't hear that my roommate had returned. How can I explain this? Is anyone inside? Why is this door still locked? Damn, is there a thief breaking into our dormitory? Duan Jiazhen was afraid that if he didn't leave, his roommates would call the police. So I quickly opened the door. It's me, I'm going to the bathroom. Shit, what were you doing in there? That's right, we even thought someone had come into our dormitory. Duan Jia scratched his head awkwardly. I was so engrossed in the bathroom that I didn't hear it. Fatty Chen looked at Duan Jia suspiciously, but why did I just hear singing in there? When did you sing so beautifully? Duan Jia was shocked. This fat guy is usually dull, how come he is so smart now? No, he had to find a reason quickly. What are you thinking about? That voice just now sounded very similar to mine? Duan Jia asked back. He was very confident that the sound of his singing voice was definitely different from his normal speaking voice. They were two completely different tones. At first, Duan Jiawen was worried that someone would recognize him singing on the forum, but later he found that there was no need to worry at all. When Fatty Chen heard this, he scratched his head and said, "It seems really different." Then he added, "The boy's voice just now is much nicer than yours." Duan Jia was speechless. There was no need to say that. Oh, I remember now. Fatty Chen slapped his forehead. Duan Jia began to get nervous. It was over. Could it be that he had been discovered? What would I say if I were discovered? Were you just listening to that boy singing on the forum? Duanjia really didn't expect that Fatty Chen could actually hear it. Depend on. Doesn't this guy listen to his own songs every day? He was now in a dilemma and had no choice but to agree with him and say, yes, I was just listening to his song. Duanjia walked out of the bathroom and patted Fatty Chen on the shoulder. I didn't expect you to have such sharp ears. Fatty Chen was very proud and shook his head and said, of course I am. I am his loyal fan. Duanjia thought it was true, so he jokingly asked, you don't hide in bed every day listening to his songs, do you? He didn't expect to get a positive answer. Who would listen to a boy singing songs every day? But what he never expected was that Fatty Chen actually nodded, and he even took out his mobile phone to show Duanjia. Here, look, I downloaded both of his songs. Duanjia took a look immediately and was surprised. As expected, this kid had actually downloaded all the songs he sang to his mobile phone. He also noticed that this guy left messages under his songs every day, saying that the songs he sang accompanied him throughout the night of his heartbreak. Not only that, he forwarded Duanjia's songs to his homepage every day, urging himself to update quickly. Damn, Duanjia got goosebumps all over his body. He never expected that his roommate was actually his biggest fan. If Fatty Chen knew that he was the singing man on the forum, how would he react? Before Duanjia had time to think about it, he heard Fatty Chen speaking again. Hey Duanjia, was the song you just heard really sung by him? Why don't I see any updates from him here? Nonsense. That was the song he had just recorded and hadn't had time to upload it yet. Ahem, maybe your internet connection is bad. He made up an excuse. Impossible, I'm turning on the data. Fatty Chen denied it directly. Duanjia added, then I don't know. Anyway, I can hear it here. After he said that, he took advantage of Fatty Chen's inattention and immediately logged into his own forum and uploaded the song he had just recorded. Okay. Upload successful. As soon as the upload was successful, Fatty Chen over there immediately shouted with joy. I've refreshed. Then the song was played publicly in front of Duanjia himself. Duanjia once wanted to escape. This feeling is completely different, okay? Listening to others playing their own songs in front of him, Duanjia thought that he was not shameless enough to do that. So he chose to leave here. Unexpectedly, he was grabbed by Fatty Chen the next second and frantically recommended to him this person he called his idol. Duanjia, do you like his singing too? Oh, this is the first time I enjoy listening to someone sing so much. This. Duanjia panicked. Why did he feel that he was in danger? Chapter 63 He is my idol. Fatty, you like him so much? Duanjia asked cautiously. Fatty Chen nodded blankly and said, of course. When Xiaohong abandoned me, it was he who taught me to pick myself up. He also made me understand that there is more to do in life. It was also him who gave me the courage to face myself. He said it very seriously. Duanjia was a little dazed for a moment. Brother, are we listening to a song sung by the same person? No, it should be said that how could he not know that the song he sang contained such great power? Could it be that this kid is mentally unstable after being dumped? Fatty Chen saw Duanjia staring at him like he was a fool, and angrily punched him. Come on, buddy, you're not going to deny that you like his songs, are you? Duanjia was about to deny it. Don't be shy. You even have to listen to his songs when you go to the bathroom. Stop pretending. Duanjia shook his head helplessly and pressed Fatty Chen into the chair. Yes, I like him very much, and I believe he will like you very much too. Fatty Chen's eyes lit up. Really? Duanjia nodded. After coaxing Fatty Chen back to his bed, Duanjia also returned to his bed. Only then did I realize that there were already many comments under the song I just released. Duanjia saw Fatty Chen's comment the very first night, and just now he saw Fatty Chen's ID when he was looking at his phone. His name is Fatty Chen. Very simple and crude. My idol. I'm here again. I love the songs you sing so much. I fall asleep to your songs every day. My God, look at me. Fatty Chen posted several comments in a row, and Duanjia secretly glanced at the fat man sitting opposite him. Still leaving comments under my own songs. Duanjia smiled, raised his hand and liked Fatty Chen's comment, and replied to him. Thank you for your support. He muttered to himself. 3, 2, 1. Aha. Fuck, Fatty, you're so scary. Duanjia also pretended to ask, Fatty, what's wrong with you? Fatty Chen jumped off the bed excitedly. His already overweight weight caused the bed to sway back and forth due to excessive excitement. Duanjia, my idol, replied to me. He even liked my comment. His face was full of wrinkles from laughing, and he wanted to run to the playground and shout 3 times. Duanjia pretended not to believe it. How is that possible? Are you bragging? Fatty Chen got excited when he heard this and immediately put his phone in front of Duanjia. Look, did he comment? Duanjia was just teasing him. He took a look and prepared to continue the play. Damn, Fatty, you're really something. Fatty Chen said proudly, of course, I'll post it on my moments right now. Duanjia felt relieved when he saw Fatty Chen was happy. No reason, it's just because in the entire dormitory, Fatty Chen is the person who cares about him the most, and he is a very simple person. He says whatever he thinks and never keeps his thoughts to himself. When Duanjia saw that he had broken up with his love yesterday, he didn't know how to comfort him. This made him happy too. Duanjia's major is extremely busy. Everyone originally thought they could have a few days of relaxation, but when the sudden schedule came into being, everyone was crying and complaining. Is this a school for ordinary people? From Monday to Friday, from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., there are full classes. Isn't it said that life will be easier after you get into college? Now everyone wants to go back to high school and yell at their teacher, you liar. Alas, no matter how much you complain, you still have to bow to life in the end. Duanjia has even less time. He used to have the opportunity to secretly go outside the school to paint, but now even painting has become a luxury. Sometimes I can't even finish my professional homework. However, the accounts work still cannot stop being updated. If I give up at this point, wouldn't all my previous efforts be wasted? Duanjia was thinking when he received a message reminder. Humph, you haven't taken the initiative to talk to me recently. Is there another little demon? The one who sent him the text message was Xiao Naru. Duanjia immediately coaxed, how is that possible? I only love you. Then why haven't you spoken to me lately? Duanjia immediately felt guilty. He had been so busy these days that he had forgotten to talk to Xiao Naru. I've had a lot of classes lately, and I'm as tired as a dog every day. Duanjia then made an aggrieved expression. At this time, pretending to be pitiful is the most important thing. Sure enough, Xiao Naru's tone softened a lot. Well, you should take care of yourself and eat well. Duanjia felt the warmth. It turned out that having a caring girlfriend was such a happy thing. Receive. By the way, when do you have basketball practice? The basketball game will be held in 3 days and time is very tight, so we have to train every day to ensure that at least we will not be the last one. Their class has a rule to set aside time for training at 4 o'clock every afternoon. Duanjia just thought that he wanted to report his itinerary to Xiao Naru and didn't think too much about it. Starting from today, we will train at 4 p.m. every day. Duanjia said truthfully. The other party immediately replied to him, received. 3:45 p.m. The whole of Kyoto was still very hot, and the water spilled on the ground evaporated in a short while. But this did not stop the students on the basketball court from training hard for the basketball game in a few days. Everyone was very serious because this was the first competition since they entered school. It was not only related to their own face, but also the honor of the entire class. No one dared to slack off. The students in Duanjia's class are relatively indifferent. They don't expect to win any awards because there are not many people in the entire team who are very good at playing basketball. When Duanjia changed into his jersey and came out, everyone in the basketball team was stunned. Damn it, bro, you're too white. That's right, how come he's whiter than girls? Duanjia smiled. There was nothing he could do about it. It was just natural. Both his father and mother had whiter skin than ordinary people. There is no big difference on his face normally, but he doesn't like to wear shorts, so his legs look very white. Or the glowing white kind. Duanjia smiled and simply explained, it's hereditary. But someone didn't intend to let Duanjia go. A boy with a very rough appearance stood in front of Duanjia and looked him up and down. Then he said in a very contemptuous tone, you are such a weakling, do you know how to play basketball? Don't fall down and cry soon. The people around me looked at each other. No one dared to approach and talk to him. This boy looked fierce and it was obvious that he was not someone to be messed with. He was targeting Duanjia out of jealousy. He often said bad things about Duanjia behind his back. Now he even ran to others and said it. Although everyone knew the truth in their hearts, no one dared to stand up and speak, they just stood aside and watched quietly. Duanjia is not a fool. I immediately sensed that the visitor had ill intentions. Chapter 64. Is he pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? Duanjia smiled, his face full of indifference. He had heard a lot of such ridicule on the internet, so how could such words possibly make him angry? He had an impression of this boy. He remembered that he was punished for not listening to the instructor during the military training. Now he came to him to cause trouble. Duanjia didn't understand. Did he have a physique that attracted bad luck? Why do they all like to jump around in front of me? This man is called Joda. He is notoriously difficult to mess with, but he is also notoriously known for bullying the weak and fearing the strong. He usually only bullies boys who look easy to bully. If someone who looks stronger than him comes to trouble him, he won't dare to say a word. Duanjia does seem to be the type who is very easy to bully. Because he has a delicate appearance, although he is tall, he looks very thin overall. Duanjia himself was also very helpless about this. He just has a physique that can't gain weight. No matter how much he eats since he was a child, he just can't gain weight. He even went to the hospital specifically for this. But after a round of examinations, all his physical indicators were normal, and the doctor even said that his physique was better than that of his peers. This once made Duanjia very distressed. Which man doesn't want to be stronger? People like Duanjia will be called sissy if they are not careful. Seeing that Duanjia in front of him showed no sign of being angered by him, Joda provoked him again. Hey, are you scared? He snorted disdainfully. Sissy, if you're scared, just say so, and I'll let you go. But you have to yell 3 times on the playground in front of the whole school that I'm a sissy. When the other players around heard this, they immediately frowned. This is too much. We are all adults now. Is it human nature to insult others like this? Someone couldn't help but speak up for Duanjia. Joda, don't go too far. We are all classmates. Isn't this a bit unreasonable? That's right, Duanjia didn't provoke him. Joda glared fiercely at the 2 students who had just spoken. He just can't stand this pretty boy. He thought he could get close to the school beauty just because he had a decent face. He thought that he was not bad looking and that a beautiful girl like the school belle should be with him, so how could she let someone else get the chance? Duanjia glanced at the 2 classmates who had just spoken for him with gratitude, then looked at Joda coldly. How do you want to compete? Joda originally thought that Duanjia would admit defeat directly, but he didn't expect that this person would actually take the initiative to compete with him. But it doesn't matter, he doesn't take this kind of rookie seriously at all. How about a one-on-one duel between the 2 of us? He started playing basketball in junior high school. Although he had always wanted to join the school basketball team but failed, he was very confident that he could beat Duanjia. Because he could see that Duanjia didn't play basketball often, maybe he had never touched a basketball at all, and he came to participate in the basketball game just to get some credits. Duanjia nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. So the 2 of them immediately started a fierce competition. The classmates around him were all worried for Duanjia. Even they thought that Duanjia would definitely not be able to beat Joda, and might even lose miserably. The game time for 2 people is set at 20 minutes. Whoever scores more goals within this time will be the winner. Duanjia would be very serious once he got into the game, but at the beginning Joda, perhaps to give Duanjia a warning, did something against the rules and scored a goal. Joda raised his chin towards Duanjia. At this moment, he felt very handsome. He knew that this kid was no good and was not cut out to play basketball. Duanjia understood a little bit, he probably knew Joda's fighting style. But Duanjia still had a calm look on his face, and didn't seem to be upset by falling behind this time. More and more people gathered to watch the 2 people compete. Everyone is very curious. Isn't this a class competition? Do these 2 have any grudge against each other? Everyone started talking again, but most of their attention was still focused on the match between the 2 people. The current game situation is very clear. The 2 players are tied at 3-3 so far. There is not much time left, and the winner must be decided quickly. Joda felt that he had underestimated the enemy just now. This boy is actually much more capable than I thought. I almost suffered losses from him many times. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I probably wouldn't be in this situation now. I will be beaten by this boy. It must be luck. That's right, his judgment of people is not wrong. He just treated it as a warm-up before, and now he has to start playing seriously. On this side, Duan Jia had not exercised for a long time and his physical strength was beginning to be overdrawn, but he had now grasped Zhou Da's fatal weakness. As long as he was sure of it, he would definitely win. As the two men clashed again, the breathing of the people around them began to quicken, and some even bet on who would win. Need I say that? The white brother will definitely win. Yes, I also think he will win. His dribbling skills and jumping ability are better than the boy on the opposite side. Alas, it seems that our competitors are still very strong. With this skill, I think you can join our school's basketball team. There is only 1 minute left. Duan Jia wiped the sweat that was about to drip down his face and glanced at Zhou Da. Zhou Da was also looking at him with disbelief in his eyes. After fighting for so long, he finally understood that this kid was just pretending before. He really underestimated Duan Jia. I didn't expect that a boy like you who looks so fragile could have such great explosive power. He almost fell flat on his face just now. Time passes by every second. Two people were playing basketball on the court. The audience outside the venue also held their breath. At the same time, Jian Shura looked at the crowd gathered on the basketball court in the distance, wondering why the game started now. Wasn't it going to start in a few days? She walked slowly forward, holding a bag of mineral water in her left hand and a glass of iced honey water in her right hand. Some of the boys on the basketball court were unable to walk when they saw the school beauty coming. Why is the school beauty coming to our basketball court? Is there any need to think about it? He must be looking for Duan Jia from the School of Finance. Let's go, we'll never receive anything from the school belle in this life. Jian Shura looked around but couldn't find that familiar figure. Strange. Didn't you say you would come for training at 4 o'clock in the afternoon? Jian Shuru murmured. Just when she didn't know where to go, she heard cheers coming from not far away. Duan Jia, you are really amazing. I knew you would win. The slam dunk you just did was so cool. It really impressed me. Duan Jia gasped and smiled at the classmates around him. Chapter 65 Senior Sister Brings Water. He was so tired that he had no time to care about Zhou Da who was standing next to him, so naturally he couldn't see the unhappiness on Zhou Da's face. Perhaps even he himself didn't understand why he lost to Duan Jia, who seemed to have no idea how to play basketball. This is absolutely impossible. He is now completely ashamed. He made such a confident and boastful promise at the beginning, but what is the result? What a slap in the face. All the students in the team are surrounding Duan Jia, and no one is paying attention to him. But this is not surprising, because he likes to bully his classmates and acts self-righteous every day. The students who were just watching the fun now had a reason to laugh at Zhou Da. Hey Zhou Da, didn't you say before that if Duan Jia lost, you'd run to the playground and yell 3 times that I'm a sissy? Zhou Da's face darkened even more when he heard this. He got angry whenever this was mentioned. He originally wanted to embarrass Duan Jia and boost his own prestige at the same time. Maybe he could even become the captain of the team. He had a very good plan, but he didn't expect that he would actually shoot himself in the foot this time. It was so shameful. Seeing that Zhou Da didn't say anything, another person stood up. Zhou Da, now that you've lost, you have to accept the loss. You can't cheat. All my classmates can testify to this, don't you agree? The classmates around him echoed him. That's right, we're all watching. You don't really want to pretend to have amnesia, do you? They had long disliked Zhou Da. Although he was not good looking, he relied on his height and advertised every day that he was the school idol of his former high school. He also said that he received love letters and gifts from the school belle every day. Not only that, he had previously vowed to win over the school beauty. Isn't it obvious that he is a common man? Now they can finally put an end to his arrogance. How could they let this opportunity go? Hurry up, don't waste everyone's time. Zhou Da, we still have to train soon, hurry up. Zhou Da was filled with resentment. How could this group of people dare to talk to me like this before? Now they are all starting to kick me when I'm down. If it weren't for Duan Jia, I wouldn't have suffered such humiliation. He was shaking with anger, but he didn't move. He would never do such a stupid thing. Duan Jia finally calmed down. Of course, he heard what the people around him said just now. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, my goodness, how many evil things must Zhou Da do in his daily life, making so many people want to laugh at him. Although Duan Jia was also very depressed about Zhou Da's attitude towards him just now, didn't our ancestors say this, forgive others when you can? He was not an aggressive person. Others can do things like this, he has no right to interfere and has no right to interfere, but he himself cannot do such a thing. So, he was about to speak, but just as the words were on his lips, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd. The group of people who were originally watching the fun all turned their heads, as if there was something more attractive than the punishment of Zhou Da not far away. Zhou Da, who originally had a murderous look on his face, seemed to have seen something. He immediately put on a smile and stretched his neck to look out. Could it be the basketball coach coming? Duan Jia guessed in his heart. It's Senior. Oh my god, there's a huge group of them. I've never seen so many girls in my life. Although it's a bit exaggerated, they seem to be walking towards us. Why are the seniors here at the basketball court? They seem to be holding something in their hands. When the boys saw it, they realized it was true. So everyone started to get crazy and agitated. They were a group of innocent young boys who had just entered college life and had never seen such a scene before. In the distance, they saw some beautifully dressed senior students walking towards them, talking and laughing. The smiles on their faces simply charmed these rough guys. Duan Jia naturally saw the group of girls in the distance as he walked through the crowd. It really formed a beautiful landscape on the basketball court full of boys, and it would definitely become a hit if it were posted online. Senior. Why are you here? Seeing that the group of senior students were about to walk up to them, one of the boys waved and greeted them enthusiastically. Do you know him? Duan Jia poked the man's arm. He was simply curious. After all, they were all freshmen. How did they get to know so many beautiful senior students? The boy saw that it was Duan Jia and said with a smile, how is that possible? We have only been in school for a few days. It would be great if I knew him. Duan Jia thought that this was the legendary social awesomeness. Hi! Juniors! One of the senior students greeted them with a smile. The group of boys immediately couldn't wait to say hello. Hello, Senior. Why is Senior here at the basketball court? We are volunteers here to bring you water. The senior student raised her eyebrows. Boys, look at me and I look at you, volunteers? What volunteers? The school saw how hard you guys worked playing, so they organized a volunteer activity, and that's why we came. There is such a good thing. The school finally did something that everyone expected. So, senior sister, are you guys coming back these days? The boy asked. The senior students nodded. So in just that instant, the entire playground was filled with the cheers of boys. Okay, now I'll give you some water. After saying that, the senior student started distributing water to the boys, but halfway through she realized that there was not enough water. What's going on? I remember there was enough water when I came here. It seems Shuru was holding the rest. Hey, where's Shuru? I don't know. It was there just now. Call her quickly. When the male gods heard the word Shuro, they were like chicken blood, and they rushed to ask questions. The school beauty is here too? Is this true? The school beauty actually comes to participate in this kind of event. Senior, is it true that Colonel Jian will also come to bring us water? The senior students were annoyed by the noise of these boys and had no choice but to answer, yes, your dear campus beauty Jane will also come to bring you water. After receiving a positive answer, everyone's already excited mood immediately rose to another level. That was the water that the school beauty brought to them. They never thought that they would be able to drink water given by the school beauty in this life. This is something that would make you laugh even in your dreams. But there was no sign of the school beauty. And what about Duan Jia? I had a terrible headache after hearing that the school beauty was coming. We just said yesterday that we would no longer contact each other, but now we are meeting again. What kind of crap fate is this? And from what my senior sister just said, I'm afraid I'll be able to run into the school bell in the next few days. Is it too late to withdraw from the competition now? But some are happy while others are sad. Zhou De, who was beside Duan Jia, immediately perked up after hearing that the school beauty would also be there, and no longer looked depressed at all. He stared at the basketball court eagerly, afraid that he would miss the school beauty by accident. Duan Jia wanted to smoke a cigarette on the rooftop and ask God if he was being mean to him. If Shao Nara knew about this, I wouldn't be able to explain it. Chapter 66, Mineral Water Free of Charge. Just when Duan Jiazhong was in distress, someone suddenly shouted. The school beauty is here. Everyone's eyes were suddenly focused on one place. Suddenly, a white figure appeared in everyone's sight from a distance. Maybe because the weather was too hot, Jin Shuru tied her hair into a very small bun today. Wearing a white short dress, she looks very refreshing. And this is not the most important thing. The important thing is that the school beauty actually came over jogging. At this moment, not only the freshmen, but also the seniors who were somewhat immune to the beauty of the campus beauties were stunned when they saw this scene. In their eyes, the school belle has always been so calm and quiet. I have never seen her hanging out with anyone. She is not like other girls who play and joke without caring about their image. Everyone thinks that only goddesses care about their image. But now it seems that the school beauty also has such a lively side. It turns out that the school beauty looks so beautiful when she runs. Duanjia saw the reactions of these people, and at this moment he just wanted to slap everyone on the head to wake them up one by one. Look carefully. This is Jin Shuru. Beauty is indeed something that can confuse people's hearts. Jin Shuru ran over with a large bag of mineral water and apologized to everyone. Sorry, everyone, I'm late. Jin Shuru smiled, and the dimples on both sides of her cheeks stunned everyone. How does that sentence go? There's no wine in your dimples, but I'm drunk like a dog. Although this phrase became popular a few years ago, it is still very appropriate here. Because the expressions of these men did not change at all after seeing Jin Shuru, they all had a dazed expression. Seeing that no one paid attention to her, Jin Shuru was not embarrassed, as if she was already used to this kind of situation. Duanjia could understand it very well. As a beauty, she is used to big scenes, so this should be nothing to Jin Shuru. The senior student next to them said to the boys with a teasing look on her face, as expected, when our campus beauty Jin comes, all the boys are like they have lost their souls. Although he said this, there was no hint of blame in his tone. Who wouldn't like a beauty like Jin Shuru? Duanjia stood in the last row, hoping that the person in front of him could block him. As long as these few days passed, he could definitely guarantee that the school beauty would not discover him. He now wishes he could become invisible again. Jin Shuru began to dispense water one by one, while she poked her head out to look for something. I couldn't help but feel puzzled and surprised. This must be the School of Finance. Why is he still nowhere to be seen? Didn't you come today? Joda stared at Jin Shuru's face without daring to relax for a moment. It would be his turn soon, and he had to perform well in front of the school beauty. He is confident enough to attract the attention of the school beauty. He had noticed Jin Shuru as early as the beginning of the school year, but he had never had the chance to interact with the school belle. Now that he finally has the chance to get close to her, he must win her over. Classmate, this is your water. Jin Shuru took out a bottle of water and handed it to Jode. But the boy in front of him didn't react at all. She said again very patiently, classmate, your mineral water. Jode only reacted now and immediately took the water in front of him. Oh. His reaction was so funny that the boys around him started laughing again. Jode acted as if he didn't hear anything and began to introduce himself to Jin Shuru. Hello, campus beauty. I'm a student at the School of Finance. My name is Joda. Jin Shuru looked confused, but still maintained her good manners. Okay, classmate, I understand. Look. Joda was secretly delighted. Sure enough, the school beauty had started to notice him. He continued, School beauty Jane, I wonder if you would be willing to take a minute to get to know me. I think I'm a very outstanding guy. After saying this, the entire playground fell into endless silence. Originally they thought that Joda was too conceited, but now it seems that he is not only conceited, but he is also overestimating his own abilities. As the saying goes, there are many things that happen when a flower is stuck in cow dung. But that also depends on what kind of flower it is, right? A rare breed like Jin Shuru is only suitable to be beautiful alone, because no one is worthy of the school belle. Besides, the school beauty's rumored boyfriend is still here. And just now, he was defeated by the school beauty's rumored boyfriend. Who gave him the courage to say such words? Even Fish Leon doesn't dare. Obviously, Jin Shuru was also confused by the words of the boy in front of her. For a moment, there was no response to what Joda said. Joda thought the school beauty was shy. He understands. Girls are all very concerned about their reputation, so boys should be more proactive at this time, so he continued, why don't we add each other on WeChat? At this moment, everyone present wanted to applaud Joda, but look, this man has begun to lose his mind. Still want the school beauty as WeChat? Over the years, countless people have wanted to add the school beauty's WeChat, but apart from the classmates that Jian Shura knew, she had never given her WeChat to a boy who had pursued her. Although some of Jian Shura's suitors are very powerful, so far no one has successfully obtained the school beauty's WeChat. No one would specifically leak Jian Shura's WeChat. There is only one reason. I dare not. The ridiculousness of Zhou De wanting Jian Shura's WeChat is as ridiculous as a monkey trying to catch the moon. Everything is just an illusion. But it was obvious that the person involved was not aware of this problem and was still saying, "Then I will scan you?" Zhou De has already taken out his cell phone. Jian Shura looked at the phone held in front of her, and then she realized what the boy was going to do. She smiled slightly. "Mr. Mata." Put. Someone couldn't help laughing. Joda's face looked extremely bad, thinking that the school beauties seemed to have a bad memory. "Campus Belle, my name is Joda," he reminded. Jian Shura said apologetically, "I'm sorry, classmate Joda." Joda waited for the school beauty to continue speaking. "You don't have to give me money," she said very seriously. Joda was stunned. "What money? Have he ever mentioned the word money?" I only heard Jian Shuro continue to say, "The water we provide to everyone is free. It is specially provided by the school. If I accepted money from classmate Joe, wouldn't that be immoral?" She smiled embarrassedly after she finished speaking. What followed was a flood of laughter. Although everyone was extremely controlled, it was really funny. "Poochie, ha ha ha, look at Joda's face now, it's as red as pig liver. School beauty is awesome. I never thought a school beauty would be so good at rejecting people. I've heard before that the scene when the school beauty rejects a confession is very exciting. It really is true that seeing is believing." Duan Jia, who was hiding in the crowd, actually felt a little sorry for Joda at this moment. Not only did he fail on the court, he also lost his memory in love. He couldn't sleep because of his confession and had to confess his love to Jian Shuru. "What sin did I commit in my previous life?" Chapter 67. This is fate. He sighed, and from then on the world lost another innocent boy. Joda never expected the school beauty to say that. Even a fool could tell that this was a rejection. I have to say that the school beauty's method of rejecting people is very clever, decisive, and humorous. "Okay, has everyone got water now?" asked the senior student. "Those who didn't get water should tell us as soon as possible," she asked again. Everyone looked at each other and found that they all had water. Jian Shuro continued to look around the team. "What's wrong, Shuru?" the senior student asked immediately when she saw Jian Shuru like this. Duan Jia was very nervous and just hoped that they would leave quickly. Jian Shura said, "I think there must be someone who hasn't received it yet." Duan Jia's pupils immediately dilated when he heard this. No way, this school beauty also knows this? He really wondered if the school beauty had installed a locator on him. Everyone began to wonder what the school beauty meant by this. Is there anyone who hasn't received it yet? No, I have to help the school beauty find one. So everyone started to find out who didn't get any water. Even if Duan Jia hid further back, he could not withstand the sharp eyes of the people around him. "Duan Jia, why don't you carry any water?" The classmate next to Duan Jia asked immediately when he saw that Duan Jia had nothing in his hands. Duan Jia was afraid that his voice would be too loud and attract Jian Shuru, so he quickly whispered, "I'm not thirsty, so I won't waste it." He felt that his reasons were perfect. If he didn't want to, he couldn't force himself to drink. But obviously, he forgot how these boys' IQs would immediately drop to negative after seeing the school bell. The classmate immediately shouted, "School bell, Duan Jia hasn't received any water yet." After saying this, he even forced Duan Jia to lift his arm. Depend on. Even a level 10 idiot wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Duan Jia felt as if he had been stripped naked. In 2 words, shameful. But unfortunately, things have turned out like this, and Duan Jia has to face this embarrassing moment. Everyone around was looking at him, as if asking why he didn't accept the water from the school beauty. "Are you trying to make things difficult for the school beauty?" Duan Jia forced a smile that he thought wasn't too ugly and said, I'm not thirsty." In fact, Duan Jia was extremely dehydrated because of playing basketball just now, and his lips were cracked. But how could he say this? When Jian Shuru saw Duan Jia, her expression immediately brightened up. She smiled and said to Duan Jia, "Classmate, you look very thirsty." Duan Jia was so angry that he wanted to roll his eyes, but reason made him hold back. It is obvious that campus beauty Jane is asking this question even though she already knows the answer. He simply didn't bother to pretend anymore and said directly, "School beauty has good taste. In that case, please give me a bottle of water." After Duanjia finished speaking, he even despised himself. He could already imagine the expression of the classmate who had just stood next to him. It must also be full of contempt. But it doesn't matter, he just wants to end it all quickly. Jian Shura had an expression that said I knew it. Everyone thought that the school beauty would also give Duanjia a bottle of mineral water, but they were wrong. Jian Shura took out a very girlish water cup from her bag, which was filled with honey water. No one expected this operation. Even the person involved, Duanjia, was shocked. Could it be that the way he appeared was wrong? Why did he feel that the current atmosphere was really weird? I suddenly felt panicky and uneasiness gradually spread throughout my body. No, to be precise, it should be fear. This isn't a gift for myself, is it? Duanjia was very reluctant to believe this fact, but reality was always so cruel. Jian Shura walked up to Duanjia and handed the honey water to the boy. "This is yours." Everyone who saw the scene was shocked. The mineral water in my hand suddenly lost its fragrance. Isn't this gap too big? Why is his honey water and mine mineral water? Is the honey water also funded by the school? We are all human beings, why is there such a huge gap between us? Yeah, this is too much discrimination. The senior student who came with Jian Shura didn't expect this to happen, and immediately asked Jian Shuru, "Is this also distributed by the school? Why did they only give out this one cup?" Jian Shuru blinked and said innocently, "No, I cooked it myself." Cooked it myself? This is absolutely fake. Impossible. Why should they endure this? Damn, I've heard that this boy and the school beauty have an unusual relationship. Now I see that it's true. The title of rumored boyfriend is undeserved. Duanjia is definitely the one who deserves it. The person who suffered the greatest blow was Jode, who had just failed in his confession to the school beauty. He looked at the bottle of honey water with envy, and his dissatisfaction gradually grew. It's Duanjia again. How can this person still linger around? How am I inferior to him? I have both good looks and ability, so how can I not be worthy of the campus beauty Jane? The entire basketball court was instantly filled with a strong sour smell. Comparing yourself to others will make you feel nauseous. We are all freshmen, but some of them can be with the school beauties. This is fate. Duanjia looked at the cup of honey water, then glanced at Jian Shuru's familiar face, and asked in a low voice, "Didn't we say that day that we should keep our distance?" We agreed to keep our distance, but now he is giving me honey water. This a blatant deception of my feelings. Duanjia is now in tears and can't explain himself even if he has 10 mouths. Jian Shura said calmly, "Don't think too much. I didn't use up all the honey I bought last time. It would be a pity to throw it away." She spoke very sincerely, and seemed to be really frank and had no other intentions. "And you see, you're the only one I know on the entire basketball team, so I can only give it to you." But Duanjia immediately caught the loophole in this sentence and asked quickly, "How did you know I participated in the basketball game?" Jian Shura was speechless for a moment, and a brainstorming session began in her mind. Duanjia looked at her with suspicion. No one else knew about his participation in the basketball game except his roommate and Xiao, so how did the school belle know about it? I saw the list of people participating in the basketball game. Jian Shura thought quickly. List? Duanjia asked back. Ahem, I usually like watching basketball games, too. I knew the school was organizing a basketball game, so I asked someone for the list of names. Duanjia was skeptical, even though the reason sounded very reliable, because a person like Jian Shuro could naturally get whatever she wanted. She doesn't even need to say anything, just a glance and others will eagerly bring things to her. But he still felt something was wrong. But Duanjia couldn't figure out what was wrong. Drink it quickly, Jian Shuro urged. Duanjia was helpless. He had already given it to her and had drunk with her so many times. If he refused again, he would feel like a non-human. So he took it and gulped it down in front of everyone. Chapter 68. He is just my friend. Is that okay? Duanjia returned the cup to Jian Shuru. Jian Shuru looked at Duanjia with great satisfaction, and then said to the students watching, "Duanjia is my friend." Duanjia now just wants to shut Jian Shuru's mouth. Isn't this a clear case of trying to cover up one's own fault? Although everyone didn't believe what Jian Shura said in their hearts, they still gave her enough face. Yes, of course we know that Duanjia is a friend of the school beauty. I've heard that the school beauty and Duanjia have a very good relationship. Some brave students even asked in detail, "School beauty, how did you and Duanjia know each other?" Duan Jiaxing felt hopeless. Looking at Jian Shura's bewildered expression, he thought to himself, "Let me see what you have to say now." Who knew that Jian Shura was still the same Jian Shura that she admired? She explained to everyone very calmly, "I think junior brother Duanjia is very attractive to me." Everyone was shocked. Is this the reason why the school beauty sends milk tea, stewed pork rib soup, and now honey water every day? That's too hasty. Not only did they think it was hasty, even Duanjia was stunned when he heard it nearby. What is the reason? Why didn't he say that it was God who made them meet? Although he still doesn't understand why the school beauty treated him like this, the reason she just gave is completely invalid, okay? Duanjia is not a fool either. The students present are not fools either. But it was obvious that Duanjia still underestimated the level of trust this group of people had in Jian Shuru. They all seemed to suddenly understand. I see. No wonder the school beauty hasn't made any new friends in the past few years. It turns out this is the reason. Alas, what's so good about Duanjia? She's just very clean at first glance. Apart from that, I think there are still many people in the whole school who meet the needs of the school beauty. How can we guess what the school beauty is thinking? Seeing that everyone was discussing in low voices, Duanjia felt that his IQ was insulted. What kind of people are these? Is it time to raise the admission score for Kyoto University? Otherwise, the Duan family would be very worried about the future development of Kyoto University. Jian Shura was very satisfied with his answer. He felt that he was so smart. All right, now that the water has been distributed, the seniors will leave first. When the boys heard that the senior was leaving, they immediately showed a look of loss on their faces. Alas, once the senior left, they would have to start hard training. Everyone was very reluctant to let go. Oh God, please let the beautiful senior stay with them forever. But this was just what I thought in my heart. No one could stop the senior sister. Duanjia, I'm leaving. Jian Shura said to Duanjia. Duanjia nodded quickly and said, My aunt, you are finally leaving. God knows how long he had been waiting for this moment. Goodbye, senior sister. Duanjia said impatiently. Jian Shura could tell that Duanjia was eager for her to leave. She smiled and said loudly, I'll continue to bring you honey water tomorrow. After saying that, he blinked mischievously. Duanjia could only sigh helplessly. He finally realized that as long as he started dating the school beauty at Kyoto University, he would never be able to break away from his relationship with her. Forget it, he has come to terms with it now. If Shaonera really can't accept it, the worst that can happen is that the two of them can meet sometime. Maybe we can become good friends? That's right. Duanjia, I never thought you and the school beauty could become friends. That's right, we always thought you two were boyfriend and girlfriend. Duanjia waved his hand, Don't talk nonsense, the school beauty and I are just ordinary friends, not as close as you think. Ordinary friends are still friends. We want to be ordinary friends with the school beauty, but she doesn't like us. Duanjia thought, have you ever seen two ordinary friends who don't even have their contact information? This friend failed miserably. Joda looked at Duanjia with envy, sneering, It seems you added the school beauty's WeChat? Duanjia looked at Joda and sighed in his heart, alas, he is also a miserable child. He was about to speak when he heard his classmates on the same team speak. School beauty and Duanjia are friends. How could they not have WeChat? That's right, Joda, you should just give up. The school beauty obviously doesn't fancy you. Some people are just too confident, but they don't even look at what kind of exquisite fairy the school belle is. How could she possibly fall for him? Originally everyone was afraid of Joda, but after this afternoon, everyone's eyes looking at Joda changed. He's just an ordinary guy who only knows how to brag. Duanjia felt very embarrassed listening to this, because he actually didn't have Jian Shuru's WeChat. Fortunately, no one was clamoring to see Jian Shuru's circle of friends or anything like that, otherwise the secret would have been exposed. He actually wanted to comfort Joda because he felt that Joda was not a bad person by nature. Others may not know, but Duanjia almost fell down when playing ball with him just now. If Joda had not immediately leaned against him, he would have been the one who fell badly. So Duan Jia's intuition told him that Joda was actually just an overconfident and somewhat childish boy. What's wrong with craving attention? He walked over and patted Joda on the shoulder, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Thank you for just now." Joda immediately looked at him in surprise. Then Duan Jia was heard saying, "There are always better fish in the sea, brother, think more positively." Joda didn't expect Duan Jia to say such words to him. He thought that since he had humiliated Duan Jia so much before, this boy would definitely humiliate him in the same way after defeating him, but he didn't. Could it be that I had misjudged the person before? Actually, this pretty boy is pretty good? He turned his head away and said very unnaturally, "I don't need your comfort, I'm in a very good mood." Duan Jia nodded, not knowing who it was that looked as if he wanted to beat him up. Such a farce ends. Everyone also began to train hard. After all, they didn't have much time left. Everyone worked very hard. Originally, they did not have much hope for this competition, but after seeing the match between Duan Jia and Joda, everyone began to hope to win this competition, preferably to get first place. Duan Jia's strength is obvious to everyone, and although Joda lost to Duan Jia in the game, his strength is actually not bad. With these two generals, the confidence of their class has been greatly increased. Someone also suggested that Duan Jia be the captain this time, but Duan Jia rejected it outright. Forget it, but if you're talking about the captain position, I do have someone to recommend. Who is it? Duan Jia looked at Joda, who was standing beside him. Duan Jia, he can't do it, right? That's right, he's not as good as you. Joda never expected that Duan Jia would recommend him. After all, as he said, the two of them had a grudge against each other. Chapter 69. The boss also paid attention to my painting. Duan Jia looked at the different looks in the crowd and explained, "The most important thing in a basketball game is cooperation. I think Joda's ability to cooperate is better than mine. This is one reason, because he himself is not very familiar with group cooperation, but Joda is different. I can see it and I believe in him. Another reason is that being the captain takes up too much of Duan Jia's time. He has no intention of managing these things anymore. He has more important things to do." After hearing Duan Jia say this, everyone didn't know what to say. After all, everyone still trusted Duan Jia very much. Joda walked up to Duan Jia and said in a vicious tone, "Don't think I'll be grateful to you for doing this. It's impossible." Duan Jia looked at the dark-skinned boy with amusement and said helplessly, "You think too much. I didn't ask you to be grateful to me. I simply didn't want to be the captain, so I dumped this mess on you." After saying that, he ran to the other side to warm up. Joda was stunned. Damn, he knew that this guy had bad intentions, but he really wanted to be the captain. To be honest, the captain position is very important to Joda. If he can get a ranking in this competition, it will be much easier for him to apply to the school basketball team, so he can't say anything else. He was not stupid, so how could he not see the kindness Duan Jia showed to him, so he silently kept this favor in his heart. After training, Duan Jia returned to the dormitory. He was really tired. He hadn't done such strenuous exercise for a long time, so it seemed very strenuous. Duan Jia lay on the bed, took out his cell phone and played some music. The number of fans on the Illustrator's account has been growing at an alarming rate recently. Duan Jia himself doesn't know the reason, because he hasn't bought any promotions and the frequency of updating his works has also decreased a lot, mainly because he has been too busy recently. He thought he would lose some fans. Duan Jia had a very thorough understanding of the internet's rule of survival of the fittest. But the result really surprised him. He just didn't log into this account for a day or two, but the Illustrator's number of fans increased by nearly 40,000 to 50,000. This was something Duan Jia had never expected. He immediately opened the comments under his latest work and found many inexplicable remarks. "I came from Professor Lee. Is this a professional painting student? It's no wonder that even Professor Lee likes this work. Thumbs up. We both studied illustration, so why is there such a big difference between us? This is a rare talent." No wonder even teacher Li Qinshu praised this work for being in line with the style of his studio. Duan Jia was completely confused. Professor Li Qinshu? Who is this? He had a hunch that this Professor Li Qinshu must be no ordinary person. The sudden increase in the number of fans I have must be related to this person. But how can Duan Jia find out who this Professor Li is now? He thought about it and came up with a solution. Immediately open Baidu on your phone and enter this person's name. Really? The first entry that appears is a brief introduction to Li Chenshu. He clicked it immediately. The page that appeared surprised him. This Li Chenshu was of great importance. He is the vice president of the Kyoto City Illustrations Association. He is only 40 years old this year, but he has very high academic attainments and is a teacher to many local students. Not only that, this person is said to be very aloof, and not everyone can become his student. So he has very few students. Other teachers may have hundreds of students, spread all over the country, but he only has dozens of students, and they are all from Kyoto. According to him, to study art you must meet with your teacher all the time and ask the teacher questions, so that you can learn solidly and thoroughly. If we only conduct large-scale online lectures for the sole purpose of making money, the meaning of illustrations will be completely distorted. Although what the professor said was a bit extreme, most intellectuals are like this. They always have their own firm stance on the careers they love very much. So everyone still respected him very much, and many people were trying their best to become his students, but there was no way because his requirements were too high. Not only does it have to suit his taste, but there must also be a 1-week probation period. During this week, no matter what he asks you to do, you must do it very well. He may even ask you to clean the house and serve tea and water. Some people couldn't stand his harassment and gave up halfway. They are here to learn skills and knowledge. What's the point of asking them to serve tea and do these rough jobs? But some people persisted and were qualified to stay with him. After a week, Professor Li will impart all that he has learned throughout his life to his students without reservation. Those who give up will naturally regret it very much, but everyone knows that Professor Li is famous for his impartiality. Duan Jia spent 20 minutes reading all the information about Professor Li. I even clicked on a few of his works. I have to say that this person is truly talented. His illustrations are always in the same style, but you never feel aesthetic fatigue because each work expresses something different. About love, about money, about anything in the world, even a small stone on the ground, he seems to be able to give it meaning and then express it in his own words. This is something that ordinary people simply cannot do with you. Because it requires extremely strong observation skills, rich theoretical knowledge and a strong mind to be able to draw these paintings. And such a big shot actually praised his own paintings. What the hell is going on? Duan Jia was very excited at this moment. He originally thought that his paintings would only attract the attention of some students, but he never expected that they would attract such a respected professor. But I only update my illustrations on TikTok. Could it be that the famous Professor Li also posts short videos? After thinking about it, this is the only possibility. The group of people who were attracted to this professor were probably because he shared his videos on his social media platform. That's why the current situation has occurred. Duan Jia switched the page back to his homepage, where the number of fans and likes continued to increase. At present, Duan Jia's account has nearly 650,000 fans, and it only took half a month to gain so many fans. It would be a lie to say that he is not excited. This is an account he created by himself, and it is also Duan Jia's first account. For him, Illustrator is the starting point of his art, but not the end. Thinking of this, Duan Jia logged out of his account again. This has always been his habit. It is better to be safe than sorry. What if he forgets to turn off his phone screen and his roommate sees it? Wouldn't he be unable to explain himself? He opened his singing forum account. Since he opened this account, the number of fans of this singing account has been increasing, but the rate of increase is not fast, which is also within Duan Jia's expectations. Chapter 70 Live Singing. After all, the school forum only has some Kyoto University students. If you want to expand your fan base, the only chance is live streaming. Duan Jia's original intention in creating this account was to lay a fan base for future live broadcasts. Now that the time has come, Duan Jia doesn't want to wait any longer. At present, the most popular live streaming platform is still TikTok. The reason is simple, it's just that there are so many bloggers of all kinds on this platform, and some even specialize in live streaming to sell goods. Duan Jia thought about it for a long time and decided to broadcast live here. Still not considering showing my face. Otherwise, your vest will be lost. Thinking of this, Duan Jia immediately registered another account. On the platform, the same ID card can be used to register multiple accounts, but this information is automatically protected by the system, so there is no need to worry about someone knowing it. It greatly protects the rights of creators. Duan Jia changed the name of this account to the same name as on the forum. His name is Duan, who can sing. After doing all this, Duan Jia went to the forum and posted the news that he was going to open an account for live streaming. In order to facilitate communication with everyone, I registered a live broadcast account on the Douyin platform. The username is Duan Tongxue who can sing. Thank you for your support over the past few days. Students who want to continue listening to my singing can follow my live broadcast account. This account will temporarily stop updating. After he sent out this announcement, a lot of people immediately left comments below. What's the reason? I will always follow in your footsteps. I am your true fan. Live broadcast? Are you going to show your face? Did he sign with a company? Otherwise, why would he suddenly start live streaming and start making money? I'm following. When will the live broadcast start? Duan Jia frowned. He really didn't expect that his live broadcast would cause dissatisfaction among some people, so he picked a few comments to reply. My face won't be shown during the live broadcast. I'm not signed to a company and I'm not making any money. Thank you for your support. The time for the live broadcast has not been set yet. If it is live, we will notify you in advance, so don't worry. After replying to these questions, Duan Jia thought he had explained the problem clearly. As for the rest of the random speculations, Duan Jia decided to ignore them. After all, the innocent will be innocent, which is his usual principle of doing things. Then, he opened Xiao Neru's dialogue box and decided to tell her about this matter. As his girlfriend, how could he not know about this? What are you doing, baby? A little girl said softly, I won't tell you. Duan Jia laughed, sad, my girlfriend is keeping secrets from me now. Don't act pitiful. What do you want from me at this time? Duan Jia stopped typing. Although he decided to tell Xiao Neru about this, he still hadn't figured out how to explain it. Everything that happened to him happened too suddenly, and he couldn't possibly tell Xiao Neru about the system. So I can only make up a reasonable reason. Where are the people? Speak? What on earth is going on? Duan Jia was thinking about this, but he didn't expect that Xiao Neru on the other side was already impatient and was sending messages to Duan Jia frantically. Duan Jia saw it and replied immediately. I opened another live broadcast account. Duan Jia said. I'm so scared. I thought it was some big deal. Why are you suddenly thinking about live streaming your drawing? Duan Jia knew at a glance that Xiao Neru had misunderstood his meaning. He thought he was going to start a live broadcast of painting. No. What is that? I want to sing. Duan Jia sent the message nervously. Sing? What happened to my boyfriend? Duan Jia was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This was why he didn't dare to tell Xiao Neru. Before, Xiao Neru said that she couldn't sleep well and wanted Duan Jia to sing for her. Duan Jia sang Yisun Chan's love transfer at that time. At that time, the two were already very familiar with each other and had completely lost their previous politeness and shyness. So after Duan Jia finished singing the song, Xiao Neru joked that she could no longer fall asleep after listening to Duan Jia sing. Duan Jia asked why, and she said that it was because all she could think of was the sound of Duan Jia singing off tune. Since then, Xiao Neru would often ask Duan Jia to sing for her. But it's not the time to sleep, it's the time when you study until you feel sleepy. Duan Jia looked at this sentence and fell into deep thought, wondering what to do. I'm serious. I see. You want to attract attention this way, right? Bullshit. Duan Jia retorted in his heart. Anyway, you'll know when I go live, Duan Jia said. When will you do the live broadcast? Asked Xiao Neru. Duan Jia, I'll tell you when the time comes. After the two finished chatting, their roommates just happened to come back. As soon as Fatty Chen came in, he hugged Duan Jia. Duan Jia. Have you seen it? Have you seen it? Duan Jia was almost suffocating under the pressure of this 180-pound fat man, and he pushed him away with all his strength. Damn, Fatty, do you think you're very light? Duan Jia said while rubbing his shoulders. Fatty Chen was so excited that he didn't care what Duan Jia said. He continued to talk to himself, didn't you read our school's forum? Duan Jia immediately understood what he was so excited about, but still pretended not to know. What's wrong? Fatty Chen looked at him with a look of disappointment on his face, flipping through his phone while criticizing Duan Jia for being a fake fan. Look at you. You said you like listening to other people sing, but what happened? You don't even know their latest updates. Duan Jia retorted, it's not like I stare at my phone every day. Besides, I have other things to do. How could I possibly see it in time? Don't explain. You can just set him up as someone you care about, especially, like I did. Duanjia couldn't believe his ears. What did you say? Fatty Chen leaned over to Duanjia's ear and said, I said you can set him to be of special concern. He is a man. Duanjia emphasized frantically. So what? I become indifferent to the world. Fatty Chen looked as if he had seen through the mundane world. Duanjia looked at his other two roommates for help. Duanjia, ignore him. He's just heartbroken by that little red girl and is trying to divert his attention. Ha 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 ha, Fatty, you scared Duanjia quite a bit. You are talking nonsense. I am sincere to this classmate Duan who can sing. Fatty Chen looked unconvinced. Duanjia immediately covered his mouth. Don't say anymore, his heart can't take it anymore. Hey Duanjia, you and the singer have the same surname, said the roommate. Duanjia let go of the fat man's hand and was about to explain that it was a coincidence when he heard Fatty Chen say, That's right, Duanjia, you and my idol have the same last name. But why can't you sing as well as him, he said with a look of regret. Duanjia couldn't stand it any longer and kicked him lightly. Get out. Chapter 71. I got the milk tea man's looks. These days, Duanjia spends all his time practicing basketball on the court besides attending classes. And Jian Shuru also delivered honey water to Duanjia on time. Every time she came, the boys around would stop and stare at their every move. Duanjia looked at the school beauty helplessly and asked, Dear school beauty, when will you finish drinking your honey? And every time this happened, Jian Shuru would smile, look at Duanjia with a meaningful expression and say, I don't know about that. There's still a big bottle in the dormitory. Duanjia could only pray silently in his heart. After all, she is the campus belle, and now Kyoto University has tacitly acknowledged that he and Jian Shuru have a very good relationship. Someone even published a short essay of nearly 2,000 words describing the process of the two people from their acquaintance to their understanding of each other. Not only that, this article once became a hot topic in the entire forum, and people were discussing it enthusiastically. Some people even took a picture of Jian Shuru giving Duanjia honey water and posted it online. That night, Duanjia looked at the photo and fell into deep thought. In this photo, Jian Shuru's face was covered with a very cute fairy sticker, while her own face was not processed at all. Depend on. Isn't this too double standard? Don't I have any privacy? Do I deserve to have my photos posted online? Duanjia looked at the photo with an angry expression on his face. Fatty Chen came over to comfort Duanjia. Brother, don't be too sad, you are still very handsome in this photo. Duanjia glanced at Fatty Chen. In fact, what Fatty Chen said was right. Duanjia has fair skin, and he has been exercising a lot in recent days, which has made his already angular face even tighter. Many girls were asking for Duanjia's contact information below. I didn't expect this milk tea guy to be so handsome. That's right, does anyone know his contact information? Since I'm just friends with the school beauty, can I pursue her without worry? Don't fight with me upstairs. This is our college's handsome guy. The one who was close to the water gets the moon first, don't you understand? The comments are all over the place. There is discussion about whether the relationship between the two people is real or not. Some people lamented that although the school beauty's face was covered, one could still feel the fairy aura from the photo. There is also discussion about what type of appearance Duanjia has. In short, Duanjia himself was dazzled. I wonder how the school beauty feels when she sees this. Duanjia was thinking that the girls' dormitory 204 on the other side was extremely crowded. I saw that the originally good dormitory was surrounded by many girls. Campus beauty, can you give me the contact information of Milk Tea Boy? Yeah, aren't you friends? What type of girls does he like? But these people did not dare to enter the school beauty's dormitory casually, and could only try to get Duanjia's WeChat from outside. Jian Shura stared at the door with a headache. She really shot herself in the foot. She was holding a cell phone in her hand, and on the screen was a secretly photographed photo of Duanjia. Who made you so charming? She pouted and murmured in dissatisfaction. Looking at the many girls asking for Duanjia's contact information under the post, and listening to the sounds outside the dormitory door, Jian Shuru made a very bold decision. After a few minutes, the entire dormitory building was quiet for a few seconds. Then there was a barrage of discussion. This is no longer a discussion of Duanjia's contact information. But Duanjia actually has a girlfriend. No way, why haven't I heard that he has a girlfriend? Alas, beautiful love is about to be blown away by the wind again. I don't believe it. I've never seen two of them walking together. How could what the school beauty said be false? They are good friends. A girl stood up to refute those who didn't believe it, and suddenly no one spoke. You're right, the two of them are good friends. How could the school belle lie to them? Impossible, because there is no reason for the school beauty to lie to them. The reason why everyone's attitude changed 360 degrees. Just because a few minutes ago, the school beauty suddenly appeared on the forum and dropped a bombshell on everyone, this junior has a girlfriend. With just 6 short words, those who didn't know would think that Duanjia's real girlfriend came to declare her sovereignty after seeing this post. But when I looked closely, it turned out to be Jian Shuru. Everyone was shocked. What's going on? The school beauty personally came out to talk about Milk Tea's boyfriend and girlfriend? I have to say that Jian Shuru's actions really confused everyone. The comments section immediately exploded. The school beauty said this junior has a girlfriend. No way, I don't believe it. The two of them have such a good relationship, of course he knows that he has a girlfriend, the school beauty. I finally met a boy I like, but he told me he has a girlfriend. Oh, kill me. But shouldn't girlfriends always come forward for things like this? As a friend, the school beauty is really worried sick. Jian Shura looked at the comments section happily. Nodded with satisfaction. This is the correct way to open it. What you did just now was ridiculous. Duanjia is also constantly observing the developments in the forum. When he saw Jian Shura's name appear in front of him, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. And when he saw what Jian Shura said, he was even more shocked. The school beauty actually spoke for herself? Although he had felt very uncomfortable with the school beauty's frequent approaches before. But Duanjia wanted to give the school beauty a big thumbs up for her behavior this time. He was originally worried about how to block these bad peach blossoms. But unexpectedly, the school beauty actually came forward and cut off these people as thoughts. In the entire Kyoto University, is there anyone who would not believe what Jian Shuru said? As long as it is what the school beauty said. These people definitely believe it. In their eyes, Jian Shuru would never lie. No one would be willing to question the words of a school beauty who is even favored by the teachers. If there is, then it must be that person's fault, and definitely not Jian Shuru's fault. The stone in Duanjia's heart suddenly fell. It turns out that being friends with a school beauty does have its advantages, so it saves me from the biggest trouble. If my girlfriend sees this post, all my efforts in apologizing and buying couple necklaces will be in vain. So, do I owe the school beauty another favor? Duanjia habitually wanted to take out his cell phone to thank Jian Shuru. Then I realized that the two of them didn't have any contact information. This one do. He plans to ask for Jian Shuru's WeChat in person tomorrow when she brings him honey water again. Thinking of this, Duanjia felt relieved. At least now, because of Jian Shuru's words, the entire comments section has become much more normal. Duanjia fell asleep peacefully. The next day, during the halftime break after playing, Duanjia was waiting for Jian Shuru to come. But Duanjia waited and waited, but still didn't see any sign of Jian Shuru. This is strange. At this time in the past, Jian Shuru should have been waiting on the basketball court. Is there something that delayed it? Chapter 72, My friend doesn't even have contact information. Duanjia, what are you doing? Why isn't the school beauty here today? The members of the basketball team asked hurriedly when they saw Duanjia. Before Duanjia could say anything, Jota said sarcastically, school beauties don't have so much free time every day. Some people shouldn't treat them as free slaves. After spending this day together, everyone knew what kind of person Jota was. Although he is sometimes harsh in his words, he actually does not have any bad intentions. As the team leader, he is also very responsible and is always the first to come and the last to leave. Boys don't like to hold grudges, and he really handled the entire basketball team very well, so no one took his words to heart. Duanjia naturally didn't take it to heart, and he even felt that what Jota said made a lot of sense. Jian Shuru was a top student after all. It's impossible for her to be so free as to bring herself honey water every day, right? And why do I care about her so much? Thinking of this, Duanjia immediately stood up and continued to devote himself to today's training. But Jian Shuru finally came. More than an hour later than usual. She ran to Duanjia panting, stunning everyone around her. Maybe because she was too anxious, Jian Shuru didn't even change her dance costume. She wore a tight bodysuit on top and loose pants on the bottom. The beautiful figure is displayed to the fullest. This can be said to be the first time that everyone has observed the school beauty's figure at such a close distance. Although the clothes that school beauties usually wear mostly show off their figures, everyone knows that school beauties have very good figures. But this is the first time I see Jian Shuru wearing such tight clothes. Many students almost had nosebleeds. Oh my god, I'm going to die. The campus belle is particularly charming today. Although I already knew that the school beauty had a great figure, I never thought it was this good. With this figure, she can easily kill everyone in our school. I don't know why, but it feels even hotter than before. Duanjia naturally noticed everyone's reactions, and he had to say that their reactions were not exaggerated, because even he felt that today's school beauty was really different from before. Everyone thought that the former school belle was a pure and beautiful woman who was untainted by the world. But just now, the moment Jian Shuru walked in front of him, she became more charming. Wow, they say beautiful girls are a man's love potion. Fortunately, I am relatively rational, otherwise I would probably be the same as those people. At this moment, Duanjia was extremely grateful for his self-control. Jian Shuru's face flushed. She tied her hair up because it was too hot. Then she took out the familiar water cup from her school bag and handed it to Duanjia. Here, I'm sorry, get out of class ended too late today. I ran over as soon as get out of class was over and I was sweating. After she finished speaking in a coquettish tone, she stared at Duanjia. Duanjia felt very uncomfortable being stared at by her, but he also knew that she had done so much for him and seemed to really regard him as a friend. Thanks. Everyone around looked at Duanjia with envy. What kind of blessing did they have in their previous life to have a school beauty as their friend? Alas, why are all their friends big and strong men? It's so fucking unfair. When Jian Shuru saw Duanjia finish drinking, she was about to take the cup and leave, but was stopped by a boy. Hey, campus beauty, wait a minute. Jian Shuru looked surprised. What's wrong? In the past, after she delivered the water, this person would always signal her to leave quickly with a look that seemed to show that he couldn't wait for her to leave. What happened today? Duanjia looked at the people around him. There were too many of them. Let's go over there and talk. Duanjia pointed in another direction with fewer people. Jian Shuru nodded, and the two of them walked one in front and the other behind. Tell me, what's the matter? Jian Shuru looked at Duanjia excitedly, and couldn't wait to know what he was going to say to her. Seeing that there was no one around, Duanjia dared to say, "Thank you so much for yesterday." What's up? It was obvious that Jian Shuru had forgotten what she had done yesterday. Duanjia reminded, "What you said on the forum." Jian Shuru suddenly realized, "Oh, what are you talking about?" She waved her hands. "What's there to thank me for?" "It would be terrible if my girlfriend found out," said Duanjia. After hearing this, Jian Shuru pursed her lips and smiled secretly, muttering softly, "I'm not that stingy." What? Duanjia asked, seeing that the school beauty looked like she wanted to laugh but was trying not to. Jian Shuru immediately waved her hands. It's okay, it's okay. You came here just to tell me this." Duanjia shook his head. "Of course not." "What is that?" Jian Shuru's eyes suddenly lit up. "I want to add the school beauty's contact information so that it will be very convenient to contact her." Duanjia expressed his thoughts. His idea was very simple. Since Jian Shuru had helped him with so many things, the two of them could be considered friends in a sense. Isn't it outrageous that friends don't even have the most basic way to contact each other? But when Jian Shuru heard Duanjia say this, her eyes began to become unnatural. Why did you think of adding contact information? Aren't we friends?" Duanjia asked back. Jian Shuru was now very anxious. If she gives Duanjia her contact information, won't she be exposed? It was all because she gave her only WeChat account to Duanjia without any precautions when the two of them first met. Usually, some of the things I send will be blocked by the other party. See what to do now. Duanjia saw Jian Shuru's hesitation and wondered if he was too abrupt. Could it be that the school beauty doesn't even want to add me on WeChat? Damn, this is so embarrassing. If you don't want to, then forget it. Duanjia said. He would never do something like forcing someone to do something against their will. When Jian Shuru heard Duanjia say this, she explained anxiously, No, I just forgot what my WeChat ID is." Duanjia nodded, and then said, "We can scan the code." He shook his phone. Jian Shuru immediately retorted, I left my phone in the dormitory. Why don't you tell me your WeChat ID and I'll add you when I get back? Duanjia, alright. Then he said a string of numbers. Jian Shuru said confidently, I remember it. Duanjia looked at the girl in front of him with suspicion. Are all top students so good? Jian Shuru felt increasingly guilty when Duanjia looked at her and quickly explained, well, I've been sensitive to numbers since I was a child, so this doesn't mean anything to me at all. Duanjia nodded, okay, I guess the school beauty won't lie. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Jian Shuru said this and quickly slipped away. I was still feeling scared on the way back. It was too dangerous, too dangerous. If I hadn't been quick-witted, I would have been seen through by the boy long ago. Fortunately, Duanjia didn't ask any more questions in the end. She hurried back to the dormitory. Why are you back so late? Zhang Fong asked when she saw Jian Shuru coming back in a hurry. Chapter 73 finally added the school beauty as WeChat. Jian Shuru waved her hand, something happened. Zhang Fong shook her head. What else could it be? It was nothing more than delivering honey water to that junior. Now the whole school knows about this, and people thought the two were just simple friends. As long as you know that the relationship between two people is definitely not that simple. It seems that I have to keep this secret forever. As soon as Jian Shuru returned to the dormitory, she hid in bed. Fortunately, she had applied for an extra mobile phone number when she first applied for it. Now that she thinks about it, she was so smart. Didn't she use it right away? She quickly created a new WeChat account and immediately sent a friend request to Duanjia. After doing all this, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now when I think about what happened just now, I still feel scared. If I hadn't reacted quickly enough, my identity would have been in jeopardy. Bite. When Jian Shuru heard the voice, she immediately picked up her phone. Passed. Jian Shuru immediately sent an emoticon. It's a little rabbit greeting expression. She waited patiently for the other party's reply. At the same time, Duanjia looked at the chat page with Jian Shuru and fell into deep thought. So similar. Xiaonero also has the same emoticon package that Jian Shuru posted. Is it another coincidence? My girlfriend also uses this emoticon pack. He sent this message. That's normal. This is a very popular little rabbit on the internet. Don't you know? For some reason, Duanjia breathed a sigh of relief when he saw these words. He just said it. How is this possible? I must have gone crazy just now. He replied, I really don't know. Country bumpkin. Duanjia laughed, perhaps he was really behind. I have something else to do. Let's talk when we have time. Duanjia said to Jian Shuru. After seeing this, Jian Shuru immediately replied, okay. Then he immediately switched to his other WeChat account. Sure enough, just 1 second ago, Duanjia sent him a message. Baby, the package will be here soon. Jian Shuru saw it and immediately replied, yes, it may arrive tomorrow. She could sense the excitement in the other person's tone. Duanjia was indeed very excited at this moment. When he saw the logistics information that the goods were about to arrive at Kyoto University, he had already begun to imagine the scene of himself and Xiaonero meeting in his mind. It's exciting just thinking about it. I won't miss it this time. I'm sure I'll recognize it. He encouraged himself. Humph, you might not even recognize me. Duanjia immediately refuted this and promised his girlfriend solemnly, report to the leader, I will definitely complete the task this time. Okay, I'll trust you this time. The two people fell asleep with different moods. The next day happened to be Saturday. Duanjia got up very early and began to tidy himself up in front of the mirror again. He must be extremely alert this time and will never miss Jian Shuru again. Because the noises from cleaning up were a bit loud, Duanjia woke up Fatty Chen. Fatty Chen rubbed his eyes drowsily and asked, Duanjia, why are you cleaning up like this so early in the morning? Duanjia said as he was choosing his clothes for the day, you don't understand adult matters. Fatty Chen immediately became dissatisfied, tell me what you are going to do? Meeting my girlfriend. Duanjia did not intend to hide it, because he had a hunch that he would be able to see the little Nairo he had been thinking about this time. So I don't intend to hide it. Fatty Chen sobered up immediately after hearing this, Duanjia, you're finally going to meet your girlfriend. Why do you sound more excited than me? Duanjia looked at his reaction with a helpless smile. Nonsense, you keep saying you have a girlfriend, but we've never seen you two meet. It's been so long since school started, I almost thought you two broke up. Duanjia rolled his eyes at Fatty Chen and said, "Go away, you just broke up." He has a very good relationship with Xiao Nairo. Fatty Chen muttered, "I broke up." Duanjia realized that he had said the wrong thing and had touched Fatty Chen's sore spot, so he immediately comforted him, "There are many women in the world. I'll introduce you to some tomorrow." Fatty Chen immediately put away his bitter face and said, "It's a deal." Duanjia nodded, "It's a deal." Fatty Chen was finally satisfied, and then he muttered to himself, "When will my idol be able to livestream?" Duanjia was stunned after hearing this. "I have been so busy these days that I almost forgot about this matter." He casually said, "Maybe he'll start a live broadcast this Saturday." Fatty Chen didn't know whether he heard it or not and returned to his bed. Duanjia looked in the mirror and was very satisfied with his appearance today. "Not bad, Shaonera should be satisfied with my image, right?" Kyoto University has a special express delivery station where all express deliveries, no matter what they are, will be placed. Duanjia was sure that the necklace he bought for Shaonera would be there, so he immediately rushed to Tsingyao Station. Since it is morning and still early, there are not many people at the express station. Duanjia was thankful that there weren't many people around, so it would be easy for him to find Shaonera. Duanjia took out his phone and sent a message to Shaonera, "I'm here." The other side immediately replied, "Wait a moment." Good. Duanjia understood very well that girls always need to spend some time on dressing up. Besides, she is his girlfriend, so he really doesn't mind being a little late. Duanjia's guess was correct. On this side, Jian Shura took out a lipstick that she hadn't used for a long time and was struggling to decide which one to choose. "Fong, come and see which lipstick I'm going to wear." Jian Shura finally decided to seek help from her best friend. When Zhang Fong heard Jian Shura calling her, she immediately put down what she was holding and walked over. I saw that Jian Shura had already put on very delicate makeup on her face. Eyebrows, eyeshadow, and eyeliner were all done. Zhang Fong almost thought she was still dreaming. "Shu Ro, what are you doing?" "Makeup." "Nonsense," Zhang Fong said unhappily. Couldn't she tell that this young lady was wearing makeup? The problem is that there haven't been any important dance competitions lately, so why would Jian Shura wear makeup? Although Jian Shura also got up early in the morning to dress herself up last time, it was definitely not to the extent of today. "Who are you calling again?" "Help me pick out this lipstick first and I'll tell you," Jian Shura said. Zhang Fong had no choice but to do as she was told. Who made her so curious? "Here, this is it. It goes well with my makeup today." Zhang Fong finally picked a milk tea color one for Jian Shuru. Jian Shuru applied it. Zhang Fong sighed secretly on the side. Although she and Jian Shuru had been together for more than 10 years, she still couldn't get tired of looking at her face. What excellent genes are needed to give birth to a daughter like Jian Shuru? With such good looks, just a casual drawing can kill everyone in seconds. But she didn't forget the important things. "So, who are you going to see?" Zhang Fong asked. Jian Shura blinked her eyes and said something that could infuriate people to death. "I'm not seeing anyone, I'm just going to pick up a package." Zhang Fong? She is now full of question marks. Chapter 74 Love Necklace. Is it necessary to dress so carefully to receive a package? When had she ever seen Jian Shura like this? Although Jian Shura is very beautiful, she is famous for not liking to dress up. Other girls may need to put on makeup every day, but Jian Shura doesn't. She never wastes time doing these things. But recently, for the sake of her junior classmate named Duanjia, Jian Shura has done too many things that are incomprehensible to her. And now, she got up early in the morning and put on such exquisite makeup, and actually said that it was just to pick up a package? "Shu Ro, don't lie to me," Zhang Fong said. Jian Shura looked at Zhang Fong and felt that her best friend was becoming more and more confusing. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Wait, I'll be back soon." After saying that, he went out. Looking at Jian Shura's calm back, could it be that she really went to pick up a package? Am I overthinking it? She shook her head and said that she would know the answer when Jian Shura came back. Duanjia glanced at his phone. More than 10 minutes had passed. He took a deep breath. It was impossible for him not to be nervous. After all, this was an opportunity he had fought so hard for. Just when he was feeling extremely anxious, Shaonera sent him a text message. "I have arrived. When Duanjia saw these 3 words, he raised his head and looked around. Then he immediately took out the photo that Xiao Nara sent him for the first time. He looked very serious, even more focused than when he was painting, and did not miss any passerby. However, no figure matching the photo was found. That's impossible. Did I miss it again? Just as he was about to send a message to Xiao Nairo, he received a notification saying that the package had been picked up. Duanjia couldn't stand it anymore. He immediately ran to the room of Sanyao Station and started looking. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely, but he still couldn't find any trace of Xiao Nairo. I even mistook many people for me. He was almost arrested as a psychopath because of his appearance. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't disappointed. I finally got the chance to see little Nero again, but I couldn't find her anywhere. Just when he was at a loss, he heard a familiar voice. Duanjia. Duanjia turned his head and saw Jian Shura standing outside the door. Sanyao Station saw another surge of crowds due to the appearance of the school beauty. Damn, why is the school beauty so beautiful today? It seems really different from before. Is the school beauty wearing makeup today? Put on lipstick. Tisk, rubbish, you're straight, right? The school beauty is wearing more than just lipstick today. A group of people were talking about it. Duanjia was not surprised to see Jian Shuro coming. These days are the peak shopping season, and most of the people here are girls. Good morning. Duanjia greeted Jian Shuru and began to look around. I was extremely anxious. Why couldn't I find it? If I can't find it, Xiao Nero will definitely be angry, right? Jian Shuru walked up to Duanjia and said with a smile, "What are you looking for, Junior?" Duanjia really didn't have the time to pay attention to Jian Shuru, so he just said perfunctorily, "I didn't find anything." Jian Shuru nodded. Duanjia's answer was within her expectations. Are you looking for a girlfriend? Jian Shuru asked. Duanjia turned around, how did you know? Who else could make you so anxious except your girlfriend? Jian Shuru said with a knowing look on her face. Duanjia stared at Jian Shuru for a few seconds and sighed helplessly. Yes, I'm looking for her. Afterwards, Duanjia told Jian Shuru everything they had agreed on. Jian Shuru shook her head after hearing this. Why are you shaking your head? Duanjia asked. Jian Shuru said with an unfathomable look on her face, it seems that you really don't understand girls at all. Duanjia frowned. What does this mean? Jian Shuru looked at Duanjia helplessly. What was it like to teach her boyfriend how to fall in love? She finally understood the hardships involved. But this is all her own fault, so she can't blame anyone else. Your girlfriend isn't ready to see you right now, she said. Duanjia denied it immediately after hearing it. Impossible, if she didn't want to see me, why did she make me come to her twice? Jian Shuro complained silently in her heart, this is an accident, you fool. It's not that I don't want to see you, it's just that I'm not ready yet. Jian Shuro said. Duanjia still looked confused. He still doesn't understand. What does not ready mean? Jian Shuro sighed and said, okay, it seems I can only teach him myself. Think about it, what if she has low self-esteem? What if she is very ugly? Jian Shuro said. I don't care about that. Jian Shuro was half believing and half doubting, humph, you guys only talk about it. Who knows what you'd think if you saw it? So you're saying she doesn't trust me? Jian Shuro nodded, what if? Humans are the most unpredictable creatures, not to mention she's a girl. If one day she really asks for a meeting, she must have mustered up a lot of courage. Duanjia looked at Jian Shuro with a serious expression. Suddenly, I felt that what the other person said made a lot of sense. Am I too impatient? Duanjia was reflecting on himself at this moment. Aren't you going back? Jian Shuro asked. Duanjia came back to his senses. Just now, he had figured it out and was annoyed that he was too anxious. How could Xiao Nero, a girl, come to see me so casually? Thank you, senior sister. Duanjia said solemnly. Jian Shuro looked confused and felt a little guilty. In fact, what she had just said was indeed one of the reasons, but to some extent, she had stood Duanjia up. Now the other party said thank you to me, which filled me with guilt. She smiled awkwardly, no need to thank me, it's because you have a strong ability to understand. Then I'll be leaving first. After Jian Shuro finished speaking, she left immediately with a courier in her hand. After returning to the dormitory, Jian Shuro was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. As soon as Jiang Fong saw Jian Shuro coming back, she immediately went to greet her and looked down to see the express delivery in her hand. He actually went to pick up the package. Jian Shuro smiled and looked at the express delivery in her hand. Of course, you still don't believe me, huh? What did you buy? It's worth the trouble to come all this way. Jian Shuro didn't wait to open it. After opening it, the first thing that catches your eye is a pink square box. Jian Shuro opened it and found a silver necklace with a hollow heart pendant. Oh my god! Jiang Fong couldn't help but say when she saw it. She couldn't understand it, but she was shocked. Did you buy this? She asked. Jian Shuro picked up the necklace carefully, and the way she cherished it made Jiang Fong think it was gold. Grandma, could such a strange thing be given to you by someone else? This was the first time she saw Jian Shuro receive such an ambiguous thing. In the past, suitors had given her many diamond necklaces and some even gave her rings. But I have never seen Jian Shuro accept it. This thing, where did it come from? I can't buy it myself. Jian Shuro glanced at Jiang Fong and touched the necklace lovingly. Did you buy this? Jiang Fong stuttered. Help me put it on quickly. Jian Shuro lifted her hair. Hurry up. Seeing Jiang Fong not moving, Jian Shuro urged. Chapter 75. The basketball game begins. Jiang Fong had no choice but to help her put it on. Okay. Jiang Fong said. Jian Shuro immediately ran to the mirror, holding the necklace in her hand and couldn't let it go. It seems that I chose a good one. Jian Shuro said in a low voice. Jiang Fong slowly walked behind Jian Shuro and asked, tell the truth, was this given to you by that junior? Jian Shuro denied it outright, no. In a sense, this is my own choice. So it can't be considered a gift from Duanjia, right? That's right, Jian Shuro thought so. Jiang Fong now has great doubts about the credibility of every word Jian Shuro said. Although she has no evidence to prove that the relationship between the two is unusual, based on her understanding of Jian Shuro over the years, the current situation shows that she definitely has unusual feelings for that junior. Even though we are friends, why have I never seen Jian Shuro treat me like this? This is a woman's intuition. Jian Shuro was still looking at herself in the mirror with joy in her eyes, having no idea what her best friend was thinking. On the other side, Duanjia also took out his express delivery. He bought two when he first bought it. One is for Xiao Naro, and the other is for myself. He decided to send a text message to Xiao Naro first. Baby, I was too impatient before. I will listen to you from now on. On the way back to the dormitory, he thought a lot. He thought carefully about what Jian Shuro said and decided to apologize to Xiao Naro. Now that I think about it, it seems that I was the only one who wanted the two of us to meet, and Xiao Naro was always the passive one. Thinking of this, Duanjia felt much more relieved. Although they didn't meet this time, he believed that there were plenty of opportunities for the two of them. A little girl said, "What are you talking about? Let's meet again when we are both ready." After seeing this sentence, Duanjia breathed a sigh of relief. He cherishes this relationship very much. Although he does not have much emotional experience, he believes that he can learn slowly. So he didn't want to miss any of Xiao Naro's emotions. After the two of them finished talking about this topic, Duanjia opened the express in his hand. Like Jian Shuro's, his necklace also has a heart-shaped pendant, but it is a men's necklace after all, so it is not so petty. It seems that the school beauty has good taste. Duanjia thought silently in his heart. Thinking of this, he immediately took a photo and sent it to Xiao Naro. Within a few minutes, Duanjia also received the other party's photo. Duanjia clicked it immediately. Only Xiao Naro's neck was revealed in the photo, but Duanjia felt that the background looked very familiar. It seems that Xiao Naro is in the dormitory. You're going back so soon? It was less than 10 minutes later that Xiao Naro went back. The more Duan thought about it, the more confused he became. Just ask Xiao Naro. Are you in the dorm? Yeah, just arrived. But Duanjia remembered that the only schools nearby were Kyoto University and the Academy of Fine Arts next door. As if sensing Duanjia's doubts, the other party sent another message. I forgot to tell you, I just took a taxi back home because something happened at school. Duanjia understood when he saw this. So that's how it is. What's wrong with me lately? Why am I always so suspicious? TSK, is it because there are too many things going on lately and I'm under too much pressure? Looking at the photos sent by Xiao Naru, Duanjia felt very sweet in his heart. Although the two had never met, Duanjia felt that he and Xiao Naru were getting closer and closer. The annual basketball game officially begins. After several days of serious training, Duanjia and his team have developed a lot of tacit understanding, and everyone's level has also improved a lot. The entire basketball court was packed with people. The boys were mainly there to watch the players, while the girls were mostly there to see if there were any handsome guys. Some people knew that Duanjia participated in the basketball game, and they wanted to see who the friend of this legendary school beauty was. After changing his clothes, Duanjia came out with his teammates. "Captain, are you confident?" Duanjia spoke to Joda, who was walking beside him. Joda raised his head, his eyes full of disdain, and his words were very deserving of a beating. "Of course, I don't take these people seriously at all." Duanjia burst out laughing. He liked Joda's arrogant look, and he was very happy to make friends with him. After spending these few days together, Duanjia has witnessed Joda's football skills. He is fully capable of serving as captain, and it is very suitable for him. Similarly, he is very confident about this competition. Everyone started warming up. Someone noticed that Duanjia suddenly wore a necklace around his neck. "Damn, Duanjia, why are you wearing such a girly thing?" It's not that others are making a fuss, it's just that Duanjia's necklace is really exquisite and doesn't seem like something a boy would usually wear. Duanjia also knew that they had no ill intentions, so he smiled and said, "This is a couple's necklace for my girlfriend and me. She has one too." After he said this, the people in the team made a strange sound of "ha." Alas, we made a mistake after all. That's right, after all this time, it turns out the clowns are us. They had read the forum, and the school beauty personally said that Duanjia had a girlfriend. They didn't believe it at first, but now they see it is true. The people around started to make a noise. "Duanjia, that's really not nice of you. When can you let us meet your sister-in-law? Do you think everyone is like you? Why should Duanjia's girlfriend show herself to you? Oh, so I guess I'm the only single guy in the team now." "Who said that? Didn't our captain Joda also have it?" Joda's face immediately turned dark when he heard this. It was fine when they were not familiar with this group of people, but once they got to know each other, they would often make fun of him by talking about how he confessed his love to the school beauty and got rejected. This is almost becoming a meme. But this group of people still likes to see Joda like this. To be honest, there was no malicious intent, it was just a few jokes between brothers. "Warm up properly and stop chatting here," Joda said with a serious face. "Yes, sir." 10 minutes later, the game officially began. Duanjia immediately threw himself into the competition. On the other side, in the dance department professor's office, Jin Shura sat on the leather sofa, facing the dance professor, who had a kind smile on his face. "Shuro, I didn't ask you to come here for academic matters." The speaker was the vice dean of the dance department and also Jin Shuru's dance professor. Jin Shuru was thinking that today was the day of the basketball game, and did not hear the professor's words for a while. "Shuro, are you listening?" the professor asked again, without showing any impatience at all for Jin Shuro's distraction. "Ah, professor is here," Jin Shuro reacted immediately. The professor smiled, picked up the tea in front of him and took a sip. He seemed to be at a loss as to how to start the conversation and was reluctant to speak. "Shuro, are you feeling a bit stressed lately?" he asked cautiously. Jin Shuro answered truthfully, "No, professor. There have been neither competitions nor performances recently, so this can be said to be the most free time for Jin Shuru." Chapter 76, The School Beauty Pursues Someone but is Rejected? "Is there any difficulty at home?" the professor asked again. Jin Shuru and Jing'er were confused. What could have happened in their family? She could only shake her head. "No, my family has been the same as usual recently." The professor nodded, and suddenly felt that his question was redundant. Jin Shuru's family conditions are nothing to say. Even several buildings of Kyoto University were built with donations from his father. "So, are you in a relationship recently?" He finally asked the question he wanted to ask most. There's no way, after all, Jin Shuru is the most favored student in the dance department. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, he didn't want to rashly look for Jin Shuru. What if he hurt her feelings? Jin Shuru was stunned when she heard it. "So the dean actually came to ask me whether I was in a relationship?" She thought about it and answered, "Probably, no?" After hearing this, the dean almost took out his quick-acting heart pills. What does "should not" mean? This was not the answer he wanted to hear at all. Although I felt a little impatient, I still forced a smile on my face. Should? Jian Shuru nodded. She didn't know what to say. She couldn't tell the dean that she was in an online relationship. And the person I'm dating online is in this school, and he is the boy who has been very popular on the forum recently, right? The dean picked up the tea in front of him and took a sip, but his hand holding the cup was shaking slightly. He looked at Jian Shuru and mustered up the courage to ask again, so you are really in love? Jian Shuru shook her head. The dean immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But then he saw Jian Shuru nodded. To be honest, if I hadn't paid more attention to taking care of myself, I would have been scared to death by Jian Shuru. What does this shaking of the head and nodding mean? What does this mean? He asked. Jian Shuru didn't know how to answer, so she said casually, not sure yet. When the dean heard this, he immediately slammed the table and said, bang. Jian Shuru was startled and looked at the dean, who suddenly stood up with an angry look on his face. Oh no, the dean must be angry because I'm in a relationship. He was just thinking about how to make up for what he had just said when he heard the dean say angrily, that kid didn't agree? Ah? Jian Shuru slowly typed a question mark. I couldn't understand what the dean was saying. The dean was heartbroken at the moment. He never expected that his favorite student would be rejected the first time he pursued someone. Who is so blind? No, this is more than just blindness. This is totally brainless. How ungrateful. Jian Shuru is the goddess in the hearts of many boys. Not only does she have a good family background, she is also good looking and academic. Some people can't find such an outstanding girl even with a lantern. He even once thought that no one in the world could be worthy of his outstanding student. Seeing that Jian Shuru still looked confused at the moment, he shook his head helplessly, his eyes changing from anger to pity. He slowly sat down and said softly, Shuru, I know you're upset. It's okay. Your studies are the most important thing now. In my heart, you will always be the best student. Jian Shuru had a complicated expression, and she probably understood what was going on in her heart. The dean probably misunderstood what he said and thought that he was rejected when he pursued someone. Actually. She hesitated to explain, but before she could finish her words, she was interrupted. Teacher knows, don't worry, I'm here and I won't let you get bullied. Jian Shuru suddenly didn't know what to say. How did the teacher know that? She simply followed up the question. The dean shook his head and pointed at his phone with a look of deep sorrow. I saw it all on the school forum. Jian Shuru understood immediately. The forum is basically full of posts about people sending gifts to Duanjia, so it's no wonder that the dean misunderstood. This is a huge misunderstanding. She thought silently in her heart. The dean was still immersed in grief. If he had not paid too much attention to Jian Shuru's studies and not cared about her love life, such a thing would not have happened. Seeing the dean blaming himself, Jian Shuru felt uncomfortable. She also wanted to make it clear, but if she said now that the two of them were just friends, the dean would never believe it and would think that she was still protecting Duanjia. She thought for a moment and said, Don't worry, Dean, I've gotten over it. The dean immediately said, Really? Jian Shuru nodded. I can only be forced to establish the image of someone who cannot get the love he wants. Good. You are indeed my student. The dean swept away the previous haze and a smile appeared on his face. Men are the most useless creatures in this world, Shuru. You must remember, never be fooled by men's sweet words. The dean began to talk incessantly. Jian Shuru could only laugh dryly. Has the dean forgotten that he is also a man? Now she just wants the dean to stop his mental abuse of her, as she has more important things to do. Okay. That's all for today. Jian Shuru stood up immediately after hearing this. Dean, are you finished? That's all. Just as Jian Shuru was about to pack up and leave, she heard the dean say, Come back here tomorrow. The teacher will give you an ideological education class. Jian Shuru was stunned. Ideological education class? Yes, okay, go and do your own thing. The dean smiled and waved his hand. Jian Shuru didn't have time to think about it. She picked up her bag and ran out. Basketball game. I don't know if it will be finished after wasting so long. She ran desperately, almost using the fastest speed in more than 20 years to reach the basketball court. The boy who was originally watching the game seriously was immediately distracted when he saw Jian Shuru's shadow. The school beauty is here to watch the basketball game too. Move aside quickly, don't squeeze the school beauty. The school beauty looks very tired. Do you have any water? Give her a bottle. Jian Shura looked at the people around her and was originally planning to refuse, but then she thought of something and immediately took the mineral water from the second classmate. Thank you, classmates, she said. The student who was delivering the water immediately jumped up excitedly, grabbed the sleeve of the person next to him and shouted, "The school beauty took my water." It's no wonder that the classmate reacted so exaggeratedly. In fact, it was because the school beauty had never accepted a dongxiong from a boy. Whether it is water, food, or anything else, no one has ever been able to break this law. So the student just now was just giving it a try and didn't expect the school beauty to take it. People around were looking at me with envy. TSK, no way. Could this person be a friend of the school beauty? Nowadays, anyone can be friends with the school belle. Campus belle, do you want me to help you open it? The classmate asked again bravely. But this time, Jian Shura refused. No, I don't want to drink now. Jian Shura shook her head. Oh, okay. Chapter 77. The school beauty angrily scolds the schoolgirl. After Jian Shura finished speaking, she immediately turned her head to look at the people on the basketball court. At this time, Duan Jia was already sweating profusely, with sweat all over his face and clothes, but his expression was still very serious, as if he didn't feel how tired he was. Jian Shuru immediately took out her cell phone and took a lot of photos of Duan Jia. There were people all around her at this time, and Jian Shuru's action stunned everyone around her. No way, this is too much discrimination. It seems like Duan Jia is the only one who gets the shot of the school beauty. She took many photos at the same moment. What kind of friend would do this? But Jian Shura seemed not to hear the discussions around her, and still held her phone towards Duan Jia, as if taking pictures was too troublesome. It switched directly to video recording mode. He didn't seem to feel tired at all, and just kept holding it up, and the camera followed Duan Jia's movements. Wherever Duan Jia is, the camera will be there. What kind of friendship is this? It's so sour. Is the school beauty a little too nice to her friends? I always feel that it's a little abnormal. There shouldn't be pure friendship between men and women, right? We're not children anymore. I say you guys are just too dirty-minded. The two of them are just simple friends. The people around were no longer interested in watching the game. They were all observing what was on Jian Shuru's phone, as if this was the purpose of their coming here today. But the majority of people were still watching the basketball game, and with a cheer, time seemed to stop. The score displayed on the scoreboard was 32-28. Duan Jia's team scored 32 points. Jodo was the first to react and shouted loudly, "We won!" This was followed by shouts from everyone present. Duan Jia gasped and smiled at Joda. The cooperation between the two of them just now was absolutely perfect. Although I was a little tired after the whole game, I felt very satisfied. This was their first basketball game in college, and winning this game undoubtedly boosted everyone's morale. Naturally, some people around recognized Duan Jia. Everyone always thought that this milk tea boy had nothing, so how could he attract the school beauty to become his friend? Now it seems that he plays basketball quite well. At least it played a crucial role in the game just now. This kid isn't completely useless. I'm starting to like him a little better now than when school started. To be able to make friends with the school beauty, he must have some extraordinary qualities. It's just basketball, isn't that something you can do with your hands? As the person involved, Duan Jia naturally did not hear what these people were saying. He was about to pack up and leave the basketball court. Just as I was about to take my things and leave, I was stopped by someone. Duan Jia looked up and saw a girl he didn't recognize. "Are you Duan Jia?" the girl asked shyly. Duan Jia nodded. At this time, everyone on the playground looked in the direction of Duan Jia. Is there something wrong? Duan Jia didn't like the feeling of being stared at by everyone, so he asked again. The girl handed the water to Duan Jia and said, "This is for you." Duan Jia looked at the mineral water in front of him and frowned slightly. Even if he was slow-witted, he understood what was going on. "So I refused on the spot, thank you, I don't need it." Then he walked around the girl and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, the girl was not discouraged by Duan Jia's rejection. She stopped in front of Duan Jia again and said shockingly, "How about adding your contact information?" Duan Jia was shocked. Are girls nowadays so bold? With so many people watching, you don't even feel shy? Even a grown man like him felt a little embarrassed. "Sorry, I have a girlfriend," Duan Jia said. He thought that after he said this, the girl would definitely give up, but he still underestimated the shamelessness of modern people. The girl just shook her head and said nonchalantly, "I don't mind." Duan Jia almost thought he had misheard. He couldn't believe his ears. "What did you say? You are not married yet, you still have many options." "Good guy," Duan Jia exclaimed. "Good guy. Am I out of touch with this society? What kind of statement is this that subverts all worldviews?" He shook his head, his tone already a little angry. "I'm sorry, I love my girlfriend very much. Then I wanted to stay away from this girl." "Hey!" The girl saw Duan Jia wanted to leave and tried to stop him. He was interrupted by a voice. "Let go." Now the whole audience started to boil over. Fuck, this is even more exciting than a TV show. The school belle is here. Now we're going to have a good show. Aren't the two of them just friends? Why does the school beauty have to control everything? It's just friends who care, okay? Duan Jia was also stunned when he saw Jian Shuro coming over. Why is the school beauty here? Jian Shuro still had a smile on her face, but her eyes were terribly cold. When the girl saw that it was Jian Shuro, she took a few steps back. This is an instinctive reaction. This is Jian Shuro. Any girl would feel inferior if such a beauty stood in front of her, okay? Why are you here? Duan Jia asked. Jian Shuro looked at him, and she wanted to curse Duan Jia to death in her heart. Sure enough, it's a good thing that I came today. If I wasn't here, I don't know what would have happened. Humph, what are you looking at? Who made you so charming? Duan Jia got goosebumps all over his body when Jian Shuro stared at him. It seems like I didn't do anything? Why do I feel that the school beauty's eyes are full of resentment when she looks at me? It was like the look of someone who discovered that her husband was cheating on her. It's unfair, he didn't do anything. Do you like him? Jian Shuro spoke to the girl straight to the point. The girl nodded, obviously no longer having the momentum she had before, but she still said with a stiff upper lip, "That's right." Jian Shuru's expression changed slightly for a moment, but she immediately returned to her understanding look. He has a girlfriend. Jian Shuro said again. I know, said the girl. Jian Shuro frowned. You don't mind? The girl nodded again. Duan Jia was speechless watching from the side. He just wanted to escape quickly. How does the saying go? Boys must protect themselves when they are outside. Are you willing to be the third party? The girl said again, I am not the third party. Jian Shuro sneered, do your parents know that you are doing this? Do they know they have raised such a daughter? Or do you just not care? Jian Shuro asked 3 question marks in a row, which confused the girl. Aren't they said that school beauties are always very kind people? So who is standing in front of me now? Duan Jia also looked at Jian Shuro in surprise. He knew that Jian Shuro was actually very good at arguing with others, but he didn't expect it to have reached this point. The students watching the excitement around immediately took out their cell phones. Sure enough, the school belle has never let me down. The scene of the school beauty confronting others is now deeply engraved in my mind. So cool. Campus beauty YYDS. The girls across the street are all scared, right? Chapter 78 The Male God will be live tomorrow. That's right, the girl opposite was really scared. She is also a freshman and this is her first time seeing a campus beauty. Isn't it said that school beauties never meddle in other people's business? But now it seems that this is not the case at all. Could it be that the aggressive school beauty just now was fake? She was a little unconvinced. Why should the school beauty control me? I don't care about you. I'm helping my friend. Jian Shuro looked at Duan Jia. Duan Jia's admiration for Jian Shuro is now like a surging river. It seems that this is the friendship that moves heaven and earth. The girl was still unconvinced and continued, even if we're friends, you shouldn't care so much, right? Jian Shuro said to the girl calmly, I'm just supervising for her girlfriend. After hearing this, Duan Jia wanted to give Jian Shuro the Best Friend of the Year award. This is just nonsense coming out of his mouth. The girl seemed to not know how to refute and stood there motionless. It's a great honor to admit one's mistakes and then improve. Little sister, there are so many good men in the world. Why do you have to compete with me? Of course, Jian Shuro said this in her heart. Damn, there is no need to say the following, Duan Jia said silently in his heart. Snort. Seeing that she really had no chance, the girl turned around and left. Lady, please accept my greeting. Duanjia clasped his fists towards Jian Shuru. Jian Shuru ignored her arrogantly and walked straight ahead past her. Duanjia noticed something was wrong and immediately chased after him. What happened? Jian Shuru glared at Duanjia. Duanjia shut up immediately. He didn't know how he had offended this lady. Does your girlfriend know you're so popular at school? The two of them walked in silence, and Jian Shuru, who had been silent, suddenly said something out of the blue. Duanjia just shook his head. He is not stupid. How could he possibly tell Xiaonero about such a thing? If she knew, how do you think she would react? Jian Shuru asked again. Duanjia thought about this problem very seriously. According to Xiaonero's personality, she might say on the surface that she doesn't care, but in fact she must be feeling very uncomfortable. She's going to be very upset. When Jian Shuru heard this answer, she was finally satisfied. Yes, she was finally right. It seems that my guidance is still very useful. So, you'd better stay away from those girls, otherwise, I will tell your girlfriend. Duanjia nodded quickly when he heard it. That's not right. Why did you tell my girlfriend? He realized. You take care of me? I have plenty of ways to deal with it, said Jian Shuru. The two of them walked until they arrived at the dormitory building. You go back. Duanjia said to Jian Shuru. Remember what I said. Duanjia nodded helplessly. Along the way, Jian Shuru had been educating him. To put it bluntly, you need to maintain good male ethics and not exude charm to others all day long. Duanjia died unjustly, and he did nothing wrong. I'm leaving, good night. The two people said goodbye to each other. After Duanjia returned to the dormitory, he kept listening to his roommate's crazy output in his ear. Damn, you're not right, Duanjia, why are you so popular with women? That's right, I've been single for many years, and I've never seen a girl rush to be my girlfriend. The key is that I don't mind that he has a girlfriend. Duanjia was annoyed by their quarrels and said helplessly, Brothers, is that peach blossom? That's rotten peach blossom. A bad romance is still a romance, I don't mind it anyway. Okay, then I'll give it to you. Duanjia said. It's you they like, not me. Stop, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Duanjia immediately stopped them from talking any further. Where's Fatty Chen? He hasn't seen Fatty Chen since he came back. Where could he go so late? Stop talking. I'm in the bathroom feeling sad. Duanjia stood up. What happened to him? When he opened the toilet door, he saw Fatty Chen sitting on the toilet with a look of despair on his face. Fatty, what are you doing? He walked in. Fatty Chen held his phone in front of Duanjia. It's been 3 days, and my male idol Duan still hasn't live-streamed. He hasn't even updated his status on the forum. Could something have happened to him? Depend on. Today is Saturday. He slapped his head and said, I forgot. What did you forget? Asked Fatty Chen. Duanjia immediately said, It's nothing, don't worry, he will be fine. What if something happens? Maybe a car accident, cancer, suicide, or something. Stop, stop, stop. Duanjia interrupted immediately. My God, he didn't know that there were so many ways for him to die. If Fatty Chen continued talking, who knows what he would say? He's just been too busy lately. Duanjia explained. He is really busy, with basketball games in Xiaonero recently, he has long forgotten that he has a live broadcast. You speak as if you know him very well. Fatty Chen was obviously in a much better mood. Duanjia said unnaturally, I'm just guessing. Don't worry, he will definitely broadcast live tomorrow. What if he didn't broadcast live? Then I'll cover your lunch for a week. It's a deal. It took a lot of effort to coax Fatty Chen into submission. Duanjia lay on the bed, closed his eyes and listened to music. As for tomorrow's live broadcast, he hasn't decided where to record it yet. Definitely not in school. Duanjia always passes them by in public. How can you remember to sing in any place without being considered a psycho? He thought and thought. Got it. Duanjia suddenly opened his eyes. KTV. That's right, this is the only place where you can sing by yourself without being treated as a psychopath. And the sound insulation in the KTV is very good. Good, that's a good decision. Duanjia should think about what song to sing. For your first live broadcast, you must make it amazing enough. And you can't sing songs that are too niche, as this will cause dissatisfaction among some people. Thinking of this, Duanjia quickly found a few songs on his playlist that met the above conditions. He then quickly logged into his forum account and posted an announcement. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, I will have my first live broadcast on TikTok. I look forward to everyone's coming. After sending it, sure enough, I heard Fatty Chen scream, "Aha Duanjia! You're awesome! My idol is going to be live streaming on TikTok tomorrow. At 10 o'clock. No, I have to set an alarm so I don't oversleep." Hearing his excited voice, Duanjia smiled. Everything will be revealed tomorrow. The next morning, Duanjia got up early. I washed and had breakfast in an orderly manner, then changed my clothes and put on a hat. Although I won't show my face in this live broadcast, it's just in case. It would be terrible if I run into someone I know. Chapter 79 Singing in KTV. Duanjia had chosen the location as early as last night. There is a KTV that has been open for a long time near Kyoto University. Duanjia booked a room online yesterday. He booked it for 3 hours, just in case. What if something unexpected happens during the live broadcast? Duanjia was thinking this when he arrived at the door of the KTV. "Welcome." A familiar voice was heard and Duanjia immediately looked up. "Why is it you?" Duanjia asked in surprise. "Master." The word master attracted the attention of everyone around. Duanjia immediately lowered the brim of his hat and walked in front of Xia Xingying. "Keep your voice down." Xia Xingying immediately covered her mouth, but her face was still full of smiles. She whispered, "Master, why are you here?" Duanjia did not answer her question, but asked, "Tell me why you are here first." "I work here." Xia Xingying continued, "The boss here is very nice. I only need to come here on Saturdays and Sundays to work part-time, and the salary is very good." Duanjia nodded after hearing this and asked, "So you are the receptionist here?" Xia Xingying nodded. "It wasn't you who answered the phone yesterday?" Duanjia asked uncertainly. Xia Xingying nodded, "It should be me." The Duan family was speechless. "I am so stupid. How come I didn't recognize the new voice of Xia Xin yesterday? If Duanjia knew it was her, he would never come here." Seeing Duanjia was silent, Xia Xingying asked, "Master, why are you singing so early in the morning, and you're the only one here?" How to answer this? To be honest, his behavior was indeed a bit strange, so he came here at a time when he thought no one would come. However, he never expected that he would actually run into an acquaintance here. What kind of shit luck is this? "I came here to find some inspiration," Duanjia said. Xia Xingying frowned after hearing this. "Come here to find inspiration?" Duanjia nodded, then said, "Yes, haven't you noticed that I haven't updated much recently?" Xia Xingying thought for a moment, "I don't think I've seen any updates from you. Have you been busy lately?" Duanjia waved his hand and said insincerely, "I'm not busy, I just don't know what to draw. I usually like to come here and sing when I don't have any inspiration." Sure enough, Xia Xingying believed it. She looked worried and said, "Master, don't worry. I will definitely find you a very quiet place so that you can concentrate on finding inspiration." Duanjia saw that he was very serious and laughed dryly, "Thank you very much." After saying that, Xia Xingying took Duanjia to the room at the end of the corridor. "Master, what do you think of this place?" Duanjia was already feeling a little guilty, so how could he be picky now? He quickly said, Okay, I like it very much." Xia Xingying showed a proud expression and said to Duanjia, "Then master, I won't bother you anymore." Duanjia nodded, then instructed, "I hope no one will disturb me." The implication is that no one should be allowed in without his permission. Xia Xingying thought he just needed to concentrate on finding inspiration and immediately assured him, "Don't worry. I promise to complete the task." Duanjia gave her a look of great trust and then closed the door. "Ha!" He breathed a sigh of relief. Although he and Xia Xingying have a good relationship, it doesn't mean that he can tell her about this. The fewer people who know about it, the better. There are two types of live broadcasts on TikTok. One is the normal face showing live broadcast, and the other is voice live broadcast. Duanjia of course chose the second option. He first opened his own forum. After I posted yesterday, many people left comments saying they would definitely go and support me. Finally, the live broadcast. I'm going to set an alarm for it tomorrow. Will you show your face during the live broadcast? This is my favorite singing blogger. I must watch the live broadcast tomorrow. Of course, there are also some bad comments. Who cares if you're live streaming or not? Don't you think too highly of yourself? Tell me what you're going to start selling, just post the link. Are you already eager to make money? Duan Jia shook his head. He didn't blame netizens for being so sensitive. It was because the general trend was indeed like this. Many people are starting to want to make money through short videos. No matter what method is used, everyone's final goal is the same, which is to gain traffic and popularity first, and then start using these fans to make money by live streaming and selling goods. As a result, there are fewer and fewer bloggers who want to make videos well. He then put his phone on the table and opened his account on TikTok. This account now has nearly 10,000 followers. Duan Jia is very satisfied with this. After all, this is his first live broadcast, and all the efforts he has made before have not been in vain. He took out the headphones he had used to live stream his singing online. After everything was ready, Duan Jia turned on the live broadcast function. Perhaps everyone was waiting. As soon as Duan Jia started the live broadcast, people came in one after another. Oh my god! The live broadcast is finally going on. Excited. But why don't you show your face? Maybe it's to protect privacy. Is this the real classmate Duan? Duan Jia smiled when he saw this and typed, "I'm the real Duan classmate." Just in case, he decided to turn on the microphone only when singing. Duan Jiaping's speaking voice is very different from his singing voice, and he was afraid that he would be recognized if he spoke out loud. It seems this is true. Now that the live broadcast room is getting more and more people, when does Duan plan to sing? Duan Jia took a look at the number of people in the live broadcast room. More than 10 minutes had passed since the broadcast started, and the number of people in the live broadcast room had reached more than 1,000. Duan Jiasher never expected that the first broadcast could attract so many people. He usually used this software and saw other people's live broadcasts. Even those who had hundreds of thousands of fans usually only had a few hundred people watching during their live broadcasts. Duan Jia decided to wait a little longer. The most important person didn't come. A little baby girl entered the live broadcast room. When the system sent a prompt, Duan Jia's eyes immediately lit up. Here we come. He still remembered Xiao Neru's questioning words when he told her that he was going to do a live singing show. Now it's finally time to prove myself. A little girl, start singing quickly. Duan Jia immediately replied, received. More than 1,000 people in the live broadcast room watched the interaction between the two people and expressed their doubts. Is there something wrong with me or with these two? How come I smell the sour smell of love? Could this be the anchor's girlfriend? Maybe. Didn't Duan secretly reveal on the forum that he has a girlfriend before? Duan Jia looked at these comments and a happy smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Chapter 80, 5 Yachts in the Live Broadcast Room. He pulled out the playlist on his phone. He had already compiled the songs he was going to sing today last night. There are 5 songs in total. The first song is Eason Chan's Love Transfer. The reason for choosing this song is that after he sang Eason Chan's song, there was a lot of cheers, so this time on the live broadcast, Duan Jia chose Eason Chan's song as the opening. Because 2 mobile phones were needed for recording, Duan Jia took out his old mobile phone and used it as a dedicated recording phone. Duan Jia turned on the play button in his hand, and the accompaniment of Love Transfer began to play. Duan Jia also put on headphones. At first, he was a little nervous. After all, it was his first live broadcast and singing in front of more than 1,000 people. This was something Duan Jia had never imagined in the past 10 years. After wandering through countless shop windows and staying in countless hotels, I will finally feel that separation is not unfair. Is love meant to be viewed or to be treasured, so that every day can be unforgettable? Duan Jia sang with ecstasy, completely unaware of the crazy comments on the live broadcast. Holy crap, what's with this feeling of attending a live concert? I thought the live broadcast would go wrong, but it turned out to be even more amazing. Is this really not the original singer? How can she sing it so well? Oh my god, is this too much? I'm starting to believe in the internet again. But Duan Jia didn't know that Jian Shuru, who was far away in the dormitory, was wearing headphones and daydreaming. Shu Ro, didn't you say you were going shopping today? Zhang Fong looked at Jian Shura who was sitting on the bed in a daze and shook her shoulders. Shu. Jian Shuru immediately covered Zhang Fong's mouth. Then he pushed her out. You go out first, we will go shopping tomorrow. Jiang Feng has become accustomed to Jin Shuru's behavior. Ever since she fell in love with that junior, Jin Shuru has always done such incredible things. She was no longer surprised. Fortunately, although the two of them definitely have some hidden relationship, it has not yet reached the point of being so blatant. At this moment, Jin Shuru looked completely fascinated. How could this happen? She murmured to herself. On her phone screen, she saw a live broadcast of a classmate named Duan who can sing. The number of people watching the live broadcast has now reached nearly 2,000. Jin Shuru couldn't believe her eyes at this moment, let alone her ears. She remembered that Duan Jia's singing before was not even in tune, let alone singing like today, which was almost as good as the original singer. Not only that, how did Duan Jia accumulate so many fans in such a short period of time? Although these were enough to shock Jin Shuru, they were still not as strong as the heavenly singing in her headphones. It turns out that my boyfriend can not only draw but also sing? Not only is he multi-talented, but he is also able to utilize these strengths so well? This is simply magical. Duan Jia on the other side was still singing. He was completely immersed in it. Memories are like moonlight that cannot be grasped. If you hold it tightly, it will turn into darkness. Wait for the false figure to disappear in the clear sky. Don't be disappointed. The heart-wrenching moments are for the most beautiful ordinariness. As the accompaniment ended, Duan Jia slowly opened his eyes. Just now, he was completely immersed in the lyrics, and his mind was filled with the time he and Xiao Nero had spent together. Although the two have never met, Duan Jia has always taken this relationship very seriously. The comments below are still scrolling wildly. It's over. I'm completely defeated. Help! How can there be such a beautiful voice in the world? The anchor should go to the Voice of China. He can definitely kill everyone there in seconds. It's such a shame that such an outstanding man actually has a girlfriend. As soon as this barrage passed, a large yacht suddenly appeared on the live broadcast page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The live broadcast room suddenly became quiet for a few seconds. Damn, 5 yachts. Someone gave Duan Jia 5 yachts. Duan Jia was also stunned. What is going on? How could someone suddenly give me a yacht? Yachts are the most expensive gifts on the TikTok platform. It will cost about 3,000 renminbi. Of course, this is still a price. And this person just swiped 5 of them. That is 15,000 yuan. No one had ever seen such generosity. Everyone immediately checked to see who was so rich. It doesn't matter if you don't watch it, but once you watch it, everyone will be fed with dog food. The name of the gift is a little milk. This is confirmed, this person is definitely Duan's girlfriend. Duan Jia was confused. Do you know Xiao Nero by giving gifts? Where does she get so much money? In his impression, Xiao Nero's family condition should be similar to his. So where did she get so much money? He immediately lost interest in singing, quickly turned off the microphone, and opened WeChat to contact Xiao Nero. Where did you get so much money? Baby, are you there? Speak quickly. A little girl said softly, "Ha, are you surprised or not?" Duan Jia frowned and immediately said, "Can we still retreat?" He doesn't need any gifts at all. Besides, this was a gift from his girlfriend and its value is over 10,000 yuan. Why do you want to retreat? It's too expensive. There's no point in doing this. I know your money is hard-earned, so you can't spend it carelessly. Duan Jia knew that his girlfriend often worked part-time, and he thought that all the money she had just spent on gifts for him had been spent. At this time, Jin Shuru, who was lying on the bed, fell into deep thought as she looked at the hundreds of thousands of yuan in her balance. She almost forgot that when she was chatting with Duan Jia before, she portrayed herself as a hard-working person. It's totally inconsistent with his current personality of spending money lavishly. TSK, it almost got exposed. So I quickly tried to make it up. This is the money I earned from my part-time job. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of girl. She was afraid that Duan Jia would misunderstand, so she explained it specially. When Duan Jia saw it, he became even more convinced that what he had just thought was correct. Although he was very touched, he still said, "How can this be possible? I will apply for a refund after the live broadcast." Okay, I'll do as you say. Jin Shura had no choice but to agree. I was so excited just now that I was only focused on giving gifts and completely forgot about this. How would Duanjia react if he knew that he had been lying to him all along? You must be very angry, right? Jin Shuru fell into distress in an instant. Before, she was only concerned about testing whether the other party was sincere to her, but she completely forgot what would happen if Duanjia knew about this. Will you break up with yourself? Jin Shuru immediately shook her head. Impossible, breaking up is definitely impossible. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. At worst, I can just comfort her myself when the time comes. After saying this, Duanjia immediately returned to the live broadcast room. The people in the live broadcast room were still discussing lively. Another day of envying other people's girlfriends. Where can I find a girlfriend as rich as the anchor? This girl must be very talented, otherwise how could she be worthy of classmate Duan's talent? Chapter 81. He is a student of the finance department. You don't understand this, right? There are many benefits to having money. Can you please stop using your dirty thoughts to judge others? Host, ignore them and just sing. Duanjia knew that Xiao Neru's behavior just now would definitely cause a lot of discussion. Most of the speculations are about how the two people got together and whether they are a normal boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Duanjia ignored their words. He had no obligation to explain his private life to this group of people. As long as it does not endanger his normal life, Duanjia can completely ignore what these people say. Then, Duanjia began to sing the second song. For the second song, Duanjia sang Fei Wang's World. As we all know, Fei Wang's songs are very difficult, and she has a unique voice, so it is very difficult to sing them. Not to mention a male voice like Duanjia challenging a female voice. After the storm, there may not be a beautiful sky. Not every sunny day will bring a rainbow. So just because you look innocent doesn't mean you're ignorant. This song is sad in nature, and Duanjia's voice is naturally heavy and warm, so the whole song is sung with a different flavor by Duanjia. I like this anchor more and more. Who isn't? This boy is truly a treasure. That's right, it would be great if I had a boyfriend who could sing so well like this. The number of people in Duanjia's live broadcast room is increasing. Many people who did not follow Duanjia originally saw the live broadcast of this classmate named Duanjia who loves to sing on the homepage and thought it was very good, so they clicked in. Which company's artist is this? Why have I never seen him before? He's not an entertainer, I heard he's a student at Kyoto University. How come Kyoto University has so many talented people? The illustrator I'm following is also a Kyoto University student. I follow the illustrator too, but I haven't seen any updates from him in a long time. After Duanjia finished singing, he felt a little guilty when he saw the comments below. It is true that I haven't updated the content of this illustrator account for a long time. It seems that new works need to be produced quickly. This is the only way to ensure that your traffic will not be lost too much. This time, Xiao Neru was very well behaved and did not send a large number of gifts like before. Instead, she kept praising herself for her beautiful singing in the comments section. This scene made many netizens jealous. I've never seen anyone show affection so blatantly. Fuck, is there such a display of affection? My idol. Look at me, I'm your biggest fan. Duanjia took a look and saw that it was Fatty Chen. He smiled and replied directly below. Thank you, Fatty Chen. You look very familiar to me. He could already imagine Fatty Chen going crazy in the dormitory after he said this. Then, Duanjia began to sing the third, fourth, and fifth songs. Duanjia sang every song with great effort. And the response has been very good. The entire live broadcast room was bustling with activity. The number of people in the live broadcast room has also reached an unprecedented high, twice the number of people in the same type of live broadcast. Although most of them are students from Kyoto University, there are still many unknown people who come to Duanjia's live broadcast room and praise the host for his beautiful singing. After Duanjia finished singing the song, he turned off the microphone. Typing on the public screen. This live broadcast is over. Do you have any questions? Why is it over so soon? I haven't heard enough. Yes, host, please sing for a while longer. Duanjia replied, I won't sing anymore. I have things to do at school. When everyone saw this sentence, they started asking questions crazily again. So the anchor is really a student? I heard that you are a student at Kyoto University. Is that true? Duanjia replied, yes. You sing so well, You must be from the music department, right? No. Everyone was shocked. Not everyone in the music department was so talented. Is this talent? Which department is the anchor from at Kyoto University? Seeing this question, Duanja pondered, should he tell others which department he was from? But it doesn't matter. If I tell them, they will never be able to find me. Department of Finance, he replied. My idol is in the same department as me. Duanja saw Fatty Chen again. TSK, how could I forget about this funny guy? That's quite a coincidence. Someone asked again, how old are you? Secret. If this is said again, it will be too obvious. Anyone interested can find out immediately. Duanjia looked at the time and it was already late. That's all for today. Goodbye everyone. After saying this, Duanjia immediately turned off the live broadcast. He lay down on the sofa as if he was deflated. He was really tired. When I watched other people's live broadcasts before, I thought it was just a matter of talking. Now that I'm doing live broadcasts myself, I realize that live broadcasting is not an easy thing. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Duanjia stood up, opened the door and saw Xia Xingying standing outside. Master, am I not disturbing you? Duanjia thought to himself that it was a good thing that he had just ended the live broadcast. If Xia Xingying saw it at this time, who knows what would happen? No. Duanjia said. He, this is the fruit I gave you. After Xia Xingying finished speaking, she took out a plate of fruit and placed it in front of Duanjia. Duanjia looked at the fruit that suddenly appeared, a little puzzled. What is this for? I'm just worried that you'll be too tired. I bought this with my own money. Duanjia was a little amused and asked, thank you, how much is it? I'll give it to you. Xia Xingying became anxious when she heard this. Are we still good friends? Duanjia nodded, yes. If you're a good friend, just take it. Xia Xingying walked in without saying anything and put the fruit directly on the table. I'm doing this to help you paint better works, she said and left. Duanjia looked at her back and shook his head helplessly. It seems that I can only accept it reluctantly. After Duanjia finished eating the fruit that Xia Xingying brought him, he prepared to go back. When I passed by the front desk, I saw Xia Xingying being surrounded by a group of people. Was she being harassed again? Duanjia hurried over and saw Xia Xingying smiling brightly as she said to the group, we're having an event here soon. How many of you are going to attend? As soon as Xia Xingying finished speaking, the group of boys immediately said, I'll join, I want to top up my card. Give me the most expensive one. Me too. Xia Xingying seemed to be used to it and immediately said, no rush, take your time. Duanjia was stunned watching from the side. Isn't this a large-scale marketing scene? What kind of love potion did Xia Xingying give to these people? Sure enough, the Wayman Pei is simply charming. Chapter 82 Duan's girlfriend is a white, rich, and beautiful woman. When Xia Xingying saw Duanjia coming, she immediately ran to him and asked, Master, are you leaving? Duanjia nodded and asked, what are they doing? Xia Xingying smiled when she mentioned this, they are all guests who come here to sing. Duanjia opened his eyes wide, looked at the group of men enjoying themselves, and said, how did you convince them to get the cards? Xia Xingying said nonchalantly, isn't that simple? I didn't say anything. I just said I'm working part-time here and I hope you guys will come and patronize me more. Duanjia's mouth twitched. As expected, the charm of the school belle was unmatched. Just a simple sentence was enough to make so many people willing to consume her. This is the method the master told me. Xia Xingying said again. Duanjia pointed at himself, me? Xia Xingying nodded. Yes, ever since you told me that idea that day, I've been looking for a part-time job, and that's how I found this KTV. I've already made an agreement with the boss that as long as I can attract this many customers in 2 days, my salary will be the same as everyone else's. Duanjia understood, and then he remembered that he had indeed said this to Xia Xingying, but he never expected Xia Xingying to be so fast. And it really attracts so many guests. At this moment, he just wanted to give a thumbs up to the girl in front of him. Awesome. What do you think? Am I awesome? Xia Xingying looked like she was about to praise me. Duanjia laughed and praised her generously, very impressive. You are the most impressive girl I have ever met. Xia Xingying's eyes lit up, as if she really didn't expect Duan Jia to praise her, and her happiness was beyond words. Don't worry, master. I won't embarrass you. Then you do your best. I'm leaving first. After that, the two said goodbye. After Duan Jia returned to the dormitory, Fatty Chen had been talking to his other two roommates for a long time. When he saw Duan Jia coming back, he stood up immediately as if he had seen a savior. Duan Jia is back, Fatty, go talk to him. Before Duan Jia could react, Fatty Chen pounced on him. Fortunately, Duan Jia reacted quickly, otherwise it would not be easy for him to withstand the pressure of a heavyweight like Fatty Chen. Hey, benefactor, please talk nicely and don't use your hands. Fatty Chen was so excited that he couldn't speak clearly. Where have you been? Have you watched my idol's live broadcast? Of course I did. Fatty Chen was like finding a relative and immediately hugged Duan Jia. My good brother, I knew you would watch the male god's live broadcast like me. Duan Jia now just wanted to get this fat man off him. Hey, do you want to murder me? Duan Jia said, gritting his teeth. Fatty Chen then realized that he was hanging on Duan Jia. He smiled foolishly and immediately let go of Duan Jia. He, so exciting. Duan Jia looked at him helplessly. I understand. He put down his school bag and drank a glass of water. While drinking, he listened to Fatty Chen muttering in his ear. Duan Jia, did you know that my idol is also a student in our finance department? Duan Jia nodded. Of course he knew. I just don't know what grade he is in. If I knew, I would definitely ask him for an autograph. Duan Jia thought silently in his heart. What if I let you know? Also, I heard that God Duan's girlfriend is a beautiful, rich, and extremely wealthy woman. Puff. The water in Duan Jia's mouth sprayed out directly. How come he doesn't know his girlfriend is a beautiful, rich girl? Damn, are you disgusting? Fatty Chen looked at Duan Jia with disgust. Duan Jia wiped his mouth and said with a mixture of laughter and tears, who told you that? You don't know? Duan Jia was confused. What should I know? Fatty Chen looked at Duan Jia with a look of disappointment. Why don't you care about my idol? Duan Jia was speechless. Are you going to tell me or not? It's like this. As soon as Duan Nanshan started live streaming, someone posted on the forum that they knew Duan Nanshan and that they were good friends. They also said that Duan Nanshan and his girlfriend were 5 years apart in age. Fatty Chen spoke seriously, becoming increasingly excited as he spoke. I heard that all of Duan's singing equipment was bought by his girlfriend. In fact, the two of them have been in this relationship for a long time. But Duan Jia was already beaten to pieces by the thunder. Who the hell made up this rumor? When did the equipment I used to sing become something my girlfriend bought? Besides, he doesn't have any equipment at all, okay? Are headphones considered a device? He can't be so poor that he can't even afford headphones, right? You don't believe it, do you? Duan Jia asked. Fatty Chen said righteously, how is that possible? I believe that God Duan is definitely not that kind of person. Duan Jiagang patted his shoulder, good brother. But his girlfriend might really be a beautiful, wealthy woman. She can afford 5 yachts at will, so she must be very rich. Duan Jia swallowed what he was about to say. Send me the link to this post. He wanted to see who dared to spread rumors about him like this. Fatty Chen immediately sent the link over. Duan Jia clicked on it and found that there were nearly 1,000 words in it. He said that he was a friend of classmate Duan and that the two had known each other for many years. It is said that Duan's girlfriend is a famous white, rich and beautiful woman in their local area. There are 5 or 6 sports cars at home, and my daily life is just drinking tea and growing flowers. By the way, give Duan some pocket money every month. Duan Jia started rolling his eyes countless times when he saw this. This person described it vividly. Duan Jia himself almost believed it after reading it. Not to mention those spectators like them. Sure enough, when I looked at the comments, they were all full of questioning voices. I knew it. How could a college student start a live stream so easily? Turns out she's being kept by someone. Don't say such harsh words. Maybe they are in a free love relationship? Are you serious about what you said upstairs? Isn't it enough for the singing to be good? Can you guys stop caring about other people's private lives? My idol will always be my idol, you bunch of trolls, get out of here. This sentence was said by Fatty Chen, and Duan Jia recognized his account. Fatty, what are you doing? Duanjia asked Fatty Chen, who was playing with his mobile phone with his head down. The fat man didn't even look up, his voice filled with anger. Someone is attacking my idol down there, and I'm fighting back. A warm feeling instantly passed through Duanjia's heart. Although Fatty Chen didn't know that he was the one singing, he still felt unprecedented warmth. He is really my good brother. Duanjia, what are you standing there for? Come on and help me curse. Duanjia silently opened his own small account and helped Fatty Chen to fight against those who were scolding him. To be honest, this was Duanjia's first time experiencing this. The two of them had unknowingly stayed in the dormitory until evening. Fatty, go eat. Good. The two of them engaged in a cynical argument, spending the entire afternoon helping the male god Duan control the comments. I'm really hungry now. Chapter 83. The school beauty actually went to this kind of place to eat. Fatty Chen was also extremely hungry at this moment. The two of them immediately ran to the school cafeteria. It is now 6 o'clock in the evening, which is the time for students in the school to have lunch. The cafeteria is full of students who have just rushed in. Duanjia, aren't there too many people? Duanjia nodded. Indeed, there were so many people in the cafeteria that there was no place for two people to sit. Even if they were photographed, the food in the cafeteria would have been snatched away. Why don't we go out to eat? Duanjia suggested. The two of them moved from the cafeteria to the snack street outside the school. Duanjia doesn't eat much at night, so this time when he came out, he just watched Fatty Chen wolfing down his food in front of him. Duanjia, I'm really hungry. He explained to Duanjia while eating. Duanjia said helplessly, I didn't say anything, just eat your food in peace. Fatty Chen chuckled and continued eating. Duanjia was chatting with Xiao Neru on the side. Duanjia, have you read the forum? Some people say I'm a white, rich, and beautiful girl, and even say I'm supporting you. It really pissed me off. Duanjia immediately comforted her, don't be angry, don't worry, I will never let you suffer any injustice. I'm worried that you'll feel wronged. I'm saying I can do it, but you can't. Seeing his girlfriend defending him like this, Duanjia felt very relieved. Don't worry, I will take care of this matter. Okay, where are you now? A little baby asked. Duanjia replied, in the snack bar outside Kyoto University. Good. After the two of them finished speaking, Duanjia waited for Fatty Chen to finish while thinking about how to resolve this matter. It would be fine if it only involved myself. But this time, Xiao Neru was also involved in the rumors. Duanjia absolutely cannot tolerate this. Shu-ro, let's go to that store again? Zhang Fong took Jian Shu-ro's arm and looked at a women's clothing store on the street. Originally, Jian Shu-ro decided to go shopping tomorrow, but she couldn't resist Zhang Fong's constant nagging and finally came out. Jian Shu-ro stopped, looked at Zhang Fong and said, Fong, you bought enough things, right? Zhang Fong looked down at the colorful bags in her hands and blinked. It's okay, still within the acceptable range. Jian Shu-ro rolled her eyes. You're not going to be satisfied until you visit every store, right? The two of them have been walking on the street for 2 hours since they came out, but Zhang Fong still doesn't seem to have had enough. If this continues, it's time for people to leave. Jian Shu-ro thought silently in her heart. Zhang Fong noticed something was wrong. In the past, Jian Shu-ro was most excited when she went shopping. I can't wait to buy all the latest models this year, so why do you look so absent-minded today? So what are we going to do now? She asked. Ahem, I'm hungry. Zhang Fong nodded. Okay, I saw a Western restaurant on Zaya Honshu that has a lot of good reviews, let's go there. Hey, wait a minute. Jian Shu-ro grabbed Zhang Fong's arm. What's wrong? Jian Shu-ro said seriously, we've spent so much money today, we can't squander it like this anymore. Zhang Fong was speechless. He and Jian Shu-ro grew up together, and he had never seen the campus Belgian worry about money. Okay, then tell me, where should we go to eat? Zhang Fong asked. Jian Shu-ro said happily, I want to go to the snack city in school. Zhang Fong opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Did you hear that right? The campus beauty Jane is going to eat at the snack bar? She asked worriedly, Shu-ro, are you okay? Jian Shu-ro shook her head, I'm fine. Then why do you want to eat at the snack bar? Didn't you say it was even cleaner than the school cafeteria? Jian Shu-ro's eyes wandered, did I say that? Zhang Fong nodded affirmatively. Well, people always change. It's okay to go there once in a while. After saying that, Jian Shu-ro took Zhang Fong and walked towards the snack city. When the two of them arrived, there were still a lot of people. Zhang Feng felt overwhelmed when seeing so many people. Shu Ro, let's go back. Jin Shura shook her head firmly as if there was something magical inside and she had to go and see it. Zhang Feng sighed, Auntie, I really admire you. Helplessly, the two of them shuttled among the crowd. Everyone around them looked at the two people as if they had seen a ghost. No, I was looking at Jian Shuru. It's the school beauty. I must be right this time. Really? What is the school beauty doing here? That's right, how could the school beauty come here to eat? Oh my god, the school beauty's profile is so beautiful. Jian Shura seemed to have not heard their conversation at all. She kept pulling Zhang Feng forward, looking left and right as she walked, as if she was looking for something. What are you looking for, Campus Beauty? Do you need my help? Campus Belle, I'll buy you whatever you want to eat. I heard a good pancake shop opened recently. Campus Beauty, you can go and try it. The smile on Jian Shuru's face was like a spring breeze. Thank you, classmates. I'm not hungry for the time being. When Zhang Feng heard this, she immediately asked, Miss, why are you here if you're not hungry? Unexpectedly, Jian Shuru not only didn't hear what she said, but also muttered to herself, Strange, is he gone? Who is it? Zhang Feng asked after hearing it. Before Jian Shuru could answer, she heard someone say in surprise, I saw it. Then, before Zhang Feng could react, Jian Shuru let go of her hand and ran in another direction. Hey! She hurriedly followed. Junior, what a coincidence. Jian Shuru greeted happily. Duan Jia was originally looking down at his phone, but when he heard the voice above his head, he immediately looked up. Senior sister? Zhang Feng had already arrived by this time. After seeing Duan Jia's face, he immediately understood. Good heavens, she was wondering why the campus beauty Jane, who never liked to eat in such crowded places, suddenly changed her personality. It is no exaggeration to say that this is Jian Shuru's first time in the snack city in 3 years. Or did you come here for a man? Duan Jia quickly stood up, glanced at Zhang Feng behind Jian Shuru, and immediately felt a murderous aura. Senior, are you here to eat too? Duan Jia asked. Just as Jian Shuru was about to speak, she heard Zhang Feng say behind her, Of course not. It's the campus beauty from Jian University who came to see you specially. Duan Jia didn't know how to respond to this. Jian Shuru said, No, we just came here to eat. What are you eating? She turned her eyes around curiously. Fatty Chen immediately said, School beauty, this is my favorite dragon beard noodles. Only then did Jian Shuru notice that there was a fat boy sitting opposite Duan Jia, who looked silly. Duan Jia immediately introduced, This is my roommate, you can call him Fatty Chen. Hello, seniors. Fatty Chen greeted them very tactfully. Jian Shuru found this person very interesting and said, Hello, this is my roommate and best friend, Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng turned her face away, obviously unwilling to pay attention to anyone. Chapter 84 Clothes I bought for you. Duan Jia naturally noticed that Zhang Feng seemed very unhappy. I don't think I have offended her, right? I don't know why, but every time this senior student looks at me, it's as if I had snatched Jian Shuru away from me. By the way, I have something for you. Jian Shura said to Duan Jia. Duan Jia's alarm bells immediately rang. Sending something again? Duan Jia has now formed a conditioned reflex to this sentence. What? At this time, people around began to gather here again. As long as Jian Shuru was there, don't expect to not attract attention. Jian Shuru lowered her head and handed the bag she had been holding to Duan Jia. This is for you. Duan Jia frowned and didn't take the bag from Jian Shuru. Instead, he asked, What is this? I bought clothes for you. Jian Shura had a gentle smile on her face, but what she said was shocking enough. For example, Zhang Feng at this moment was so scared that she couldn't speak. He just stared blankly at the bag in Jian Shuru's hand. His face was full of disbelief. Fatty Chen looked at Duan Jia and Jian Shuru with a strange expression. Duan Jia is a person with relatively good psychological endurance. Today is not a good day, is it? Today is not his birthday, nor is it any special holiday. What does it mean for Jian Shuru to give him clothes? Jian Shuru shook her head, No. I just saw this dress when I was shopping today and it suits you very well, so I bought it. Duan Jia was speechless. Why can the campus beauty Jane make this matter sound as simple as going to the toilet? Didn't he see that the faces of the people around him had changed? Jiang Fong was the one who reacted the fastest. She asked in a trembling voice, Shuro, didn't you say you bought this for your uncle? Jin Shuro was not at all embarrassed by being exposed, and just said, he is not suitable for such clothes. Really? Jiang Fong asked. Jin Shuro nodded very frankly. Then he said to Duanjia, hurry and take it. Duanjia shook his head, senior sister, I can't accept it. Giving clothes as a gift is just too intimate, isn't it? Although the two of them are friends now, it doesn't mean that they can go to the extent of sending clothes to each other, right? If Shao Nara knew about this. But his innocence was ruined. Thinking of this, Duanjia looked at the clothes with fear in his eyes. Hurry up and take it. Jian Shuro urged. Duanjia shook his head, why don't you go back? The smile on Jian Shuro's face disappeared immediately when she heard this. If you don't take it, I'll throw it away. This was the first time I saw the gentle school beauty show such an expression, as if she would really throw the clothes away if Duanjia didn't accept them. Duanjia felt a little embarrassed. Why did he always encounter such dilemmas? You don't think I have any other feelings for you, do you? Seeing that Duanjia still didn't respond, Jian Shuro had to use her trump card. Duanjia looked at Jian Shuro, realizing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, and quickly said, of course not. Just a friend. I treat my friends like this. If you don't believe me, ask Jiang Fong. Jian Shuro looked at her best friend who was standing next to her and was silent. Jiang Fong, who was suddenly called out, didn't react at all. Her mouth answered before her brain did, yes, yes, yes. Jian Shuro was obviously very satisfied with this answer. She looked at Duanjia and said, do you believe it now? I'm the campus beauty after all, I wouldn't be someone else's third party, would I? When Jiang Fong heard the word third party, she immediately looked at Jian Shuro, my aunt, so you knew it. It has to be said that Jian Shuro's words completely dispelled Duanjia's concerns. That's right, Jian Shuro is the campus belle of Kyoto University, and she has countless admirers. How could she be interested in someone like me who already has a girlfriend? I really think too much. Thinking of this, he said apologetically, I'm so sorry. I'll accept the clothes. After saying that, he quickly took the clothes. Jian Shuro smiled secretly, and then said, that's right, between friends, there is no need to care so much. Campus beauty, do you want to have dinner with us? Fatty Chen said quickly. There are not many opportunities to come into contact with the school beauty. Duanjia glanced at Fatty Chen and thought, he still didn't know what this kid was thinking. Jian Shuro agreed very readily. She was eager to have dinner with Duanjia. Fong, let's have dinner with them. Jiang Fong nodded, but was actually wondering what the relationship between the two people was. She said she liked him, but looking at Jian Shuro's expression just now, she had already made her position clear. But it would be really strange to say that there is nothing between the two of them. Even though she and Jian Shuro grew up together, she had never received a gift from Jian Shuro for no reason. Don't be fooled by the fact that campus beauty Jane always has a smile on her face. In fact, she never cares about unimportant people. Whether it is a friend or a lover, Jian Shuro has very high requirements for the other party. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is picky. Who can blame him for being so outstanding? The four of them sat facing each other. Luckily there was Fatty Chen, the chatterbox. Senior, what's your major? Fatty Chen asked Jiang Fong, who was sitting opposite him. Jiang Fong was immersed in his own world. It took him a few seconds to realize that Fatty Chen was talking to him, same as Shu Ro. Senior sister, why don't we add each other on WeChat? Fatty Chen said shyly. Duanjia had 1,000 thoughts running through his mind. What the hell? Isn't this guy too direct? Based on his understanding of this senior student, she would definitely make sarcastic remarks about Fatty Chen. Cough cough. He coughed a few times, signaling Fatty Chen to stop talking. But unfortunately, Fatty Chen did not receive any signal from Duanjia at all. Senior sister, should I sweep you or should you sweep me? Fatty Chen continued to ask. Jiang Fong then noticed the chubby boy in front of her. She asked in disbelief, what did you say? Fatty Chen repeated, I said I want to add you on WeChat. Okay. Jiang Fong agreed very easily and directly gave her WeChat ID. Add it. Fatty Chen happily sent a friend request. This scene left Duanjia completely stunned. Damn, fools really have good luck. What a lucky guy this guy is today. As a friend of Jian Shuru, Jiang Fong is still very stunning, although she doesn't look as fairy-like as Jian Shuru. And the style is different from Jian Shuru. You can tell at first glance that he is a strong person. So in their previous interactions, whenever I showed up, Jiang Fong was always in a bad mood. Is it just directed at myself? But he hasn't done anything to offend her, has he? Jian Shuru tugged at Jiang Fong's sleeve, and the two exchanged glances. She never expected that her best friend would agree to add someone else on WeChat. If I had known this, there would have been many people pursuing Jiang Fong since she was a child, but they were either scared by her personality or felt that they could not control her. In short, everything ended in failure, and this was under the premise that the boys took the initiative to pursue them. Jiang Fong is very proud and never gives out her contact information to others casually. Chapter 85. Their relationship is good. She asked quietly, "What are you doing?" Jiang Fong ignored her and said to Fatty Chen opposite her with a smile, "I passed." Fatty Chen couldn't stop laughing. This originally awkward dinner became even more bizarre because of Jiang Fong and Fatty Chen. Fatty Chen started talking more frequently after adding the goddess on WeChat. He was the one chattering the entire time. Duan Jia and Jian Shuru were both concentrating on eating and had no intention of interrupting him. After finishing their meal, the four of them prepared to return to the dormitory. On the way, Jiang Fong began to ask Fatty Chen about Duan Jia's behavior in the class. Fatty Chen was an honest man. He sold out Duan Jia for nothing without even realizing it. Jian Shuru and Duan Jia walked together. Although the two looked very familiar with each other, they had never walked on the road so quietly like they did now. The two of them sat in silence. After Duan Jia sent Jian Shuru to the bottom of the dormitory building, he said, "Good night, senior sister." After saying that, he was about to leave, but was stopped by Jian Shuru. "Remember to go back and try on the clothes." Duan Jia hesitated for a long time, and finally said, "Senior sister, you don't have to buy anything for me anymore." He is not stupid. Even if there is really nothing between the two of them, such behavior will inevitably lead to rumors if seen by others. It will have a bad impact on both of them. He originally thought that Jian Shuru would be angry, but unexpectedly she said, "No problem." Duan Jia seemed to be surprised by the school beauty's decisiveness. He hadn't reacted yet and looked very innocent. "What are you two doing?" The two waited for a long time and finally Jiang Fong came. Jiang Fong looked at the two people with interest, then slowly walked to Jian Shuru and looked at Duan Jia. Whenever Jiang Fong was around, Duan Jia would feel extremely uncomfortable. He always felt that the other parties seemed to be very hostile to him. "Duan Jia, let's go," Fatty Chen said to Duan Jia. Duan Jia immediately said, "Let's go." "Goodbye, senior." "Duan Jia, drive slowly," Jian Shuru shouted at Duan Jia. Jiang Fong rolled her eyes after hearing this. She said slowly, "The boys' dormitory and the girls' dormitory are only 500 meters apart. How could a grown man get lost?" That's why I'm worried," Jian Shuru retorted unconvinced. After the two returned to the dormitory, Jian Shuru immediately asked Jiang Fong, "Tell me, why did you add Duan Jia as your roommate?" Jiang Fong said nonchalantly, "I thought he was quite interesting, so I added him." Jian Shuru didn't believe what Jiang Fong said at all. "Tell me the truth." Jiang Fan sighed and said, "Well, actually, I just wanted to find out more about that guy named Duan Jia." Jian Shuru opened her eyes wide and asked in disbelief, "Why?" "It's all for you. You said that ever since Duan Jia came, your behavior has become more and more abnormal. As your only good friend, don't I have the right to know?" After hearing this, Jian Shuru stopped talking. Indeed, Jiang Fong was her only good friend, but she really couldn't tell her about this. Seeing that Jian Shuru was showing signs of loosening up, Jiang Fong said, "Alas, it seems that I am too involved. Even my best friend has become distant from me." Jian Shuru was easily influenced to begin with, and now after hearing Jiang Fong say this, she felt even more guilty. He immediately walked up to Jiang Fong and said, "I'm sorry, Fong, I've neglected you during this period." Jiang Fong struck while the iron was hot and continued to ask, "Am I your best friend?" Jian Shuru nodded vigorously. "Well, tell me, what is your relationship with Duan Jia?" Jian Shuru looked at Jiang Fong with embarrassment and could not bring herself to speak. "Originally, I was the only one who knew about this matter, but if I tell Jiang Fong, wouldn't that be unfair to Duan Jia?" Fong, I will tell you later," Jian Shuru said. Jiang Fong was a little puzzled. What exactly is the reason that makes the school beauty who is always fearless so embarrassed? She is absolutely a person of simple and gentle character, and she will never do anything to hurt others. She just didn't believe that Junior. As if she could see Jiang Feng's worry, Jin Shuro continued, "Don't worry, Duanjia won't hurt me. I trust him." Jin Shuro has even said this. Jiang Feng really didn't know what to say anymore. She just reminded Jin Shuro to pay attention to the impact of this matter. On this side, Duanjia was almost driven crazy by Fatty Chen. "Duanjia, do you think the campus beauty's roommate is interested in me? I never thought I was so attractive. Do you think I should ask her out tomorrow?" No, isn't this a bit too casual?" Duanjia felt a headache listening to this and just wanted this fat guy to be quiet for a while. "Brother, how did you know she was interested in you? We were walking down the street today, and he kept asking us what we usually do in the dormitory. He also asked about your relationship with your girlfriend." Wait, she asked me how my relationship with my girlfriend is usually like? Fatty Chen nodded. Duanjia was puzzled. Why did Jiang Feng ask this? In an instant, he understood. Why at Fatty Chen? It was simply because he saw that he was too close to Jian Shuru, and it was not easy to question her directly, so he asked Fatty Chen to get to know him. Looking at Fatty Chen's excited expression, Duanjia could only sigh helplessly. My brother is also in a very miserable situation. He was so happy that he thought his love had arrived, but he didn't know that his senior sister had no such intention at all. So what did you say? Duanjia asked again. I said that although you two are in a long-distance relationship, you chat every day and your relationship is very good. Duanjia nodded, since Fatty Chen said so. That senior student should be relieved too, right? After Duanjia finished washing up, he took out his cell phone as usual to chat with Xiaonaru. Xiaonaru seemed to be very busy today and didn't send any message to Duanjia all day. Baby, why didn't you send me a message today? Xiaonaru was probably still busy. After sending the message, Duanjia waited for a long time before receiving her message. I went shopping today. Shop? Jia felt a little guilty when he saw these two fields. Should I tell Xiaonairo, the school beauty, about the clothes she gave me? If I tell her, will Xiaonairo be angry? But if he didn't say it, Duanjia really didn't want to hide anything from Xiaonaru. If two people had secrets together, it would greatly affect their relationship. Duanjia knew this very well. After thinking for a long time, Duanjia decided to tell Xiaonaru about this matter. Baby, let me tell you something. What's going on? Duanjia thought for a long time, typed and deleted the message in the chat box. I met the campus beauty today, and she gave me a piece of clothing. Duanjia's palms were sweating from nervousness. Oh. What does this mean? The word "oh" completely confused Duanjia. It's really hard to guess what women are thinking. Duanjia understood different meanings from a simple word "oh." Are you angry? Or to show that you know? Still don't care? Chapter 86 Reciprocity is important. TSK, that is so uncomfortable. Duanjia stared at the word for 3 full minutes, but still couldn't figure out what Xiaonaru wanted to express. He had no choice but to continue asking, Are you angry? No. Then Xiaonaru sent another smiling emoticon. Depend on. This must be angry. I'll return the clothes tomorrow. Duanjia said quickly. It's so scary. Women's minds are indeed very secretive. Fortunately, I already have experience, otherwise I would be finished again this time. It's all my fault. Don't worry, baby. I'll deliver the clothes tomorrow. Why are you ignoring me? What have you been doing? What Duanjia didn't know was that his girlfriend was almost mad at him. Jian Shuru almost fainted after hearing what Duanjia said. I just casually sent an emoji, how could the other person mistakenly think I was angry? Damn straight men. Jian Shuru was so angry that her face turned red. She completely disregarded her image as a school beauty and picked up the bear on her bed and started beating it hard. After venting, I thought to myself, there is nothing I can do. I'm the one who chose the man. What else can I do? I had no choice but to pick up the phone. I saw that Duanjia had sent me more than a dozen messages. I just went to beat someone up. Jian Shuro said. Hit someone? Jian Shuro sighed silently. No, you don't have to return the clothes. Duanjia thought that Xiaonaru was testing him, so he immediately stood firm. No. I will definitely return it to her. Jian Shuru rolled her eyes in front of the screen and almost cursed. Hold on. Jian Shuru muttered to herself. It's already been given to you. Wouldn't it be a bad idea to give it back? So what should we do? Jian Shuru thought of a good idea and immediately said to Duan Jia, why don't you give her a piece of clothing as well? Duan Jia, who was in the dormitory, fell into deep thought after seeing these words. Xiao Naro asked me to give a piece of clothing to the school beauty as well. Is she sure she wasn't just saying that out of anger? My girlfriend is so generous and sensible? Or is this all just a superficial phenomenon, and Xiao Naro is actually very angry, and her calm words are actually testing herself? Duan Jia couldn't help but sigh that falling in love is really a science. He couldn't guess what Xiao Naro was really thinking, so he had to ask tentatively, really? Nonsense. Little Naro was already impatient and ordered directly, don't you understand that courtesy should be reciprocated? Give her a piece of clothing tomorrow. Jian Shuru finally understood that when talking to someone like Duan Jia, she had to be straightforward, otherwise this man would not understand what she was saying at all. Okay, as you say. Duan Jia didn't dare to be vague and agreed immediately. In short, just listen to your girlfriend. The two said good night to each other and fell asleep. The next day, after class, Duan Jia immediately ran to the nearest shopping mall to the school. He was dazzled by the various colorful clothes. He had no idea what clothes to buy for Jian Shuru. This was the first time he bought clothes for a girl. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and prepared to ask Xiao Naro for help. After all, girls should understand girls best, right? What kind of clothes do girls like? Xiao Naro seemed to have no classes today, and she received a reply almost immediately after I sent the message. Have you been to the mall? Here we are, but I don't know what clothes to buy for the school beauty. Take a short video of the clothes and send it to me, and I'll help you choose. Duan Jia immediately took a short video and sent it over. The color is too dark and not pretty. Duan Jia posted another video. The color is nice, but the style is too tacky. It's already last year's style. Duan Jiao patiently moved to another store. This store is quite nice. I think that white dress is quite nice. Receive. Hello, help me get this dress out. It was the first time for the clerk to see a boy buying women's clothing alone, so he couldn't help but say a few words. You can tell at a glance that he's picking out clothes for his girlfriend. Your girlfriend has really good taste. This dress is the latest style this year. You can tell she's an expert. Duan Jia just smiled and didn't say anything. He really didn't want to explain. He bought the skirt for Jian Shuru because little Naro strongly requested it. If he said now that he was buying it for a friend, the clerk wouldn't believe it, right? I wonder what size your girlfriend wears. This question stumped Duan Jia. How could he possibly know what size clothes Jian Shuru usually wears? Please wait a moment. Duan Jia immediately took out his phone and asked Xiao Naro, baby, I don't know what size clothes the school beauty usually wears. Size M. How do you know? Duan Jia asked. He regretted it the moment he asked. I don't know the size of Jian Shuru's clothes, let alone little Naro. I don't even know anyone. But I didn't expect Xiao Naro to reply to me immediately. Well, girls usually wear this size. Trust me, you won't go wrong. Duan Jia immediately said to the clerk, could you please get me a size M? Okay, please wait. After paying the money, Duan Jia immediately ran to the bottom of Jian Shuru's dormitory building. Senior, are you there? He sent a message to Jian Shuru. Jian Shuru immediately replied, yes, is there anything I can help you with? I have something to give you. Duan Jia said. Okay, I'll be right down. Jian Shuru came down after a while. The difference from before was that this time Jian Shuru did not dress up at all. Instead, she wore a blue silk pajamas and a pair of slippers and came down without paying any attention to her goddess image. Duan Jia was stunned when he saw it. I thought to myself, this is the real Jian Shuru. At this time, students are coming and going to class. How could anyone possibly miss out on such a benefit so easily? Jian Shuru's image as a cold goddess immediately collapsed in front of everyone. Of course, this collapse is not that collapse. Even though the school beauty was dressed so casually and ordinary, she still made everyone stop and look at her. This is a completely different image from the previous goddess. Such jokes gave everyone an illusion. That is, school beauties are just ordinary people, and they can make people feel friendly. But this is just a beautiful fantasy in everyone's mind. Because, this kind of school beauty seems to be like this only in front of one person. This person is the milk tea man. Family, to be honest, I'm used to it. Me too. I heard someone has already created a special thread on the school forum specifically for them. Is this true? Send me the link quickly. I'm telling you guys to stop spreading rumors. The school beauty belongs to all of us. What does the milk tea guy have to do with her? That's right, isn't it already known that the two of them are friends? Who knows? Anyway, I will never get the campus beauty in this life, so I might as well protect her quietly. Seeing Duanjia's confused expression, Jin Shuro accidentally laughed. What's wrong? Have you never seen me like this? Duanjia nodded honestly. I've never seen that before. He is just like everyone else. Even though he has become friends with the school belle now, in his eyes, the school belle should always be bright and beautiful. Chapter 87: The appearance of CP fans. Instead of shocking everyone including him like now. School beauties are also ordinary people. You don't really think I'm some kind of deity, do you? For some reason, although Jin Shuro was smiling when she said this, Duanjia still sensed a bit of helplessness in Jin Shuro's heart. Perhaps being regarded as the most popular school beauty also has its troubles. Even a gifted girl like Jin Shuro is no exception. After Jin Shuro finished speaking, she looked at Duanjia and said, "Aren't you going to give me something?" Under his expectant gaze, Duanjia handed the bag in his hand to Jin Shuro. "What is this?" Jin Shuro asked in surprise. Duanjia explained, "This is a piece of clothing for you." "Give it to me?" Jin Shuro still looked incredulous. It has to be said that she is the undisputed winner of this year's Oscar for Best Actor. Duanjia nodded, then added, "It's a matter of reciprocity." This is what Xiao Neru told him. Jin Shuro asked playfully, "Aren't you afraid that your girlfriend will be jealous?" Duanjia shook his head and said with a smile, "You don't know, this was her suggestion." "That's impossible. How could a girl let her boyfriend give clothes to another girl?" Jin Shuro asked back. Duanjia had actually thought about this problem. If it were another girl, she would wish her boyfriend would stay away from the school belle, but Xiao Neru seemed not to care at all. Not only that, she also asked him to give another skirt to Jin Shuro. If it were any other girl, she would have lost her temper a long time ago. It can be seen that Xiao Neru is completely different from other girls. Duanjia felt that he must have saved the Milky Way in his previous life. Otherwise, how could I find such a sensible girlfriend? She is the most sensible girl I have ever met. Don't worry, she will never be angry. Duanjia said confidently. But how did you know my size? Jin Shuro said with a wicked smile. Duanjia quickly explained, "This is what Xiao Neru told me, so please don't misunderstand me." Oh. Jin Shuro deliberately prolonged her voice, as if she didn't believe it. Duanjia was anxious. Damn, this was concerning his innocence, he had to explain it clearly. He immediately took out his cell phone and showed Jin Shuro the chat history between him and Xiao Neru. "See, I'm right, right?" Jin Shuro looked at the familiar chat records and smiled secretly in her heart. How could I be with such a lovely person? Ahem, so that's how it is. Well, I thought you were planning something bad to me. Jin Shuro smiled and took the bag from Duanjia's hand. Thank you. Duanjia shook his head, "You're welcome." The people around them just watched the two of them talking and laughing downstairs of the dormitory building. Are you sure these two aren't flirting? It's reasonable to suspect that the two were deliberately showing off their affection. I say, can you CP fans be more rational? That's right, it's obvious that the two of them are just communicating normally, right? Duanjia never expected that this scene between him and Jin Shuro would be posted on the forum. By the time he saw it, it was too late. Damn, do these people have nothing to do? Duanjia couldn't help but swear. Ha ha ha, Duanjia, I never thought that one day this group of people would actually create a CP thread for the two of you. Duanjia threw a pillow at Fatty Chen, who was gloating over his misfortune. Kyoto University is indeed full of talented people. Duanjia never thought that he would have his own CP sticker after living so long. What is even more bizarre is that this post already has 1,000 followers. Are there already over 1,000 people shipping me and Jin Shuro as a couple? Duanjia simply couldn't accept this fact. He immediately forwarded this post to Jian Shuru herself. But the other party only gave him one answer. It's quite interesting. What's interesting about this? This is simply going to kill him. As if she had guessed Duan Jia's inner thoughts, Jian Shuru said, "Don't worry, your girlfriend won't be angry. I guarantee it. You're talking like you're my girlfriend." Duan Jia silently complained in his heart. But at this point, he had no other choice but to leave it to fate. God bless Xiao Naru, and she would not see this post. Duan Jia scrolled down and found that he was the second on the real-time hot search list. It was still the friend of the so-called short classmate who came out to reveal the information. He clicked it immediately. Boy, what he said this time was even more nonsensical. The whole article is saying that Duan's girlfriend is not actually a rich and beautiful girl, but is just being kept by someone. She is nothing more than a so-called fake socialite. Duan Jia was so angry that he was shaking all over when he saw this. It seems that I am too kind, which is why this person challenges my bottom line again and again. Duan Jia would never allow anyone to slander Xiao Naru like this. For now, there is only one way. Duan Jia himself has to show up in person. He immediately logged into his singing account and then reposted the post. At the same time, it shows that everything this person said was a lie. I don't know this person at all. If I want to prove that what I said is true, I have to provide evidence. How to prove that I am Duan's friend? If he is a friend, why would he say something that would damage his friend's innocence? If the rumors continue, then we can only send a lawyer's letter to the other party. After making his meaning clear, Duan Jia directly showed off his Kyoto University student ID card. I just covered my photo and student ID number with mosaics. Only a surname was revealed. Then he released the chat records in which he asked Xiao Naru to refund the money after giving him gifts. Then attached the text. This is my student ID. First, it fully proves that I am a student at Kyoto University. Secondly, by slandering me, am I also smearing my school? Finally, I hope you can take responsibility for what you said before. My girlfriend is just an ordinary female college student. I have taken screenshots of everything. Please apologize to my girlfriend within 48 hours. As soon as this post is sent out. All the onlookers flocked to the scene. This is too blunt. Is it okay to just post a screenshot of the chat? Whoever started this rumor actually slandered a part-time female student? Give me a dozen boyfriends like this, please. We Kyoto University students would never do such a thing. I support short. I'm a student at Kyoto University. Is this student deliberately targeting our school? Duan Jia sneered in his heart as he looked at these comments. Who doesn't he know how to set the pace? As long as he wanted, this person would have no room to fight back. No matter what time it is, he will stand on his girlfriend's side unconditionally. In an instant, this post by classmate Duan surpassed the CP post of the school beauty and the milk tea boy. It became the #1 trending search for Kyoto University that day. Regardless of whether they have heard Duan sing or not, almost all students at Kyoto University are paying attention to this matter. Because of Duan Jia's recent post, he completely pulled the entire Kyoto University crowd into his camp. Chapter 88. The whole circle of friends is forwarding. The person who spread the rumor seemed to have never expected that this short classmate would hit him in person. After Duan Jia posted this person seemed to have disappeared and did not respond. There is no way Duan Jia will let him go this time. This time, his bottom line was really touched, and his bottom line was being soft and gentle. He directly tagged that person in the forum, asked him to apologize in person, and kept the post pinned for 3 days. Otherwise, I would hire a lawyer to resolve the matter. The students of Kyoto University below also became outraged. Shouldn't spreading rumors be illegal? Do you really think that Kyoto University students are easy to bully? I know a lawyer, and I don't believe the person who spread these rumors will get away with it this time. You're so unlucky to bully people from Kyoto University. I wonder how you'll end up. Don't be scared, classmate Duan. We have your back. Maybe the incident became more and more serious, and this person finally couldn't stand the pressure of public opinion and came out to post directly. I'm sorry. I was obsessed with trying to get attention. I don't know Mr. Duan or his girlfriend at all. I apologize to everyone here. I was wrong to deceive everyone's feelings. Finally, he tagged Duan Jia. There was a barrage of curses under the post. Even someone with level 10 cerebral palsy wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Expect to go to jail. Spreading rumors is against the law. Does this kind of person deserve to be angry? Classmates, let's just report his account. Fame brings gossip. Duan just became famous and someone came out to slander him. People nowadays really have no moral integrity. Everyone is scolding this person. Because he couldn't bear the scolding from so many people, he directly closed the comment section and private messages. Then he cancelled his account and never appeared in anyone's sight again. After this incident, Duan Jia's popularity really increased. Originally, only people who liked to listen to Duan Jia's singing were listening to him, but now almost everyone knows that there is a student named Duan in the finance department of Kyoto University. Not only does he sing beautifully, he is also a very good person. Almost everyone in the circle of friends is forwarding the audio of Duan Jia singing. Student Duan is from Kyoto University. If you are a fan of music, come and follow me. I'm completely obsessed with this classmate Duan. What kind of amazing singing style is this? You can also follow his Douyin account. His forum account is no longer updated, but he broadcasts live on Douyin every week. Everyone is recommending Duan Jia. Only one person was hiding in bed and feeling sad. Duan Jia looked at Fatty Chen's gloomy face and asked, "Fatty, aren't you happy that your idol is famous?" Fatty Chen said with a sad face, "Not at all." Duan Jia was curious and asked, "Why?" "Originally I was the only one who knew about my idol, but now so many people like him, he's definitely going to forget about me." Duan Jia was at a loss for words about this reason. He knew that Fatty Chen liked him. Oh no, he liked the songs he sang, but he didn't expect that his feelings were so sincere. He quickly comforted her. "What are you thinking about? You are so unique, and he has been paying attention to you since he didn't have pink. How could he forget you?" Fatty Chen was skeptical. "Really?" Duan Jia nodded and asked, "But why do you like him so much?" Fatty Chen put away his previous expression and looked at Duan Jia seriously, "Because I think he must be an excellent person." "How do you say that?" "He sings so beautifully, he's not arrogant at all, and even if someone slanders him, he can fight back one by one. Who wouldn't dislike a person like him, right?" Duan Jia was stunned. He had never expected that this was the image of him in Fatty Chen's mind. No, it should be that classmate Duan is so outstanding in his heart. For a moment, my heart was filled with emotion. He resisted the urge to cry, patted Fatty Chen on the shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely treat you well." Fatty Chen immediately showed a disgusted expression. "Hey, Duan Jia, you are so corny, are you in love with me?" Duan Jia's feeling of being touched stopped immediately. He was waiting to see what expression the fat guy would have when he found out that he was classmate Duan. "Hey Duan Jia, there's good news," Fatty Chen said again. Duan Jia said lazily, "What's the matter?" "I'm going to have dinner with Senior Jiang Fong tomorrow." Duan Jia looked at Fatty Chen. "Wow, he actually asked me out." "No way? You invited him?" Duan Jia asked hurriedly. Fatty Chen smiled foolishly and said, "No, she invited me." Duan Jia immediately became alert. "Why did she invite you to dinner? Why are you so stupid? Of course you invited me because you like me." Fatty Chen looked very happy. Duan Jia was speechless. What does Senior Jiang Fong mean? Fatty Chen is an honest man. If he is used by Jiang Fong, this fool will end up falling in love with her. Wouldn't that be the second blow? By then, Fatty Chen might not be alive. "Fatty, do you like her?" Duan Jia asked cautiously. Fatty Chen thought for a moment, then said, "She's beautiful." Duan Jia rolled his eyes. Well, this guy is simply attracted to her face. Anyway, this is just the beginning, so there shouldn't be any problems. Thinking of this, Duan Jia felt relieved. After all, no matter how worried I am, this is Fatty Chen's private matter. I can't possibly interfere just because I'm worried that he might get hurt, right? Okay, then keep going. Duan Jia made a cheering gesture to Fatty Chen. "Don't worry, I'm smart." "I hope so," Duan Jia thought silently in his heart. After a few days of hard work, Duan Jia finally had time to take care of the illustrator's account. Because he doesn't update frequently, many fans leave messages in his private messages. "Why haven't you updated yet? I've read your previous works dozens of times. Please update soon, master. We can't wait." Could he have quit the internet? I finally became a fan of a blogger. In addition, there are a lot of people who want to find Duan Jia to take advertising. While his roommate was away, Duan Jia took out his painting tools. Although he hadn't painted for a while, Duan Jia didn't feel unfamiliar at all. On the contrary, I am more skilled than before. It only took 20 minutes to paint the entire picture. Mission accomplished. Duan Jia took a picture of the painting with his mobile phone and uploaded it to his account. Then he fell into deep thought. Sooner or later, a single account will cause people to become aesthetically fatigued. If you don't come up with something that will surprise people, then this account will be abandoned sooner or later. Duan Jia has been thinking about this question for a long time. Not long ago, he wanted to add another item to this account. Comics. This is the result Duan Jia came to after thinking for a long time. Comics as a form of work can not only attract more people, but also improve one's own abilities. Duan Jia also believed that he had this ability. Whether it's technology or inspiration, he now has it all. Chapter 89, finally decided to serialize the comic. Duan Jia read a lot of information. He also checked many people's accounts on TikTok and found that there are still very few people who serialize accounts. At least no one can run a comic account very well. However, Duan Jia still selected a few accounts with a large number of fans. Duan Jia compared the differences between these accounts one by one. I found that their respective themes are different. These include comics that reflect social and family issues, but these comics often involve many sensitive factors, so they are gradually abandoned by many bloggers. Therefore, it is mostly presented to the public in a cheerful and relaxed tone. Duan Jia fell into deep thought when he saw this. When working in the self-media industry, the most feared thing is that your content will be repeated with others. Not only will others think it is plagiarism, but you will also lose a lot of traffic. So Duan Jia would never let this happen to him again. Then you need to find another way. What kind of subject matter will attract more people? Duan Jia kept scrolling through a certain audio app. Suddenly my eyes lit up. This is a video about a university campus, telling the story of a pair of students who fell in love online. They originally thought that the two people did not know each other, but in the end they found out that they were actually deskmates. This story completely inspired Duan Jia. He could also polish the story based on its prototype, and this reminded him of himself and Xiao Naru, who were also in an online relationship. That's right. Duan Jia has decided that the prototype of this comic will be based on this. After the content of the comic was finalized, Duan Jia began to consider the style of the comic. It can't be too old-fashioned, nor can it make the entire comic look too alternative. Of course, the most important thing is to highlight Duan Jia's personal style. He probably observed the styles of many romance comics, and found that most of them were the same, with the images of the male and female protagonists being too popular. So Duan Jia decided to put these factors aside, at least the comics he created must not be too cliched. Thinking of this, Duan Jia spent nearly an hour writing down his entire creative ideas. Looking at all his hard work, Duan Jia suddenly felt very satisfied. Next, we'll get ready to get started. Duan Jia first edited a paragraph in the memo. He specifically stated that he was planning to start serializing comics. This is a new column, and I hope fans who are interested can pay attention to it. As soon as the video was released, many fans left comments below. So, you haven't updated in so many days because you're preparing to serialize the comics? I've always been following your work, I wonder when I can see the comics. Wow! I finally waited for the great man to draw a comic. As a student, I love reading comics. Boss is so low-key. Just asking, what kind of comics are they? Duan Jia selected a few replies. The release date of the comic is still uncertain. School beauty romance type. Duan Jia was replying when a message from Xiao Naru popped up on his phone. You're going to serialize a comic? Why didn't you tell me? Humph. Duan Jia quickly replied, I was going to tell you after I posted the video, but I didn't expect you to ask me first. Okay, I'll forgive you this time, but why are you suddenly planning to draw a comic? Duan Jia typed, the illustration format is too simple. I want to try something different. Duan Jia, you're truly amazed at me more and more. How many surprises do you have in store for me that I don't know about? Duan Jia said silently in his heart, I'm going to hide. But these are things that happen later. Duan Jia replied, your husband is very good. A smirking expression was added at the end. You're annoying. I'm not going to pay any attention to you, said Xiao Neru. No matter what Duan Jia said, Xiao Neru remained silent. TSK, it seems you are shy. Duan Jia shook his head helplessly. The two had been together for almost a year, and he thought they were already an old married couple. It seems that I still need to work harder. What Duan Jia couldn't have imagined was yet to come. Kyoto University School of Music. A professor was giving a lecture at the class. When he came to talking about singing techniques and emotions, he suddenly stopped and took out his cell phone from his pocket. The students below were all shocked. You know, this professor is famous for his bad temper. Whenever he takes a class, no student dares to play with their mobile phone secretly. Of course, he always sets an example and never answers the phone or takes out his mobile phone to look at it during class. Over time, everyone got used to it. But I don't know what happened today. This professor, who always leads by example, suddenly stopped talking in class. What happened? Just when everyone was very confused, they saw the professor searching something seriously on his mobile phone. Ahem, classmates. Suddenly, the professor raised his head. The students immediately became very alert, wondering what the professor was going to say. I just talked about the technique and emotion of singing, and now here is an excellent example that perfectly combines the two. After hearing this, the students below began to whisper. Everyone knows that this professor not only has a bad temper, but is also very picky about professional requirements. Even the top student in their college had to be respectful in front of this professor. I've never seen him praise anyone else. Who on earth could possibly have gotten the professor to offer such a high price? It must be the work of some foreign master. Yes, but I'm really curious, how can a professor who is so strict actually praise others? At first I thought it was my ears that were wrong, but now it seems not. Alright guys, let's look at the big screen. Everyone looked towards the big screen in the upper right corner of the classroom. All I saw on the screen was the homepage of a personal forum. I wonder if anyone has been checking the forums recently? This stopped the students. Did you mean brushed or not? Given this professor's temper, if he said he had been browsing forums recently, wouldn't he be accused of not doing his job properly? No one dared to speak. No one can figure out his temper. But the professor suddenly smiled and fiddled with his phone, and then the screen changed to another page. Does anyone know this person? Everyone followed the professor's gaze and saw a student named Student Duan who can sing appear in front of everyone. Who is this person? Do you know him? I don't know him. The professor has been giving me so much homework lately that I don't have time to browse the forum. I know him. Classmate Duan sings really well. I've seen him before, and his singing is really good. Am I out of date? Why haven't I seen the person you mentioned? Although Duan Jia's songs are very famous now, not many people in the music academy know about them. Because they have too much homework and have no time to hang out on forums. Chapter 90 spread to every corner of the school. Some students also saw classmate Duan for the first time. And we met through the introduction of my professor. This is very strange. This professor is over 50 years old and is quite resistant to electronic products, let alone having time to visit forums. Everyone's curiosity about this mysterious singing student Duan increased. The professor looked at the crowd's reactions with great satisfaction. He then cleared his throat and said, "Students, this is the excellent example I want to give you." Everyone was shocked. Are you kidding me? It was a rare occasion for the professor to praise someone, and this person wasn't some music master or famous musician, but a forum blogger? Is this still the professor they know? Professor, who is he? A brave student asked directly. After hearing his question, the professor also shook his head and said, "To be precise, I don't know who he is." Don't know who he is? That's impossible. Could the professor be lying to us? Exactly, how is that possible? Could it be a relative of the professor? The professor observed the expressions of the crowd below and added, "I don't know who this blogger is, but that doesn't stop his singing skills and emotions from being excellent. No, it's an exaggeration to say that he doesn't have many skills, but more talent." What a high evaluation! This was the first time they heard such high praise for someone from the professor. Many people began to feel dissatisfied. "Professor, please tell us how he sings." "That's right, I just don't believe he can sing as well as us." Students who are admitted to Kyoto University naturally have good professional abilities, so they feel a little unhappy when they hear their professors praising others. Haven't these people worked so hard for so long just to get the professor's praise? But I didn't get it. In an instant, everyone's desire to win was aroused. Okay, then I'll start. The professor pressed play. He played Love Transfer sung by Duan Jia. This song requires very high skills and emotions. Many music students know the difficulty of this song. It is not an easy song. Even if many people sing correctly, it will still sound very strange. This is the gap between people. There is a special speaker in the classroom, and Duan Jia's voice comes from it, as if he is telling a story. Many people closed their eyes. The originally noisy classroom suddenly became quiet, and everyone was listening to the song attentively. The low and melodious voice gradually penetrated everyone's eardrums. It was a song that could reach people's hearts directly. Almost everyone started to enjoy it, as if pulling everyone into the same scene. Many times, music is like this, it can make everyone immersed in it, and that is what makes it a successful work. As the music ended, some people opened their eyes, while others were still immersed in the song. Shit, what kind of god is this? As this person spoke, the people around him gradually began to wake up. Is this singing? This is simply enough to steal people's hearts. No, to be honest, this is the first time I've heard such a spiritual voice. Is this a student from our major? If not, this is definitely a gifted person. I've been following Duan for a long time. He's in the finance department of our school, but I don't know exactly which grade he's in. Isn't this like looking for a needle in a haystack? Maybe they've already graduated. That's right, if I could meet this great master, I would definitely ask him to teach me. The professor at the podium looked at his students' reactions with great satisfaction. It's not their fault. Even he himself was shocked when he heard the song for the first time. Just like he said just now, although there is no lack of skills, it is more of a talent. He has taught so many students and listened to the works of so many masters, but there are really only a handful of people who can perform this song so well at this age. Classmates, how are you? Are you surprised? All the students present nodded. Who says it's not? Originally, they listened to this song with the mentality of watching a show, but in the end, they themselves were the clowns. This student Duan not only sings this song very well, but he also sings other songs very well. You can go and listen to them. I don't expect you to sing as well as him, but it never hurts to listen to him more. Maybe one day your Rin and Do meridians will suddenly open up, and you will be able to sing well naturally. Even the professor said so why wouldn't people go and listen to this classmate Duan's songs? For a time, this singing student Duan became a celebrity in the Department of Music of Kyoto University. Word spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. Everyone was very curious about how a student from the School of Finance could sing so well. So when Duan Jia opened his forum again, he was completely confused. What the hell is going on? Duan Jia looked at this scene in disbelief. Why are there suddenly so many people commenting on my work? Just a passerby, is this the Duan student our professor mentioned? I finally found the real one, that song Love Transfer is absolutely amazing. Can you tell me how you can sing so well? After listening to the lecture in class today, I immediately searched the forum. My family, please tell me why this blogger hasn't updated? Someone who has been following Duan Jia for a long time specifically replied that Duan no longer publishes his works on the forum, but has switched to live streaming on a certain audio platform. Duan Jia scratched his head. What classroom? What professor? Didn't I sing Love Transfer a long time ago? Why is it suddenly so popular again? Duan Jia had no idea that he was now a celebrity in the entire Kyoto University. Even the teachers of the School of Finance are looking for this student Duan. Duan Jia, tell the teacher, do I know this student Duan? Duan Jia, who was suddenly called out in the classroom, stood up in shock and immediately denied, I don't know him. The teacher on the podium nodded and said to himself, I thought you would know this person. It seems that this great man is definitely not in our class. Duan Jia laughed dryly, teacher. Although we both have the last name Duan, it doesn't mean that I know him. He swallowed, feeling a little nervous. That's right, teacher. How could Duan Jia know my idol? Fatty Chen echoed. Duan Jia nodded immediately. For the first time, he felt that Fatty Chen's IQ had suddenly improved. Now almost the whole school is listening to the songs sung by classmate Duan. What is even more exaggerated is that someone actually broadcast Duan Jia Chinese Love Transfer on the school radio station. Damn, This is such a damn awkward moment. No matter how thick-skinned Duanjia is, when he hears his own songs being transmitted to every corner of the school through the huge speakers, he just wants to disappear from this earth immediately. Chapter 91: 4 People Eating Together. Different from Duanjia's reaction, Fatty Chen screamed like a little girl after hearing his idol's song spread throughout the school, pulling Duanjia and shaking him continuously. Damn! Duanjia, did you hear that? Did you hear that? Duanjia was so dizzy that he said, "Brother, even with such a loud noise, I'm not deaf yet. Besides, listening to my own songs is really awkward." Duanjia wanted to cover his ears, even though the current situation was what he really wanted to see. This was even redder than he'd expected. He had never imagined that his song would be considered an excellent work by the professor of the music school and presented to everyone in class. This was completely beyond his expectations. But what worries him most now is what to do if his identity is discovered. Although he did not tell his fans what year he was in the finance department, if it were like today, he would really be unable to cope. Fortunately, the teacher did not suspect him, and Duanjia also thought that he was hiding very well. But just in case, you should make plans early. As he was thinking this, Fatty Chen beside him disappeared. Where is the person? The child was by his side just now. Duanjia murmured, looking around for Fatty Chen. Duanjia! Come here quickly! Fatty Chen was shouting Duanjia's name from a distance, waving his hand to signal Duanjia to come over quickly. Duanjia was a little nearsighted, so he couldn't see clearly who was next to Fatty Chen. He walked over slowly and swore that if he knew he would meet the school beauty, he would never go there even if he was scolded or beaten to death. But Duanjia had no choice but to be completely confused because of his nearsightedness after seeing that it was the school belle. Fatty Chen was completely unaware of his good brother's situation. He happily chatted with Xu Rou and Zhang Fong beside him. "Senior, I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence." Zhang Fong smiled, as if she didn't care at all about Fatty Chen's familiarity. "Aren't we going to have dinner today?" The two people seemed to be completely familiar with each other. It seemed that Duanjia and Jian Shuru next to them had no idea what to say. No, to be precise, Duanjia was the only one who didn't know what to say. "Junior, what are you thinking about?" Jian Shuru asked Duanjia, who was in a daze. Duanjia didn't know how to answer for a moment. Ever since the last time the clothes were delivered, there have been more and more rumors about the two of them. In fact, none of these are important. The most important thing is that these people from Kyoto University actually started to ship him and Jian Shuru as a couple. How boring must one be to create a post like this? But judging from the school beauty's reaction, she obviously didn't know about this yet. Duanjia looked around to see if there was anyone around, and whispered to Jian Shuru, "Senior, have you not been reading the forum recently?" Jian Shuru knew what Duanjia was talking about, but she pretended to know nothing and said, "Are you talking about the classmate Duan who can sing?" Duanjia was so angry that he almost fainted on the spot. Damn, this was the first time he realized that being famous was a mistake. He shook his head and said, "No." Jian Shuru still had a puzzled expression. Duanjia simply got straight to the point and said, "It's about the two of us." Even after being reminded to this extent, it would be a bit unreasonable if the school beauty still doesn't know. Jian Shuru also knew when to stop, and even acted as if she had suddenly realized something. She smiled and said to Duanjia, "So that's what I was talking about." Duanjia nodded. "I thought it was some big deal." Jian Shuru didn't seem to care at all. Duanjia was stunned. He really wanted to see what was going on in the mind of this school beauty. "So, senior sister, let's keep some distance." Duanjia continued. Jian Shuru said indifferently, "Of course, we have nothing to do with each other." It was the first time that Duanjia saw such a sensible school beauty, and he almost burst into tears of gratitude towards Jian Shuru. It was not easy at all. The school beauty finally realized how eye-catching the relationship between the two was. Yes, we have no relationship at all." Duanjia echoed. Then he glanced at Fatty Chen, who was still talking to Zhang Fong. The two seemed to be getting along very well, unlike the awkward atmosphere between him and Jian Shuru. "Fatty, it's time for us to go back," Duanjia said to Fatty Chen. If he didn't go back soon, there would be more people around. If someone saw him and Jian Shuru together again, it would be terrible. Unfortunately, Fatty Chen didn't understand Duanjia's hint at all. He said to Duanjia excitedly, "Duanjia, why don't the four of us have dinner together?" After hearing this, Duanjia wanted to pretend to die on the spot. What a joke! Duanjia still vividly remembers the last time four people had dinner together, surrounded by a bunch of people. It was simply the worst meal he had ever had in his life. Duanjia slowly walked to Fatty Chen and pinched him on the back. Unexpectedly, Fatty Chen jumped up, pointed at Duanjia and said, "Damn it, Duanjia, what are you doing? Why are you pinching me for no reason?" Duanjia was a complete social failure. Well, he must have been crazy just now to think that Fatty Chen's IQ was online. At this time, three pairs of eyes were staring at Duanjia. They all seemed to be asking you why you wanted to pinch Fatty Chen. Duanjia laughed dryly. "Fatty, have you forgotten that we still have unfinished homework to do?" Duanjia immediately took out his trump card. Fatty Chen wilted immediately after hearing this. "If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten." Duanjia saw that something was going to happen, and immediately said to the two senior students standing there, "I'm so sorry, senior students, why don't we have dinner together another day?" Jian Shura looked indifferent, while Jiang Feng, on the other hand, looked questioning. What's so anxious about Zuoyat? How could he not see that Duanjia didn't want to have dinner with them at all? Homework and the like were probably just excuses. Duanjia was just about to answer when he heard Fatty Chen say sullenly, "It's due next week, but it's a bit of a hassle." Duanjia didn't say what he was going to say tomorrow. "It's just a meal. It won't delay anything. Besides, if we miss this opportunity, we will miss this shop too," Jiang Feng said to Fatty Chen. Fatty Chen immediately perked up and said to Duanjia, "Yes, Duanjia, a meal won't take up much time." Duanjia was almost pissed off to death by this fence-sitter. At this time, Jian Shuru, who had been silent on the side, spoke. "Forget it, Jiang Feng. It seems that Junior Duan doesn't want to have dinner with us at all. In that case, let's not force it." After saying this, Jian Shuru pretended to be lost, as if she was really hurt by Duanjia's behavior. As a straight man, Duanjia had never seen such a scene before. I suddenly felt guilty. Am I making a big deal out of nothing? The two of them have been having scandals for a while now, so why should I suddenly distance myself from them? She seemed to have truly realized that what she had just done was extremely inappropriate, and immediately said, "How could that be, senior sister? In that case, let's go eat," Jiang Feng said directly. Chapter 92. If it's him, I will. Jian Shuru smiled secretly where Duanjia couldn't see. He had already understood Duanjia's character. A straight man like Duanjia must use softness to overcome hardness, otherwise it won't work at all. So the four of them came to the cafeteria of Kyoto University, which was also the result of their joint discussion. Jian Shura had no airs of a school belle at all. It seemed that to him, it didn't matter where she went. Jian Shura looked at Duanjia's back and felt happy. Who doesn't want to have dinner with her boyfriend? The time and place are not important, what matters is who you are with. Of course, Duanjia naturally didn't know what Jian Shura was thinking. He felt guilty and kept thinking about his own reaction just now. Isn't that a bit too stingy? Do you want to apologize later? TSK, Duanjia has a headache. After all, the school beauty was really nice to him, and his reaction just now seemed to have really hurt her. Just as he was brainstorming, a voice suddenly came. "Campus Belle, this is my love letter to you, please accept it." The four people were walking, but suddenly a man appeared and scared them. The person in front of me had a very outstanding appearance, with deep eyes and a high nose bridge, and the skin was very healthy, that of an Asian. This is another confession to the school beauty. Duanjia stepped back very consciously. This was the first time Duanjia had seen such a confession, especially such a straightforward confession to the school beauty. When Duanjia browsed the forum, he could still see many stories about confessing his love to school beauties, most of which were ruthlessly rejected by the school beauties. There are even some persistent boys who often wait for the school beauties downstairs of the girls' dormitory. The final result was that the school forcibly stopped it. Jian Shuru is a school treasure, and even the school is very fond of her. This shows how important Jian Shuru is in school. Now, there is actually someone who openly confesses his love to Jian Shuru so directly. To be honest, this is the first time. Jian Shuru seemed very calm. She was probably used to being confessed to, so she didn't take this kind of situation to heart at all. "Sorry classmate, I don't want to fall in love right now." This is the wording that Jian Shuru always uses. At this time, more and more students were preparing to go to eat. After seeing Jian Shuru being confessed to, everyone stopped quickly. Why is someone confessing to the school beauty again? That's right, didn't you see that the school beauty's partner is still here? You're so clueless. What if the milk tea guy gets jealous? Wow, my CP is definitely real. That's right. Even if I'm not real, my partner must be real. Duan Jia was speechless as he listened to this. What kind of people are these? Are these girls crazy? Is it because I read too many novels? Or is it because I'm chasing too many stars? Even such a simple relationship between him and Jin Shuru could be misinterpreted by them like this. Duan Jia couldn't imagine what would happen if this matter got to Xiao Naru. But what is gratifying is that at least these boys are still very rational, and at least they will not think that Duan Jia and Jin Shuru are a couple. He would rather let these boys regard him as a love rival than have anyone spread various CP posts about him and Jin Shuru. Meanwhile, Jin Shuru was still trying to get rid of the entanglement of the man who confessed his love to her. Campus beauty, please give me a chance. I'm a senior at the Conservatory of Music. Don't worry, as long as you're with me, I'll sing for you every day. The man began to volunteer with a confident look on his face. Jin Shura seemed to be thinking about something after hearing this. She just said, "You mean you're a student at the Conservatory of Music?" The boy thought he had a chance and nodded immediately. Yes, the school belle. Then do you know classmate Duan? Jin Shuru asked. Duan Jia was completely stunned after hearing this. No way, even the school beauty is listening to my songs? The classmate nodded, not knowing why the school beauty would ask this question. Is there anyone who doesn't know Duan now? This person is already a celebrity in their music school. Although no one knows who this person is, it still cannot stop various teachers from using him as an excellent example in the classroom. After seeing this, Jin Shura said, "I like people who sing as well as he does." Jin Shura finished speaking calmly, seemingly not caring at all about how difficult this matter was for the person in front of her. I even thought I was understanding and said, "Classmate, can you?" The boy who confessed his love had already looked very unhappy after hearing what the school beauty said. Now Jin Shura said this again, isn't this a complete slap in the face? Who is classmate Duan? That was someone that even the top student in the grade couldn't surpass, let alone an ordinary student like him. Isn't this just asking too much? The man was immediately discouraged. Alas, he originally thought that he could pursue the school belle with his face. But who knew that the school beauty didn't care at all? But he still asked unwillingly, if classmate Duan confessed his love to the school beauty now, would she agree? That's a good question. Almost everyone present wanted to know what kind of person the school beauty liked. How talented a person must be to be able to capture the campus beauty. I saw that the school beauty was really thinking about this question, and then nodded very seriously. If it's him, I would. Depend on. Duan Jia stood there in a daze. I don't know if it was his illusion or what. Jin Shura looked at him vaguely as she said this. I even saw some affection in his eyes. He just felt uncomfortable all over. It must be my own illusion, right? Could it be that the school beauty knows that classmate Duan is herself? No, I have never told this to anyone except Xiao Naru. It must be my own illusion. Duan Jia kept comforting himself in his heart. But his reaction looked different in the eyes of those around him. Wow, I knew it, the milk tea guy is already jealous. Alas, in fact, Junior Duan Jia is also very good. Campus belle, please don't give up on him. It's over, my heart is broken. Is this couple I'm rooting for going to end soon? How can you girls see so much? How come I don't see anything? Fatty Chin said excitedly, School belle, it turns out you like my idol too. Jin Shuru nodded, of course, no one would dislike such an outstanding person, right? After she finished speaking, she turned her gaze to Duan Jia again, is that so? Duan Jia, you must like him very much too, right? Duan Jia was stunned for a few seconds before realizing that Jin Shura was talking to him. Yes. Because of nervousness, Duan Jialian began to stutter. Jin Shura saw all of this. Alas, looking at Duan Jia's appearance, I want to tease him more and more. How can there be such a lovely person? She thought silently in her heart. For this student who failed in his confession, there was naturally no point in staying any longer. Chapter 93, The School Beauty Also Has a Couple Necklace? After such a commotion, all the food in the cafeteria was snatched away. The four of them finally decided to eat out. In order to save time, they found a Sichuan restaurant very close to Kyoto University. Ever since Fatty Chen knew that Jian Shuru was also very good at changing classmates, he has been talking to Jian Shuru. Duan Jia was listening to the conversation between the two people from behind. Campus Belle, when did you start liking Mr. Duan? Asked Fatty Chen. The smile on Jian Shuru's face was as gentle as a spring breeze, almost stunning Fatty Chen. From the first song he released. Fatty Chen's eyes were filled with ecstasy. Me too, me too. It seems like I'm just like the school beauty, both of us are old fans of classmate Duan. Jian Shuru nodded affirmatively. She is not only an old fan, she has also given gifts in the live broadcast room. Jian Shuru said in her heart. Duan Jia is also his die-hard fan. Yes, Duan Jia. Fatty Chen suddenly looked at Duan Jia, who was walking behind them. Duan Jia, who was suddenly mentioned, smiled and nodded, his expression no longer awkward. Just kidding, he has now adapted to this kind of life. It's really not easy to live under a disguise. After a while, they arrived at the place. Duan Jia and Jian Shuru sat face to face, and Jian Shuru looked at him very generously. Duan Jia, on the other hand, seemed a little embarrassed. For some reason, he always felt that the look in Jian Shuru's eyes when she looked at him seemed to have a deep meaning. But if you ask him to explain why, he can't explain it clearly. There were not many people in this restaurant, and the food arrived in a short while. Jian Shuru had her hair down today. In order to make it easier to eat, she stood up and prepared to tie her hair up. But this time, Duan Jia was stunned. Maybe because there was no hair to cover it, Jian Shuru's entire neck was exposed. I saw a necklace around the school beauty's neck. This looks so damn familiar. How come this is exactly the same as the couple necklace I gave to Xiao Nairo? He couldn't help himself after all, and pointed at Jian Shuru's forehead and neck and asked, "Senior sister, this necklace?" Jian Shuru paused with her hand that was tying her hair. I never expected this. It was like fireworks exploding in Jian Shuru's mind at this moment. Countless what to do looped in his mind. Hey Duan Jia, I remember you also have an identical necklace. Fatty Chen said. Duan Jia nodded, then took out his necklace. The necklace was in the shape of a heart, so even when Duan Jia wore it, he hid it under his clothes. Duan Jia was too lazy to explain because he was afraid that others would ask him. But why does Jian Shuru have it? Duan Jia couldn't understand it at all. Jian Shuru tied her hair up. Then she said to Duan Jia, "What a coincidence. This is a necklace I just randomly searched on Taobao." Then she added, "Oh my, how can there be such a thing? I remember asking the seller about it when I bought it, and she said it's hard to find an identical necklace like this. But I remember that this necklace was chosen for me by my senior." Duan Jia definitely wouldn't have seen it wrong, he remembered it very clearly. Jian Shuru was speechless for a moment. She now wishes she could disappear from the earth immediately. She actually forgot again. Yes, I saw this necklace the other day and I really liked it, so I found the same one on Taobao. Jian Shuru has now made up all the reasons she could think of in her life. Duan Jia still looked unconvinced. Seeing this, Jian Shuru said again, "Junior brother, you are not angry, are you?" Her face was full of grievance, as if she was really regretting what she had done. Seeing Jian Shuru like this, Duan Jia had no choice but to say, "How could that be? I'm just curious. After all, this is a couple's necklace." In fact, apart from the doubts, Duan Jia is now very grateful. Fortunately, no one else discovered it first. If those people in the school saw this, who knows what kind of plot they would imagine. In this case, Duan Jia could only put the necklace away. At least make sure that no one sees you normally. Seeing Duan Jia's belief, Jian Shuru immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call, I almost got exposed just now. Fatty Chen and Zhang Fong were watching the two people talking and were already extremely hungry. "Brothers and sisters, can we start eating now?" Fatty Chen said weakly, and it was obvious that he was very hungry. Duan Jia nodded. So the four of them started their second meal. Duan Jia and Fatty Chen ate very quickly, but the two girls didn't stop in order to catch up with them. It was already late when the four of them finished eating. So they parted ways and prepared to go back. After Duan Jia returned, he gathered with Xiao Nairo and explained what happened today. As a good boyfriend, it is your responsibility to report your itinerary at all times. "I went to dinner with the school beauty today," Duan Jia said. A little girl said softly, "Ha, you actually went to eat with the school beauty behind my back?" Duan Jia quickly explained, No, there are four of us. How could I go to dinner alone with the school beauty?" A little girl seemed to not believe what Duanjia said and asked again, really? Duanjia immediately swore, I swear, if I lie to you, I will fail the final exam. Ha 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 ha, idiot. Of course I believe what you say. Duanjia breathed a sigh of relief and said, do you still remember the couple necklace I gave you last time? Remember. When I went to dinner today, I found that the school beauty also bought one. Oh, isn't this normal? Duanjia originally thought that Xiao Nero would be angry. After all, who would want their boyfriend to wear the same couple necklace as another girl? Aren't you angry? He asked cautiously. Xiao Nero said, how could that be? Girls always fall in love with the same thing. Isn't that normal? Don't think too much. Why would I get angry over such a small thing? Good job. Duanjia exclaimed, wow, his girlfriend is so sensible? It was like the roles had been reversed between them. How come it was Xiao Nero who was comforting him now? Okay, I'll listen to you, baby. Xiao Nero said so. Duanjia naturally had nothing to worry about. Girls' Dormitory 204. Jian Shuru picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp. My dear aunt, this is cold water. Are you trying to kill yourself? Jiang Fong stopped her immediately when she saw it. Jian Shuru closed her eyes, as if thinking about something. She hasn't recovered from what happened just now. This is too dangerous. If this matter is exposed today, then I will be doomed. But it's okay. Through his unremitting efforts, he finally dispelled Duanjia's doubts. Shu Rou, are you hiding something from that junior? Jiang Fong asked tentatively, looking at Jian Shurou's delicate face. Jian Shuru opened her eyes quickly, don't slander me. Jiang Fong shook her head, I didn't, why are you reacting so strongly? Chapter 94, School Beauty Treats Me to Dinner. Jian Shuru's expression was unnatural for a moment, and then she said confidently, I didn't do that, don't try to get any information out of me. Jiang Fong snatched the cup from her hand, don't think I don't know, you cheated on that junior. Jian Shuru panicked for a moment, then immediately calmed down, Fong. I really have my reasons for doing this, please don't tell him, okay? Jiang Fong couldn't stand Jian Shuru's coquettishness at all and felt helpless. Who can stand a beautiful woman speaking to them in a coquettish voice? Seeing that her coquettishness was effective, Jian Shuru finally felt relieved. After all, she is not ready to confess to Duanjia that she is Xiao Nero. The most important thing is that she really doesn't know what to say. Do I have to suddenly stand in front of Duanjia and tell him that I am your girlfriend? Wouldn't others think I'm crazy? Thinking of this scene, Jian Shuru quickly shook her head. Why not just keep it a secret for now? He'll find out one day anyway, right? In this way, Jian Shuru comforted herself. Although Jiang Fong didn't know what Jian Shuru was hiding from Duanjia, after spending a few days together, she felt that Duanjia might not be as much of a scumbag as she had imagined. But he's pretty nice to his girlfriend? Instead, Jian Shuru seemed to be always close to him, but based on his understanding of Jian Shuru, she would never interfere in other people's affairs. As for why, she couldn't figure it out now, but he believed that one day, the truth would come to her. In the blink of an eye, it is time for the annual campus singing competition again. This is a school-wide competition. But most people have different purposes for participating. Most people participate to earn credits, but some people really love singing and want to get a good ranking in the campus singing competition. Everyone was very excited when they received the notification of such an event. Everyone wants to participate. Duanjia, are you participating? Asked Fatty Chun. Duanjia didn't seem to care at all and said decisively, I won't participate. Fatty Chen frowned and asked, why? This is worth academic credit. Wouldn't it be revealed if he participated? Isn't this just throwing oneself into death? Duanjia would never do such a stupid thing. I sang out of tune. Duanjia made up an excuse. Fatty Chen said nonchalantly, what's the big deal? You've heard me sing before, and I'm still participating. I'm just trying to earn some credits. Duanjia remained unmoved. This was not what he cared about at all. I know, but I have to save face. Duanjia looked at Fatty Chen's face and said seriously. Fatty Chen didn't react for a moment, then yelled at Duanjia, fuck, are you saying I'm shameless? Duanjia smiled and said, you said that yourself. After hearing this, Fatty Chen immediately hugged Duanjia's neck and choked him. Damn it, I'm almost suffocating. Duanjia cursed. Fatty Chen finally let go, humph, let's go eat. Duanjia shook his head. Duanjia, why are you so stingy? It was obviously you who said that to me first. Fatty Chen said with his hands on his hips. Duanjia smiled and said, what are you thinking about? I have something to do outside, so I won't eat at school. Are you planning to meet another girl secretly? Fatty Chen said with a wicked smile. Duanjia rolled his eyes on the spot. Put away your obscene thoughts. Actually, Fatty Chen is right. Duanjia did go out to meet a girl, but it was for something completely different and it was not what he thought at all. The agreed time was about to arrive, and when Duanjia went out, he saw Xia Xingying waiting for him at the gate of their school. After seeing Duanjia, he waved at him with a smile. After all, Xia Xingying is the campus beauty of the Academy of Fine Arts. Although her looks are not as unattainable as Jian Shuru's, she will definitely attract a lot of attention when she walks on the street. Now she was standing at the gate of Kyoto University, and the students coming and going were staring at her. Duanjia was known to the entire school and could be recognized wherever he went. Damn, I should have worn sunglasses and a mask when I went out. Duanjia lowered his head, but there was nothing he could do because someone had already recognized him. Look, isn't that the milk tea guy? What is his relationship with this beautiful girl? Fuck, what a scumbag. He has the school beauty but he's still thinking about other girls. I remember he had a girlfriend. Could this be her? So the school beauty is the one. Duanjia listened to their discussion and suddenly wanted to rush over to tell them not to spread rumors. Can't you just study hard? Seeing that everyone around was looking at this place, Xia Xingying asked Duanjia, Master, do you know those people? Duanjia shook his head, I don't know him. Then why do they keep looking this way? Because you are so beautiful. Duanjia pulled Xia Xingying, hoping to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. When Xia Xingying heard Duanjia say this, she immediately jumped up happily. Really? Master. Duanjia casually replied, yes, yes, yes. Didn't you send me a WeChat message saying you had something urgent to talk to me about? Tell me, what is it? Duanjia received a text message from Xia Xingying in the morning, saying that she had something very important to tell him and wanted to meet him at noon. Now looking at it, Duanjia felt like he was being fooled. Xia Xingying didn't look like she was in any hurry at all. Sure enough, Xia Xingying playfully blinked at Duanjia, then said, it's nothing, it's just a good thing. What's the matter? Duanjia asked. Xia Xingying pulled out her pay slip from her pocket and waved it in front of Duanjia, dang dang dang. Look what this is? Duanjia took it in confusion and found that it was Xia Xingying's salary slip for this month. You paid your salary so soon? Xia Xingying nodded proudly, of course, the boss paid me my salary in advance. Duanjia was also very happy for Xia Xingying. After all, he had watched Xia Xingying get to where she is today. Is there anything else? Duanjia asked again. Xia Xingying shook his head, no, I came here specifically to tell you this. Duanjia nodded, congratulations. After saying that, he was about to turn around and leave. Hey hey hey. Xia Xingying grabbed Duanjia's arm. Duanjia stopped and asked, what's wrong? Xia Xingying said angrily, where are you going? Duanjia pointed to the school gate not far away and said, let's go back and eat. I missed my favorite sweet and sour pork in the cafeteria because I wanted to see you. Xia Xinyi rolled her eyes in anger, you don't want to go back to the cafeteria to eat, do you? Duanjia nodded. The food in the cafeteria is cheap and delicious, why doesn't he go? He was so hungry that he could almost eat a whole cow. I'll treat you. Xia Xingying said very confidently. Duanjia couldn't believe his ears and asked again, what did you say? Xia Xingying didn't know why the boy reacted so strongly, and said nonchalantly, I said it's my treat. After Duanjia confirmed what he heard, he was a little amused and helpless. Chapter 95 Being considered a scumbag. Did I hear you right? Where did you get the money? Xia Xingying said calmly, didn't I show you my payslip? Duanjia said to the girl in front of him very seriously, you just got your salary, you should save it well. I know. Duanjia gritted his teeth, as if he had seen his own disappointing daughter, and tried to persuade her earnestly, so you still want to treat me to a meal? Xia Xingying blinked, what does this have to do with treating you to a meal? Duanjia didn't want to waste time talking to him, so he said directly, I appreciate your kindness. After saying that, he walked towards the school gate. He thought Xia Xingying had given up, but something he never expected happened. Xia Xingying immediately hugged his arm and refused to let go. I don't care, I've already treated you to this meal, you have to go even if you don't want to. Duan Jia never expected that the campus beauty from the Academy of Fine Arts would behave like this in public. The people around had been paying attention to the two people, and now when they saw this scene, they were all shocked. What's going on? The milk tea boy was hugging other girls outside the school behind the school beauty? Most importantly, this girl is very beautiful. Someone recognized her as the school beauty from the art academy next door. I know this girl. She's the campus beauty at the Fine Arts Academy next door. She has a lot of admirers. Yes. When I climbed over the wall to visit the forum of the Academy of Fine Arts next door, almost all of the comments there were about this girl. I have to say, she is indeed beautiful. If Jian Shuru is a goddess high above everyone else, no one dares to touch her. She is an existence that is out of reach for all boys. Then girls like Xia Xingying are definitely the choice of more boys. Do you think she is not excellent? That's not really the case. Xia Xingying is also a popular figure in the Academy of Fine Arts. He is a person that all teachers and professors have high hopes for. But the difference between her and Jian Shuru is that Xia Xingying exudes kindness and gentleness. She seems to be able to get along with anyone. She treats boys and girls equally and never acts arrogantly just because she is the school belle. On the contrary, she is like a little elf, spreading positive energy everywhere. There should be no one who doesn't like a girl like this, right? Of course, no one can compare with Jian Shuru. This is the bottom line for all Kyoto students. Duan Jia froze immediately, his fear evident in his expression. He glanced at the strange looks from the people around him. Let go quickly. Duan Jia whispered. Xia Xingying shook her head and held Duan Jia's arm tightly. I won't let go until master agrees. Duan Jiazhen was completely defeated by her and had no choice but to agree. Okay, I promise you. Xia Xingying finally let go of his hand, and the moment he let go, Duan Jia immediately jumped 8 feet away. Women are so terrible. This was the first time he met such an active girl. No, Jian Shura mentioned above is also one. In the 21st century, has the social atmosphere changed? What Duan Jia didn't know was that many students around him had already taken pictures of the two people hugging each other. Some people even uploaded the photos to the forum. Of course, this is all in the past. Duan Jia felt a headache when he looked at Xia Xingying's face. Auntie, please tell me where we're going to eat. But first, let me make it clear, I only accept purchases under 200 yuan. Xia Xingying naturally knew that Duan Jia didn't want her to spend money. So he said cheerfully, don't worry, master, I guarantee you will be satisfied. Why is Xia Xingying so obsessed with treating Duan Jia to dinner? It was simply because she believed that it was Duan Jia who enlightened her when she was down. And the fact that my painting skills have been able to improve so much is entirely due to the master's contribution. Xia Xingying is not an ungrateful person. So, the two of them came to the Sichuan restaurant that Duan Jia, the school beauty, and the other three had visited last time. Hey, you're here again. The owner of the Sichuan restaurant remembered Duan Jia since last time. Duan Jiazhen was confused. The owner of this Sichuan restaurant actually knows him? The last time you came with a very beautiful girl, the boss explained. Duan Jia understood. It turned out that this was still a world where appearance mattered. But, it seems that it's not her who came today. The boss looked Xia Xingying up and down, then looked at Duan Jia with interest in his eyes. The three of them looked at each other, and there was a hint of awkwardness in the air. Ahem, but this girl is also very pretty. The boss then added. The boss fell silent after saying this. As if he realized that he had discovered some secret, he simply ignored the gazes of the two people and ran to the kitchen. Duan Jia wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. No way, am I being treated as a scumbag again? Xia Xingying looked at Duan Jia with a smirk on her face. Tell me, master, how many girls have you brought here? Duan Jia looked helpless, we are just simple friends. Xia Xingying looked unconvinced, I understand everything. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Duan Jia was speechless for a while. The best way to deal with rumors is to say nothing. The two of them found a place to sit down. Duan Jia had eaten in the same restaurant for 2 consecutive days, and with 2 different girls, which made him feel vaguely uneasy. Since you've been here once, you can order. Xia Xingying handed the menu to Duan Jia. After Duan Jia took it, he ordered a few simple dishes and put the menu on the table. Master, are you free this Saturday? Xia Xingying asked. Duanjia thought about it and thought he didn't have anything to do this Saturday, so he said, I'm free, what's the matter? Xia Xingying smiled a little embarrassedly. There are still many things I don't understand about the painting I drew last time, so I want to ask you for some advice. As if wanting Duanjia to agree quickly, Xia Xingying began to launch a series of verbal attacks. Master, will you promise me? I have to be better than that idiot. That way I can get more scholarships. Please, please, please. Xia Xingying opened her eyes wide and started to act cute with Duanjia. I didn't say I disagree. Duanjia was helpless. Does he look like such an unreasonable person? It's a deal. You can't go back on your word. Xia Xingying almost jumped for joy. Duanjia was really afraid that the owner of the store would steal glances at him intentionally or unintentionally, so he nodded quickly. Now he just wants to end it all as soon as possible. In the end, the two of them only spent a little over 200. When saying goodbye, Duanjia said to the girl in front of him solemnly, this is the last time, don't do this again in the future. He is not a man who takes advantage of others. Besides, Xia Xingying is a girl, and Duanjia knows her family conditions. Xia Xingying nodded quickly, I understand, don't worry. Chapter 96 This is the Master of Time Management. The two walked to the gate of the Academy of Fine Arts. You should go back quickly. Duanjia urged. Why does Duanjia want to leave here quickly? It was simply because the students coming and going were all looking at the two people. This is probably the pressure of going out with the campus beauty, right? Who is this person? Do you know him? I don't know him. The school beauty seems to be very familiar with him. A brave student shouted directly at Xia Xingying, Campus Belle. Is this your boyfriend? Duanjia glanced over quickly. Damn, brother, you can eat whatever you want but you can't say whatever you want, there are so many people watching us. If the news gets out, his spotless reputation will be ruined. Xia Xingying waved her hands, seemingly not caring at all about what others said, and explained, no, this is my friend. Duanjia immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was okay. There were more and more people around, and Duanjia just wanted to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. I'm leaving first, he said. Xia Xingying waved, goodbye, master. Duanjia nodded and immediately walked towards Kyoto University. Little did he know that during the time he was away, something earth-shattering happened in the school again. As soon as I entered the dormitory, all my roommates rushed over to me. Tell me the truth, where have you been? Why do you smell like a girl's perfume? Not only does it smell like perfume, it also smells like spicy shredded chicken. Duanjia looked at the three faces that suddenly appeared in confusion. What are you doing in the middle of the day instead of sleeping? She pushed them aside and walked in, put down the bag in her hand and lay down on the bed. In one word, tired. 2 words, tired. He has been very busy these days. Every day he is either worried that his identity will be exposed, or he is being dragged out to dinner by various school beauties. Is there any man in the world whose life is more miserable than his? Hey, Duanjia, stop pretending. We all saw it. Fatty Chin pretended to be sad and said to Duanjia, Duanjia, I am not your good brother anymore. You don't tell me anything now. It turns out that a group of grown men can be just as troublesome as women when they start to talk too much. Duanjia was so annoyed by the noise that he struggled to get up from the bed and asked weakly, brothers, I'm so tired. Why can't I understand what you are saying? The three of them keenly caught the word tired. After looking at each other in bewilderment, they said in unison, how can I not be tired? You are a master of time management. What time management guru? Fatty Chen held the phone in front of Duanjia. Here, take a look. Duanjia didn't suspect anything and took the phone to look at it. It didn't matter that he saw it, but after reading it, Duanjia felt that his heart had stopped beating. There was a bold black title on the screen. Is the milk tea guy a master of time management? Intimate photos with the beauty from the art school next door were accidentally leaked. What the hell is going on? Duanjia quickly looked down, and all he saw were photos of him and Xia Xingying talking, and there was even a photo of Xia Xingying hugging his arm. Duanjia's expression can't be seen clearly in the picture, but because Xia Xingying is pretty, her expression is very vivid, and she looks like she's acting coquettishly. Duanjia, admit it, we're all men, we all understand. After all, we're just not that lucky. So how did you manage to date 3 girls at the same time? Fatty Chen said righteously, "No, Duanjia, I believe you are not that kind of person." Duanjia was obviously shocked and didn't know what to say for a moment. "Where did these three women come from?" he asked. "Your girlfriend is the school beauty Jane, and now there's another one from the art academy next door." Duanjia never thought that his scandal would reach this point. "Is this reasonable? So you think all three girls like me?" Duanjia asked back. This directly made them feel insecure. "I really didn't think about this problem at first. What is the reason that makes three girls surround Duanjia? There's nothing outstanding about this guy. Apart from having a fairly decent face, everything else about him is pretty average. Although he has such good looks, he is sure to be pursued by many people, and the campus beauties of both schools are all around him. This is simply outrageous. Why? Why? This is totally beyond their acceptance range. Yeah, why would the school beauty fall for you? You're not any good either." Duanjia was speechless. Although this was his original intention, there was no need to make him sound so worthless. "So, you think too much?" Duanjia guided step by step. "Then what is your relationship with this school beauty?" "Duanjia, it's just an ordinary friendship." "How did you two know each other?" the roommate asked again. Duanjia couldn't tell himself that they met in a calligraphy and painting shop, right? Wouldn't that be premature self-destruction? "I originally wanted to find a part-time job near the school, but she got it first, so that's how we met." "Fuck, this works. Do you think I should buy a bracelet to attract romance?" "Brothers, now you believe what I say, right? What's the point of us believing in it alone?" This post already has over 10,000 comments. Duanjia, just wish you the best. The roommate patted Duanjia on the shoulder. Fatty Chen walked up to Duanjia, seemingly still recovering from the drama of his brother's betrayal. He sobbed, "Wow, Duanjia, even if everyone in the world betrays you, I will still stand by your side." Duanjia responded with just one word to this level of drama: "Get lost." "Okay." Duanjia was thinking alone when his cell phone started vibrating wildly. Duanjia quickly picked up his phone. It was a message from Xiao Nairo. "Huh, what are you doing? What's the story with that beauty from the Academy of Fine Arts? Men are really all pigs." Duanjia slapped his forehead. "Damn, I forgot there was an ancestor here." He quickly typed, "Ancestor, please listen to my explanation." At this point, Duanjia's desire to survive overcame everything. "You say?" "I met her in a calligraphy and painting shop. Actually, we are just ordinary friends," Duanjia said nervously. Although he believed that he and Xia Xingying were just ordinary friends. "But I don't know why, but I still feel a little guilty." "I believe you," said a little girl. Duanjia's heart suddenly dropped. Fortunately, Xiao Nairo believes in herself. "You are so sensible, baby." Duanjia's heart is warm now. How does the saying go? Behind every successful man there is a virtuous woman. Look, isn't this ironclad proof? Little Nairo is the coolest. My vision was right. This scumbag. Shu Ro, did you see that? This Duanjia is so close to the campus beauty of the Academy of Fine Arts. Zhang Fong cursed at the phone screen. "Shu Ro, you must stay away from men like this," Zhang Fong warned. "Shu Ro, did you hear that?" Chapter 97. This is probably love brain. Seeing that Jian Shuro ignored her, Zhang Fong raised her voice again. Jian Shuro looked calm and composed, as if this incident had not affected her at all. Fong, Duanjia is not that kind of person," Jian Shuro said with certainty. Zhang Fong found it unbelievable. This fact and the photos were presented years ago. What happened to the school belle who was always smart and decisive? Did I hear you right? Didn't you see these photos? Zhang Fong put the phone screen in front of Jian Shuru. Jian Shuru opened it with a look of confusion, saying, "I saw it a long time ago." Zhang Fong was so angry that she jumped up and down. "How can you be so calm? Because there really is nothing between the two of them, they are just ordinary friends," Jian Shuru explained. "Can you trust a man's words?" Zhang Fong was speechless. She finally understood what love brain was. "Look, there is a ready-made one in front of you." Jian Shuru herself is not worried about Duanjia at all because she is confident enough. Although she and Duanjia are in an online relationship, it doesn't mean that this relationship is unreliable. People are often unreliable. Through her contact with Duanjia these days, Jian Shuru feels more and more that her boyfriend is a perfect boyfriend. He is a role model for all boyfriends. It would be fine if others didn't believe in him, but if even he himself didn't believe in him, wouldn't that be too pitiful? So this time, Jian Shuru stood on Duanjia's side without hesitation and chose to believe him. Of course you have to pamper your boyfriend. Little did she know that she was now hopeless in the eyes of her best friend. The next day, although Duanjia had already witnessed the speed of information dissemination on the internet, he still couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This was totally beyond his expectations. During class, Duanjia could clearly feel the gazes of people around him drifting towards him. Not only that, he could hear the sounds of their discussion. How dare the milk tea guy come here? Isn't he afraid of being struck by lightning for treating the school beauty like this? Would a scumbag be afraid of these things? Oh, I originally thought he was a good man, but now it seems that all crows are black. The volume of their discussion grew louder and louder, as if they didn't care at all whether the person involved heard it or not. Some people even spoke loudly on purpose to provoke Duanjia. In their eyes, how could the high and mighty school belle endure such humiliation? No one can accept this fact. Anyone who bullies the campus beauty is the public enemy of everyone at Kyoto University. Duanjia listened to these discussions and could only sigh helplessly in his heart. What else could he say? The innocent will be cleared, and he doesn't need to explain. On the contrary, the more you explain, the more these people will believe that you are just that kind of person. It's better to wait until this matter is settled. Okay, students, get out of class is dismissed. Following the professor's order, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, picked up their things and prepared to run towards the cafeteria. But when they saw the person standing outside the classroom door, they stopped almost at the same time. Could it be that I'm starving? Why is the school beauty here? The dance academy is probably quite far from here, right? What is the school beauty doing here? Campus belle, are you looking for someone? Tell me, I can help you. I can do that, too. As soon as they see Jian Shuru, this group of people will completely forget what they were about to do. Is it important to eat well in order to meet the school beauty? That is absolutely not the case. Nothing in the world is more important than meeting the school beauty. This is the principle and bottom line for Kyoto students to do things. Jian Shuru smiled slightly, and her distant eyes and indifferent expression made everyone unable to stop. This is the unique charm that belongs only to Jian Shuru. Can you call Duanjia for me? It's Duanjia again. This sentence came to the mind of everyone present. But no one dared to slack off on the school beauty's instructions. The person who had just been badmouthing Duanjia behind his back was now even more active, shouting to the boy who was still packing up in the classroom, "Duanjia, the school beauty is looking for you." Duanjia paused while packing his things, turned around and saw the school beauty standing outside the door. Why is the school beauty here? Jian Shuru and Duanjia looked at each other, and their originally emotionless eyes immediately became warm. Just like melted frost and snow, there seems to be gurgling water in the eyes. Duanjia, she shouted. After Duanjia packed up his things, the people around him automatically made way for him. Why are you here? Duanjia asked the first question. Jian Shuru looked at the people around her and felt that it was a little inconvenient to say anything, so she said, I have something to talk to you about. Come with me. He said he would turn around and leave without waiting for Duanjia's response. Hey! Duanjia had no choice but to follow Jian Shuru's pace. Looking at the school beauty's slim back, Duanjia couldn't help but wonder in his heart, didn't the school beauty see yesterday's post? Now the whole school thinks he is a scumbag. Why does Jian Shuru seem to be completely unaware of this? What are you thinking about? Jian Shuru asked, looking at the boy in front of her who looked absent-minded. Duanjia came back to his senses and shook his head. Nothing. Is there anything wrong, senior sister? I need to go home today, but my dad has something to do and can't come to pick me up. I have a lot of things. Can you help me? Duanjia was a little hesitant. Jian Shuru observed the boy's expression and said, You are the only boy I know in school. If it doesn't work out, well, forget it. That's not what I meant. It just so happens that I don't have classes in the afternoon, so I can help you. Duanjia said immediately when he saw Jian Shuru's lost look. After hearing this, Jian Shuru asked in surprise, Really? Thank you. Duanjia shook his head. You're welcome, after all, we are friends. Jian Shuro smiled and nodded, her heart leaping with joy. After talking to Duanjia, Jian Shuro answered the phone. Hey Dad, you don't have to pick me up this afternoon. My classmates will take me home, don't worry. Hey, I'm already old enough, I'll make sure I get home safely. Jian Shuro was humming a song all of a sudden, which made Zhang Fong think that she had won the lottery. Fong, please wait for me to come back. Jian Shuro said as she packed her luggage. With so many things, I'll help you deliver them this afternoon. Who knew that Jian Shuro immediately refused? No need. Why? Zhang Fong asked. I can do it. Don't worry. Jian Shuro said confidently. Zhang Fong looked at the almost 32-inch suitcase in front of her and wondered if her good sister had lost her mind. Wrong. An idea struck her. Tell me honestly, did someone give it to you? Zhang Fong asked with narrowed eyes. Jian Shuro nodded, and her whole body exuded an air of happiness. Zhang Fong sneered. As expected, she didn't need to ask any more questions. Who else? Apart from Duanjia from the School of Finance, who else could make the campus beauty Jian so happy? Okay, a girl shouldn't be kept at home when she grows up. After Jian Shuro packed her suitcase, she turned on her phone and prepared to send a text message to Duanjia. I'm fine, you. Jian Shuro deleted the message halfway through. That was a close call, I forgot to switch accounts. Chapter 98. Are the two of them living together? Jian Shuro immediately switched accounts and logged into an account with only one contact. In the name of the school beauty, she said to Duanjia, I'm ready. Shall we leave now? Perhaps Duanjia was not too busy, and Jian Shuro received his message very quickly. Should I go up? Duanjia asked. Jian Shuro immediately understood what Duanjia meant. It would be inconvenient for her to go downstairs carrying such a heavy suitcase. Okay, I'll just talk to my aunt. After Jian Shuro finished speaking, she immediately ran to the bottom of the dormitory building and waited for Duanjia to come up. Looking at such a face and talking mouth, Jian Shuro thought that everyone must like her very much, so the dormitory manager completely tolerated Jian Shuro's behavior. Duanjia saw Jian Shuro waiting for him from a distance. Duanjia, I'm here. Jian Shuro waved happily to Duanjia. Duanjia walked over immediately after seeing Jian Shuro. Duanjia, thank you for coming. Jian Shuro looked at Duanjia and said seriously. Duanjia shook his head, let's go. The two of them walked to the door of Jian Shuro's dormitory. This was Duanjia's first time in the girls' dormitory, and he felt a little restrained because everyone was looking at him. In fact, the school has regulations. Without special reasons, boys are not allowed to enter or leave the girls' dormitory. But who makes Jian Shuro privileged? Hey, isn't this the milk tea guy? Why is he in the girls' dormitory? No way. The school beauty isn't someone you can just casually meet. What do you know? There's nothing a girl can't do when she's in love. Listening to these increasingly outrageous discussions, Duanjia felt uncomfortable for the first time. It would be fine if these people just talked about themselves, but isn't it too disrespectful for them to talk about it so blatantly in front of Jian Shuro? Duanjia wanted to fight back, but when he saw that Jian Shuro didn't care at all and still had a decent smile on her face, he suddenly felt a little sorry for this girl. How much tolerance does it take to completely ignore what these people say? I guess it's not easy for Jian Shuro to be the school belle. He thought so in his heart, but he didn't know that Jian Shuro really didn't care about being talked about by others. Because he was eager for these people to say a few more words. Maybe this will make the relationship between me and Duanjia closer. Duanjia, sit on my bed and rest for a while. Jian Shuro said, pointing to her bed. Although Zhang Fong was used to seeing Jian Shuro always having no bottom line in front of Duanjia, but when she heard that Jian Shuro actually asked Duanjia to sit on her bed to rest, the water in her mouth almost spit out. Jian Shuro has had misophobia since she was a child. Even though I have known her for so many years, I have never sat on her bed for more than 10 minutes. Not to mention that she would take the initiative to let a boy she hadn't known for long sit on her bed. She didn't understand. Wow, this Duanjia actually has such great magic power. The school beauty who has been holding on for so long made an exception for one person for the first time. Duanjia was actually confused by what Jian Shuro said. Why does this sound so awkward? Can you say this casually? Does the school beauty know what this means? Jian Shuro obviously didn't realize that the casual words she just said caused a brainstorming session between the two people. Although he said so, How could Duanjia really sit on a girl's bed casually? He has a bottom line, right? Because the other roommates have already gone out.
Jian Shuru was still packing her things. In the entire dormitory, only Duanjia and Zhang Fong were staring at each other, neither of them saying anything. The awkward atmosphere was finally broken after Jian Shuru finally packed up her things.
I'm fine.
Jian Shuru, completely unaware of the atmosphere, said directly to Duanjia.
Duanjia is now eager to leave. Duanjia took Jian Shuru's suitcase, and the two of them walked to the bottom of the dormitory building. In the entire huge Kyoto campus, how could a school beauty not attract attention when she is with a boy carrying a suitcase? You two have been walking around too often lately, haven't you? The milk tea guy is holding the school beauty's suitcase. Are they going home together? Impossible? Are the two of them living together? Pa, the school beauty is not such a casual person. The two of them walked out of the school gate in full view of everyone. Duanjia, let me take a taxi.
Jian Shuru said proactively.
Duanjia nodded.
He knew what Jian Shuru meant. She simply felt that she was helping someone, so she took the initiative to cover the taxi fare.
Since that was the case, Duanjia was too embarrassed to say anything more.
After Jian Shuru called a taxi through the taxi app, the two of them just waited. Jian Shuru suddenly laughed. Duanjia heard Jian Shuru's laughter, turned around and saw the uncontrollable smile on the corner of Jian Shuru's mouth, so he asked, "What are you laughing at?" Jian Shuru shook her head. The sunlight at this time hit her face, as if covering her entire face with a layer of golden light, making Jian Shuru look like a real goddess.
Duanjia was a little dazed.
Jian Shuru is worthy of being the campus belle of Kyoto University. She has absolutely perfected her temperament. She is indeed a goddess-like figure who has charmed thousands of boys. Although Duanjia has become immune to the beauty of the school belle, it has to be said that such a girl cannot be ignored wherever she goes.
Depend on. After realizing what was happening, Duanjia immediately shook his head.
What a sin, I almost fell for the beauty of the school belle.
Jian Shuru looked at Duanjia's inexplicable behavior and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?"
Duanjia shook his head awkwardly.
What can I say? Could it be that I was just mesmerized by your face?
He could never say such outrageous words. Besides, what is the difference between Duanjia's behavior just now and feeling sorry for Xiao Neru? Jian Shuru nodded indifferently. She suddenly thought that her parents seemed to be the same. Every time Jian Shuru's father had to go on a business trip, her mother would accompany him and watch him get in the car. She just thought about this and suddenly felt that she was so happy that she almost died.
But how could he let Duanjia know what he was thinking? But Jian Shuru also believes that this day will always come true.
Before they knew it, both of them fell silent until a taxi stopped in front of them.
Is this the car you called?
Jian Shuru glanced at the license plate number and nodded quickly. Yes.
Duanjia put the suitcase in the trunk and both of them sat in the back. The driver was a very talkative uncle.
When he saw Jian Shuru and Duanjia, two handsome men and beautiful women, walking together, he automatically thought they were a couple.
You are all students of Kyoto University, right? Duanjia, yes.
The driver smiled brightly and said, "My daughter is going to take the college entrance exam this year, and she is also planning to apply to this school." The driver continued talking to himself, and when he saw that the two people ignored him, he kept talking.
How long have you been together? Chapter 99. Just agree to it quickly. Duanjia immediately perked up after hearing this. What the hell does this mean? When he was about to explain, he was stopped by Jian Shuru.
When Jian Shuru heard the driver say this, she was not angry at all.
Instead, she asked the driver with a smile on her face, "Master, do we look like a couple?" The driver nodded and said with a very hearty smile, "What else?" He thought the two were embarrassed to admit it, and said, "You are all grown up, and it's okay to have a relationship." Duanjia's eyes twitched when he heard this. How come I can always meet gossipers everywhere?
Then the driver said earnestly, "But my daughter already had a boyfriend when she was in high school."
I'm a very open-minded person. As long as it doesn't affect her studies and she knows her limits, I won't interfere with her private life. Duanjia smiled awkwardly after hearing this. I thought you were really generous.
But, of all the couples I've met, you two are the most beautiful. Duanjia felt that if he didn't explain, the driver might talk all the way, so he said directly, "We are not a couple." As soon as Duanjia finished saying this, he saw the driver, who was originally smiling, immediately froze.
No, not a couple?
The driver showed an expression of disbelief on his face when he said this. Jian Shuru didn't say anything, so Duan Jia could only bite the bullet and continue, "We are just friends." The driver shook his head, his tone full of disappointment. "I've been a driver for so many years, and this is the first time I've admitted my mistake." Jian Shuru looked at Duan Jia's face and smiled meaningfully, then jokingly said, "Maybe we really are a couple."
Duan Jia looked at the school beauty in front of him in horror. Can you make such a joke casually? What does this mean, school beauty? I have a girlfriend.
He laughed dryly and said, "Senior sister, don't make such jokes in the future."
Jian Shura shook her head. Who is kidding you?
The driver immediately came up with a great assist. He now thought that this beautiful girl liked this boy, but the boy did not agree.
This is what young people nowadays are like.
Young man, there aren't many pretty girls like you these days.
The implication is that why don't you just obey it right away?
Duan Jia was attacked from both sides.
Why hasn't he arrived yet? He just wants to escape now? Why does the whole world think that he is having an affair with the school beauty? It seems that I am no longer suitable to live on earth. Duan Jia chose to remain silent, and instead Jian Shura started chatting with the driver.
The two seemed to have completely forgotten that Duan Jia was in the car.
Arrive!
Duan Jia felt relieved and immediately opened the car door and got out.
The driver took the two people to one of the most prosperous villa areas in Kyoto. Duan Jia was stunned after opening the car door.
Although I am not from Kyoto, I still know how much it costs to buy such a high-end villa in such a land-scarce city. It can be seen that Jian Shura is indeed a rich lady as everyone says. After Jian Shura said goodbye to the driver, she saw Duan Jia standing there, not knowing what he was thinking about.
She walked over and gently patted the boy's shoulder. Duan Jia, what are you thinking about?
Duan Jia came back to his senses and shook his head at Jian Shuru. He had just been thinking about how many years he would need to work hard to be able to afford the down payment for this place.
Wow, it turns out that the gap between people is huge. Where is your home? Duan Jia asked. Come with me. Jian Shuru looked very happy. Duan Jia followed Jian Shuru carrying a suitcase. After a while, they arrived at the innermost villa. Unlike others, this villa cannot be bought just by having money.
At least that's what Duan Jia thinks, because what makes this house obviously different from other villas is that it not only has a garden outside, but also an open-air swimming pool.
Duan Jia looked around and couldn't find another place with a configuration like this.
It turns out that Jian Shuru's family is really that wealthy. While Duan Jia was thinking about this, Jian Shura had already walked to the door and pressed the doorbell.
Shu Ro is back.
The person who opened the door was a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s. When she saw that it was Jian Shuro, her face showed surprise.
Hearing the noise at the door, Jian Zhangwo and a woman walked over. Shu Ro, why didn't you tell me you were back? The woman immediately hugged Jian Shu Ro and pulled her in. You are so stupid.
You don't even know to go pick up our precious daughter. After saying that, the woman hit the man who had been standing next to her. Duan Jia watched from the side and thought that these must be Jian Shuru's parents. Probably because of her daily maintenance, Jian Shuru's mother looks very young, without any of the fatigue and hard work that women of the same age have. On the other hand, Jian Shuru's father, Jian Zhangwo, has a head full of white hair, probably because of his work, but he looks very healthy.
You're wrong, my dear. Didn't our daughter say she wanted to come back on her own?
Although he looks very majestic, he is actually a henpecked man, Duan Jia thought silently in his heart.
Hey, this is.
Jian Zhangwo saw Duan Jia standing aside, holding a suitcase in his hand, and not saying a word from beginning to end. Jian Shura realized that Duan Jia was still standing, and immediately ran to Duan Jia's side, excitedly introducing him to her parents. Mom and Dad, this is Duan Jia.
Duan Jia took over the conversation. Hello, uncle and aunt.
Jian Shuru's parents immediately began to look at the boy.
What a boy! Jian Zhangwo murmured in a low voice.
Although the sound was very small, Duan Jia was not deafened by the fact that the two people were less than 1 meter apart.
What's the meaning? Aren't your gender characteristics obvious enough?
Although he thought so in his heart, Duan Jia did not show it on his face.
What are you talking about?
Jian Shuru's mother glared at Jian Zhangwo, then looked at Duan Jia very kindly. You are Shiro's classmate, right? Duan Jia shook his head. Senior sister and I are not classmates. After hearing Duan Jia say this, the two looked at each other and saw the waves in their eyes.
But my daughter has never brought any male classmates home. Never had it since childhood.
A boy suddenly came to our house today, and to be honest, we were both a little shocked.
It's not an exaggeration.
They know that their daughter is very beautiful, so naturally there will be many boys chasing her.
But after so many years, they haven't even seen the shadow of a boy. The two of them once discussed all night long, wondering if their daughter didn't like boys?
But now it seems that they were overthinking it.
Given Jian Shuru's personality, being able to bring this boy home, what does that mean?
In an instant, the two people seemed to have seen a savior, and Jin Jiangwo excitedly stepped forward and held Duan Jia's hand.
Duan Jia was stunned by this sudden action. What's going on? Dad.
Jian Shuru didn't know why her father suddenly became like this.
Come in, come in.
As if he was afraid that Duan Jia would run away, Jin Jiangwo directly grabbed Duan Jia's hand and took him home. By the way, he winked at Aunt Wang, who had just opened the door.
Chapter 100. It seems that you really care about him.
Mother Wang immediately understood what he meant and snatched the suitcase from Duan Jia's hand.
Duan Jia was dragged into the luxurious villa without any preparation.
By the time he reacted, he found himself sitting on the leather sofa in Jian Shuru's house. Duan Jia stood up quickly and found that Jian Shuru's parents, who were sitting in front of him, also stood up.
What's wrong? Do you want to go to the bathroom? Auntie Wang. The classmate who brought Shuru.
Duan Jia realized what was going on and immediately waved his hand.
No, I have something else to do at school, so I'll go back first.
He was about to leave after saying this, but was stopped by Jin Jiangwo this time.
Don't leave. Duan Jia was stunned, staring at Jin Jiangwo. Obviously he didn't expect this to happen. Was I too aggressive just now? Did you scare people?
No, this is the boyfriend my daughter has finally found. I can't scare him away. That's right, in the minds of Jian Shuru's parents, Duan Jia is now their daughter's confirmed boyfriend. Never scare others away because of your words or actions. Because in their minds, it was already very good that Jian Shuru could find a boyfriend. Being good looking has many advantages these days.
But looking as pretty as Jian Shuru is simply unimaginable.
In the eyes of these two elders, they would be very grateful if anyone could marry their daughter.
Of course, not everyone can marry Jian Shuru.
Character is also very important.
So you should carefully examine the boy in front of you. But we haven't even conducted the inspection yet. Why are we leaving? I must have been too excited just now.
Perhaps because she thought her husband was too stupid, Jian Shuru's mother Qin Yulan directly pulled Jian Jiangwo behind her and said apologetically to Duan Jia, I'm sorry, but why are you leaving?
Please sit for a while longer.
Duan Jia originally wanted to refuse, but when he saw both of them looking at him expectantly, the words on the tip of his tongue stopped.
Where's Senior?
Duan Jia didn't know why, but as soon as he asked this question, he saw the two people in front of him start to look at him with very pleased expressions. Little did he know that his ordinary question just now made them think that he had started thinking about each other after just not seeing each other for a while.
As expected, only young people can fall in love.
Just when Duan Jia didn't know what to say, Jian Shuru finally came out. Seeing Jian Shuru coming out, Duan Jia seemed to have seen a savior and immediately said to Jian Shuru, Senior sister, since there is nothing else, I will leave first.
Jian Shuru was wearing a home outfit.
After shedding her mourning elegance, what came into view was a school beauty full of life. It was the first time that Duan Jia saw Jian Shuru like this. After losing the label of school beauty, Jian Shuru turned out to be just like any other girl.
Why are you leaving so soon?
After hearing Duan Jia say that he was leaving, Jian Shuru immediately asked, and then looked at her parents standing behind Duan Jia.
That's right, Aunt Wang has already cooked your meal, right, Aunt Wang?
Qin Yulan shouted to Aunt Wang, who was still busy in the kitchen.
Wang Ma turned around and saw her wife winking at her. She immediately replied, yes, my dear, if you leave, all these ingredients will be wasted. Qin Yulan gave Wang Ma a thumbs up.
Duan Jia just felt that he was surrounded by everyone and he had no right to refuse at all. Although he didn't know why Jian Shuru's parents were so determined to keep him, Duan Jia was not someone who didn't know how to read other people's expressions.
If the whole family was trying to keep him, wouldn't it be a bit too rude if he refused?
Thinking of this, Duan Jia had no choice but to agree. Okay, then I'll trouble you, uncle and aunt. Seeing Duan Jia say this, Jian Shuru couldn't contain her excitement.
She went up and pulled Duan Jia and said, let me show you around my room. After hearing Jian Shuru say this, everyone opened their eyes wide and couldn't believe their ears.
Jian Jiangwo almost fell down, but luckily he held onto the sofa beside him.
Shu Ro.
He looked at Jian Shuro seriously. It's inappropriate to take a boy to your room for the first time at home. Although he is very eager for his daughter to find a boyfriend as soon as possible, girls should be reserved when necessary, otherwise boys will not cherish them. After all, there are not many good men like him. On the other hand, Jian Shuro still didn't understand why Jian Zhangwo reacted so strongly. Wasn't it just to show Duanjia his room? What's the fuss? Duanjia had long realized that something was wrong, so he directly rejected Jian Shuru's invitation. Senior sister, forget it, I'll accompany my uncle and aunt to talk. When Jian Shuro heard Duanjia say this, she felt embarrassed to say anything more. Jian Zhangwo looked at Duanjia with great appreciation. This guy is pretty good. Since Duanjia said so, Jian Zhangwo said, Duanjia, why don't you come to my study? I have a collection of many famous paintings in my study. Famous painting. Duanjia's eyes immediately lit up when he heard it was a famous painting. I've been worried about not having any inspiration lately, not to mention that I've never truly appreciated the paintings of a true master. To be honest, Duanjia was a little excited. This trip was not in vain. Jian Shuro naturally noticed the changes in Duanjia and smiled secretly in her heart. It seemed that painting was more attractive to Duanjia. Are you interested in painting too? Jian Zhangwo has been in society for so many years, he can still see Duanjia's micro-expressions. Duanjia nodded. So the two of them went to the study under the guidance of Jian Zhangwo. Qin Yulan saw her daughter still staring at Duanjia's back as he left, reluctant to look away, with a faint smile on her lips. She shook her head helplessly and said, Shuro, tell me about it. Jian Shuro turned her head to look at her mother, pretending not to understand anything, and said as she lay down on the sofa, What are you talking about? No one knows a daughter better than her mother. How could Qin Yulan not know that her daughter was pretending? So she had no choice but to say, You don't want to tell the truth, right? Fine, then I'll call that boy down and ask him clearly. After saying this, he pretended to stand up. Jian Shuro thought she was really going to go, and immediately stopped her. No. It seems you really care about him. Qin Yulan knew her daughter best. It was true that her daughter was pretty. But it was also because of her good looks that she had a proud temperament since she was a child. Those boys who showed interest in her were also discouraged because of Jian Shuru's personality. This is also why she was so worried that Jian Shuro wouldn't be able to find a boyfriend. I can't take care of her forever, right? As for the boy just now, she could see that her daughter really liked him. Chapter 101 The son-in-law I had just got is gone. Jian Shuro didn't comment, but said shyly, Oh, Mom, stop guessing. Qin Yulan nodded. Jian Shuru's reaction had completely proved her previous guess, but why did she look at the boy as if he didn't know his daughter's feelings? Could it be that Jian Shuro has a crush on him? That won't do. Such an outstanding daughter of mine must not suffer even the slightest injustice. While the mother and daughter were chatting here, Duanjia and Jian Zhangwo upstairs were sharing their thoughts on each other's paintings. Duanjia looked at the dazzling array of paintings in various styles and by various famous artists that filled the entire study. To say I wasn't surprised would be a lie. Even though Duanjia was not familiar with painting before, after such a long time, he already understood that a painting like this would be sold for more than 200,000 yuan. Of course, this is still the cheapest price. It seems that Jian Zhangwo really likes collecting paintings. Duanjia has already seen 3 of his paintings, all of which are very precious collections. How about it? There was a hint of pride on Jian Zhangwo's face, as if he was showing off to Duanjia, like a little child. Duanjia also knew how to please his elders, and nodded quickly. I didn't expect uncle to have such good taste. Sure enough. Jian Zhangwo was very pleased to hear this and said directly, Of course, I bought these secretly without your aunt's knowledge. Wow, I didn't expect that a guy who looks so tough is actually henpecked. Jian Zhangwo realized that he had let the cat out of the bag and immediately warned Duanjia, You can't complain to your aunt, I bought all these secretly. Duanjia nodded. He wouldn't dare to do that even if he had 10 times the courage. Besides, I don't seem to have this power, right? Uncle, the style of this painting is very absurd. It doesn't look like it was painted by a famous artist in our country. Jian Zhangwo's eyes lit up when he heard this. He grabbed Duanjia's shoulders, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Do you know who drew this? Duanjia didn't know why Jian Zhangwo was so excited, but he still said a name truthfully. After hearing this, Jian Zhangwo completely lost his previous guard and gave Duanjia a big hug. I never expected that, kid. Not many young people like you know about him. So, the two began a 1-hour-long conversation, and from time to time one could hear Jian Jiangwo's hearty and happy laughter.
What is Jian Jiangwo doing again?
Qin Yulan said speechlessly as she listened to her husband's laughter downstairs. Mom, I'll go call them to eat.
Jian Shuru volunteered.
How could Qin Yulan not understand her daughter's thoughts, so she said helplessly, You, go quickly. After getting the consent, Jian Shuru immediately ran upstairs and knocked on the study door.
Dad, Duanjia, it's time to eat.
Jian Shuru said while knocking on the door. Jian Jiangwo's voice came from inside. You guys eat first, Xiao Duan and I have something to do.
Jian Jiangwo. If you don't come out for dinner tonight, don't even think about entering my room.
Qin Yulan came up at some point, pushed Jian Shuru aside, and started cursing at the door. As soon as she finished speaking, the door opened the next second.
Wife, I'm here, why are you angry?
Jian Jiangwo looked at Qin Yulan with a flattering expression and reached out to hold her hand. Jian Shuru rolled her eyes as she watched from the side. Obviously, he has long been accustomed to such scenes.
To be honest, Duanjia hadn't reacted yet.
He and Jian Jiangwo were just discussing the similarities and differences between domestic and foreign works. Before Qin Yulan came, Jian Jiangwo was sitting on the chair very calmly. Even when Jian Shuru called them to eat and Duanjia was about to open the door, Jian Jiangwo pulled him down, looking very nonchalant. But just now, Duanjia felt an unprecedented face-changing technique. After hearing Qin Yulan's voice, Jian Jiangwo first put away all the paintings, then opened the door very quickly, and his face immediately wrinkled with a smile.
It is truly breathtaking. After the four people went down, Jian Shuru sat next to Duanjia.
This was Duanjia's first time to have dinner at a female friend's house, and he just felt uncomfortable all over.
Xiao Duan, you look so thin, eat more. Qin Yulan said yes and put a big chicken drumstick in Duanjia's bowl. Duanjia quickly thanked her, Thank you, auntie. The more Jian Jiangwo looked at Duanjia, the more he liked him.
Just now in the study, he discovered that this boy not only had very clear logic, but was also very knowledgeable in analyzing the works of famous teachers. He was definitely not a person who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun on weekdays.
Wow, she is indeed my Jian Jiangwo's daughter. Her taste in choosing boys is indeed right.
Xiao Duan, you have known our Xiao Rou for such a long time.
When do you plan to?
Jian Jiangwo deliberately did not finish his words and kept winking at Duanjia.
Obviously, Duanjia did not receive this signal and had no idea what Jian Jiangwo was talking about.
He looked as if he was out of the situation.
How could Jian Shuru not know what her old father was thinking?
She immediately stopped him. Hey, Dad, don't talk while eating.
That's right, even eating can't stop you from talking. Qin Yulan echoed from the side.
Jian Jiangwo shut his mouth obediently.
Duanjia once again looked at Jian Shuru's mother with admiration. What kind of extraordinary woman could make Jian Jiangwo so obedient? Will these henpecked men eventually become rich? Duanjia couldn't help but think so. Xiao Duan, do you have a girlfriend? Qin Yulan is not as stupid as Jian Jiangwo. After all, she is a woman.
If she observes for a while, she can see that at least the two people seem to be just ordinary friends at the moment.
Duanjia didn't understand the twists and turns and answered directly and truthfully, yes.
As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of chopsticks hitting the table violently.
Jian Jiangwo shouted in disbelief, You have a girlfriend? Duanjia didn't know why he had such a big reaction, he just nodded blankly. This is a matter of principle, and I absolutely cannot lie.
Jian Shuru rubbed her temples with a headache. Dad, calm down.
She laughed dryly. Jian Jiangwo gasped for breath.
How could he not be calm when the son-in-law he had just got was suddenly gone? You and Xiao are not in that kind of relationship.
He wanted to confirm it again.
Duanjia nodded, Senior and I are indeed just friends.
Jian Jiangwo paused for a while and then sat down.
Thinking about it, it seemed that he had always wishfully believed that the two were in a relationship.
Well. So no one wants my daughter. Chapter 102. Aren't you afraid that your girlfriend will be jealous?
The happy atmosphere at the dinner table was no longer there. On the contrary, Duanjia seemed to have understood why.
After all this time, I found out that I was mistaken for Jian Shuru's boyfriend.
It's no wonder that Jian Jiangwo reacted so strongly to the fact that he had a girlfriend.
After realizing this problem, Duanjia felt terrible.
The rice in the bowl no longer smells good.
I won be kicked out, right?
Fortunately, Jian Shura spoke at this time. Mom and Dad, don't talk when you eat and don't talk when you sleep.
Isn't this what you taught me? Jian Zhangwo immediately quieted down, as if he hadn't been the one exaggerating just now.
He quickly said to Duan Jia, Xiao Duan, I didn't expect you had a girlfriend.
What a pity. Jian Zhangwo shook his head as he spoke.
He had finally met such a young man with similar interests. Just now, he had decided to take out the paintings he had collected for many years and appreciate them with Duan Jia.
Now that was good.
Then he looked worriedly at Jian Shura, who was sitting in front of him, and shook his head silently.
How could Jian Shura not know what he was thinking?
She just rolled her eyes.
Is this your biological father? Should I get a paternity test? Do they think I can't get married? After hearing what Jian Zhangwo said, Duan Jia immediately shook his head. How could he bear this? After all, I am a junior.
After finally finishing the meal, Duan Jia couldn't wait to leave. Uncle and aunt, I'm leaving first.
This time, Jian Zhangwo and Qin Yulan did not try to keep her. Duan Jia, I'll see you off,
Jian Shura said. Watching the two people walking away, Jian Zhangwo muttered to himself, what a perfect match. I wish he was Shu Ro's boyfriend.
Sigh, what a pity.
Qin Yulan rolled her eyes at Jian Zhangwo in anger. Why, are you still worried that our daughter won't be able to get married in the future?
I didn't say that,
Jian Zhangwo explained immediately. Go look at those lousy paintings of yours. Qin Yulan said this and left. Jian Zhangwo said aggrievely, those aren't broken paintings. They're all paintings I bought at great prices. On this side, Jian Shuru and Duan Jia were walking side by side on the road.
Duan Jia, I'm so sorry,
Jian Shuru said apologetically.
Duan Jia quickly shook his head. How could that be? Senior sister is being too formal.
Hearing Duan Jia say this, Jian Shuru felt relieved. She really just wanted to keep Duan Jia for a meal before leaving, but she never expected that such a big misunderstanding would occur.
Duan Jia wouldn't ignore me because of this, right?
She had wanted to ask at the dinner table just now, but had no chance. Now that Duan Jia said that he was not unhappy about what happened just now, she felt relieved.
How about this? I'll treat you to dinner next time.
Jian Shuro came up with an idea and said to Duan Jia.
Duan Jia hesitated. He is not a fool.
Now that he is getting closer and closer to the school beauty, many things are going in a direction he cannot predict. And according to the current situation, he and the school belle are in the same school after all, so it is completely impossible for them not to meet.
Since this is the case, it is better to make the best of it.
Anyway, the rumors about him and the school beauty are probably all over the place now, so he doesn't really care about it. Besides, Duan Jia had a hunch that if he didn't agree to Jian Shuru, she would never give up.
Duan Jia had learned his lesson before.
Thinking of this, Duan Jia agreed directly, okay, no problem. As if she didn't expect Duan Jia to agree so easily, Jian Shura didn't react for a moment and asked again, what did you say?
Duan Jia nodded, I said yes.
A solemn expression immediately appeared on Jian Shura's face, completely lacking the joy she should have.
He actually agreed? Could it be that he has fallen in love with someone else so quickly? Impossible. Duan Jiatsai is not that kind of person.
Duan Jia, who was standing opposite Jian Shuru, had no idea that he had said the wrong thing. He was puzzled.
Didn't he agree? Why did the school beauty look so unhappy? Women's minds are really hard to guess. Aren't you afraid that your girlfriend will be jealous? Jian Shuru asked.
Duan Jia shook his head, no, don't worry. He thought that after he said this, Jian Shuru would be happy, but in the end, Jian Shuru's face darkened and she no longer had the apologetic attitude she had just shown.
Don't worry, you big-head ghost.
After Jian Shuru yelled at Duan Jia, she left angrily.
Hey!
Duan Jia looked at Jian Shuru's back and fell into deep thought.
So what did I say wrong just now? He totally doesn't understand how women think.
Duan Jia shook his head and prepared to walk towards the school, while the phone in his pocket kept vibrating. Duan Jia took it out and saw that it was a message from Xiao Naru.
Where are you? Why don't you reply to my message? Are you with another girl? You don't love me anymore, do you? Duan Jia was confused and immediately replied, what's wrong, baby? Tell me, who were you with just now? Duan Jia answered truthfully, school beauty. He.
The other party replied with 2 words. Just these 2 simple words, but Duan Jia felt endless hurt.
He. What does this mean?
Forgive him for not understanding as a straight man.
Did you laugh or not?
Duan Jia was so upset by these two words that it would be more satisfying to kill him with a sword.
Since he really couldn't figure it out, Duan Jia asked cautiously, "Baby, what does this mean? Don't you love me anymore? My goodness, how does this have anything to do with love? Are women's minds always so fast?"
"Of course I love you,"
Duan Jia said. "Then why do you stay with the school beauty every day?" Faced with Xiao Neru's soul-searching questioning, Duan Jia didn't know how to answer, because even he himself couldn't figure out the problem. "Speak,"
Xiao Neru urged.
"Duan Jia, I don't know either."
He really didn't know how to answer, so he can only say this. Little did she know that Jin Shuru in her room had been angered to death by Duan Jia's answer. Her face was now flushed red, and she was gritting her teeth as if she wanted to tear the person on the other side of the screen apart.
This damn straight guy. Can't you just say something nice to cheer yourself up? Do you really have to tell the truth like this?
She really wanted to perform a scene of vomiting blood.
Can't you just coax me? Jin Shuru typed directly. I've made it so obvious, you should know how to respond, right?
Duan Jia was already sitting in a taxi when he saw this sentence.
Coax? How to coax? He really doesn't know how to coax girls. Chapter 103: How to comfort your girlfriend when she is angry? But Duan Jia didn't dare to ask Xiao Neru anymore.
If I ask again, it might not be as simple as coaxing her.
What's the saying? If you have any questions, go to Baidu. Duan Jia familiarly opened his Baidu and searched directly on it. How should I comfort my girlfriend if she is angry?
Wow, there are a total of 165,000 answers.
When did the status of men in our country become so low? Duan Jia directly opened the comment with the most likes.
The comment said that if you want to make your girlfriend happy, you must first attack her with sweet words, namely saying some earthy love words, which is the most important thing.
Seeing this, Duan Jia immediately searched again. What are some cheesy love words?
Wow, all kinds of love words were placed in front of Duan Jia.
Not bad, not bad. Isn't this ready-made?
Duan Jia immediately switched the phone interface to the page where he was chatting with Xiao Neru and started typing in the input box.
Baby, let me tell you about the types of ducks. What?
Duan Jia confidently typed the cheesy love words he had just learned online.
Duck, little yellow duck, flat-billed duck, I miss you. However, what Duan Jia did not expect was that Xiao Neru directly sent him a bunch of ellipses. What's going on? Don't you like it? Then change one. So Duan Jia immediately changed one. I've got a cut on my hand. You can cut yours too, and then we'll be husband and wife. Duan Jia sent it over with confidence.
But I didn't expect that the other party didn't respond for a long time.
After 10 minutes, Duan Jia couldn't bear it anymore. A real man can bend and stretch. Baby, why aren't you talking? Duan Jia sent this message. But what I got was a red exclamation mark.
The message has been sent, but it was rejected by the other party.
Depend on. What does this mean? I was blocked by Xiao Neru? No way. No way. He didn't give up and sent another message.
The message has been sent, but it was rejected by the other party. Duan Jia was sure of this.
I was really blocked by my girlfriend. Why? Could it be that Xiao Neru didn't like what I just said?
In anger, Duan Jia immediately ran to the post and gave a bad comment.
If this isn't cheating, what is? I almost lost my girlfriend. Duan Jia felt anxious.
This was the only way for him and Xiao Neru to contact each other. Apart from this, he had no other way to contact his girlfriend.
So, he could only leave it to fate. Duan Jia finally understood the saying, you can mess with anyone but not a woman.
He was young before and didn't understand the deeper meaning of this sentence, but now he finally understands it.
Now, there is only one way. That means waiting for Xiao Neru to calm down.
Jin Shuru, who was so angry with Duan Jia, had been rolling around on the bed for who knows how many times. She originally thought that Duan Jia was just a simple straight man, but she didn't expect that this man had reached this point.
Copy and paste the cheesy love words directly from Baidu and send them to yourself. This is intolerable.
This time I must teach this man a lesson.
So, she blocked Duan Jia for the first time. Try blocking it for 2 hours first. Humph, if I'm in a good mood by then, I'll consider pulling him out.
Thinking of this, Jian Shuru felt much better.
Duan Jia walked into the dormitory in a daze. Duan Jia, you're really good. I didn't expect you to be so capable.
As soon as Duan Jia entered the dormitory, Fatty Chen said with a wicked smile.
What? Duan Jia was thinking about Xiao Nero and had no intention of paying attention to others. Didn't you read the post?
Now you're and the school beauty's CP fans are starting to regroup again.
Duan Jia shuddered, then realized what was happening and asked, why? You can take a look for yourself. Fatty Chen handed his cell phone to Duan Jia. Duan Jia took a look.
Sure enough, the photo of him carrying Jian Shuru's luggage from the girls' dormitory today was hung up directly. Duan Jia just watched his big face being seen by countless people without any defense. But Jian Shuru's face was covered with a very cute mosaic.
Is this difference in treatment too obvious?
He then scrolled down and saw many people commenting below, but most of them seemed to be CP fans controlling the comments.
Sisters. The couple we're supporting is real.
Yes, according to gossip, the two of them met their parents today.
But I remember that Milk Tea Boy had a girlfriend before, didn't he? It's not obvious.
He must have dumped his previous girlfriend and started dating the school beauty.
So, this guy might be a scumbag.
Everyone had different opinions, but only Duan Jia knew that there was absolutely no relationship between him and Jian Shuru.
Duan Jia, is what they said true? Fatty Chen asked cautiously when he saw that Duan Jia looked a little unhappy. Duan Jia looked at him helplessly. What do you think? Fatty Chen immediately made his position clear.
Nonsense, this is my good brother, of course I have to stand on his side.
Don't worry, Duan Jia. I absolutely won't believe anything they say. Duan Jia nodded and said nonchalantly, that's fine. Realizing that Duan Jia was not in a good mood, Fatty Chen quickly asked, Duan Jia, what happened?
Duan Jia looked up, looked at Fatty Chen very seriously, and asked, Fatty, what do you think of me?
Fatty Chen gave him a thumbs up and said, excellent.
You're the most loyal brother I've ever met in college. Duan Jia sighed helplessly and told him what happened between him and Xiao Nero in the afternoon.
That's what happened. Duan Jia said and looked up at Fatty Chen. Fatty Chen looked at him solemnly. What's wrong with you? He asked. Duan Jia, I'm jealous of you. Ha! A straight guy like you has so many romantic opportunities, so why is it that no one likes me? Fatty Chen said sadly. Duan Jia was speechless after hearing this. Be serious. I'm very serious.
Fatty Chen said excitedly, hey man, for someone at your level to still be able to find a girlfriend, you must have saved countless galaxies in your past life.
If it were me, I would do more than just block you. Duan Jia immediately asked, do you also think my approach is wrong? It's not just wrong, it's absolutely wrong. So what do you think we should do now? Duan Jia asked.
Fatty Chen, you don't have to do anything, just wait.
Duan Jia looked at Fatty Chen with suspicion, are you sure? Have you ever heard the saying, trust the people you employ, and don't employ the person if you don't trust him? Fatty Chen said with contempt. Chapter 104 asking for my autograph. Duan Jia nodded. What else could he do? We can only try our best to save the situation.
So, Duan Jia gradually calmed down under Fatty Chen's persuasion. But he had a plan. After making peace with Xiao Nero this time, he must ask for her phone number. If something like this happens again in the future, at least I will have other ways to contact Xiao Nero. On the other side, Jian Shuru felt a little unbalanced when she saw that there was no movement on her mobile phone.
What am I doing? Duan Jia actually did nothing wrong. Besides, this is the only contact information the two of them have. Now that she has blocked Duan Jia, he must be very anxious, right? And
when Jian Shuru came to her senses, she realized that she was just jealous of herself.
Why is she angry?
It was simply because Duan Jia was very decisive and accepted his invitation without hesitation. But Jian Shuru and Xiao Nero are obviously the same person. Jian Shuru was very upset now, and she even began to feel sorry for Duan Jia again.
Am I going too far by doing this?
Thinking of this, Jian Shuru immediately pulled Duan Jia off the blacklist.
TSK, how embarrassing.
She has always considered the consequences of everything she does, but it seems that all these principles are gone in front of that man.
Wouldn't this be a bit of a double standard?
But after a while, our campus beauty Jane began to comfort herself.
What's wrong with double standards? Human nature is double standard.
Besides, he was her boyfriend. If she couldn't even treat him well, how could she be considered a qualified girlfriend? Thinking of this, Jian Shuro happily sent a message to Duan Jia. I forgive you. After Jian Shuro sent this message, her tone was full of arrogance, but for the usually aloof school beauty, it was very rare for her to do this. After seeing the message from Shan Iroh, Duan Jia instantly sat up from the bed and excitedly shouted to Fatty Chen, "Fatty, you're amazing. She said she forgives me. Look, I'll tell you what I'm saying." Fatty Chen said complacently. Duan Jia ignored her. He originally thought that Shao Nara would not talk to him until the next day. "I didn't expect that I would forgive myself so quickly. Baby, I was wrong." Then Duan Jia also posted a special emoticon package showing his feeling aggrieved. "Do you know how to coax me now?" What a fatal question. When Duan Jia saw this, the smile on his face froze and he immediately asked Fatty Chen for help. "Fatty, come here quickly, how should I respond?" After seeing this, Fatty Chen said, "Just say you know." Duan Jia began to wonder, "But I still don't know." Fatty Chen said angrily, "Duan Jia, don't you understand? Girls love to hear sweet nothings when they're in love. If you don't understand that, what's the point of being in love?" Fatty Chen looked at Duan Jia with a hopeless look. Duan Jia seemed to be despised. Damn, I was actually looked down upon by a fat guy. Although he was very unconvinced, he still said what Fatty Chen taught him. "I get it, baby. I'll never do that again." To be honest, Duan Jia felt a little guilty when he said this. Fortunately, Shao Nara didn't ask any further questions. This made Duan Jia breathe a sigh of relief. The next day, Duan Jia got up early. Duan Jia had already figured out how to serialize the comics. Because it was morning, there were not many people in the library, and many people were fast asleep at this time. Duan Jia also specifically chose such a time period. He had already consulted a lot of information and found that campus-themed comics actually have a very large market. As long as he can ensure the quality, he will definitely attract a lot of people. Duan Jia took out his iPad immediately. He had bought this tablet at great expense before. Although it was second-hand, Duan Jia didn't think it was a big deal. After all, he has the skills, and he can produce good works even with the worst equipment. That's right, Duan Jia is so confident now. Duan Jia meditated for a while. Create a rough outline of the character in your mind. Then he picked up the pen and started moving it back and forth on the tablet. Duan Jia first drafted his own character and then wrote down the various facial details of the hero and heroine. This was a habit he had developed before. As Duan Jia's hands waved back and forth in the air, he first drew the general outline of the character, then the eyes, eyebrows, nose, mouth, and even the moles on the face were painted very carefully, and even the hair seemed to reveal vitality. After this draft is drawn, the image of the heroine in the comic Duan Jia is almost out. Then, it's time to color. Duan Jia had learned how to draw on a tablet in his spare time, so these techniques that seemed unfamiliar to others were not unfamiliar at all to him as a novice. After painting the heroine's lips, the heroine of the comic Duan Jia is finally done. Her flowing long hair and a pair of peach blossom eyes are particularly attractive. Not only that, her figure is also amazing. There should be no one who wouldn't like such a perfect heroine, right? As Duan Jia was thinking this, a familiar voice came from behind him. "Hey, look, isn't that the milk tea guy? It's really him. Should we go over and take a look?" Duan Jia immediately turned off his tablet after hearing this. "Just kidding, it's okay to look at him, but if he sees what's on the tablet, he'll be dead." The two girls behind me were still talking secretly. "Should we go get an autograph?" "I don't dare. What if he scolds me?" Duan Jia's eyelids twitched. "Sign? Why do you ask for your signature? And do I look like someone who would curse?" As he was thinking this in his heart, one of the girls seemed to finally muster up the courage and patted Duan Jia on the shoulder. "Hello, classmate." Duan Jia turned his head, pretending to be confused, and asked, "What's the matter?" The girl became even more excited when she saw Duan Jia's face, and quickly asked, "Can you give me an autograph?" Duan Jia frowned, "Sorry classmate, I don't know you." He thought that it was another junior school girl who was going to confess her love to him like last time, so he rejected her directly. The girl saw that Duan Jia had misunderstood, so she immediately waved her hands and said, No, I just want your autograph." Now it was Duan Jia's turn to be confused. What's the meaning?
Could it be that his identity as an illustrator has been exposed? Or was it that the account I was singing under was exposed? Chapter 105: A Life of Cheating. The more Duanjia thought about it, the more frightened he became. The way he looked at the two people also changed. No way. No way. I won't be exposed to the public like this, right? He glanced at the people in the library out of the corner of his eye. Well, not much, I still have a chance to escape. I especially like you and the school beauty, the girl said excitedly. Ah? Duanjia didn't react at once and was a little confused. Like him and the school beauty? And in the next second, he suddenly understood. Good job. Aren't these the fans of him and Jin Shuru? Are fans so arrogant nowadays? So I want an autograph from you. Is that okay? The girl's eyes were filled with anticipation, as if she was certain that Duanjia would agree. However, the boy in front of him just shook his head with a serious expression on his face. Classmate, to be honest, the relationship between me and the school beauty is not what you think. The smiles on the female classmate and her companions' faces froze immediately. What do you mean? What I mean is, I hope you won't publicize the scandal between me and the school beauty Jane anymore. I have a girlfriend, and we have a very good relationship. I don't want this incident to affect our relationship. Duanjia said a lot in a row, completely ignoring the increasingly ugly expressions of the two girls in front of him. Are you telling the truth? The girl still seemed unconvinced and kept asking. Duanjia nodded. There's no need for me to lie to you. The two girls burst into tears. There are people who have more tragic things than this. The couple that I had finally supported was specifically clarified by the real owners that both of them were innocent. Is there anything more tragic in the world than this? Duanjia had never seen such a scene before. Two girls are crying in front of me, how unlucky I am. The two girls cried harder and harder, and had already entered a state of ecstasy. More and more people came looking over. Duanjia is now at a loss for words. It's over, completely over. I should be notorious now. In this situation, everyone would think that they were the one who made the girl cry, right? Really? The milk tea boy actually bullied two girls. Exactly, isn't he involved with the school beauty? Why is he suddenly with these two girls? They are always looking for more, and there is no good man at all. At this moment, Duanjia just wanted to ask God to lend him another 500 years to be remade. I can't live like this anymore. Stop crying. Duanjia spoke to comfort him. You don't understand, the girl said while sobbing. Duanjia thought that he really didn't understand. Are fans of CP so sincere these days? We managed to write a nearly 10,000-word article overnight about your journey from the time you two first met to the present. Duanjia was shocked when he heard this. 10,000 words. This is almost equivalent to a graduation thesis. No way. No way. Are people working so hard nowadays? And if he wasn't the person involved, he would really think that he and Jin Shura had known each other for a long time. But the fact is, the two of them have only known each other for less than 2 months. These people are too imaginative. Don't be too sad. There are so many couples in the world you can support. Why do you have to focus on us too? Duanjia spoke the truth in his heart. He actually wanted to say it a long time ago. Although there are many strange things in the world, Duanjia can understand them. But if it really happened to him, he still found it unacceptable. It feels like every move you make is visible to everyone, with no privacy at all. You wouldn't understand. Hearing this again, Duanjia nodded again. He felt that he and this group of people seemed to be from a different world. Since we are not from the same world, it doesn't matter what he says. Moreover, there were more and more people around, and Duanjia didn't want to make a big deal out of this matter. Okay, whatever you want. Duanjia backed down. As long as it doesn't affect his real life, let them do it. It won't cost him anything anyway. The two girls stopped crying immediately after hearing this. Really? Duanjia nodded. He had to say that he admired the speed at which the two people changed their expressions. Of course, but you have to promise me not to affect my private life with the school beauty. After hearing this, the two of them looked at each other and smiled as if they had grasped some key words. Duanjia frowned. He didn't say anything just now, right? Forget it, he doesn't care about it. Don't worry, we promise we can do it.
Both of them had happy smiles on their faces.
Duanjia nodded and picked up his tablet. Then I'll be leaving first. After saying that, he left without looking back. Good. Ha.
Finally I breathed some fresh air, Duanjia thought to himself. Today's task is not completed because he only drew the image of the female protagonist, and the image of the male protagonist has not been decided yet. However, there is no need to rush into such matters. Duanjia, with the attitude of continuous improvement, is determined to make his comic series the best it can be.
The candlelight illuminated the dinner, but it couldn't reveal an answer. Love is not a warm dinner. A few double beds. Damn, why does this voice sound so familiar? Hey, the school is playing classmate Duan's song again.
I never get tired of listening to his songs every day.
This man is simply amazing. Yes.
I heard that the school has issued an order, saying that they will definitely find Mr. Duan.
Really?
This way we'll soon know what classmate Duan looks like.
Yeah, I guess he must be a handsome guy. TSK, that's not necessarily true. Haven't you heard that saying?
The better the voice of a boy, the uglier he is. Duanjia immediately became nervous when he heard the discussions around him.
The school actually wants to find me? What should I do?
To be honest, Duanjia really didn't expect that he would become famous so quickly at the beginning. At least he never expected this situation. Listening to his songs playing throughout the school, Duanjia felt different emotions in his heart.
This is the song he sang.
His voice.
He was very familiar with it.
He never imagined he would become the man he is today.
I can sing and draw. This is simply a life of cheating.
Although he thought so, Duanjia knew that as a college student, the most important thing for him was to focus on his studies. Duanjia has lived in a small third-tier city since he was a child.
Didn't he come to an international metropolis like Kyoto to make a name for himself? No matter what method it is, he will do his best.
For yourself, and even more for those who love you.
Chapter 106. The school beauty also participated in the competition.
But before Duanjia was discovered by the school teachers, he was almost discovered by Fatty Chen. It was originally a sunny morning, but for Duanjia, this was something he had never expected. Today is the preliminary round of the campus singing competition. Duanjia originally did not sign up, but his good brother Fatty Chen did. Duanjia originally planned to do a live broadcast today, but he could not resist Fatty Chen's persistence and insisted that Duanjia accompany him. The two men came into the huge crowd. Fatty Chen went to the other side first to get his singing order number, and Duanjia lined up for him. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the originally peaceful team.
Duanjia didn't care and thought it was a teacher coming.
But when he looked up, he saw Jian Shuro, who had been looking at him not far away.
Because I don't know why I made Jian Shuro angry last time, and I don't know if it's a coincidence or something, I haven't seen Jian Shuro in the past few days.
The two of them seemed to have made an agreement and neither of them looked for the other. Of course, although Jian Shuro had been looking for Duanjia unilaterally before, this was the first time that he had not appeared in her sight for such a long time. This is totally unlike Jian Shuro's style of doing things.
Now we meet here again. So should I say hello or not?
Duanjia was a little confused. Maybe Jian Shuro was still angry about what happened last time. But before he could figure out the result, he saw Jian Shuro standing in front of him.
Junior Duan, what a coincidence.
Jian Shuro looked at Duanjia with a smile.
People are talking to me proactively. If I still act like a spoiled brat, I'm not a man anymore.
Thinking of this, Duanjia immediately smiled and said, I'm here to accompany Fatty Chen. Jian Shuro nodded and said something that almost made everyone around her drop their jaws, I'm here to participate in the competition. When these words were spoken, everyone gasped.
Damn, the sun really rises from the west today. What did the school beauty just say? Participate in the competition?
Everyone couldn't believe what they heard.
During her 3 years in college, when did the school beauty ever participate in a campus singing competition? This is simply unimaginable. Although everyone wants to hear the singing of Jane, the campus beauty, it is just a luxury. But today, this extravagant wish has come true. What kind of lottery did I win?
Duanjia naturally listened to the discussions around him and was very surprised.
Where is the cool and aloof school beauty? Isn't this a bit inconsistent with the character? So the school beauties also participated in this kind of activities? Did they really need to queue up with so many people just to earn credits? What shocking news!
That's right, as soon as Jin Shura finished speaking, someone had already spread the news that Jin Shura was going to participate in the campus singing competition. When everyone saw that the school beauty was going to participate in the campus singing competition, they first expressed their doubts. Pictures speak louder than words. Someone took a picture of Jane Shuru, but as usual, they covered her face with a cute sticker.
It is everyone's responsibility to protect the privacy of school beauties.
And even though Jin Shuru's face was blocked, no one could replace the school beauty's unique temperament. So what if her face was blocked?
Students at Kyoto University have long been captivated by the campus beauty's aura and grace in every gesture.
So when everyone saw that the person in the picture was really the school belle, they started to get excited.
Why would a school beauty participate in a singing competition? Could it be that the host made a mistake? Maybe the school beauty is just a staff member.
I know that the school beauty will never participate in a singing competition.
This can't be the school beauty we knew before.
Although everyone said so and no one believed that Jin Shura would participate in this competition, her body was very honest and the number of people in the waiting area of the entire singing competition doubled instantly. After seeing that the school beauty was really on the list of contestants, everyone finally believed it.
Damn, does that mean we can hear the school beauty sing? The school beauty must be able to sing beautifully.
Of course, the singing of a beautiful schoolgirl is good.
What song is the school beauty going to sing?
The campus singing competition has regulations that the day before the competition, contestants need to tell the staff what song they will sing and prepare the accompaniment in advance. Everyone was already excited to see the school beauty coming to participate in the competition, but after seeing the song Jin Shura was going to sing, even Duan Jia was shocked.
No way, the school beauty is going to sing this song too. Could it be that the school beauty is also a fan of classmate Duan? You probably don't know this.
Someone confessed to the school beauty before, and she clearly said that if it was classmate Duan who confessed to her, she would definitely agree.
It's really not their fault for imagining things. It's just that Duan is now a celebrity in their school.
Besides, Duan became famous in school because of the song Love Transfer.
Now even the school beauty pageant has to sing this song. It's hard not to think of something, right?
Duan Jia, the person involved, never expected that Jin Shura would actually sing this song. Although it was a bit narcissistic to think this way, he still vaguely felt that the school beauty singing this song was related to him. Looking at Jin Shuru again, she seemed very calm, with no change in expression at all due to the comments of the people around her.
Duan Jia couldn't help but admire Jin Shuru's psychological endurance. If it were me, I might not be as calm as Jin Shuru.
Fatty Chen hurried over and immediately greeted the school beauty after seeing her. "Senior sister, you are here to see Duan Jia again." He said this in a loud voice, and almost everyone within 100 meters could hear it.
Duan Jia wished he could cover the fat guy's mouth right now.
However, it is obvious that Fatty Chen himself did not realize that he had just said the wrong thing. Jin Shuro smiled gently and said, "No, I'm here to participate in the competition."
Fatty Chen opened his mouth exaggeratedly. "No way, school beauty, but Duan Jia is not participating." Duan Jia rolled his eyes. "Help!"
He was not afraid of god-like opponents but was afraid of pig-like teammates.
Duan Jia could already feel the gazes from all directions. If I let him continue talking like that, I won't be able to stay in this school anymore. Fatty, shut up. Duan Jia looked at him with a warning look. Fatty Chen shut up immediately.
Seeing this scene, Jin Shura chuckled. Everyone was stunned when they saw Jin Shuru's smile.
The school beauty smiled. The school beauty actually smiled again. Why can't the school beauty smile so easily when facing this man? And she smiles so beautifully. Is there any justice in this world?
Just when everyone was about to start talking, the host of the singing competition announced that the competition was about to begin.
Fatty Chen immediately became nervous and kept talking to Duan Jia, saying, "Duan Jia, what if I sing out of tune?" Duan Jia ignored what he said and said nonchalantly, "Isn't it normal for you to sing out of tune often?" Chapter 107. Duan Jia is forced to participate in the competition. Fatty Chen suddenly stopped talking. It made so much sense that he couldn't refute it. Ouch, ouch.
Fatty Chen suddenly bent down, and the flesh on his face immediately wrinkled into a ball.
Duan Jia saw this and immediately asked, "What's wrong?" "My stomach hurts." Fatty Chen seemed to be in great pain. "No way, big brother, it's your turn soon." Duan Jia suddenly had a bad feeling. Fatty Chen said to Duan Jia, No, I have to go to the bathroom."
After he finished speaking, he slipped away without waiting for Duanjia to react.
Depend on.
Looking at Fatty Chen's back, Duanjia glanced at the team that was getting closer and closer.
Isn't this barbecue?
However, as luck would have it, Jian Shuro happened to be standing in front of Fatty Chen. She had just received her competition order from the staff and was very surprised when she saw Duanjia.
How can this be such a coincidence?
This is what I was about to say, Duanjia thought.
Where is your roommate?
Jian Shuro looked around.
Duanjia explained, he went to the toilet.
Jian Shuro nodded, and the two looked at each other, completely unsure of what to say.
Everyone around saw the state of the two people. What's going on? How come the relationship between the two of you has become so cold after not seeing each other for a few days? Look, has something happened between the school beauty and the milk tea boy?
It seems to me that the school beauty who was so proactive suddenly stopped talking to the milk tea boy.
Is this so hard to understand? The school beauty must have figured it out. What's so good about a milk tea boy? There are so many high-quality boys in our school. The school beauty must have fallen in love with someone else.
Of course, this group of people are eager to create chaos in the world and are eager to find out what happened between the two people on the spot today. However, as fans of Duanjia and Jian Shuro, there are still some people who are defending the two of them.
If you don't know, please don't talk nonsense, okay? The two of them went back to the school beauty's house together yesterday.
That's right, some sourpusses just know how to spread rumors. If they can't get the school beauty's favor, they start spreading rumors about others.
Even if two people are arguing, that's normal, okay? I'm telling you guys, just shut up if you don't know anything.
The buzzing sound of people talking around was almost drowning out the singing in front.
Although the staff are also very gossipy, the necessary order must still be maintained. Everyone, be quiet and pay attention to the order of the game.
The crowd immediately stopped making noise. Jian Shuro looked at the boy in front of her. She was so cold to him just now because she was still feeling a little uncomfortable about what happened yesterday.
Girls, how can they calm down so quickly? But it seems like this idiot is totally unaware of it. Forget it, can I still expect a straight man to notice that I am unhappy?
Thinking of this, Jian Shuro felt much better. I took another look at the team in front of me and saw that it was only 5 people left before it was my turn.
Duanjia, your roommate hasn't arrived yet? Jian Shuro asked again. Duanjia was also very anxious and quickly took out his cell phone to send a message to Fatty Chen. Fatty, aren't you done yet? Your turn will be soon. Where are the people? Duanjia waited for a long time before receiving a reply. Duanjia, I might have eaten something bad last night.
Duanjia immediately had a bad feeling in his heart.
I have diarrhea now, you must help me.
After Fatty Chen finished speaking, he made another aggrieved expression.
How do you want me to help you? Duanjia asked. Why don't you help me sing? Duanjia knew that today was definitely his unlucky day. Impossible, either you sing or you abstain. How can that be possible?
If I don't participate in this competition today, I won't have enough credits for this semester, said Fatty Chen. Duanjia looked at the information on the mobile phone screen and really wanted to go to the other side of the screen and pull Fatty Chen out.
Duanjia hesitated. Seeing that Duanjia didn't reply, he started sending messages frantically. Wow, you are still not my good brother. My stomach hurts so much right now that I can't even leave the bathroom. As long as you are willing to help me, I will definitely treat you to a big meal. This isn't a matter of whether it's a good meal or not, okay?
With his current strength, it is probably more than enough for him to win the first prize.
The key is that as soon as you open your mouth, you will probably be exposed. He knew Fatty Chen's character. He would never ask for his help unless it was absolutely necessary.
In the end, he compromised.
Who made me soft-hearted since childhood? Wait till I give you a good meal. Duanjia replied. I love you. Duanjia packed up his phone.
At this point, he could only think carefully about what to do. If it is just about changing the tone, it is actually not difficult. But a song is almost 4 minutes long, and he really can't guarantee that he can disguise himself well within 4 minutes. Jian Shuro just happened to see the conversation between Duanjia and Fatty Chen, and he naturally knew what Duanjia was worried about.
So, she said, why don't we sing a duet together? Duanjia was stunned after hearing this. What? He thought he had misheard and asked again. Jian Shuro burst out laughing.
There's no way, Duan Jia's silly look is just too cute. I say, why don't we sing a duet together? Jian Shuro said seriously.
Duan Jia was naturally very happy.
He was originally worried that if he sang for too long, he would be exposed. If he could sing with Jian Shuro, then this risk would be greatly reduced.
But why did the school beauty suddenly want to sing a duet?
Jian Shuro could see Duan Jia's doubts, so she just said, actually, I had no choice but to come here.
I'm not very familiar with this song, so are you willing? Duan Jia nodded immediately and said he was willing.
He was very willing.
However, another problem arose in the blink of an eye. But Fatty Chen's song has already been reported. Duan Jia said with some embarrassment.
Jian Shuro smiled, patted herself, and said, don't worry about this, leave it to me. Then he stared at everyone and left the team.
Duan Jia consciously occupied the space for Jian Shuro.
A few minutes later, Jian Shuro came back. She winked at Duan Jia and said, mission accomplished.
So simple? Duan Jia found it unbelievable. The people in the student union are the best at judging people by their behavior.
If it is not an important matter, they will definitely not care. And Jian Shuro was able to convince them so easily.
What method was used? What did you tell them?
Jian Shuro looked completely confused as to why Duan Jia was making such a fuss, and said lightly, it's very simple. I just said that the contestant behind me and I were going to sing a duet.
That's it?
Jian Shuro nodded. No, they changed it in front of me after I said it.
Duan Jia looked at Jian Shuro's lively face and seemed to understand something.
These days, if you are good looking, you can succeed in 80% of things.
At least that's the case for Jian Shuro. Chapter 108, Godly Combination.
In that case, Duan Jia has nothing to worry about. I just need to have a slightly different voice from classmate Duan when singing.
Duan Jia is still confident that he can do this.
Seeing that there was only one person left in front of Duan Jia and Jian Shuro, Duan Jia took a deep breath.
Jian Shuro looked at him with a smile. Are you still nervous? Duan Jia didn't quite understand what Jian Shuro meant, so he asked, why wouldn't I be nervous?
Jian Shuro shrugged, who knows? After all, you are the one who is broadcast live under the gaze of thousands of netizens. Of course, Jian Shuro could only say this in her heart.
It's almost campus beauty. Is the tape recorder ready? We must record the school beauty singing. What should I do? I'm so nervous. It's not you who's singing, why are you so nervous?
Next, please welcome contestant number 23 Jian Shuro and Chen Yi to sing a duet of Love Transfer.
Chen Yi is Fatty Chen.
As soon as the words fell, the crowd, which had been very quiet, immediately began to stir again.
Who is Chen Yi? Who knows?
There are no other boys around the school beauty except the milk tea boy. From this perspective, there was really no other boy around Jian Shuro, only the milk tea boy.
Everyone suddenly had a bad feeling. No way, Chen Yi is not the milk tea man, right?
And the fact is, the person the school beauty wanted to sing with was actually the milk tea boy. I saw two people walking up shoulder to shoulder in full view of everyone.
Just now, the two of them divided the paragraphs.
Jian Shuro was still as confident as ever, and Duan Jia's aura didn't even weaken even when he stood beside her. I have to say, the two of them actually look very compatible at first glance.
As the accompaniment of Love Transfer sounded, everyone present began to hold their breath.
After wandering through countless shop windows and staying in countless hotels, I will finally feel that separation is not unfair.
As soon as Jian Shuro opened her mouth, everyone present couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Is this the voice of the school beauty? Damn, the goddess is worthy of being a goddess. Even her singing voice is so beautiful. Oh my god, is there any chance for us ordinary people to survive? In fact, the people present were not exaggerating, because even Duan Jia, who was standing next to Jian Shuro, couldn't help but look at Jian Shuro.
Jian Shuro's voice is different from her overall cold temperament. Her voice is very delicate and gentle, as if she is a storyteller, telling the audience the love story contained in the song. At this moment, Jian Shuro also turned her head, and the two looked at each other. Just this simple thing drove all the CP fans of Duan Jia and Jian Shuro present crazy, and some girls even screamed.
Ah! If this isn't true, I'll do a handstand on top of you. The two people's eyes are clearly filled with love for each other.
On the other hand, on the stage, it was Duan Jia's turn to sing. Are feelings meant to be viewed or to be treasured, so that every day can be unforgettable?
Duan Jia has tried his best to avoid Duan's singing habits. He even deliberately made some flaws in his singing. Even the tone of his singing was a little deeper than Duan's. From this sentence, Duan Jia can be said to have put a lot of effort into it, for fear that his reputation would be ruined. But even so, to others, it sounded like the sound of nature. Fuck, what kind of magical combination is this? Milk Tea Man actually sings so beautifully. Do you think Milk Tea Boy's singing sounds a bit like classmate Duan? Yes, a little bit, but I think Duan's voice is better. Wait, why do I feel like the school beauty and the Milk Tea Boy are deliberately showing off their affection? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone felt deeply in agreement. Singing on the same stage without leaking any information beforehand, isn't this just a disguised display of affection? The two people on the stage continued to sing, and gradually they got into the mood. We talked back and forth, and looked at each other from time to time. Singles say they are used to seeing such scenes. The entire singing competition stage has become the home court of Jian Shuru and Duan Jia. Their ecstatic singing shocked the entire Kyoto University, and some people even skipped classes just to watch the two sing. There's no way, after all, Jian Shuru is the national treasure level goddess of Kyoto University. And Duan Jia became the focus of everyone's daily discussions because of Jian Shuru. It sounds good, but it's not as good as Mr. Duan's singing. How can Milk Tea Boy compare to classmate Duan? Even though they sing some parts very similarly, when compared like this, no one can compare to classmate Duan. It wasn't just this one person who thought so, almost everyone present thought so, because Duan had become like a ceiling. The sun is flowing through my body, waiting for all my karma to be forgiven. Don't be disappointed. The most beautiful and ordinary things are the ones that move you deeply. As the accompaniment gradually falls. Both of them dropped the microphone at the same time. The teachers sitting in the judging panel were obviously still immersed in the two people singing and had not reacted yet. This is a truly shocking audio-visual feast. Many students were not well prepared for the preliminary round, and most of them were just trying to earn a credit. This also led to them not taking this competition very seriously. They still thought so until Jian Shuru and Duan Jia came out, but after hearing their voices, they could no longer say any words of praise. This combination is just too good. No, it should have exceeded everyone's imagination. Please ask the judges to give their scores. It is said to be scoring, but in fact there are 4 people sitting in front of you. As long as 3 of them show the check mark, you will pass. Does this need to be rated? This must be passed unanimously. As expected. The 4 judges in front of Duan Jia and Jian Shuru all showed their cards. I told you, it will pass unanimously. This is something that should come as no surprise. This is the first unanimous approval since the start of the competition. Who makes the school beauty so outstanding? Duan Jia was not surprised to see this result. Although he had deliberately made some flaws in his singing just now, it was still more than enough to pass the competition. The two of them left the stage again under everyone's gaze. The classmate who was originally planning to deliver water after the school beauty finished singing became scared at this moment. Wouldn't I get slapped in the face if I went it this time? The owner is standing right next to them, who would dare to send it off? As Duan Jia left the stage, he was greeted by a big hug from Fatty Chen. Duan Jia. I love you. Duan Jia was hit by the huge weight and staggered back a few steps. Fuck, let me go. Duan Jia said with disdain. Fatty Chen let him go, and after seeing Jian Shuru beside Duan Jia, he excitedly said, School belle. You and Duan Jia are such a perfect match. Fatty Chen's words expressed the thoughts of many people. Chapter 109 Give up the game. I have to say that the performance just now was really shocking. No one has ever seen Jian Shuru sing, and the key point is that she sings so well. Not only that, even your milk tea man seemed to be cheating. The two of them worked together perfectly, and they simply beat everyone else. Duan Jia felt a little guilty. He knew that he had performed very well just now, but he didn't know if he could make others think of Duan. Just as he was thinking about this, he heard Fatty Chen say carelessly, But Duan Jia, I just realized that your voice is a bit similar to my idol's. Damn, I almost forgot this guy is a die-hard fan of Duan. Could they find any flaws? Just when he was extremely nervous, Fatty Chen said, But you can't sing as well as Mr. Duan. Many of the syllables are different from his. Duan Jia breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Damn, this fat guy probably can't help but gasp for breath when he speaks. But this also shows that I disguised myself very well. No one was able to discover it before. This way I can feel at ease.
Jian Shuru, who was standing nearby, also echoed, I think what my junior and classmate Duan sang is different.
Duan Jia looked at Jian Shuru.
For some reason, Duan Jia always felt that Jian Shuru seemed to know something, and there was always a faint smile in her eyes when she looked at him.
Am I overthinking it?
After singing the song, the three of them went home.
Only a group of people were left discussing.
Because the song Duan Jia and Jian Shuru had just sung was so outstanding, many people who followed were unable to surpass them. Even though the singing was very good, the judges still only gave it 3 votes to pass. This means that throughout the entire competition, only the group of Duan Jia and Jian Shuru passed with all 4 votes. This completely breaks the previous rules of campus singers. As soon as the competition ended, everyone immediately posted on the forum. It is a vote to sort the songs of all the contestants who passed, and then choose your favorite one. As soon as this post was published, everyone started voting. Jian Shuru and Duan Jia's votes were several thousand votes ahead of the second place.
If we didn't know the school beauty's character, everyone would probably think that this was definitely a vote-rigging scam. This is simply outrageous. Fatty Chen shouted excitedly while holding his cell phone. Duan Jia was reporting his recent trip to Shaonairo. When he heard Fatty Chen talking, he casually asked, "What's the big deal?"
Fatty Chen immediately held up his phone in front of Duan Jia. You and the school beauty are already thousands of votes ahead of the second place.
What voting? Duan Jia looked at the title carefully.
He was speechless for a moment, but then he figured it out. He had been in this school for such a long time and had seen all kinds of weird posts.
They say he's the school beauty's cousin. They say he's two-timing. They said he was living with the school beauty. After living for more than 20 years, I actually have my own CP post. There's really nothing surprising about voting posts like this. So what?
Seeing Duan Jia's calm reaction, Fatty Chen lost his composure and patted Duan Jia on the shoulder. Brother, you're famous. I can already imagine what a spectacular scene it will be when you participate in your next competition.
Duan Jia slowly raised his head and asked seriously, what's the next competition? Don't you know? Asked Fatty Chen. What should I know? Duan Jia asked back.
Fatty Chen reacted immediately and slapped his forehead. Look at me, I almost forgot you were singing for me today. As he said that, he took out his cell phone and showed it to Duan Jia. It only said that students who passed the preliminary round would have the rematch next Friday, and the specific time would be notified separately.
Duan Jia was silent. He forgot, this is a competition.
Moreover, he and Jian Shuru entered the semi-finals with high votes.
Isn't that the end of the matter? If I sing again, I will be exposed.
Moreover, he had never thought about seriously participating in any campus singing competition. The culprit was the person in front of him. Fatty Chen felt a little guilty when he saw Duan Jia suddenly looking at him with a resentful look in his eyes.
He smiled awkwardly and said, Hee, Duan Jia, I know I was wrong about what happened today, but don't worry, I will never compete with you for the final trophy.
It's not about the trophy at all.
Duan Jia said with a headache, I won't participate in the semi-finals.
When Fatty Chen heard this, he was shocked. How could this be possible? My brother is so successful.
I should benefit from it too. Why? He asked in confusion.
Duan Jia glanced at him and simply said, I'm not interested. Fatty Chen shook Duan Jia's shoulder and said, Brother, that's singing on the same stage with the school belle.
That's the school belle. Duan Jia remained indifferent. You know everyone will envy you when you sing. This will bring honor to our ancestors. Duan Jia completely ignored it.
If he is soft-hearted again this time, he will be pushing himself into the fire pit. Seeing that Duan Jia really didn't seem to have any intention of participating again, Fatty Chen gave up.
Okay, I got the credits anyway, I'll treat you to a meal someday. Duan Jia finally looked up at him, okay. But I have to warn you, this competition isn't just for you.
There's also the school beauty, and I can't guarantee she'll agree to a farting competition.
Duan Jia looked up immediately.
Yes, and there is Jian Shuru.
How could I have forgotten her? The success of this competition is thanks to her, and would she agree to give up the competition? Oh, my head hurts. Duan Jia told Xiao Nero about this matter. I think the school beauty will definitely understand you. Xiao Nero said.
Duan Jia, however, was unconcerned. I heard that this is the school beauty's first time participating in this competition, so she shouldn't give up so easily.
That's not necessarily true. How would you know if you don't ask her?
Seeing what Xiao Nara said, Duanjia felt that what she said made perfect sense.
Okay.
So he immediately found Jian Shuru's WeChat, typed and deleted it in the chat box, deleted it and typed again.
Buzz buzz buzz. The phone suddenly vibrated. It's news from Jian Shuru. Damn, what a coincidence.
I was just about to send her a message. Duanjia took a closer look at the message and almost jumped off the bed. Junior, I can't participate in the campus singers semi-finals.
I'm really sorry. Duanjia immediately replied, I'm not sorry at all.
I was just about to tell my senior that I couldn't attend either.
His excitement was all reflected in his writing. That's great. I was worried you might be unhappy. Duanjia saw it and immediately replied, how could that be?
I should thank you, senior's sister. He really didn't expect that this matter would be resolved so quickly.
In such a perfect way.
It seems that Xiao Nara was right. I will listen more to what Xiao Nara says in the future. Chapter 110. Another person confesses to Duanjia.
After solving this troublesome problem, Duanjia felt much more relaxed. Duanjia, why do we have so many talented people in our school? Fatty Chin said while eating the instant noodles he had just bought.
Duanjia frowned, not knowing why the fat man suddenly said that.
Why do you suddenly say that? Duanjia asked.
Fatty Chin stuffed a mouthful of noodles in his mouth and mumbled, look, there's this guy called an illustrator in front, and then suddenly there's this classmate Duan who can sing.
Today I discovered that you can actually sing so well. Duanjia didn't know how to answer. Should he tell him that the two people in front were actually himself? And even if I said it myself, based on Fatty Chen's IQ, he would definitely not believe it. Duanjia put his phone down and said to Fatty Chen, what does this have to do with us? We're just ordinary college students.
Fatty Chen nodded, expressing his deep agreement, and then continued to eat his noodles. After Duanjia comforted Fatty Chen, he lay on the bed and began to conceive the image of the male protagonist of his comic.
Fatty, what kind of boys do girls like nowadays? Duanjia said leisurely.
Fatty Chen suddenly raised his head and looked at Duanjia with a look of horror. No way, Duanjia, you still have this worry.
What do you mean? Duanjia didn't understand what he meant at once. Fatty Chen rolled his eyes and said, you're a celebrity in school now.
Those girls can't wait to throw themselves at you. Duanjia didn't believe what Fatty Chen said, and he knew that he wouldn't get anything out of him if he continued asking, so he just said, just make it up. Don't believe me, our confession wall under the snow is now filled with girls who have confessed their love to you.
Ah. Duanjia immediately opened the confession wall of Kyoto University. I kept scrolling down and finally saw it.
The latest one is a post specifically expressing love for Duanjia. Wall, I'm confessing my love to the milk tea boy from the School of Finance. The song he sang with the school beauty today, Love Transfer, was simply amazing. I don't know if he has a girlfriend. If she sees this, remember to add my contact information, 18839.
The girl even attached a selfie of herself below. The comments below say all sorts of things. But most of them are just to tell the girl not to have such wishful thinking. How can you compare with the school belle with someone like this? Where does your confidence come from? Don't you feel embarrassed to post this?
The milk tea guy's real name is Duanjia. He didn't even know this and yet he came here to confess his love.
What kind of dinosaur is this? The beauty filter is almost turned up to level 10, right?
Duanjia frowned when he saw this.
Although he himself does not agree with this kind of behavior, isn't it not good to attack someone's appearance like this?
He continued to scroll down and found that there were still a small number of people who were secretly mocking him.
Who is Milk Tea Man? Those who don't know him might think he's some idol. I have some dirt on the milk tea guy. He's just a two-timing scumbag. Let's be honest, the school beauty's singing is really fine, but forget about the milk tea boy, right?
He tried to imitate classmate Duan's singing style, but in fact, he was just an ugly imitation.
Duanjia's originally calm expression suddenly turned into a smile. Ha 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 ha. He really couldn't help it. What the hell is going on? Does he need to imitate himself? Not really, not really.
It only shows that the netizens of this generation are really too incompetent. He originally thought that someone would doubt his relationship with classmate Duan, but now it seems that he was just worrying too much. Fatty Chen looked at Duanjia, who was laughing towards the sky, with a worried look on his face.
Oh my god, are you stimulated? Duanjia, are you okay? Don't worry, these people are just talking nonsense online. If they dare to bully you in real life, don't worry. I will protect you, brother.
Duanjia shook his head, the smile on his face still not fading, and said, "Thank you, fatty, but you don't have to worry about me. I won't take these people's words to heart."
Duanjia has always been like this, because there is no need for it. There is really no need to do that. He is too busy.
If he cares about these rumors, then he has no use in this business.
The most important thing now is to draw my own comics as soon as possible.
So what kind of boys do girls like?
He should go ask Xiao Naru. Baby, are you there? Duanjia opened Xiao Naru's chat box.
Yes, have you told the school beauty?
Duanjia immediately replied, yes.
Then he said, baby, what kind of boys do you girls like?
Xiao Naru, why are you asking this?
Duanjia was afraid that his girlfriend would misunderstand him, so he quickly said, no, honey, don't think too much.
I want to serialize the comic next, so I want to ask for your opinion. Serialized comics? Xiao Naru asked again. Right. He then added, I think the Illustrator account has been running for quite a while. If I just keep updating illustrations, fans will inevitably get tired of it. Why not try a new format? What do you think, babe? The little girl over there seemed to be thinking about something. Duanjia watched helplessly as the chat page repeatedly displayed the message the other party is typing. What does Xiao Naru want to say?
If it were me, the guy I like would have to have simple bangs, a very standard oval face, narrow and deep eyes, a high nose, and lips that aren't too thin.
Men with thin lips are often unkind.
Seeing the long paragraph sent by Xiao Naru, Duanjia immediately read it carefully.
It's so specific.
But the more Duanjia read, the more he felt something was wrong.
Why, did it sound so familiar? It seems like I've seen it somewhere before. Etc. Isn't this me?
It's not that Duanjia is narcissistic, it's just that this person is exactly like him.
Bangs, face shape, nose, eyes, Duanjia licked his mouth.
Well, not the very thin kind.
He immediately typed, baby, could this person be me? What do you think, idiot? Duanjia smiled and said, I think you are talking about me. Nonsense.
Xiao Naru replied unhappily.
Duanjia immediately smiled happily.
The sour smell of love immediately filled the entire room. Some people should be careful, don't flirt with other girls even though you already have a girlfriend.
Duanjia's smile froze on his face.
Looking up outside, he saw another roommate in the dormitory. He usually spoke in a rather unpleasant way, so Duanjia just turned a blind eye to it. But I don't know what happened today, he suddenly started to be sarcastic to Duanjia again.
Duanjia was ready to ignore him and continue chatting with his little Nairo.
At this time, the other two roommates also came back. Seeing that the atmosphere in the dormitory was not right, they didn't dare to ask more questions.
Chapter 111 You are a Sea King. Duanjia originally didn't want to pay attention to it. This roommate was called Chen Fong.
At first, he had a good relationship with the whole dormitory, but later he skipped class one time and was deducted credits when the teacher called his name. It wasn't a big deal originally, but this person was very unreasonable. He thought that if his three roommates had helped him keep it secret at that time, he would definitely not have had his credits deducted. But Duanjia and the others were so wronged. The three of them also overslept that day, and when they woke up, they found that class had already started for 5 minutes. There was no other choice, so the three of them had to ask for leave at the same time, saying that they had eaten out the night before and had stomach upsets.
That's why I didn't get any credits deducted.
Afterwards, the three people kept explaining to him, but Chen Fong simply didn't believe that such a coincidence could happen. So, ever since this incident, I have started to resent them.
I even felt that they were deliberately isolating him.
We were all roommates, and we still had 4 years of college to spend together, so I just gave in to him and didn't argue with him.
Duanjia was puzzled.
He had been extremely busy these past few days and had no time to deal with him. He was eager to find fault with me.
What kind of beasts are these? Hey, have you all read the posts online?
They all say Duanjia is two-timing, but I don't think it's just two-timing.
Duanjia ignored him.
So many people on the internet were talking about him, but he ignored them. It was obvious that Chen Fong was deliberately provoking him in front of him and wanted to anger him. As for what the purpose was, he had no idea. Fatty Chin couldn't bear to see his brother being spoken of like that. He had just vowed to Duan Jia that he would protect him. When he heard Chen Fong say this, he immediately rushed forward, pointed at Chen Fong's nose and cursed, "Chen Fong, what happened to you today? Duan Jia didn't provoke you." Chen Fong rolled his eyes at Fatty Chen and said sarcastically, "Fatty Chen, why is your IQ so low? You believe everything Duan Jia says? I think you're just a dog by Duan Jia's side, right?" Fatty Chen opened his eyes wide and his face turned red with anger. How could this person be so shameless? I think you deserve a beating, Fatty Chen said and wanted to punch him in the face. Fatty! Duan Jia stood up from the bed at this time and blocked Fatty Chen's fist. It's not worth getting punished for such a person, Duan Jia said coldly. Fatty Chen glared at Chen Fong angrily and put down his fist unwillingly. Chen Fong sneered, "Duan Jia, you are really good at pretending." After hearing this, Duan Jia didn't get angry but laughed instead, looking at Chen Fong's face. Suddenly it felt ridiculous. This is how relationships are in college. Any slight conflict will be magnified infinitely. Duan Jia had considered leaving before going to college. Now it has been verified. So he didn't feel any anger at all. Instead, he felt that this situation was very normal. After all, no one can guarantee that he can be liked by everyone. He knew this truth very well, so in the end, he didn't feel any emotion at all, and even felt like laughing. Is there anything else? Duan Jia asked back. Chen Fong looked at Duan Jia in disbelief. I just said that, but this person didn't show any reaction. Is this how a normal person should react? Duan Jia, you are a coward, he continued. The other two roommates saw this and seemed to have been unable to bear it any longer. They immediately said, "Chen Fong, don't go too far. Duan Jia didn't provoke you at all. Yes, we know you are very unhappy with us, but please don't bite people like a mad dog, okay?" Chen Fong picked up his phone and placed the page of the confession wall that Duan Jia had just been looking at in front of him. Do you know who she is? Chen Fong asked angrily. Duan Jia shook his head. He really doesn't know him. Chen Fong sneered and said, I've been pursuing her for a while now, but now, because of you, she has blocked all my contact information. Duan Jia, how should this account be settled? What? Duan Jia was almost amused by the boy's logic. What kind of weirdo is this? Can you blame yourself for this kind of thing? After hearing this, Fatty Chen laughed out loud without restraint. Ha 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 ha, Chen Fong, can you really blame Duan Jia for this? Then he said sarcastically, you can only blame yourself for not having any charm. Who made our Duan Jia so outstanding? Normally, Duan Jia would stop Fatty Chen from saying such things, but now, he would just let Fatty Chen say it. Although Duan Jia doesn't cause trouble, it doesn't mean he is afraid of trouble. I will not offend others unless they offend me. Although this statement is correct, it must be based on certain principles. Now that they have come to my doorstep to bully me, I certainly cannot allow myself to be humiliated without resorting to any force. Chen Fong was also shameless. He said directly, if Duan Jia hadn't been showing off in front of so many people, she would have accepted my confession today. Duan Jia really wanted to roll his eyes. Why is he pretending? If Fatty Chen hadn't suddenly had diarrhea today, nothing would have happened to him. Okay, I'm telling you, I don't know this girl, and I won't add her contact information. Don't think too much about it. I will definitely not interfere in what's going on between you two. Duan Jia finished speaking in one breath, feeling that he had made himself clear enough and Chen Fong should be able to understand. But I didn't expect. Chen Fong became even angrier upon hearing this, and excitedly yelled at Duan Jia, what I hate most is seeing this face of yours. You're obviously so average in every way, yet you're able to win the favor of the school beauty and be liked by so many girls. How am I worse than you? Why do you think you can have everything? What about me? The person I've been pursuing for so long is being taken away by you. Duan Jia had a complicated expression when he heard this. How come he doesn't realize how much of a jerk he is? He was about to explain. I saw Chen Fong say this. For someone like you, how could your girlfriend be a good person? Didn't someone say before that you were kept by your girlfriend? How could a girl have so much money? Maybe. He hasn't finished speaking yet. I saw the boy who had been calm before suddenly waved his fist at me like a madman. Try saying that again. Duan Jia's face was expressionless at the moment. A chill slowly grew in his eyes as he stared at Chen Fong, who had covered his eyes after being beaten, as if he wanted to tear him apart. Ah! Chen Fong looked at the blood in his hands and screamed in horror.
Everyone else in the dormitory was stunned. This is the first time I have seen someone being beaten in person. Is it so exciting? One of the roommates couldn't help but say. Fatty Chen panicked immediately upon seeing this. Duan Jia. What are you doing?
Although he wanted to hit someone just now, fortunately Duan Jia stopped him.
Just as I came to my senses, I remembered that Kyoto University has regulations. Anyone who hits someone will definitely be punished.
If I had held back just now, I would have been finished.
What is my good brother doing? Knowingly committing a crime? Chapter 112. This is the power of love. Duan Jia ignored Fatty Chen and walked up to Chen Fong. He asked coldly, "What did you just say?" Chen Fong is also a simple-minded person. Even though he had just been beaten, he still didn't learn his lesson and said recklessly, "What? Did I hit a sore spot? I said your girlfriend must be kept by another sponsor."
Before he could finish his words, Duan Jia picked up Chen Fong, threw him onto the bed, and started beating him up. Chen Fong means it looks good at ordinary times. But he was no match for Duan Jia and had no way to fight back.
"Fatty, what are you standing there for? Pull Duan Jia away." One of the roommates saw this and immediately said to Fatty Chen. Fatty Chen was completely confused by Duan Jia. Good job. This is the first time I see Duan Jia so angry. This Chen Fong is also very awesome. He knows why Duan Jia is angry. In the normal process of getting along, although Duan Jia has a good temper, he is definitely not a person without bottom line. No matter what anyone says about him, he can just ignore it and laugh it off. But if anyone dares to talk about his girlfriend, it will definitely touch Duan Jia's bottom line and principles.
So when Chen Fong said that for the first time, Fatty Chen already anticipated that something bad was going to happen.
As expected, Duan Jia, who has always been good-tempered, finally exploded.
He originally thought that although Chen Fong was not very good at talking, he at least had brains.
Now it seems that he doesn't even have a brain. He quickly ran behind Duan Jia, hugged Duan Jia's waist and pulled him back. Duan Jia. Stop it. You're almost beating people to death. Fatty Chen pulled Duan Jia back.
I couldn't help but curse in my heart, damn, this guy usually looks like he doesn't have any muscles on his body, but he is really strong.
Even someone as fat as me couldn't pull him. Are you always pretending?
When the other two roommates saw that Fatty Chen couldn't pull them apart, they immediately got off the bed and started helping to separate Duan Jia and Chen Fong.
Finally, Duan Jia stopped.
Chen Fong's face was covered in bruises, not a single spot was good, making his already ugly face look even more terrifying.
My dear mother.
After seeing the wound on Chen Fong's face, Fatty Chen immediately began to recall in his mind whether he had done anything to Duan Jia before.
No, I didn't do anything disrespectful to my sister-in-law. If I say something wrong someday, I'll be beaten up.
Chen Fong finally behaved himself, but he just kept holding his face and sobbing. Duan Jia looked at him coldly, without any fear after beating someone, and walked in front of Chen Fong.
Chen Fong thought Duan Jia was going to hit him again, so he immediately shrank back. Apologize. Duan Jia said.
Chen Fong stared at him fiercely,
looking reluctant. Why should he apologize? Is what he said wrong?
He had long disliked this roommate.
Why? How come he was able to attract such a high-ranking school beauty right after school started? The girl he had been pursuing for a long time also confessed to him? Hurry up. Duan Jia urged.
He admitted that just now, when he heard Chen Fong chattering bad things about Xiao Neru.
He couldn't help it.
No matter how much people talk about him, spread rumors about him, or insult him, he doesn't care at all.
But Xiao Neru, absolutely not. This is the last bottom line in my heart.
If even he can tolerate others talking about Xiao Neru, then I have no qualifications to be Xiao Neru's boyfriend.
How can I protect her? Sorry. No way.
The boy in front of him seemed like a madman. He even thought that if no one else stopped him, he would be beaten to death.
What a terrible person is this?
But he thought for a moment and said provocatively, Duan Jia, just wait, our school leaders will know about this matter tomorrow.
Duan Jia sneered. If the first punch was an impulsive act, then after those dozen or so punches, he had already cleared his mind.
He's already been beaten, so how can he learn his lesson if he doesn't accept it sincerely? Chen Fong stood up slowly and said viciously, "Just wait." After saying that, he covered his face and went out. When Fatty Chen saw him leave, he immediately grabbed Duan Jia and said, "Damn, this guy must have gone to tell the teacher." Duan Jia said indifferently, "It's okay, let him go." Fatty Chen looked anxious, and when he saw Duan Jia still playing with his phone nonchalantly, he became even more furious. It's true that the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. I was already so anxious that I was running around in circles, but the person involved was still playing on his phone? Fatty Chen glanced at it casually. Good guy, he is still talking to his girlfriend. Baby, I just went to the bathroom and left my phone with me. When Fatty Chen saw this, he was speechless. Nothing can stop a man in love. The other two roommates closed the door, their expressions very serious. Duan Jia, you'd better be careful, Chen Fong will definitely not let this go so easily. That's right, there's no way a guy like him would get beaten up by you for nothing. Duan Jia looked up and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Who knows, he might be the one who gets punished in the end. The three people looked at each other. Can you still laugh? How can you be so optimistic? Could it be that the school beauty is attracted to him? It seems that she is not an ordinary person. It turns out that it is not something that a normal person can do to be the one that the school belle likes. The two roommates had an average relationship with Duan Jia to begin with, so since the person involved said so, they had nothing to worry about. Only Fatty Chen felt that Duan Jia was just trying to show off. You can't even protect yourself, and you're still trying to comfort others? Duan Jia, isn't my sister-in-law prettier than the school beauty? Fatty Chen asked with a gossipy look on his face. This question was out of the blue, so Duan Jia didn't answer directly. He said, "Why do you ask that suddenly?" Fatty Chen looked like he had seen through the mystery and said, "Look at the way you looked just now. I wanted to skin that bastard alive. If you weren't so beautiful, I really wouldn't understand." Duan Jia said helplessly, "I have never met her." Fatty Chen jumped up in shock, "Never met before? Fatty, what haven't you seen before?" Duan Jia immediately gave him a wink. "Oh, nothing, nothing." Then, with a look of surprise, he whispered to Duan Jia, "You just said you two have never met?" Duan Jia nodded. He originally didn't want to tell anyone, but now Fatty Chen is his friend after all, so he doesn't want to hide it anymore. "Holy crap, bro, are you having an online relationship?" Duan Jia nodded innocently, "We have been together for almost a year." "We haven't seen each other for almost a year, so she must be unattractive." Duan Jia, this fight is not worth it at all. Duan Jia smiled after hearing this. He knew that Fatty Chen had no ill intentions and explained, "You don't understand. This is the power of love." Vomit. Fatty Chen pretended to vomit. Chapter 113 ISNT This a male green tea? The news of Duan Jia beating Chen Fong was quickly spread everywhere by Chen Fong. Duan Jia, who was originally preparing to go to the cafeteria with Fatty Chen after class, was stopped by Chen Fong. Chen Fong did not return to the dormitory last night. After being beaten by Duan Jia, he first went to the school leaders and told them a story with exaggerated stories, and then went to the hospital for bandaging. The whole person looked very embarrassed. "Duan Jia, I told you, you're finished." Chen Fong had a smug look on his face. Duan Jia had already anticipated that Chen Fong would definitely tell his superiors the next day that he had pressed him on the bed and beaten him. Now it turns out that, as expected, not only the school leaders know about it, but the entire school knows about it. Now, the entire Kyoto University Forum is discussing this matter. Chen Fong explained how innocent he was and played the role of a complete victim. And what about Duan Jia? Became a violent perpetrator. He also said that he had few friends in the entire dormitory, and everyone was isolating him and helping Duan Jia. His actions caused many people to be unaware of the truth, and a one-sided scene appeared in the comments section. I never thought the milk tea man would be such a person. I've said it before, people like him are definitely not good people, and the school beauty must have been deceived by her. This is too cruel, isn't it? Do these two people have some deep hatred? We're all students, how big of a conflict can there be? I think the milk tea guy has become arrogant since he hooked up with the campus beauty. Fatty Chen was so angry that he gritted his teeth and wished he could skin Chen Fong alive. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone so shameless. Isn't this too shameless? He can tell any nonsense. Duan Jiao looked at these comments but didn't really care. Even after he beat Chen Fong, he guessed that Chen Fong would definitely make a big deal out of this matter. He is responsible for his own work and is not afraid at all.
You're not scared, are you? Chen Fong said. Duanjia, tell me, what's the matter? Our counselor is looking for you.
Maybe the college leaders are here now. Looking at his gloating expression, Duanjia actually found it a little ridiculous. He didn't know what the meaning of what people like Chen Fong said was.
Did they build their happiness on hurting others? Okay. Duanjia said. Fatty Chen quickly said, I'll go too. Duanjia frowned, what are you going to do? He didn't want to involve Fatty Chen in this matter. I can be a witness. How can we just let this grandson talk nonsense?
Duanjia thought about it and it made sense.
Tisk.
Chen Fong seemed to not take Fatty Chen seriously at all and turned away. The three of them arrived at the counselor's office in a short while.
Knock knock knock. Duanjia knocked on the door. Enter. Duanjia, we meet again. The counselor is a relatively young woman.
She is usually very lenient with Duanjia and the others, and occasionally jokes with them. However, the person sitting next to him was the vice principal whom he had met last time. When the principal saw that it was Duanjia, his already gloomy face became even uglier.
Why is it this kid again?
Duanjia was somewhat embarrassed as he had not expected the meeting to take place in this manner. Student Duanjia, yesterday afternoon, student Chaman Fong came to me crying, saying that all the injuries on his face were caused by you.
Is that true? Duanjia nodded truthfully and said, that's right.
It seemed that the counselor did not expect Duanjia to admit it so easily. He was speechless for a moment after preparing many words.
Why don't students nowadays play by the rules?
She was just thinking about what to say when she heard a loud noise.
Bang! The vice principal suddenly slammed the table with an angry expression on his face. This slap startled everyone present. Principal, calm down. The counselor said quickly.
Humph, Duanjia, tell me, why did you beat up your classmates for no reason?
The principal pointed at Duanjia and said.
Fatty Chen said, it was this grandson who provoked me first.
Did I ask you? Are you Duanjia?
The principal stared at Fatty Chen who was standing next to Duanjia.
Fatty Chen shut up immediately.
Duanjia said, Principal, it's true that I hit him, but he was the first to make sarcastic remarks.
Chen Fong immediately started playing the victim, the counselor, the principal, they're all in cahoots. I'm the one being bullied. I just put up a fight and I was beaten like this. I'm the victim.
As he spoke, his tone was full of grievance, and he even covered his face with his hands. If you didn't know, you would think he was really crying.
Fatty Chen was stunned watching her performance. My goodness, isn't this a typical male green tea? It's true that the longer you live, the more weird things you will encounter. Fatty Chen is the first one to be dissatisfied that Chen Fong's name is not in the Oscar for Best Actor next year. Chen Fong's miserable cries echoed throughout the office. The principal was a little annoyed and said directly, how can a boy like you be crying here? This boy has been crying in his office since yesterday afternoon.
I used to feel very sympathetic towards him, but now his ears are almost calloused from hearing so much.
It all came down to the same few words. When asked why he was hit, he just said that the whole dormitory was isolating him.
When asked why he was isolated, he started to dodge the question and did not directly answer the question.
He has seen a lot of things in his life.
Maybe this matter is not at all as he said, and that is why he invited the other party over early in the morning. I originally wanted to hear Duanjia's explanation, but I didn't expect him to directly and generously admit to the beating. After hearing what the principal said, Chen Fong immediately stopped crying. But there was still an aggrieved expression on his face. On the other side, Jian Shuro had been standing at the door of Class 1 of the finance department waiting for a long time.
But I still didn't see that person.
She picked up her phone and sent a message to the other party, but she didn't receive a reply for a long time.
Seeing someone coming out, Jian Shuro quickly grabbed the other person and said, Classmate, is Duanjia in there? Why don't I see him?
Seeing the school beauty's worried look, the classmate immediately said, I haven't seen Duanjia all morning. After hearing him say this, the expression on Jian Shuru's face became more and more solemn.
Could something have happened? At this time, the other students saw that it was Jian Shuru standing at the door and immediately said, School beauty, I know where Duanjia is.
Jian Shuru's eyes lit up and she asked, where is he?
He was taken away early in the morning and should be in the principal's office now. Why? Jian Shuru asked hurriedly. Now the forum is full of posts about him beating his roommate. I heard he will definitely be punished. Hey! Where's the school beauty? Before he could finish his words, he saw Jian Shuru running away. No one had ever seen the school beauty so anxious. She seemed to be afraid that Duan Jia would be punished, and she ran straight towards the principal's office. Chapter 114. The school beauty's favoritism is too obvious. Ahem, in that case, Duan Jia, no matter what, you were the one who hit someone, so this punishment. No. The principal was about to continue speaking when he was interrupted by a female voice coming from the door. The 5 people in the office all looked towards the door. Everyone was stunned when they saw who it was. Duan Jia was the first to react. Senior? Jian Shuro slowly walked up to him. Because she was so anxious just now, she was still panting. I heard from your classmates that the principal called you over early in the morning, so I came to see you. The principal, who was originally sitting, stood up immediately with a smile on his face when he saw Jian Shuro coming. Student Xu Rou, why are you here? Is there something you want to talk to me about? He asked hurriedly. Jian Shuro glanced at Chen Feng. Chen Feng felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. He didn't know why, but when he looked into the eyes of the school beauty just now, he clearly felt the hostility from her. But has anything bad happened between me and the school beauty? Did I see it wrong? Moreover, in his opinion, no matter how good the relationship between the school beauty and Duan Jia was, he would definitely not be able to intervene in what happened today. His own injuries are irrefutable evidence. Duan Jia is bound to bear this punishment. Thinking of this, he became more confident. The look he gave Duan Jia became domineering again. Jian Shura shifted her gaze from Chen Feng to the principal. Principal, I can guarantee for Duan Jia that he is definitely not the kind of person who bullies his classmates casually. Jian Shura looked at the principal and said very seriously. Duan Jia suddenly looked at the girl next to him. He doesn't understand. Why is it that Jian Shuru always stands up for herself when she encounters difficulties? Even if they are just friends, the two of them have only known each other for less than 2 months. Not to mention that she doesn't know the ins and outs of this matter, she is so determined and believes in herself without any reason. Apart from being slightly moved, Duan Jia was more suspicious. This is so weird. The school beauty who was once the center of attention, actually tried her best to help him. He knew that he had nothing outstanding about himself, so why was all this happening? When Duan Jia's counselor saw Jian Shura coming, he knew that there was still room for a turnaround. After all, Duan Jia is also a student in his class. Who would want to see their own students being punished? This is also very detrimental to one's career. After hearing what Jian Shuru said, the principal immediately asked, why did Shuru say that? Jian Shuru was stunned. She really didn't know why. Why could that be? Of course it's because Duan Jia is her boyfriend. If even she doesn't believe it, who else can she expect to believe it? Seeing this, Duan Jia knew that Jian Shura didn't know what to say, so he immediately replied, Chen Feng said that our dormitory is collectively isolating him. Why don't we ask him if he knows the reason? He then added, besides, the fact is that we did not isolate him, but he turned the tables on us. When Chen Feng heard Duan Jia say this, he immediately became anxious and yelled at Duan Jia, you're talking nonsense. It's obvious that you two planned to bully me when I was away. Really? What reason do we have to bully you? Duan Jia asked back. He is not a sucker. It was true that he had hit Chen Feng, but that didn't mean he admitted what he said. After Chen Feng heard Duan Jia ask this, his eyes began to avoid. This was totally beyond his expectations. Why were all the accusations suddenly directed at him? It was obvious that I was the one who was beaten. It seems the student can't say it. Jian Shura took the opportunity to assist, and then looked at the principal. Principal, what do you think? The principal smiled awkwardly. He didn't dare to provoke Jian Shura casually, because her father had donated several buildings to Kyoto University. I'm just a principal and I don't have any say at all, okay? Yes, classmate Chen, you have to explain clearly. You should know that we at Kyoto University will never wrongly accuse a good person, but we will also never let a bad person go. This attitude is completely different from before. Fatty Chen couldn't help but grumble in a low voice. This expression changes faster than turning the pages of a book. Chen Feng saw that the current situation had completely reversed, but he absolutely could not tell the truth.
If I tell it, I will probably be punished.
How can I stay in this school?
He gritted his teeth and said, no matter what, it's a fact that Duanja beat someone up.
Do you want to cover up for him?
Hearing her say this, the principal felt a little embarrassed.
Although this school cannot be the master, it still has a certain status, right?
He said this as if he were the kind of person who would curry favor with the powerful.
Duanja sneered and said, it seems that classmate Chen Fong's memory is not very good. Then I will help you recall it.
Chen Fong looked at Duanjia's face, and suddenly thought of the scene yesterday when he pinned him down and beat him. He suddenly regretted provoking this man. He originally just wanted to teach him a lesson and let the other people in the dormitory see that they were not to be trifled with, but judging from the current situation, he was afraid that he would be shooting himself in the foot.
Last Monday, you were docked credits because you ran away from school the night before and stayed out all night at the bar. As a result, you didn't make it back the next morning.
And the rest of us in the dorm happened to not have set our alarms, so when we woke up, class was already 5 minutes in. So we all made up an excuse to ask for leave.
When Duanjia's counselor heard Duanja say this, his eyes widened immediately. What? You guys were faking diarrhea that day?
Duanja said calmly, I'm sorry, counselor, we lied to you that day, but don't worry, we already know we were wrong. Seeing that he admitted his mistake so sincerely, the counselor didn't say anything more. After all, the matter was already in the past. Duanja continued, Chen Fong, you thought we deliberately didn't help you conceal the name calling, so you're holding a grudge against us until now. Ever since that incident, you've often spoken in a sarcastic tone.
Just yesterday, not only did you mock me, you also insulted my family. Chen Fong didn't expect that Duanja would actually tell this matter. What a ruthless person. He was speechless and just stood there blankly, letting Duanja talk. I wonder what the principal would think. If someone insulted your family, you wouldn't be any more calm than I am, right?
The principal, who was called upon again, could only nod.
He could only nod his head in this kind of situation, right? With so many people watching, if he just shook his head, would he still be able to stay in the position of principal? Yes, classmate Chen, how could you do this? The principal yelled at Chen Fong. He tried to argue. So, principal, how do you think this matter should be handled? Jian Shuru ignored Chen Fong and said to the principal.
Although Chen Fong was the one who started this, Duanja still took action after all.
He hesitated, then finally, as if he had made up his mind, cleared his throat and said, how about having Duanja write a self-criticism? Chapter 115 Please apologize to my girlfriend. What?
Chen Fong screamed in disbelief, pointing at his swollen face and said, my face is like this because of him. Duanja showed no mercy yesterday and delivered every punch with great force, so Chen Fong's face was as swollen as a bun today.
Put. Fatty Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Honestly, his face is almost as swollen as mine.
Duanja also looked at him and felt that he deserved it. It can only be said that he has brought this situation upon himself. The principal took a look at Chen Fong's face and said comfortingly, although he beat you up like this, don't worry, the school will reimburse your medical expenses.
Chen Fong was so angry that he couldn't speak.
He could have made everyone like him because of this incident, and thus attracted the attention of the school belle like Duanja.
But why have things developed to this point?
This was completely contrary to his initial idea. Now, not only did he tell everyone about the credits he had deducted some time ago, but he was also afraid that he would be seen as someone who was deliberately stirring up trouble in everyone's eyes.
Damn it! By the way, classmate Chen Fong, please apologize. Duanja said to Chen Fong very seriously.
Chen Fong felt like he had heard a huge joke.
Was he right? Make yourself apologize? Is there any justice in this world? Brother, you hit me. Look at the wound on my face.
After hearing him say this, Duanja said without hesitation, I'm sorry. Chen Fong didn't expect Duanja to really apologize to him, and he didn't react for a moment.
The whole office was looking at the two people. The counselor nodded with satisfaction, obviously agreeing with Duanjia's approach.
Chen Fong, since Duanja has already given up on the matter, you should apologize to him. Since the principal had spoken, Chen Fong dared not say anything.
He glanced at Duanja, who was a ruthless man. Sorry. Duanja was finally satisfied, and he accepted the apology on behalf of Xiao Neru. Seeing this happy situation, the principal quickly asked Jian Shuru, Student Shuru, do you have any questions?
Jian Shuru ignored the principal and turned to look at the boy next to her. Duanjia, do you have any other questions? The principal, who had been frustrated, smiled awkwardly, his eyes wandering between the two people. Are you sure this isn't a love affair? No matter how he looked at it, something seemed wrong. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with Jian Shuru, but even a fool could see that the school beauty was completely on Duanjia's side. He would never believe that the two of them were not in love.
Teacher Li, Duanjia from your class is no ordinary person. Duanjia's counselor smiled and said, of course. She is not modest at all. Duanjia said, I'm fine now.
Jian Shuru said to the principal with satisfaction, Principal, I have no problem now. The principal smiled kindly and said, okay, let's leave this matter here.
Teacher Li, please stay. I want to talk to you about something. Good.
Duanjia nodded and turned to leave, followed closely by Fatty Chen and Jian Shuru.
Chen Feng followed behind them. Duanjia, let's wait and see. The moment the office door closed, Chen Feng uttered another harsh remark.
Oh, we are so scared.
Fatty Chen imitated Chen Feng's crying look and said in a pretentious manner. It's actually a mockery. You. Chen Feng was almost mad to death.
Obviously, he was very confident about what was going to happen today, but he didn't expect Chen Yaojin to appear halfway. If Jian Shuru hadn't been here today, it would have been a foregone conclusion that Duanjia would have been punished.
How embarrassing.
As he thought this in his heart, his eyes unconsciously looked at Jian Shuru. After Duanjia noticed it, he silently stood in front of Jian Shuru.
With Chen Feng's vengeful character, it's really possible that he would do something to the school beauty.
Chen Feng, take care of yourself. Duanjia warned with his eyes.
We'll see. After saying that, he left. You really think you're someone important?
Fatty Chen yelled at his back.
Jian Shuru looked at Duanjia and said, Duanjia, are you okay? Duanjia shook his head, you should be more careful next time. Chen Feng is capable of anything.
Jian Shuru waved her hand carelessly, don't worry about me, I'm not that weak. Duanjia was amused by his expression, but thank you so much today. Jian Shuru shook her head and said, oh, by the way, this is the first time I know you can hit someone.
What did he say to make you so angry?
The three of them talked as they walked.
Duanjia originally didn't want to tell Jian Shuru.
After all, this matter had nothing to do with her, and it would be bad if she knew too much. But the loudmouth Fatty Chen had already spoken first. School beauty, you don't know how handsome Duanjia was yesterday. Jian Shuru became interested as soon as she heard it, and asked quickly, tell me about it quickly. The two people didn't give Duanjia any chance to speak and chatted enthusiastically.
You don't know, originally Duanjia didn't want to pay any attention to that person, but do you know what Chen Feng said?
Fatty Chen said mysteriously.
Jian Shuru quickly asked, what did you say? Chen Feng said that Duanjia's girlfriend is being kept by someone, otherwise how could she be so rich?
Fatty Chen lowered his voice when he said this, for fear that he would hear it. Just kidding, he doesn't want to have a chubby face like Chen Feng.
Jian Shuru showed a stunned expression on her face, and asked in disbelief, you mean he hit that guy because he was talking about me, not his girlfriend? Fatty Chen nodded, why would I lie to you? I was there at the time.
Wow, it was a bloody scene. It was all thanks to me.
Oh,
He was talking excitedly when he realized that Jian Shuru had already run to Duanjia's side.
Okay, so I am just a clown.
Duanjia was walking in front when suddenly Jian Shuru ran in front of him. He stopped quickly, but luckily he reacted quickly and the two of them almost collided.
What's wrong?
Duanjia then noticed that there seemed to be tears in Jian Shuru's eyes, and there was even some emotion in her eyes when she looked at Duanjia.
He was confused. What happened? He really can't stand it when a girl cries.
I heard that you hit him because he said, your girlfriend?
Duanjia didn't want others to know about this. He also needs to save face, right?
It would be a bit too sentimental if this kind of thing were to be spread out. But it was obvious that Jian Shuru already knew about this, so he had no choice but to nod. Who knew that Jian Shuru would suddenly burst into tears?
Duanjia was completely stunned. My dear aunt, it's such a perfect time for you to cry. Now all around are students preparing to return to the dormitory.
Jian Shuru was already a flashy-looking girl, and now her crying attracted the attention of the entire school. There were even teachers standing there watching, their eyes seemed to be warning Duanjia that if he dared to bully the campus belle of Kyoto University, he would be dead.
Chapter 116 I Love You.
Duanjia swallowed unconsciously. Looking at Jian Shuru's tearful face, he quickly said, "Senior, what's wrong with you?" Jian Shuru didn't say anything, she just kept crying, even more miserably than the previous 2 times. If you didn't know her, you would think she was really being bullied. Duanjia was really at a loss, and quickly asked for help from Fatty Chen next to him. "Fatty, do you have any toilet paper?" Fatty Chen was also stunned by the scene.
Wasn't he the school beauty fine just now? How come it became like this just after I came here? This girl's expression changes so quickly. Why would a grown man like me bring toilet paper? The problem is that Duanjia didn't bring it either. So the 3 of them stayed there, and the 2 older boys looked at Jian Shuro crying silently. Why is the school beauty crying again? What else could it be? Isn't it said that milk tea boys are too timing? The school beauty must be heartbroken. Ha, all scumbags deserve to die. The teachers nearby also started discussing. Isn't that Jian Shuru from the dance academy? Why is she crying so sadly? Could it be that you were bullied? Hurry up and take some photos and give them to their counselor. How can we tolerate this? 10 minutes later.
Jian Shuru might have been really tired of crying, and slowly her tears stopped flowing.
But he still kept sobbing. I'm fine. She couldn't even speak clearly now.
Duanjia felt a little reluctant, although he didn't know why Jian Shuru suddenly cried so sadly. But based on his many years of experience, he must have encountered emotional problems.
So he comforted her. Ahem, actually, there are many good men, you don't have to be too sad.
Jian Shuru was stunned and looked up at the boy in front of her. What man?
Aren't you crying because of a man? Duanjia asked back. This shouldn't be the case. He thought his guess was absolutely correct. Jian Shuru thought about it and nodded. It's because of men. Duanjia had an expression that showed she had expected this, and added, "You're the campus beauty, why would you want to hang yourself on a tree?" Jian Shuru frowned. Why couldn't she understand what this man was saying?
I was indeed crying for the man. But this man is him.
This straight guy. He's hopeless. He actually thought she was crying because of another man.
In an instant, all her sadness disappeared, and she looked at Duanjia. You are really hopeless.
Duanjia pointed at himself. What does this have to do with me? After Jian Shuru finished speaking, she ignored Duanjia and walked towards her dormitory.
Only Duanjia and Fatty Chen were left there. Fatty, this woman's mind is really hard to guess.
Duanjia said to himself. Fatty Chen nodded.
He had an incredible guess in his mind, but he couldn't be sure yet. As soon as Jian Shuru returned to the dormitory, she picked up her mobile phone, logged into Xiao Neru's account, and sent 3 words to the person who was pinned to the top of the message.
I love you.
She smiled sweetly after she sent it. As soon as Zhang Fang returned to the dormitory, she saw her best friend looking like a pervert.
He didn't even notice her coming in. She raised her hand and waved it in front of Jian Shuru a few times. "Aunt, can't you see me?"
Jian Shuru finally reacted and immediately hugged Zhang Fang when she saw her standing in front of her.
Fang. I feel so happy now, she shouted excitedly.
Zhang Fang almost lost her balance. She looked puzzled. Why did you suddenly sigh like that? Jian Shuru let her go, and the smile on the corner of her mouth could not be suppressed at all, and even the tone of her voice was rising.
I feel that I am loved very much.
After hearing this, Zhang Fang rolled her eyes at her. My dear lady, anyone in the world can say that they are not loved, but you can't.
Jian Shuru was puzzled and asked, why?
You've been pampered by your parents since you were little, and you've been given the best food, clothing, and everything else.
And now you're still lamenting that you've been loved so well. I don't know what to say to you. She was absolutely right.
Jian Shuru's family conditions are already much better than most people, not to mention that she looks like a fairy.
Since childhood, I have been the favorite of all the elders. It's simply the epitome of pampering.
After hearing this, Jian Shuru thought about it seriously. Although what Zhang Fang said made a lot of sense, she still insisted on her point of view. How can these two be the same? Zhang Fang was very keen to notice these 2 words.
Wait, what do you mean by both?
Jian Shuru suddenly became uncomfortable and said, nothing.
Are you in love? Zhang Fang asked.
Jian Shuru didn't answer the question directly, but said, oh, I'm starving.
What are we going to eat today?
Don't come on, tell me, it must be related to that Duanjia again. Jian Shuru laughed wryly, you really can't hide anything from my eyes.
Zhang Feng's face was filled with confusion. Shu Ro, I really don't understand. You clearly know that he has a girlfriend, so why do you keep going to him? She has always been outspoken, and now seeing her good sister falling more and more, how can she not be anxious?
Jian Shuru, however, looked indifferent. Feng, you don't have to worry about me.
What are you hiding from us? Zhang Feng asked.
She had begun to doubt it a long time ago. Why does Duanjia seem to be completely unfamiliar with Jian Shuru?
Why is Jian Shuru so nice to him? This is totally illogical.
Therefore, she had long guessed that Jian Shuru must be hiding something from everyone. Jian Shuru didn't expect her good sister to say this, but she did have something to hide from everyone.
Everyone feels a little guilty.
Don't talk nonsense. Even if I'm hiding something, it must be because I have no choice. Things have come to this point, and Jian Shuru doesn't dare to say anything too final, otherwise when the truth comes out, she will become a sinner for all eternity.
Okay, I'll wait for you to confess to me.
Zhang Feng actually just wanted to trick her and didn't really want to get to the bottom of this matter. And she also knew that Jian Shuru would not tell her now. It's okay, there is still a long way to go, she has plenty of time. After Duanjia sent away Jian Shuru, the living bodhisattva, he immediately returned to the dormitory and lay on the bed, too lazy to move. He picked up his phone and saw the message Xiao Nai Ro had sent him 10 minutes ago.
I love you.
He murmured, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up.
TSK, is this the power of love? He now felt that the 10,000 word inspection was nothing. With these 3 words, he is now full of motivation.
I love you too, he replied immediately. After this incident, Chen Feng had to move out.
Even if Duanjia could let go of the past, the other people in the dormitory could no longer tolerate him. I've had enough of his sarcasm. Now, let's see how he can act like a troublemaker. Duanjia, you really enjoyed beating him yesterday. Chapter 117, dominating the entire hot search list.
I heard that the school beauty also went to help you today, Duanjia. Why do you think the school beauty helped you so much? Duanjia shook his head after hearing this.
He didn't know about this.
He still couldn't understand why Jian Shuru had just started crying in front of him for no apparent reason. So it is said that women's hearts are as unfathomable as the sea. Sometimes he can't even understand Xiao Naru's thoughts, let alone the school beauty's.
You don't know, the school beauty suddenly cried for some reason today, and it scared Duanjia and me. Fatty Chen said with an exaggerated expression. It was too late for Duanjia to stop it. When the other 2 roommates heard Jian Shuru crying, they immediately asked curiously, the school beauty is crying? Tell us more. Fatty Chen shook his head, I don't know why the school beauty suddenly cried.
So they looked at Duanjia again.
Duanjia immediately shook his head, don't look at me, I don't know why.
Fatty Chen has such a big mouth, he really wants to shut his mouth. Seeing that they couldn't get any information out of Duanjia and Fatty Chen, the 2 roommates took out their cell phones at the same time.
It doesn't matter. You 2 don't know, but there are plenty of people who do. Duanjia frowned and asked, who is it? Forum. The 2 people answered in unison. Duanjia sneered, you 2 are really enough. Neither of us, the 2 parties involved, know anything. How can the forum know anything? Isn't that just how shallow you are? Don't you know that almost all the posts on this forum right now are about you and the school beauty? That's right, instead of asking you, a person who knows nothing, we might as well look for gossip from here. Duanjia was speechless and said, you are just exaggerating. Don't even think about it. Oh my god.
Before he could finish his words, he heard Fatty Chen yell.
Duanjia, if you become famous in the future, please don't forget me. Duanjia was confused, what are you talking about? Fatty Chen smiled evilly and said, go check out our school's forum yourself. Duanjia took out his mobile phone with half belief and half doubt, logged into his account, and then clicked on the forum homepage of Kyoto University. The hot search list of Kyoto University's forum is updated at 12 a.m. every day.
But Duanjia was already stunned at this moment. It stands to reason that the daily hot search list cannot be repeated because there are so many things happening every day. Maybe it was because Duanjia had never paid much attention to the forum and didn't know what was being discussed on the forum every day, so when he saw the situation on the hot search list, he was really stunned.
What's going on? Duanjia asked. Shouldn't you ask yourself this, said Fatty Chen.
Duanjia looked down blankly, and saw that out of the original 10 trending searches, almost 8 were all about him and Jian Shuru.
What is this concept?
In other words, Kyoto University students spend 80% of their time every day discussing matters between him and Gen Shuru. And these trending searches are getting more and more outrageous the more you look at them. The school beauty and the milk tea boy are suspected of living together. Those years, the love and hate between the campus beauty and the finance department's milk tea boy. Those affectionate glances between the school beauty and the milk tea boy as they sang Love Transfer. Shock. Why did the school beauty break down and suffer in front of the milk tea boy? The milk tea boy was punished for fighting, but the school beauty saved the day. Looking at these posts, each of which was extremely outrageous, Duanjia felt dizzy. What the hell is going on? Looking at Duanjia's reaction, Fatty Chen sneered, Duanjia, I never thought you would have this day. How could Duanjia not hear the obvious mockery in Fatty Chen's words? He said angrily, get lost. Go wherever it's cooler. Then he ran to his bed. I immediately logged into my own forum account. He just didn't believe that he could be defeated by these posts. It seems that I have to do it myself. It first changed the name of its account to a very straightforward name, a gossip whistleblower. By the way, I also changed my profile to Just Tell the Truth. Duanjia nodded with great satisfaction. Yes, then he clicked into the post. What everyone in this thread is discussing is something that just happened this morning. That is, Duanjia was called over early in the morning because of a fight, and after Jin Shuro heard the news, she immediately ran over to support him. Although this is indeed not wrong. But Duanjia already admired the imagination of this group of people. All the comments below are about beauty-saving heroes. No, Duanjia was not even a hero in their eyes. He was simply a gigolo who had to rely on women because he couldn't settle the fights. Isn't this just a smear campaign against yourself? As a normal man, how could Duanjia tolerate others talking about him like this? If you ask me, this milk tea guy might really be a gigolo. Otherwise, why would he need a girl like the school beauty to help him solve his problem? Ha, I've already told you that this milk tea guy from the finance department is not a good guy at all. By the way, don't you think the milk tea guy must have used some method to seduce the campus beauty? I agree with what the brother above said. We must save the school beauty. The entire comments section was full of people saying that he was a gigolo, and it was comparable to a pyramid scheme. Some people even wanted to stand up for Jin Shuro and specifically inquired about her address. Duanjia was completely speechless. So he just picked up his trumpet and commented below. You probably don't know, right? Actually, there was a reason why Milk Tea Man got into a fight with someone, and he didn't tell the school beauty about it. She ran over on her own. And as far as I know, the milk tea guy actually has a girlfriend. Duanjia breathed a sigh of relief after he finished speaking. There shouldn't be any problem now, right? I have explained it so clearly, I believe these people should be able to understand me, right? Ding dong. Ding dong. Damn, a reply so soon? Duanjia opened it with hope. My face turned black after seeing it. Who is this guy? Where did this water soldier come from? He doesn't think we are fools, does he? Who would believe such nonsense? I knew he was a scumbag. He had a girlfriend, but he still seduced the school beauty. Isn't it already known that he has a girlfriend? He's a complete Aquaman, and only our innocent school beauty is kept in the dark. In an instant, the message board on Duanjia's homepage was flooded with messages. All of them are voices questioning Duanjia, and some people even suspect that this new account belongs to Duanjia, that is, the water army specially hired by Milk Tea Man. Looking at these extremely outrageous comments, Duanjia didn't know what to say for a moment. He felt that there was no point in saying anything now. This group of people were like possessed, believing that Duanjia was a man who relied on women in every sense of the word. Some people even attacked Kai Duanjia's appearance. Some people say he looks like a pretty boy, but which boy has such fair skin? Seeing this, Duanjia couldn't help but curse. Is this something he can decide? It's genes. It's genetic. A bunch of idiots. Chapter 118 Women as Fighting Power Should Not Be Underestimated. Duanjia decided to move his position. The second place on this hot search list is still the couple of Jin Shuro and Duanjia. As soon as Duanjia entered this post, he felt a strong sense of love. The style of the entire post was completely different from the previous one. Duanjia even doubted for a moment whether these two posts were talking about the same two people. How can the gap be so big? This post is all about the normal interactions between me and Jin Shuro. And there were many things that even Duan Jia, the person involved, didn't know about, and he looked confused.
This post actually has a dedicated administrator.
The posts were all about the so-called beautiful love story between himself and Jin Shuru. The most popular video was the duet video of himself and Jin Shuru yesterday. Duan Jia opened it out of curiosity and found that it was not the whole singing story. Instead, it's all the cuts of Duan Jia and Jin Shuru looking at each other for more than 4 minutes. The person who made the video edited all the moments when two people were talking to each other and compiled them into one video.
Duan Jia is digging the ground with his toes. Is this something a normal human being can do? How could such a video be so popular?
The parties involved said they could not accept it.
Then, Duan Jia then started to output.
Sisters, as far as I know, the two of you have no relationship.
Duan Jia pretended to speak in a girl's tone. I'm this boy's neighbor. We've been good friends since childhood. I know everything about him. It's not what you think.
Besides, this guy already has a girlfriend he's been dating for a year.
They have a very good relationship.
What you're doing will affect their relationship. After Duan Jia finished speaking, he felt that there should be no problem with his performance this time. He thought that since she was a girl after all, her post must be much gentler than the one next door. But it was obvious that he was overthinking it.
As soon as I uttered these words, I was met with a torrential downpour of abuse. Who the hell are you? Get out of here. Hilarious. What a white lotus. Really a top-notch one. You're not going to say that his girlfriend is you, are you?
Little sister, you're still a little naive. Your tricks might work on the straight guys in the next post.
Do you really think we're easy to fool? Everyone in Kyoto University knows about the relationship between the campus beauty and the milk tea boy. You've come to the wrong place. Duan Jia.
He really witnessed the fighting power of these women. Good heavens, there was no room for me to retort at all. Women who ship couples are simply terrible.
No wonder even the group of straight guys next door have to avoid it.
Generally in forums, many posts are contradictory. For example, if you like a female star, there will definitely be posts specifically designed to criticize her.
This is very common.
Most of the time, the people in these two posts will curse each other. Although Duan Jia is not particularly exposed to fan culture, he is still very clear about these basic rules.
However, in the Kyoto University forum, women have always been superior to men.
The reason is simple, it's just that the fighting power of these girls is simply unmatched. If you haven't been on the internet for too long, you would never dare to provoke them.
Depend on. Duan Jia patted his head. Could it be that my IQ has started to decline after being with Fatty Chen?
Why would you provoke these people for no reason? Thinking of this, Duan Jia looked at his message board, which was gradually being flooded, and immediately prepared to admit defeat. A real man can bend and stretch, and he will come back one day. But it was too late. Just as Duan Jia was about to apologize to these ladies, he found that his account had been blocked. Looking at the red exclamation mark, Duan Jia felt extremely regretful.
Well, what does this have to do with anything? Duan Jia, who was originally planning to do something big, now even has lost his own account.
It's really a case of losing both the wife and the army.
Duan Jia could only sigh helplessly, and then took another look at the current hot search list. Well, maybe it was because of my actions just now. The entire hot search list is now full of posts about me and Jin Shuru.
Duan Jia doesn't quite understand this world, so it seems that Jin Shuru has to solve this problem.
Are you there?
He opened the chat box with Jin Shuru. The two of them seemed to be chatting quite frequently recently, but for some reason, every time he talked to Jin Shuru, she responded very slowly. Sometimes it takes half an hour, sometimes an hour, and sometimes it may not be restored until the next day.
Are all the school beauties so busy?
Sure enough, Duan Jia also waited for about half an hour this time.
Yes. Duan Jia couldn't help but complain, the school beauty is really a busy person.
Jin Shuru responded very quickly this time, and seemed to feel that what she had done was very inappropriate.
She apologized immediately. I don't use WeChat very often. I'm really sorry.
Duan Jia remained skeptical about Jin Shuru's words.
Modern people basically never put down their mobile phones, so how is it possible not to check WeChat for such a long time? TSK, it seems that the school beauty has also learned to lie.
Although he didn't know why Jin Shuru lied, this was not what Duan Jia cared about most. He has something serious to do this time.
Have you read the forum recently? Duan Jia asked. Jin Shuru, no. He just knew it. The school beauty must not have seen it. Otherwise, how could he be so calm? So he immediately said, go and have a look. Good. So Duan Jia waited for Jin Shuru's reply. He had already imagined Jin Shuru's reaction when she saw those posts. You should be very angry, right? Although Jin Shuru always acts as if she doesn't care what others say, but now the forum is full of rumors about the two of them. Even the most carefree person can't help but care, right? Now Duan Jia has already grasped the psychology of the people in Kyoto University. No matter whether they are students or teachers here, as long as Jin Shuru speaks, everyone will act like fence-sitters without any principles. Therefore, letting Jin Shuru solve this matter is definitely the right decision. Duan Jia was waiting for good news from Jin Shuru in front of his mobile phone screen. Ding dong. He looked at it immediately and saw that it was a message sent by Jin Shuru. Ha 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 ha, they are so cute. Duan Jia directly sent 3 question marks. What's cute? Why is this different from what I imagined? I saw that post, and I think they wrote it pretty well, don't you? Are we looking at the same post? Duan Jia couldn't help but ask this in his heart. Relax, these little girls only have so many hobbies. You're not going to deprive them of even this one, are you? Why does this make me sound like a feudal landlord? Don't you think what they said is too exaggerated? Duan Jia questioned. Chapter 119 School Beauty likes ambiguous video. I don't know if I'm abnormal or if the people in this world are abnormal. Why am I so out of tune with everyone else now? Duan Jia is now somewhat doubting himself. On the other side, Jin Shuru was lying on the bed, eating potato chips and looking at her phone with a silly smile. I laugh out loud from time to time. On the screen was a video of her and Duan Jia singing. In contrast to Duan Jia's attitude, Jin Shuru was watching with great interest. It turns out that they were so affectionate when they looked at each other. He immediately captured the most beautiful moment among the many moments when the two people looked at each other in the video. Then I immediately opened the album, adjusted the photo to the appropriate proportion, and set it as wallpaper. As soon as I open my phone, I can see the photo of Duan Jia and myself. As I looked at her, I couldn't help but kiss her. I am indeed smart. At this time, Jin Shuru didn't know how much trouble this small action of hers would cause later. She naturally saw that the entire forum was almost entirely filled with posts from herself and Duan Jia, and she also knew what Duan Jia cared about. However, looking at these scandals between her and Duan Jia, Jin Shuru still felt a little secretly happy. But even so, she absolutely could not sit idly by and watch those remarks that were extremely unfavorable to Duan Jia. Jin Shuru directly forwarded the post that said Duan Jia was a gigolo, and then commented, "He is not that kind of person. I can't help with this matter. I hope you will stop saying such things." The school bell is indeed the school bell, and Duan Jia guessed correctly. As long as Jin Shuru says something, everyone in Kyoto University will listen. And Duan Jia was not disappointed. He just logged into his main account to check, and saw that all the negative comments had indeed begun to change. The school beauty is here. Why is the school beauty still speaking up for this milk tea boy? Shoo! Didn't you hear the school beauty say we can't talk about it anymore? Why is the school beauty so partial to the milk tea boy? Why does he always get all the good things? That's right, when will I be protected by the school beauty like this one day? At this time, everyone in the post was discussing why Jin Shuru was so protective of the milk tea man, but most of them were just envious. There is no longer any tit for tat as before. This is also the effect Duan Jia wants. It seems that the school bell's words are still effective. After Duan Jia left this post, he moved to another one. That's right, it's this post that has been shipping Jin Shuru and herself as a couple. He thought that since the school beauty had clarified this, she would definitely speak out on this post. Sure enough, as soon as Duan Jia entered, he felt an incomparable sense of familiarity. The group of girls were still discussing happily. Something is wrong. If Jin Shuru asked them to stop talking, would they still dare to talk? When Duan Jia saw it, he exclaimed, "Wow!" Instead of stopping, the discussion among this group of people became more and more intense. Help! The school beauty just came. Not only did he come, he also liked our video. Do you know what this means? It means we've hit the real deal. What really? Duan Jia was immediately confused.
What on earth did Jian Shuru just do? How come this group of people not only failed to curb the situation, but even made it worse? After a closer look, I realized that Jian Shuru had directly liked the video of the two of them looking at each other affectionately. Did my hand slip? But this doesn't seem like the rigorous style of a school beauty at all. Duanjia immediately switched to WeChat and asked, "Senior, did you like our video?" In fact, this question is simply nonsense. Because no matter what the reason, Jian Shuru did like the ambiguous video of two people. Doesn't this completely confirm the relationship between the two people? Although Duanjia and Jian Shuru knew very well that they really had no relationship, that didn't mean others would believe it. Now almost the entire school believes that the two people must have some ambiguous relationship, but Jian Shuru likes the videos of the two people at this time. That's just adding fuel to the fire. It's making things worse. The person involved, Jian Shuru, said nonchalantly, "Yeah, I thought their editing was pretty good, so I gave it a thumbs up." What's the problem? Duanjia thought, this is a really big problem. Originally, the group of girls only had simple imaginations about the relationship between the two people, but now, things have completely gotten out of control. What if Shaonera knew about this? Wouldn't I be the one who would be in trouble in the end? If my girlfriend finds out, I'll be doomed, said Duanjia. Who knew that Jian Shuru would actually say such a thing? Don't worry, she won't be angry. Duanjia asked directly, "How do you know?" Jian Shuru, because I'm a girl. Girls understand girls best. Duanjia could still accept this explanation. Wait, but this doesn't mean that the two of them can allow these crazy women to continue spreading these false things. So Duanjia tentatively asked, "How about, you ask them to delete this post?" Who knew that Jian Shuru would get angry? What do you mean? Duanjia looked confused. What does that mean? Don't you just want this post to disappear quickly? Before Duanjia could reply, Jian Shuru said again, "I know you don't want to have anything to do with me, but there's no need to use this method, right?" Duanjia was shocked. It's so unfair. Although he had thought about not associating with Jian Shuru before, after the passage of time, Duanjia has come to terms with it. Because it is so difficult to not have any contact with Jian Shuru. No matter what method he used, Jian Shuru's figure would appear in front of him. Duanjia even suspected at one point that Jian Shuru had installed a locator on her, otherwise how could such coincidences happen every time? Of course not. You're overthinking it, senior sister. Duanjia explained quickly. He. These two words again. Duanjia has been driven crazy by these two words. Do all girls like to send these two words? Why did Shaonera and Jian Shuru both say these two words to themselves? Damn. This isn't scientific. I was wrong, Auntie. Thanks to Shaonera's training, Duanjia has now mastered the methods of coaxing girls. It should be no problem to use it on Jian Shuru now, right? Humph, you're smart. Okay, this is a sign that you are not angry anymore. Duanjia discovered that although this girl was said to be difficult to coax, she was actually quite easy to coax. However, in the end, no solution was found for this matter. Never mind. Duanjia could only comfort himself in this way. Isn't it just enduring a little rumor? If Jian Shuru isn't afraid, why should I, a grown man, be afraid? The most important thing now is to finish the first draft of my comic. Chapter 120 coming to KTV again. Duanjia thought about it and realized that tomorrow was Saturday. In order to prevent what happened last time, Duanjia decided to go out and paint this time. But where should he go? Duanjia thought of a good place. That is the KTV where Xia Xingying is. He only needed to book another private room. Although it would be a bit noisy, Duanjia still felt that it was the safest place. Without the students from Kyoto University chasing and blocking him, Duanjia could think freely about how to paint. Thinking of this, Duanjia decided to leave, but before leaving, he still reported to Shaoneru. As a model boyfriend of the 21st century, Duanjia is aware of this. After preparing everything, Duanjia set off. Before Duanjia left, he greeted Xia Xingying on WeChat. "Are you there?" Duanjia said. Xia Xingying might not be very busy during this period, so she replied very quickly. "Master, what are your instructions?" Duanjia could imagine Xia Xingying's vivid expression when he saw this sentence. He smiled unconsciously and immediately replied, "I'll be there soon. Please prepare a quiet room for me." After Duanjia finished speaking, he saw that the other party was typing, and then he immediately received the message.
Got it. I promised to complete the task.
Seeing her say this, Duanjia felt relieved. He rushed over without stopping. As soon as Duanjia entered the door, he saw Xia Xingying waiting at the door. When she saw that it was Duanjia, she immediately went to greet him.
Master.
She rushed to Duanjia, and if Duanjia hadn't reacted quickly, the two of them would probably have given each other a big hug.
This is not allowed. Hey, pay attention, there are people watching here. Duanjia quickly stepped back.
Good man, he didn't want to get himself into trouble. He just glanced at the people around him and it seemed that everyone's eyes were on the two people.
So he immediately put some distance between the two of them.
But Xia Xingying didn't seem to care at all. She looked at Duanjia and said, Master, I have reserved the quietest private room for you. Duanjia nodded, and then reader Xia Xingying gave him a thumbs up. Well done, thank you.
Then take me there quickly. Time waits for no one, Duanjia wants to get involved quickly.
Xia Xingying immediately chased after him and asked, Master, why did you ask me to leave you the quietest private room?
Duanjia had no intention of hiding it from her, so he explained, don't you know? Xia Xingying shook her head. What should she know? Duanjia explained, don't you know that I'm planning to serialize a comic recently?
Xia Xingying nodded, of course I know.
Didn't the master specifically mention it on the homepage? Duanjia, so, what do you think I'm going to do now? Xia Xingying suddenly realized, I know. She immediately became excited, grabbed Duanjia's sleeve and said, Master, am I the first person to see that comic?
Duanjia thought for a long time and realized that if he wanted to create here for a long time, he still needed Xia Xingying's help, and it would be okay even if he told her.
Yes. Duanjia nodded.
Xia Xingying immediately shouted excitedly, attracting all the attention in the hall. Some people even looked up and down at Duanjia who was beside her.
Duanjia was speechless.
I guess I'm being treated as a pervert who bullies an ignorant girl in public again.
Ahem, that's enough, time is running out. Duanjia couldn't help but remind.
Xia Xingying then stopped and immediately led Duanjia in.
Master, please let me know if you need anything.
Xia Xingying said attentively.
Duanjia was a little amused and helpless. He was not a feudal landlord.
Xia Xingying looked a bit like an ignorant girl who had been exploited by him for a long time.
Still a very beautiful one. Auntie, I don't need anything, he said.
Xia Xingying nodded immediately, smiled and said to Duanjia, I understand.
Don't worry, master, no one will disturb you. Duanjia nodded, and he felt relieved. After Xia Xingying left, Duanjia took out his tablet.
The page on it was still the line drawing of the male protagonist that Duanjia had just drawn last time.
Based on Xiao Nera's description, Duanjia drew it as she described.
Although Xiao Nera described herself at first, she insisted on doing so Duanjia made some modifications based on Xiao Nera's description.
Duanjia is very satisfied with the current appearance.
When designing the plot, Duanjia did not follow the style commonly seen in the market today.
He planned to complete his comics in an exaggerated and humorous style. This is also why Duanjia wants it this way.
According to previous experience in drawing illustrations, only when the contrast is greater can it attract more people's attention, which also takes advantage of the curiosity of modern people. So even though the characters created by Duanjia are in line with the current public aesthetic, when it comes to the plot, Duanjia still decided to go with his own style. Thinking of this, Duanjia officially began to draw the plot. First of all, there is the scene where the hero and heroine first meet. Under this premise, the male protagonist does not know that his previous online love object is the female protagonist, but the female protagonist has already recognized the male protagonist.
The first scene is the first meeting between the two people on campus.
Duanjia aims to portray the reactions of the two people very vividly, especially to show the inner thoughts of the heroine. Duanjia picked up the pen and began to write down what she had in her mind on the tablet. She looked more focused than ever before, and her eyes followed the movement of the pen in her hand.
This is a completely different approach from illustration.
This was something Duanjia had never come across before. Although Duanjia would read some comics in his daily life, when he really started to draw, Duanjia knew that it was not easy to draw well. But even so, Duanjia is not worried because he has the world painter skills and infinite inspiration cards.
He knows better than anyone what his current strength is. Not long after, Duanjia completed the first scene.
The humorous dialogues, slightly exaggerated expressions, and the frightened reactions of many passers-by around him make the Duanjia cartoon look very out of place. But at the same time, it feels incredibly brand new.
Duanjia directed this scene of his own. Boom boom boom. Is someone knocking on the door? Boom boom boom. Master, are you still there?
Duanjia walked over and opened the door, and saw Xia Xingying standing outside with a box of fruit in her hand.
What's going on with this familiar scene? Duanjia smiled helplessly, delivering fruit? Xia Xingying blinked her eyes, looking innocent. How could Duanjia not see what she was thinking, so he said, "Come in." Good. When Xia Xinyi came in and saw the tablet on the table, he immediately asked, "Master, can I take a look?" Duanjia nodded, knowing that his purpose in sending the fruit was not very simple. Chapter 121. The master is like a ceiling.
So Xia Xingying immediately took the tablet.
Oh my god.
Master, did you draw this? She exclaimed.
Duanjia nodded. Could it be that you drew this? Xia Xingying couldn't believe her eyes.
It seemed that she had chosen the right person to please her. She originally thought that Duanjia was only good at illustration, but she never expected that this man could draw comics so well.
This is totally impossible, okay? Although both illustrations and comics require a certain foundation in drawing. But the two manifestations are completely different. Illustrations focus more on the author's thoughts and connotations, but comics are completely different. Now many illustrators want to switch to making comics.
The reason is simple: compared to illustrations, comics can bring more commercial benefits. And this is just a thought, because it is very difficult to transform from illustrations to comics. Young people nowadays are very picky, and it is absolutely impossible to attract them without a good plot.
But this is far from enough, because the plot is only a basic element. In addition, a better visual experience needs to be created.
As a student at the Academy of Fine Arts, Xia Xingying is used to seeing many so-called greats continue to wander on their original path due to failed transformation, and finally being eliminated by the market. However, this was the first time Xia Xingying had seen someone like Duanjia who could fully realize his ideas. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that there was such a talented person in the world.
This is no longer the level of a normal person, right? There are few people like this man even in the Academy of Fine Arts. No.
It should be said that there is no such person at all. Duanjia felt a burst of warm gazes and looked up to see Xia Xingying looking at him.
What's wrong? Duanjia couldn't help asking.
Xia Xingying put down the tablet and slowly walked towards Duanjia. Duanjia watched the two people getting closer and closer and slowly stepped back. These days, anything can happen, so boys should know how to protect themselves when they are outside, okay?
Master, are you still accepting disciples?
Xia Xingying asked, staring at Duanjia's face. She had never admired a boy so much as she did now. She originally thought that being able to draw illustrations like that was the ceiling, but she never expected that reality would slap her in the face. The master was right in front of her.
No.
Duanjia rejected Xia Xingying cruelly. Xia Xingying immediately started to act pitiful.
Master, I have no choice. My family depends on me to succeed. Duanjia looked at the girl in front of him expressionlessly. If I could be like you, I wouldn't be bullied at school. After hearing this, Duanjia said coldly, there are still people bullying you in school?
What Xia Xingying said was not credible at all. Not to mention that she is the campus beauty of the art academy next door, how could someone bully her?
If it were before, Duanjia might have believed it.
But Duanjia has already figured out everything. Like Jian Shuru, when she walked in Kyoto University, her teachers and classmates wanted to carry her on a sedan chair for her to sit in, for fear that she would get tired.
The entire school is a national protected area. And what about Xia Xingying?
Her status in the Academy of Fine Arts should be the same as yours and Jian Shuru's.
If even she can be bullied, is there any justice in the world?
Seeing that this trick didn't work, Xia Xingying had to think of other ways.
Actually, I just want you to teach me some knowledge that I didn't understand in class. Master, you wouldn't even satisfy such a small request, right? Duanjia didn't buy her trick at all. He said, don't you know how to ask the teacher? Your school's faculty should be the best among all the art schools in Kyoto, right? Xia Xingying really didn't know what excuse to use, so she just said, I have social phobia. I usually don't dare to talk to others. Duanjia couldn't help rolling his eyes.
He had not forgotten the scene when Xia Xingying promoted the card to so many men last time.
This is almost like having social anxiety disorder.
Xia Xingying was still thinking about a reason when she heard the boy opposite her say helplessly, "I promise you, you can always ask me if you don't know something." If he didn't agree, Xia Xingying probably wouldn't know what weird excuses she would come up with. When Xia Xingying heard this, she immediately jumped up with joy and wanted to hug Duanjia uncontrollably. Fortunately, Duan Jiaping had been influenced by Fatty Chen's conditioned reflexes, so he immediately hid aside after seeing Xia Xingying, but he still couldn't escape Xia Xingying's attack. I saw Xia Xingying pounce on him. At the same time, a group of college students came to the lobby of this KTV.
Our department is still the best. We can even come out and sing together on Saturdays. This is all thanks to the help of the school beauty. If she hadn't come, how would we have so much funding? Campus Belle, would you like some water? Senior, I sing very well. I will sing for you later. Because of Jian Shuru's arrival, the boy who was originally very depressed immediately started to bootlick the dog mode. When some girls heard these boys say this, they mocked them and said, "Didn't the school beauty say before that she only likes the song sung by classmate Duan now? Can you compare?" The boy smiled awkwardly, touched his hair and said, "How can I compare with classmate Duan?"
Jian Shuru, who had always been at the center of the conversation, seemed to be completely oblivious to the voices of the people around her and kept staring at her phone.
This should be it.
She looked at her phone, which contained the chat history between her and Duan Jia. This man said early in the morning that he came to KTV to paint. When Jian Shuru saw it, she immediately thought of the party her department was having today. Originally, she would never attend a party like this, but she suddenly came up with a good idea.
She decided to give this stinky man a surprise. It will be so funny to think about the expression on his face when he sees me later. Poochie.
Jian Shuru accidentally laughed out loud. When she smiled, the classmates who were chatting with each other all looked at her.
What are you laughing at, Campus Belle? It must be the school beauty who is laughing at you for overestimating your own abilities, just like me. Huh, do you think the school beauty is the same as you?
Jian Shuru realized that she had just lost her composure and immediately said, "Ahem, let's go in quickly." After hearing this, the group did not dare to delay and booked a larger private room with about a dozen people.
"Senior, it's been a long time since we last met." "The last time I saw you was just last time," a boy said nervously. "Well said. Don't say that again next time,"
Jian Shuru replied mischievously.
Poochie, ha 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 ha. This is the first time I've seen such a humorous school beauty.
Because Jian Shuru had never participated in such a group activity, everyone found it incredible when they learned that Jian Shuru was also going to attend the department party.
Chapter 122 Two School Beauties Meet.
Besides, Jian Shuru was considered very aloof in everyone's eyes, and not many people could get close to the school beauty. So before they could get in touch with Jian Shuru so suddenly, everyone was very worried, fearing that it would be difficult to get along with Jian Shuru because of her personality. But now it seems that their ideas are simply redundant. The school belle is not as cold as the legend says. On the contrary, she is very cute. A group of people were walking when suddenly a boy stopped. "What's wrong?" someone asked. Jian Shuru naturally didn't pay attention, because she was thinking about how to find the room where Duan Jia was. Why not ask directly? But if I ask directly, wouldn't it be a bit too obvious? What if this man suddenly comes to his senses and starts suspecting me? Just as she was hesitating, she heard a voice. "Isn't that the milk tea guy?" a boy shouted. Jian Shuru raised her head quickly and looked in the direction where the boy was speaking. Sure enough, I saw that familiar face. Maybe it was because the boy's voice was so loud that Duan Jia in the room also looked over. Their eyes met, and Duan Jia was stunned. Damn, he rubbed his eyes and looked again carefully. Wow, it's Jian Shuru. How come I met her again? Xia Xingying, who was standing opposite Duan Jia, noticed that Duan Jia suddenly stopped talking, so she turned her head and looked in the direction of Duan Jia's gaze, and saw a group of people standing at the door of the room. The girl standing in the middle was very beautiful. "Hello." She greeted them in a very familiar manner. Jian Shuru's gaze shifted from Duan Jia's face to Xia Xingying's face. "Who are you?" Jian Shuru asked tentatively. Xia Xingying smiled brightly. "I'm a student at the Academy of Fine Arts next door. My name is Xia Xingying." Jian Shuru nodded, then slowly walked in. The other people in the department gasped and began to whisper among themselves.
Is it so exciting this early in the morning? It's over. Didn't someone say before that the milk tea man was two timing? I think this is no longer a question of two timing, right?
Tisk, if you don't know, don't talk nonsense.
I believe the milk tea man is not that kind of person. People's hearts are hard to predict.
I think you girls are just too soft-hearted.
Everyone was talking about it. It's hard not to have wild thoughts in the current situation, right?
A single man and a single woman are in the same room, and in such an ambiguous place as a KTV.
Are they really not out on a date?
Duan Jia was also a little embarrassed at this time, and for some reason, he felt a little guilty.
Why do I feel like I've been caught cheating in bed? Bah! Bah! Bah!
I came here for something important to do. He and Xia Xingying are innocent.
That's not right.
Why should he care what Jian Shura thinks?
She and he are just friends, right? Jian Shuru's expression was even more unclear in the already dim light.
She only smiled slightly and said, not to Duan Jia, but to Xia Xingying, who was standing in front of Duan Jia, "Are you Duan Jia's friend?" Xia Xingying hadn't realized the atmosphere was off yet, and introduced herself casually, "No, I'm the master's apprentice now." Jian Shura showed a puzzled expression, looked at Xia Xingying, and then looked at Duan Jia. "Master?"
Xia Xingying nodded immediately. "Yes, ah."
With a scream, Xia Xingying covered her arm and turned to Duan Jia. "Master, why are you pinching me?"
Duan Jia was speechless.
If he didn't stop her, she would probably tell others that she taught him how to paint. Jian Shura didn't know anything about this, and he had no intention of letting her know. For Duan Jia, the fewer people who know that he is an illustrator, the better.
Even Jian Shuro can't do it.
Duan Jia pulled her behind him to prevent her from talking nonsense again.
"Senior, are you here to sing?" Duan Jia asked. As soon as he asked this question, Duan Jia regretted it. Isn't this nonsense? Aren't there people who come to KTV not to sing?
Jian Shuro snorted coldly, glanced at Duan Jia unhappily, and said, "No.
It's to find someone."
Duan Jia had never expected this to happen.
This school beauty never played by the rules.
Duan Jia felt a little embarrassed at this moment, and then he saw a group of people standing at the door of the room.
Those people's eyes seemed to be saying, "Scumbag! This! Damn, what the hell is going on?"
Duan Jia never expected that such a ridiculous thing would happen to him.
Is there any justice in this world?
Jian Shuru felt a little uncomfortable when she saw Duan Jia not saying anything. "Humph, I gave up my Saturday sleep in to come here to see him, and yet he's with another girl."
Men are really pigs. Xia Xingying seemed to sense that something was wrong, so she asked, "Master, is this your friend?" Duan Jia nodded, "Yes."
Jian Shuru became even more unhappy after hearing this. The two of them were more than just friends. This was also the first time she felt that not revealing her identity would cause so much trouble. She began to look at the girl in front of her again. The two people are about the same height, but their styles are completely different.
It seems that I am dressed a little too casually today.
She looked down at her wide leg pants, then at the pleated skirt of the girl in front of her. Under the skirt was a pair of white and straight legs.
Suddenly I felt a sense of crisis. Isn't it said that boys like novelty? So does this also mean that I no longer have any appeal to Duan Jia?
The more Jian Shura thought about it, the more anxious she became.
If other people at Kyoto University knew about this, they would probably be terrified. This is Jian Shuru. The words "I am a goddess" are written all over my body.
No matter where he goes, he is the focus of everyone.
Would such a person also feel inferior? It's all because of a man. If this matter were to spread, wouldn't all the boys in Kyoto who pursue and adore Jian Shuru jump off buildings collectively?
Of course, Jian Shuru was still very proud in her heart.
Although she was panicking at the moment, her face remained as calm as that of an aloof ice beauty. She said very considerately, "Since you are also Duan Jia's friend, why don't we have a meal together?" Duan Jia immediately asked, "Eat?" Jian Shuru nodded. As a woman of the new era, I must not be so stingy and must show a very generous side. Of course, how could Duan Jia possibly know Jian Shuru's complicated inner thoughts? He only knew that this dinner party came about out of nowhere. "Why do you want to eat suddenly?" Jian Shuru looked at Duan Jia as if he were a fool, and said innocently, "Didn't you help me carry my luggage last time? I told you I'd treat you to a meal, didn't you forget?"
After she said that, she tilted her head and looked at Duan Jia, as if to say that if you say you forgot, then it's over. Duan Jia still had some awareness of this and immediately said, "How could it be? How could I forget?" Chapter 123. The young man is really lucky. Jian Shuru was very satisfied after hearing this, and then looked at Xia Xingying, who had been silent the whole time. "Classmate, you want to come too?" When Xia Xingying heard there was food, she immediately said happily, "No problem at all." So the three of them went out. When passing by the crowd of onlookers standing outside the door, Jian Shuru said, "I'm sorry, classmates, I may not be able to sing with you today." I saw these few people nodding frantically after hearing what Jian Shuru said. "Don't worry, school beauty. No problem, come on, senior. We are your strong backing." Jian Shuru was completely confused by what these people said. What the hell was going on? The difference is that when Duan Jia passed by them, he suffered 10,000 points of damage. Bah! Scumbag! Duan Jia. That means there shouldn't be such discrimination, right? He shook his head helplessly. Duan Jiazu had a beautiful woman standing on each side, so when he walked on the street, the rate of people turning their heads to look at him was almost 100%. What's even more strange is that they were clearly going to have dinner, but the two girls haven't spoken a word since they left the KTV. Duan Jia couldn't help but ask directly, "Where do you two want to eat?" Jian Shuru ignored Duan Jia and said to Xia Xingying, "Where do you want to eat?" Xia Xingying was not a polite person at all, so she said, "I know a Sichuan restaurant, why don't we go there to eat?" When Jian Shuru heard this, she was very surprised and said, "What a coincidence, I also know one." So, by the time the two of them said the name of the same Sichuan restaurant in unison, the atmosphere had reached its lowest point. "What a coincidence, you also know this restaurant. I went there to eat with the master last time." Xia Xingying talked incessantly. The smile on Jian Shuru's lips froze on her face. So Duan Jia and this girl actually had dinner alone? So did the two of them know each other for a long time? Not only that, he didn't even tell me. Jian Shuru was angry, but she didn't show it. Instead, she said, "No problem, let's go eat there." After saying that, without even looking at Duan Jia, he took Xia Xingying's arm and walked in front of Duan Jia. "Young man, it's you again." When the proprietress of this Sichuan restaurant saw that it was Duan Jia, she immediately smiled and was very enthusiastic. "Why didn't you bring your girlfriend here today?" the proprietress asked curiously. Just when Duan Jia didn't know how to answer, Jian Shuru and Xia Xingying came in. The proprietress was a little dazed for a moment. Is it because I'm getting older? Why does she remember that these two girls seem to be this boy's girlfriends? But she is a well-informed person after all, and has seen many such things. Then he looked at Duan Jia, shook his head, and said to himself, "Young people nowadays." These words made no sense, and Duan Jia had no idea that he was now regarded as a scumbag in the boss lady's mind. The three of them found a place to sit down. There are 4 seats at this table, but there are only 3 people at it. Duan Jia didn't care and sat down directly, but he found that Jian Shuru and Xia Xingying were reluctant to sit down. "There are 3 of us, you look at me and I look at you." How could Duan Jia, a straight man, possibly understand girls' thoughts, so he could only watch the two of them quietly. Now there are 2 choices in front of the 2 girls. One is that one of them sits next to Duan Jia, and the other is that the 2 girls sit next to each other. In fact, this is the best choice. But if that is the case, there will inevitably be a girl with no one opposite her. This is really embarrassing. "Why don't you sit down?" Jian Shuru said modestly. Although she was in a very bad mood just now, she still had some composure. But unexpectedly, Xia Xingying said directly, "No, you should sit down first." The two of us just looked at each other. Duan Jia was looking at him from the opposite side, bewildered. What was going on? Was there something bad about him? Why don't they want to sit down? Is there any problem? Duan Jia couldn't help but ask. I only saw 2 people waving their hands at the same time. But this wasn't a solution, so Jian Shuru tentatively asked, "How about I sit down?" She pointed to the seat in front of Duan Jia. Xia Xingying nodded immediately, and the 2 of them finally sat down. Duan Jia handed the menu to the 2 people. "Look, what do you want to eat?" So the 2 of them began to give in to each other again. "What do you want to eat?" Jian Shuru asked. Xia Xingying, "I can do anything. I can do anything." Duan Jia. He really wanted to snatch that poor menu away now.
How about, I order? He said tentatively. The two of them nodded immediately, as if they were liberated.
Duanjia called the proprietress over and ordered a few dishes that he thought were very classic.
Is this enough for you? Duanjia asked after ordering.
The two of them still started nodding frantically without even looking at each other.
Duanjia felt speechless for a while. Are you sure you're here for dinner?
The proprietress next to him stared at the two goddess-like girls sitting opposite Duanjia, then looked at Duanjia again and kept shaking her head.
TSK, TSK, TSK. She couldn't help but sigh. Duanjia asked, What's wrong? Young man, you are so lucky. After saying that, he took the menu from Duanjia's hand and left.
Only Duanjia was left standing there in a daze.
Damn it, he finally understood. No wonder the boss lady looked at him with a strange look just now.
As soon as he entered the door, he started staring at Jian Shuru and Xia Xingying. And from time to time, he would say a few words that Duanjia couldn't understand.
No, Duanjia understood now. It seems like I have just been treated as a scumbag. How is this possible? He wanted to explain, but then he thought, would it be useful if he explained it? Looking at the two school beauties in front of him, Duanjia admitted that he had no words to defend himself.
Oh, forget it, things have come to this, let us eat first. The proprietress seemed to be taking special care of Duanjia, and all the dishes were served soon.
Eat quickly, Duanjia said. Xingying, when did you and Duanjia meet?
Jian Shuru asked casually. Duanjia immediately became extremely alert, fearing that Xia Xingying might let the cat out of the bag. Fortunately, Xia Xingying is also a person who knows the importance of things. Once I was stopped by a group of boys and it was the master who saved me. She seemed to lie without blushing or getting nervous.
And what he said was not wrong, right? Duanjia did help me once.
Thinking of this, Xia Xingying felt much better.
Chapter 124. She is gentle, cute, and sensible. Jian Shuru glanced at Duanjia and asked suspiciously, Really? Duanjia nodded.
He didn't know why he looked at Jian Shuru with a guilty look.
Why is this?
But since Duanjia said so, Jian Shuru also believed that Duanjia would not lie to her. Xia Xingying knew that Duanjia didn't want more people to know that she was the illustrator, and she now had something to ask of the master, so of course she couldn't let him down at the critical moment. So the meal for the three of them was extremely strange. Generally speaking, Xia Xingying was the one who kept talking, while Duanjia and Jian Shuru just listened silently beside them. The two of them would occasionally chime in with a few words. Of course, it was Duanjia who went to pay the bill in the end. Although Jian Shuru had invited him to dinner before, as a boy, if Duanjia asked a girl to pay for the meal, would he still be a man? After sending Xia Xingying back to the Academy of Fine Arts, Jian Shuru and Duanjia were walking on the school playground.
Aren't you going to explain? Jian Shuru asked suddenly. Duanjia was originally still daydreaming, but after hearing what Jian Shuru said, he paused. What? Jian Shuru stopped and looked at Duanjia, saying awkwardly, What's the relationship between you two, that girl?
Duanjia knew that the school beauty was talking about Xia Xingying, so he answered truthfully, It doesn't matter.
Jian Shuru questioned, Then why are you two singing together on weekends?
Duanjia finally understood what Jian Shuru meant, so he explained, Actually, it was like this. I went to the KTV for something, and she was working part-time there, so we ran into each other. Although Duanjia didn't know why he had to explain to Jian Shuru, since she asked, he just told the truth.
Oof.
Jian Shuru snorted coldly. She knew that Duanjia went there for something, so he really didn't lie. But even so, she still wanted to warn him. Does your girlfriend know that you know her? She asked.
Duanjia shook his head, I don't know. This was the answer Jian Shuru wanted, so she asked, What do you think would happen if she knew? Duanjia really began to think about this problem seriously. If Xiao Nera knew about this, she would probably understand, right? She won't be angry, Duanjia said with certainty.
Jian Shuru was stunned after hearing this.
You be angry? She's about to explode, okay? What is going on in this man's mind? How do you know? Jian Shuru asked. Duanjia thought, Is there any need to say this? Don't you know what your girlfriend looks like? That is absolutely gentle, cute, and sensible.
Duanjia thought so and said it out loud. Because she is very gentle, very cute, and most importantly, very sensible. Now it was Jian Shuru's turn to be stunned. Looking at the serious face of the boy in front of her, she never expected that she would be like this in Duan Jia's eyes.
For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Do you really think so? Jian Shuru asked. Duan Jia nodded very seriously.
In my heart, she would never be angry over such a small matter, and nothing really happened between Xia Xingying and me. I believe she will trust me very much. These words made Jian Shuru feel so ashamed. Thinking of her reaction just now, Jian Shuru's face turned red.
Yes. How could I doubt my boyfriend because of such a small thing? He is definitely not that kind of person. Since Duan Jia trusts me so much, why should I still doubt him?
Between lovers, trust is mutual. Jian Shuru was now feeling extremely ashamed. Duan Jia saw that Jian Shuru didn't say anything and seemed to be uncomfortable.
Senior sister, what's wrong with you? Duan Jia asked with concern. I'm sorry. Duan Jia was frightened by Jian Shuru's sudden apology. He quickly looked around and saw that there was no one around, then he breathed a sigh of relief. Senior, why are you apologizing suddenly? Duan Jialian's voice was trembling.
Good man, if those people knew that their noble and elegant school beauty apologized to them, they would definitely skin themselves alive. Jian Shuru's voice became noticeably lower.
She feels very guilty now, thinking back on her reaction just now. Is this what a qualified girlfriend should do? No.
Duan Jia didn't know how to coax girls, and all he had learned in his life was used to coax Xiao Neru.
But can Jian Shuru and Xiao Neru be the same? No, the same.
I can't coax Jian Shuru the same way I coax my girlfriend, right?
Isn't this seeking death? Duan Jia was just about to speak.
He was interrupted by Jian Shuru. The girl raised her head and looked at Duan Jia very seriously, her eyes firm as she said, "Don't worry, I will never doubt you again."
Why does this sound so awkward? But Duan Jia didn't think much about it and just said, okay.
Jian Shuru finally came out of her self-blame and returned to her normal self. She patted Duan Jia on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, you must believe me." Although Duan Jia didn't understand Jian Shuru's current behavior, he still agreed, "I believe you."
So Duan Jia sent Jian Shuru back to the dormitory.
Then he hurried back to his dormitory. Before I even entered the dormitory, I heard Fatty Chen howling inside.
Fatty, what are you doing?
When Duan Jia pushed the door open and went in, he saw Fatty Chen sitting on the ground, holding his cell phone with a look of pain on his face.
Duan Jia, you're finally back.
When Fatty Chen saw Duan Jia coming in, he immediately ran over and said, "Duan Jia, I'm going to die."
Duan Jia quickly asked, "What's wrong with you?" Fatty Chen handed the phone to Duan Ju and said, "Next week we will have a very scary exercise." Duan Jia didn't know what he was talking about and looked at his other two roommates for help.
"Duan Jia, I just received a notice that one of the most terrifying events of the entire semester will be held next Friday."
Duan Jia pushed Fatty Chen away and said speechlessly, "Speak human language." Physical test. The three people said in unison.
Duan Jia thought it was a big deal, but after all this time it turned out to be such a small matter.
That's it. Duan Jia changed into his pajamas and lay down on the bed. It's really tiring every day. Duan Jia, aren't you afraid? Aren't you in a hurry? Don't you feel a fear you've never felt before?
The three of them surrounded Duan Jia like they were performing a crosstalk. Duan Jia lay on the bed and looked at the three people standing beside him, feeling a little overwhelmed.
It's okay if Fatty Chen is afraid, but what are you two afraid of?
The three of us started looking at each other.
Yeah, what are we afraid of? Fatty, the brothers will definitely cheer for you. Fatty Chen got angry after hearing what Duan Jia said. Chapter 125. The illustrator's reputation collapsed? How does the saying go? A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. Duan Jia, what do you mean? Fatty Chen said angrily. Duan Jia closed his eyes and said, "It means exactly what it says." Fatty Chen couldn't stand this humiliation and started throwing a tantrum on the ground. I don't care. If I don't pass the physical test, you're done.
Duan Jia was too lazy to pay attention to him and said ruthlessly, "Don't try to cheat.
If you have this time, you might as well go run a dozen laps on the playground." Fatty Chen said in horror, "Duan Jia, you're kidding, right? A dozen laps would kill me, wouldn't that?" Duan Jia sneered, "Who told you to only eat and not exercise? As soon as you finish eating, you just lie in bed and don't know what you're doing." Fatty Chen was wronged so much. I'm doing this because of classmate Duan. After hearing this, Duanja finally opened his eyes and looked at him. What does it have to do with me? No, with classmate Duan.
When Fatty Chan said this, he became excited and acted like a nagging woman.
It's been a while since Mr. Duan last did a livestream. That's fine, but he hasn't even updated on the forum. Do you think he'll never update again?
When Duanja heard Fatty Chan say this, he felt a little guilty for a moment. There was nothing he could do about it, since it was his fault for being so busy.
It's not easy to be a person with multiple identities.
But seeing that Fatty Chan was so sad because of him, he quickly comforted him. Don't worry, he's just too busy.
How do you know? Fatty Chan obviously didn't believe what Duanja said. Duanja sat up straight away and began to tease, are you worried about not passing the physical test?
When Fatty Chan heard this, his face fell and he said weakly, yeah, with my current physique, there's no way I can run over there within the allotted time.
The regulations of Kyoto University are very stupid.
Because the country is now advocating the joint development of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor, so even in universities, many schools organize physical examinations for all students every year because they want to improve everyone's physical fitness. But in fact, the students' attitude towards this matter is very resistant. This would be fine if it happened in high school, but as the saying goes, college is a pig farm in disguise.
After a few years of baptism, we are no longer the young and energetic people we used to be.
Especially for a guy with a physique like Fatty Chan, this is simply a nightmare. Seeing that Fatty Chan was in such pain, Duanja decided to sacrifice himself.
Don't worry, Fatty, I will stay with you, Duanja said.
When Fatty Chan heard this, his eyes lit up and he said, how are you going to accompany me?
Duanja thought about it and came up with a solution. Well, let's make a plan. Why don't we go to the playground to run every day after class starting tomorrow? Fatty Chan never expected that the plan would be this.
Don't worry, I will stay with you.
Duanja patted Fatty Chan on the shoulder. Fatty Chan hugged Duanja tightly, tears streaming down his face as he said, Duanja, you are truly my good brother.
My love for you is not in vain.
Duanja thought to himself, when have you ever loved me?
So, after coaxing Fatty Chan back, Duanja took out his tablet. I looked at the draft I had drawn this morning, and then uploaded it to my Illustrator account. He was very confident that as long as he uploaded this, he would be able to successfully transform. As Duanja was thinking this, his cell phone suddenly vibrated.
It was Xiao Nara who sent me a message. Did you miss me?
Of course I did.
So how was your painting today? Duanja immediately replied, it's already uploaded, baby. Really? I'm going to check it out. Go!
On the other side, Jian Shuru excitedly opened her Illustrator's account, and then saw the video that had just been updated. She opened it immediately and began to watch it with great interest. After reading it, she was stunned.
Wait, why does this plot sound so familiar? She was unwilling to give up and read it again.
After reading it, Jian Shuru was completely stunned.
Isn't this really tailor-made for your own situation? Familiar character settings, familiar plot. Could it be that Duanja already knows that he is Xiao Naru? Is all this actually a warning to myself? Jian Shuru panicked. Countless thoughts flashed through my mind.
But in the end he decided to ask in person, of course, still asking is Xiao Naru.
I've finished reading it. How about it?
Jian Shuru organized her words and then said, how did you come up with this topic? The other side quickly replied, I don't know either, it just suddenly appeared in my mind.
This explanation is simply not convincing at all.
Jian Shuru didn't believe it at all.
She was becoming more and more anxious. Could it be that she had really been discovered? But I haven't thought about the rest of the story yet. Do you have any good ideas, honey?
Seeing Duanja ask this, Jian Shuru didn't know what to say.
I don't understand this. Well, I have something else to do, so I'll go get busy first.
Jian Shuru went offline immediately after sending this message.
Why did this happen suddenly? Duanja was lying alone on the bed, staring at his phone and muttering.
He was so tired these days that he didn't get a good rest. Slowly, Duanja fell asleep. What he didn't know was that after he fell asleep, the Illustrator's account began to change dramatically.
Within an hour after Duanja posted the comic, the entire comment section exploded. Excuse me, is this the Illustrator's account? Why did another Illustrator's account pop up? The real owner needs to come over and fight. This is hilarious.
The whole internet knows that illustrators specialize in illustrations. Why are people pretending to be illustrators these days so clueless? At first, the comments under this video were a mess. The illustrator has disappeared for so long, and now suddenly everyone sees a video posted by someone who is also called an illustrator, but the difference is that this is actually a comic video.
Everyone scoffed.
As everyone knew, the illustrator was a famous illustration master on TikTok.
How could he suddenly draw comics?
So everyone started picking up their keyboards and typing like crazy. Especially the illustrator's fans, they all rushed to the video to criticize it.
But after a while, some people began to react. Wait, why do I feel like this is the illustrator's account? Damn, it really is. So illustrators are now specializing in comics? Help, so I just cursed my idol for a long time? Ha, a blogger I like is now starting to go into business?
It's not surprising that some people say this, it's just because this is the current trend. In order to make money, many bloggers have begun to blindly cater to the tone of young people. But at the same time, because of this, I lost a lot of fans.
Chapter 126. Someone wants to buy a painting.
Therefore, transformation is a very difficult thing for a blogger. As the saying goes, there is gain and loss, and most people lose more than they gain.
I'm afraid Duan Jia is facing the same problem. But there are still some people who can be very rational. I think the illustrator's cartoon is very vivid.
You should take a closer look.
+1. I think so too.
Based on my many years of experience reading comics, this is definitely the most unique comic I've seen in all these years. I'm new here and saw this video on the homepage.
When will the author update it next time? I should be considered a new fan, right? Is there a fan group?
Duan Jia never expected that this would be the scene after he woke up and logged into his account. Just 1 hour after being posted, the number of likes and comments on Duan Jia's short video has reached an unprecedented level. Although Duan Jia's number of fans has already reached the ceiling among similar bloggers, it does not mean that current fans will blindly accommodate their favorite bloggers. It is great to be able to produce high-quality works. But even if we can't produce very good works, we can still continue to do so by utilizing the feelings of the original fans. But the fact is that many bloggers have been forced to quit the internet due to pressure from public opinion because of all kinds of negative information exposed about them. This is also the disadvantage of being a self-media blogger.
One can become famous overnight, but can also fall to the bottom overnight.
There are both good and bad comments under Duan Jia's video, but most of them are negative. Many people began to question Duan Jia's purpose in suddenly starting to serialize comics. Of course, more speculation is that Duan Jia signed a contract with the company and suddenly began to transform in order to gain more profits.
Too many questioning voices appeared in Duan Jia's comments section. Please come out and explain quickly, blogger. Otherwise I will stop being a fan. The blogger hasn't come out yet, he must be scared. I'm willing to trust the illustrator. I'm a longtime fan of his. Don't worry, I believe he will give us a reasonable explanation. Duan Jia looked at these comments and knew that his action would definitely cause a lot of criticism.
Although he had told his fans that he was going to serialize the comics many days ago, it was difficult to satisfy everyone. There were still people who thought that Duan Jia had to serialize the comics in order to make more money. Duan Jia was originally planning to make a simple reply, but when he was looking through the comments, he was surprised to find that Jian Shuru was also speaking for him.
Everyone must believe him. He is definitely not that kind of person. As fellow Kyoto University students, we should trust the illustrator even more. We can wait patiently. Maybe he has something else to do right now?
Duan Jia was also very moved when he heard Jian Shuru say this. Although he knew that Jian Shuru didn't know that he was the illustrator, he couldn't deny that Jian Shuru helped him again.
Because of Jian Shuru's words, many Kyoto University students stopped attacking the illustrator. Duan Jia chose this opportunity to answer everyone's questions one by one. Hello everyone, I'm an illustrator.
This comic series wasn't something I came up with on a whim. Instead, I researched a lot of information and studied the styles of many bloggers before finally finding my own style. Although I've only been drawing illustrations before this, I'm still very confident in my drawing skills and haven't signed a contract with any company. Finally, I hope everyone will pay more attention to my work. Duan Jia edited this paragraph and posted it, and pinned his comment to the top. Soon, people who had been following this incident expressed their opinions after seeing Duan Jia's comment. As expected of a Kyoto University student, your character is absolutely impeccable.
Some people just started lashing out without any basis for truth. Now that the blogger has come out to clarify, shouldn't those who made those irresponsible remarks apologize? It's right to believe in the school belle. I will always follow in her footsteps. I've read the comics. Both the style and the drawing techniques are superb. Keep it up, blogger. I will always stand behind you and support you. At the same time, Duanja also received private messages from many people. Hello, illustrator. I've been following you since you first posted your work. I hope you don't give up because of what others say. I hope to meet you one day. Duanja replied with a friendly thank you and prepared to log out of his account. He was not a person who particularly cared about other people's opinions. If comics hadn't just started, he wouldn't have paid any attention to today's comments. Just when he was about to log out of his account, someone suddenly sent him a private message. Originally, Duanja was not going to pay any attention to it, because there were too many people sending him private messages every day. In order to be fair, he basically would not reply. However, this person's ID attracted Duanjia's attention. This person's name is actually buying words behind his wife's back. The avatar is still a rose that has a very retro feel. If Duanja didn't know that some of the fans in his account were middle-aged uncles who liked to watch videos that could cultivate their sentiments, he would have really thought that this was a zombie fan. Out of curiosity, Duanja clicked on this person's private message. Hello, are the paintings in your videos for sale? After Duanja finished his paintings, he placed them in a cabinet, which contained all of his works. But so far, this is the first person who wants to buy his paintings. Which one do you want to know about? Duanja replied. It seemed like the person on the other end was waiting for Duanjia's reply, and the message came in less than 3 seconds. I want them all. Duanja was stunned when he saw these 3 words. Am I seeing that? This person said he wanted them all? This made Duanja feel suspicious. Could this person be playing a trick on him? Just when Duanja was thinking about how to reply, the other party seemed to be unable to wait and kept sending messages to Duanja frantically. Still there? Why aren't you talking? Hey, young man, speak up. My wife will be calling me for dinner soon. This is still a hand-packed husband. Duanja was very cautious. He felt that this person might be a little unreliable, so he said, sorry, I only sell 1 painting. 1 is a bit too little. I like all your works. I heard that you are also a student at Kyoto University? What a coincidence, my daughter also goes to school there. Duanja felt that this person was trying to get close to him, and since he was not stupid, he could still see through this trick. Chapter 127: Accidentally Becoming a Millionaire. So Duanja still insisted on his own idea. I'm so sorry, to be on the safe side, I'll only sell 1 painting per person. After experiencing what happened last time, Duanja already knew how dangerous society is. If it weren't for my own caution, the imposter would probably have become arrogant and lawless by now. If I sell all my paintings to 1 person, I won't be able to explain myself even if I have 10 tongues. Well, you're quite stubborn, young man. Duanja thought that he was not stubborn. People's hearts are really treacherous, he has to be on guard. So which one do you want to buy? Duanja asked. Which one is the most expensive? Duanja took a look at all his works, each of which took him a long time to draw. If you ask him which one is the most expensive, he really doesn't know. Moreover, ever since I started painting, I have only been concentrating on studying painting and managing my own account, and I have no idea what my paintings are like in the market. So he had to say, it's all the same. Then I want your first work. The other party continued. Duanja, no problem. How much is it? I can transfer it to you right now. Duanja was frightened by the other party's generous attitude. How rich must one be to be so generous? But Duanja really didn't know how much it was. Besides, he didn't care about the amount of money. As long as it wasn't too excessive, he thought he could accept it. That's fine. How much do you want to offer? Duanja asked. There seemed to be hesitation on the other end for a moment, and then a string of numbers came over. If Duanja hadn't been lying on the bed, he would have been so shocked that he would have fallen to the ground. How many zeros are there? 1, 2, 4, 6. Shit, 6 zeros. He swallowed, wondering if he was seeing things. So he went closer to count again, not even daring to blink. Then,
He froze completely. It really is 6 zeros.
His paintings are so valuable?
This was a number that Duan Jia had never seen in the previous 20 years.
1 million. Is it really for yourself?
Duan Jia was still in a daze, and the other side started to urge him to die again.
Why aren't you talking? Are you not satisfied with the price? It's okay, I can raise the price until you are satisfied, master.
Then he sent Duan Jia a rose emoticon. Although Duan Jia usually behaves very calmly, he is still a college student after all.
This time he was really shocked by the atmosphere of the opposite side.
Although Duan Jia's heart was already extremely turbulent, he was still very good at disguising himself.
He typed calmly, "Yeah, deal."
These 3 short words seemed very cold, but no one knew how excited Duan Jia was at the moment. This was the first money he earned.
And there are so many. He never thought that this day would come. Just because of a painting, he became a millionaire?
This was something he had never dared to imagine in the past 10 years.
How about this?
Send me your card number and I'll pay a deposit of 300,000 yuan.
We can exchange the money and the goods tomorrow. The other party should be a businessman and is very cautious.
Duan Jia naturally had no problem with it. He sent his card number, and within 2 minutes, he received a text message on his phone.
Kyoto Bank, dear Mr. Duan Jia, a transfer of 300,000 renminbi was made to your bank card with the last number 9672 at 2:20 p.m. Please check it.
Looking at this text message, Duan Jia's heart was beating wildly. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Duan Jia would still feel like he was living in a dream.
Then let's meet at the cafe next to Kyoto University tomorrow.
I'll wait for you in room 203.
Duan Jia, okay, no problem.
The other party also replied with a smiling emoticon. Duan Jia unconsciously clicked on this person's homepage and found that there were no works in it. This person was probably a low-key rich man. Since Jian Shuru is a native of Kyoto, she can go home whenever she wants. She came today to pick up her clothes that will soon be worn in autumn. As soon as I walked in, my dad pounced on me.
Dad, what are you doing?
Jian Shuru looked at Jian Jiangwo, who was about to give her a big hug, with some amusement and asked. Jian Jiangwo was obviously happy for some unknown reason.
There was no one to talk to at the moment.
After seeing his daughter come back, he could no longer hide his joy.
Shu Ro, Dad found a masterpiece today.
Jian Jiangwo said excitedly, but because he was afraid that his wife in the kitchen would hear him, he had to lower his voice and talk to Jian Shuro. Jian Shuro was obviously used to it.
She put down the bag in her hand and asked nonchalantly, "Really? Let me see it."
Jian Jiangwo said mysteriously, "You'll be able to see it tomorrow." "You don't know, but your dad hasn't seen such a favorite work in a long time. I originally wanted to buy all the paintings of this master, but he refused to sell them."
"I think I was scared by you,"
Jian Shuro said helplessly. Jian Jiangwo is good at everything, he loves his wife and daughter, but his only weakness is collecting paintings by various masters and famous artists.
Now the whole study is full of them. If it weren't for his wife looking after him, he would probably want to buy all the paintings he likes in the world. You don't understand. This is a good work that you should buy and take home to enjoy yourself.
Jian Shuro said nonchalantly, "Hearing you say that, I really want to know how powerful that master is."
Can he be as powerful as the master I know? When Jian Jiangwo heard his daughter question his taste, he immediately said unconvincedly, "What do you know, little brat? Anyone your dad likes must be a very powerful person. Just wait. I'll open your eyes tomorrow." What are you doing?
Seeing the person who suddenly appeared in front of him, Jian Jiangwo immediately became intimidated and said flatteringly, "Of course it's our beautiful and generous chef." Jian Shuro looked at her father's expression changing so quickly with a mocking look, and started talking as she sat down at the dinner table.
I wonder who will show me some master or famous painting tomorrow.
Jian Jiangwo became anxious when he heard this and hurriedly winked at Jian Shuro, but it was too late.
Jian Jiangwo, you bought another painting, didn't you?
Jian Jiangwo put down his chopsticks and began to smile apologetically. The company has recently won another big project, so I thought I'd treat myself."
"Really? What about the money for the project?"
Jian Jiangwo immediately handed over his bank card.
"My dear wife, this is for you." "That's more like it."
Jian Jiangwo breathed a sigh of relief, glared at Jian Shuro who was gloating over her misfortune, and then said, "You have to find a boyfriend quickly when you have time. I think the boy who came to our house last time was pretty good."
Chapter 128 Young and Promising Representatives. Qin Yulan hit Jian Zhangwo and said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about?
He has a girlfriend."
Jian Zhangwo said with a look of regret, "That's a good kid.
I finally found a young man who has the same hobbies as me." After hearing this, Jian Shuro was secretly happy and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely make your wish come true." Hearing Jian Shuro say this, Jian Zhangwo and Qin Yulan looked at each other, then said, "Shuro, although your mother and I hope you can find a boyfriend quickly, we all know that this matter cannot be rushed. Besides, didn't that boy say he has a girlfriend? We can't do such a wicked thing." Jian Shuro was stunned, realizing that the two of them were starting to daydream again.
"What are you thinking? In your minds, I am that kind of person,"
Jian Shuro said helplessly.
That's good, that's good."
The two of them immediately smiled happily when they heard this. They still have great confidence in their daughter's character. Although Jian Shuro has been beautiful since she was a child, there have been many boys pursuing Jian Shuro in the past 10 years, but Jian Shuro either looks down on them or they look down on those who Jian Shuro doesn't like. Over the years, I have never seen Jian Shuro brought home by any male friend or male classmate. The boy named Duan Jia was the first one last time, so they all thought that Jian Shuro must care about that boy very much. They originally thought that the two of them were interested in each other.
After a long time of fussing, we finally found out that the boy already had a girlfriend.
I originally thought that Jian Shuro would be sad because of this incident, but I didn't expect my daughter to be so optimistic.
This incident didn't cause much impact at all. Don't worry. My future son-in-law will definitely satisfy you,"
Jian Shuro said confidently.
When Jian Zhangwo heard this, he thought Jian Shuro had some new situation and immediately asked excitedly, "Who is it?"
Jian Shuro looked mysterious. "You will know later."
Jian Zhangwo looked lost.
Alas, his daughter had already started to have her own little secrets.
Qin Yulan slapped Jian Zhangwo on the head. "You want to know everything? Shu Rou has grown up.
There is no need to worry about her."
Yes.
Jian Zhangwo is a typical henpecked man.
Usually, whatever Qin Yulan says is what we do.
The next morning, Duan Jia woke up early and began to choose clothes to wear.
This was his first time meeting a client.
Although Duan Jia had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run.
He had to dress more maturely today so as to gain the other party's trust. Finally, Duan Jia chose a black denim jacket, took out his painting from the closet and set off. After a while, Duan Jia arrived at the coffee shop next to Kyoto University. "Hello, welcome. Sir, do you have an appointment?"
Duan Jia thought for a moment, then recalled the room number the man had told him yesterday. He then said, "Hello, I've reserved room 203.
Please follow me." So Duan Jia followed the waiter to the door of room 203. Duan Jia took a deep breath, then knocked on the door and pushed it open. "You are the illustrator, right?" Duan Jia looked up and saw a very tall woman who looked like a working woman. "That's not right."
He remembered that the person's account name yesterday was buying paintings secretly behind my wife's back.
No matter how you look at it, he's a man, right?
And he is a middle-aged man. But the person in front of me is not only of a different gender, but also of a completely different age.
Duan Jia closed the door and asked, "I remember the buyer yesterday wasn't a man?"
The woman smiled and said, "I'm our boss's secretary.
You can call me Xiao Lu.
He had something to do today so he couldn't pick up the painting himself, so he sent me here."
Duan Jia nodded, but still had some doubts. He has to be careful, there are so many bad people in this society.
Secretary Lu looked at the young man in front of her with great admiration. She originally thought that the illustrator was an old man. After all, he must have many years of experience to be able to draw so many famous paintings. However, she did not expect that the person standing in front of her was a male college student who looked less than 20 years old.
Not only did I begin to look at this person with admiration.
She has been following her boss for so many years, so she naturally knows that her boss has very high requirements for paintings and will not even look at the works of ordinary people.
But on the contrary, if it is a very good work, the boss will buy it back for collection no matter how much it costs. "This is our boss's account, look." Secretary Lu took out the mobile phone and showed it to Duan Jia.
Duan Jia walked forward and found that the page above was the chat page he had with his wife yesterday when he secretly bought paintings. This way Duan Jia felt relieved. Then he took out his painting from his bag, which was covered with a layer of gauze.
"Please check it out," Duan Jia said.
Secretary Lu pulled off the gauze, and the painting that came into her sight made her eyes light up. Although she doesn't often browse information about paintings, she has been following her boss for so many years, and her aesthetic appreciation of famous paintings has improved a lot. The painting in front of me is definitely 10 times better than those vulgar paintings in the past. She would watch videos on a regular basis, and when she occasionally saw this illustrator's paintings, she would stop and take a look and marvel at the illustrator's ability. But when she saw the real thing, she was still shocked.
This is probably because the actual object does not match the original picture? Is this really the same painting?
Of course, this is not to say that the illustrator's drawing is bad, but it is too good. It was so good that she felt that the painting in the video could not compare to the real thing. Sir, our boss will definitely like it when he sees it.
Duan Jia nodded calmly. In that case, I have transferred the remaining money to you.
Secretary Lu took the painting and transferred the remaining 700,000 to Duan Jia.
Please check.
Duan Jia took out his cell phone and smiled after seeing the text message.
In that case, I'll go back first. Secretary Lu rewrapped the painting and said to Duan Jia.
So the two of them said goodbye.
After Duan Jia returned to the dormitory, he took out his cell phone and prepared to tell Xiao Nero the great news. Baby, I want to tell you a good news. Duan Jia said excitedly. Xiao Nero, what's wrong? Duan Jia was ready to keep it a secret. Guess? Go to hell. Tell me. Duan Jia directly sent the screenshot of the text message to Xiao Nero. What's going on? Speak quickly. Is there something wrong with you? Duan Jia was helpless. How could Xiao Nero think of this? Of course not, baby. Duan Jia said, and then explained, this is the money I got from buying paintings. Have you sold your paintings? Asked Xiao Nero.
Yes, a middle-aged man sent me a private message yesterday, and he transferred the money to me today.
Chapter 129. Are you a devil?
My boyfriend is so awesome.
Xiao Nero kept praising him. Duan Jia, this is my first pot of gold. What gift do you want, baby? I don't want to.
Duan Jia knew that he and Xiao Nero had never met each other because they were in an online relationship. He had seen her online these past few days. Girls would feel very insecure as long as they were in a relationship, let alone someone like him and Xiao Nero. So when Duan Jia received the money, his first reaction was to buy a gift for Xiao Nero.
But Xiao Nero's reaction was also within his expectations. He knew his girlfriend's personality very well.
In such a long time together, Xiao Nero had never asked him for a gift. But as a man of the new era, Duan Jia still had some understanding.
I just want to give a gift to my girlfriend. Is that not allowed?
Whoa. Duan Jia started to act pitiful, and sure enough, seeing him like this, Xiao Nero finally relaxed.
Okay, but don't give me expensive gifts.
After Duan Jia agreed, he immediately opened Taobao. But after browsing for a while, he still didn't know how to choose. What kind of gifts do girls generally like?
Lipstick? Perfume? Bag?
Apart from these, Duan Jia really doesn't know what other gifts girls like nowadays. He suddenly remembered that the couple necklace he gave to Xiao Nero last time was chosen by Jian Shuru, and Xiao Nero liked it very much after receiving it.
Why not ask the school beauty?
Duan Jia did what he said and immediately opened Jian Shuru's chat box.
Senior, are you there?
After he sent the message, he waited patiently for Jian Shuru's reply. After all, the school beauty was always slow in replying to messages. What Duan Jia didn't expect was that Jian Shuru replied to his message very quickly this time.
Junior, is there something wrong? Then he sent another cute emoticon.
Duan Jia said, I want to buy a gift for my girlfriend, but I don't know what to buy.
Let me help you choose? Jian Shuru directly expressed Duan Jia's inner thoughts. I don't really know what you girls like, so I wanted to ask.
Jian Shuru directly threw a link over.
Duan Jia sent a question mark. What does this mean? Duan Jia didn't understand what Jian Shuru did. Just buy this, said Jian Shuru. Duan Jia was a little confused. Didn't he want the school beauty to recommend him some things that girls would like? How can I place an order directly? This is indeed a bit sudden. Could it be that the school beauty is just trying to be perfunctory with me? This is the latest model of sweatshirt this year. You can definitely buy it. Duan Jia clicked on the link doubtfully, and it was indeed a very popular style this year. Really? Duanjia confirmed again.
Of course, believe me, if your girlfriend doesn't like me, you will definitely fail the final exam next semester. Seeing Jian Shura say it so confidently, Duanjia believed it. After all, he still had great faith in Jian Shura's judgment. She was a school belle, she couldn't lie to him, right?
Thinking of this, Duanjia prepared to place an order. You can buy one more. Jian Shura said again. Duanjia asked, why?
You're so stupid.
Now you two will have matching sweatshirts, right? Duanjia suddenly understood, that's it.
I didn't expect the school beauty to be so thoughtful. So Duanjia bought 2 pieces, one for Xiao Nero and one for himself. After placing the order, Duanjia returned to the chat page with Jian Shuru.
Thank you, senior sister. Duanjia said.
You're welcome. After the two finished chatting, Duanjia put down his phone and glanced at Fatty Chen, who was still sleeping soundly.
Fatty, get up.
After he got out of bed and put on his clothes, he patted Fatty Chen.
No response.
He sighed and gained a little more strength. Fatty, get up quickly, we are going out for a run. Fatty Chen looked completely unconscious now, and no matter how Duanjia called out to him, he didn't respond. I heard there's a really delicious northeastern barbecue place at the south gate of the school.
There's a long line of people lining up there every day.
Before Duanjia could finish his words, Fatty Chen jumped up from the bed.
Barbecue?
Where? Fatty Chen kept shaking his head and looked around, and saw Duanjia, who was looking very helpless beside him. There's no barbecue to eat, only a 1,000-meter long distance run.
Duanjia said this cruelly.
Fatty Chen's eyes, which had originally sparkled with hope, immediately dimmed, and he said weakly, no way, Duanjia, are you a devil?
I almost forgot about this.
Duanjia sneered, the emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is.
Hurry up and get dressed so we can go for a run.
What greeted him was a burst of wailing from Fatty Chen, who was paralyzed on the bed. The two of them arrived at the playground of Kyoto University in a short while. After seeing this huge playground, Fatty Chen felt terrible. Even his eyes were filled with fear and his legs were almost weak. He looked at the man next to him, who looked calm and cold with a sad face.
Duanjia, I suddenly feel a little stomachache. He covered his stomach, looking weak.
Duanjia, who had long been accustomed to his tricks, would not take Fatty Chen's words seriously at all.
Do you want to fail the exam?
This really hit Fatty Chen's sore spot.
His semester can be described as miserable.
There are 10 courses in total, and he has failed 4 of them.
If he fails again, he will have to spend the rest of his life in the principal's office. Duanjia, you have to help me. Fatty Chen started to play the victim.
So, do you still find running difficult?
Duanjia asked.
Fatty Chen thought about it seriously and nodded solemnly, difficult, very difficult.
But don't worry. I will never give up.
It's not my character to retreat when faced with difficulties.
Fatty Chen made a promise to Duanjia with great ambition.
Let's hope, Duanjia said silently in his heart. Based on his understanding of Fatty Chen, he was afraid that he would desert the battlefield soon.
Then let's get started.
I thought, this is our first time running, so let's just treat it as a warm-up.
What do you think?
Fatty Chen nodded gratefully. Duanjia, I love you. After saying that, he leaned over and kissed Duanjia.
Don't be disgusting. Duanjia blocked his face. Let's get started.
So Fatty Chen started the very difficult running process.
When will it be difficult?
After running 400 meters, Fatty Chen began to lose strength. He gasped for air and looked for help at Duanjia, who was running beside him.
Ha! Duanjia, can I stop and rest for a while?
Really, I'm too tired. Duanjia, who appeared to be quite relaxed, looked straight ahead, not even glancing at Fatty Chen, who had collapsed exhausted beside him. He looked ahead and said, if you give up now, you'll give up later.
This is just the beginning. Who said that just now?
Chapter 130. The duet with the school beauty was recorded.
Fatty Chen said weakly, I. Then shut up. The more you talk, the more tired you become. Fatty Chen seemed to be stimulated by Duanjia.
He immediately cheered up and started to speed up. In fact, Fatty Chen's physique is not bad, but because of a long period of inactivity and overeating, Fatty Chen will be out of breath whenever he runs a few more steps. However, he still has plenty of strength, so as long as he persists, Duanjia believes that he will have no problem.
There is one last lap left, come on, said Duanjia.
Fatty Chen now felt as if there was rust in his throat and it was filled with the taste of blood. But as he looked at the finish line that was about to be reached, he felt full of strength again.
Hoo. Coming soon. 5 more steps. 4 steps. 3 steps. 2 steps. We've reached the finish line.
The moment Fatty Chen stepped over the red line with both feet, she collapsed to the ground. Duanjia frowned when he saw this and quickly said, "Hurry up and stand up.
You can't just sit down after running."
But Fatty Chen was now completely exhausted, so he couldn't listen to what Duanjia said and refused to stand up no matter what. Duanjia had no choice but to walk over and pull Fatty Chen up.
Okay, let's walk a few more laps. Fatty Chen looked at the boy in front of him with horror.
No, this is simply the devil.
Duanjia, aren't you tired? Asked Fatty Chen.
Duanjia hesitated for a while. He felt that if he told Fatty Chen that he was not tired now, it might be a huge blow to his self-esteem.
So I nodded against my will. To be honest, it's quite tiring.
When Fatty Chen heard this, he immediately said, "So let's just rest here for a while, shall we?" He started to act cute with Duanjia.
You don't think I'll really fall for your tricks, do you? Duanjia asked back.
Seeing that his special skills were useless, Fatty Chen had no choice but to accept his fate and get up. "Duanjia, I think you can become a physical education teacher."
Duanjia didn't say anything, and the two of them just walked slowly on the playground.
To be honest, Duanjia really enjoyed such moments. Since the start of school, Duanjia has been busy every day, either drawing, singing, or solving some very difficult problems. I have never been able to walk in the playground so leisurely as I do now.
However, this rare scene actually happened with Fatty Chen. No matter how Duanjia thought about it, he felt like he was at a disadvantage.
Fatty Chen felt the gazes from the side, turned around and looked at Duanjia, grinning foolishly. "Why are you looking at me?"
Duanjia said indifferently, "Nothing."
Then I casually looked up at the sky and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so beautiful." He quickly picked up his phone and started taking pictures frantically, then selected a few of his most satisfying photos and sent them to Xiao Neru.
"Miss you." "Where is this?" asked little Neru. "It's in our school playground." After sending the message, Duanjia put his phone away and did not see Xiao Neru's reply. But the originally happy mood came to an abrupt end because of the added music.
First, the familiar prelude sounded, and Duanjia already had a bad feeling.
Don't let it be what you think. But often what people least want to happen happens. Candlelight illuminates the dinner, but it can't reveal the answer. Love is not a warm dinner party.
Just from this opening sentence, Duanjia already felt unprecedented despair. Because this voice was not his own voice, but Jane Shuru's voice. But Jian Shuro has only sung this song in one place recently. That was the campus singing competition 2 days ago. But that is fine, the key point is that this song is a duet between me and Jian Shuru. Duanjia was in a daze now, with his head buzzing.
Damn, Duanjia, isn't this the song you and the school beauty sang together a few days ago? Fatty Chen said in surprise. Duanjia nodded. Yes, even Fatty Chen could hear it.
He never expected that the song he and Jian Shuru sang would be recorded, and it was a very complete song. How much free time does one have to do such a wicked thing? After Jian Shuru finished singing her part, it was Duanjia's part. At this moment, everyone in the playground started talking.
Everyone is curious about who was so bold as to openly play the song sung by the school beauty. But I have to say, this guy did an amazing job.
They were worried that they wouldn't be able to hear the song that the school beauty sang last time.
Now, which kind-hearted person would make such a bold move? If the school beauty gets angry, the consequences will be unimaginable.
All the teachers in the school will come to settle accounts with this person.
Oh my god, isn't this the song that the school beauty and the milk tea boy sang together last time? Could it be that the milk tea guy wants to take advantage of this opportunity to ride on the popularity of the school beauty?
After all, many boys have done this kind of thing in the past to attract the attention of the school beauty.
Impossible, haven't you figured it out? The school beauty and the milk tea boy are really close right now. There's no need for the milk tea boy, right? Apart from anything else, it's really great that two people work together. When can I sing a song with the school beauty? You're overthinking it.
The milk tea boy has been with the school beauty since the beginning of the school term.
Who do you think you are?
Although this statement was a bit hurtful, everyone deeply agreed with it, because after all, everyone felt that to be able to have such a good relationship with the school belle, one must be very powerful. Duan Jia listened to his own voice coming from the loudspeaker and felt that he was about to collapse.
Junior Duan.
A familiar voice sounded. Duan Jia looked up and found that it was the other heroine singing the song. Jian Shuru, the campus beauty of Jian University.
Now all the students in the playground focused their attention on the two of them. What could be more exciting than this scene?
Originally, the students at Kyoto University all looked down on Duan Jia.
After all, who would have thought that an ordinary boy could attract the attention of the campus belle? But as time went on, everyone was slapped in the face.
2 months passed, and instead of keeping their distance, the two people got closer and closer. And Jian Shuru's concern for this milk tea boy has already refreshed everyone's perception of this aloof school beauty. They said milk tea, pork rib soup, honey water, and even clothes, and the two of them even went home together.
It's really hard to believe that this isn't a relationship between a couple, right?
On this side, looking at Jian Shuru walking towards him happily, Duan Jia was confused.
How could he meet the school belle like this? But Duan Jia could only bite the bullet and greet Jian Shuru. Senior sister, are you also taking a walk on the playground? Zhang Fong also came with Jian Shuru. Chapter 131. The phone is lost.
When Zhang Fong saw that it was Duan Jia, she curled her lips.
Jian Shuru didn't know what happened just now.
She was lying on the bed playing with her mobile phone, but she didn't know what she saw. She immediately got up from the bed and said she wanted to go for a walk on the playground. She was puzzled as to why Jane, the campus beauty who would rather lie down than sit and would rather sit than stand, suddenly wanted to go to the playground.
There must be something fishy.
So she followed immediately, and sure enough, she saw the familiar face again.
Hello, senior sister Jiang.
Duan Jia immediately greeted Zhang Fong when he saw her behind Jian Shuru.
Zhang Fong nodded casually. Junior, what a coincidence.
Jian Shuru said with a smile. Zhang Fong really wanted to roll her eyes. Jian Shuru's ability to tell lies with her eyes open is getting better and better.
How is this a coincidence? This was definitely planned long ago.
She was sure that Jian Shuru must have somehow found out that Duan Jia was on the playground, otherwise how could the two of them meet by chance? Fatty Chen had been eager to make a move since he saw that it was Zhang Fong. He finally found a chance to talk to Zhang Fong, and he would definitely not miss it.
Hello, senior sister Jiang. Do you still remember me? Fatty Chen greeted Zhang Fong with a silly look on his face.
Only then did Zhang Fong notice that there was a little fat man standing behind Duan Jia. She recalled and found that there was indeed such a person in her memory.
So I nodded, put on a rare friendly face, and said, hello, I remember you. Fatty Chen got excited immediately when he heard it. Damn, he still remembers me. What does this mean? This means that I had left a good impression on Zhang Fong before. Senior sister actually remembers me. Fatty Chen said, somewhat flattered. Zhang Fong was amused by his reaction. Am I that scary?
Jian Shuru looked between the two of them again and again, then said, Fatty, not everyone can remember senior sister Zhang Fong.
She rarely speaks in such a mischievous way. Duan Jia also glanced at Fatty Chen and Duan Jia.
He knew that Fatty Chen had always had that kind of feelings towards Zhang Fong, but after spending these days with Zhang Fong, he intuitively felt that this girl must be very difficult to deal with. That's right, Duan Jia felt that his choice of words was very appropriate.
Otherwise, why does Zhang Fong always look as if he owes him 8 million every time he sees him? If these two people really end up together, my good brother will be in trouble. Duan Jia's thoughts drifted away, and when he came to his senses, Fatty Chen and Zhang Fong had already gone nowhere.
The only person standing opposite him was Jian Shuru.
Junior, how about we take a walk together?
Jian Shuru said. Duan Jia looked at the beautiful face of the school beauty and suddenly felt that the students of Kyoto University really had good taste.
A beauty like Jian Shuru was indeed more exquisite than many current stars. It's no wonder that these teachers favor her. Who wouldn't like a student who is both virtuous and academically excellent and can bring honor to the school? Besides, this student looks like a fairy. Who wouldn't like it? Just standing here is enough to make people excited.
At this moment, Duan Jia didn't know it yet, because the fact that the two of them were just standing there looking at each other was enough to make the people around them excited.
Fuck, what kind of look is this? Help me. I feel like I'm going to fall. Oh my god, don't you think that with the background music sung by two people, it's absolutely amazing? That's right.
I declare that I am now the #1 CP fan of the two of them.
No one can control me. What are you guys standing there for? Take a picture now.
This sentence immediately woke everyone up, and everyone took out their mobile phones to capture this historic moment.
And what about the male and female protagonists of the incident? Still debating whether or not to take a walk.
Because Duanjia really didn't want to continue staying together under the pressure of two people's songs, he directly rejected Jian Shuru's invitation. I'm sorry, senior sister, I just finished running with Fatty Chen and now I feel a little tired.
Duanjia used a very lame excuse. Even someone as incompetent as Fatty Chen can continue walking with Zhang Feng, so why can't I? But Jian Shura should be able to understand, right?
Jian Shura looked Duanjia up and down. She would never believe this man's lies. Oh, it turns out that some people are really so ungrateful. Jian Shura said with pretended sadness.
Duanjia was stunned. Huh? Could this be talking about myself?
Jian Shura stared at Duanjia intently, her eyes seemed to be saying, yes, I'm talking about you.
I don't know who helped him choose gifts for his girlfriend twice.
Jian Shura said indifferently, then sighed.
Duanjia immediately understood. My goodness, isn't this just a veiled attack? How could that be? I've always remembered the help I received from my senior sister. Duanjia explained quickly.
Jian Shura looked at the other person's reaction with satisfaction, and then said very proudly, in that case, senior sister wants you to accompany her for a walk.
Do you think this request is too much? Duanjia shook his head, not too much. In that case, let's go.
After saying that, Jian Shura continued walking forward, and Duanjia had no choice but to resign himself to her fate and follow her.
How does the saying go?
If you eat someone's food, you should be grateful for it. If you take something from someone else, you should be grateful for it. It is most appropriate to use it on myself and Jian Shuru now. Duanjia was walking when suddenly Jian Shuru in front of him stopped.
What instructions do you have, senior?
Duanjia felt that he now looked very much like a eunuch in ancient times, and the kind of eunuch in charge. And Jian Shuru is the woman with the highest status.
Alas, it's all tears if I say too much. Can you walk next to me?
Jian Shuru said helplessly to the boy.
What's the point of him following behind me? I don't want a follower.
Duanjia thought to himself that he should obey the order, and then he obediently sat next to Jian Shuru.
That's good enough.
Jian Shuru was finally satisfied. She felt very comfortable at the moment. She looked up at the sky, which was even more beautiful than the one Duanjia had sent her before, so she wanted to take out her cell phone to take a few more pictures. She checked her pockets out of habit, but found nothing.
Strangeness.
Then she tried again, as if she didn't believe it, but still nothing.
Impossible.
She remembered that after receiving Duanjia's message, she immediately put away her phone and came out immediately. Duanjia, who was standing next to her, saw Jian Shuru suddenly stop and look for something, and asked, "Senior, what's wrong?" Jian Shuru frowned and said, "I think I lost my phone."
When Duanjia heard this, he immediately asked, "Did you leave it in the dormitory?"
Jian Shuru shook her head.
She was absolutely sure that she definitely did not leave her cell phone in the dormitory. What should I do? There's something very important in my phone.
Jian Shuru's phone contains a lot of chat records between her and Duanjia.
If they are gone, she will be heartbroken. It doesn't matter.
If it was lost just now, it must have been lost on the playground.
Chapter 132. The cell phone is found. Duanjia hurriedly comforted him.
So the two of them gave up their original intention of taking a walk and kept searching for the whereabouts of the phone along the playground. Seeing Jian Shuru so anxious, Duanjia felt very uncomfortable for some reason.
Don't worry, we will find it, Duanjia said.
Jian Shuru looked at Duanjia and became more and more anxious.
What should she do if she couldn't find him?
Just when the two were very anxious, the radio that was originally playing the song that the two were singing together suddenly stopped.
Now, I have an announcement. A classmate found a cell phone on the playground.
Students who lost their cell phone, please come to the broadcast station and claim it now. When Jian Shuru heard this, she was very surprised and said, "It must be my phone."
Duanjia nodded and said, "I'll go with you."
When the two arrived at the radio station, they saw a group of people gathered around them. When they saw that it was Jian Shuru and Duanjia, they all immediately turned their heads to look at the two of them. When the person in charge of the radio station saw that it was the school beauty who came, he immediately put down his work and walked forward.
Why is Senior Jane here?
Jian Shura said, I heard that you found a cell phone?
The classmate nodded and said, did the school beauty lose her phone?
Right. Hearing this, the person in charge said with some embarrassment, but that phone should not be yours.
Jian Shura frowned and asked quickly, how come?
After seeing the phone, someone accidentally opened it and saw a photo of the school beauty and the milk tea boy singing.
How could this be the school bells?
Everyone was just guessing that the student who lost his phone must be a fan of the campus beauty and the milk tea boy. They were just about to ask on the school forum when Jian Shura and Duanjia showed up. Duanjia knew that Jian Shura was very anxious, so he stepped forward and said, to be on the safe side, let's take a look.
After seeing Duanjia, the man couldn't contain his excitement. I'm so lucky today that I can talk to the two most popular people in Kyoto University. Since the milk tea man said so, how could he refuse? Okay, hurry up and bring that phone over.
After seeing the phone, Jian Shura immediately went forward to take a look and then said in surprise, this is my phone. Everyone was shocked when they heard it.
Is this the school beauty's cell phone? How is that possible?
Everyone has just seen that the wallpaper of this phone is a photo of the school beauty and the milk tea boy. Besides, this can't be considered an ordinary photo, it's a photo of two people looking at each other. The eyes of the two people in the photo are very affectionate, to the extent that anyone who sees them will have fantasies. But with such a mobile phone and such a wallpaper, the school beauty now claims that this is hers. This completely overturned everyone's cognition. Senior, are you sure this is yours? Someone asked uncertainly. Everyone guessed that the school beauty must have made a mistake. Jian Shura began to doubt herself after hearing what they said, so she looked at her phone over and over again, then opened it very naturally. After seeing her own phone wallpaper, she said very confidently, this is my phone.
Duanjia, who was watching from the side, was stunned. What did he just see? Why is Jian Shura's phone wallpaper a photo of me and her singing?
No wonder they repeatedly confirmed whether this was Jian Shura's phone. After Jian Shura said that, everyone in the broadcasting room had different expressions.
Because everyone still can't believe what just happened. Do they know some shocking secret? Could it be that the school beauty and the milk tea boy are really together? Are all the speculations in school true? No wonder. No wonder the two of them were so close before. Maybe they have even met their parents now. No, it must be.
Jian Shura was very happy after getting her mobile phone, and she thanked the classmates in the broadcasting room profusely.
Thank you so much. I really don't know what I would do if I lost this phone. You are so polite, Senior. Yeah, isn't this what we should do?
Everyone appeared to be very polite, but no one knew how excited they were inside.
Who would have known that this phone belonged to the school beauty?
It would have been fine if she was just the school belle, but she actually let them know such a shocking secret.
They should be thanking the school beauty. Duanjia, let's go.
Jian Shura turned her head to look at the boy next to her. Duanjia has wanted to leave here for a long time. He had just seen the reactions of everyone present. Even if Duanjia couldn't read minds, he could still know what these people were thinking at that moment. They must feel that their current relationship with Jian Shura was very special.
No, it's not ordinary anymore, it's just that no one had any solid evidence before. But now it's completely different. Who would casually use a photo of themselves with a boy as wallpaper? Isn't this just a disguised way of hitting yourself?
After the two of them walked out, Duanjia finally couldn't help but ask, Senior, I just saw your wallpaper. The corners of Jian Shura's mouth, which were originally upturned, will turn downwards. She was so excited that she completely forgot about this.
So he saw it? Jian Shura was frantically thinking about what to say.
Under Duanjia's gaze, she cleared her throat and said, I was browsing the forum the other day and saw a video of the two of us, and then I happened to see this scene.
Don't you think I look good in this picture? She asked. Duanjia nodded.
Jian Shura's appearance was beyond reproach.
That's right. Girls all love beauty.
If they see a good-looking photo of themselves, of course they will set it as wallpaper, she said righteously. Duanjia felt that the reason here was very sufficient, but the problem was that the photo not only contained you, but also me. He thought Jian Shura hadn't thought of this, so he carefully reminded her, but there's me in that photo.
Yeah.
Jian Shura nodded, knowing what Duanjia was worried about, and then explained, I originally wanted to cut you out, but I found that the photo would look weird after cutting you out.
Duanjia never expected the reason here, but since Jian Shuru said so, wouldn't it seem petty if he said anything more? So I could only sigh. What else could I do?
Anyway, it has been seen by others, Duanjia thought. If nothing unexpected happens, this incident will be seen tomorrow. No, it won't be until tomorrow. Everyone in Kyoto University will know it today.
Since the phone has been found, let me take my senior sister back? Duanjia quickly accepted this reality.
Jian Shura thought to herself that she was really smart. I didn't expect Duanjia to believe such a lame excuse, and I couldn't help but smile.
Okay, let's go.
Jian Shuru smiled knowingly.
Chapter 133 The School Beauty Must Like You. Duanjia was right.
After he and Jian Shuru left, that group of people uploaded the incident to the forum. The title still made Duanjia speechless. Official news: the school beauty and the milk tea boy have been together for a long time. This post was immediately pushed to the top of the list by this group of gossipers. Whether they were usually very active in the forum or those who seldom spoke in the forum, they all started commenting below as if they had smelled a huge scent of gossip.
Is the news Huju said reliable? I hope it's not just some gossip. Sisters, is this news reliable? I remember last time you said the two were just ordinary friends, right? As a loyal fan of both of them, I can guarantee that what the poster said is absolutely true. No way, you guys didn't just find out about this now, did you? Didn't the two of you go back to the school beauty's house together last time?
Upstairs, that's all in the past. The person involved has already clarified the matter.
Suddenly, the comments under this post became a mess.
In the past, everyone would definitely work together to criticize the person who wrote such a post, but in just a few months, everyone's mentality has changed dramatically. Everyone originally thought that the cold and beautiful schoolgirl was just like that by nature, and no one could get into her heart.
In the past few years, everyone has gotten used to it. But ever since this man named Duanjia came to Kyoto University, he instantly crossed everyone's bottom line. It turns out that the school belle can smile so sweetly to someone? It turns out that the school beauty would also make pork rib soup for someone? It turns out that the school belle can care so much about someone? All of this actually happened to Jian Shuru?
Everyone has been confused, dissatisfied, and jealous, but until now, most people have begun to accept the relationship between the two. After all, seeing the campus beauty smile so happily is something that everyone at Kyoto University hopes to see.
And in the boys' dormitory,
Fatty Chen was reading the posts on the forum with great interest, grinning foolishly and laughing out loud from time to time.
Duanjia, I really didn't expect this group of people to be so imaginative.
Duanjia stood behind Fatty Chen, staring at the phone screen with him, and then sneered helplessly, even they are just daydreaming. Even someone like Fatty Chen could tell that he and Jian Shuru were not familiar with each other, but this group of people could still discuss it so heatedly. Thinking about it this way, Fatty Chen's IQ was much higher than theirs. But then again, why did the school beauty set the photo of you two singing together as wallpaper? Fatty Chen looked at Duanjia and asked. So Duanjia explained to Fatty Chen the reason that Jian Shuru told him this afternoon.
After hearing this, Fatty Chen shook his head. Duanjia, what's wrong? Fatty Chen looked at Duanjia with a half smile, then said, don't you think this excuse is a bit forced? Duanjia thought for a moment, then said, I didn't believe it at first, but didn't she explain it again later? Although Duanjia also had doubts, he later thought, what's the point of Jian Shuru, a school beauty, lying to him? And there is absolutely no motive. TSK, Duanjia, I think you still don't understand girls well enough. Fatty Chen looked like an experienced person. Duanjia sneered. It was really weird. He actually wanted to hear what Fatty Chen had to say. Okay, Mr. Chen, what do you think? In my opinion, the school beauty is definitely lying. Duanjia nodded and motioned for him to continue. I think the school beauty might have a crush on you. Duanjia almost believed Fatty Chen's serious look. Fatty, do you believe what you said? Duanjia sneered. When Fatty Chen heard this, he became anxious and wanted to quickly prove that what he said was right, so he started to talk in a coherent manner. Duanjia, think about it, if the school beauty is really as beautiful as she said, is it possible that there are no other good-looking photos?
Duanjia shook his head honestly. With Jian Shuru's beauty, there is probably no blind spot in her 360-degree photos.
There is no such thing as an ugly photo of her.
Fatty Chen continued, besides, the screenshot of that video was so blurry.
If I didn't know it was you two singing, I wouldn't be able to tell who it was. Hearing this, Duan Jia's doubts gradually began to emerge. Fatty Chan was right. Since Jian Shuro wanted to set her beautiful photo as wallpaper, why did she choose that photo? This is totally unreasonable. Go on. After observing you for the past few days, I've discovered that wherever you are, that school beauty never looks at anyone else, not even for a second. Duan Jia thought this was a bit exaggerated. Seeing Duan Jia's complete disbelief, Fatty Chan placed his phone in front of him and said, "See for yourself." Duan Jia was shocked when he saw this. He couldn't help but curse, "Fuck, where did this come from?" Fatty Chan said very proudly, "You never thought I took this secretly." Duan Jia gritted his teeth and said, "Fatty, how much free time do you have?" It was unknown how many times he and Jian Shuro had met in the photo. Duan Jia couldn't remember for sure. However, what concerned him most at the moment was that this photo also showed Jian Shuro looking at him. Maybe it was because Jian Shuro's eyes were so beautiful, Duan Jia actually felt that the look she gave him was extremely hot, but he didn't feel it at the time. Well, now you should believe what I say, right? Duan Jia came back to his senses and waved his hands in denial. What does this prove? It means that Jian Shuro's eyes are indeed beautiful and suitable for acting. Fatty Chan was really impressed by Duan Jia. He refused to admit it even at this point. Think about it, why has the school beauty been so nice to you since the beginning of school? You know why, so I don't need to tell you, right? This is undeniable, but Duan Jia had already prepared what to say. Because she considers me a friend. This is what Jian Shuro said to herself. Fatty Chan sneered, "There are no pure friends of the opposite sex in this world. Duan Jia, aren't you a little too naive? Do you think the school beauty likes me?" Duan Jia asked back. Fatty Chan nodded affirmatively. "Do you think the school beauty will be attracted to me? Are you kidding? Who is Jian Shuro? All the boys in Kyoto University have fantasized about becoming his girlfriend, and there are many outstanding ones among them, but she has remained single for so many years." As a freshman who had just enrolled, Duan Jia thought that he had nothing particularly outstanding about himself, so this was simply impossible. At first I thought it was impossible, but after so much time, I have to believe it even if I don't want to. Duan Jia's heart is in a mess now. Chapter 134, Scumbag or Good Man? Why did he feel that what Fatty Chan said made so much sense? But it is absolutely impossible to make him believe it completely. Seeing that Duan Jia still didn't believe what he said, Fatty Chan pursed his lips and said, "You decide what to do. Now everyone thinks you're with the school beauty." Duan Jia retorted, "I have a girlfriend." Fatty Chan spread his hands and said, "Don't tell me." "Of course I know you have a girlfriend, but other people in the school don't know." Duan Jia felt that what Fatty Chan said made a lot of sense. He had allowed the matter to continue to ferment because he thought these rumors would not have any impact on him at all, but Duan Jia was wrong. If this matter continued like this, it would probably cause greater harm. Maybe by then even Xiao Nero will be angry with me. Thinking of this, Duan Jia immediately logged into his forum account. The name of his account is Duan Jia, so no matter what he says it under his real name. The post that Fatty Chan mentioned is still on the forum's homepage and has received tens of thousands of views. This means that almost everyone at Kyoto University has seen this post. He had to admire the speed at which this information spread, which could almost create a Guinness World Record. When Duan Jia was reading the comments below, he found that among so many people, there were still a few sober people. "I remember the milk tea guy said in public that he has a girlfriend, didn't he? The authenticity of this news remains to be verified. After all, he has a girlfriend. I advise you to calm down. What's most annoying is you CP fans, you have no brains at all." Duan Jia was deeply moved when he saw these comments. Oh my god. It turns out that there are actually people who remember that he has a girlfriend. This way it won't be so hard to explain to yourself. So, he commented under this post, "Sorry, I have a girlfriend, can you please delete this post? Otherwise she will be angry if she sees it." After saying this, Duan Jia did not leave in a hurry. Given the speed at which this post went viral, someone would definitely see my comment immediately. Sure enough, in less than 3 minutes, there were already many replies to my comment. Is this the milk tea guy? He's actually denying his relationship with the school beauty. It's so funny, isn't this a scumbag? Even now he still doesn't dare to admit it. Is it fun to play with the feelings of the school beauty? I feel so sorry for her, she actually fell in love with such a person. What?
When did I play with Jane Shuru's feelings?
Isn't this slander?
Duan Jia held his breath and continued to scroll down.
I support you. There aren't many good men like you anymore. The girls above, the real person has come out to clarify, and you can't accept it and start lashing out? Maybe it hit a sore spot for some CP fans, otherwise why would it bite people like a mad dog? I don't know where all this drama comes from. Can they just focus on their studies? When did Kyoto University become a place for gossip every day?
When Duan Jia saw this sentence, he wanted to give it 100 likes.
This student is so enlightened.
If it weren't for these people gossiping in school every day, I wouldn't have so many troubles to deal with. The comments at this point have become polarized.
Some people think that Duan Jia's sudden appearance at this time is to evade responsibility, and curse Duan Jia as a scumbag.
Some people also began to support Duan Jia, praising him as a good man who would not let the matter continue to ferment just to take advantage of Jian Shuru's traffic.
But no matter what, Duan Jia made his position clear.
As for Jian Shuru, Duan Jia hasn't figured out how to explain it yet. After all, I was the one who solved the matter without telling her, so she shouldn't be angry, right?
Girls' Dormitory 204.
Zhang Fong walked to Jian Shuru's bed angrily, with obvious anger on her face.
Shuro, get up quickly.
Jian Shuru was applying a facial mask and meditating with her eyes closed. When she heard Zhang Fong's voice, she slowly opened her eyes and said lazily, Fong, what's wrong?
Who offended you? Go to the forum and see for yourself.
Jian Shuru had no choice but to take out her cell phone from under the pillow and open her account. I only saw that the #1 trending search was about the milk tea guy's response to his relationship with the school beauty.
Jian Shuru opened her eyes wide, sat up immediately, looked up at Zhang Fong and asked, what is this?
Zhang Fong sneered and raised her chin to indicate, look for yourself. Jian Shuru didn't dare to hesitate and opened it immediately. I burst out laughing after seeing the content.
Zhang Fong couldn't believe her ears and eyes. Even in this situation, Jian Shuru can still laugh?
What are you looking at? She asked.
Jian Shuru, I said innocently, I'm looking at the #1 trending search, didn't you ask me to look at it? Zhang Fong nodded, then asked, aren't you angry? Jian Shuru couldn't understand why she was angry. She was so happy.
Seeing Duan Jia defending her like this, she felt warm in her heart. The man she liked was indeed the right one. Zhang Fong felt that the girl in front of her was stupid, otherwise why would she still be counting money for the scumbag at this time?
Is this still the Jian Shuru she knows? As expected, all men are bad.
Jian Shuru, the campus belle who is so outstanding and clear-headed, is actually bewitched by this man.
Shuro, you must still be immersed in his sweet words. Tell me, what are you going to do? Zhang Fong asked.
Jian Shuru was still immersed in the joy she had just felt. When she heard Zhang Fong say this, she didn't react at all.
She stared at Zhang Fong blankly and asked, what should I do? Zhang Fong really wanted to use a stick to knock open Jian Shuru's head to see what was inside.
But there was nothing he could do, since she was his only good sister, so he said patiently, Duan Jia is a scumbag, confirmed. When Jian Shuru heard Zhang Fong say this, she immediately retorted, he is not.
Honey, do you know what he's called? He's two-timing. He's with his girlfriend while flirting with you. This is the typical case of having your cake and eating it too.
Jian Shuru had no idea how to explain this to her best friend.
Should she admit that she is actually Duan Jia's girlfriend? There is absolutely no way she could say that at this time.
Don't worry, Zhang Fong, I'm not stupid. Zhang Fong scoffed at what she said. The Jian Shuru before was not stupid, but the Jian Shuru now may not be stupid. But she knew Jian Shuru's temper. Once she made up her mind, no one could say anything.
Okay, I don't care about you anymore.
She said this, but she really couldn't ignore Jian Shuru. It seemed that she had to meet this person alone.
Otherwise, there is no guarantee of what kind of harm Jian Shuru will suffer in the end, and by then it will be too late to make amends. Chapter 135, Meeting with a Junior Student Alone.
Thinking of this, Zhang Fong came up with a good idea. So she took out her cell phone, found a person in the list with the note Fat Chen, and opened the chat box with him.
Are you there, Junior?
After sending this message, Zhang Fong has been waiting for news from the other party. She is very confident that Fatty Chen will definitely reply to her. And in the boys' dormitory 204, a scream that broke the sky suddenly came.
Ah!
Fatty Chen suddenly jumped up from the bed and almost dropped the phone in his hand.
Fatty, you scared me to death.
Duan Jia, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his sleepy eyes and heard a very loud scream in a daze. After waking up, he saw Fatty Chen sitting on the bed, holding his mobile phone very excitedly, for some reason, so he asked. When Fatty Chen heard Duan Jia talking, he immediately jumped off the bed.
Yes, that's right, it was a jump.
If Duan Jia didn't know Fatty Chen's strength, he would never have believed that the person who was so agile just now was actually Fatty Chen. Then Fatty Chen placed his cell phone in front of Duan Jia. Duan Jia had just woken up and was stimulated by the sudden light, so he couldn't open his eyes for a while.
Wait.
Duan Jia said with narrowed eyes.
Fatty Chen was so excited that he didn't know what to say, so he just read it to Duan Jia. Junior, are you there?
Then after he finished speaking, he let out a strange scream.
Duan Jia was completely confused. What was going on? Duan Jia, do you think the senior likes me? Fatty Chen asked excitedly. Duan Jia has a black question mark face. Who do you think likes whom? He asked again.
Fatty Chen explained, just now, I received a message from Senior Zhang Feng.
Duan Jia nodded, so she confessed to you? Fatty Chen shook his head, of course not. Then how do you know she likes you? Fatty Chen smiled confidently, need I say that? She just sent me a message. Didn't she just ask if you were there? Duan Jia was puzzled.
How did Fatty Chen know that Zhang Feng liked him from those 4 words?
Fatty Chen waved his hand and said in a serious tone, you don't understand this, do you?
After spending the past few days with my senior sister, I think she also has a good impression of me, otherwise why would she take the initiative to send me a message?
Duan Jia was speechless. Should he tell Fatty Chen that this was Pu Xinnan's behavior? Maybe she just wants to talk to you about something? Duan Jia asked back. Fatty Chen immediately retorted, then why didn't she look for you?
After hearing this, Duan Jia complained silently in his heart, no thanks, he and Zhang Feng must have some grudges in the previous life, otherwise why did he always look so resentful every time he saw her? I advise you to reply to her message quickly, otherwise your senior will dislike you. Duan Jia reminded him helplessly, but Fatty Chen was so excited that he just glanced at it unintentionally and found that 15 minutes had passed since Zhang Feng sent him the message.
Fatty Chen slapped his forehead and said, Duan Jia, thank you so much. It's a good thing you reminded me.
Duan Jia shook his head helplessly, then prepared to lie down and continue sleeping. I had just closed my eyes for 5 minutes when I heard another wailing sound in my ears.
Duan Jia had to open his eyes. I can't fall asleep at all. Fatty, what on earth are you doing?
I saw Fatty Chen looking at me like a nagging woman.
What happened? Wasn't he fine just now? What's wrong? Duan Jia asked. Look for yourself. Fatty Chen said with a look of despair. Duan Jia took the phone and asked in disbelief, what does this mean? Humph, I don't know. Fatty Chen said angrily.
Duan Jia looked again in disbelief, only to see that after Fatty Chen replied, Zhang Feng actually wanted his contact information.
The most important thing is that Fatty Chen actually gave it back? You actually gave it to her? Duan Jia said to Fatty Chen. Fatty Chen said, of course, this is my goddess. Duan Jia rolled his eyes. This guy still couldn't change his nature of being a bootlicker. So why did Zhang Feng suddenly ask Fatty Chen for her contact information? What exactly happened? At this time, Duan Jia could probably guess why.
It's just because of Jian Shurou's matter.
But the problem arises again. What could happen between me and Jian Shurou? As Duan Jia was thinking about it, he saw a window pop up on his WeChat. Zhang Feng requests to add you as a friend. Damn, it's coming already. Wow, why did the goddess add you? Fatty Chen looked at Duan Jia angrily. Duan Jia was also innocent. How could he know why Zhang Feng wanted to add him as a friend?
But looking at the sad Fatty Chen, he quickly comforted him, don't worry, Fatty, she must have something to talk to me about. Fatty Chen had tears in his eyes, then you should agree quickly.
Duan Jia quickly lowered his head and nodded in approval. You are already friends, you can start chatting now. Duan Jia was still hesitating whether to take the initiative to greet Zhang Feng.
Just as he was hesitating, he saw that the other party was already typing.
Brother Duan, I'm Zhang Feng. Duan Jia saw it and immediately replied, hello, senior sister, what's up? He asked straight to the point. I wonder if you have time tomorrow? I want to see you alone. Depend on. Fatty Chen, who had been watching from the side, couldn't help but swear. Duan Jia's eyes were stiff. He glanced at Fatty Chen and found that he was also looking at him, but his eyes were full of sadness. Fatty, I thought she must have something to ask me. Duan Jia explained. Fatty Chen had a face full of resentment, the look of someone who had just been heartbroken, and his tone was extremely pitiful. Wow, she actually asked you to meet her alone. Duan Jia was speechless for a moment. He didn't know what Zhang Fong was doing. Why do you suddenly want to meet with me alone? Logically speaking, the two people have nothing in common. Could there be some conspiracy? Fatty, don't think too much. Didn't you say she likes you? Duan Jia said. Fatty Chen glanced at him indifferently, then humped, women's mouths are deceitful. Duan Jia was about to offer comfort when his phone vibrated again. Since you're silent, I'll take it as your agreement. Let's meet at the milk tea shop in front of the school at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's settled. This doesn't even give me a chance to refute, okay? Sure enough, Zhang Fong is still the same Zhang Fong. There is no logic at all. It had come to this point, so Duan Jia could only agree, okay, senior sister. After sending the message, he looked up and said to Fatty Chen, why don't you come with me tomorrow? When Fatty Chen heard this, he said awkwardly, this is not my fault. She asked you out, so why would I go? Duan Jia smiled and said, okay, stop pretending. Just sit in the corner when the time comes. Don't worry. Snort. Fatty Chen then left with satisfaction. The next day, because Zhang Fong had an appointment with him at 9 in the morning, Duan Jia set an alarm for 8 o'clock. Chapter 136. He is very cute. Fuck, Fatty, what are you doing? As soon as Duan Jia woke up, he saw Fatty Chen sitting in a daze on the bed opposite him. He looked at his watch and it was exactly 8 o'clock. It's incredible. After so many years of school starting, this is the first time Duan Jia has seen Fatty Chen get up so early. Whenever he has no classes in the morning, Fatty Chen can sleep until noon. What happened today? He actually got up before me. When did you wake up? Duan Jia couldn't help but ask. Fatty Chen glanced at Duan Jia and said calmly, it's probably around 6 o'clock. It's past 6 o'clock. Duan Jia was so shocked that his pupils trembled. Why are you up so early? You forgot, you were going to meet Senior Zhang Fong today. How could Duan Jia forget? But he and Zhang Fong agreed to meet at 9 o'clock. Fatty Chen woke up at 6 o'clock. What makes a fat person do this? It's love. Duan Jia couldn't help but sigh, there really is always something that can defeat something else. Hurry up, don't make the senior wait anxiously. Fatty Chen urged. Duan Jia was speechless. Today was really the day when the sun rose from the west. Fatty Chen, who always had a procrastination problem, actually started to supervise others. Okay. Duan Jia originally washed and dressed at his usual pace, but he could always feel the eyes glued to him. Okay, big brother, stop staring at me. I'm scared. Duan Jia sighed and said to Fatty Chen. Snort. He also knew that Fatty Chen was a little anxious. Could it be that my brother is in love? Duan Jia was brushing his teeth while thinking, what if Zhang Fong doesn't like fat guys? Wouldn't that mean he would be heartbroken for the second time? This one do. He absolutely couldn't bear to see Fatty Chen get hurt again. Thanks to the supervisor chimpanzee, Duan Jia only took 15 minutes to get himself ready this time. The two of them set off together. When he reached the door, Fatty Chen suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Duan Jia turned his head and asked. Fatty Chen scratched his head embarrassedly and said, why don't I just not go in? What if she finds me? Duan Jia patted his shoulder and said, no, you believe me. So they pulled Fatty Chen and the other two in. Because it is still some time before 9 o'clock, there is no need to worry about Zhang Fong coming. Duan Jia asked Fatty Chen to sit in a very secluded place where he could see himself and Zhang Fong, but Zhang Fong could not see him. Duan Jia was sitting in his seat. After a while, Zhang Fong came in from the door of the milk tea shop. She seemed to see Duan Jia at a glance and walked straight towards him. I didn't expect you to come so early. Hearing Zhang Fong's voice, Duan Jia raised his head and greeted her politely, senior sister is here. Zhang Fong nodded coldly, then sat down. Do you know why I came to see you today? Duan Jia shook his head honestly, he really didn't know. Zhang Fong curled the corners of her mouth. Duanjia knew that this senior student was obviously very dissatisfied with his answer, as if to say, "Don't you know this?
You should know that Shuro and I are very good friends.
We grew up together and were never apart even when we were in school."
Zhang Fong suddenly began to recall the past.
Duanjia could only nod.
He originally thought that Zhang Fong and Zhen Shuro were just roommates, but he didn't expect that their relationship was so deep. Zhang Fong continued, "Shuro has only had me as her friend since she was little."
Do you know why? Duanjia still shook his head. He didn't dare to talk nonsense.
Because she is so beautiful.
Duanjia looked puzzled after hearing this.
This sounded a bit strange.
Logically speaking, shouldn't the more beautiful people be more popular? Moreover, with a beauty like Jian Shuru, there would probably be many people who would want to be friends with her, right?
As if she understood what Duanjia was thinking, Zhang Fong continued, "It's precisely because she's so pretty that she's been popular since she was little. However, in Jian Shuru's heart, these people only like her because of her face.
That's why I'm her only friend until now." Duanjia nodded after listening. But he still didn't understand why Zhang Fong told him all this? Could it be that they called me here so early in the morning just to listen to stories? So, you should understand, right? Zhang Fong asked. Duanjia was speechless. Is he too stupid?
He should know something. So, if you want to hurt her, I'm going to advise you to stay away from her now.
Duanjia couldn't help but frown after hearing this.
He had never thought of hurting Jian Shuru. Besides, the two of them had no relationship, so how could he hurt her?
And isn't this pure slander? I'm not that kind of person. Senior, how could I bully Senior Jian? Duanjia said. Zhang Fong raised her eyebrows. I remember you have a girlfriend, don't you? Duanjia nodded. In that case, shouldn't you keep your distance from other opposite sexes? Shu Ro is very innocent.
If you lie to her, I, Zhang Fong, will be the first one to not forgive you.
Duanjia finally understood the significance of this meeting.
It turns out that this is just a warning to myself. In fact, he could also understand that as Jian Shuru's best friend, there was nothing wrong with Zhang Fong doing this. Just like he would never let Fatty Chen be bullied.
So Duanjia didn't think there was anything wrong with it.
I understand, but I think I should still explain that Senior Jane and I are just ordinary friends, and I will not hurt her. Although he could understand it, it did not mean that he accepted Zhang Fong's definition of himself. There is nothing between him and Jian Shuru, there is nothing between them. When Duanjia said this, he looked into Zhang Fong's eyes to show his sincerity. The two people just stared at each other silently, as if it was a silent game. Suddenly, Zhang Fong smiled. Since my junior fellow apprentice has said so, I feel relieved. Duanjia breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Fatty Chen in the corner, and then looked at Duanjia sitting in front of him.
He asked tentatively, Senior sister, what do you think of my roommate Fatty Chen?
Zhang Fong thought about it for a moment, then smiled and said, You mean that little chubby guy who walks a bit like a penguin?
Duanjia didn't react for a moment to figure out whether this person was talking about Fatty Chen. Penguin?
He really had never observed this.
Senior sister is observing very seriously. Duanjia said again.
Because he is really cute.
Zhang Fong nodded and said, But does he really hate me? Duanjia almost spit out a mouthful of water. Hate? How do you know?
Why would you say that, Senior? For the sake of Fatty Chen's happiness in the second half of his life, Duanjia asked hurriedly. Because every time I walk with him, he always says something I don't understand. Zhang Fong said very distressedly.
What? He is really curious. Chapter 137 A Man in Love.
Besides, Fatty Chen must have said something that made Zhang Fong so distressed. Zhang Fong shook her head and said, It seems to be some esports or something like that.
I don't understand the details. Duanjia almost burst out laughing.
He's really something, actually chatting about games with a girl. Duanjia wanted to laugh when he thought of the scene of Fatty Chen and Zhang Fong walking on the street and chatting about games, with Zhang Fong looking confused. He said helplessly in his heart. He thought Fatty Chen was so powerful, but now it seems that he is not even as good as himself. It's a good thing that he had given me advice before, but now it seems that Duanjia didn't listen to him. Then, what do you think of him, Senior sister?
Duanjia asked again.
Although Fatty Chen's emotional intelligence is somewhat worrying, as his good brother, Duanjia feels that he should help if he can.
Zhang Fong showed a rare expression of admiration and then said, "He's a very nice guy, but he seemed a little unhappy yesterday?" Duan Jia was a little surprised. Zhang Fong was observing very carefully, so he asked, "Well, how did you see that?" That shouldn't be the case. Although Fatty Chen was very sad yesterday, he didn't tell Zhang Fong. How could Zhang Fong realize that Fatty Chen was unhappy?
To thank him for giving you his contact information, I sent him a message on WeChat saying I would treat him to a meal, but he hasn't replied to me yet, Zhang Fong said innocently.
Duan Jia was stunned. How is this possible? Fatty Chen was eager to have dinner with Zhang Fong. How could he possibly miss such a good opportunity?
Thinking of this, Duan Jia glanced at the person sitting in the distance again, feeling melancholy.
What should he do if his brother is too stupid? Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first.
After saying this, Zhang Fong picked up her bag and stood up. Duan Jia also stood up upon seeing this and said, "Then take care, senior sister."
Zhang Fong was stunned for a moment and asked, "You're not leaving?" "Ah."
Duan Jia scratched his head and said, "I heard there's a new product here, so I want to try it again." Zhang Fong looked at him with complicated eyes.
Is it possible for a normal person to drink 2 cups of milk tea so early in the morning?
Duan Jia felt very uncomfortable when she looked at him.
But Zhang Fong didn't say anything. After all, it was the other person's freedom, so she nodded and left. After making sure that Zhang Fong had gone far away, Duan Jia immediately ran to Fatty Chen, who had been in the corner. "How was it? What did you two talk about?" I asked Fat Chen impatiently. Duan Jia told Fatty Chen everything about the conversation he had just had with Zhang Fong. Then I feel relieved.
It turns out that Senior Zhang Fong doesn't have that kind of intention towards you.
Fatty Chen patted his chest.
Duan Jia rolled his eyes. "I'm not a heartthrob, everyone has to like me."
Fatty Chen was in a good mood now and began to hum a song. Duan Jia pulled him back and asked, "Why didn't you reply to Zhang Fong's WeChat?" Fatty Chen looked at Duan Jia with a puzzled expression. "What are you talking about?"
"I won't reply to anyone's WeChat, but I can't possibly not reply to hers."
"She didn't message me. Would you like to take another look?" It's impossible for Zhang Fong to lie to herself, right? Fatty Chen picked up his phone doubtfully and opened the chat history between himself and Zhang Fong. Oh my god.
It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but you'll be shocked when you do. His hands had already started to tremble.
What's going on? Fatty Chen looked at Duan Jia in horror.
Duan Jia leaned forward to his phone and saw that Zhang Fong had sent a message to Fatty Chen last night.
Want to join us for dinner tomorrow? Just consider it a thank you for helping me.
The most important thing is that Zhang Fong also sent a very cute emoticon package after sending this sentence.
How should I put it? Duan Jia just felt terrified. This didn't fit with her character at all, right? Such a cute emoticon package was actually sent by her? Duan Jia glanced at Fatty Chen again. Fatty's hands were already shaking with excitement. Damn, Duan Jia, am I seeing things right? Duan Jia said helplessly, "Even if your eyes are not good, my eyes are definitely fine. Why didn't I see it yesterday?"
Fatty Chen said in frustration.
You have to ask yourself this.
I advise you to reply quickly.
It's been a whole night. Duan Jia said. Yes. Fatty Chen immediately became panicked. But what should I reply? Duan Jia, do you think I should apologize first? Could Senior Zhang Fong be angry already? If she gets angry, how can I comfort her? Will it seem like I'm being careless if I agree directly like this? What do you think I should wear if I go out to dinner with her? Stop. Duan Jia couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted his chattering. Are you going to reply or not? If you don't, I'll reply for you.
As he said this, he was about to snatch Fatty Chen's phone. Fatty Chen quickly dodged upon seeing this, but that wouldn't work. I finally managed to chat with Zhang Fong. How could I let someone else reply for me? I can do it myself. After saying that, Fatty Chen immediately replied, "Sorry, Senior, I just saw this. I have time today." Then he immediately clicked send. Let's go. Fatty Chen has changed from her previous role as a complaining woman, and her whole face is filled with a happy smile. This is probably what a man who falls in love is like. Duan Jia previously thought that this was completely Fatty Chen's wishful thinking. Someone like Zhang Fong seemed even more difficult to deal with than Jin Shuru.
Perhaps there was no one in her heart that she was particularly satisfied with? But now it seems that maybe the two of them are really heading towards each other? After this incident, Duanjia clearly felt that Fatty Chin appeared in the dormitory less and less frequently, and every time he came back, his face was full of rosy glow. No way? Aren't the two of them already together? Fatty, tell me the truth, you are not together with Jiang Feng, are you? Duanjia asked in horror. I was afraid to hear a positive answer from my good brother. Fatty Chin shook his head and said shyly, not yet. Duanjia breathed a sigh of relief. That's good that there wasn't any. It's not that he can't bear to see Fatty Chen happy, it's just that if Fatty Chen and Jiang Feng were together, based on his understanding of Fatty Chen, all his affairs might be known to Jiang Feng. By that time, it would be difficult to have some privacy. Then I'll leave first. Fatty Chen walked out happily. Duanjia sighed. Looking at this empty dormitory, I suddenly felt loveless. Is it that the dormitory can't provide them with warmth? Why do these people abandon themselves? Alas, thinking of this, Duanjia could only take out his tablet. It just so happened that no one in the dormitory was there, so he could draw the next scene of his comic. Because Duanjia can now use his skills very flexibly, even without any inspiration, Duanjia can create inspiration within a minute. Chapter 138, Making a Living by Talent. It cannot be denied that this is where comics are more difficult than illustrations, and no matter what, this fact cannot be changed. Duanjia originally wanted to come up with a general plot first, but plans cannot keep up with changes, and his hands were already one step faster than his brain. On the tablet, Duanjia's character's expressions became more and more expressive. Whether it was the control of details or the processing of colors, he drew very well. Not only that, in Duanjia's opinion, the style of his comics itself is very obvious. Although the male and female protagonists are absolutely impeccable in terms of appearance, Duanjia still does not want to show a stereotyped image to everyone throughout the comics. Therefore, in terms of image, Duanjia mostly uses exaggerated techniques to express the content of the comics in such a funny way. Because of this, many settings of the characters in the comics drawn by Duanjia are different from most of the character images on the market today. It's more for the purpose of serving the plot. Duanjia finished this painting in less than an hour. Because it was a plot comic, the timeline was very important. Duanjia planned to think about the next plot as soon as he finished drawing, otherwise he would have to think on the spot, which was a waste of time. Thinking of this, Duanjia put down the pen in his hand, and then searched for several popular bloggers on a certain audio platform, and found that their comics had several common characteristics. Putting aside the style of the comics, the content of the songs sung by several people is very simple. Duanjia thinks this is also due to the fact that the current group of people who read comics are middle school students, and most of them are young people singing. Unlike illustrations, comics are more popular among young people, while illustrations are mostly read by professionals who study art. This led to many people being very excited when Duanjia announced that he wanted to draw comics, thinking that Duanjia was also going to start taking the traffic route and sell his soul in order to make more money. In fact, these are all groundless rumors. Duanjia has no intention of doing this at all. He will not do this now, and he will not do it in the future. So the problem he faces now is how to achieve a better balance between the two groups. Duanjia doesn't want to see internal slaughter. He thought about this problem for a long time and suddenly came up with a solution. In order to balance the relationship between the two, he first had to open two different columns. At least it looks clearer and doesn't cause visual discomfort to the viewer. At the same time, because the update times will conflict with each other, Duanjia also has to balance the update time issues between the two different genres. So Duanjia thought about it and decided to issue a special announcement after sending out the second scene he drew. He plans to release illustrations on Mondays and Wednesdays, and comics on Tuesdays and Fridays, which will solve this problem. Duanjia was uploading the comics while editing his previous thoughts. Upload successful. After seeing these 4 words, Duanjia finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he really didn't know how his fans would accept the fact that he draws comics after the last incident. However, it was precisely because of the last incident that Duanjia's account gained a lot of followers again. Now, he is a blogger with over 1 million followers. Duanjia also discovered that his fans had already started organizing some groups on their own to get more people to join, but the outrageous thing was, there is no trace of Duanjia in these groups. As an internet surfing enthusiast, Duanjia's favorite thing is to search his own name and read some gossip about himself.
Previously, when Duanjia searched for illustrators on Douyin, the first thing that popped up was the video of his live broadcast to prove that he was an illustrator. Only a little bit of his hat and hair was revealed in the video, and his face was not visible at all, but the comments below still made Duanjia himself feel extremely shocked. Many people actually managed to record this video and found Duanjia's reflection in the glass, but luckily Duanjia had a trick up his sleeve. He was wearing a mask during the live broadcast, so no matter how hard these people tried, they couldn't see Duanjia's entire face.
I think this illustrator must be very handsome. I think so too. He looks very young.
I can already imagine his handsome face under the mask.
As a female fan, I still trust my own judgment. You know, I'm a fan of so many people, and I've never had a bad impression of anyone. How can you women be so superficial? Does it matter what an illustrator looks like? What matters most is his ability.
For this comment, Duanjia just wants to give a thumbs up.
Isn't that right? Is face important?
It is obvious that your talent is the most attractive. But in this age where looks matter, Duanjia still has to admit that face is very important. At this moment, he was very glad that he was not ugly, otherwise, if the vest fell off, he would face a large-scale fan loss. Of course, this is all in the future, and he has no plans to do so yet. What we need to do now is to make the two accounts of illustrator and classmate Duan better and better.
Becoming more and more famous. Duanjia was trying hard to motivate himself when he received a message on his phone. Hello, are you Duanjia? It was an unfamiliar account. Duanjia replied, Who are you? A message came immediately.
I'm the person in charge of the campus singing competition. According to our investigation, you sang with Jian Shuru last time instead of another student. Now that you and Jian Shuru have passed the preliminary round, I'm notifying you to participate in the semi-final this Friday.
Duanjia almost forgot about this matter.
But he remembered that he and Jian Shuru had already discussed it last time and would not participate in the rematch.
So I just refused. Sorry, I'm withdrawing from the competition.
Duanjia didn't know how much of a blow his simple words had caused to the people in charge of the campus singing competition. They were full of anticipation when they looked at the cold words on the phone and fell into silence. Everyone's smile froze on their faces.
No, am I seeing right? One of the students spoke first.
The other students all looked confused, and then looked back at the conversation over and over again.
Damn, he actually refused to participate in the rematch. What's going on? We agreed to hold high the banner of CP. Go contact the school beauty.
Yes. So everyone quickly moved their positions and started attacking Jian Shuru.
Senior Jane, are you there? Aha! Still as aloof as ever. Duanjia isn't participating in the campus singing competition. Do you know about this? Everyone watched with bated breath, afraid of missing anything. Sorry, we withdraw from the competition. Chapter 139 ISNT This Moral Kidnapping?
It was just a simple sentence, but Jian Shuru and Duanjia had no idea what it meant to the person in charge of the campus singing competition. Everyone had an expression that looked like they wanted to cry but had no tears. No one could believe that the most popular group chose to withdraw from the competition.
This is totally incomprehensible. The most important thing now is how to give an explanation to the students of Kyoto University.
The originally ordinary campus singing competition became very lively because of Jian Shuru's participation, and the classic duet between her and Milk Tea Man made everyone excited. Seeing how popular the competition is, the organizers have been promoting it in various ways these days, simply using the names of school beauties and milk tea boys to attract various students to watch.
It can be said that it has whetted everyone's appetite. But now that the two protagonists have left the stage, what's the point of this game? Depend on. It was really unexpected. But there's nothing we can do.
It's okay with the milk tea guy, but if Jian Shuru doesn't want to participate, even the emperor can't stop her, let alone people like them. They have no right to interfere at all. There was no other way, they could only release some information in advance.
This day is destined to be an extraordinary day. Because a post quietly appeared in everyone's field of vision on the Kyoto University forum.
The title Campus Beauty and Milk Tea Boy withdrew from the competition shocked everyone at Kyoto University.
What happened? I just took a nap. What happened? No way. Is this true? I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. I'm the biggest fan of the school beauty and the milk tea boy.
I don't believe they just quit the competition so easily.
Hee hee, could the school please give us an explanation? Didn't they keep promoting the fact that these two people would participate in the semifinals? Exactly. We were so happy for so long. Is this news reliable? Are you guys making it up? I don't care. The school must be responsible. Everyone began to get angry.
If I had known this, almost all the students in Kyoto University would have been waiting for the two of them to sing together, because the scene was so pleasing to the eye. Think about it, one is a beautiful schoolgirl, and the other is a handsome and elegant boy. Who wouldn't like to see these two singing together? Even if some people are not fans of the two, these otakus were already very excited when they heard the school beauties singing for the first time. They were probably already ready to listen to the next rematch. But now, all their excitement has gone to waste.
Anyone who hears about this will be angry.
Perhaps he did not expect such a strong reaction from everyone, so the person in charge of the Kyoto University singing competition immediately apologized to everyone.
I'm sorry, classmates. This matter is our responsibility.
We didn't communicate with the two contestants in advance, which led to the current situation.
Please forgive us for our negligence. However, it is obvious that this apology is of no use. If apologies are effective, why do we need the police? It's so funny. Now that you've had enough of the hype, you're making fun of us students. Ha, is there really anyone who would believe your nonsense? We are not fools. Do we know how much psychological damage this incident has caused us?
At the same time, Duan Jia was also looking at these comments. He sat by the window, eating instant noodles while reading these comments. He never expected that his and Jin Shuru's withdrawal from the competition would have such a big impact.
It shouldn't have happened.
Although he knew that everyone at Kyoto University was looking forward to the two of them singing together again, in Duan Jia's imagination, this was just a simple competition. I originally thought that these people wouldn't take it too seriously, but now it seems that I was totally wrong. Not only did this group of people care a lot about it, they had already started discussing how to get him and Jin Shuru to work together again.
Devil. Absolutely a devil. What kind of school is this?
Duan Jiajin was afraid that one day when he was walking on the street, a few people would suddenly appear, tie him up and sing to him.
Don't even think about it, maybe there really is someone who can do such a thing. But what can he do?
Even if he sold himself to Africa, he would never be able to sing again.
Are you kidding me?
Last time, many people said that his voice was somewhat similar to Duan's. If he sings another song like this, I'm afraid he won't be able to hide it from everyone.
I can only apologize to you. Poor classmates.
After this incident, Duan Jia could hear his and Jin Shuru's duet every day throughout Kyoto University, and it could be said that the sound resounded throughout the sky.
This has completely reached a point of madness. Whenever Get Out of Class is over, the song Cultivating Love will play on time on the loudspeaker. This seems to have been the beginning of a protest by Kyoto University students expressing their dissatisfaction.
Duan Jia's ears are almost calloused from listening to so much.
Many students even went out of their way to find Duan Jia and stop him. Student Duan Jia. Duan Jia was about to go eat after class, but was stopped by 3 girls standing in a row. Damn, what is this for? What does this mean?
Duan Jia looked around and saw that many people were looking in his direction.
Ahem, it's me. May I ask what can I do for you? Duan Jia asked. We are fans of you and the school beauty.
The 3 girls answered in unison.
Duan Jia was stunned.
This was the first time he saw such a blatant CP fan who actually started to reveal his identity directly in front of the real person. Duan Jia usually likes to read some entertainment gossip and sees many CP fans, but everyone is secretly supporting them and never tells their real partners directly like they are doing now.
What kind of behavior is this? Duan Jia was completely stunned. Well, everyone is looking forward to you and the school beauty singing together again.
One of the girls hesitated, but finally spoke out.
Those who were originally preparing to go eat couldn't move after hearing this. Everyone is concerned about this issue.
Facing the gazes of so many people, Duan Jia might have been a little timid in the past, but now, he was not afraid at all.
I'm sorry, classmate. This is a decision made by the school beauty and I.
Duan Jia knew that moving Jin Shuru out at this time would definitely be very effective.
Really?
Everyone fell silent when they heard the word school bell. I didn't expect that this milk tea guy is so smart. Even though this is the case, we all hope to hear you two sing one last song.
People around began to agree. Duanjia frowned. Isn't this a clear case of moral kidnapping? He has always had a bad temper. Just as I was about to speak, I heard a voice behind me. Chapter 140. The school beauty appears again. Duanjia.
Duanjia heard someone calling him, so he turned around and saw Jin Shuro standing behind him. The school beauty wore a very fairy-like white dress today, and a pair of very ordinary canvas shoes on her feet, but even so, it couldn't resist the fairy-like temperament emanating from her. She was an existence that could not be ignored when she walked on the street. It had to be said that no one could compare to Jin Shuro just by standing there. When the people around Duanjia saw that it was Jin Shuro, they immediately became agitated. Why is the school beauty here?
Who knows? The dance department is a world away from ours.
You don't understand, even if we're so far apart, as long as the school beauty wants to see me, I won't mind it even if it means going through fire and water. As soon as they saw Jin Shuro coming, everyone started talking. The CP fans, who were not very calm to begin with, finally saw their two main characters together. How could they not be excited?
Duanjia didn't think much about it. He just felt that Jin Shuro might have something to do, otherwise she wouldn't have come to see him specifically, right?
He thought that school beauties were not that boring. Jin Shuro walked up to Duanjia with a smile in her eyes, like a gust of spring breeze, and everyone present was captivated by her. The school belle is worthy of being called a school belle, even her smile is so intoxicating. Everyone was very curious about why the school beauty suddenly appeared. Was she really here to look for the milk tea boy? If this is true, then it can be proved that the two people are actually dating secretly. Ever since the last mobile phone wallpaper incident, everyone has been speculating about what kind of relationship the two people have. If they are really a couple, then why would the milk tea man specifically say on the forum that he has a girlfriend? But if you say that the two people have no relationship at all, no one will believe it. How can two unrelated people set wallpapers? This brings us back to the previous speculation: is the milk tea boy a relative of the school beauty? In short, there must be some relationship that they don't know about. Hello, senior sister.
Duanjia greeted Jin Shuro politely.
He is not stupid, so it would be fine under normal circumstances, but now that so many people are watching, they can hear every word he and Jin Shuro say.
What if the conversation between the two people is slightly different?
Based on Duanjia's understanding of these people, who knows what the headlines on tomorrow's front page will be?
I'm here to do something. What are you doing? It seems very lively. Jin Shuro asked affectionately, glancing at the classmates around her.
Duanjia thought, what else could it be? It's nothing more than the two of us not participating in the campus singing competition, and now all the students have begun a silent protest. After hearing this, Jin Shuro looked as if she had suddenly understood something. She looked at Duanjia and smiled, so that's how it is. After Jin Shuro said this, the whole crowd fell into incomparable silence.
What does this mean?
They originally thought that the school belle would give them a reasonable explanation after she came, but the school belle seemed to care even less about this matter than the milk tea boy. Finally, the girl who had just stopped Duanjia stood up and spoke.
Senior, can you tell me why you didn't go to the semi-finals?
After she said this, everyone started to agree with her.
Yeah, is there something wrong? We've been looking forward to it.
We've all been waiting for this for a long time. Facing everyone's questions, Jin Shuro remained calm and composed, and she always seemed to have a confident smile on her face.
Sorry, classmates, this is our freedom.
After hearing this, Duanjia almost couldn't help but give Jin Shuro a big thumbs up.
So domineering. Duanjia only now realized that this could actually be a reason.
But having said that, and this is what I meant just now, it is very obvious that the weight of my words and Jin Shuro's words is obviously different.
As soon as Jin Shuro finished speaking, these people fell silent.
Everyone looked at each other and could see a lot of helplessness in each other's eyes.
Jin Shuro was right.
That's the truth. Just because this is Jin Shuro, she doesn't need any reason to do anything she wants to do, or not do anything she doesn't want to do. Jin Shuro is the truth itself.
So this simple sentence was enough to leave everyone speechless. Jin Shuro looked at everyone's reactions with great satisfaction. Yes, this is exactly the effect she wants.
But some people still refuse to give up.
A girl standing at the back suddenly stood up and said, "But do you know how sad this will make us? Damn it, now they're playing the emotional card." Duanjia looked at the current situation.
In fact, not participating in the competition was the result of a joint discussion between the two of them. Even though there are many CP fans of him and Jian Shuro now, the private lives of the two should not be exposed to the eyes of others. He and Jian Shuro were just two ordinary college students.
Duan Jia could not accept such moral kidnapping at all.
He was thinking about what to say when he heard someone speak next to him. "Student, we understand your feelings very well, but this is also our own choice, and no one else can interfere." Jian Shuro still maintained her own unique style when saying this. Both her tone and expression were so firm that people had to believe what she said.
Some people just have this kind of charm.
Only at this moment did Duan Jia finally understand why Jian Shuro was so popular. Some people appear beautiful on the outside but are rotten on the inside, but Jian Shuro is different.
People like her are full of infinite charm both on the outside and on the inside. Who wouldn't like such a person? Such a brave, decisive and confident girl should be the dream of all boys, right?
It was only at that moment that Duan Jia understood why the people at Kyoto University doted on Jian Shuro so much.
Because she knows.
So after Jian Shuro said this, no one would come out to refute it.
This is Jian Shuro.
She is just that kind of person, and no one would think she is arrogant because of what she said. It was as if this sentence was supposed to be said by Jian Shuro. Unlike Duan Jia, these people had already understood what kind of person the campus beauty Jian was.
So there won't be any psychological fluctuations.
Since the school beauty has said so, there is no point for them to continue to pester her. Instead, it will cause her a lot of trouble. No matter how the previous person in charge apologized to everyone, no matter how Duan Jia explained, this matter was finally resolved because of Jian Shuro's two sentences.
This was something Duan Jiasua never expected.
I also once again saw Jian Shuro's status in this school.
Chapter 141. The boss is actually by my side. It is definitely not a simple title like School Belle.
She is a role model for all Kyoto University students, a favorite of all the teachers and professors in the school, and a representative of Kyoto University. After this incident, Kyoto University welcomed a new hot topic.
That's the illustrator. Duan Jia himself didn't know that his comics had been automatically included in a competition by the platform.
When he found out about this, it was because of a very coincidental thing.
It was a sunny afternoon.
Although Duan Jia was a student in the finance department, the school often held lectures to increase students' chances of obtaining credits. They said it was for cultivating sentiment, but in fact it was just to allow students who wanted to participate and get an extra credit.
Why not?
So, when the class was informed that the school would hold a lecture on painting, almost everyone in the class wanted to attend.
The so-called beautiful name is to add a layer of beautiful color to the boring life. Duan Jia was dragged here by Fatty Chen to participate.
He originally wanted to paint in the dormitory, but he couldn't stand Fatty Chen's persistence and finally came. There were more people than they had imagined, and the entire auditorium was almost full.
I finally found an empty seat in the first row at the front.
They can only blame themselves for their bad luck. I had originally thought that a few people in the back could stimulate a 5-person team, but now it seems that all plans have gone to waste. Duan Jia's ears were filled with Fatty Chen's wailing cries.
If you keep talking, I'll shut your mouth. Duan Jia said, gritting his teeth. Fatty Chen immediately shut up. Don't even think about it. Duan Jia might really be able to do this. After a while, someone came into the auditorium.
After seeing it, Duan Jia had a very familiar feeling, but he really couldn't remember where he had seen it.
Where have I seen him before? Okay, students, please be quiet. Students from the student union began to organize discipline for everyone present. Everyone became quiet in an instant. This is Professor Li Chenshu, the president of the Kyoto Art Association. Today, he will tell you about art. Duan Jia's eyes widened instantly after hearing this name. Lin Chenshu?
It turned out to be Professor Li Chenshu.
Duan Jiaka really left a deep impression on me.
I still remember that when I was drawing illustrations, a professor forwarded my paintings, and someone said that he was noticed by a big shot.
Because Professor Li Chenshu was famous for his strictness.
In his eyes, there seemed to be no particularly outstanding students, no matter whether they were his own students or those he personally promoted. Whenever a reporter asked him what he thought of them, the professor would frown and say 4 words.
Keep up the good work.
But this does not affect the fact that many people want to join his school.
Even if they are kicked out after a few days, it is still worth it. It is just because some people may never learn what they learned from him in school.
Such a master actually commented on his own work. At this moment, Duan Jia was extremely excited when he saw the real person. He stared at the professor's face and refused to move his eyes away.
Duan Jia, what are you doing? Fatty Chen noticed that Duan Jia was acting strangely since just now.
He was extremely excited, as if he had been injected with chicken blood.
Shoo!
Duan Jia immediately hinted not to speak.
Do you know who this is? Duan Jia asked. Fatty Chen glanced at the person on the stage and said, I know. Didn't I just say that he's the president of our Kyoto Art Association?
But what does this have to do with us? Only the art students are excited about such a big shot.
Hey, I just saw it.
When the art students in the back heard that it was the president on the stage, all of them lost their composure. Fatty Chen said this with great joy, but Duan Jia didn't even glance at him.
No, Duan Jia, it's okay for them to be excited, but why are you joining in the fun? He didn't quite understand. Duan Jia said, you don't understand. This is called developing a hobby.
Okay, shut up.
Okay, I'll see how charming he is. But just half an hour later, Fatty Chen started slapping himself in the face. Because the entire venue's attention was focused on the stage.
When Professor Li Chenshu was lecturing, his way of speaking was not at all chilling like his usual way of speaking. Instead, he tried his best to use humorous language and exaggerated expressions to make the entire boring knowledge instantly become interesting. From time to time, there would be bursts of laughter. Whether students from the art department or students from other departments, they are all attracted by such a humorous and witty teacher. Not only that, everyone also began to be attracted by what the professor said about the meaning of painting.
Duan Jia's heart was filled with emotion when he heard this. The boss was indeed a boss.
He could make such an originally boring class so vivid. No wonder so many people were willing to attend his class even if they had experienced the professor's cold words.
Duan Jia finally understood it this time.
In order to allow students to see the charm of painting more directly, I will now show you a painter that I currently admire. Everyone started looking forward to it after hearing this. Even Duan Jia was very curious. Which painter could be so admired by this master? I believe his painting skills must be very high. Professor Li Chenshu asked someone to put the painting on a huge screen.
Duan Jia looked up and was completely dumbfounded.
There were sighs coming from all around.
This feeling is like 100 million falling from the sky. Not only is it unbelievable, but it also makes people extremely excited.
But more of it was the unspeakable shock.
Depend on. The picture on the screen looked very familiar. Duan Jia didn't react at first, but when he saw it for the second time, he was extremely excited. Isn't this my own painting? So, the painter that Li Chenshu admired so much was actually him?
Duan Jia never expected that he would be so highly regarded by the professor.
Am I now considered a painter?
As Duan Jia was thinking this, he heard Fatty Chen also getting excited.
Oh my god, so the person the professor was talking about is the illustrator. He's a celebrity in our school. Duan Jia, are all the people in our school really so outstanding? I really didn't expect this.
I originally thought the illustrator was going to be out of business, but now there's such a big twist. What Fatty Chen said was right. Ever since Duan Jia released the comic last time, many people have started to lose his fans.
Duan Jia doesn't care about this kind of thing. He also believes that as long as he maintains the quality of his work as before, he will be able to get his fans back sooner or later. But the situation now is completely different. Chapter 142: The Professor's Good Advice.
Because of what Professor Li Chenshu said, Duan Jia could fully imagine what people would say about him as soon as the lecture was over. While Duan Jia was still imagining things, Professor Li Chenshu on the stage had already started explaining the painting on the big screen.
Classmates, what can you see from the painting above? Duan Jia also began to look up at the painting above. This was Duan Jia's first painting, and he still remembered his inner thoughts when he was painting it.
At that time, I was just an ordinary college student and my Douyin account had not yet been established. But now Duan Jia's account not only has 1 million followers, but he is no longer as nervous when painting as before.
It can be said that things are completely different now than they were in the past. Excuse me, does any of you know?
At this moment, a girl suddenly stood up and said loudly, I think this painting must be expressing the artist's mood at that time.
Li Chenshu nodded, seemingly very satisfied with the answer. Then, classmate, please tell me what the author wants to express? The girl began to stutter, obviously just acting on impulse.
Duanjia looked at it and suddenly stood up, nervous, unfamiliar, uneasy, and expectant.
A hint of surprise crossed Li Chenchu's face.
He looked at the boy in front of him seriously and asked, "It seems that this student has a very good appreciation ability.
How did you see that? Is this even worth seeing? Because this painting was originally drawn by myself."
But Duanjia naturally couldn't say such a truth, so he started to talk nonsense. "It depends on how I feel." Just 3 words caused all the students present to start talking.
Isn't this the milk tea guy? What are you pretending to be? A finance major is trying to show off here. What do you know? He must be trying to attract the attention of the school beauty. I've seen a lot of boys like this.
Just wait, you're going to get slapped in the face by the professor in a moment.
Fatty Chen, standing next to Duanjia, whispered, "Duanjia, are you crazy? You don't know anything about this kind of thing."
Unfortunately, his good brother didn't even look at him, and looked at the professor on the stage very confidently. Everyone in the auditorium was waiting for his next response. Professor Li Chenshu first adjusted his glasses, then lowered his head and chuckled.
This smile came out of nowhere. Professor Li actually laughed.
No one could believe their eyes, because such a serious professor would never smile at anyone casually.
What does this smile mean? Laugh at? Sneer? Fake smile? Or just a simple smile?
In short, it is definitely impossible to laugh in agreement.
But obviously, everyone was wrong.
I only saw Li Chenshu suddenly raise his hands and then clap gently.
This classmate is absolutely right.
After saying this, a very satisfied smile appeared on his face. His smile was very sincere. Duanjia, sitting in the first row, could even count the number of crow's feet on the professor's face caused by his smile. The confused crowd.
Obviously, this is a one-person carnival.
Everyone had bewildered expressions on their faces, and many art students boldly stood up and said, "Professor, we still don't understand." After Li Chenshu smiled, he returned to his previous serious expression. Classmates, no matter whether a painting is good or bad, everyone will have different opinions when they see it.
Some people like it, some people hate it. Isn't there a saying that goes like this? Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
In fact, the same principle applies to painting.
There's no standard answer to this question, so this student is absolutely right. Of course, being a human being is the same as painting. We can't please everyone, but we should be brave enough to express ourselves. Who says that's not a blessing?
The entire hall was silent for a second before Li Chenshu finished speaking, and then there was thunderous applause.
Duanjia also kept clapping.
Fatty Chen, who was sitting next to him, suddenly called out in a low voice.
"Damn it, Duanjia, why are you crying?"
Duanjia blinked his eyes, and they seemed to be a little wet.
"TSK, it's all because what Professor Li Chenshu said just now was so inspiring.
It was like chicken soup for the soul, filling him up."
Then Duanjia's emotional side came out. "Ahem, it's okay, it's just the wind that blinded my eyes."
Fatty Chen was speechless.
If this was the heroine in a Qiangyao drama, he would really believe it. All right, students.
What I need is not applause, but your hard work.
No. We will. I believe everything the professor says.
Professor Li finally smiled for the second time in this lecture, looking at the young people in the audience like an old father.
This illustrator is a very valuable blogger.
You should read more of their works instead of reading bloggers with no content or meaning.
Well, this lecture is over. I'm very happy to meet you young people. I hope you can all work harder.
After he finished speaking, the whole hall burst into thunderous applause.
After the lecture ended, Duanjia walked out floating. "Duanjia, what's wrong with you?" Fatty Chen asked as he walked.
It's not that he is sensitive, it's just that Duanjia's brain and body seem to be out of sync since he came out. Sometimes he would step into the puddle in front of him without even seeing it clearly. If I hadn't stopped him, his new pair of sneakers would probably be scrapped.
"Brother, could it be that someone has put a curse on you?" Fatty Chen looked at Duanjia's dreamy face with a look of deep sorrow.
Duanjia, who had been lost in thought, finally came to his senses.
He looked at the person in front of him blankly, then asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm asking you what's wrong with you." Fatty Chen really lost his temper this time. Duanjia waved his hand and said, "It's okay." Fatty Chen shook his head. In fact, he didn't know anything about Duanjia.
He always felt that his good friend was hiding something from him, and sometimes he could never find him.
But actually, none of this matters. Fatty Chen never cares about these things when making friends.
As long as they have nothing to say to him, he doesn't care at all.
Duan Jia was actually just thinking about what Professor Li Chenshu said. He was right. Painting is like being a human being. Even if many people don't understand you, as long as you have a clear conscience, that's enough.
He has come a long way to where he is today, from being uneasy before to being able to fully accept this reality.
He feels sad when he thinks about it occasionally.
So I couldn't help but sigh when I was walking on the road just now. This lecture was not in vain. It was all thanks to Fatty Chen who pulled me here.
Otherwise you will definitely regret it. Chapter 143. The school beauty was tricked back home by her father.
Thinking of this, Duan Jia hugged Fatty Chen's neck and kissed him on the face.
Oh my god. Fat Chen touched his face in horror. He could even feel the saliva that Duan Jia had just left on his face. What are you doing?
In the past, whenever I got closer to Duan Jia, he would stay away from me.
What happened today?
It's abnormal, so abnormal. But the person involved still looked calm. Fatty Chen said fearfully, Duan Jia, I knew something was wrong with you when you suddenly stood up to answer a question during the lecture just now.
Has anything happened to you recently?
He is very serious now. He just felt strange that Duan Jia, a student of finance, would suddenly answer questions about art, and he knew his good brother very well.
An ordinary person would be insignificant among so many outstanding students at Kyoto University.
Of course, to put it nicely, this is called being low-key.
Duan Jia has never participated in things like answering questions in class. Today's event completely overturned his understanding of Duan Jia. Duan Jia looked at Fatty Chen with amusement, then said, How about I treat you to a meal? Fatty Chen hugged himself and said cautiously, You're not attracted to me, are you?
Duan Jia rolled his eyes, threw him behind him, and said, If you don't want to eat it, forget it.
Fatty Chen became anxious when he heard this.
Hey, I want to eat. I want to eat at that new steak buffet in front of the school.
Who can resist food? Man is iron and rice is steel. If there is anything, wait until you finish eating to solve it. Fatty Chen quickly followed.
After receiving Jian Zhangluo's call, Jian Shuru immediately rushed home. Because she left in such a hurry, she didn't even bother to put on her clothes, so Jian Shuru was only wearing pajamas.
I don't know how many strange looks I attracted along the way. Dad! Dad, where are you?
As soon as Jian Shuru entered the door, she didn't even have time to take off her shoes. She walked straight inside with an anxious look on her face.
Qin Yulan was cooking in the kitchen.
When she heard the noise, she ran out immediately. He was shocked when he saw it was Jian Shuru.
Shuro, why are you back?
My daughter knows very well that she will never come back unless something happens.
Where did the sun come from today?
Jian Shuru was panting, and when she saw Qin Yulan she immediately walked over, and there was even a hint of crying in her tone.
Mom, where's my dad?
Qin Yulan started to get anxious when she saw her precious daughter like this.
What's wrong, girl? Did someone bully you at school?
Jian Shuru shook her head and was about to speak when Jian Zhangluo's voice came from behind her.
It's my daughter who's back.
As soon as Jian Shuru saw Jian Zhangluo, she immediately ran over, took Jian Zhangluo's hand and began to check him up and down. Dad, are you okay?
Qin Yulan was watching from the side and couldn't help but say, What kind of riddle are you two playing? Dad just...
Before Jian Shuru could finish her words, she was interrupted by Jian Zhangluo. It's okay.
Go and make dinner. You can't be careless today when your daughter comes back. Of course, do I need to tell you that? After seeing Qin Yulan enter the kitchen, Jian Zhangluo pulled Jian Shuru into the study. Dad, what's wrong with you? Are you still feeling unwell? Jian Shuru asked anxiously. Jian Zhangluo smiled and waved his hand. I'm fine.
Ah. Jian Shuru was a little unresponsive. Then you just called me and asked me to come back quickly. Just half an hour ago, Jian Shuru received a call from Jian Zhangluo. He said on the phone that he felt a little dizzy and could hardly stand up.
Qin Yulan went out to buy vegetables and asked Jian Shuru to come back quickly.
When Jian Shuru heard this, she was frightened and rushed to the school gate, hailed a taxi and hurried back. It turned out that I was deceiving myself.
Dad! Can you just make a joke like that?
She shouted at Jian Zhangluo angrily. Jian Zhangluo knew he was in the wrong and quickly explained, I'm just worried you won't come back. Jian Shura turned her head away and ignored him.
So what's the matter with you? She asked.
When Jian Zhangwo heard this, he immediately said excitedly, "Do you still remember the painting I told you about before?"
Jian Shuru frowned. She had completely forgotten which painting he was talking about.
Seeing that Jian Shura had completely forgotten, Jian Zhangwo reminded her, "That's the one I told you about last time you came home." Jian Shura began to think carefully, and it seemed that this was the case.
She glanced at Jian Zhangwo and said, "So you tricked me back here just to talk about this?"
After realizing what was happening, Jian Shuru immediately shouted out the door, "Mom!
My dad is."
Hey, hey, hey!" Jian Zhangwo immediately covered Jian Shuru's mouth and said, "My dear daughter, you are trying to kill your own father."
Wow.
Jian Shuru was speechless and rolled her eyes. Jian Zhangwo immediately let go and looked at Jian Shuru flatteringly. "Shuru, is this month's pocket money enough for you?
Do you want daddy to transfer some more to you?"
Jian Shuru nodded and gestured a number.
200,000. You are blackmailing me.
Jian Zhangwo felt sorry for his wallet. My wife usually manages my money, so this time the pocket money will definitely be deducted from my own piggy bank.
It would be a lie to say that I don't feel bad.
Jian Shuru pretended to sigh, then said, "Since you are reluctant, then I can only tell Mom about this."
What do you think her reaction will be if she knows? Jian Zhangwo couldn't even imagine that scene. If Qin Yulan knew about this, would he still have a chance to survive? No. Okay, no problem. Jian Zhangwo gritted his teeth. "Ha, you called me back just for this." "Of course not. I just love that painting so much.
My precious daughter is the only one in the family who can share some common topics with her father.
Of course I want to share my joy with you." Jian Shuru didn't believe it. How can it be so exaggerated? You don't believe it, right? Dad will show you now.
After saying that, Jian Zhangwo took out a key and opened a safe. Jian Shuru recognized that cabinet. It was filled with Jian Zhangwo's favorite paintings among those he had collected over the years. He had locked them all up and would not take them out easily.
This is it. Jian Zhangwo took out the painting.
Jian Shuru said helplessly, "Dad, what do you want me to look at?" "It's covered with a layer of white cloth."
"Why are you in such a hurry? I have to leave some suspense."
Jian Shuru rolled her eyes. She wanted to see what kind of painting could make her father so exaggerated.
3, 2, 1. Please look.
After saying that, he quickly peeled off the white cloth.
How is it? Jian Zhangwo looked at Jian Shuru excitedly as if he was asking for credit.
Jian Shuru was completely stunned the moment she saw the painting.
This feeling of déjà vu. Chapter 144, Keep the Wealth Within the Family.
Jian Shuru suddenly had a bad feeling. She walked slowly closer, staring at the painting in front of her without blinking.
How is it? Is it very different?
Looking at Jian Shuru's reaction, Jian Zhangwo felt more and more that he had made the right decision to buy this painting. He knew that he would never be wrong with his vision. Even his precious daughter is now speechless with surprise, which shows how excellent this painting is. At this moment, Jian Shuru was speechless.
Isn't this too similar? No, it's exactly the same. Could it be that someone is impersonating again?
Thinking of this, Jian Shuru quickly asked, "Dad, where did you buy this painting?"
Jian Zhangwo said, "Have you forgotten? Didn't I tell you last time?"
Jian Shuru said anxiously, "Oh, I forgot, tell me quickly."
Jian Zhangwo didn't know why his daughter was so excited, but he still said truthfully, "This is a blogger I found online." "Oh, and I heard he's from Kyoto University." "Online? Kyoto University?" Jian Shuru quickly locked onto the person. "Isn't this the one? Is there really such a coincidence in the world?"
To be honest, Jian Shuru was a little bit unconvinced, but looking at the painting in front of her, she couldn't help but doubt it.
So she asked again, "Do you remember which blogger it was?"
Jian Zhangwo thought for a long time, then said, "It seems to be called something like Illustrator."
After hearing those three familiar words, Jian Shuru's doubts were finally confirmed.
She felt incredible and excited at the same time.
So the painting my father bought was Duan Jia's?
At this moment, the memories before this gradually emerged in my mind.
Remember when Duan Jia suddenly told me that a middle-aged man had bought his paintings? It turned out that this man was actually my father? Shu Ro, are you okay?
Seeing that his daughter was still in a daze, Jian Zhangwo asked with a worried look on his face.
No way, is it because he is still angry about what he just did?
Thinking of this, Jian Zhangwo immediately put down the painting and apologized. Shu Ro, Dad was wrong.
It's all Dad's fault. From now on, I will never.
Before he could finish his words, he saw Jian Shuro suddenly pounce on him.
Dad, I love you so much. It's over. Could it be that this child has become a little stupid due to the shock? He quickly looked at Jian Shuro's face and asked, Shuro, why do you suddenly say that?
Jian Shuro couldn't suppress a smile on her face, completely different from her previous expression.
She said to Jian Zhangwo, Dad, what do you think of this painting?
Jian Zhangwo beamed when he mentioned the painting and praised it repeatedly. Of course, your father's vision is never wrong. I think this is the painting I am most satisfied with among all the paintings you have bought in recent years.
Hearing Jian Shuro say this, Jian Zhangwo burst into laughter. You are truly my good daughter. I knew it was not in vain that I called you back today. Jian Shuro looked at the painting on the table over Jian Zhangwo and couldn't help feeling a little proud.
This was drawn by my boyfriend.
Jian Shuro never imagined that the painting her father bought was actually Duan Jia's. How does the saying go? Keep the wealth within the family.
Thinking of this, a bold idea came to Jian Shuro's mind. She turned around and began to act coquettishly towards Jian Zhangwo.
Dad, am I your favorite daughter?
Jian Zhangwo nodded very affirmatively. Of course, you are the only daughter in our family.
Who else can I love if not you?
Jian Shuro immediately said, since you like this illustrator's painting so much, why don't you buy a few more?
But doesn't Jian Zhangwo want to do the same?
He shook his head and sighed.
Jian Shuro thought he didn't have enough money, so she immediately said, Dad, don't you have enough money?
I still have some here, so you don't have to give me pocket money. But the man in front of him still sighed, and I only heard him say, this is not about money.
What is that? In Jian Shuro's mind, this is a matter of money.
Since Jian Zhangwo's salary card is in Qin Yulan's hands, the money he uses to buy paintings every time is the money he has saved for a long time.
Jian Zhangwo waved his hand, it's the illustrator who doesn't want to sell it. Ah.
Jian Shuro really didn't expect this reason.
Duan Jia actually didn't want to sell it? Why? I don't know about this, Dad. Isn't he from Kyoto University? You should know him, right?
Jian Shuro began to fall into deep thought. Although she didn't understand why Duan Jia didn't sell it, she knew that he must have his reasons for doing so.
How could I know him? The illustrator is a celebrity in our school. There is actually someone that my precious daughter admires so much.
Jian Zhangwo immediately caught the abnormality in Jian Shuro's tone.
My daughter knows it very well.
I have never seen her praise others since she was a child.
No,
the young man who came last time was an exception. But he already has a girlfriend.
Thinking of this, Jian Zhangwo couldn't help but sigh.
He finally found a boy who looked very reliable, but someone else got there first.
Dad, why do you always sigh?
Jian Shuro asked helplessly.
Hey, when can you find a boyfriend for Daddy?
Jian Shuro's ears were almost calloused from hearing this sentence.
After all, I am a school beauty, so how come in my father's eyes I am just an unmarried leftover woman? Moreover, the crux of the matter is that I already have a boyfriend. It's just that it's not convenient to say now.
And that very night, Duan Jia received a very strange private message.
How weird is that?
It was so strange that Duan Jia almost called the police to report someone harassing him.
Hello, are you there?
It was the middle-aged man who had bought a painting from him before. But this time he changed his name.
It's called, selling everything you have to buy a painting.
Duan Jia felt ashamed after seeing this.
Are all the rich people nowadays so low-key? He had not forgotten how this gentleman had spent a fortune on buying paintings before. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening.
Duan Jia thought there was some problem with the previous painting, so he immediately replied after seeing it, Sir, I'm here.
Excuse me, is there any problem with the painting? The reply came immediately, of course not, I'm very satisfied. Not only do I like it, my daughter likes it too.
The more Duan Jia read the second half of the sentence, the more puzzled he felt.
What does it mean that my daughter likes it too? Is it a gift for my daughter?
Well, that should be the case.
Duan Jia didn't think too deeply about it. That's good. Do you have anything else to say? Duan Jia asked again. If it's not about painting, then what is it about?
Duan Jia logged in for a long time, so long that he thought the other party had gone offline. when the other party finally replied to his message.
Are you a student at Kyoto University? Duan Jia was a little confused after seeing this question. Most people who pay attention to him know that he is indeed a student of Kyoto University.
At least that is what Duan Jia claims to the outside world.
Chapter 145 Classmates, look at my daughter's photo? So the questions asked by this person seemed like nonsense to Duan Jia.
He didn't know what the other party's intention was, but he still answered truthfully.
Yes.
This time the other party responded very quickly. So what did you study?
After seeing this question, Duan Jia's confusion deepened. He is not stupid, how could he tell a stranger what he studied?
He had long since experienced the darkness of the online world, and he would definitely not be fooled again this time.
So Duan Jia replied, sorry, this is a private matter, we can't disclose it. Absolutely not even for previous customers. Who knew that the man was not discouraged and asked again, what kind of girls do you like?
This sentence immediately silenced Duan Jiazheng.
Why is this person asking this question? Duan Jia was puzzled and slowly typed out a question mark. My daughter is also a student at Kyoto University.
She is very beautiful and is the campus belle of Kyoto University. When he saw this sentence, Duan Jia finally understood the other party's intention. It turns out that all the setup was just to lure out his daughter.
Duan Jia said patiently, I'm sorry.
He was about to continue typing when the other party sent another message.
My daughter is the school belle.
As if to emphasize this matter, the person added 5 or 6 exclamation marks after the sentence.
Duan Jia's eyes twitched when he saw it. School beauty?
He looked at the 2 words in front of the screen and shook his head. The school beauty of Kyoto University is recognized by everyone, and that is Jian Shuru. After so many years of school, he has never heard of a girl who is still the school belle. Besides, in Kyoto University, as long as Jian Shuru is still there, no one would dare to call herself the school belle, right?
How come this guy doesn't even draft a draft when bragging?
I can't post photos here, why don't we follow each other?
Young man, I am very optimistic about you, and my daughter likes you very much too.
The greasy smell that hits me in the face. Duan Jia felt sad for a few seconds for his daughter, the legendary school beauty. He doesn't care whether the other person is the school belle or what the other person looks like.
These are unimportant things. I have a girlfriend.
He sent this sentence directly.
Now that I said this, the other party shouldn't keep pestering me, right? You have a girlfriend too? What does it mean? Who else? In that case, forget it.
After saying this, the person sent a few emojis of withered roses.
This whole process made Duan Jia feel embarrassed.
In the final analysis, this is just an old father who is afraid that his daughter will not be able to get married. So when Duan Jia told Xiao Nero about this, the other party replied with a bunch of ellipses.
So, you saw the photo? Duan Jia thought that Xiao Nero was testing him, and he immediately denied it. How could it be? I am a good man.
I would never do such an unethical thing. Jian Shuru on the other side breathed a sigh of relief after seeing these words.
It's okay.
She was scared to death. She really didn't expect that her father had become so cruel. By the way, baby, it seems the clothes have arrived. Jian Shuru immediately replied, I know, I'll get it today. The clothes that Duan Jia bought for himself last time are already on the way to delivery. No, to be precise, it should be the clothes I bought for Xiao Nero. While she was thinking about it, Jian Shuru received a text message saying that the express had arrived at the Sanyao station of the school, and asked Jian Shuru to pick it up as soon as possible.
We're finally here. Jian Shuru couldn't help but shout out. What's arrived?
Zhang Feng, who was putting on makeup, asked immediately when she heard Jian Shuru say this.
Nothing, just the clothes I bought arrived.
Jian Shuru said as she put on her clothes.
It seemed like the smile on his face couldn't be hidden.
Zhang Feng was puzzled.
What kind of clothes could make the campus beauty Jane so excited? Could it be that a luxury brand has released a new model? It wasn't really what Zhang Feng thought. It was because according to Jian Shuru's family background, the things she used and the clothes she wore since she was a child all cost more than 10,000 yuan. After a long time, Jian Shuru became immune to things like clothes and bags. Because in her eyes, these are just things that can be bought with money. This is the world of the rich. Once you can easily get something, you will gradually stop looking forward to it.
So compared to these, Jian Shuru was very simple compared to other girls. Because what she always wants is for others to treat her sincerely. As for other conditions, she doesn't care at all. Zhang Fong had already guessed that the dress must have some special meaning, otherwise, given Jian Shuru's personality, she would never have such a big reaction. Sure enough, after waiting for a while, I saw Jian Shuru coming back happily with the express delivery. She walked over and leaned against the table. TSK, I'd like to see what kind of nice clothes they are. If they're good, I'll buy one too. Who knew that Zhang Fong's joking remark would cause such a big reaction from Jian Shuru? No. Only I can wear this dress. Jian Shuru held the express tightly, fearing that Zhang Fong would snatch it from her. Zhang Fong looked at this very ordinary courier box in silence for a long time, and said helplessly, "My dear, I won't fight with you for it, please open it quickly." After seeing Jian Shuru's reaction, she became more and more curious about what kind of clothes this was. Jian Shuru opened it carefully, as if she was afraid of breaking it. Zhang Fong was watching anxiously from the side. This lady has been opening a courier box for 5 minutes. Is there some kind of golden battle robe inside? When Jian Shuru finally took the box off, she found another box inside. Depend on. Zhang Fong couldn't help but swear. Is this a Russian nesting doll? How come they demolished one after another? Compared to Zhang Fong's anxiety, Jian Shuru seemed much more patient. She opened the box slowly, just like before. What caught the eye was a black sweatshirt with a pattern that was very popular this year. Jian Shuru carefully took out the dress, as if she was looking at a rare treasure. Zhang Fong was stunned at this time. What is this? She reached out to touch it. Who knew that before she even touched the clothes, Jian Shuru immediately dodged. She looked at Zhang Fong warily. What are you doing? Zhang Fong said innocently, I want to touch it and see how it feels. Oof. Jian Shuru lifted the clothes and placed them in front of her. The more she looked at them, the more satisfied she became. No need to touch them, I like them very much. Zhang Fong couldn't believe her ears and liked it very much. According to her, who has been hanging around luxury brands for many years, the cost of this dress is probably not even as much as the buttons on the clothes she is wearing now. Where should Jian Shuru put her closet full of LVs? Where do you put Chanel and Armani? If their director heard what Jian Shuru said, he would be so angry that he would be admitted to the hospital overnight. Chapter 146 The Happiest Woman. Baby, has there been any problem in my uncle's company recently? Zhang Fong asked cautiously. Jian Shuru couldn't bear to take her eyes off the dress for a moment, and then said, Why do you think so? Zhang Fongxing thought dejectedly, because you are no longer the Jian Shuru I knew. You have changed. She no longer looks like the Jian Shuru who used to clamor every day to bring home all the latest LV models of the season. But she couldn't say this out loud, so she could only ask indirectly, Shuru, did you buy this dress? Jian Shuru paused holding the clothes, blinked, and said, Of course, if I didn't buy it, who would have bought it? Zhang Fong carefully observed Jian Shuru's state when she said this. Based on her many years of experience with Jian Shuru, Campus Beauty Jane must be lying. So Zhang Fong nodded, and then casually picked up the express box that Jian Shuru had thrown on the table. After a few seconds she was stunned. Shit, what is this? Jian Shuru looked up and saw Zhang Fong holding the express box. She put down her clothes and walked over. Fong, what's wrong? And in the next second, she looked down. For a moment, the whole person froze in place. Who is Xiao Naru? Zhang Fong frowned and looked at Jian Shuru. Ah. Jian Shuru opened her mouth, but she didn't know how to say what she wanted to say. Her brain was working fast at this moment. Was I going to be discovered? Jian Shuru couldn't even imagine it. She bit her lip, somewhat afraid to look into Zhang Fong's eyes. Zhang Fong said puzzledly, I remember your disciple's name is not Xiao Nairo, so who is this Xiao Nairo? Jian Shuru was sweating profusely when asked this question. I kept thinking about how to explain it. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Zhang Fong covering her mouth in fear and looking at her with wide eyes. No way. Could it be that Zhang Fong already knew? Am I going to be exposed? She swallowed nervously. I know. You didn't buy this yourself. After hearing Zhang Fong's words, Jian Shuru's heart sank. It's over. This time it was definitely noticed. She was disheartened. Tell the truth. Who bought it for you? This time, Zhang Fong must find out who this person is. You don't know who bought it? Jianshuru, who originally felt that the sky was about to fall, suddenly saw a ray of light. Zhang Fong shook her head in confusion. I'm not Detective Conan, how can I possibly know who bought this? Jianshuru breathed a sigh of relief, and the originally tense atmosphere instantly disappeared. She smiled again, as if she had been reborn from the dead. I can't tell you this. When Zhang Fong heard this, she immediately refused to do it and pulled Jianshuru to ask for clarification. No. You must explain it clearly today. You guess. Jianshuru blinked mischievously, and it seemed that she would never tell Zhang Fong. Seeing this situation, Zhang Fong had no choice but to use her trump card. Her eyes were filled with sadness for a moment, and she muttered silently, I must have done something wrong. Jianshuru continued to tidy up the dress and asked indifferently, why do you suddenly say that? Zhang Fong continued to play pitiful, my best friend didn't tell me anything. Alas, I can understand it. Maybe she is tired of the friendship of more than 10 years. When she said the words more than 10 years, she emphasized them more. Jianshuru immediately put down her clothes and ran to Zhang Fong. Fong, that's not what I meant. Zhang Fong had already begun to immerse herself in the drama. She continued, it's okay, Shuru. I understand. After all, everyone has a few secrets that they can't tell their best friends. After hearing this, Jianshuru felt more and more guilty. I thought to myself that I really had ignored my good sister's feelings. But I really can't tell Zhang Fong the truth, otherwise I'll be doomed. Zhang Fong knew where Jianshuru's weakness was. She has been easily influenced by others since she was a child, and is the typical person who responds to soft words and does not respond to harsh words. This method of mine is definitely useful. Actually what? Zhang Fong asked quickly. Actually, this was a gift from a netizen. This is the only thing Jianshuru could say. It wouldn't be considered a lie, right? In a sense, Duan Jia is indeed one of his online friends. Zhang Fong came to her senses immediately after hearing this. Netizens? Jianshuru nodded. Hey, Campus Beauty Jane, what era is it now? Why are you still having an online romance? Zhang Fong said loudly. Wow, I was really shocked when I found out about this. When Jianshuru heard this, she immediately retorted, who told you it was an online romance? Don't give me that. Zhang Fong crossed her arms and said in a very tough tone, there are so many scammers on the internet nowadays. How do you know what kind of person he is? How could Jianshuru allow someone to say such things about Duan Jia? She said unconvincedly, I know him. Zhang Fong sneered, have you met before? This question stumped Jianshuru. Have you seen this before or not? She was so confused that she didn't know what to say. Zhang Fong took in Jianshuru's expression. She never expected that Jianshuru, who had always been very rational, would start an online romance like the young people nowadays. It's better to like that milk tea guy. Fong, don't worry, I believe him, and I like him very much too. After saying this, Jianshuru smiled shyly. Zhang Fong knew that it was useless for her to say anything more. Given Jianshuru's temper and personality, she would probably get angry if I continued. After all this time, it turns out that the milk tea man is not the biggest security risk. In fact, the person lurking in the deepest part is someone he has never seen before. Damn, what is going on? Seeing that Jianshuru was still obsessed with the world of clothes, Zhang Fong only hoped that there would be fewer people in the world who were obsessed with love. That's right, in her heart, Jianshuru has been listed as the stupidest woman in the world. How could a smart woman hold a very ordinary piece of clothing given by her online boyfriend and smile foolishly for 10 minutes? Jianshuru kept looking at this dress over and over again, and never took her leave no matter what. But in Jianshuru's heart, this is indeed a piece of clothing that is more precious than the LV in her closet. This is her and Duan Jia's first couple's outfit. Of course, the meaning is completely different. Whenever she saw this dress, Jianshuru would think of Duan Jia. At this moment, she felt that she was the happiest woman in the world. After Duan Jia accompanied Fatty Chen in hard training over the past few days, Fatty Chen's progress was very rapid. He was able to run 1,000 meters in a clumsy manner before, but now he can barely stand after the run. Duan Jia, what should I do? I'm still so nervous. Fatty Chen said to Duan Jia while taking a deep breath. Duan Jia patted Fatty Chen on the shoulder to encourage him, believe in yourself, don't worry. Kyoto University's physical tests are all conducted using special instruments, so there will be no cheating or miscalculation in the final results. Chapter 147 The nature of humanity is double standard. This led to many students like Fatty Chen starting frantic training in the weeks before the exam in order to pass the physical test.
The playground is now full of students preparing for physical examinations. Everyone looks very nervous.
Although most of them are girls, there are also a few boys who are very nervous.
Duanjia has always seemed very calm.
If it were before, he might have been a little worried, but after training with Fatty Chen for so long these few days, not only did Fatty Chen's physical fitness improve, but his own physical fitness also changed. So running 1,000 meters within the specified time is definitely no problem.
After a while, someone informed us that Duanjia and his team would be arriving soon.
Let's go, Fatty.
Duanjia said to Fatty Chen, who was still doing warm-up exercises behind him.
Good.
Fatty Chen nodded. As the group walked, the originally tense atmosphere suddenly became restless for some reason.
Hey,
Duanjia, it seems like the school beauty is here. Fatty Chen tugged at Duanjia's clothes in front of him and said. Duanjia Jing was wearing headphones and relaxing. He turned his head and asked, "What?" Fatty Chen pointed in another direction. Duanjia looked in that direction and saw Jian Shuru at the other end of the playground.
As if they felt Duanjia's gaze, the two of them looked at each other. On the other side, Jian Shuru greeted Duanjia frantically after seeing that it was him. She waved her hand and stretched her body like a little girl, as if afraid that the person opposite her couldn't see her.
Duanjia saw this and also greeted him. Anyway, the two of them live far away from each other, so Jian Shuru probably won't be bored enough to come over to find him. Only.
Jian Shuru seemed a little different today, but Duanjia hadn't noticed yet.
Damn, Senior Jiang Feng is here too. Fatty Chen said loudly and excitedly.
Duanjia looked over again and saw another girl standing next to Jian Shuru.
It was indeed Jiang Feng. I must try my best, Fatty Chen said with determination. Duanjia was helpless.
It seemed that the power of love was indeed the strongest, which could give the originally listless fat man sudden motivation.
Duanjia was thinking this in his mind, but he met an unexpected person. Ha, it's been a long time.
Duanjia turned his head and saw Chen Feng standing behind him, looking at him with a mocking expression. What a narrow road for enemies to cross, Duanjia thought to himself.
Long time no see. Duanjia replied indifferently.
For someone like Chen Feng, it would be best if he never meets him in his life, but if he does, Duanjia will definitely not be afraid. It doesn't take any brains to deal with this kind of newbie.
Duanjia, I told you, you're done this time. God has blessed me by putting me in the same group with you.
I'm sure I'll beat you this time. At this moment, Duanjia felt that this former roommate must have a lot of water in his head, the kind that might even make a sound if shaken. He actually regarded a simple physical test as a competition.
Is this level 10 cerebral palsy? Whatever you want. Duanjia doesn't care about the Tao.
But in Chen Feng's eyes, this was a sign of fear.
If you are not afraid, why don't you dare? In short, I will definitely beat him this time. He just saw that the school beauty was also there for today's physical test.
This was his moment to prove himself. He wanted to let everyone see that he, Chen Feng, was not so useless. Everything that happened before was just because he didn't use his true strength. As long as he wanted to, he would succeed.
Who is Duanjia?
Isn't it just that she takes advantage of the fact that the school beauty often comes to see him, so she starts to act like a tyrant? As long as he defeats her today and lets the school beauty see his true strength, he doesn't believe that the school beauty will remain indifferent to him.
Duanjia didn't know what Chen Feng was thinking.
The physical test was about to begin, and he didn't have the time to talk to a person with cerebral palsy.
It would just be a waste of time.
The physical test is about to start in a few minutes, and Fatty Chen is already getting nervous.
Duanjia, I'm scared.
This time, the fear is no longer about whether or not he can pass the physical test.
It is a question of a man's dignity.
Jiang Feng will definitely see me, so I must not run too poorly this time.
That way I won't have any good impression in front of the goddess.
On the other side of the playground, Jian Shuru looked excited.
Feng, thank you for coming with me.
Jiang Feng had a look of indifference on her face.
She had no classes this morning, and as juniors they didn't have to take physical exams.
She had wanted to have a good sleep.
As a result, Jian Shuru woke me up early in the morning, saying that the freshman had to take a physical examination today. What does the freshman physical exam have to do with her? She just wants to sleep.
But when she arrived at the scene and saw that familiar face, she finally understood. In the end, it's still this milk tea guy.
Shu Ro, as a sister, I should remind you that being fickle is not what a good woman should do.
Jian Shuro looked at Zhang Fong puzzledly. What are you talking about?
I don't understand.
Zhang Fong glanced around to see if there was anyone around, then leaned over to Jian Shuro's ear and said, Who do you prefer, your online crush or the milk tea guy? When Jian Shuro heard this, her face turned red. Why do you ask this question suddenly? She said embarrassedly.
You don't like them all, do you? Zhang Fong asked in disbelief. This is not allowed. Can this kind of thing be done casually?
She looked at Jian Shuro's expression carefully, afraid of missing any details. The girl tucked the hair behind her ears, her face still flushed, and said shyly, Actually, I like them all.
What did you say?
Zhang Fong doubted her ears and asked again.
Jian Shuro blinked and said, I actually like it. Is there anything wrong with what I said? This is a person.
Humph, no matter what Duan Jia's identity is, she will like him very much.
Zhang Fong's brain is rebuilding at this moment.
Her worldview of so many years collapsed. So, the good sister I'd been worrying about for so long wasn't actually a love-brained person at all.
But Neptune. Zhang Fong was a little overwhelmed by this realization. No wonder.
All of Jian Shuro's previous behaviors can be explained clearly. No wonder she doesn't care whether the milk tea guy has a girlfriend or not, no wonder she doesn't care whether they have met or not.
It turns out that the clown is actually herself?
But this is not right.
Shu Ro, why are you doing this? Zhang Fong doesn't understand. Jian Shuro was completely confused by this nonsensical question. Why?
Looking at Jian Shuro's face, I have to say that she has the capital to do so.
She changed the question, Are you happy doing this? Jian Shuro didn't understand, but nodded, happy.
Ever since Duan Jia appeared in her life, every day of her life has been wonderful. The words Zhang Fong was about to say got stuck in her throat. Well, it turns out that human nature is double standards.
Chapter 148. He is definitely not that kind of person.
If this happened to someone else, Zhang Fong would definitely curse loudly, and then make a few sarcastic remarks and let it go.
But this is not someone else, it's Jian Shuro.
She is a good sister who has been with her for so long.
She is the campus beauty of Kyoto University.
It's understandable for such a person to fall in love with two people, right? After all, there are too many people pursuing the school beauty.
Is there anything wrong with doing this? No.
The more Zhang Fong thought about it, the more she felt that her current thoughts were correct.
Maybe this is what good sisters are like. As long as Jian Shuro is happy.
At this time, Jian Shuro still didn't know what kind of image she was in the eyes of her good sisters.
If I knew, I would definitely faint from anger.
Jian Shuro on this side was still looking at Duan Jia opposite.
And Duan Jia was already prepared. On his left is Chen Fong. Duan Jia, wait. Duan Jia stared straight ahead, not considering the person next to him as a human being at all. Chen Fong was humiliated, but he was not angry. He would be in trouble soon. To Duan Jia's right is Fatty Chen, whose legs have been shaking since the beginning. Duan Jia glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and said, Honey, relax, there's nothing to be nervous about.
Fatty Chen was about to cry, I don't want to either, but Senior Zhang Fong is watching us. Duan Jia took a look and saw that Jian Shuro and Zhang Fong were still there.
He didn't know what they were doing there.
Because as far as Duan Jia knew, there was no need for physical examination in the third year.
Are you just here to hang out? Get ready, the physical test is about to begin.
At this time, the person in charge came over.
Duan Jia took a deep breath.
Looking ahead with determined eyes.
Preparation. Run.
With the sound of a gunshot, everyone rushed out. Duan Jia has his own running method. For long-distance running, you can't run too fast at the beginning, otherwise you will have no strength left at the end.
That's why Duan Jia told Fatty Chen the same thing during normal running.
But it was obvious that after seeing Zhang Fong, this guy had completely forgotten everything he had said to him before. While running, he completely ignored what Duan Jia said in his ear.
Duan Jia was helpless.
He had probably considered it in his mind. According to the usual training time and intensity, as long as Fatty Chen could hold on, there would be no problem in running the kilometer, so Duan Jia just let him do it. He ran very easily.
Duan Jia has never been the kind of person who is easily influenced by others.
So no matter how many people gradually surpassed him, he remained calm. But it is obvious that even if he thinks so in his heart, it does not mean that others will think so. When Chen Feng ran half a circle of the playground, he still stayed behind Duanjia, determined to follow Duanjia's rhythm.
What is this guy up to? Duanjia thought as he ran.
I could still hear Fatty Chen panting behind me. Duanjia was going to ignore it, but when he ran to Jianshuru, the two of them looked at each other. No, to be exact, it was a look into Jianshuru's mobile phone camera. I saw Jianshuru holding a mobile phone in her hand, obviously taking pictures of something.
It was strange. Why did he feel that the camera was moving with him?
Before Duanjia had time to think about it, he heard Jianshuru whisper "come on" as he passed by. Duanjia turned his head to look at her. He saw Jianshuru looking at him with a smile on her face.
Duanjia nodded.
The two people seemed to have a tacit understanding, as if they were friends who had known each other for a long time. Even without speaking, they could understand what the other wanted to express. A strange feeling arose in Duanjia's heart.
He thought as he ran.
He was completely unaware that Chen Feng behind him was looking at him with ill intentions. Suddenly, Chen Feng, who was originally behind Duanjia, started to run faster and closer to Duanjia. Realizing that there was another person next to him, Duanjia glanced at him out of the corner of his eye.
Chen Feng sneered, "Duanjia, you're finished."
Before Duanjia could react, his body was hit hard. Because of Chen Feng, Duanjia's body, which was originally unprepared, began to lean to the side. At this time, Duanjia had to use his feet as support in order to stabilize his body.
This also caused Duanjia's other foot to step directly off the runway. Broken. Duanjia finally understood why Chen Feng had said that just now.
He had been practicing running hard in the past few days in order to beat himself, but he never expected that he would play dirty tricks.
Kyoto University has a rule that during the physical examination, you are not allowed to run outside, even with just one foot. It seems like this guy had planned this all along. "Student over there, come out."
The staff member who had been supervising saw Duanjia and immediately called him to stop.
Chen Feng showed his gloating expression without any concealment. "Duanjia, I'm leaving first."
After saying this, Chen Feng ran away.
"What's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you not to leave the runway? I've seen a lot of students like you. When you can't run, you just want to slack off. Do you really think we teachers are blind?" Duanjia was helpless, he didn't say anything. "Teacher, things are not what you think," Duanjia explained.
This teacher obviously didn't believe what Duanjia said, and his face was full of quibbling.
"Let me hear how you quibble. The classmate behind me bumped into me on purpose."
After Duanjia said this, the teacher looked at him with disdain, obviously not believing what Duanjia said. "Classmate, even if you've been discovered now, as long as you admit your mistake sincerely, I can still show mercy and let you run again. But now you are slandering your classmates over such a small matter." Duanjia looked at the very excited teacher opposite him and knew that this matter could not be explained clearly. Within a few minutes, Duanjia's group had also finished running.
After finishing his run, Fatty Chen kept searching for Duanjia until he saw Chen Feng's provocative face. He immediately ran over, grabbed Chen Feng by the collar, and asked, "Where's Duanjia?" Chen Feng raised his chin, "Here, it's over there."
When Fatty Chen saw Duanjia, he ran over immediately.
"What's going on?" Before Duanjia could say anything, the teacher opposite him said, "You are his classmate, right?" Fatty Chen nodded.
Then the teacher told the whole story of what had just happened.
Fatty Chen was furious when he heard this. This is definitely intentional. He couldn't help but curse. It must be that grandson of Chen Feng. It must be him. "Teacher, Duanjia is not that kind of person. This is not something that can be explained by your one-sided statement.
This means producing evidence."
"But where to find evidence? There's no camera here."
Fatty Chen was so anxious that he was running around in circles, but Duanjia was thinking about how to solve this problem. Chen Feng had planned this long ago, so he was caught off guard.
Chapter 149. The evidence is here.
If this matter is not resolved properly, I am afraid that Chen Feng will become even more unscrupulous in the future. But the problem is, it would be great if there were other witnesses who saw it and could testify for themselves.
But who else?
At this moment, Duanjia heard a familiar voice.
"I saw it.
It's Jianshuru." Duanjia turned around immediately after hearing the voice, and saw Jianshuru standing behind him with Jiang Feng standing beside her.
School beauty. The teacher never expected Jian Shuru to come.
He was just a teacher who had just arrived at the school. To put it bluntly, he did odd jobs for others. When he had nothing to do, he liked to wander around the school selling noodles. This time, the school really couldn't find a teacher to supervise whether any students were cheating during the physical examination.
He just came here.
Since he was admitted to the school through connections, he was naturally very familiar with Jian Shuru's reputation. In his eyes, Jian Shuru was more than just a simple school belle. You know, Jian Shuru's father was involved in half of the entire investment in Kyoto University. What a horrible thing this is. In other words, in this school, even the principal has to act according to Jian Shuru's mood. Although Jian Shuru has never relied on her background to bully others over the years, it does not mean that she can be looked down upon casually. Therefore, this young lady is definitely not someone to be trifled with.
When Fat Chen saw Zhang Fong coming, he immediately greeted her.
"Hello, senior." The two of them have been in contact frequently recently, so Zhang Fong nodded after seeing it.
"Senior Jane, you just said you saw it?" Fatty Chen did not forget the important matter, so he immediately asked Jian Shuru, who was the only savior in this matter.
Jian Shuru looked at Duan Jia and said, "That's right." After getting a positive answer, Duan Jia also looked at Jian Shuru. The two looked at each other, and after seeing Jian Shuru's confident smile, Duan Jia felt relieved for some reason. After spending so much time together, he knew that Jian Shuru would never fight an unprepared battle. After helping Jian Shuru time and time again, Duan Jia already knew Jian Shuru's character. Since the school beauty said she saw it, then she must have really seen it. The teacher immediately understood the current situation.
Isn't it obvious that these four people know each other?
I'm not going to joke about my career. Looking at the teacher in front of me who was so domineering just now, he suddenly seemed like a different person.
Duan Jia frowned somewhat unhappily.
Jian Shuru realized that Duan Jia seemed a little unhappy, and immediately understood what was going on. In that case, let's call over the person who framed Duan Jia. Jian Shuru knew that Duan Jia didn't want to solve the matter so muddledly, so she immediately told the teacher.
Since the campus beauty Jian has spoken, we naturally dare not neglect it.
So he immediately called Chen Fong over.
That's impossible.
Chen Fong said in disbelief after hearing that someone saw him deliberately push Duan Jia off the runway.
How is this possible? I was clearly in a very secluded place, and that's when I pushed it on purpose. He remembered that there was no one around at the time. He didn't see anyone except the teacher who was patrolling. So how could anyone see it? But when he saw Jian Shuru, he felt a little uneasy. The previous events were still vivid in his mind. The principal, who had originally believed in what he said, immediately changed his attitude 360 degrees when he saw Jian Shuru coming. He had personally experienced how powerful Jian Shuru was. You said you saw me push Duan Jia. What evidence do you have?"
He still firmly believed in his previous idea. He even felt that these people were deliberately deceiving him in order to make him tell the truth.
He is not a fool.
After what happened last time, he had learned his lesson.
Even if the school beauty comes this time, she can't save you. Thinking of what happened before, Chen Fong hated Duan Jia to the core. If it weren't for him, how could I become like this now?
Even after leaving his original dormitory, Chen Fong's previous incident had spread throughout the entire school, so in the new dormitory, no one was willing to talk to him.
The entire school was now isolating him. Duan Jia felt Chen Fong's resentful gaze towards him. He was simply at the loss whether to laugh or cry. Some people are just like that.
When something goes wrong in life, they will blame others and never look for the reasons in themselves.
Obviously, Chen Fong is such a person.
After hearing this, Jian Shuru raised her phone and waved it in front of Chen Fong. The evidence is right here.
Chen Fong panicked for a moment. What does this mean? Did they take pictures of all the school beauties? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible.
Jian Shuru opened the video she had just recorded in front of everyone. In the video, there is only Duan Jia in the camera from beginning to end.
Several people gathered together to watch the video. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. Duan Jia himself found it even more strange. So why was Jian Shuru recording me while I was running just now? What is the purpose? Are the campus beauties really so idle? Several people looked at Jian Shuru. Why are you looking at me? Didn't you say you wanted to watch a video? Why are you already watching her? Everyone then turned their attention to the video. In the video, Chen Fong always followed Duan Jia from the beginning. The two people have always been in the order of one after the other. Chen Fong never expected that someone actually took a video. And the person who took the video happened to be the school beauty. He is now panicked and angry. What should I do if I am discovered later? Why even God wants to help Duan Jia? He clenched his fists in anger. In the video, the first few minutes were fine and Chen Fong didn't do anything. However, just as Duan Jia was about to turn the corner, Chen Fong in the video suddenly rushed forward and hit Duan Jia next to him hard with his body. Duan Jia's body was out of control and one of his feet had already stepped off the track. Now, the truth is revealed. I knew it was your grandson. Fatty Chen rushed to Chen Fong, grabbed his collar and lifted him up. For a heavyweight like Fatty Chen, Chen Fong is no match at all. Comparing the two, Chen Fong is like a helpless rookie. Seeing that Fatty Chen was about to punch out, Duan Jia immediately stopped him. Fatty. Duan Jia looked at Fatty Chen seriously and winked at him. Fatty Chen reluctantly let go of his hand. Chen Fong's face was pale now. It was all over now. He had been planning for such a long time, but failed in the end. The teacher who had been standing nearby realized that the matter needed to be brought to an end, so he walked up to Chen Fong and said, "Student, how could you do such a thing?" Chen Fong still stared at Duan Jia fiercely without saying a word. Jian Shura saw all of this. Then he immediately stood in front of Duan Jia. Chapter 150 Can Cuteness Be Eaten? Several people watched as the campus beauty Jian stood resolutely in front of Duan Jia. But because of the height, Jian Shura couldn't stop Duan Jia at all, and the scene looked a little funny. Although Jian Shura is considered tall among girls, Duan Jia is a boy who is about 1.8 meters tall, and Jian Shura is completely not on the same level as him. Classmate, what do you think will happen if the school finds out what you did today? Chen Fong's pupils dilated after hearing this. It would have been fine if this hadn't been discovered, but in the end, the school beauty saw it. Jian Shura was the darling of the entire Kyoto University. From students to the president, no one does not regard her as a treasure. In fact, I should have thought of it a long time ago. Even if there was no video, I could get out of this school immediately with just one word from Jian Shura. Chen Fong was so frightened that he couldn't speak. He stammered, I didn't mean it. He is still trying to defend himself, but now the evidence is overwhelming and no one will speak for him anymore. Jian Shura just gave a decent smile, but in Chen Fong's opinion, this smile revealed a strong chill. Duan Jia, the school beauty is so cool. After seeing this scene, Fatty Chen pulled Duan Jia's sleeve and said. Duan Jia didn't say anything, but his eyes never left Jian Shura. This was the first time he saw the always cool and calm school beauty like this. In the past, although the campus Belgian was always aloof in her heart, she would always wear a faint smile when talking to people. And like today, his whole body exudes a cold aura. Even if there is a smile on his face, the smile does not reach his eyes. Just like an angry lion, just standing there is enough to make people shudder. Whether it was intentional or not is not up to you to decide. Now the evidence is irrefutable. It seems I have to tell the principal about this matter now. Jian Shura said these very cruel words in a very calm tone. Zhang Fong had been acting as a spectator, and now seeing Jian Shura like this, she couldn't help but shake her head. Why offend Jian Shura when there are so many people to offend? She and Jian Shura have been friends for so many years, so naturally she understands her good sister's personality better. It's true that she is very simple and kind, but that doesn't mean she can be bullied at will. Even if Jian Shura could always tolerate it, Jian Zhangwo would never let her go. The daughter of the Jian family would never be bullied for nothing. The teacher who had been standing nearby and participating in the whole incident was so frightened that his legs went weak. Good job. Whenever he thought of what he had just said to Duan Jia, he felt a pang of fear. If the school beauty hears what I say, I will lose my job. I originally thought that Jian Shura was just as cold and distant as my classmates said. But seeing is believing, and what happened today really opened his eyes. Such a person cannot be easily provoked. Teacher, you have to handle this matter well. Jian Shura suddenly turned around and said. Yes, definitely. How dare he neglect it? By the way, Duan Jia, I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have said that to you without any evidence. Then he bowed deeply to Duan Jia. Duan Jia frowned. He has seen many cases of people changing their stance according to the situation.
But this was the first time he had seen someone change his expression so quickly like the teacher in front of him. He naturally understood in his heart that the huge contrast between the before and after was definitely due to Jian Shuru's arrival. If I hadn't asked her to explain things clearly just now, I'm afraid that with just a few simple words from Jian Shuru, this matter would have been left unresolved. Faced with Duan Jia's cold expression, the teacher was also a little embarrassed. So he had no choice but to stand up and said to Chen Fong, who was still in a panic, "Classmate, come with me." Chen Fong followed him woodenly.
Great! Finally got rid of this bastard. Fatty Chen finally let out a sigh of relief and felt much better now.
Jian Shuro looked at Duan Jia, and the gloom on her face disappeared, replaced by a bright smile.
Junior, shouldn't you treat me to a meal?
Jian Shuro said in a cheerful tone.
This is completely different from the Jian Shuro just now. Could it be that the school belle will also change her face?
But I have to say, if Jian Shuro hadn't come to the rescue just now, this matter would not have been resolved as easily as it is now.
Duan Jia is not someone who likes to owe favors to others.
Okay, of course, no problem. Thanks to the help from senior sister today.
Duan Jia said with a smile. I have a competition this afternoon. Why don't we go back and think of a time?
Jian Shuru asked tentatively. She now looks like a playful little girl, with a glimmer of expectation in her eyes. Jiang Fong covered her eyes. No, she really couldn't bear to watch it anymore.
Why didn't I notice it before?
Jian Shura showed it so obviously. I foolishly thought that the two of us were just friends.
No, maybe in the eyes of the milk tea boy, they are just simple friends.
In Jian Shuru's heart, it might not be the case.
But then I thought about it and realized that I was too ignorant. Isn't fish farming popular now?
As long as your bestie is happy doing this, that is enough. Alas, she sighed silently, her bottom line was getting lower and lower.
Senior. Fatty Chen slowly walked to Zhang Fong and called out in a low voice.
Zhang Fong was immersed in her own world, blocking out all the sounds from the outside world, and didn't hear anyone calling her at all.
Seeing that Zhang Fong didn't respond, Fatty Chen called out again, "Senior sister?" Zhang Fong finally realized what was going on and immediately responded, what's wrong? Fatty Chen scratched his head and said foolishly, "Are you free this Saturday?" This Saturday, which is tomorrow. Saturday was naturally a day off, so Zhang Fong answered truthfully, "I'm free, what's the matter?" Fatty Chen's eyes lit up with surprise when he heard this. He lowered his head and stared at his toes, his voice as soft as a mosquito. "Well, how about we go out for dinner tomorrow?" Zhang Fong heard it clearly, and she was not stupid, so she knew what Fatty Chen meant. A boy always asks her out for dinner, judging from the behavior of Zhang Fong's previous suitors. This junior student's thoughts may not be so simple. But for some reason, when facing this junior, Zhang Fong always couldn't bear to say no. Logically speaking, although Fatty Chen has regular features, he is completely different from what Zhang Fong had set out to look for in a boyfriend. But his personality is very cute. But can cuteness be eaten? Cannot. It seems that I have to explain things clearly this time, otherwise I will delay others and be labeled a scumbag. Okay. So, she agreed. When Fatty Chen heard this, he wished he could run 5 laps on the playground right now. No, 10 laps are no problem.